On a deserted island, I found a girl. It was the famous actress who had been on the same flight as me. She had a pretty rotten personality, arrogant, spoiled, sitting in business class on the plane and looking down on everyone like we were her servants. Her face was known all over the world, but in person she was even more beautiful, natural beauty, delicate features, like the sweet girl next door type, only perfect. The waves had washed her body onto the sand with no signs of life. I checked her pulse, nothing. Breathing, nothing. I did everything by the book, cleared her mouth and nose of sand and water, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, chest compressions. I worked on her for half an hour, zero response. A wild thought even flashed through my mind, no one around, the body still warm. But I immediately slapped myself hard. Have you completely lost your mind? I decided to at least give her a proper burial. Found a piece of metal from the plane to use as a shovel and started digging a grave for her above the high tide line. I myself had woken up a little earlier, lying face down in the sand, my body rocking with the waves like a corpse. I coughed up half the ocean, rolled onto my back, looked up at the endless sky, and laughed like a maniac. Holy shit, I actually survived. My name is Xiao Qian. I'm a freelancer by profession, but my true passion is wilderness survival. This time I was flying to another city for an offline survival event, but instead the plane hit a storm with lightning, broke apart midair, and I was thrown into the ocean not far from this island. I barely swam to shore, my strength gave out. I thought that was it. But the waves tossed me onto the beach alive. I looked around, thick jungle, food shouldn't be a problem, the main issues are fresh water and safety. All those years watching Bear Grylls finally paid off. I even felt a slight adrenaline rush, like theory had finally turned into practice. I immediately started gathering everything the waves had washed up from the plane, seat belts, half-empty water bottles, passengers' suitcases full of clothes. Evening was coming, the tide was rising, I had to hurry before everything got swept back out to sea. Plus, I really wanted to find my own suitcase. I'd packed a ton of useful survival gear for the event. And that's when I saw the wave carrying her in, the very celebrity from business class. I ran over, tried to resuscitate her, no luck. Decided to bury her. Picked her up, took a couple of steps toward the spot I'd chosen for the grave, and she suddenly started coughing violently, convulsively, spitting out a mouthful of seawater. The woman I'd already mentally buried came back to life. Who the hell are you? What are you doing? Pervert, put me down right now. Waking up and realizing some strange guy was carrying her, she panicked, wriggled free, scrambled back across the sand, and stared at me with wide, terrified eyes. To keep her from fully convincing herself I was some kind of creep, I just laid it out straight. I was about to dig a grave and give you a proper burial. When Wang Qianqian heard this, she immediately took Xiao Qian as a scoundrel who raped before killing. She screamed in fear and started slapping Xiao Qian with both hands, trying to break free. Ah, stop moving, I can't keep my balance, damn it, I'm not carrying you anymore. Although Wang Qianqian was petite and light, her hitting and scratching still annoyed Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian thought, I saved you out of kindness, even planned to dig a hole to bury you, yet not only are you ungrateful, you even think I'm a pervert. Truly don't know what's good for you. You're upset? I won't serve you anymore. In a fit of anger, he let go of his hands and released Wang Qianqian. Fortunately, they were on a beach by the coast, so when Wang Qianqian fell, she landed on the sand and wasn't hurt badly. You bastard, you're not a man, you bully women. Wang Qianqian was a big star, when had she ever suffered such grievances? She pointed at Xiao Qian and cursed. Shut up! Xiao Qian shouted coldly, then said, First, the reason I was going to dig a hole to bury you is because our plane crashed, and we ended up on this island. I thought you were dead, so I planned to bury you. Second, my name is Xiao Qian, I'm not a pervert, and I never intended to rape you. Third, in this situation, even if I did rape and kill you, do you think anyone would find out? So you'd better behave and not piss me off. After saying this, Xiao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and continued searching for supplies before nightfall. As for Wang Qianqian, after hearing Xiao Qian's words, she froze in place. The scenes from the plane crash replayed in her mind. After a moment, she realized she had misunderstood Xiao Qian. If Xiao Qian really intended to rape and kill her, he wouldn't have left after just scaring her a bit. After all, fresh is better than dead, right? So what if I misunderstood him? Just because he yelled at me, he's still not a man. Ow! Wang Qianqian tried to stand up and move under a tree to avoid the sun, but as soon as she tried, she felt intense pain in her foot. Looking down, she realized it was sprained. It must have been sprained during the crash. When Xiao Qian carried her earlier, she didn't feel it, but now she noticed it when trying to walk. Just then, Zhao Qian found 2 more suitcases and was carrying them to the makeshift shelter. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian could only beg, "Hey, I twisted my ankle, can you help me?" Zhao Qian only glanced at her lightly, ignored her, and walked past as if he didn't see her. "Hey, don't go, I'll pay you." Seeing that Zhao Qian didn't respond, Wang Qianqian offered money to get his help. "Given our situation now, is 100 million worth anything?" Zhao Qian stopped, looked at her expressionlessly. This female star is pretty smart in TV dramas. Why is she so dumb in real life? Her chest isn't even that big. Wang Qianqian froze, looked at the desolate island, and suddenly realized Zhao Qian was absolutely right. No matter how glamorous one is outside, on a deserted island, they're nothing. The money everyone chases outside isn't even as valuable as a bottle of water here. What do I have to do for you to help me? Wang Qianqian looked pitifully at Zhao Qian, her big eyes welling up with tears, about to cry. She wasn't acting this time, she really felt helpless. Seeing Wang Qianqian about to cry, Zhao Qian softened a little. After all, he wasn't heartless. He couldn't really just ignore her. "I'll say it again. My name's not Hey, it's Zhao Qian." Zhao Qian squatted down in front of her and gestured for her to get on his back. "Get on. You better not try anything." Wang Qianqian warned cautiously. "Heh, you're flat-chested, keep dreaming." Zhao Qian said bluntly. If you're not getting on, I'm leaving." Zhao Qian didn't want to waste words with Wang Qianqian. He needed to use his remaining energy to build a safe shelter. Otherwise, once he ran out of strength and had no food, water, or shelter, he wouldn't survive in the wild. "Fine, I'll get on." With others, Wang Qianqian might still act spoiled. But she knew Zhao Qian's iron-willed personality. If he said he'd leave her, he really would. She didn't dare act spoiled. She struggled onto Zhao Qian's back. Since he still had 2 suitcases to pull, she had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck. At this moment, Zhao Qian's usually trained body showed its strength. He stood up from the sand with force, dragging the 2 suitcases, and walked toward their shelter. In reality, Zhao Qian's so-called shelter was just a spot between 2 trees a bit away from the beach. The trees were about 3 meters apart, trunks as thick as thighs. Zhao Qian took some clothes from the suitcase and made a hammock to sleep in at night. He put Wang Qianqian down and, seeing that it was almost completely dark, stood up to go find some firewood. But, just as he stood up, Wang Qianqian quickly grabbed him and asked, Where are you going?" This was a deserted island, pitch black all around, no lights at all. If Zhao Qian left, she'd be terrified alone in the dark. "I'm going to get firewood, to make a fire later. Don't go too far. I'm scared." "Okay." Zhao Qian replied coldly and walked into the forest. He first found some dry wood, then a palm tree, from which he collected some soft, dried tinder to start a fire. Then he came back. Left behind, Wang Qianqian suddenly felt an itch on her face after Zhao Qian left. She touched her face and felt small grains. Picking one up and tasting it, she realized it was salty. "It's seawater. I must have been unconscious in the water earlier," Wang Qianqian said, panicked. "I heard seawater is really bad for the skin. I have to wash my face right now or else." Nowadays, male stars are like sissies who care about their looks, let alone female stars. Some would even cut their faces to stay pretty. To others, soaking in seawater might be no big deal, but to Wang Qianqian, it was a matter of life and death. Luckily, she quickly found over 10 half-full bottles of mineral water, and a few unopened ones. Without hesitation, she opened an unopened bottle and started washing her face. Splash! As the clean water washed off the salt, Wang Qianqian felt a deep sense of relief. But just then, a figure rushed over and snatched the bottle of mineral water from her hand. The person who came wasn't someone else, it was Zhao Qian, who had just gone out to look for firewood and kindling. He had already started walking back, and just as he was about to return to the shelter, he heard the sound of running water. Taking advantage of the last bit of daylight, he saw Wang Qianqian actually using the hard-earned fresh water he had collected to wash her face, and she used an entire bottle. At that moment, a wave of anger rose in his heart. What a brainless celebrity, even on a deserted island, she was wasting purified water. Didn't she know that the most important thing on a deserted island is fresh water? So, he strode back to the camp, snatched the bottle of mineral water from Wang Qianqian's hands, drank the remaining water at the bottom in one go, then glared at her and said, "You're not welcome here. Please leave." "What did I do?" Wang Qianqian looked completely baffled, thinking she had only washed her face. How did that offend this iron man? "Are you aware that we're now stranded on a deserted island?" Zhao Qian asked. "I know." Wang Qianqian nodded. "Then do you know what's most important on a deserted island?" Zhao Qian asked again. I don't know." Wang Qianqian shook her head. Actually, she had a rough guess in her heart, but thinking about what she had just done, she was too embarrassed to say it. Fresh water. Zhao Qian didn't spare her. He said directly, we don't even know the exact situation on this island yet, and you've already wasted a bottle of water. If we can't find more fresh water, that bottle could have lasted the two of us for 2 days. Zhao Qian wasn't exaggerating. Fresh water on a deserted island is scarce, some islands don't have any fresh water at all. Without fresh water, the only way is to distill seawater. But with the current containers they had, the amount of distilled water each day was minimal, not nearly enough for 2 people. Of course, if they were lucky and it rained, they could collect a good amount of fresh water. But Zhao Qian didn't want to place his survival on chance. Got it. Why are you so fierce? I'm a girl, can't you cut me some slack? Wang Qianqian knew she was wrong, but still refused to admit it out loud. Zhao Qian glanced at the woman and sneered, don't you women always talk about feminism? Always yelling that anything a man can do, a woman can do too. If that's the case, why should I go easy on you? You're not getting any water tomorrow. Zhao Qian couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. After saying that, he moved the firewood and kindling he had gathered back into the camp. He didn't start the fire right away, but first gathered some stones to form a circle. Only then did he start trying to make fire by rubbing sticks. On survival shows, making fire by friction looks easy, but in reality, even Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford sometimes struggle with it. Zhao Qian had only a few experiences with firemaking, and those were under fully prepared conditions with all the necessary tools. Right now, they were far from well prepared, so the difficulty was much higher. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Zhao Qian began quickly rotating a stick, using friction to generate sparks on the lower stick. But making fire manually was very difficult. There was a burnt smell and smoke coming from the lower stick, but no sparks. After working hard for half an hour, his hands were sore, and finally, a tiny spark appeared. Zhao Qian quickly dropped the spark onto the tinder, carefully cupped it in his hands, and gently blew on it. Smoke began to rise from the tinder. As it thickened, a small flame emerged. Zhao Qian had no time to celebrate. He quickly placed the tinder onto the dry firewood, and only when the firewood started burning did he let out a sigh of relief. Wow, you're amazing! You actually made fire by rubbing sticks. Wang Qianqian shouted excitedly when she saw the fire. Darkness is scary, and fire drives away darkness. A campfire alone can provide a sense of security. But Zhao Qian just glanced at her, thinking, this female star is really clueless, he just told her she won't have water tomorrow, and she's not even worried. You should think about what you're going to drink tomorrow. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then kindly reminded her. You're really not going to give me water? Wang Qianqian looked at him pitifully and said, I heard deserted islands usually have coconut trees. We can just pick some coconuts then. Do you know how tall coconut trees are? Zhao Qian asked while rummaging through the suitcases. I don't know. Wang Qianqian shook her head. Coconut trees are usually 7 to 8 meters tall, about the height of a 3-story building. Can you climb that high with your bare hands? Zhao Qian asked. No, Wang Qianqian looked at him and said, but you're so capable. Can't you climb it? I can climb that high, but it's very dangerous. What if I fall and get hurt? If both of us get injured, we won't survive. Zhao Qian said honestly. The foundation of survival on a deserted island is having water and food. If they couldn't secure those even when at full strength, it would be even harder when they were weak. But the prerequisite was, don't put yourself in danger. There might be coconut trees on the island, but not everyone can climb trees that tall. Unless coconuts naturally fall down, it's best not to take the risk. Because once injured, surviving alone on a deserted island would be even more difficult. Fine. Wang Qianqian pouted, her eyes turning red, feeling so wronged she wanted to cry. But before her tears fell, she saw Zhao Qian throw her some clothes and say, it gets very cold on the island at night. Cover yourself so you don't catch a cold. Thank you. Wang Qianqian suddenly felt Zhao Qian wasn't that much of an Iron Man after all. But Zhao Qian's real thought was, now that your ankle is hurt, you're already a burden. If you catch a cold too, you'll be even more of a burden. I don't want to be surviving on a deserted island and taking care of a sick person. No need to thank me. Just watch the fire and don't let it go out, Zhao Qian said as he covered himself with some clothes and added, if the fire goes out, you're the one making fire tomorrow. You want me to take the night watch? Wang Qianqian asked in disbelief. She was a big celebrity, and a woman, and injured. No way it should be her taking watch. But Zhao Qian naturally nodded and said, there's a lot to do tomorrow. I need to rest. Watching the fire is the only thing you can do right now. After saying that, Zhao Qian ignored her and closed his eyes to sleep. Even though they were stranded on a deserted island, Zhao Qian quickly fell asleep. He knew that his top priority now was to rest well. But, just as he drifted into sleep, Wang Qianqian's cry for help suddenly rang in his ears. "Zhao Qian, help! Help!" Zhao Qian, who was fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly got up from the ground, running toward the sound. In the darkness, Zhao Qian saw Wang Qianqian sitting on the ground in fear, her pretty face full of terror. Zhao Qian asked, "What's going on?" "A body." Wang Qianqian pointed to the bushes, her voice stuttering. "A body?" Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard that. He looked in the direction she pointed and indeed saw someone lying motionless in the bushes. But Zhao Qian wasn't afraid. On the contrary, there was even a trace of anticipation in his eyes. In a situation where they were stranded on a deserted island, the more people alive, the higher the chances of survival. He walked over to the so-called body and began to check. He found that the body wasn't dead, she still had weak breathing. What surprised him was that it was a woman. Zhao Qian carefully turned the woman over, first checking her nose and mouth. There was no sign of drowning, so the cause of unconsciousness must be something else. "How is she?" Wang Qianqian, a few meters behind Zhao Qian, asked nervously. "She's not dead. Still alive, but very weak." Zhao Qian answered briefly, then said, "Let's bring her back first. Whether she survives or not depends on fate. What if she suddenly dies? That's scary." "How about?" Wang Qianqian was reluctant to bring the woman back, worried about the psychological burden if she suddenly died. But Zhao Qian didn't wait for her to finish and said directly, "On a deserted island, one more person means more strength and better chances to survive." "Oh." Hearing that, Wang Qianqian could only step forward to help. But as soon as she got close and saw the woman's face, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yun, it's Xiao Yun." "Who's Xiao Yun?" Zhao Qian frowned at Wang Qianqian's fuss. "Her name is Lu Yun. She's my personal assistant," Wang Qianqian explained. "Let's carry her back first." Zhao Qian wasn't too interested in the woman's identity. Next, the two of them spent a lot of effort to carry Lu Yun back to the camp and placed her near the fire. Maybe it was the warmth of the fire, but Lu Yun's breathing gradually strengthened, although she was still unconscious. "She could have eaten less. She's exhausting me." Wang Qianqian moved her arms, full of complaints. Hearing that, Zhao Qian frowned slightly, unhappy with Wang Qianqian's words. Actually, Lu Yun wasn't heavy, about 1.6 meters tall and weighing only about 90 pounds. She was quite slim. Wang Qianqian clearly felt that as a celebrity, it was beneath her to care for her assistant, like a master serving a servant, which caused her emotional resistance. "Carrying Xiaoyun back wore me out. Can't I take a break?" Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian pitifully. "You mean you want me to take the night watch?" Zhao Qian asked calmly. "Yeah, you're a man." Wang Qianqian nodded. "No." As soon as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, Zhao Qian rejected her firmly, saying, "We haven't eaten anything all day. Our strength is already declining. If I stay up all night, are you going to find food tomorrow?" "I?" Wang Qianqian looked down at her sprained foot and couldn't say anything. "Don't let the fire go out. Otherwise, even if we find food tomorrow, we'll have to eat it raw," Zhao Qian said as he lay down again to rest. "Steel straight man. No wonder he's single for life." Wang Qianqian pouted angrily. In fact, Zhao Qian wasn't as cold-hearted as Wang Qianqian thought. He only seemed that way because he understood what was truly important for survival. Given their current situation, even though there were 3 people now, Wang Qianqian had a sprained foot, Lu Yun was unconscious, and only he could move freely. However, even he, after a day without food, was starting to feel his strength fade. If he didn't rest well, how would he search for food tomorrow? And without food to replenish energy, his strength would only keep declining, eventually making food gathering impossible. So, he couldn't afford to be tender-hearted, only this way could he survive. The next day, Zhao Qian had a good night's sleep. Although he was still hungry, he had about 80% of his full energy. While his strength was still decent, he had to find food today. Otherwise, even with good rest, tomorrow his energy would drop to 50 to 60%. After getting up, the first thing Zhao Qian did was check the fire. He didn't want to waste energy making fire again. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian had taken good care of the fire. It hadn't gone out during the night. Near the fire, Wang Qianqian leaned against a tree, holding her head up with one hand, dozing off. "I've rested. You can rest now." Zhao Qian walked up to Wang Qianqian and said in a much gentler voice. "Okay." Wang Qianqian responded, but just as she was about to lie down, she looked at Zhao Qian warily and asked, "You won't do anything bad to me while I'm asleep, right?" At that moment, Zhao Qian was tearing some clothes into strips, planning to braid them into a rope for hunting. When he heard Wang Qianqian's question, he was slightly stunned. His hands paused for a second before he resumed his work and said, "You're overthinking. I won't waste energy or attention on you." "Good." Wang Qianqian sighed in relief. But after speaking, she felt something was off. According to Zhao Qian's words, didn't that mean she wasn't attractive? "What do you mean by that? Am I not pretty? Not attractive?" "You're very pretty and attractive to men," Zhao Qian replied honestly. "Then why did you say that?" Wang Qianqian asked. "Then how do you expect me to answer? Would saying I want to sleep with you count as respect?" Zhao Qian asked in return, then added, "Of course, if you insist on me doing something to you, it's not impossible, but you'll have to do it yourself. I need to conserve energy." "You?" Wang Qianqian was so angry she couldn't speak, finally saying, "Shameless. I'm going to sleep." Facing the angry Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian didn't bother comforting her. The energy it would take to comfort her would be better spent hunting, to stay alive. A little while later, Zhao Qian finished braiding the cloth rope, stood up, and said, "Take care of your assistant. I'm going to find food." Zhao Qian, holding the rope he had woven, entered the forest on the deserted island. Generally speaking, there are no large animals on a deserted island, and even less likely are there large carnivorous animals. The simplest reason is that the ecosystem of an island cannot support the survival of large animals. Take a tiger for example. If food is plentiful, it can survive within a range of about 30 square kilometers. But if food is scarce, like with Siberian tigers, their territory can reach up to 1,000 square kilometers. And how big can an island even be? Even if the island is big enough for a tiger to survive, don't forget that tigers need to reproduce. If the space on the island can't support the reproduction of the species, they will go extinct all the same. Of course, the absence of large animals doesn't mean there's no danger. Venomous snakes, poisonous spiders, and other toxic creatures are still very dangerous. Rustle, rustle. Zhao Qian pushed through the forest with effort. It was much harder than he had expected. He had to cut through thick vegetation with almost every step, working hard to carve out a path. Although he was already being very careful, his hands still got many small cuts. But considering that food was more important right now, and since he wasn't some top-tier idol, there was no need to worry about little cuts on his hands. Zhao Qian searched the forest for a long time. What he wanted most to find was a water source. Fresh water is extremely valuable on a deserted island. A water source could attract many small animals to drink, and then he could set traps nearby. Unfortunately, finding a water source on a deserted island was very difficult. After a long time searching with no success, he had to give up on that initial plan and change his approach. He found what looked like small animal paths and set simple traps along them. As long as a small animal passed by, the trap would be triggered. But Zhao Qian knew that relying only on these traps meant the chances of catching prey were low. To avoid going hungry, he had to find other ways to get food. "I could try the beach. But before that, I need to find some branches to make fishing tools," Zhao Qian muttered with a frown. Sure, the ocean had plenty of food, but that food wasn't going to be caught bare-handed. He needed tools. Given the current situation, he didn't even have a knife, so making a spear was out of the question. The best he could do was use branches and cloth strips to make a few simple nets. Just then, as Zhao Qian was looking for branches, he spotted a plant that made his eyes light up. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Palm trees, one of the most common plants on a deserted island. The core of a palm tree is edible and can provide carbohydrates, Zhao Qian muttered as he walked toward the palm trees. Meanwhile, at the camp, Wang Qianqian was fast asleep when a faint voice suddenly reached her ears. "Water? I want water." Wang Qianqian jerked awake and quickly looked toward the voice. She saw her assistant Lu Yun weakly calling out, "Water, coming." Wang Qianqian immediately found the water Zhao Qian had stored, took out half a bottle, and brought it to Lu Yun. She unscrewed the cap and placed the bottle at Lu Yun's mouth, carefully feeding her water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lu Yun, though weak, felt the water and drank greedily like someone who hadn't had water in ages. She grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. The half bottle of water visibly dropped level by level and was soon completely empty. After drinking, Lu Yun fell back into unconsciousness. "Hey, slow down, leave me a little." Wang Qianqian looked at the now empty bottle, tipped it upside down, stuck out her pink tongue, and licked the drops that came out, grumbling with frustration. Because she had wasted water the day before, she had been banned from drinking water today, a punishment. She had planned to sneak a sip, but when she saw Zhao Qian count the bottles like they were treasures before leaving, she gave up the idea. So thirsty, so hungry. I wonder if Zhao Qian will bring anything to eat. Wang Qianqian rubbed her belly. She hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was growling loudly. It wasn't until this moment that she truly realized she was in a survival situation, not in a big city anymore. In the city, she had to resist delicious temptations. On the island, just having something to eat was a luxury. Just as Wang Qianqian was feeling both hungry and thirsty, she saw Zhao Qian come out of the forest, carrying a bunch of things in his hands. She wanted to run up to him, but her sprained ankle still hurt too much. So she could only wait in the camp. "Did you find anything to eat?" As soon as Zhao Qian returned, Wang Qianqian asked eagerly. "Only this." Zhao Qian handed her the core of the palm tree. Wang Qianqian looked at the snow-white palm core. She had never seen this food before and asked, "What is this stuff?" "It's the core of a plant. It can give you carbs and fill your stomach in an emergency." As Zhao Qian spoke, he took one and bit into it, chewing hard. In truth, the palm core didn't taste good. It was very bland. If he weren't so hungry, he wouldn't touch this stuff at all. Seeing Zhao Qian eat so happily, Wang Qianqian thought it must be tasty. She grabbed one and took a big bite. But after a few chews, her face twisted in disgust and she spat it out. "What the hell is this? Tastes terrible." "That's just how palm core tastes," Zhao Qian said. "I don't want this. Is there anything else to eat?" Wang Qianqian asked. "You need to understand the situation. We're on a deserted island. Having anything to eat is already lucky, and you're being picky?" Zhao Qian was speechless. If he wasn't thinking that Wang Qianqian might be useful later and that having more people increased the odds of surviving, he really wouldn't bother with this pampered celebrity. "What's so bad about a deserted island?" Wang Qianqian said. "When I watched short videos before, some survival shows on deserted islands caught lobsters, groupers, king crabs, super easy by the sea. We're near the ocean. How hard can it be to catch a fish?" Hearing that, Zhao Qian immediately thought of those so-called survival influencers. He had always scoffed at them, thinking, who could believe those fake videos? He never expected someone like that to appear right in front of him, and she was even a celebrity. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, "Do you not need a brain to be a celebrity?" At first, Wang Qianqian didn't understand what Zhao Qian meant. Once she figured it out, she angrily asked, "What do you mean by that? Who are you calling brainless?" Zhao Qian looked around and then turned to Wang Qianqian and asked, "Other than your unconscious assistant, do you see anyone else around? In other words, besides you, who else could I mean?" Wang Qianqian got the message and angrily said, "You're calling me brainless? Do you have proof? If you don't have proof. If I don't, what? You're going to send me a lawyer's letter and sue me for slander?" Zhao Qian interrupted her and continued, "But before sending a lawyer's letter, you'd better find a lawyer first." One moment earlier, Wang Qianqian had been full of confidence. After hearing Zhao Qian's words, she deflated on the spot. On this deserted island, forget about sending a lawyer's letter, it was probably hard enough to even find a fourth person. How could she possibly send a lawyer's letter? Besides, with how often celebrities threaten with legal letters, netizens didn't take them seriously anymore. Especially recently, a male star committed a crime. At first, he also threatened to sue and swore that if he had done anything wrong, he'd go to prison himself. And in the end, he really went in. Though he was scummy, at least he kept his word, and that earned some respect. "Anyway, I'm not brainless," Wang Qianqian protested weakly. "Then why don't you go try at the beach, see if you can catch a lobster or king crab?" Zhao Qian teased. "Don't get cocky. If I weren't injured, I'd definitely catch a lobster and a king crab." Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and said. Zhao Qian was speechless upon hearing Wang Qianqian still dreaming about catching lobsters and king crabs. So after everything he just said, this brainless celebrity still hadn't realized those short videos she saw were fake. Sigh. Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said, "King crabs are deep-sea crabs. They usually live around 850 meters underwater. Even at high tide, they don't get washed up? Also, if king crabs were really that easy to pick up, do you think they'd be so expensive? 850 meters deep?" Wang Qianqian might lack knowledge, but she wasn't stupid. She still understood basic facts. So, when she heard that king crabs live 850 meters below sea level, she realized those short videos were fake. "Ah?" Wang Qianqian mumbled for a bit and said awkwardly, "Thanks. Otherwise, I'd still be in the dark." "No need to thank me. I had selfish reasons too." Zhao Qian waved his hand and said casually. "On a deserted island, one more person means one more chance of survival. I was just worried that after watching those dumb videos, you'd get yourself killed, and then we'd have one less person. Well, we're at least going through this hardship together. Do you really have to be so harsh?" Wang Qianqian pouted, feeling wronged. "So do you want me to tell the truth or lie? If all your truths are just to insult me, I'd rather you lie." "Lie?" Zhao Qian paused, then seriously said, "You're really smart." Wang Qianqian was so angry she couldn't speak. She grabbed a palm heart and bit into it hard. Even though the palm core was bland, it could still fill the stomach. After eating 2 of them, Wang Qianqian didn't feel as hungry. Just then, Lu Yun, who had been unconscious, suddenly started coughing violently and slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Yun, thank goodness, you finally woke up. Wang Qianqian hurried over and helped Lu Yun sit up. Lu Yun was still in a daze, her mind a mess. She held her head and asked, Qianqian, where are we? Our plane crashed. Right now, we're stranded on a deserted island. Wang Qianqian's expression darkened a bit as she continued, but thankfully, we're both safe. Plane crash, deserted island. After hearing Wang Qianqian's words, Lu Yun froze, unable to react for a while. What surprised Zhao Qian was that he had thought this timid-looking girl would panic, but instead, Lu Yun only dazed out for a bit and then accepted the reality. It seemed that behind her timid appearance, she was actually quite strong. Xiao Yun, do you think someone will come rescue us? Wang Qianqian asked. Under normal circumstances, if a plane goes missing for several hours, the airline will arrange a rescue. Lu Yun clearly had a much better grasp of the basics than Wang Qianqian. Today's already the 2nd day since the crash. That means the rescue team will find us soon. Wang Qianqian counted on her fingers and looked very happy. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't know what to say. What Lu Yun described was just standard airline protocol. It didn't mean the airline would find them within a week. Many crashed planes aren't found for years. Even the ones found quickly usually take dozens of days. And Wang Qianqian was still dreaming of being rescued soon. Zhao Qian couldn't be bothered to explain and looked at Lu Yun. Now that you're awake, it's time for you to help too. Do you have no heart? Xiao Yun just woke up and you're already making her work. Wang Qianqian spoke up before Lu Yun could. We only have this much water left. Now it has to be shared among 3 people. How many days do you think it'll last? Zhao Qian didn't argue, just calmly asked back. The rescue team will arrive soon. We don't need to hold out that long, Wang Qianqian said. Are you 100% sure the rescue team will find us before we die of thirst? Zhao Qian asked again. I? Wang Qianqian immediately lost confidence because she couldn't be sure when they'd be rescued. Mr. Qianqian didn't mean it that way. Whatever work you need, feel free to assign it to us, Lu Yun quickly said, seeing that Wang Qianqian had no response. Zhao Qian didn't hold back and said directly, before the rescue team comes, we have to think about how to survive here. You both have 2 tasks, find fresh water and materials to build a shelter. If there's time, go to an open spot on the beach and lay out an SOS sign. We have so much to do. Wang Qianqian started complaining again. If we're doing all this, then what are you doing? I've got just one job, to make sure we don't starve. Zhao Qian replied, then looked playfully at Wang Qianqian and added, of course, if you can catch lobsters and king crabs, I'll do your jobs instead. TMD, so annoying. Wang Qianqian could tell Zhao Qian was mocking her and shouted angrily. Zhao Qian briefly replenished his energy. After avoiding the hottest hours of midday, he set out again in the afternoon to look for food once the sun wasn't so scorching. Although palm hearts could temporarily satisfy hunger, it was only a short-term solution. Humans who don't eat meat for a long time lack protein, which leads to fatigue and body swelling. Once that happens, it becomes a disaster. So his afternoon task was to find something that could supplement protein. Don't forget the tasks I assigned you. Zhao Qian, worried that Wang Qianqian wouldn't take the task seriously, reminded her again before leaving. Got it. Wang Qianqian pouted, full of resentment, and muttered under her breath, totally not a man. We're 2 women, one injured, one just back from the brink of death. How could he still have the heart to make us work? Zhao Qian, of course, heard her complaints, but he didn't respond to the pampered celebrity. Given the current situation, surviving was the top priority. Whether his approach was appropriate or not no longer mattered. After all, if they couldn't survive, when they were found later, they'd just be 3 skeletons. No one would care whether they had been male or female. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian once again entered the forest. He first went to check the traps he had set up. But after inspecting all of them, he found that not only were there no animals, the traps hadn't even been triggered. Helpless, he could only turn to his backup plan, finding branches and vines to weave fishing tools. Compared to other wild environments, one advantage of a deserted island was that getting food was somewhat easier. Soon, Zhao Qian found some branches and vines, the basic materials needed to make fishing tools. With these, all that was left was to weave them. Weaving a fishing tool wasn't simple. First, he had to mentally construct the design, then, he had to have the necessary weaving skills. Fortunately, as a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian had both. I'll use a fish trap structure for this, Zhao Qian said to himself as he sketched a basic diagram on the ground, then began weaving step by step. The fish trap structure was well suited for fishing. It consisted of a funnel-like entrance and a tightly woven cage. The entrance was wide, but the exit was narrow. Once fish, shrimp, or crabs entered, it was nearly impossible for them to get out. The weaving process was very tedious. Even with his knowledge, it still took Zhao Qian several hours to finish the trap. Growl. Just as he finished the trap, Zhao Qian's stomach growled. It's been 2 days, other than palm hearts, I've eaten almost nothing. I'm starving. Zhao Qian rubbed his stomach and said with a bitter smile. He knew that if he didn't eat something soon, his energy would drastically drop, and surviving would become even harder. He continued, the fishing tool is ready, but it's almost dark. I'll have to fish tomorrow. Right now, the priority is restoring energy. I'll go check the traps again. If there's still nothing, I'll have to rely on palm hearts for food again. Thinking this, he dropped the fishing tool on the ground and went to check his traps. First one, no animal. Second one, no animal. Third one, still nothing. He had set 4 traps in total. After checking the first 3, he had nothing. Just as he was about to give up hope and arrived at the 4th trap, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound. There's something. Zhao Qian's frustration vanished. He rushed forward and saw a gray figure caught in the trap. It was a mouse, about 10 centimeters long. Maybe it sensed danger from Zhao Qian's presence, so it squeaked loudly and struggled wildly. But it wasn't strong enough and couldn't break free. Heh, don't be scared. I'll eat you tonight. Zhao Qian let out a creepy laugh, then stomped on the mouse to knock it out. He didn't catch it with his hands because he was afraid the mouse might bite him. He couldn't guarantee whether it carried viruses, so stepping on it was the safest method. Zhao Qian picked up the mouse, weighed it, and sighed, this is way too small. With 3 of us, even just me, it's not enough. After removing the guts and skin, the edible part of this mouse was less than a chicken leg. It wasn't nearly enough to fill his stomach. Before it gets totally dark, I'll go get more palm hearts, Zhao Qian said, then headed toward the palm trees. But halfway there, he saw a fallen dead tree and paused for a few seconds, eyes lighting up. To others, it was just a dead tree. But to him, it was a rich source of protein. Thinking this, he picked up a rock from the ground, walked quickly to the dead tree, and smashed it hard. Bang, the rotten bark broke apart. Zhao Qian quickly reached in. Moments later, a smile appeared on his face, and in his hand was a burst grub. Burst grub isn't its scientific name. It got famous because Bear Grylls once ate one raw on a show. The memorable moment was when Bear bit into it, and the guts burst out on the spot. Actually, burst grubs are beetle larvae. They're edible and rich in protein, a pretty good wild food source. Back when Zhao Qian was training himself in survival, he even bought some of these grubs. Of course, he didn't eat them raw, he washed and deep-fried them. Nice and crispy, tasted pretty good. Growl. Just thinking about it made his stomach growl again. Looking at the plump, wriggling grub in his hand, he had a sudden urge to eat it. But just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he paused and scolded himself, how can I be so selfish? Good things should be shared. I can't eat alone. Saying that, he put the grub away and continued searching the tree for more. Maybe because no humans had disturbed this area, the number of grubs in the dead tree was quite high. In no time, he dug out dozens of them. Looking at the pile of grubs, Zhao Qian smiled. He felt tonight's dinner would be a feast. Why isn't he back yet? I'm starving. At the camp, Wang Qianqian sat by the fire, her stomach growling uncontrollably. She felt completely drained. She was both hungry and thirsty, and didn't want to move at all. Only now did she finally understand why Zhao Qian always talked about conserving energy, because it was just too hard to find food on a deserted island. That afternoon, while looking for water sources and materials to build a shelter, she had also paid attention to anything edible, but found nothing at all. Qianqian, have some water. Luyun opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian stared at the bottle and swallowed repeatedly. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, forget it. That guy watches the water like a hawk. He'll notice even if I drink a little. Luyun said, it's fine. I've already thought of a way to get fresh water. It's enough for the 3 of us. Xiaoyun, you're amazing. Hearing that, Wang Qianqian excitedly took the bottle and drank in big gulps. Maybe because she'd been thirsty all day, she downed the entire bottle in one go, not leaving a single drop. After drinking, she sighed with satisfaction, that was so good. That's just because you were thirsty. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice came from the darkness. Hearing it, Wang Qianqian was so startled that she instinctively hid the empty water bottle behind her, afraid he'd notice. Don't bother hiding it. I already saw everything. Zhao Qian walked out of the dark, glanced at Wang Qianqian, and said, banning you from drinking water for a day was to make you cherish it. Looks like it worked. I'm allowing you to drink now. Wang Qianqian snorted, unconvinced. Zhao Qian smiled without saying anything, threw a bundle made from clothes onto the ground, and said, "You're all hungry, right? This is the food I found today. Prepare it and you can eat." Food. Wang Qianqian was already starving, and upon hearing that, she quickly ran over and opened the bundle. At this moment, even if it was palm hard, she'd eat it without hesitation. What is this? It's soft and moving. Because the fire was dim, Wang Qianqian couldn't see clearly and reached into the bundle. A second later, when she realized she was holding a plump, squirming white worm, the excitement on her face turned into fear at lightning speed. Ah! Wang Qianqian screamed in terror, threw the grub away, and ran off. "Zhao Qian, you jerk. This is the food you found? What else did you expect?" Zhao Qian walked over, picked up the grub, and said, "Beetle larva, its protein content is several times that of beef." Wang Qianqian cut him off and said firmly, "Even if I starve to death, I'll never eat bugs." Hearing this, Zhao Qian took out the mouse he'd caught and said, "If you won't eat bugs, then you'll have to eat this. It's nutritious too." Wang Qianqian looked at the mouse, and her expression now showed not only fear but disgust. She shouted at Zhao Qian, "Can't you find some normal food? It's either bugs or mice, how are we supposed to eat that? If you won't eat, then stay hungry." Zhao Qian frowned in annoyance. He'd been willing to share the good stuff with her, but she didn't appreciate it and even called the food he found not normal. In that case, let her starve. No need to pamper her. He then began preparing the mouse and the grubs. Actually, only the mouse needed preparation. The grubs feed on wood, so their insides were clean. No washing needed, just skewer them on a stick and roast over the fire. "I'll help." At this moment, Luyun stepped forward and offered to handle the skewering. Zhao Qian was surprised. "You're not scared?" "I am." Luyun's hands trembled as she held the grubs, but she forced herself to stay calm. "But given our situation, it's already good that we have something to eat. If we don't eat, we'll go hungry." "You're better than someone else who still doesn't get the reality," Zhao Qian said while intentionally glancing at Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian glared back fiercely. She wanted to argue but in the end kept her mouth shut. Normally, most people can't eat this kind of thing. It's understandable that Qianqian doesn't want to. Luyun spoke up for her, then curiously asked Zhao Qian, "But you, how do you know so many survival skills and facts? It's really surprising." "I'm a wilderness survival enthusiast," Zhao Qian replied with a smile. Compared to Wang Qianqian's airheadness, he preferred chatting with Luyun. And so, the two of them chatted while preparing the ingredients. During this time, the first grilled grub was done. It gave off a fragrant smell, a deadly temptation to their starving bodies. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then decided to show rare gentlemanly behavior. He picked up the grilled grub and handed it to Luyun, saying, "This one's done. You can have it first." "Thank you." Luyun hesitated briefly, thanked Zhao Qian, and took the grub. But instead of eating it, she walked over to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you eat it." "I'm not eating it." Wang Qianqian shook her head. Though very hungry and tempted by the smell, the sight of the roasted grub still made her mentally resist. Just thinking about eating a bug gave her goosebumps. Growl. But just as she refused, her stomach growled loudly. No matter how much her mind resisted, her body's instincts couldn't be controlled. Luyun was about to try persuading her again, but after thinking about it, she held back. Knowing Wang Qianqian, trying to persuade her might trigger her rebellious streak. After a moment of hesitation, Luyun stuck the grilled grub in the ground in front of Wang Qianqian and returned to the fire. "Here's another one for you." Zhao Qian wanted to say, why bother with her? Starve her a few times and she'll stop being picky. But since it wasn't his business, he didn't comment and just handed another grub over. "Thanks." Luyun thanked him and took the grub but didn't eat it right away. Zhao Qian understood, even if she acted calm, it still wasn't easy to eat bugs right off the bat. So, he picked up one of the roasted grubs and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Crunch crunch crunch. The grub made a crispy sound as he chewed, that was the burnt skin cracking. Crispy and tasty. "You guys better eat up," Zhao Qian said, showing how delicious it was. In fact, Zhao Qian was lying, the burst grubs were not delicious. Actually, if you think about it, it's obvious. Without any seasoning, not even salt, it's impossible for burst grubs to taste good. But to avoid Wang Qianqian and Luyun rejecting them, he had no choice but to say that. Crunch. After hesitating for a moment, Luyun overcame her fear and put a burst grub into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, she turned to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, it actually tastes pretty good. You should try one too." Watching the two of them eat enthusiastically, Wang Qianqian felt even more strongly the hunger from her stomach. It was like a voice in her head kept telling her to eat the grub in front of her. Finally, after a long hesitation, she gathered her courage and picked up a burst grub. She wanted to stay stubborn, but after 2 days of only eating the not-so-filling palm hearts, she was simply too hungry. Crunch. Wang Qianqian closed her eyes, shoved the grub into her mouth, and bit down hard. Because it was cooked, there was no explosion of juice, only the crispy outer layer and soft, mushy innards. How to describe it? It wasn't as tasty as Zhao Qian and Lu Yun had made it seem, but it also wasn't as disgusting as she had imagined, barely acceptable. Seeing this, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both smiled. After Wang Qianqian finished one grub, they handed her another. This time, Wang Qianqian didn't refuse. She grabbed it and ate it, clearly starving. Zhao Qian, seeing that Wang Qianqian had fallen to the true fragrance law, didn't mock her. Instead, he asked, "Today I asked you to look for a water source and materials for building a shelter. How did it go?" Hearing this, Wang Qianqian acted like she didn't hear and just lowered her head to keep eating. Because the tasks Zhao Qian assigned them weren't completed at all. They didn't find a water source, nor did they gather materials for building a shelter. "We didn't find a water source," Lu Yun said, "but I figured out a way to get fresh water from seawater, enough for the 3 of us to drink. Not only that, I can extract sea salt. It's not the same as the salt we're used to, but it's fine for long-term use." "How do you get fresh water from seawater? Using distillation?" Zhao Qian asked. "Yes. Distillation alone won't get enough fresh water for the 3 of us to drink." As a survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian naturally knew about distilling seawater. The problem is, this method is too inefficient. On a good day, you might get just 1 cup of water, which is far from enough. "Traditional distillation isn't enough, of course," Lu Yun said. "But I mean boiling the water to create steam." She explained her method in detail. After listening, Zhao Qian generally understood what she meant. Traditional methods use solar evaporation and collect the steam, very slow. Lu Yun's method used fire to speed up the evaporation process, making it much faster to get drinkable water. "That's a good method. It can indeed solve our drinking water problem," Zhao Qian agreed. Lu Yun continued, "After seawater evaporates, the leftover is sea salt." Zhao Qian reminded her, "Boiling seawater gives you raw salt. It's okay short-term, but long-term, it's not good for your health. Seawater contains lots of salt, but it also has many harmful elements. That's why nobody eats raw salt made from boiling seawater. Edible sea salt is refined industrially to remove harmful substances. And now, ever since a certain country that's doing quite well decided to dump nuclear wastewater into the ocean, whether sea salt is even edible anymore is another question." "Don't worry," Lu Yun said confidently. "I know how to purify sea salt." "You know how to refine sea salt?" Zhao Qian was surprised, even he didn't know how to do that. After all, a deserted island is just one survival environment. He mainly trained for mountains, deserts, and forests, so he didn't study island survival much. Lu Yun is a top graduate from Peking University. Purifying raw salt is easy for her, Wang Qianqian said proudly when she saw Zhao Qian surprised by her assistant. "Peking University?" Zhao Qian glanced at Lu Yun again. Anyone who got into Peking University was definitely a top student. "Impressive, right?" Wang Qianqian asked smugly. "Very impressive," Zhao Qian nodded, then looked at the smug Wang Qianqian and asked, "Since your assistant is from Peking University, your education level must be high too. Tell me so I can admire you." "Me?" Just a second ago she was smug, but Wang Qianqian instantly deflated and couldn't speak. Lu Yun explained, "Qianqian has always dreamed of becoming a star since she was little, and she worked hard for it, so her academics weren't her strength." Zhao Qian paused for a moment at this polite explanation, then asked playfully, "Bachelor's degree?" Wang Qianqian said nothing. "Associates?" Still no response. "High school?" Silence again. "You're not like Xiao Yeye, are you?" Zhao Qian suddenly thought of the possibility. Wang Qianqian finally nodded. "As expected, you don't need brains to become a celebrity," Zhao Qian sighed. He had always looked down on modern-day internet celebrities. Most of them were just a marketing product with no real talent or knowledge. Which is why so many of them get exposed: tax evasion, surrogacy, drugs, you name it. There's nothing their fans can imagine that they haven't done. Even Wang Qianqian, whom he had a good impression of before, turned out to be just a pretty face with shockingly little common sense. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue, but thinking of her low education level, she could only grumble, "You sound like you have some amazing education. Go ahead, tell me so I can admire you." Zhao Qian gave her a contemptuous glance and said, "If you compare yourself to me, you're just embarrassing yourself. I've had higher education." Wang Qianqian was startled. Don't tell me, you're from a 985 or 211 university? Zhao Qian shook his head. I graduated from Jinghai City No. 3 High School. No. 3 High School? Wang Qianqian was confused and didn't get it. Lu Yun explained, No. 3 High School is a senior high school. Wang Qianqian's eyes widened. You're just a high school graduate, and you dare look down on me? Zhao Qian said, I'm a high school graduate. You're a middle school graduate. My education is still higher than yours. Wang Qianqian wanted to fight back but had no argument. She never thought, even in her dreams, that one day she, a big celebrity, would be looked down on by a high school graduate. Seeing that Wang Qianqian didn't speak, Zhao Qian did not press the point. He looked at Lu Yun and asked, now that the drinking water problem is solved, do you have any ideas on the shelter materials? Lu Yun shook her head and said, no. We searched a large area this afternoon and didn't find materials suitable for building a shelter. Xiao Yun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Wang Qianqian, who had been quietly upset, spoke up when she heard Lu Yun. When we were searching this afternoon, didn't we see a lot of trees? Those trees can be used to build a shelter. Those trees can't be used as materials. Lu Yun shook her head. Why not? At first Wang Qianqian didn't understand, then suddenly realized and said, could it be that you are worried about damaging the environment? This is indeed a problem. Last time a film crew shot a movie and forgot to collect their trash, and they were criticized online for half a month. If I damaged the environment, wouldn't I be criticized to death? The more Wang Qianqian talked, the more she felt she was right. Confidently she said, yes, that's exactly it. Brains are a good thing, too bad you don't have any. Zhao Qian tossed a burst grub into his mouth and said while eating, we're already stranded on a deserted island. Whether we can survive is one thing. Do you think anyone will care about our damaging the environment? Wang Qianqian angrily asked, if it's not an environmental issue, then what is the reason? Zhao Qian answered, the fundamental reason is we don't have tools to cut wood. If they were in a city, cutting wood would be too easy. Go to a store and buy an axe or a chainsaw, there would be plenty of tool options. But they were on a deserted island. Forget axes and chainsaws, they didn't even have a fruit knife. Trying to cut down trees under these conditions was almost impossible. That was exactly why he had sent Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to look for shelter materials, instead of directly cutting down trees. Is there really no way at all? Wang Qianqian understood the reason and looked at Lu Yun. I don't have much knowledge about wilderness survival. In this situation, I really don't have a way either. Lu Yun shook her head slightly. What about you? Wang Qianqian then looked at Zhao Qian. I can think of 3 methods. Zhao Qian's furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he explained in detail. The first method is to use fire to burn the trees into pieces. This is something we can do right now. The only problem is controlling the fire. It could easily cause a forest fire. The second method is to find stone suitable for making stone tools and make stone tools that can cut trees. However, stone tools are easy to break, so we would need to make many of them. This means it will take a relatively long time to build the shelter. The third method is to find the plain wreckage. The wreckage must have metal in it. As long as we find the metal, we can grind it into wood-cutting tools. The problem is, we don't know where the wreckage is. We might spend a long time searching and find nothing. Of the 3 methods he thought of, the first method was the most dangerous. A slight mistake could cause an irreversible disaster. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't consider it. As for the other 2 methods, he preferred finding stones to make stone tools. Although stone tools are far inferior to metal in all aspects, the materials are easy to obtain. Once a suitable stone is found, there will be many similar stones nearby, providing a continuous supply. Finding plain wreckage, however, depends on luck. If the wreckage is on the island, they still have a chance to find it. If it's in the sea, they might never find it in this lifetime. Of these 3 methods, which one do you want to choose? Lu Yun asked. The second method, making stone tools, Zhao Qian explained. The first method is too dangerous, and the third depends on luck. Yes. I also agree with the second method. Lu Yun nodded. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Qianqian suddenly laughed out loud and said, I think we don't need to be so troubled. Didn't you both say that in a couple of days rescue would come? We can just wait quietly for rescue. Even after being on the island for 2 days, Wang Qianqian still believed that rescue would come in a short time. Seeing the naive Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian did not tell the truth, because he knew that if he told the truth, Wang Qianqian might collapse. When in a desperate situation, it's best to maintain an optimistic mindset, it helps one live longer. I'm full. Zhao Qian felt tired. He stood up from beside the fire, picked out some clothes to use as bedding, and found a quiet place to sleep. When Wang Qianqian saw Zhao Qian leave, she made a disgusted face. Then, with a look of grievance, she turned to Lu Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, when Zhao Qian looked down on my education earlier, why didn't you help me? Lu Yun answered softly, Qianqian, it's not that I didn't want to help you, I couldn't. Why not? Wang Qianqian asked in confusion. Lu Yun didn't answer immediately. She glanced in Zhao Qian's direction and said, we are lost on a deserted island. On our own, just the two of us, we won't survive. Only by staying with Zhao Qian do we have a chance to survive. Wang Qianqian questioned stubbornly, he's just a steel-straight guy. Why can't we live without him? Lu Yun asked, putting everything else aside, without him, could we find any food? Well, Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment and slowly shook her head. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit she and Lu Yun didn't know how to find food on the deserted island. Not just food, there are other dangers on the deserted island. With him here, he will protect us when there is danger, Lu Yun said. But I don't like him. He always argues with me. I've never suffered such grievances before, Wang Qianqian said, clenching her pink fist and pouting. He's actually pretty good. What is he good at? In the wilderness, there's no order. Human evil gets amplified here. Even the smallest wicked thought gets magnified. What do you mean? You're so beautiful, and a big star. Won't men have thoughts about you? At these words, Wang Qianqian's face changed drastically. She understood what Lu Yun meant. Even in human society, some sleazy people would use all sorts of excuses to get close to her and even openly offer money for her to spend a night with them. Luckily, the law restrained them, and they didn't dare act forcefully, so she escaped danger every time. But on a deserted island, there were no restraints. If Zhao Qian had even the slightest evil thought, it would be infinitely amplified, and he might act on it. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian became terribly scared and asked, Xiao Yun, since I'm so beautiful, isn't that very dangerous? You're overthinking it. Lu Yun comforted her. From what I've observed, Zhao Qian isn't interested in women who are stupid. Then I can rest assured. Wang Qianqian first breathed a sigh of relief, then thought again, wait, Xiao Yun, you just said I'm stupid. She raised her hand and said, accept my dragon claw hand punishment. Early morning? The sun slowly rose from beneath the sea, its dazzling light shining on the earth, casting rays on Zhao Qian's face. Feeling the glaring sunlight, Zhao Qian instinctively raised his hand to block it. His still drowsy eyes opened, and after sitting up, he stretched lazily. After a night of rest, he had returned to his best state, marking the first step in surviving on the deserted island. In deserted island survival, the scariest part is the first few days. As long as the first few days are endured, and no accidents occur afterward, it's entirely possible to survive on the island for a long time. Wow! Just then, Wang Qianqian's exclamation came to Zhao Qian's ears. Xiao Yun, you're amazing, you actually got fresh water from seawater. Fresh water. Zhao Qian, still a little sleepy, instantly became alert. He climbed off his bed and ran toward the sound. Fresh water is the most important thing in surviving on a deserted island. Solving the problem of fresh water is equivalent to solving the biggest survival issue. Zhao Qian came up behind the two and saw Lu Yun using a straw to connect two empty mineral water bottles, creating a simple version of a distiller. The principle of the distiller was very simple. Two empty mineral water bottles, one was used to evaporate seawater into steam, and the steam would travel through the straw into the other empty bottle. After condensation, the steam turned into water droplets, which gathered at the bottom of the bottle, thus producing drinkable fresh water. This is just a very simple principle, no need to make a fuss. Lu Yun paused and continued, also, this distiller is just a temporary solution. We can't rely on it to get fresh water long term. Why? Wang Qianqian tilted her head and asked. Zhao Qian explained, when plastic is heated above 90 degrees, it releases toxic substances. Once or twice won't harm the body, but long-term use isn't okay. The sudden voice startled Wang Qianqian. When she turned to look at Zhao Qian, she rolled her eyes but didn't respond to him. However, Zhao Qian wasn't paying attention to Wang Qianqian. His eyes were fixed on the distiller, increasingly convinced that saving Lu Yun had been a wise decision. Although he had a wealth of wilderness survival knowledge, he lacked knowledge in other areas. If it had been up to him, he might not have thought of using this method to obtain fresh water. Knowledge is power, this saying often proves true. How much fresh water can be obtained in a day like this? Zhao Qian asked his most pressing question. Not sure. Lu Yun shook her head and explained, this is also my first time making something like this, so I don't know how much fresh water can be collected each day. But it should be enough for us to drink. That's enough. Zhao Qian didn't ask for much. As long as the three of them had drinking water, he was satisfied. Besides, they still had to find a freshwater source. Getting fresh water from seawater was just a temporary solution. After admiring the distiller, Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and said, "A new day has started, let me assign some tasks. Lu Yun, you're in charge of fresh water and salt." "Okay." Lu Yun nodded slightly. Zhao Qian said to Wang Qianqian, "Your task is the same as yesterday, look for a water source and materials to build a shelter." Wang Qianqian protested, "That kind of task doesn't suit me. My leg still isn't fully healed." She didn't want to continue doing yesterday's task. There were no roads on the island. She had to push through dense vegetation to move around, and branches had scratched many places on her body. Also, she didn't have sunscreen. Being directly exposed to the sun would damage her skin. How could she continue her entertainment career then? Besides looking for water and shelter materials, what else can you do? Zhao Qian asked. Wang Qianqian pointed to the distiller and grinned, "I feel like this suits me. I can do this." Zhao Qian bluntly said, "Forget it. Fresh water and salt are essential for our survival on the island. Do you really think I'd entrust such an important job to you?" Honestly, he'd rather believe the national football team could become world champions than believe Wang Qianqian could do this job well. And this task was extremely important. If something went wrong, they would lose both fresh water and salt, directly affecting their survival. Wang Qianqian had no self-awareness and even blamed Zhao Qian, "You're just biased against me. But I'm more reliable than you, right? Yesterday you were in charge of finding food, and all you brought back were bugs and mice. Are those considered food? It's already generous I didn't let you eat air." Zhao Qian muttered to himself and said, "If I remember correctly, you ate quite a lot of those bugs and mice yesterday. You ate them, so they're food, right?" Wang Qianqian blushed and muttered, I was just hungry. Anyway, what you brought wasn't food." Seeing Wang Qianqian acting shamelessly, Zhao Qian didn't want to argue with her but couldn't let her stay idle either. So he thought for a moment and said, "How about this, if you complete your task properly today, I'll bring back fish for you." Wang Qianqian looked skeptical and asked, "You can catch fish?" Zhao Qian nodded, "Yesterday I made a fishing tool. It should be able to catch fish." Wang Qianqian said, "Do you think I'm dumb? When you came back yesterday, you didn't have any fishing tool on you." Zhao Qian replied, "Fishing tools are heavy. Of course I left them where they were. It would have been exhausting to carry them back." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian's eyes darted around, and then she suddenly got fired up and said, "You're always telling Xiaoyun and me to be careful, but actually, you're the most careless one. Something as important as a fishing tool, and you just left it out. What if it got stolen? Before, I got punished for wasting fresh water washing my face. You said fresh water was vital to our survival. Now, because of your carelessness, our fishing tool might get stolen. That also affects survival. Shouldn't you be punished too?" Zhao Qian understood what Wang Qianqian meant and froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. It took him a while to stop. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Qianqian was annoyed. She felt like Zhao Qian was trying to get out of it. "I used to suspect that being a celebrity didn't require brains. Now, thanks to you, I'm convinced, being a celebrity really doesn't require a brain." Zhao Qian laughed until he teared up. "You're saying I have no brains again? Did I say anything wrong?" Wang Qianqian clenched her fists, itching to punch Zhao Qian. "Qianqian." Lu Yun, who had been silent, gently tugged Wang Qianqian's sleeve and quietly reminded her, "We're on a deserted island right now. It's just the three of us. Even if the fishing tool was left outside, it couldn't have been stolen." As soon as she said that, the expression on Wang Qianqian's face froze. She wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. "Slow down, wait for me." In the forest of the deserted island, Wang Qianqian shouted discontentedly at Zhao Qian, who was over 10 meters ahead of her. Zhao Qian, walking in front, observed the surroundings of the forest while saying, "The two of us have heavy tasks. We're responsible for finding food, a water source, and materials to build shelter. We can't slow down." Because he didn't agree to let Wang Qianqian stay at the camp, she retaliated by insisting he accompany her, using the excuse that it's too dangerous for a girl to be alone on the island. Just like that, Zhao Qian, who was originally only responsible for finding food, now had the added tasks of finding water and building materials. "Got it." Wang Qianqian replied resentfully, quickly caught up with Zhao Qian, and asked, "What are we doing next?" Zhao Qian said, "First, check if the traps I set have caught any prey, then catch some burst bugs." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Didn't you say we wouldn't eat burst bugs at night?" She was too hungry last night, so she couldn't resist eating burst bugs, but after getting full, she felt disgusted and regretted it all night. "This time we're catching burst bugs not to eat." Zhao Qian explained, "We'll use burst bugs as bait for fishing later." That's more like it. Wang Qianqian let out a sigh of relief. Then Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to check the traps he had set. All 4 of the traps had been triggered, but unfortunately, not a single animal had been caught. After resetting the traps, the 2 of them found a fallen dead tree in the forest, cracked open the hard outer shell of the tree, and began looking for burst bugs. Because there was no human interference, the number of burst bugs, a type of pest, was very large. In no time, Zhao Qian found more than 10 burst bugs in the dead tree. Looking at the plump, wriggling white burst bugs, Wang Qianqian felt her stomach turn again and regretted eating them once more. Zhao Qian naturally noticed Wang Qianqian's reaction, but he didn't comfort her. They were on a deserted island, survival was the most important thing. If she couldn't even handle eating bugs, she simply wouldn't survive. He had to help Wang Qianqian face reality as soon as possible. Besides, compared to Bear Grylls' show, their current situation was already pretty good. He remembered one episode where Bear Grylls got water from elephant dung, and another where he gave himself an enema. Not making her drink urine or eat maggots was already merciful. After collecting enough burst bugs, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to the location of the fishing tool he made yesterday, based on memory. This thing can catch fish? Wang Qianqian looked at the strangely shaped fishing tool, not believing it could work. Whether it can catch fish or not, I don't know, but it's more reliable than picking up a king crab by the sea, don't you think? Zhao Qian replied. I think you'll drown while fishing later. Wang Qianqian cursed loudly, displeased with Zhao Qian mocking her again. Now that you've said that, I don't dare go fishing anymore. Forget it, let's go dig up burst bugs to eat. Zhao Qian dropped the fishing tool and turned to go back. Wang Qianqian panicked. Zhao Qian might not care what he eats, but she couldn't be that indifferent. Just the thought of eating burst bugs again made her stomach queasy. If she had to keep eating burst bugs, she'd rather starve. Thinking this, she grabbed Zhao Qian and said, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Let's go fishing. Zhao Qian said deliberately, have you ever heard of Murphy's Law? It means bad things are more likely to happen than good ones. Just in case, I better not take the risk. Wang Qianqian asked, what will make you go fishing? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, swear an oath. Fine. Wang Qianqian clenched her teeth, raised 3 fingers, and said, I swear Zhao Qian won't drown while fishing. If he does, I'll die with him. Don't do that. Zhao Qian quickly stopped her and said, you being alive is already annoying enough. If you die with me, wouldn't that mean I won't find peace even in death? No one torments like you do. Zhao Qian, you bastard. Wang Qianqian shouted angrily. She was a top celebrity back in the country, she had only ever looked down on others, never had anyone look down on her. Let's go, time to fish. Zhao Qian had Wang Qianqian completely under control, just one sentence made her quiet for now. Then, in a good mood, Zhao Qian carried the fishing tool and headed to the sea. But he didn't throw the fishing tool into the water right away. Instead, he followed the coastline for half an hour and found a spot full of reefs. The reefs here formed an oval shape. On the ocean-facing side, there was a gap through which fish from the sea could enter the oval. Over time, many fish gathered inside the oval. After confirming the spot, Zhao Qian picked up a rock the size of a head, took out the burst bugs he caught, and crushed them one by one. In an instant, the dark green guts of the burst bugs sprayed out. The scene looked a bit disgusting, and Wang Qianqian backed away far. Zhao Qian didn't mind at all. He smeared the crushed bug guts onto the rock, then put the rock into the fishing tool, and finally lowered it into the sea. The moment the fishing tool entered the water, the burst bug guts on the rock dispersed, immediately attracting many fish. The fish gathered around the fishing tool, opening and closing their mouths, eating the burst bug guts. But since those dispersed guts were only a small part, and more burst bugs were inside the fishing tool, the fish instinctively searched for an entrance, trying to get inside. Look! A fish just went in. Wang Qianqian saw a fish swim into the fishing tool and started jumping with excitement. Pull it up. We've got fish to eat today. But Zhao Qian stayed calm and said, don't rush. Leave the fishing tool here for now. We'll collect it when we return to camp. We still have other things to do. Wang Qianqian asked, what if the fish eat their fill and escape before we come back? Zhao Qian replied, don't worry. The fishing tool I made, once a fish enters, it can't get out. Unless someone steals it, but that's unlikely, don't you think? Wang Qianqian glared hard at Zhao Qian, knowing he was mocking her again. Looking at the sulking Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that this celebrity had a pretty good attitude. Even though he had snapped at her again and again, she never exploded in anger. And she didn't hold grudges. Every time she got mad, she'd get over it quickly and even take the initiative to talk to him again. With your kind of temper, how did you survive in the entertainment industry? Zhao Qian summed up Wang Qianqian's personality in 3 words: silly, naive, sweet. With such a character surviving in the entertainment industry, she was simply an oddball. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Qianqian was pretending, but Zhao Qian didn't think that was likely. Others pretended to be dumb. Wang Qianqian was truly dumb. What kind of temper do I have? Why couldn't I survive in the entertainment industry? Wang Qianqian looked confused. Well, this time, Zhao Qian didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say, "You're so dumb, have no scheming, don't hold grudges, and don't have a temper. There's no way someone like you could survive in the entertainment industry." That would basically be insulting her. Zhao Qian had to rephrase and asked, "I heard there are a lot of unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Have you ever come across anything like that?" Wang Qianqian didn't shy away, and was even happy to share. She nodded vigorously and said, "Of course I've come across that. Some people go through my agent, directly offering prices, asking me to accompany them." Zhao Qian's eyes lit up with gossip and quickly asked, "Then what?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, "I don't know." Zhao Qian felt like he was being tickled, exclaiming, "You're the person involved, how could you not know?" Wang Qianqian explained, "Every time that happened, I handed it over to Xiaoyun to deal with. She's really good at handling those things." Zhao Qian asked curiously, "How does she deal with them?" Wang Qianqian said, "She never tells me. She just tells me to focus on filming. But one thing is certain, those people never bothered me again." Hearing this, Zhao Qian wished he could go back to camp right now and ask Lu Yun how she handled it. After all, Lu Yun was just Wang Qianqian's assistant, not even her agent. Theoretically, she shouldn't have had much influence. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, "You completely trust her?" Wang Qianqian asked back, "Why wouldn't I trust her?" Ah? Zhao Qian was left speechless and forced a bitter smile, thinking he shouldn't have asked. With Wang Qianqian's personality, even a stranger smiling at her would make her think they were trustworthy, let alone someone she spent every day with, like her assistant. "Zhao Qian, how about this, you pull up the fishing tool and take out the fish inside, and I'll tell you more gossip about the entertainment industry." Wang Qianqian was still thinking about the fish. "You're betraying the entertainment industry over one fish?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "There's no way I'm pulling up the fishing tool now. But don't worry, I'll make sure you eat as much fish as you want today." With that, he suppressed his curiosity for gossip, turned around and said while walking, "Let's go, time to continue our next task." Wang Qianqian pouted, followed him and asked, "Still looking for water?" Zhao Qian replied, "Finding water is just one task, we also need to make stone tools and build a shelter as soon as possible. The 4 basics of wilderness survival are water, fire, food, and shelter. So far, they already had 3, water, fire, and food. The only thing they hadn't figured out was shelter. Shelter might seem unimportant, but it actually protects them from rain, snow, strong winds, wild animals, and insects, and helps ease the fear of the wilderness. The reason they hadn't yet felt the importance of shelter was because they hadn't encountered bad weather. And to build a proper shelter, they needed tools. That's why wilderness survival experts always carry knives and fire starters with them. These tasks can't be completed in one day, right? Wang Qianqian asked with a long face. Zhao Qian nodded and didn't hide the truth from Wang Qianqian. He said, "Even if everything goes smoothly, it'll still take several days." Hearing that it would take several days, Wang Qianqian panicked. "I'm a celebrity, if I get sunburned every day, my skin will get worse. Zhao Qian, can you help me?" After panicking, Wang Qianqian's voice turned soft and sweet. Her big eyes, full of admiration and plea, blinked at Zhao Qian. If it were any other man, faced with such a soft and cute Wang Qianqian, he would have instantly turned into a fool and taken on all the work. However, after 2 days of contact, Zhao Qian had some understanding of Wang Qianqian and had built up some resistance. So at this moment, instead of feeling sorry for her, he got goosebumps all over and couldn't help but shiver. It felt like Molly was acting cute with him. He'd much rather she slapped him on the shoulder and said loudly, "Bro, help me out, I'll leave everything to you." Zhao Qian looked at her with disgust and grinned, "Don't act cute, it's gross." "You." Wang Qianqian wanted to get mad, but remembering that she still needed Zhao Qian's help, she could only hold back her anger and said sweetly, "Zhao Qian Gij, if you say that, you'll hurt my feelings. Help me out, okay? Damn, get lost." Zhao Qian held back his urge to curse and said righteously, "We've already ended up on a deserted island. Survival is the real issue. Stop worrying about your skin." With that, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to speak and quickly walked away. Wang Qianqian stared blankly at Zhao Qian fleeing, then reached up and touched her own face. For the first time, she started doubting her appearance. Why did he look so disgusted with me? Am I not pretty enough? No, impossible, how could I not be pretty? If it's not my problem, then it must be his. Could it be that he doesn't like women? That's it, he likes men. Wang Qianqian was very confident in her looks. After thinking it through logically, she concluded that Zhao Qian liked men. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Qianqian showed a typical Fujoshi expression and chased after him, saying, "Sis, no, Zhao Qian, wait up. Let's talk more. I suddenly want to get to know you better." But as a weak girl, how could she catch up to Zhao Qian? There was always a distance of more than 10 meters between them. It wasn't that Zhao Qian couldn't widen the distance, it was because he was afraid she'd get lost. If she walked fast, he sped up, if she slowed down, he slowed down too. But their chase didn't last long. Zhao Qian suddenly stopped. "Finally caught up with you. Can't you slow down a bit?" Wang Qianqian panted and caught up, seeing Zhao Qian standing still and not moving. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhao Qian turned around with an excited look on his face and pointed ahead. "Coconut tree, we found a coconut tree." Coconut trees. Wang Qianqian followed Zhao Qian's pointing direction and saw several tall coconut trees scattered around, with coconuts hanging on them. For people trying to survive on a deserted island, coconuts are perfect. Coconut water can quench thirst, and coconut meat is rich in protein and fatty acids, with high nutritional value, and can be used to fill the stomach. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as a few coconut trees can be found on a deserted island, one basically doesn't need to worry about dying of thirst or hunger before the coconuts run out. However, Wang Qianqian wasn't very happy. She said in a resentful tone, "So what if there are coconut trees? You said before that you wouldn't take the risk to climb the tree to pick coconuts." Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this, feeling a bit awkward. Previously, when Wang Qianqian wasted water and was punished by not being allowed to drink for a day, she had suggested picking some coconuts to quench her thirst, but he refused, saying they were too high and it was dangerous. In fact, that reason wasn't the main one. The real reason he didn't want to pick coconuts at that time was because he hadn't seen any coconut trees. And he didn't want to waste energy looking for them. After all, they had just arrived on the island and still had many things to do. He couldn't afford to waste strength searching for coconut trees. He hadn't expected that they would now stumble upon some coconut trees by accident, which made things awkward. "I did say I wouldn't take the risk to pick coconuts, but ripe coconuts fall from the trees on their own. We can just collect the ones that have already fallen." Zhao Qian thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. Upon hearing that there might be fallen coconuts, Wang Qianqian couldn't wait and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go pick up coconuts." After speaking, she didn't even wait for Zhao Qian and ran straight toward the coconut trees. Seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly chased after her. Before they even reached the trees, they saw coconuts lying on the ground. Each tree had only 2 or 3 coconuts under it, but together there were more than 10 coconuts. "This one's mine, this one's also mine." Wang Qianqian picked up a coconut and, without even checking it, hurried to pick up more. However, coconuts are not light, and they are quite large. After picking up 3 in a row, she couldn't hold any more and stomped her feet anxiously. In contrast, Zhao Qian was much more relaxed. He picked one good-looking coconut, walked over to a nearby rock, and slammed it down hard. Thump! A dull sound rang out, and the coconut hit the rock solidly, immediately cracking open, with juice flowing out non-stop. Zhao Qian quickly picked up the coconut, aimed at the crack, and sucked hard. The fragrant, rich coconut water flowed into his mouth, and he drank the whole coconut in one go. At this moment, Wang Qianqian noticed what Zhao Qian was doing and complained, "Zhao Qian, is this really the time to be drinking? Hurry and help pick coconuts." Zhao Qian smiled and asked, "Why, are you afraid someone else will come and take them?" Wang Qianqian froze at his words. Her pale face turned red, and she was so embarrassed she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Then, she picked a coconut herself and, imitating Zhao Qian, slammed it hard against a rock. However, she wasn't as strong as Zhao Qian. After trying 6 or 7 times, she barely managed to crack it open and immediately began drinking. So delicious. Wang Qianqian took several big gulps, looking very satisfied. Don't throw away the empty coconut. After cracking it open, the coconut meat inside is still useful. As Zhao Qian spoke, he took his finished coconut and smashed it against the rock again. Since he needed to break it completely open, he slammed it 3 times before it split into 2 halves, revealing the snow-white coconut meat inside. However, he didn't eat the meat. Instead, he rubbed it on his face and exposed arms. "What are you doing?" Wang Qianqian asked in confusion while drinking coconut water. Zhao Qian explained, "Coconut oil is a great natural sunscreen. As long as you apply it on your skin, you won't have to worry about getting sunburned." Wang Qianqian was doubtful and asked, really? Why have I never heard of that? Zhao Qian paused his actions and asked back, what have you heard of? Wang Qianqian fell silent. She used to think she knew a lot, but after coming to the island, she realized she lacked basic survival knowledge. So, after thinking for a moment, she said, I believe you. As she spoke, she tried to crack open her coconut like Zhao Qian. But she was too weak. After trying more than 10 times, her arm was sore, and the coconut still wasn't open. Let me do it. Zhao Qian couldn't bear to see the coconut being tortured, so he took it from Wang Qianqian and smashed it hard against the rock. Thump! The moment the coconut hit the rock, it cracked open with a large gap. Zhao Qian pulled it apart along the crack, and the coconut split in two. You're so strong. Wang Qianqian widened her eyes in disbelief. Men are naturally stronger than women. Zhao Qian didn't think much of it. He handed the coconut back to Wang Qianqian and said, you girls have a lot of areas to apply it to, so I won't stay here. I'll go gather the coconuts. With that, he turned and walked toward the coconut trees. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian walk away and smiled faintly. She whispered, don't think I don't know you like men just because you act like a gentleman. Humph, I see right through you. What are you pretending for? In fact, out of curiosity about whether gay men react to women, she had the urge to call Zhao Qian back. But after thinking it over, she held back. If he didn't react, fine. But if he did, that would be a problem. She picked up the coconut and went into the bushes to apply the coconut oil. Zhao Qian had no idea that Wang Qianqian thought he was gay. The reason he walked away was to avoid suspicion. After all, he was a healthy, hot-blooded man. If Wang Qianqian revealed something in front of him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and do something inappropriate. Even on a deserted island, he couldn't lose his humanity. However, just as Zhao Qian finished gathering the coconuts, a terrified scream from afar came from Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian, come save me, there's a monster here. Monster? A bunch of question marks popped up in Zhao Qian's head. He thought, how could there be a monster on a deserted island? But he didn't dare stop for a second. He grabbed a rock from the ground and ran toward Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian moved quickly. In just a few seconds, he found the panicked Wang Qianqian behind the bushes. However, he didn't see any monster, only Wang Qianqian alone. Where's the monster? Zhao Qian's heart was beating fast. While staying alert to the surroundings, he asked. Wang Qianqian pointed at the bushes and said, the monster went into the bushes. It even snatched my coconut. The monster snatched your coconut? Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this, almost thinking he had misheard. He had only heard of monsters eating people. This was the first time he'd heard of a monster stealing a coconut. Could it be that monsters are vegetarian now? What did the monster look like? Zhao Qian asked. I didn't see the whole thing, just saw a huge claw. It was so scary, Wang Qianqian said, still shaken. A huge claw? Upon hearing Wang Qianqian's description, a certain creature popped into Zhao Qian's mind. Without even saying a word to Wang Qianqian, he chased in the direction the monster had fled. What are you doing? Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's action and shouted, don't go provoking the monster. Let's hurry back to camp. After all, the normal reaction to meeting a monster is to run. Why was he chasing after it? Wasn't that just asking to die? While Wang Qianqian was at a loss, Zhao Qian soon returned, but unlike before, he now held a half-meter-long creature in his hands. This creature had a pair of huge claws, and in one of them, it still held half a coconut. Is this what you saw earlier? Zhao Qian asked. Yeah, that's it. Wang Qianqian saw the familiar claw and nodded vigorously. That's not a monster, it's a creature called a coconut crab, Zhao Qian explained. The coconut crab is a type of hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter long. It's not only the largest land crab but also the largest land-dwelling arthropod. It has terrifyingly strong claws that can easily crack open the hard shell of a coconut. Coconut crab. Wang Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then said, I've heard of them before, but never seen one. I didn't expect it to look like that, so scary. Right, why did you catch it? Zhao Qian said, to eat it, of course. Wang Qianqian looked at the strange coconut crab and said in disbelief, you can eat this thing? Zhao Qian replied, not only can you eat it, it's delicious. Coconut crab meat is very tasty. Because it's been overhunted, coconut crabs are protected in many countries. Then, Wang Qianqian wanted to say something. Don't ruin the mood. Zhao Qian, as if knowing what Wang Qianqian was about to say, cut her off and said, we've ended up on a deserted island. The most important thing now is survival. Whether the coconut crab is protected or not, to me it's just food. Wang Qianqian went silent for a while after hearing this, then nodded and said nothing more. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was afraid Wang Qianqian would suddenly act like a saint and stop him from eating the crab. That would be a big loss. Next, Zhao Qian tore some clothes into strips and tied up the coconut crab securely using a method similar to binding crabs. After doing all that, he smiled and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "All right, we." However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Qian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on Wang Qianqian. At first, Wang Qianqian didn't understand, but then she looked down and suddenly realized, she had taken off her t-shirt earlier to apply coconut oil, and now she was only wearing underwear, with large areas of her white skin exposed. "Ah!" Wang Qianqian screamed, covering herself with both hands and shouted at Zhao Qian, "Pervert! Turn around now." "Pfft, so small, acting like someone wants to look." Zhao Qian put on an expression like he didn't care, but his eyes stayed on her chest for a few more seconds before reluctantly turning away. Hiss. "Who?" After turning around, Zhao Qian took deep breaths to suppress the desire burning inside. He had to admit, Wang Qianqian's figure was quite good. Combined with her delicate facial features, he had nearly lost control. But Wang Qianqian didn't know any of this. When she heard Zhao Qian say she wasn't big, she even glanced down and felt a bit unconvinced. Not that big, but definitely not small. Wang Qianqian thought, besides, many women nowadays get implants, theirs are fake, mine is all natural. Oh, right. I almost forgot, he doesn't like women. What am I doing, caring about what a gay guy thinks? That's so silly. Once she thought that, her mood instantly improved. The only thing that still annoyed her was that Zhao Qian questioned her size. Even if mine isn't big, it's still bigger than most men's, right? How could he say something so contradictory? "I'm dressed now." Wang Qianqian finished fixing her clothes and told Zhao Qian. "Okay." Zhao Qian turned back around and tried to stay calm. "Let's go collect the fishing tool, then head back to camp." Wang Qianqian asked, "We're going back already? We're not finishing the rest of the task." Zhao Qian shook his head and said, "It's almost noon. The temperature on the island will rise a lot, it's easy to get heatstroke. The temperature on a deserted island is a bit like in the desert. At night, the temperature drops very low, below zero. If he hadn't collected a lot of luggage and found clothes, they would have frozen during the night. But during the day, the island gets very hot. Even he didn't dare do strenuous activity at noon, it was too easy to get heatstroke." He continued, "Also, we've used up a lot of energy. We need to eat to recover, so we can stay in top condition." Since arriving on the island, the only proper meal was last night's dinner, but even then, they hadn't eaten enough. They hadn't eaten anything this morning, and they had walked far during the morning. Now Zhao Qian was starving, he had to eat something. "All right, let's go back." Seeing Zhao Qian explain so thoroughly, Wang Qianqian wanted to interrupt. She didn't care about any of the reasons. From the start, she hadn't wanted to come out. Now that she could go back to camp, she was more than happy. Next, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to the shore to retrieve the fishing tool. They were lucky, they caught 5 fish. Although none of them were big, each was about the size of a palm, enough for a good meal. After collecting the fish, Zhao Qian added more bait, put the fishing tool back into the sea, and then the two of them headed back to camp together. While they were gone, Lu Yun hadn't been idle. She had collected 3 bottles of fresh water and now seemed to be making salt. Seeing this, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian quickly went over, wanting to see how salt was made. Actually, Lu Yun had already obtained quite a bit of coarse salt through seawater distillation. This coarse salt wasn't in granular form, but in chunks, which Lu Yun had collected into an empty bottle. "Xiao Yun, this salt looks weird." Wang Qianqian looked at the salt, which was completely different from normal salt, and while asking, couldn't help but pinch a bit and put it into her mouth. Tui tui tui. As soon as she put it in her mouth, before she could even taste it properly, she started spitting it out forcefully, her expression twisting. "Why does this salt taste like this?" Wang Qianqian continued, "It's salty, but also bitter. It tastes terrible. That's how coarse salt is." Zhao Qian also pinched a bit to taste. The flavor was indeed not great. Seawater doesn't only contain salt, it has many other impurities. Distilling seawater only removes the water, not those impurities. Lu Yun followed up Zhao Qian's words, "This kind of coarse salt isn't good for long-term consumption. It needs to be refined." Wang Qianqian asked, "How do you refine it?" Although asking questions when you don't understand is a good learning habit, you're just a middle schooler. Even if I tell you the method, will you understand it? Zhao Qian was unhappy because Wang Qianqian kept asking questions and was holding up Lu Yun's progress. "You're only a high schooler yourself. What are you so proud of?" Wang Qianqian shot back. "I have a higher education level than you." Zhao Qian puffed out his chest, showing off that unique high schooler aura, then immediately bent down and looked at Lu Yun, saying, "Let's ignore the middle schooler. You demonstrate for me how to purify sea salt." The top student from Peking University looked at the bickering high schooler and middle schooler and slowly nodded. Luyun took a bottle of her purified freshwater, crushed the coarse salt into granules, and began adding it to the water bit by bit, until no more salt could dissolve. Then she stopped. Seeing this, the high schooler and middle schooler were both confused. They didn't understand why the top student from Peking University was adding salt to the precious purified water. Wasn't that turning fresh water back into seawater? While they were puzzled, Luyun fetched some clothes to use as a filter, layering them over the bottle mouth, 3 layers in total. On the 4th layer, she added some black powder. The middle schooler didn't know what the black powder was, but the high schooler recognized it. It was charcoal powder. In wilderness survival, charcoal powder has many uses, one of which is to absorb harmful substances in water or air. In this case, it was used to absorb impurities from the saltwater. Of course, this method only removes water-insoluble impurities. It doesn't work for impurities dissolved in water. Luyun added 3 more layers of cloth, then turned the bottle upside down. Very soon, water began dripping through the layers of cloth and charcoal. The entire process was quite long. It took a lot of time to filter all the salt water. After removing the cloth, they found lots of residue left behind, most on the innermost layer, decreasing with each layer, and almost none on the last. This step removes the water-insoluble impurities from the saltwater. If conditions allow, it's best to repeat it multiple times, Luyun said, seeing that the middle schooler looked like she wanted to ask but didn't dare, so she explained first. After the explanation, Luyun took an empty bottle and poured out half of the filtered salt water. Then she placed that half over the fire to distill and heat it. As the water evaporated from the salt water, crystals began forming at the bottom of the bottle. This time, both the high schooler and the middle schooler recognized it as salt. Compared to the initial coarse salt, this salt was more refined and whiter. "Xiaoyun, is this the refined salt that we can directly eat?" Wang Qianqian asked. "This is only the first refinement. Although it's better than before, it's still best not to eat it directly." Luyun shook her head. "Still can't eat it? So troublesome," Wang Qianqian said. "Don't worry, we're almost there," Luyun replied. She then crushed the newly refined salt and brought back the other half of the filtered salt water. In the stunned eyes of the high schooler and middle schooler, the Peking University top student poured the once refined salt back into the remaining salt water and stirred continuously. But a surprising thing happened. This time, the coarse salt didn't dissolve and remained as crystals at the bottom. After enough stirring, Luyun poured out the salt water and heated the crystals left at the bottom. Since there wasn't much moisture this time, the distillation finished quickly, and she obtained salt once again. Whether it was their eyes playing tricks or the refinement actually worked, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were shocked to find that this batch of salt was even whiter. "Try it." Luyun placed the twice refined salt in front of Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. "I'll go first." Wang Qianqian pinched a bit, hesitated, and put it in her mouth. After tasting it carefully, she said in disbelief, "Amazing. This salt barely has any bitterness now." "Xiaoyun, how did you do that?" Zhao Qian also looked confused. He hadn't figured it out either. Luyun didn't keep it to herself and smiled as she explained. "The first purification removes the water-insoluble impurities. The second removes the impurities dissolved in the water. Because we don't have ideal conditions right now, I used the saturation purification method." "Do you know what saturation means?" Wang Qianqian shook her head. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and said, "Is it when a substance is dissolved in water to its maximum limit, and adding more won't dissolve it? More or less?" Luyun said, "At first, I kept adding coarse salt to fresh water to make the salt water saturated. At that point, if I continued adding salt, what would happen? If it's saturated, it won't dissolve anymore," Zhao Qian answered, then suddenly had a realization. Every substance has a different saturation point. The salt water had already reached the saturation point for salt, but the other dissolved substances in the coarse salt hadn't. So, when we added more coarse salt, the salt couldn't dissolve, but the other impurities still could. That's how the resulting salt became even purer. After listening, Luyun smiled and said, "Exactly. That's the reason. You're pretty smart." Being praised by Luyun gave Zhao Qian a sense of being praised by a teacher. He smugly glanced at the middle schooler beside him and lifted his chin high. As if to say, "Middle schooler, feel the superiority of my education?" "Childish." Wang Qianqian snorted and turned her head, with an expression that said she wouldn't stoop to his level. But her tightly clenched fists showed that she was not in a good mood. When Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian returned to the camp, it was not yet noon, but by the time salt making was finished, it was already afternoon. It had to be said, salt making was a very tedious process. Just filtering and evaporating the saltwater took a lot of time. And the refined salt was very little, only about 2 bottle caps worth. Even so, Zhao Qian still had Lu Yun continue making salt. Because once a person goes more than 10 days without eating salt, their sodium levels drop, which can lead to loss of appetite, limb weakness, dizziness, and in severe cases, rapid heartbeat, muscle spasms, blurred vision, slowed reflexes. Just imagine experiencing those symptoms on a deserted island. It would basically be a death sentence. This was the first time making salt, and I'm still not very practiced. Next time it will be faster, Lu Yun said as she handed the refined salt to Zhao Qian. Xiao Yun, this is already amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to get this much salt. Wang Qianqian didn't give Zhao Qian a chance to speak. She stuck out her pink tongue, licked her lips, and said, with this salt, we don't have to eat flavorless food anymore. Lu Yun smiled and asked, what did you two catch to eat? Wang Qianqian immediately replied, we caught 5 fish, found over 10 coconuts, but they were too heavy, so we only brought back 3. And we also got a coconut crab. With these, we don't have to eat rats or burst bugs anymore. She then vividly and dramatically told the story of their morning, exaggerating along the way. At first, Zhao Qian didn't think much of her version, but after listening for a while, he suddenly realized that it sounded like he didn't do anything the whole time. Whether it was catching fish or grabbing the coconut crab, all the credit went to Wang Qianqian. He was just a bystander. If this had been when he first met her, Zhao Qian would have snapped back without hesitation. But after spending 2 days together, he knew Wang Qianqian meant no harm, she just liked showing off. So he didn't bother arguing and instead went to clean the fish. Soon, all 5 fish were gutted and cleaned. Then Zhao Qian found 5 sticks, skewered the fish, and placed them over the fire to roast. Not long after, the smell of roasted fish spread through the air, drifting toward Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Wang Qianqian, who had been chatting away, immediately stopped, sniffed the air, realized it was Zhao Qian roasting fish, and pulled Lu Yun over to check it out. Unable to resist, she reached out for the fish. Slap. Just as Wang Qianqian's hand was about to touch the fish, Zhao Qian slapped the back of her pale hand. Ow! Why did you hit me? Wang Qianqian pulled her hand back in pain and asked angrily. The fish just went on the fire, it's not cooked yet, Zhao Qian explained. Even if it's not cooked, you didn't have to hit me. Couldn't you just tell me? Wang Qianqian asked. Nope. Zhao Qian shook his head, and before Wang Qianqian could ask why, he explained, your hand moves faster than your brain. Even if I told you, your brain wouldn't finish processing what I said before your hand already grabbed the fish. Wang Qianqian thought about it and then smiled happily, asking, are you saying I have fast reflexes? Why would you think that? Zhao Qian shook his head again, looked at her, and said clearly, I'm saying you're dumb, you act without thinking. You called me dumb? That's it, I'm fighting you. Wang Qianqian shouted, baring her teeth. If you want to eat delicious fish, go play somewhere else. I'll call you when it's ready, Zhao Qian said while focusing on the fish, completely ignoring her outburst. Humph. What does he take me for? Am I someone who would bow down for food? Wang Qianqian thought Zhao Qian was being ridiculous. She was a top-tier celebrity, how could she be won over by a grilled fish? Yet somehow, just like Zhao Qian said, her mouth moved faster than her brain. Okay, call me when it's ready. As soon as she said it, Wang Qianqian froze in place and wished she could slap herself. So embarrassing. Luckily, Lu Yun changed the subject and asked, are we eating the coconut crab today? Zhao Qian looked at the crab, thought for a moment, and shook his head. These 5 fish are enough for 1 meal. No need to eat the crab now. Besides, the coconut crab is still alive, we can keep it as emergency food. There was no guarantee of food on a deserted island. They might be eating fish now, but next time, they might catch nothing and go hungry. To avoid that, they needed to stockpile food, and this live coconut crab was the best option. It was also quite big, 5 to 6 pounds. Eaten sparingly, it could feed them for a day or 2. That's what I was thinking too, Lu Yun said. Let me help you with the grilling. Sure, if we both do it, the fish will be ready faster. Zhao Qian handed 2 fish to Lu Yun so they could roast together. Wang Qianqian saw that Lu Yun had taken Zhao Qian's attention and walked off sulking, pouting, unsure if she was angry at Zhao Qian or herself. Pop pop pop. While she was pouting, she suddenly heard bubbling sounds and looked over. It was the coconut crab blowing bubbles. In that instant, Wang Qianqian felt a sense of shared misery. She patted the crab's head and said, we're both pitiful creatures. Crab, I'm bullied by that jerk every day, and you got caught by him too. Now he wants to eat you. So cruel. Pop pop pop. Whether the crab understood or not, it kept blowing bubbles. You agree with me, right? Wang Qianqian smiled. Since we share the same fate, we're friends now. Don't worry, I, Wang Qianqian, value loyalty the most. I'll never abandon a friend. Pop pop pop. The coconut crab seemed to respond. Grilling fish is a skill. Without experience, it's easy to burn them. But with Xiao Qian's careful guidance and Lu Yun's great learning ability, they managed to cook the 5 fish perfectly. The roasted fish had golden skin and gave off a mouth-watering aroma. All 3 of them instinctively swallowed their saliva. One last step. Zhao Qian took the salt they had made earlier and carefully sprinkled it on the fish. With that done, Zhao Qian called out loudly to Wang Qianqian, "All right, come eat." Coming. Wang Qianqian, who was full of complaints just moments ago, immediately ran over at the mention of grilled fish, leaving the coconut crab behind. If the coconut crab could talk, it would definitely ask her, "Didn't you say you wouldn't abandon your friend?" Although the only seasoning for the grilled fish was salt, when Wang Qianqian put the fish in her mouth, she felt it was the most delicious food in the world, better than anything she had eaten before. In just a few bites, the 3 of them finished all 5 fish, each showing a satisfied expression on their face. Since getting stranded on the island, this was the most enjoyable meal they had. After eating, they even got to drink some refreshing coconut water. "Xiao Yun, this should be the 3rd day since the plane crash, right?" Wang Qianqian asked suddenly while drinking coconut water. As soon as she said this, the smiles on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun's faces froze, and their expressions turned silent. The 2 of them both knew what Wang Qianqian would ask next. Sure enough. Wang Qianqian followed up, "When do you think rescue will arrive? I really don't want to stay on this island forever." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, it should be soon." Soon? Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile, knowing Lu Yun was lying to Wang Qianqian. Normally, after a plane crash, rescue teams search for 3 to 7 days. Once that time passes, search efforts greatly decrease, and the chance of being rescued becomes nearly 0. If no one is found within 2 years, the law can officially declare the person dead. At that point, there's basically no rescue effort at all. Although it had only been 3 days, finding them in the vast ocean was like finding a needle in a haystack. He didn't hold out much hope. Now, the only thing he could rely on was Wang Qianqian's fame back in China. If the incident got enough attention, perhaps the search effort wouldn't stop so soon. "That's good," Wang Qianqian said excitedly. "When I get back, I'm going to hire some screenwriters to turn my story into a script. We'll make a movie out of it, it'll definitely be a hit. Do you want to be in it? I can give you the male lead." "No, forget it, you've never acted before. You probably won't do well and will just get yelled at by the director. But we can do a wilderness survival show. I'll invite you as a guest, you'll make a lot of money." Zhao Qian played along and said, "Thanks." Wang Qianqian waved her hand and said, "Although you always argue with me, you did save me. I'm not someone who forgets kindness. I, Wang Qianqian, value loyalty above all. I never abandon my friends." After saying that, she suddenly remembered Lu Yun and continued, "Xiao Yun, you're so capable, when we get back, don't be my assistant anymore. I plan to start a film company and put you fully in charge." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Thank you. I'm full now, I'm going to take a beauty nap. Wake me up when the sun isn't so harsh." Wang Qianqian finished her coconut, stretched, and went off to find a shady spot to sleep. Sigh? Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both sighed. In the end, they still couldn't bring themselves to tell Wang Qianqian the truth. Afternoon. The sun dropped slightly, and the temperature wasn't as high. Zhao Qian stood up and said to Lu Yun, "I'm heading out." Lu Yun hesitated and asked, "Should we wake Qianqian?" Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian, who was still sleeping, and shook his head, "No need. She'll only be a burden. I'm better off going alone." Normally, 2 people working is better than 1, but Wang Qianqian was an exception. The entire morning, not only did she not help at all, she actually got in the way and slowed him down. She wasn't a helper, she was a damn burden. Fortunately, this burden had a conscience and didn't have the usual diva attitude. As long as it was within his ability, Zhao Qian was willing to take care of her. Of course, besides Wang Qianqian, part of the reason was also Lu Yun. Lu Yun was Wang Qianqian's assistant and clearly protected her. If Zhao Qian ever tried to kick Wang Qianqian out, Lu Yun would definitely leave with her. While Zhao Qian could survive alone on the island, it wouldn't be nearly as easy. He didn't have to worry about fresh water or salt, Lu Yun could handle all of it. So, even if it was just to keep Lu Yun, he couldn't send Wang Qianqian away. "Thanks." Lu Yun thanked Zhao Qian. "Can I ask something?" Zhao Qian said, voicing his curiosity. "With your education, you could easily find a better job. Why are you willing to be her assistant? Doesn't it waste your talent?" Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, "My mother has a terminal illness. We didn't have money for treatment. Qian supports one patient every year, my mother was the one she supported. Zhao Qian was surprised and asked, does she know about it? Lu Yun shook her head, she doesn't need to. After hearing this, Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment and chose to believe her. First, he didn't think Lu Yun would lie. Second, with Wang Qianqian's level of intelligence, she really might do something like support a sick person. Without saying anything more, Zhao Qian left the camp. After leaving, he first checked his traps, but found nothing. If food wasn't an issue, he'd really consider giving up on such an inefficient hunting method. Luckily, when he reached the coast and checked the fishing device, he found 3 more fish. Seeing that dinner was covered, Zhao Qian focused entirely on his next task. He didn't search aimlessly for water like Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian had. After thinking for a while, he climbed to a higher spot on the island. From up high, his view widened and he could see far into the distance. His purpose was to find lower terrain on the island. After all, water flows downhill, and lower ground usually means a higher chance of finding a water source. After observing for a while, Zhao Qian got a rough idea of the island's terrain and picked a direction to go. As the elevation dropped, Zhao Qian noticed the air becoming less dry, there was a hint of moisture. That's when he knew he was heading in the right direction. However, the path ahead was full of obstacles. Not only was it far, but just moving through the forest was hard. By dusk, he finally emerged from the woods, and the space before him suddenly opened up. He had reached a lake. The lake wasn't small. Looking out, he couldn't even see the edges. The water was clear. Now, he just had to confirm whether it was fresh water. Zhao Qian rushed to the lake, scooped up some water with his hands, and touched his tongue to it. No salty taste, it's fresh water, Zhao Qian said excitedly. But as he looked up in another direction, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he didn't even dare breathe. Because he saw, not far from him, several wild boars were drinking from the lake. Although the resources on one island are not enough to support large carnivores, omnivorous animals like wild boars can completely survive. Zhao Qian just didn't expect he would encounter them. Zhao Qian's eyes were fixed on the wild boars, and he didn't dare move at all, because he knew very well that if he angered these wild boars, he would surely die. Don't compare wild boars to domestic pigs, there's no comparability. Hunters used to describe the ferocity of wild boars with 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Those hunters were still wary of wild boars even with weapons, let alone him, who didn't even have a weapon. As Zhao Qian stared at the wild boars, he began to slowly retreat with extremely slow steps. In this situation, you must not turn your back and run, because before the wild boars attack, if you turn your back, they will immediately attack. Instead, if you face the wild boars without showing fear, you might intimidate them enough that they dare not attack easily. Those wild boars were also startled by the sudden appearance of Zhao Qian. They stopped drinking water and looked at him warily. These wild boars were seeing a human for the first time. Not knowing how much of a threat he was, they did not dare attack. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. But Zhao Qian understood that a stalemate couldn't last long. Wild boars have a strong sense of territory, and any creature entering their territory will be attacked. Rustle, rustle. Zhao Qian slowly moved backwards, his feet making slight sounds against the ground. However, he only managed to move back about 2 meters when one of the wild boars suddenly snorted twice. At first Zhao Qian didn't understand what that meant, but the next second, when he heard continuous snorting responses from the surrounding forest, he knew the boar in front was calling its kind. Zhao Qian realized he had to make a decision immediately, otherwise he would be surrounded by wild boars with no chance of survival. Huff huff. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and let out a piercing roar toward the wild boars. The wild boars that were steadily approaching were startled by his roar. Not only did they stop in their tracks, but one timid wild boar even turned to run away. Using this moment of intimidation, Zhao Qian turned around and ran. He knew very well that his roar could only intimidate the wild boars temporarily. Once more wild boars surrounded him, he still had no chance of survival. As for using roars to intimidate wild boars, although it seemed risky, it was actually based on reason. In China, wild boars are protected animals and cannot be killed at will. But wild boars often destroy crops, so people came up with the idea of making loud noises to drive them away, and it worked quite well. Snort, snort. The lead wild boar saw Zhao Qian running, hesitated for a moment, then let out an angry grunt and chased after him. Snort, snort. The other wild boars followed behind. If there was a high-altitude camera at this moment, you would see more than a dozen angry wild boars chasing a human. What do I do? While running for his life, Zhao Qian's mind raced with strategies. Even though he had taken the lead and run dozens of meters ahead, he knew he couldn't escape. Human speed cannot compare to wild boars. Wild boars can run at an average speed of 40 to 70 kilometers per hour, while a human's fastest instantaneous speed is still under 45 kilometers per hour, and that was achieved by Usain Bolt at a certain moment in a 100-meter race. At this moment, Zhao Qian didn't dare look back. He was afraid that if he did, he would find the wild boars right behind him. However, even without looking, he could hear the sounds of the wild boars chasing him. He felt that if he stopped even for a second, in the next second he would be overtaken. There was never a moment when he felt so close to death. In this situation, his brain raced. Countless thoughts flashed, thoughts about being killed by the boars, thoughts of being rescued, thoughts of escaping the boars. Eliminating useless thoughts, he finally came up with a feasible idea: climb a tree. Although wild boars are strong fighters, after all they are not feline animals and cannot climb trees. At once, Zhao Qian chose a tree, didn't slow down, and leaped toward it, grabbing onto it. The impact from the high speed made Zhao Qian feel like his bones were about to shatter, but he gritted his teeth and held onto the tree, not daring to let go. Ignoring the pain on his body, he quickly climbed up. After climbing just over a meter, the whole tree began to shake violently. Zhao Qian didn't even need to look down to know it was caused by the wild boars hitting the tree. They were moving so fast they couldn't stop in time. Huff huff. Zhao Qian climbed to a branch and, maybe because he finally knew he was safe, he breathed heavily with relief. Just now, driven by survival instinct, he didn't feel tired. Now that he was safe, exhaustion instantly overwhelmed him. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable inside, as if his insides were on fire, and he even felt like vomiting. After a while, this uncomfortable feeling slowly faded, and he had enough strength to check the situation below. Looking down gave him another fright. Below the tree were more than a dozen wild boars, surrounding the tree in a circle, appearing ready to ram the tree. Thud. Just as this thought occurred, Zhao Qian saw a wild boar speed up and ram the tree. The massive impact made the whole tree shake continuously. Fortunately, the tree Zhao Qian had chosen was not a small one. Other than shaking violently, the wild boar's impact did not break the tree. However, these wild boars were persistent. One boar hit the tree, then another, continuously ramming without stopping. Gradually, Zhao Qian realized the situation was very unfavorable for him, because with each boar's impact, the tree swayed more and more. Without even looking, it was clear, the tree would not withstand the boar's impacts. The trunk was being damaged. Once the damage reached a certain point, the tree would break, and then he would have no chance of escaping. If I had known, I should have chosen a bigger tree. This tree is still a bit too small, Zhao Qian said with a frown. The force of a wild boar's impact can break a tree as thick as a wrist. Although the tree Zhao Qian chose was much thicker than a wrist, it still wasn't strong enough to ignore the force of the boar's impacts. He hadn't chosen a thicker tree because a tree that thick would be harder for him to climb. He never expected the wild boars to be so stubborn. They didn't plan to let him go even after he was up the tree. I can't just wait to die. I must think of another way. Zhao Qian said, and a crazy idea appeared in his mind. Someone once said that the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to use fire. And the method Zhao Qian thought of was to use fire. Except for humans, almost all wild animals fear flames. This is their instinct, just like humans instinctively fear darkness. However, once he thought about using fire, Zhao Qian hesitated. As a wilderness survival enthusiast, he knew how dangerous it was to use fire in a forest. A small mistake could start a forest fire. But this hesitation only lasted a few seconds before Zhao Qian made up his mind. He didn't care whether his decision would start a forest fire, he just wanted to stay alive. For that, burning the whole forest was fine. Anyway, given time, the forest would grow back, but his life only happens once. After making up his mind, Zhao Qian began preparing to create fire by friction. Fortunately, he had carried tinder and tools with him. The only thing missing was how to keep the flame going once the tinder caught fire. After thinking for a few seconds, he took off his clothes. Then Zhao Qian found a spot, fixed his fire-making tool in place, and began rubbing wood to make fire. The stick spun quickly in the wood. Where it made contact from the friction, it quickly turned black, and a burnt smell rose. But when he placed the sparks on the tinder, possibly because he was too nervous, his hand shook and the sparks went out. Calm. If I'm not calm, I'll die. Zhao Qian slapped his trembling hand hard and took several deep breaths to steady himself. Zhao Qian started making fire by friction again. Soon sparks appeared again. When he saw the sparks, he didn't even dare breathe, because at this point the situation was not enough to allow a third attempt. This time, either he succeeded, or he died. Zhao Qian carefully put the tinder onto the sparks and gently flipped the wood board over. The sparks entered the tinder and smoke started rising. Zhao Qian cupped the tinder with both hands, constantly blowing air with his mouth. Thick smoke began to rise from the tinder. When the smoke reached a certain point, the tinder ignited completely. Zhao Qian didn't have time to cheer. He immediately used the tinder to set his clothes on fire. Only when he saw the clothes burning did he relax. Bang bang bang. Below, the wild boars were still ramming the tree. Most of the tree trunk had already been smashed. It wouldn't take many more hits before it broke. Zhao Qian stood on the shaking tree, looked at the burning clothes in his hands, and said with a cold expression, "I really didn't want to do this, you forced me." After saying this, he didn't hesitate and threw the clothes down. The burning clothes fell to the ground and immediately scared the wild boars back. They looked at the flames with fear. Crackle. But fire and water are merciless. The flames did not go out because the wild boars were scared. Instead, after touching the dry leaves and twigs beneath the tree, the fire spread rapidly. The small fire became a big fire, and then became a wall of fire. At that moment, the wild boars were truly afraid. They had long forgotten Zhao Qian and turned to run away frantically. And Zhao Qian, on the tree, seeing the wild boars escape, quickly climbed down the other side of the tree. Turning around to look at the burning wall of fire, he did not think about putting out the fire. Of course, the fire now was not something he could put out. For the sake of staying alive, I have no guilt. Zhao Qian said this, throwing away the last trace of guilt in his heart, and ran off in another direction. After he had gone far away and looked back at the forest again, the flames had turned into a forest fire. A large area was burning with high flames. Late at night, at the camp, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun sat around the fire. No one said anything. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. It was already this late, and Zhao Qian still hadn't returned. In their minds, both of them had a bad thought. "Xiao Yun." Wang Qianqian called out and asked, "Do you think Zhao Qian met with an accident? At this time yesterday, he would have already come back." "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head and said. In fact, in her heart she thought that Zhao Qian most likely did meet with an accident, but she couldn't say this because Wang Qianqian would be scared. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't overslept and had gone with him, he wouldn't have had an accident." Wang Qianqian knew less common knowledge but wasn't really stupid. She could tell what Lu Yun was thinking. She immediately began to blame herself. "Qianqian, don't blame yourself. He's so capable, he might be okay." Lu Yun comforted her right away. "Xiao Yun, don't lie to me. If he were okay, he would have come back already," Wang Qianqian said sadly. It's possible he ran into trouble, or he might have gone far away and didn't have time to return yet," Lu Yun said. "Even so, he should have come back by now. He must have had an accident." Wang Qianqian was sure Zhao Qian had met with an accident, so no amount of comfort from Lu Yun helped. "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry, it's my fault," Wang Qianqian blamed herself. "After Xiao Yun and I are rescued, you must appear in her dream and tell her what you need down there. I'll burn it for you then." Just then, a voice came from the darkness, curiously asking, "Why appear in Lu Yun's dream?" "I'm scared of ghosts." Wang Qianqian instinctively replied, then suddenly froze and quickly hid behind Lu Yun, shouting, "A ghost! Xiao Yun, there's a ghost!" "What ghost?" "I am Zhao Qian," Zhao Qian said unhappily. "Zhao Qian." Wang Qianqian stuck her head out and, looking at the figure in the darkness, asked, "You didn't die?" "Of course I didn't die," Zhao Qian said matter-of-factly, "but I almost did. I encountered a group of wild boars when I was looking for a water source. I got lucky and survived." "That's great, you didn't die. You scared me to death." Wang Qianqian immediately changed to a happy expression, came out from behind Lu Yun, and ran toward Zhao Qian's figure. It wasn't that she had fallen for Zhao Qian, she was simply happy he was still alive. "Don't come over." Seeing Wang Qianqian running toward him, Zhao Qian shouted to stop her. But he was already a step too slow. Wang Qianqian had reached his side and was staring at him with her eyes. The next second? "Ah!" Wang Qianqian let out a shrill scream, followed by a furious roar, "Pervert, go die." Slap. The sound of a slap came. After that, Wang Qianqian covered her face and ran away like she was escaping. Lu Yun, sitting by the fire, was stunned by what she just saw. She didn't understand at all what had happened. In the darkness, Zhao Qian covered his face and gave a bitter smile, muttering, "I told you not to come over. You didn't listen. Not only did you see everything, you even hit me. I lost big time." Originally, Zhao Qian had used all his clothes to start the fire. Apart from his underwear, he didn't have any extra clothing. At this moment, Wang Qianqian was like a frightened ostrich, burying her head in the pile of clothes, her mind uncontrollably replaying the scene she had just seen. Pervert, so shameless, actually came back without wearing any clothes. Wang Qianqian cursed Zhao Qian under her breath, touched her burning face, and wondered, "What's wrong with me, why am I blushing?" Although what she saw of Zhao Qian was very revealing, in today's society, such revealing scenes are not uncommon: divers at the Olympic Games, swimming pools, seaside resorts. However, seeing similar scenes of other people never made her blush like this. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice came, "Qianqian, the grilled fish is ready, come eat." "I don't." Wang Qianqian originally wanted to say she wouldn't eat, but the words stopped at her lips. She questioned herself inside. Zhao Qian is the pervert, why shouldn't I eat? Besides, if I don't go eat, Zhao Qian will definitely think I'm embarrassed, and he'll act superior later. Eat, I must eat. After thinking it through, Wang Qianqian removed the clothes covering her head and loudly replied, "Coming." On her way to the fire, Wang Qianqian had the look of, "I didn't do anything wrong, Zhao Qian is the pervert," but when she saw Zhao Qian, her heart suddenly panicked, and the image she saw earlier came to her mind again. In comparison, Zhao Qian was much calmer. After glancing casually at Wang Qianqian, he continued eating grilled fish, with no trace of awkwardness on his face. First of all, he had reminded Wang Qianqian. It was Wang Qianqian who acted without thinking and rushed up without clearly hearing his words. Second, it was Wang Qianqian who saw him fully exposed, not the other way around. And yet she slapped him, making it seem like he was the bad guy. From these 2 points, he was the one who suffered and felt wronged, so there was nothing for him to feel embarrassed about. "Qianqian, this biggest fish is for you." Lu Yun knew Wang Qianqian was starving, so she handed over the biggest grilled fish. "Thanks." Wang Qianqian didn't hold back, thanked her, and started eating the fish. She had only eaten once at noon that day. Now it was almost the next morning, and she was already starving. If Zhao Qian hadn't come back, she'd probably have gone to dig up juice bugs to eat. "Zhao Qian, you said you ran into a group of wild boars today, what happened?" Lu Yun picked up a grilled fish herself and asked while eating. Although Zhao Qian had briefly explained why he came back late, she still wanted to know exactly what happened. Hearing the question, Zhao Qian paused eating the fish. Even now, thinking back on what happened during the day still left him with lingering fear. But he still told everything that had happened to him, detail by detail. During this time, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were so tense that their hearts were in their throats. They seemed to forget to eat the grilled fish and focused entirely on Zhao Qian's story. "At that time, I had no choice but to set a fire to scare those wild boars away, only then did I come back alive." Zhao Qian paused, then continued, "But when I came out of the forest, the fire had already become a forest fire." Wang Qianqian said, "So what if it caused a forest fire?" "In that situation, I would have done the same. Staying alive is the most important thing. Besides, there's a poem that says, wildfire can't destroy everything, spring breeze brings life again. When the wind blows next year, the forest will come back." Hearing this, Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian to be the first to support him. He thought Lu Yun would be the one to say something like that. But then again, you're a public figure, saying things like this, aren't you afraid of being criticized by animal rights or environmental activists? Qianqian means that human life is the most important, Lu Yun quickly explained for Wang Qianqian, afraid her words might get out and affect her celebrity career. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian understood, Lu Yun had always been wary of him and hadn't truly accepted him as one of them. But thinking about it, it was normal. Their relationship was based on cooperation, and a bit of caution between them was understandable, especially since the two of them were women. "I understand." Zhao Qian nodded and continued, "If there's no external interference, this forest fire could go on burning for a long time. Luckily, our camp is far from the forest, so even if it keeps burning, it won't spread here." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Compared to the forest fire, I'm more concerned about the size of this island. There's such a big freshwater lake and a group of wild boars. This island probably isn't small." Wang Qianqian asked, "Xiao Yun, did you find something?" Lu Yun nodded slowly and held up 2 fingers. 2 suspicious points. First, I checked the route of our flight, and there were no big islands along the way. Second, an island this big couldn't be undeveloped. Even some tiny islands have been developed. Wang Qianqian scratched her head awkwardly and said, "Xiao Yun, I didn't get it." Zhao Qian helped Lu Yun explain, "She means our current location may have deviated from the original flight route." If Lu Yun hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed these 2 issues either. After all, he wouldn't normally go check the route and what places it passed. If they had really deviated from the original flight route, then the already slim hope of rescue would become even less likely. What does that mean? Wang Qianqian seemed to realize something was wrong and nervously asked. "The rescue team?" Zhao Qian wanted to tell her that the rescue team might not come. But just as he started to speak, Lu Yun quickly interrupted, "The rescue team will start by searching along the flight route and then gradually expand the search area. Since we've deviated from the route, it will take more time for them to find us. After speaking, she kept signaling Zhao Qian with her eyes. Zhao Qian had no choice but to nod, admitting that Lu Yun was right. You scared me. Wang Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, judging by your expressions just now, I thought the rescue team wouldn't come at all. Turns out they'll just be late. I'll just treat it as a long vacation. Ever since I became a celebrity, I haven't had any real rest. After saying that, Wang Qianqian stretched and said goodnight to Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, then went to sleep. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and asked, the rescue thing can't be hidden forever. You have to tell her in advance so she's mentally prepared. Lu Yun said, I know. I'll handle this. You don't interfere. Okay. Zhao Qian shrugged, then said, actually, besides the 2 points you mentioned, I've also found something suspicious. What suspicious point did you find? Lu Yun was about to go to sleep too, but when she heard Zhao Qian's words, she frowned and asked. There's no garbage on this island. Zhao Qian shared his suspicion. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't understand, he explained, humans dump a lot of household waste into the ocean every year. So even on uninhabited islands, you can still find human garbage. But this island is different. I searched along the coastline for a long time. Except for items from the plane, there was no household waste at all. Theoretically, such an island shouldn't exist. In fact, Zhao Qian had noticed this suspicion 2 days ago, but he didn't pay attention to it at the time. It was Lu Yun's 2 suspicions that reminded him. And the reason he brought up this suspicion was mainly to give Lu Yun more information, to see if she could use it to figure out their approximate location. Of course, he didn't know how to calculate it. But Lu Yun was a top student. Maybe she could work it out based on ocean currents and other factors. No household garbage. Lu Yun frowned even more. After a while, she said, this suspicion is very important. I need to think it over. You should be tired today, go rest first. Zhao Qian stood up and suddenly thought of something. He asked, are you standing guard for Wang Qianqian again? Lu Yun didn't speak, just nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Qian wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. The next day? Maybe because he was too tired yesterday, the sun was already high in the sky when Zhao Qian woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Qianqian's voice rang out in his ears, you're finally awake. I thought you'd sleep forever. It's getting late, we should head out quickly. Why are you so proactive today? Zhao Qian, still half asleep, thought he misheard. After all, yesterday Wang Qianqian didn't want to go out with him. Isn't it because I'm worried you'll die? After saying that, Wang Qianqian felt her words sounded too caring and quickly explained, Lu Yun and I still need you to find food for us. If you die, we'll have to find food ourselves. Zhao Qian didn't argue about whether her words were true or not. He said, thanks for your concern, but starting today, you can't follow me anymore. Wang Qianqian asked, why can't I follow you? Zhao Qian said, it's too dangerous with me. One wrong move and you could die. It's safer for you to stay at the camp. Thinking about what happened yesterday evening, he was glad he didn't bring Wang Qianqian. Otherwise, when they encountered the wild boars, she would have been dead for sure. Because whether it's running or climbing trees, Wang Qianqian isn't good at either. That's exactly why I should go, 2 people can look out for each other. Wang Qianqian insisted. There's no looking out for each other between us, you're just a burden to me. If it were before, Zhao Qian would have said this directly. But now that Wang Qianqian was showing concern for him, he couldn't say something so harsh. So, he smiled and said, actually, I'd like to bring you along too, but right now there's a very important task I have to give you, so you really can't come with me. Wang Qianqian asked, what task? Zhao Qian said, I want you to weave a few more fish-catching tools. That way, we can catch more fish, and in case something happens, we'll have backup food. Wang Qianqian said, that's a good idea, but I don't know how to weave fish-catching tools. Zhao Qian continued, it's very easy to weave them. I'll teach you when I get back at noon. In the morning, you can collect materials first. After saying that, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to respond and quickly left. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian's back angrily, stomped her foot, and then went to collect materials for weaving the tools. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian didn't check the traps he had set, didn't dig for juice bugs, and didn't check the fish-catching tools either. Instead, he walked toward the lake. He wanted to see how far the forest fire had spread and how much forest had been burned. At the same time, he was also hoping he might find animals that had been burned to death in the forest to improve their meals. It would be best if the group of wild boars had all died. Then he could turn them into smoked meat, enough for the 3 of them to eat for a long time. However, after spending quite some time and reaching the forest by the lake again, Zhao Qian was shocked to find that the forest fire he had imagined to be disastrous had already gone out. Not only that, but he also noticed the area burned was about the same as when he left. In other words, the moment he left, the forest fire went out. How is this possible? Zhao Qian's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how the forest fire had gone out. You have to understand, once a forest fire starts, it's basically impossible to put it out so easily. Take the 2019 Australian bushfire, for example. It burned for 4 months, killed nearly 200 people, and the number of animals that died was as high as 3 billion. And that was with human intervention. The fire still burned for 4 months. But now, with no human intervention, the forest fire only burned a small area and went out. That was too abnormal. Of course, he didn't want the forest to burn. But everything was just too strange. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian gathered his courage and carefully approached the burned area. The trees here just started burning and were put out. Zhao Qian arrived at the edge of the burned forest and found that these trees were only burned on the surface, the inside was fine. He broke open the bark and touched the inside, mumbling to himself, "These are normal trees, so the fire going out has nothing to do with them." Zhao Qian kept walking deeper. The deeper he went, the more seriously the trees were burned. The tree he climbed yesterday to escape the wild boars was already completely burned away. He looked around for a long time but still couldn't find the reason the fire went out. Forget it. I should go back. Don't want to run into those wild boars again. Zhao Qian didn't dare keep investigating, worried he might encounter the wild boars again. But just after walking a few dozen meters, something suddenly caught his eye. He quickly walked over, squatted down, and picked it up. He wiped off the ash on the object, revealing it completely. It was a dead fish, half of it was cooked, the other half completely untouched. How could there be a fish on the shore? Zhao Qian frowned and said, "Judging by this fish, it must have been exposed to high heat, otherwise it wouldn't be half cooked. The other half isn't cooked, which means while it was exposed to heat, the fire went out. Could it have rained? But how is that possible? The camp isn't far from here. If it rained here, we would have noticed." Although Zhao Qian had many doubts in his heart, he did not pursue them further, mainly because he was worried about encountering that group of wild boars again. So after pausing for a while, he left the forest. As for the water source of this lake, if they really ran out of fresh water in the future, they could come here to refill. But he did not plan to move here. The root reason was that the forest around the lake was unsafe and might have dangerous wild animals. He did not want to go through something like yesterday again. However, not long after Zhao Qian left the forest, the originally calm surface of the lake suddenly showed a huge ripple. The ripple kept spreading outward, and in just a short time, it covered a large area of the lake surface. At this moment, if there were a camera shot from above, it would see a huge shadow slowly swimming through the lake, and eventually the shadow slowly disappeared. After leaving the forest, Zhao Qian didn't return to the camp but went to explore a mountain in the distance. The problem of the water source was temporarily solved, so next, he had to look for materials to make stone tools. Ordinary rocks couldn't be used to make stone tools. The suitable ones must be hard but brittle, such as obsidian, flint, quartzite. He didn't know much about these kinds of stones and didn't understand what kind of geographical environment would produce them, so he simply went to check the mountain. There should be no shortage of stones on a mountain. The mountain Zhao Qian wanted to go to looked not far away, but it actually took him several hours to reach the foot of it. The mountain rose into the clouds. Looking from the bottom up, he could only see the mountainside, because the view above was blocked by clouds. That showed how tall the mountain was. The stones here seem hard enough, just not sure if they're good for making tools. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Qian picked up some rocks and tested their hardness. He was satisfied with that. But whether the stones could be used to make tools depended on other criteria too. He didn't want to chop down a tree and have to replace dozens of stone axes. Sigh, if only I had a military shovel. If not that, even a dagger would be nice. Zhao Qian sighed, then added, even if I'm not sure these stones can make tools, making a hammer should be no problem. Ever since being chased by the wild boars, he had been eager to make a weapon for self-defense. Even if it was useless against the wild boars, it would at least give him peace of mind. Thinking of this, he found a stick a bit thinner than his wrist and a sharp stone. He made a cross-shaped cut at the top of the stick. Then he picked out a suitable stone from many rocks and placed it into the cross notch. Finally, he secured it with strips of cloth. After securing it, a not-so-good-looking stone hammer was made. Zhao Qian swung it a few times and felt it was okay. It could be used as a weapon. I wonder if one hit with this could drive away a wild boar? Zhao Qian had been frightened by the boars, so his main imaginary enemy for the stone tools was that group of wild boars. Of course, he was self-aware. Even with a stone hammer, at best he could drive them away, not kill those thick-skinned wild boars. Keep exploring. Zhao Qian put the hammer away and said. At the same time, in the camp, Lu Yun was walking back and forth on the beach under the scorching sun, holding a strip of cloth in her hand. Wang Qianqian came back from collecting materials for fish-catching tools. Seeing Lu Yun like that, she quickly pulled her into the shade. Xiao Yun, are you trying to fry yourself under the hot sun? The UV rays are so strong, they'll speed up skin aging. I put on coconut oil. Lu Yun smiled slightly at Wang Qianqian, then put the cloth strip away. At this moment, Wang Qianqian noticed that something was tied to the end of the cloth strip, covered with dense, very tiny black particles. Xiao Yun, what are these? Wang Qianqian saw Lu Yun collecting the black particles and looked confused. Magnetite. Lu Yun explained. What's magnetite? Wang Qianqian asked again. An iron compound. Through a replacement reaction, it can be refined into iron. Lu Yun explained again. Oh my god, you're not planning to smelt iron, are you? Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Yun didn't hide it from Wang Qianqian and said, Zhao Qian ran into wild boars yesterday, which means this island isn't safe. Just in case, I'm trying to see if I can smelt iron. Actually, she didn't have this idea at first. It was Zhao Qian's encounter with the wild boars that warned her, making her realize they must have weapons. On such a deserted island, due to limited conditions, the first choice would be stone tools. But deep down, she always wanted to make iron tools. Compared to stone tools, iron tools were superior in every way. However, smelting iron wasn't easy. At the very least, she needed iron ore or iron-containing materials, and she had none of those. Fortunately, she thought of another method. Xiao Yun, you're amazing. Wang Qianqian said, then looked at the magnet tied to the cloth and asked, where did you get these magnets? Taken from the suitcases. Lu Yun pointed to the suitcases Zhao Qian had collected and said, every suitcase has some magnets. A little adds up to a lot. Then, using magnets to extract magnetite from sand, we'll quickly have enough iron sand to smelt a weapon. Wang Qianqian didn't quite understand but felt impressed. Xiao Yun, I suddenly feel like making you my assistant is such a waste of talent. Compared to you, I don't know anything. Lu Yun smiled and said, people have different talents. I'm just good at studying. Your talent is acting. You don't need to compare with me. Wang Qianqian pouted, but a lot of people online say I have no acting skills. Lu Yun replied seriously, write down their IDs. When we get back, I'll sue them for defamation. Mimi. Wang Qianqian finally smiled, feeling much better. Lu Yun said, you take a rest. I'll go collect more iron sand. Don't go, it's bad for your skin. Wang Qianqian stopped Lu Yun and suddenly noticed the coconut crab. She grinned and said, Xiao Yun, I have a way that can collect iron sand and keep you out of the sun. What way? Lu Yun asked curiously. Wang Qianqian didn't answer. She snatched the cloth strip from Lu Yun and walked over to the coconut crab. Coconut crab, I, Wang Qianqian, always keep my word. I promised to let you go before, and now I'll release you. Wang Qianqian said, but whether you're a person or a crab, you must know how to be grateful. I'm letting you go now, and you have to do me a favor. Wang Qianqian paused for a few seconds, then continued, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. After saying that, without caring whether the coconut crab could speak or not, she took it upon herself to agree on the crab's behalf. She tied the cloth strip with the magnet to the crab, then untied the rope that was binding it. It was unclear whether the coconut crab was already half dead from being tied up for 2 days, or if it really understood Wang Qianqian's words, but after being released, the coconut crab didn't move at all, as if it were waiting for instructions. I almost forgot, you haven't eaten in 2 days. I'll get you something to eat first. As she spoke, Wang Qianqian brought over the coconut she had emptied yesterday and placed it in front of the coconut crab. The crab saw the coconut and immediately stretched out its huge pincers, clamping onto the coconut. The extremely hard coconut was slowly pried open. The coconut crab used its pincers to slowly pull out the coconut meat piece by piece and ate it bit by bit. It took a long time to finish the coconut. Then, it raised its head and looked at Wang Qianqian. Don't just think about eating, get to work first. Wang Qianqian seemed to understand what the coconut crab meant. If Xiao Qian had been there, he would definitely think Wang Qianqian was brainless. Coconut crabs have no intelligence at all, how could they possibly understand human commands? And yet you're talking to a coconut crab. However, the coconut crab froze for a few seconds, then actually started moving. The most unexpected thing was that the crab didn't try to escape. Every time it walked out several dozen meters, it would return again. Lu Yun's eyes widened, thinking she must be seeing things. She wouldn't be surprised if Wang Qianqian trained a dog, but a coconut crab? How could it be tamed? Qianqian, how did you do it? Luyun couldn't help but ask. What do you mean how? Wang Qianqian looked confused. How did you make the coconut crab work for you? Luyun pointed at the crab walking back and forth. It's very simple. It's just like how I trained Daodu. A little training, and it can do simple tasks for you, Wang Qianqian said. How can that be the same? Daodu is a border collie, Luyun replied. Border collies are the smartest dogs, with intelligence comparable to a 6- or 7-year-old child, and they're very good at imitation. With some training, they can do a lot of things. But coconut crabs don't have the same intelligence. Luyun even doubted if they had intelligence at all. It was completely impossible to tame them. But I just used the way I trained Daodu to train the coconut crab. Wang Qianqian replied, then added, it's actually very simple. You just have to think of it as a friend. Why don't you try? How do I try? Luyun asked. First, in your heart, make friends with it. Then call its name and ask it to come back, Wang Qianqian said. Are you sure you're not joking? Make friends with a coconut crab? If Luyun didn't know that Wang Qianqian was sincerely teaching her, she would have thought Wang Qianqian was messing with her. She took a moment to gather herself, then called out to the coconut crab, come back. But the moment the words were spoken, the coconut crab completely ignored Luyun. It didn't even pause and just continued walking back and forth on the beach, doing the task Wang Qianqian assigned. Doesn't seem to work, Luyun said. Ah? Wang Qianqian froze, looking surprised, and said, how can it not work? How could it work? Don't tell me you really believe this is how you tame animals? Luyun thought for a moment and said, why don't you try again? Maybe it was just coincidence before. All right, I'll try. Wang Qianqian said, then looked at the crab, coconut crab, come back. This time, the moment Wang Qianqian's voice fell, the crab stopped where it was, froze for a few seconds, and then actually walked back toward Wang Qianqian. Good boy! Wang Qianqian patted the crab's head and said, keep going. The coconut crab obediently left again. Seeing this, Luyun was completely shocked. There were no words to describe how stunned she felt. Because she was now sure, Wang Qianqian could really command the coconut crab. Xiaoyun, want to try a few more times? It's easy, Wang Qianqian said. No need. Luyun smiled bitterly and shook her head, then said, if I'm not wrong, this must be your unique talent. Just like how some people can hold their breath underwater for 20 to 30 minutes, and some have a photographic memory. Your talent is controlling coconut crabs. Aya, I'm so dumb. Suddenly, Wang Qianqian smacked her forehead in frustration and said, since I can control the coconut crab, why not let it go to sea and catch fish for us? Not just fish, it could catch abalone, sea cucumbers, lobsters. Ah? Luyun looked at the excited Wang Qianqian and kindly reminded, coconut crabs are land-dwelling arthropods. If they go into the sea, they'll drown. Zhao Qian was at the foot of the mountain, looking for a path to climb to the top. After searching for a while, he confirmed one thing, the mountain was too steep, it was impossible to climb. He looked at the time, it was already afternoon. He hadn't gone back at noon, and if he returned late today, Wang Qianqian and Luyun would worry. But just as he was leaving and about to exit the mountain area, he suddenly saw a cave. The cave was well hidden. Because of the angle, you couldn't see it while climbing, only when going down could you barely spot the entrance. At the entrance, Zhao Qian looked at the dark and deep cave and suddenly felt the urge to explore it. After thinking for a few seconds, he made up his mind and gave himself a reason. I'm not doing this for adventure. It's because we still don't have a place to live, and no tools to build a shelter. We can only live in a cave, this is for survival. After speaking, he made a torch and took out the stone hammer he made, then slowly walked into the cave. As soon as he entered, he felt a cool breeze, just like staying in an air-conditioned room during summer. It was very comfortable. The cave was deep. Zhao Qian walked dozens of meters holding the torch and still didn't reach the end. But he did hear the sound of dripping water. He walked toward the sound and saw a crack in the mountain wall. Water from the mountain was flowing through the crack and dripping onto the ground. Over the years, a small puddle with a half-meter diameter had formed on the ground, collecting a good amount of fresh water. I'll move here when I get back. Almost instantly, Zhao Qian decided to move. Because once they moved into the cave, it would solve both the shelter and water problems. This kind of water flowing through cracks and filtered by layers of rock was cleaner than most outdoor water sources, possibly even drinkable directly. There's no other animal feces on the ground, which means this cave isn't a nest for other animals. Plus, there's a water source, this place is basically a natural shelter. Zhao Qian was more and more satisfied with the cave. He felt that moving into the cave would save them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just building a shelter would take a lot of time, not to mention the water issue hadn't been solved yet. However, to be safe, Zhao Qian continued deeper into the cave. During the exploration, Zhao Qian found that the cave was really big. He went in dozens more meters and still didn't reach the deepest part. Also, the deeper he went, the bigger the space became. For example, when he first entered the cave, the space could only hold 4 people at once. But after going over 100 meters in, the space could hold more than 10 people. In shape, it was like the ground traps he had made, only inverted, a small entrance, large space inside. Clang! Just as Zhao Qian was fully focused on looking ahead, he stepped on something and almost tripped. He quickly lowered his torch and saw that he had stepped on a bone, to be exact, a rib, a very large rib. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian had no knowledge in this area and couldn't tell what animal the rib belonged to. But one thing he could be sure of, the creature this rib belonged to was very large when it was alive. Who cares whose rib it is? With some polishing, it can be used as a weapon. Zhao Qian didn't try to figure out what animal the rib came from. Instead, he thought about turning it into a weapon. But just as he tied the rib and strapped it to his back, he suddenly saw a dark shadow not far away. Earlier, because he had been holding the torch the whole time, his eyes weren't adjusted to the darkness, so he hadn't noticed the shadow. But while tying the rib, he had put the torch aside, and once his eyes adapted to the dark, he saw it. All of a sudden, Zhao Qian felt his heart tighten. His whole body went cold. He didn't even dare breathe, afraid the shadow would jump out. However, after a long while, the shadow didn't move at all, it was like a dead object. After waiting a bit more, Zhao Qian saw the shadow really didn't move. He calmed his fear, picked up the torch, grabbed the stone axe in his hand, and slowly walked toward the shadow. As the distance got closer, Zhao Qian's worry gradually faded, because he could confirm the shadow was a dead object. But when he got in front of the shadow, he gasped sharply and couldn't speak a word for a long time. In front of him was the skull of some animal. And this animal, long ago, was called Tyrannosaurus rex. In the camp, although Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun hadn't eaten all day, neither of them felt hungry, because their attention was all on iron smelting. Of course, it wasn't because they had collected enough iron sand. They just wanted to try first, otherwise, if the smelting failed, it would be a waste of time. Xiaoyun, is this okay now? Wang Qianqian had dug a small pit in the ground and built a tall, tube-shaped furnace from mud. Next to it was a simple bellows that could supply air continuously to the furnace. Almost. Lu Yun wasn't idle either, she was busy preparing charcoal. Although coal is best for smelting steel, under their current conditions, they couldn't get any. So they had to settle for charcoal. The method to make charcoal is simple. Just let the wood burn incompletely, and what's left is charcoal. So, she first collected a large amount of wood, stacked it into a pyramid, then covered it with dirt, leaving only a small hole. In this state, once the wood is ignited, since not enough air gets in, the wood burns incompletely, thus becoming charcoal. Although the method isn't hard, it takes a lot of time. Lu Yun had been preparing since morning. Only by now had she finished making the charcoal. Xiaoyun, can we start smelting iron now? Wang Qianqian asked excitedly. Lu Yun looked at Wang Qianqian, who treated iron smelting like a game, and said, "Don't get so excited. I'm super nervous right now. If this fails, we'll have wasted a whole day." Wang Qianqian didn't care and said, "As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. As long as we keep playing, keep trying, we'll succeed eventually." Lu Yun smiled but didn't say anything. She put the collected iron sand into a clay bowl, with stones supporting it from below so it sat near the lower middle of the furnace. Then, she put the charcoal into the furnace, filling it completely, with no space left. "We can light it now." After thinking it over and finding no problem, Lu Yun told Wang Qianqian to ignite the charcoal. In fact, Lu Yun had wanted to light it herself, but Wang Qianqian insisted, saying it was fun. Lu Yun didn't see what was fun about it. As the charcoal caught fire, the temperature inside the furnace rose quickly. In a short time, heat waves radiated from around the furnace. At this point, Wang Qianqian started to hesitate and asked, "Xiaoyun, how long will this take? It's so hot." Lu Yun kept operating the bellows, sending air into the furnace, and said, "Charcoal burns at a lower temperature than coal, so smelting iron takes longer. If you're too hot, go rest for a while." Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hand, "I'm fine. I can handle it. No need to rest." Then she took over and started operating the bellows. The temperature inside the furnace kept rising. Looking from the top, the inside looked like volcanic lava, bright orange from the high heat flames. As time went on, the charcoal gradually burned down. When the furnace reached its highest temperature, the iron sand finally started to change. Half an hour later? The charcoal was fully burned out, and the temperature inside the furnace began to fall. An hour later, when the furnace cooled significantly, she finally dared to open the furnace mouth and used a wooden stick to pull out the clay bowl. But the ash from the charcoal had covered the bowl, so she didn't see the iron at first. Xiaoyun, I didn't find the iron we smelted. Did you find it? Wang Qianqian searched for a long time and found nothing. Here it is. Lu Yun found a small, black, soybean-sized bead at the bottom of the clay bowl and showed it to Wang Qianqian. This little thing is the iron we smelted? Wang Qianqian looked disgusted. She had never imagined their smelted iron would look this ugly, completely different from what she imagined. The steel you usually see has all gone through modern industrial processing. With our primitive method, this is the only kind of iron we can produce. Lu Yun saw her dislike and smiled as she explained. I'm back. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice came out from the darkness. Although Zhao Qian started heading back as soon as it got dark, because he had delayed some time exploring the cave, and the distance was a bit far, it was already very dark when he returned. You big liar. Didn't you say you'd be back at noon? Are you trying to starve us to death? Wang Qianqian hadn't felt too hungry earlier because she had been focused on smelting iron. Now that it was over and she heard Zhao Qian's voice, she suddenly realized she hadn't eaten all day. Isn't there still a coconut crab? If you're hungry, you can eat it. Zhao Qian said. The coconut crab is my friend, no one is allowed to eat it. Wang Qianqian said loudly. Making friends with food, if you're not hungry, who is? Zhao Qian didn't look too surprised, because in his mind, with the way Wang Qianqian thinks, she could make friends with anything. You. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue, but then she remembered she had never won an argument with him, so she backed down and said, I won't stoop to your level. Then she noticed what Zhao Qian was carrying on his back and curiously asked, Where did you get that big bone club? Is there still marrow inside? Big bone club? Zhao Qian almost didn't react. When he realized Wang Qianqian was talking about the bone he brought back, he loudly said, This bone is not for eating, it's worth a fortune. Wang Qianqian snorted, How valuable can it be? She was a top-tier celebrity, earning good pay from movies and variety shows. She had saved up a lot of money over the years and considered herself quite wealthy. What's expensive to others might mean nothing to her. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a friendly price, 200 million. Zhao Qian said. 200 million. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, Are you crazy from being poor? A big bone club, and you want to sell it to me for 200 million? Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think your big bone club is a dinosaur bone? Zhao Qian grinned and said, You guessed right. This big bone club really is a dinosaur bone, a Tyrannosaurus rex bone. In the cave, he had examined the skeleton repeatedly and was quite sure it was the remains of a T-Rex. The skeleton was very complete, from head to tail, not a single bone missing. He had seen news before that a complete T-Rex fossil was auctioned for $31.8 million, worth over 200 million yuan. A T-Rex bone? Wang Qianqian leaned in to take a closer look, then pouted, You say it is, so it is? I could say it's a cow bone. Don't treat people like idiots. Zhao Qian glanced at the clever Wang Qianqian, too lazy to argue, and instead walked over to Lu Yun. Lu Yun was highly educated and definitely knew more than he did. He wanted her to help check whether the bone he found was valuable. However, he noticed the smelting furnace that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had built and asked, What's this thing? A smelting furnace. While you were gone, Qianqian and I were smelting iron. Lu Yun said. Did it work? Zhao Qian asked. It worked. Lu Yun handed over the iron bead they had smelted. Zhao Qian picked it up and saw that it was indeed iron. He immediately admired Lu Yun even more. Although he really wanted an iron weapon, his plan was to look for plain wreckage, get steel from it, and then refine it. But to a top student, the method was to smelt it directly, and it worked. That made him feel like, given enough time, Lu Yun could probably build planes and tanks. Sister Yun, can you help me see if this bone is valuable? Zhao Qian even changed how he addressed her. This really is a T-Rex bone? Lu Yun had heard Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian's conversation too. Like Wang Qianqian, she thought Zhao Qian was joking. After all, even if there were T-Rex bones, they'd be buried deep underground. With the tools Zhao Qian had, it was impossible to dig them up. Absolutely true. Zhao Qian nodded hard and said, Today I went to that mountain to look for rocks to make stone tools. I accidentally found a cave and explored it. The T-Rex skeleton was found inside. It's a very complete skeleton, but I only brought this one bone, the rest are still in the cave. When Wang Qianqian heard that, she started to think Zhao Qian might not be lying and said, Let me take another look. I've never seen a T-Rex bone before. Zhao Qian stopped Wang Qianqian's hand and said, Forget it. I'm afraid you'll eat my T-Rex bone. Wang Qianqian said, you call yourself a man? So stingy. Zhao Qian said, give me 200 million and I'll sell you the bone. Then whether you make soup or eat the marrow, it's up to you. Wang Qianqian shook her head, don't think I'm dumb. T-Rex lived a long time ago. A bone that old must be expired, it's not edible anymore. Now it was Zhao Qian's turn to be speechless. He hadn't expected Wang Qianqian to actually want to eat the T-Rex bone. While Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian were talking, Luyun carefully examined the bone. From Zhao Qian's words, she didn't doubt that it could be a T-Rex bone. However, Luyun hesitated and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, if this really is a T-Rex bone and it's very complete, it would indeed be worth a lot. But this bone is too fresh. Wang Qianqian immediately asked, too fresh? You mean it's still edible? No. Luyun shook her head and said, T-Rex lived in the late Cretaceous period, about 65 to 68 million years ago. Even if there were T-Rex bones, they would have fossilized or turned to jade. But this bone clearly shows no signs of fossilization or jadeization. Zhao Qian hadn't noticed that before and said, that's true. Compared to other T-Rex bones, the one I found is too fresh, doesn't look like it's been dead for tens of millions of years. But I swear to you all, this really is a T-Rex skeleton. I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't have mistaken it. Luyun shook her head, then I don't know what the reason is. Wang Qianqian cautiously said, I once watched a movie that said there's another world inside the earth, where animals that are extinct on the surface still exist. Maybe we're now at the entrance to the inner world. Luyun shook her head again, with today's technology, the Earth's interior has already been explored. That inner world you mentioned doesn't exist. Wang Qianqian added, I also watched another movie where humans used cloning technology to bring dinosaurs back to life. If that's the case, then we might be in a secret base where they're doing evil experiments. Zhao Qian hadn't planned to respond to Wang Qianqian, but after hearing so many absurd theories, he finally couldn't help it. He said, you'd better watch fewer movies in the future. Wang Qianqian asked, why? Zhao Qian answered, you're not very smart to begin with. Watching those ridiculous movies will only make you seem even dumber. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Wang Qianqian first shouted back at Zhao Qian, then lowered her voice and asked Lu Yun, Xiao Yun, was I wrong again? Lu Yun nodded and explained, cloning is much more complicated than you think. With today's technology, it's impossible to clone dinosaurs, and we can't even find complete dinosaur DNA. Wang Qianqian said, but didn't the movie say that a mosquito had just sucked a dinosaur's blood and became amber? Doesn't that work? No. Lu Yun shook her head and explained, even in that case, DNA can't last tens of millions of years. Previously, a mammoth that died 10,000 years ago was found in the polar regions, and even then it couldn't be cloned, let alone a dinosaur from tens of millions of years ago. Cloning isn't as simple as the movies show. It requires many conditions. Even if dinosaur DNA was found, without a suitable host to carry it, it still couldn't be cloned. After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, Wang Qianqian realized she was wrong again. But when she saw Zhao Qian's smug smile, she didn't think about correcting herself. Instead, she secretly vowed that if she ever got the chance, she would make Zhao Qian lose face. This man was just too hateful. Wang Qianqian snorted coldly and said, so what if I said something wrong? At least I dare to make bold guesses, unlike you, you don't even have the courage to guess. Zhao Qian smiled and said, although you sincerely sought my advice, wanting to hear the thoughts of someone with higher education, I'm sorry, I don't make groundless assumptions. Wang Qianqian said with disdain, you just don't dare to guess, don't act tough. You're not even a man. Zhao Qian didn't mind and shrugged, provoking me won't work. Don't waste your energy. So annoying. Wang Qianqian became angry from embarrassment and was frustrated. At this moment, Lu Yun asked, Zhao Qian, what do you plan to do with this bone? Hearing this, Zhao Qian's smile faded. He stared at the bone for a while and said, at first, when I just picked up this bone, I thought of polishing it into a weapon. But later, after discovering it's a complete T-Rex skeleton, I thought I could sell it after we're rescued and retire early. Although Zhao Qian enjoyed wilderness survival, that didn't mean he didn't love money. He also wanted to have more than enough money, so he wouldn't have to work and could travel the world freely. The world is so big, he wanted to see it all and go wherever he pleased. Lu Yun asked, so what's your thinking now? I don't know. Zhao Qian shook his head and continued, if it were a regular fossilized T-Rex, I'd keep it without hesitation. But this skeleton isn't fossilized, it might be considered fake. Appraisal institutions have their own standards. For example, to authenticate a T-Rex skeleton, it must at least date to the correct period. If it's too recent, it might get rejected at the first stage. Now, appraisers care a lot about age, as if age is the only measure of value. Better to keep it for now, Luyun thought for a moment and said. We've already smelted iron, and we'll soon be able to make iron tools. There's no need to waste this bone. If we get back alive, a complete T-Rex skeleton will be even more valuable. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, then added, oh right, when I explored the cave, I found it's very suitable for living. There's even a water source inside. We can move in directly. Wang Qianqian said, we're living just fine here. Why move into a cave? Zhao Qian explained, we don't have tools to build a shelter. In normal weather, it's fine. But if there's a storm or heavy rain, without shelter, we'll be exposed to the wind and rain. Imagine it rains non-stop for 3 or 4 days, we won't even be able to make fire. We'll have to eat raw fish and won't be able to sleep because the rain will be pouring on us. As Zhao Qian described it, the image immediately popped into Wang Qianqian's mind, herself standing, shivering in a storm, unable to eat or sleep. And Zhao Qian, hiding in the cave, eating grilled fish, lying comfortably on dry ground, mocking her as brainless. No way. We must move. Wang Qianqian instantly changed her mind, but she refused to admit it out loud. She said, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if it rains and storms, I don't care. But, she paused, then changed tone, but I can't bear to see Xiaoyun suffer with me, so I'll reluctantly agree to move into the cave. Zhao Qian said playfully, how about this, you stay, and Sister Yun and I move into the cave. Wang Qianqian said, you've got that sneaky look, you're definitely a pervert. How could I let Sister Yun stay in a cave with you? I have to be there to keep an eye on you. Thanks, Qianqian. Luyun immediately thanked her while also winking at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian understood, Luyun was worried that if he kept arguing with Wang Qianqian, she'd lose face and refuse to move. So, for Luyun's sake, he dropped the topic and said, it's already late. Let's eat something. Tomorrow morning, we'll start moving. Let's try to get it done in 1 day. 1 day, isn't that a bit rushed? Luyun shared her concern. I was planning to collect more iron sand and smelt a tool. Weather at sea changes quickly. Bad weather could hit at any time, so the sooner the better. Actually, over the past 2 days while fishing, he had noticed the waves were getting rougher, which gave him a feeling that a major weather change was coming. If they didn't move into the cave before then, things could get very bad. Zhao Qian continued, as for smelting iron, there's no rush. Iron sand collects slowly anyway, so losing 2 days doesn't matter much. Luyun thought about it and nodded, all right then, let's try to move everything into the cave tomorrow. Wang Qianqian said, let me make this clear, I'll only carry my own things. Those suitcases and clothes aren't mine, so I won't help. But, if someone begs me, I might consider helping. On the day of the crash, Zhao Qian had collected a lot of suitcases. Honestly, 90% of the items at the camp were his. If no one helped, it would take Zhao Qian 2 days to move everything by himself. You want me to beg you? Zhao Qian smiled slightly and said, has this certain someone thought about, without the suitcases and clothes I collected, where would she sleep at night? What would she use to keep warm? Of course, if that person begs me, I might consider lending her some clothes. The moment before, Wang Qianqian had been proud and smug, but after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she immediately panicked a little. She wasn't used to sleeping on straw or the ground, and didn't want to be cold at night with nothing to cover herself. So, she instantly changed her expression, smiled, and said, look at you, why are you taking it seriously? I was just joking with you. We share life and death together, how could I not help you? You know, I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person. Really? Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian and said calmly, so, that means I was petty and wrongly accused you. Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hands and said, no, we're all friends, just joking. I wouldn't take it seriously. Zhao Qian pointed at the suitcases and asked, then you're in charge of those 2 suitcases tomorrow, no problem, right? Wang Qianqian said with a bitter face, I'm a weak woman, how could I possibly carry 2 big suitcases? Zhao Qian said, you're not a weak woman. When you were arguing with me just now, you seemed pretty strong. That's settled then. After speaking, Zhao Qian didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to object and turned to leave. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian's back and muttered in a low voice, I curse you, you iron-headed man, to be single for life, never to find a wife. The next day? Just as the sun rose, the 3 of them woke up. The temperature on the island was very high at noon, so the best time to move was before it got hot. After spending some time packing, they ended up with a total of 10 suitcases. Wang Qianqian and Luyun each pulled 2 suitcases, Zhao Qian pulled 4 at once. The remaining 2 would be picked up later when there was time. Wang Qianqian originally wanted to complain about being too tired, but when she saw Zhao Qian pulling 4 suitcases, she didn't say anything. Although Zhao Qian was pulling 4 suitcases, he wasn't tired at all. He thought about it and figured it must be because of all the physical activity he had been doing on the island, it had strengthened his body. To be clear, before, he struggled to pull 3 suitcases. Now he was pulling 4 and felt relaxed, walking ahead of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun the whole time. Of course, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were not moving fast either. After all, there were no roads on the island, and the suitcases couldn't be pulled, they had to be carried, which took more effort. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had walked for an hour. Zhao Qian didn't feel much, but Wang Qianqian was already exhausted and loudly asked, "Zhao Qian, how much farther? I'm about to die from fatigue." "Still a long way to go." Hearing her question, Zhao Qian stopped walking and turned to answer. The cave was far from their current camp. Even without carrying anything, it would take several hours to get there. Now that everyone was carrying a lot, it would take even longer. "If I knew it was this far, I wouldn't have moved," Wang Qianqian complained. "Zhao Qian, I'm tired too, can we take a break?" Lu Yun quickly suggested, worried that Wang Qianqian might give up. Let's take a break." Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, then nodded. Although he didn't feel too tired, he hadn't even sweated much. He noticed that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were already drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. It was clear that Wang Qianqian wasn't pretending, she really was exhausted. "Drink some water." Zhao Qian took 2 bottles of water from his backpack and handed one to each of them. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had been thirsty for a while. They took the bottles and drank more than half in one go, finally showing satisfied expressions. "I seriously thought I was going to die just now, it was too exhausting," Wang Qianqian said, then looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Aren't you tired at all?" "A little, but overall I'm okay," Zhao Qian replied. "Your physical fitness is crazy. Not like those male actors I've worked with, don't be fooled by their good physiques, they're actually super weak." Wang Qianqian started gossiping again. "A while back, I filmed a TV series. There was a scene where I got injured and the male lead had to carry me to safety. As soon as he picked me up, he dropped me, couldn't carry me at all. In the end, they had to get 2 guys to lift me from underneath just to finish the scene." Cough cough cough. Lu Yun started coughing hard, trying to signal her to stop talking. But Wang Qianqian ignored her. She hadn't been allowed to talk about these things before, but now they were stranded on a deserted island, no restrictions. She had to take the opportunity to say more. Zhao Qian was also interested and jokingly asked, "Is it possible you were too heavy?" Hearing that, Wang Qianqian immediately stood up, lifted her shirt a bit, revealing her slim, white waist and abdomen, and said, "Look at this, do I look fat to you? You know what, just to prove it, let me have you carry me so you can feel my weight." As a woman, especially a female celebrity, the thing she couldn't tolerate most was being called fat. So, the moment Zhao Qian questioned her weight, she did everything she could to prove she wasn't fat. Cough cough cough. Lu Yun coughed violently again. She was reminding Wang Qianqian, "You're a celebrity with a pure image, can you not be so reckless?" Cough cough cough. Zhao Qian also started coughing and said awkwardly, "I believe you're not fat." If Lu Yun weren't there, he might have actually picked her up. After all, this kind of benefit doesn't come every day. But with someone else around, if he really went to carry her, he'd probably be seen as a pervert. "I only weighed 73 Jin when I shot that scene, and he still couldn't lift me, shows how weak he was." Wang Qianqian loved gossip and kept going. "Actually, many male celebrities in the entertainment industry are like sissies, I don't like them at all. Let me tell you another secret, there was this male celebrity who already had a girlfriend, but when he was playing poker with another female celebrity at home, the girlfriend came back from a trip and caught them in the act." Cough cough cough. Lu Yun was afraid that if Wang Qianqian kept talking, she'd offend the entire entertainment industry. So juicy. Zhao Qian's gossip-loving soul was ignited. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Who is this male celebrity?" "It's MMPH." Wang Qianqian was just about to say the name when her mouth was suddenly covered by Lu Yun. Lu Yun said, "Zhao Qian, don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. What she says can't be trusted, it's all just rumors she heard." "It's not a rumor. I have proof." Wang Qianqian shook off Lu Yun's hand, but just as she said a few words, her mouth was covered again. Just as Zhao Qian was smiling and watching the show, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky and hit his face. He instinctively looked up at the sky and found that, without knowing when, the previously clear sky had turned dark. In the distance, a mass of pitch-black clouds was slowly moving toward them. Immediately, Zhao Qian spoke, "All right, stop messing around. We need to keep moving. We just rested for a bit. Let us rest a little more." Wang Qianqian and Luyun stopped, and Wang Qianqian pleaded. We can't rest anymore. Zhao Qian's face was stern as he pointed at the sky and said, haven't you noticed it's about to rain? If we don't reach the cave before that, we'll all be soaked. If we catch a cold from being wet, that will be a big problem. Following Zhao Qian's finger, Wang Qianqian and Luyun saw the pitch-black clouds drifting toward them. Their faces didn't look good. From their life experience, it was easy to judge that this would be a heavy rainstorm. Wang Qianqian's face showed anxiety as she asked, even if we get soaked, there's nothing we can do. With 2 suitcases, we can't move fast. We will definitely get rained on. Luyun thought for a moment and suggested to Zhao Qian, why don't we leave these suitcases here for now and come back for them after the rain stops? That's all we can do. Zhao Qian agreed with Luyun's suggestion with a grave expression. Then he looked toward the cave and said, next, we have to reach the cave in one go. No more resting halfway. Wang Qianqian and Luyun dropped their suitcases and nodded heavily. Let's go. Zhao Qian carried 4 suitcases and walked at the front. Seeing Zhao Qian still carrying suitcases, Wang Qianqian couldn't help asking, aren't you going to leave the suitcases here too? No need. Zhao Qian walked ahead without turning around and explained, first, I don't feel tired. Second, the cave is a bit damp and cold. If we don't bring you clothes to use as bedding, you might get sick. A strange feeling rose in Wang Qianqian's heart, and she asked, you care so much about me, does that mean you've fallen in love with me? Never experienced, doesn't know. Zhao Qian teased in his heart, then said the real reason, you're thinking too much. If you got sick, I'd have to spend energy taking care of you. That's too troublesome. Too troublesome. Hearing those 4 words, Wang Qianqian felt a heavy blow to her heart. She pouted and didn't speak anymore. The 3 continued on. After Wang Qianqian and Luyun dropped the suitcases, their speed clearly increased. Even so, the 2 of them could only barely catch up with Zhao Qian. Looking ahead at Zhao Qian, still briskly walking with 4 suitcases, the 2 were deeply shocked. At first, they just thought Zhao Qian had a little more strength than ordinary people. But along the way, they found his strength wasn't just a little bit more, it was beyond human limits. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Qianqian and Luyun who were surprised. Even Zhao Qian himself was increasingly startled. He was very sure his strength wasn't this great before. After coming to this deserted island, his strength had gradually increased, especially after being chased by the wild boars. His strength increased the most then. Not only strength, but his endurance and speed also improved. However, he didn't know to what extent he could go. Is my body changing on its own, or has this deserted island given me a special ability? Zhao Qian wondered in his heart. He had 2 guesses about the changes in his body. One was that he originally had this talent but it had never been developed. Only after coming to the island did this ability awaken. The other was that the island itself bestowed this ability on him. After all, before coming to the island, he had never experienced anything abnormal. However, whichever reason it was, the change in his body brought only benefits and no downsides. Whoosh! While the 3 were hurrying along, the black clouds had slowly caught up with them and were not far away. Although they didn't turn back, they could already hear the sound of rain. It sounded like a waterfall, showing how terrifying this rain would be. Zhao Qian, how much farther? Wang Qianqian looked back and was instantly frightened, her face changing color as she loudly asked. She had never seen such heavy rain, like the sky had a hole in it. Just 1 second in the rain and you would be soaked through. Almost there. After dropping the suitcases, they had hurried for an hour. The cave was already very close. Can you give a more exact answer? Wang Qianqian was anxious, she didn't want such an answer. Based on our current speed, another half hour. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and answered. Half an hour? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian deflated like a balloon and slowed down, saying, at our current speed, we'll be caught by the clouds in at most 10 minutes. We'll get soaked anyway, I give up. Originally she wanted to avoid getting wet, which was why she was willing to run like this. But now, since they would get wet no matter what, she chose to lie flat and stop wasting energy running. Don't give up, hold on a little longer. Seeing Wang Qianqian wanting to give up, Zhao Qian didn't tease her. Instead, he encouraged her. I really can't run anymore. Wang Qianqian, head covered in sweat and panting, said, besides, what's so bad about getting rained on? My body is so strong, I don't believe I'll get sick. Bang! Just as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, something suddenly fell from the sky and hit the suitcase Zhao Qian was carrying, punching a hole in it. The object rolled on the ground many times before slowly coming to a stop and lying still. Hail! When the 3 saw what it was, they all exclaimed. That's right. What had hit the suitcase was a chunk of hail the size of a fist. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief that it hit the suitcase. If it had hit one of them, they would not have died, but they would have been seriously injured. But they hadn't even had time to relax. Their expressions became very ugly as they looked at the clouds getting closer and swallowed. They had originally thought this was just an ordinary heavy rain, but now they realized it was rain plus hail. Help! Someone's going to die. This time, before Zhao Qian could speak, Wang Qianqian took off running. If it was just rain, she wouldn't be worried. But rain with hail was a completely different matter, especially with hail this big. There was no doubt, if they were caught by the storm clouds, they would definitely die. At this moment, the three were also glad that Zhao Qian had found the cave yesterday, and that they had set off early today. If they were still at the original camp, they probably wouldn't have survived. Under the threat of death, Zhao Qian and the other two ran for their lives. Even Wang Qianqian, who had been shouting about being tired just moments ago, didn't dare complain anymore. Because they knew clearly that once they stopped, it would be a dead end. However, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun did not have a physique like Zhao Qian's. Even with death hanging over them, after running at full speed for more than 10 minutes, they finally couldn't hold on anymore. At this moment, the dark clouds were only a few hundred meters away. They were already at the edge of the cloud zone. The rain and hail in the edge area weren't as violent as in the center, but they still soaked the three of them completely. The hailstones falling from time to time told them that danger was getting closer. Zhao Qian, I can't run anymore. Wang Qianqian felt as if her legs were filled with lead. She knew she had reached her limit. If you survive, just say I died when the plane crashed. Don't ever tell people about what happened on the deserted island. I don't want my fans to know I was beaten to death by hail. After saying that, the fear of death overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. Lu Yun didn't say anything, but from her pale face and tightly clenched lips, it was clear that she was also panicking. I get nervous when I see cameras, so I can't help you say it. Zhao Qian walked over to them and said. If you want to say it, then survive and tell your fans yourself. After speaking, Zhao Qian threw away the suitcase he had been unwilling to let go of and, without discussion, lifted Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun onto his shoulders. Don't move. Zhao Qian shouted sharply at the struggling Wang Qianqian and said, this may be uncomfortable next, but this is the only way to save you. I promise you, I will make sure you live. After saying that, he pushed off with his feet and sped up toward the cave. At this moment, Zhao Qian's terrifying strength was revealed. Wang Qianqian plus Lu Yun weighed far more than 4 suitcases. Carrying 2 people while running fast was a huge test of strength and endurance. Even Zhao Qian, after running for a few minutes, felt as if his chest was burning. Every breath hurt his throat, his muscles ached all over, and steam could be seen rising from his head due to his body heat. Obviously, carrying 2 people and sprinting for several minutes had pushed him to his limit. Several times, the thought even appeared in his mind, just die then, I don't want to run anymore. He was simply too tired. But even so, he never thought of abandoning Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, because he had promised them that they would live. This was a man's promise. Just hold on a little longer? That was the only thought left in Zhao Qian's mind. Bang! At that moment, a hailstone fell from the sky and struck Zhao Qian on the head. The enormous force instantly split his scalp open. Blood gushed out and flowed down his face. The sudden blow made Zhao Qian stumble, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong, but being carried on his shoulder, she couldn't see his face. She asked, Zhao Qian, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. Zhao Qian's voice was already hoarse from breathing through his mouth for too long. After speaking, he forced himself upright, carried Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun again, and started running once more. At this point, they had already entered the mountain area and were not far from the cave. They just needed to hold on a little longer. But after running only a few hundred meters, Zhao Qian knew he had reached his absolute limit. His legs felt nailed to the ground. He didn't want to take another step. Should I give up? Give up. Even if I die, I don't want to run anymore. I'm too tired. Fine, then give up. The voice urging him to give up grew louder and louder in his head. But just as he was about to give up, another voice appeared. You can't give up. You've already held on for so long. The cave is just ahead. How can you give up now? Hold on for 1 more minute. Once you enter the cave, you'll be safe. Then you can rest as long as you want. You're still young. You can't give up here. You still have a bright future ahead. You're a man. You promised to let them live, so you must let them live. The 2 voices clashed in his mind. In the end, the will to live won. He clenched his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, I want to live. As soon as these words were spoken, a new surge of strength burst out from his exhausted body. Relying on this strength, Zhao Qian roared and sprinted again. 300 meters? 200 meters? 100 meters? 50 meters. Zhao Qian rushed straight into the cave and then collapsed to the ground. Almost at the same time, the dark clouds caught up. Fist-sized hailstones rained down one after another, smashing into the hard rock ground and shattering into ice fragments. We're in the cave. Wang Qianqian was thrown to the ground and felt dazed for a moment, but she quickly reacted and shouted happily, "We're in the cave. We survived." Lu Yun also said with relief, "Yes, we survived." The joy of surviving a disaster made the two of them cheer. Just moments ago, without Zhao Qian, they would have certainly died. Zhao Qian. After the excitement, they suddenly realized that Zhao Qian was still lying on the ground. Wang Qianqian thought he had collapsed from exhaustion and walked over, lightly kicking him with her foot. "Zhao Qian, stop lying there. Get up quickly. Wang Qianqian, always repay kindness. How about this, I'll spend 200 million to buy your Tyrannosaurus bone. What do you think?" She waited for Zhao Qian to thank her. However, Zhao Qian remained motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian realized something was wrong. Together with Lu Yun, she turned Zhao Qian over, then both of them sucked in a sharp breath. They saw that Zhao Qian's whole body was flushed red, his body temperature was hot to the touch, and his face was covered in blood. Blood? Why is there so much blood? And why is his body temperature so high? What's wrong with him? Wang Qianqian panicked and cried as she looked at Lu Yun. Zhao Qian was probably hit on the head by hail just now, that's why he's bleeding. Lu Yun checked Zhao Qian's head, found the wound, and continued, "As for why his body temperature is so high, I'm not sure. It's most likely due to extreme exhaustion and cardiac overload. We need to cool him down immediately." "How do we cool him down?" Wang Qianqian asked urgently. Lu Yun didn't speak, but her eyes looked toward the cave entrance, where many hailstones had fallen. For cooling down, hail was undoubtedly the best option. However, the hail was falling too frequently. If they went out to collect it, there was a very high chance of being hit. Damn! When Wang Qianqian heard Lu Yun's words, she looked toward the outside of the cave. Without the slightest hesitation, she was about to walk out to pick up the hail. "Qianqian, don't rush, think of another way." Seeing this, Lu Yun grabbed Wang Qianqian, worried she would do something foolish. After all, they didn't have the strong physical strength like Zhao Qian. If they got hit by the hail, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiao Yun, there's no time. If we don't cool Zhao Qian down, he'll die." Wang Qianqian said anxiously through tears. "He's like this because he saved us. We can't just watch him die. Of course we have to save Zhao Qian, but we need to use our brains and think of a solution that works for both sides." Lu Yun tried to persuade her. "There's no such perfect solution." Wang Qianqian shook her head. "There must be one." Lu Yun's brain spun quickly, and suddenly she had a flash of inspiration. She asked, "Do you remember that big bone club Zhao Qian brought back?" Wang Qianqian nodded. "I remember, but so what? That big bone club was thrown away when he saved us. There's no way we can get it back." Lu Yun shook her head. "That's not what I meant. Don't you remember Zhao Qian said he found that big bone club in this cave? There's a complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the cave. That means we just need to find the skeleton and take another bone." After saying this, Lu Yun quickly walked deeper into the cave to look for the T-Rex skeleton. Wang Qianqian stood there stunned for a few seconds, then slapped her head hard with an annoyed expression. "No wonder Zhao Qian always says I don't use my brain. There was clearly a better way, and I almost went to die. What I was about to do is no different from Captain America freezing himself for decades to stop a bomb." Thinking back to how she had just risked everything to save Zhao Qian, with a hero off to never return kind of attitude, she used to think she was loyal, but now she only felt foolish. After cursing herself, Wang Qianqian also went deep into the cave to search for the T-Rex skeleton. Although they had no torches and the cave was pitch black inside, this actually helped them adapt more quickly to the darkness. It only took a few minutes for them to find the T-Rex skeleton. They didn't have time to marvel. They quickly took out a large bone and returned to the cave entrance, using the big bone to push hail into the cave. Thump thump thump! The big bone was only extended outside for a short time, but even so, it was hit by hail several times, showing how fierce the hail was. "Qianqian, take these to cool Zhao Qian down first." Lu Yun handed 2 hailstones to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian didn't dare hesitate. She took the hail to Zhao Qian, smashed them into ice chips, and placed them on his body. At this point, Zhao Qian's body temperature had risen again, so the ice chips melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into ice water. Fortunately, the method worked. The continuously rising temperature was finally brought under control. "Xiao Yun, the hail isn't enough. Bring more." Wang Qianqian quickly used up the 2 hailstones and shouted to Lu Yun. "Coming." While Wang Qianqian was cooling Zhao Qian down, Lu Yun had already pushed in a lot more hail and brought it over. The two of them quickly smashed the hail into ice chips and covered Zhao Qian with them. As large amounts of ice chips cooled him down, Zhao Qian's body temperature finally stabilized and gradually dropped. Seeing this, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she wasn't sure if her method would work, since she wasn't a medical expert. Luckily, she hit the mark by accident, and it actually worked. Xiao Yun, Zhao Qian's temperature has dropped, but why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang Qianqian couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. It's probably related to the body's self-protection mechanism. We just need to wait. Lu Yun wasn't too sure. Xiao Yun, are you sure Zhao Qian is no longer in danger? Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. Lu Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she checked Zhao Qian again. At this point, Zhao Qian's head had stopped bleeding. Judging from the recovery, it wouldn't take long to scab. His body temperature had gone down, heart rate, breathing, all other signs were very stable. Don't worry. He's definitely out of danger. Lu Yun assured. Then I can relax. Wang Qianqian let out a breath of relief and finally smiled. Seeing the smile on Wang Qianqian's face, Lu Yun seemed to realize something, but didn't say it out loud. After that, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave. Seeing that he wouldn't wake up for now and having nothing else to do, they started exploring the cave. Unknowingly, time passed from morning to noon, then from noon to afternoon, and now it was getting dark. Having not eaten all day, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were starving. They didn't want to move at all and simply stayed near Zhao Qian, hoping he'd wake up and find food for them. But Zhao Qian showed no signs of waking. As it gradually got dark, the temperature in the cave started to drop. Chills kept creeping in, and the two of them shivered nonstop. But being cold and hungry wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that the rain and hail outside had been falling all day without any sign of stopping, and it hadn't even eased up. In this situation, they were basically trapped in the cave and couldn't go out to find food. Xiao Yun, it's been raining all day. Why hasn't it stopped yet? Wang Qianqian complained. The weather on this island is just too weird. I don't know either. Lu Yun shook her head calmly. If it keeps raining, will we starve to death in the cave? I'm cold and hungry, and I want to sleep but I'm too cold to sleep. After saying that, Wang Qianqian looked at the unconscious Zhao Qian and said, when Zhao Qian was here, I didn't think surviving on a deserted island was that hard. Now that he's been unconscious for just one day, I feel like I can't survive. Although Zhao Qian had tried many times to show her through actions that surviving on a deserted island wasn't a joke, her life had actually been pretty good. She had clothes as blankets when sleeping, food whenever she was hungry because Zhao Qian would bring it, and fires to warm her when it was cold. It's like parents telling their kids that if they don't study, working life will be tough. The kids seem to listen, but they don't really take it to heart, because their life hasn't changed much, they don't feel the hardship. Only after entering society and experiencing the hardships of working life do they realize how lucky they used to be. That's why so many people regret not studying hard once they start working. Lu Yun listened to Wang Qianqian's words and didn't comment, because she had understood all this long ago. Awoo! Just as the two of them were silent, a pig slaughtering-like scream suddenly came from outside the cave. Where did that sound come from? Suddenly, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun became alert. They held the Tyrannosaurus bones in their hands and cautiously watched the outside of the cave. At this time, it wasn't completely dark yet, so they could vaguely see a black figure slowly approaching the cave. During this process, the hail kept hitting the black figure, causing it to let out miserable cries, but it wasn't killed. Oh no, it's a wild boar. As the black figure got closer, Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but cry out. A wild boar? Wang Qianqian quickly said, aren't wild boars supposed to live in the forest? Why would it appear here? Lu Yun frowned and said, it's probably related to this rain and hailstorm. This wild boar wants to enter the cave to escape the hail. Wang Qianqian asked, then what do we do now? Lu Yun said, we can't let it come in, otherwise we're finished. If Zhao Qian were awake, the three of them might be able to deal with a wild boar. But now Zhao Qian was unconscious, and the two of them, being girls with no strength, stood no chance against it. And wild boars are not animals that can coexist peacefully with humans. Once they sense danger, they will attack without hesitation, to the death. How do we stop it from coming in? Wang Qianqian panicked and asked, what if we pretend to be dead? I heard many wild animals won't attack dead people. No. Lu Yun shook her head and explained, wild boars are omnivores. They also eat carrion? If a wild boar can eat rotting flesh, it'll eat our fresh meat even more. Actually, not just wild boars, bears also eat carrion. So when encountering bears or wild boars in the wild, it's best to avoid them. If you can't, then it's basically a dead end. Don't think about running away either. It's not an exaggeration to say most animals are faster and have better stamina than humans. Of course, most wild animals don't actively attack humans unless provoked. But right now, this wild boar has been pelted by hail for a long time and is definitely injured. An injured animal is extremely alert. Even a small movement will make it feel threatened and trigger an attack. Awoo! While Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were discussing countermeasures, the wild boar was getting closer to the cave. The two of them could even clearly see what it looked like. It was a huge wild boar, more than 2 meters long, almost 3 meters. Its weight was unknown but definitely over 400 kilograms. It had 2 tusks sticking out of its mouth and skin that looked like it had a glossy coating. It was precisely this glossy-looking skin that protected the wild boar. When the hail hit it, it only felt pain but didn't suffer fatal injuries. "This is a male wild boar," Lu Yun said. "Is that good or bad?" Wang Qianqian asked. "Both good and bad." Lu Yun paused and continued, "Male wild boars are solitary. They usually don't live in groups. So we only have to deal with this one. But compared to females, male wild boars have worse tempers, are more aggressive, and are bigger in size." While speaking, the wild boar had already entered the cave. Its massive size made both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun hold their breath and freeze. Fortunately, they had already moved Zhao Qian to the deeper part of the cave. Otherwise, the wild boar would have seen him immediately upon entering. Thud! Suddenly, the wild boar wobbled and fell to the ground, not moving for a long time. "Xiao Yun, did the wild boar get killed by the hail?" Wang Qianqian asked in a low, excited voice. Lu Yun observed carefully for a moment, then shook her head. "No, its belly is still moving, which means it's breathing. It was probably injured by the hail and is now resting." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Should we strike while it's down and kill it?" Lu Yun looked at the brave Wang Qianqian and reminded her, "That wild boar is so big. Let alone the bones in our hands, even a shotgun might not be able to kill it. Attacking it would only make it angry, and that would be truly dangerous." Wang Qianqian said, "If we don't attack, we can't just wait here forever, right?" Lu Yun nodded. "For now, waiting is the safest option." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent. She stared at the wild boar for a while, then gave up on the risky idea. As the sun set, it became completely dark. Outside the cave, maybe the eyes could still see a little. But inside the cave, there wasn't a trace of light. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were in complete darkness. Actually, the two of them were already exhausted. Their eyelids kept drooping. But knowing that a wild boar was nearby, they forced themselves to stay awake, staying alert to its movements. In the darkness, aside from the sound of rain and hail falling outside the cave, there was no other sound. The next day? No one knew when Wang Qianqian fell asleep, but she was suddenly awakened by a chill. The first thing she did upon waking was look at the wild boar near the cave entrance. Thankfully, the wild boar was still lying there, resting. Then she checked Zhao Qian's condition. All his vital signs were normal, but he still hadn't woken up. She began to worry if the hail had damaged his brain. As soon as Wang Qianqian finished checking, her stomach growled. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. And she had run around for a long time yesterday morning. She felt like she was starving to death. Now, never mind those juicy bugs, even more disgusting ones, she felt like she could eat them without hesitation. But even if she wanted to eat disgusting bugs, she didn't have any. And even if the wild boar weren't blocking the cave entrance, she still couldn't go out looking for food, because it was still raining and hailing outside. It had been going on for a whole day and night. The hail was almost blocking the entire cave entrance. "Xiao Yun, are you awake?" Wang Qianqian gently pushed the sleeping Lu Yun, but no matter what, she couldn't wake her up. "Xiao Yun, what's wrong with you?" Wang Qianqian quickly checked and found that Lu Yun's body temperature was very high. She immediately realized Lu Yun had caught a cold. Actually, it wasn't surprising that Lu Yun got sick. Yesterday, they had been caught in the rain, and at night they slept in a damp, dark cave, full of fear. It would be strange if she didn't get sick. But when Wang Qianqian saw that out of the 3 people, only she was still normal, she suddenly felt helpless. Before, she could rely on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. But now, she could only rely on herself, as if all the responsibility had fallen on her shoulders. Snort snort. Misfortunes never come alone. Just as Wang Qianqian was feeling helpless, the sound of the wild boar snorting reached her ears. She turned around and saw that the massive wild boar had somehow woken up and was now staring at her with fierce eyes. At this moment, Wang Qianqian felt as if her heart had risen to her throat. Her body seemed frozen in place, and she didn't dare move at all. What she was feeling now was absolutely not something a bystander could understand just by imagining it. It was like someone saying they are not afraid of tigers, but when they actually see one, just a glance from the tiger can make their legs go weak. Wang Qianqian's situation was even more frightening and panic-inducing than she had imagined. However, the wild boar did not stop because Wang Qianqian was afraid. It was like a predator that had spotted its prey and was closing in. The distance grew shorter and shorter. Wang Qianqian understood that she had to resist, otherwise the three of them would definitely die. No, don't come any closer. Wang Qianqian quickly picked up a Tyrannosaurus bone from the ground, pointed the sharp end at the wild boar, gathered her courage, and shouted loudly. It was unclear whether Wang Qianqian's shout had an effect or for some other reason, but the wild boar actually stopped at the exact moment her voice fell. However, after being dazed for a few seconds, the wild boar moved again. Snort, snort. The wild boar seemed to be enraged. It no longer approached slowly, but charged straight at her. You had to understand, this was a huge wild boar nearly 3 meters long and weighing over 400 kilograms. When it charged at a target at full speed, the destructive force was terrifying. Not to mention a weak girl like Wang Qianqian, even if Xiao Qian were awake, he wouldn't dare take such a hit head-on. Scrape. Wang Qianqian instinctively took a step back, but when she thought of Xiao Qian and Lu Yun lying behind her, she forcefully stopped. Still, seeing the wild boar charging at her, she was so scared that she closed her eyes, screamed, and swung the big bone club in her hands. Under normal circumstances, with her eyes closed, it would have been impossible to hit the wild boar. She herself would probably have been knocked flying instead. But in reality, Wang Qianqian felt the big bone club hit the wild boar. The rebound force made her hands ache. I hit it. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed and opened her eyes. But the moment she opened them, she regretted it. She saw that the wild boar was already right in front of her, only a few dozen centimeters away. The big bone club in her hands had hit the boar squarely on the forehead. Seeing the damage she caused, Wang Qianqian couldn't feel happy at all, because just as Lu Yun had said, her attack did not hurt the wild boar in the slightest and instead only enraged it. Sure enough. The wild boar let out an angry roar, thrust forward violently, knocked Wang Qianqian to the ground, opened its mouth, and bit down. Ah, help! Wang Qianqian hurriedly shoved the big bone club into the wild boar's mouth while instinctively screaming for help. But on this deserted island, there were only 3 humans in total. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were both unconscious, and there was no one to save her. The wild boar pressed Wang Qianqian down tightly. If not for the big bone club wedged in its mouth, Wang Qianqian would most likely already be dead. Relying on the big bone club, the wild boar was temporarily held back. But before long, the wild boar realized the problem. It bit down hard on the big bone club, then violently shook its head. The club slipped out of Wang Qianqian's hands and was flung away. Bang, bang, bang. The big bone club hit the hard rocky ground, making sharp crashing sounds. With nothing left to block it, the wild boar launched another attack on Wang Qianqian, its bloody mouth biting down again. Ah! Wang Qianqian closed her eyes and screamed in fear. She knew she had no chance of surviving. But after waiting for a moment, the pain she imagined, having a chunk of flesh bitten off, did not come. She felt no pain at all. So she timidly opened her eyes, wanting to see what was happening. Hiss! When she opened her eyes, she sucked in a sharp breath. The wild boar's mouth was only a few centimeters from her face. She could even smell the foul odor from its mouth. She couldn't understand why, but the wild boar had stopped and did not continue attacking her. What's going on? Wang Qianqian guessed in her heart. Could it be that my screaming scared it? But she had no time to think about this. She quickly crawled out from under the wild boar and moved behind it, away from the unconscious Xiao Qian and Lu Yun. As soon as she got behind the wild boar, it shook its head, as if waking up. The wild boar first lowered its head and realized Wang Qianqian was gone. After looking around and not finding her, it immediately let out an angry roar. Hey, you stupid pig, I'm over here. Wang Qianqian shouted loudly from behind, worried the wild boar would notice Xiao Qian and Lu Yun. Hearing the sound, the wild boar immediately turned around, snorted in displeasure, and charged again. Ah! Wang Qianqian screamed again. But unlike before, when she screamed out of fear, this time she screamed on purpose. She wanted to see if her scream could really intimidate the wild boar. And the facts proved that she was right. The wild boar that was charging wildly, after hearing her scream, first lost the light in its eyes, which became very dull, and then its speed slowed down. So that's really it. My scream can scare the wild boar. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed. She was no longer as afraid as before and continued thinking, should I try to use my scream to kill it? This was like using a control skill in a game. After controlling the enemy, the next step would naturally be to attack and kill the monster. However, this idea was quickly rejected, because without a weapon, she didn't think she could kill the wild boar. After all, earlier she had used the big bone club and hit the wild boar's head with all her strength, and it hadn't caused even the slightest damage. Roar! The wild boar quickly recovered, its eyes turning red with extreme anger. Ah! However, Wang Qianqian did not give the wild boar any chance to attack. The moment it woke up, she screamed again, once more intimidating it. In this way, back and forth, Wang Qianqian kept doing it again and again. But soon, she discovered that the time her scream could intimidate the wild boar was getting shorter and shorter. At first, she could scare the wild boar for dozens of seconds. Now she could only scare it for a few seconds. At this rate, she would soon be unable to intimidate it at all. After some more time passed. When the wild boar moved again, Wang Qianqian's scream lost its effect. It wasn't that it completely lost its effect, but the intimidation time was too short. The wild boar only paused slightly before continuing its attack. It's over. Wang Qianqian's mind went completely blank, her face as pale as death. When her scream could no longer intimidate the wild boar, she was utterly helpless in front of it. Thud! The wild boar ran across the hard rocky ground, making heavy impact sounds. Each of these sounds was like a death warrant, making Wang Qianqian's face go pale and lifeless. I don't want to die. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Dying like this would be such a loss in this life. After all, Wang Qianqian was just an ordinary person. To say she wasn't afraid of death would be a lie. So in her panic, such a sentence came out of her mouth. She still wanted to say something, but the wild boar was already right in front of her. Terrified, she shut her eyes. Bang! A loud crashing sound rang out. But the scene Wang Qianqian imagined, of being slammed away, didn't happen. She didn't even feel the slightest pain. What's going on? Wang Qianqian was confused and gathered her courage to open her eyes. This time, what she saw was no longer the terrifying image of the wild boar, but a broad back. Zhao Qian! Wang Qianqian was overjoyed, because the one blocking the wild boar was none other than Zhao Qian, who had just been unconscious. Looking at Zhao Qian's back, Wang Qianqian felt an unprecedented sense of safety. I heard everything you said just now. Zhao Qian turned his head and grinned. Didn't expect that when you were about to die, you were thinking about men. Are you really that desperate to get married? Hearing this, Wang Qianqian remembered what she just said and wished she could find a hole to crawl into, too embarrassing. Get back. Leave this to me. Seeing Wang Qianqian stay silent, Zhao Qian reminded her with a smile. Oh. Feeling safer than ever, Wang Qianqian quickly ran deeper into the cave, away from Zhao Qian and the wild boar. Thank you. At this moment, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted. Although he had been unconscious since entering the cave, in fact, he had been conscious all along, just unable to control his body. So he knew what Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had done for him, and he also knew Wang Qianqian had fought the wild boar alone. So this thank you was necessary. Wang Qianqian's figure paused for a moment. Facing away from Zhao Qian, tears ran down her face uncontrollably. Just one thank you made her feel that everything she did was worth it. Zhao Qian's whole body exploded with terrifying strength. He grabbed the wild boar's tusks tightly with both hands and wrestled with it, and he wasn't losing. That's right. After a day and night of unconsciousness, his strength had improved again, enough to wrestle a wild boar. If he had to carry Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun again now, he could easily bring both into the cave, without a repeat of what happened before. I was worrying about what we'd eat next, with the rain and hail still going on outside. Zhao Qian grinned. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. Since you came, I'll gladly accept. As he spoke, Zhao Qian continued to increase his strength. His arms tensed, and he suddenly threw the wild boar to the ground. Not giving it a chance to get up, Zhao Qian pounced directly, pressing the boar's head down hard and punched it fiercely. Bang! His fist slammed onto the wild boar's head, causing it to cry out in pain. Its struggling became more intense. But with its body pinned sideways on the ground, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. In fact, Zhao Qian wasn't much stronger than the wild boar. The reason the boar couldn't break free was because it was pinned sideways and couldn't use its full strength. It's like a crocodile, its bite force is strong, but its jaw-opening force is weak, so it's easy to keep its mouth shut. This won't work. I can't kill it with my fists. After punching, Zhao Qian felt the wild boar's tough hide and knew he couldn't kill it with just his fists. So he immediately looked around for something to use as a weapon. Soon, he saw the big bone club that had been thrown away earlier by the boar. Without hesitation, he let go of the boar, leapt over, and grabbed the bone club. Snort, snort. Freed from Zhao Qian's grip, the wild boar kicked wildly, used all its strength to get up, and roared angrily at Zhao Qian. Clearly, the boar's aggression had shifted from Wang Qianqian to Zhao Qian. Thud, thud. The wild boar was completely enraged. It charged at Zhao Qian with full force, its speed at least 45 kilometers per hour. In Wang Qianqian's eyes, the wild boar was just a black blur. She felt her eyes couldn't keep up with its speed. But just as the crazed wild boar reached Zhao Qian, it saw him swing the big bone club with all his strength and slam it down on the boar's head. Crack! The force of the strike was huge. The big bone club snapped in half on the spot. As for the wild boar, it was knocked unconscious immediately, unable to control its body. It collapsed heavily to the ground and couldn't get up. With a cold expression, Zhao Qian walked forward, stared at the still-breathing wild boar, and raised the broken bone club high. It's all just to survive. As he spoke, Zhao Qian stabbed the sharp broken end of the bone into the wild boar's neck. In an instant, blood gushed out. Awooh! The wild boar let out a miserable howl and tried to struggle, but Zhao Qian pinned it down tightly. As more and more blood drained from the wild boar, its struggling weakened, until it finally stopped, only twitching occasionally. Phew! Zhao Qian let out a breath and said to Wang Qianqian, "It's done. Come over." Wang Qianqian ran up quickly, stared at the dead wild boar in disbelief, and said, You're too strong. You actually killed such a huge wild boar with your bare hands. Your strength is getting crazy. Are you even human? Before, Zhao Qian's strength was just a bit above average, still within the range of a normal person. But now, Zhao Qian's strength had far surpassed that. Calling him a humanoid monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. I just saved you, how can you insult me like that? Zhao Qian was speechless. He clenched his powerful fists and said, "If I'm not wrong, my changes are related to this deserted island." Wang Qianqian quickly asked, "What kind of connection?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "I just know there's a connection. I don't know the details. But we can ask Sister Yun. She's so smart, she'll definitely know what's going on." "Oh no." Wang Qianqian slapped her forehead and suddenly said, "Xiaoyun got soaked in the rain yesterday and slept on the ground. She seems to have caught a cold. I can't wake her up no matter what." Zhao Qian quickly said, "Take me to see her." Wang Qianqian led Zhao Qian to Lu Yun. Zhao Qian squatted down and touched Lu Yun's forehead, discovering that her temperature was indeed very high. "Zhao Qian, what should we do now?" Seeing him silent for a long time, Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. "I'm going out." Zhao Qian said with hesitation. "Out?" Wang Qianqian didn't understand. "Go where?" Zhao Qian turned to look outside the cave, where it was still raining and hailing, and said, "Outside the cave." "No, absolutely not." Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's words. She pointed at the terrifying hailstorm outside and said, "How can you go out in this kind of weather? Even if you're superhuman now, you can't withstand that hail." "Superhuman? Is that how you compliment someone? I have to go." Zhao Qian touched Lu Yun's forehead again, his expression serious. "Sister Yun's temperature is too high. She needs treatment right away. But the medicine I collected earlier is all in the suitcase, so I have to get it back." Back when he woke up, he had collected many suitcases, and some of them contained common medicines. He gathered all those medicines and stored them safely in a suitcase for emergencies. If it weren't for saving Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, he would have already brought those suitcases into the cave. When Wang Qianqian heard that Zhao Qian was going out to save Lu Yun, she fell silent. She didn't object as strongly as before, but when she looked at the hail outside the cave, a worried look appeared on her face. The extreme weather outside couldn't even be described as terrifying anymore, it was a disaster. Thankfully, this extreme weather was only happening on this island. If it occurred in a city, who knows how many lives would be lost. Wang Qianqian didn't want Zhao Qian to go out mainly because she didn't want to feel helpless again. But to save Lu Yun, she could only agree to let Zhao Qian go retrieve the suitcase. "In this weather, how are you going out?" Wang Qianqian asked. "I plan to remove the T-Rex skull and use it as a shield to go out," Zhao Qian said after thinking for a moment, rubbing his chin. The T-Rex skull was very large, completely capable of acting as a shield against the hail. The only problem was that the T-Rex skull was already decayed, its hardness greatly weakened, and might not withstand the hail. If it broke, he'd have to take the hail head-on. Even with his now enhanced physical strength, he didn't think he could endure that. That could work. Wang Qianqian recalled the large T-Rex skull and agreed it could cover one person. She asked, "But are you really willing to use the T-Rex skull? If it gets damaged, it'll lower the skeleton's value. Saving someone is more important." Zhao Qian said seriously. Although he didn't want any damage to the T-Rex skeleton, he didn't want to watch Lu Yun die even more. So no matter what, he had to get the suitcase and treat Lu Yun. "You're that noble?" Wang Qianqian was doubtful. She had seen people turn against each other over money. "On a deserted island with limited food, I've given you food, water, and shelter for free. Isn't that noble enough? Zhao Qian replied. Don't make it sound like I'm useless. I just saved you, remember? Wang Qianqian argued. True. Want me to repay you with my body? Zhao Qian joked. Get lost, you pervert. Wang Qianqian blushed and wanted to say more, but her stomach growled. She rubbed her belly and looked at Zhao Qian. I'm starving. When you come back, find some food. I don't care if it's those gross bugs, I'm just too hungry. Food? Zhao Qian glanced at the already dead wild boar. Is a 400-kilogram wild boar not enough for you? Or did you forget, that wild boar is our food now? Hearing this, Wang Qianqian froze for a moment, then showed an awkward but polite smile. Maybe she'd been too scared by the boar and didn't want to think about it, so she hadn't even considered eating it. I'll give you the wild boar's brain to eat, maybe it'll help yours? Wait, no, pigs are dumb, eating its brain might make you dumber, or maybe this wild boar is actually smarter than you. Zhao Qian said, laughing loudly. Zhao Qian, I'm going to kill you. Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and charged at him. A real man doesn't fight with women. I'm going to get the suitcase. Zhao Qian dodged while laughing, then went deep into the cave and removed the T-Rex skull. To be honest, the T-Rex skull was quite heavy. Even though his strength had increased during his coma, he still felt its weight. But fortunately, the distance wasn't far, a round trip would only take 20 minutes. He could handle that. I'm off. Zhao Qian carried the T-Rex skull to the cave entrance and shouted back at Wang Qianqian. Be careful, Wang Qianqian reminded. Yeah. Zhao Qian nodded, then dashed out without hesitation. Bang bang bang. The moment he left the cave, fist-sized hailstones slammed onto the T-Rex skull, making loud thudding noises. Luckily, the skull was strong enough, even under a storm of hail, it wasn't damaged. Zhao Qian let out a breath and ran toward the suitcases. His speed had also improved. A trip that used to take over 10 minutes now took only a few. All 4 suitcases were still there, but 2 had been smashed by the hail, and rainwater had soaked everything inside. The clothes inside were soaked through. Good thing the medicine suitcase wasn't damaged. I'll bring the 2 intact ones back first. Zhao Qian still had to carry the T-Rex skull, so it wasn't possible to carry all 4 suitcases at once. He decided to take 2 back first. As for the remaining suitcases, he'd deal with them after the storm. They mostly had clothes, which weren't afraid of water or hail. He tied 2 suitcases to himself, grabbed the T-Rex skull, and was about to head back. But after a few steps, he suddenly thought of something, ran to a tree, and broke off a bunch of branches. Now they had food, but no firewood. To avoid eating raw meat, he planned to bring back some branches. As for how to light wet branches, he'd figure it out later. After gathering the branches, Zhao Qian carried the suitcases and firewood and headed back. Maybe because of all the stuff he was carrying, the return trip took longer. But even so, the total time was under 30 minutes. I'm back. Zhao Qian returned to the cave, immediately opened the suitcase, found the cold medicine, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Give Sister Yun the medicine first, then pick out some clothes to lay under and cover her with. Okay. Wang Qianqian nodded quickly and took the medicine. Once she left, Zhao Qian looked at the wet branches he brought back and began to worry. It was already hard to start a fire with dry wood, so how was he supposed to light these wet branches? Although it was very hot when they first arrived on the deserted island, after 2 days of continuous rain and hail, the temperature on the island had now dropped significantly. And inside the cave, it was even colder than outside, so they absolutely had to make a fire. Otherwise, with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun's physical condition, they wouldn't be able to last. In fact, the fact that Wang Qianqian hadn't fallen sick like Lu Yun had already surprised him. The fire-starting tools are still here, but they're soaked and probably unusable. As Zhao Qian spoke, he took out the fire-starting tools. Just as he suspected, they were completely soaked and couldn't possibly dry out anytime soon. He let out a bitter laugh. He had thought the wet branches would be the main problem, but he hadn't expected everything to be a problem. Looks like I'll have to find substitutes. Zhao Qian rubbed his chin and, after thinking for a moment, said, the wooden stick can be replaced with small broken bones from the T-Rex skeleton. As for the wooden base, I remember I didn't take the torch from the first cave exploration. I can split it in half and use it as the base. For kindling, I can look through these clothes. There's bound to be something suitable to use. Wet branches can't be used directly, but I can burn the clothes first. As long as I get a fire going, the wet branches won't be a problem. With that, Zhao Qian quickly began to act. First, he picked a bone of the right size from the T-Rex skeleton. Then he found the torch he had discarded during the first cave exploration. Although the surface of the torch was damp, after splitting it open, he found the inside was still dry. Finally, he picked a few pieces of clothing suitable for burning and began trying to start a fire. SSSSSS. The bone rubbed against the base continuously. But perhaps because the cave environment was too damp, Zhao Qian felt like he was using every bit of strength he had just to make the base darken and spark. He didn't even dare breathe, holding his breath as he transferred the sparks to the kindling. But before he could even blow on it, the spark went out. Once. 5 times. 10 times. Even with his rich fire-starting experience, in this damp environment, it took Zhao Qian many attempts to finally get the kindling lit. He immediately placed the prepared, easily flammable clothes on top. As a pungent smell began to rise, the clothes caught fire. Actually, getting to this step was already a success. But Zhao Qian still didn't dare relax, because the wet branches hadn't started burning yet, and he couldn't keep burning clothes. Compared to wood, clothes on this island were non-renewable resources. Zhao Qian found some thinner branches, shook off the water, removed the leaves, and placed them over the fire to dry. As steam rose from the branches, they dried out and were thrown onto the fire. Crackle, crackle, the wet branches began to burn. Once the fire was lit, a faint light appeared in the previously pitch-black cave. Just seeing the light seemed to dispel much of the cold. Zhao Qian, you're amazing, you actually started a fire during a rainstorm. Wang Qianqian ran over with a bright smile when she saw the flames. Almost killed me. Zhao Qian complained, then asked, is Sister Yun's condition stable now? Wang Qianqian shook her head. She's already taken the cold medicine, but her temperature hasn't gone down. Do you think maybe the medicine isn't working? Zhao Qian rolled his eyes. You think cold medicine is some magic cure? Medicine takes time to work, you can't rush it. Oh. Wang Qianqian didn't argue back. Not because she had learned her lesson, but because she was too hungry to waste energy arguing. When are you cooking? Right now. Zhao Qian was actually hungry too. He turned to look at the wild boar and said, but it'll take some time. The boar hasn't been processed yet. Even though the wild boar had been killed, cleaning and preparing it would take a lot of time. Most importantly, Zhao Qian had never done this before and would have to figure it out as he went. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Wang Qianqian urged impatiently. Out of gratitude for being saved earlier, she chose not to argue this time, and Zhao Qian, wanting to save his strength, decided to ignore her provocation. Zhao Qian dragged the wild boar to the cave entrance, found a sharp-edged rock inside the cave, sharpened it a little, and started processing the boar. He first skinned it, then cleaned the innards. It took him 4 to 5 hours to barely finish processing the over 400-kilogram wild boar. This meat is enough to last a long time. As for preservation, we can freeze it, smoke it, or salt it, Zhao Qian said with a smile as he looked at the processed boar. The boar was huge, not just 1 or 2 meals. Even a whole month might not be enough to finish it. To prevent it from spoiling, they had to find a way to preserve it. There was hail outside the cave for freezing. Even if the hail stopped, they could smoke or salt the meat, the important thing was not letting it spoil. Let's eat this piece first. Zhao Qian cut off the best piece of meat from the wild boar, skewered it with a stick, and started roasting it. The rest of the meat he covered with hail from outside the cave to freeze. Before long, the roasting meat gave off an irresistible smell. Wang Qianqian couldn't even focus on Lu Yun anymore. She ran over, hugged her knees, and stared straight at the meat. Mind your image, your drool is dripping from your mouth, Zhao Qian said speechlessly. He used to think celebrities were above it all, but now he realized they were just ordinary people. I'm starving to death, who cares about image? Hurry up. Wang Qianqian said. Don't worry, I won't let you starve. Zhao Qian added, aren't you celebrities always trying to lose weight? Aren't you on a diet? I'm warning you, this is pork. It'll make you fat. Of course I diet too. Wang Qianqian shivered as she recalled, everything I ate every day was prepared by professionals. They said it was healthy, but it tasted awful. I was always starving, and my agent watched me all the time, making me weigh myself every few days. Gaining even a little was unacceptable. Zhao Qian had heard that dieting as a celebrity was painful, but he hadn't realized how bad it really was. If being a celebrity is that miserable, have you ever thought of quitting? Wang Qianqian asked instinctively, if I quit, will you support me? Right after saying that, Wang Qianqian regretted it, afraid Zhao Qian would reply like in a movie, sure, I'll take care of you. But in reality, she overthought it, and underestimated how blunt Zhao Qian was. Zhao Qian looked at her with a disgusted expression and shook his head hard. Support you? You wish. At this moment, Zhao Qian felt a bit of regret. Originally, he had just asked casually, but he didn't expect Wang Qianqian to latch onto him, wanting him to support her. He wasn't a fool. How could he possibly agree? Of course, the most important reason was that with his income, he couldn't afford to support a big celebrity. You. Wang Qianqian saw the look of disgust on Zhao Qian's face and was instantly so angry she wanted to curse. In the country, she was a top-tier celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Who knew how many people dreamed of supporting her? Yet Zhao Qian looked down on her like this. Was he even a man? Enough, eat the roasted meat. Afraid that Wang Qianqian would really latch onto him, Zhao Qian immediately took the nearly finished roasted pork from the fire, sprinkled some salt on it, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Giving her something to eat should shut her up. Wang Qianqian did want to say something else, but seeing the roasted meat in front of her, her stomach growled again. Unable to care about arguing with Zhao Qian, she grabbed the meat and started eating in big bites. With the first bite, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief, then picked up another piece of raw meat, skewered it, and put it over the fire. After eating, it was already afternoon. Outside the cave, the rain and hail were still falling, showing no signs of stopping. After such a long period of rain, the hail had nearly covered every corner of the deserted island. With so much hail, it had already begun to change the island's temperature. Anyway, Zhao Qian felt that the temperature was getting colder and colder, even sitting beside the fire, he was still shivering. Because of that, he put on several layers of clothes and lit several fires inside the cave, trying to dispel the cold as much as possible. Is Sister Yun's condition getting better? Zhao Qian used a bottle to collect water, boiled it over the fire, and handed it to Wang Qianqian to warm herself. Much, much better. Wang Qianqian, shivering from the cold, quickly took the bottle and hugged it to her chest to feel warmer. The weather on this island is just too strange. It was unbearably hot a few days ago, and then came this endless rain and hail. It's been almost 2 days now. When is it going to stop? Zhao Qian shook his head. Don't look at me, I don't know either. I just went out to gather firewood, and the dark clouds didn't show any sign of clearing. Wang Qianqian said, next time, gather more firewood. That way we won't have to keep going out. The first batch of wet branches had long been used up. Zhao Qian had gone out twice more and brought back more firewood. But with several fires burning constantly, firewood was used up quickly, and they'd have to go out again soon. Zhao Qian also knew he needed to gather more firewood, but the weather outside was too harsh. The fact that he could get firewood at all was already lucky. There was no chance to bring back extra. He didn't want to waste words explaining this to Wang Qianqian, so he simply didn't reply. Cough cough. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly started coughing violently, immediately drawing Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian's attention. Wang Qianqian rushed over and asked with concern, Xiao Yun, are you okay now? I'm much better. Although Lu Yun said this, her face was pale, her breathing weak, she was still very frail. Do you want to eat something? Wang Qianqian asked again. I don't want to eat, just a little thirsty, Lu Yun said weakly. I'll get you some water. Wang Qianqian said, then reached into her clothes and pulled out a bottle of water. This bottle was the one Zhao Qian had just given her to warm herself. If Lu Yun hadn't asked for water, she wouldn't have been willing to give it up. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment when she saw this and reminded her, mind your image. But Wang Qianqian didn't care and casually said, it's not like I'm walking a red carpet right now. There's not much image to maintain. I just know it's freezing and I need to warm up. Lu Yun also felt the bone-chilling cold and asked, why is it suddenly so cold? Zhao Qian explained, you've been unconscious for a whole day. The rain and hail outside never stopped. The entire island is now covered in hail, so the temperature dropped sharply. Didn't expect I slept for that long. Lu Yun's face looked stunned. She turned to Wang Qianqian and asked, what about the wild boar? Zhao Qian killed it with his bare hands. Wang Qianqian continued, actually, we really have to thank that wild boar. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have anything to eat. Since they came to the island, they had barely been able to fill their stomachs. Later, they were lucky to catch a coconut crab as emergency food, but Wang Qianqian wouldn't let them eat it. Then during the move, the crab got lost, and their only food reserve was gone. If that wild boar hadn't suddenly appeared, they would have gone hungry. And with no idea when the rain and hail would stop, that would have been extremely dangerous. Because even if they weren't starved to death, their condition would have greatly declined, and their ability to handle danger would have dropped too. At that point, even a small accident could have killed them on the island. So in a way, that wild boar barging into the cave had saved them. Bare hands killed a wild boar? Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief, her expression even more shocked than Wang Qianqian, who had witnessed the whole thing. She was so shocked because she knew how dangerous wild boars were. A 400-kilogram boar was absolutely not something a single person could kill. Not just one person, even 10 people couldn't kill a wild boar with bare hands. Wild boars simply aren't the kind of animals humans can kill barehanded. Yeah. Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously and explained what had happened, including her own fight with the wild boar. After Lu Yun heard the whole story, she frowned deeply and didn't speak for a long time, clearly lost in thought. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian didn't disturb her, quietly waiting at the side. After a while, Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Are you starting to suspect that the changes in your body are related to this island?" "Yeah." Zhao Qian nodded firmly and said, "I'm very sure. I used to be just an ordinary person, but since coming to this island, my body has been changing in many ways." He had once suspected that he naturally had this kind of ability and it was only awakened on the island. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that was unlikely, so he dropped that idea. "I knew it, last time when I couldn't open that coconut no matter what, he smashed it open in one hit. I said he was strong, but he didn't take it seriously." Wang Qianqian had a "see, I told you" look on her face. "You guessed right. The changes in your body are related to this island," Lu Yun said. Then she paused, looked at Wang Qianqian, and said, "To be precise, it's not just you, Qianqian's body has also changed. She just hasn't noticed it yet." As soon as she said that, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were stunned on the spot. Immediately after, Wang Qianqian showed an expression of extreme joy and asked, "Xiao Yun, do you mean I'll become as powerful as Zhao Qian?" "Zhao Qian, let me show you how strong this heroine is." As she spoke, she didn't even wait for Lu Yun to explain and stood up to throw a punch at Zhao Qian. Pa! Wang Qianqian's fist landed squarely on Zhao Qian's chest. In order to get back at him for always bullying her, she used a lot of strength in this punch. However, the happy expression on Wang Qianqian's face disappeared visibly, replaced by a look of pain. She held her fist and cried out. "Ouch! That hurt so much. Xiao Yun, you lied to me." Lu Yun said, "Qianqian, I didn't lie to you. You were just too impatient. You didn't wait for me to finish. Your changes are different from Zhao Qian's." Wang Qianqian asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Yun explained, "Zhao Qian's changes are an increase in physical strength. But your changes don't strengthen your body, they give you the ability to control other creatures." Wang Qianqian had a face full of question marks. Clearly, she didn't understand. "Do you still remember that coconut crab?" Lu Yun asked. "My friend?" "Of course I remember," Wang Qianqian nodded. "If I'm not wrong, you activated your ability unintentionally and controlled that coconut crab." "That's impossible. You don't really think a coconut crab can understand human commands like a border collie, do you?" Wang Qianqian didn't say anything, but deep down, that's exactly what she thought. Only this time, she had gotten smarter. When her thoughts differed from others, she kept quiet. That way Zhao Qian wouldn't have a reason to mock her. She thought for a moment and asked, "If I can control other creatures, why didn't I control the wild boar?" Lu Yun frowned and thought for a moment, then answered, "It's probably because your ability hasn't reached the level needed to control a wild boar. But you were still able to stop its attack using your voice." Wang Qianqian asked, "Wasn't the wild boar scared off by my shouting?" Zhao Qian glanced at her and said, "You think you're a tigress or something? Just one roar and the wild boar is terrified." In fact, he had also been confused earlier about how Wang Qianqian had used her voice to stop the wild boar's attack. After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, he finally understood. The wild boar was stopped by Wang Qianqian's ability, and it had nothing to do with her shouting. He had thought it before, wild boars weren't the kind of animals that could be intimidated by noise. "If I were a tigress, I'd eat you first." Wang Qianqian snapped back, then sighed. "I feel like my ability is too weak. Besides the coconut crab, I can't even control a wild boar." "Your ability isn't weak at all, you just haven't developed it yet," Lu Yun said, then added, "Or do you want to wrestle a wild boar like Zhao Qian?" Wang Qianqian froze for a second, imagined herself wrestling a wild boar like Zhao Qian, and couldn't help showing a disgusted expression. She did envy Zhao Qian's power, but as soon as she imagined wrestling a wild boar, she shook her head quickly. No matter how little she cared about her image, she had never thought about wrestling a wild boar. That image was too much to bear. At this moment, Zhao Qian asked, "Sister Yun, have you figured out where this island is? Why did it give us such strange powers?" Lu Yun didn't answer right away. She glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, "I'm tired and need to rest. Let's talk about this later." "Xiao Yun, are you hiding something from us?" Wang Qianqian asked immediately, noticing Lu Yun's hesitation. "That's enough." Zhao Qian pulled Wang Qianqian aside and said, "Sister Yun still has a cold and is very weak. Let her rest first. When she's better, she'll tell us." Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Aren't you curious where we are?" Zhao Qian shrugged casually. "Where else could we be? Of course we're on Earth. What, you think we left the planet? You're being unreasonable." You're lawless. You're homeless. You're stirring up trouble. You're unloved. That's not an idiom. None of your business. As they argued, Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian somehow ended up competing in idioms. Although Zhao Qian easily outmatched Wang Qianqian in education, she cheated, using anything that had 4 characters, whether it was an idiom or not. In the end, Zhao Qian lost. Late at night. Because it was too cold, Wang Qianqian had gone to sleep early, so Zhao Qian had to stay up for the night watch. He sat by the fire, trying to curl himself into a ball to avoid the cold. Cold? Once Wang Qianqian was completely asleep, Lu Yun quietly got up and came to sit beside Zhao Qian. It's okay. Zhao Qian replied, then asked, Sister Yun, why aren't you sleeping? Lu Yun said calmly, I'm thinking about something. I can't sleep. Zhao Qian seemed to understand and asked, is it about the thing you hid from her today? By her, he meant Wang Qianqian. Actually, not only did Wang Qianqian notice that Lu Yun was hiding something, he did too. But he knew Lu Yun must have her reasons, so he didn't ask and even helped lead Wang Qianqian away. It's not that I want to hide it from Qianqian. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it, Lu Yun said with hesitation. We've been stranded on this island for so many days, her mental strength has grown a lot. She didn't even flinch when facing a wild boar. What could she possibly not handle now? Zhao Qian said with interest. Zhao Qian, do you believe in time travel? Lu Yun asked. Like in novels? Zhao Qian asked back, then shook his head. Honestly, I don't. When he was in school, he fantasized about time travel, but as he grew up, he realized that novels were all fake. Even a lot of real-world tech wasn't as powerful as advertised, so of course he didn't believe in time travel. After saying that, he seemed to understand something and looked at Lu Yun, asking, you mean, we've traveled through time? Yes. Lu Yun nodded seriously. Do you have any proof? Zhao Qian asked blankly. Yes. Lu Yun said, you told me before, anywhere on Earth has human trash. But this island doesn't. And the T-Rex skeleton you found, T-Rexes went extinct millions of years ago, but that skeleton looks fresh. The weather on this island is extremely abnormal, it's not the kind of weather Earth should have. On Earth, weather patterns are trackable, otherwise there wouldn't be weather forecasts. And lastly, the changes in your body and Qianqian's, you both gained supernatural powers. All of this points to one thing, we're no longer on the original Earth. Zhao Qian listened to what Lu Yun said, and the more he heard, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't say anything out loud, in his heart he already began to believe it somewhat. After all, Zhao Qian knew all the evidence Lu Yun gave, he just never thought in terms of time travel before. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Qian asked, Sister Yun, where do you think we are now? Lu Yun frowned slightly and said, from an ecological perspective, we should still be on Earth, but it might not be the original timeline. Not the original timeline? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, do you mean we've traveled to ancient times? Lu Yun nodded and said, not ancient times, but an even more ancient period. Have you ever heard of the Gundaya civilization? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, no. Lu Yun explained, the Gundaya civilization appears in Maya legend. This civilization appeared in the First Solar Age, and it has another name, the civilization of superpowers. Superpowers. Zhao Qian immediately thought of the changes that happened to him and Wang Qianqian. Isn't that what superpowers are? Could it be that they had traveled to the time of the Gundaya civilization? Do you know more about the Gundaya civilization? Zhao Qian asked after thinking for a moment. The Gundaya civilization is millions of years older than our time of existence. Whether this civilization really existed is another matter, so naturally there isn't much knowledge about it, Lu Yun said. When Zhao Qian heard that the Gundaya civilization was millions of years old, he understood that no trace of such a civilization could possibly remain, and whether it even existed was still up for debate. Not to mention such ancient times, even the Xia dynasty is not widely accepted by many Western scholars because no confirmed artifacts or relics from the Xia dynasty have been found. Not even artifacts from the Shang dynasty contain records of the Xia dynasty. And the Xia dynasty was only 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, let alone a civilization from millions of years ago, like the Gundaya civilization. Seeing Zhao Qian fall into thought, Lu Yun continued, actually, even if we did travel to the Gundaya civilization period, the timeline doesn't seem to match, because even in that period, Tyrannosaurus had already been extinct for over 60 million years. Its skeleton couldn't possibly look like it does now. So there is another possibility. Zhao Qian quickly asked, what possibility? Lu Yun answered, that we have traveled to a parallel world similar to Earth. The ecosystem is roughly the same as Earth's, but there are essential differences. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian didn't express his opinion, but his brow furrowed even more. According to Lu Yun's inference, they had either traveled across timelines or traveled to another world. In either case, they were no longer in their original spacetime. Just the thought of being in a strange world made him uneasy. Can we still go back? Zhao Qian drew a deep breath and asked. I don't know, Lu Yun shook her head. I understand. Zhao Qian didn't say anything more. He stood up, feeling a bit at a loss. But at this moment, Lu Yun said, I know it is hard for you to accept this. Actually, I am just like you. I don't dare believe that just by taking a plane we mysteriously traveled through time. Family, friends, colleagues, everything we once knew no longer exists. But we must pull ourselves together, otherwise we will never survive in this strange world. Also, I told you this secret because I hope you can help hide it from Qianqian for now. If she finds out the situation, she might collapse. Zhao Qian looked at the resting Wang Qianqian. He didn't speak, but he nodded. He and Lu Yun were both insignificant people in their original world. Even if they had traveled, they could barely accept it. But Wang Qianqian was different. In her original world, she was a top celebrity. Although she might not be famous worldwide, she was well known within Asia. Suddenly traveling through time, losing the career she worked so hard for, and her psychological endurance not being very strong, she might actually collapse. The next day? The rain and hail outside the cave still showed no sign of stopping, and this was already the third day. Standing at the cave entrance and looking outside, the ground was covered with thick hail. Many dips and low spots were filled with rainwater. If the cave weren't positioned so high, water or hail would have poured inside. Although they couldn't leave the cave, Zhao Qian didn't waste time. He found a different bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton and began polishing it, intending to make a weapon. Before last night, he wouldn't have wanted to damage the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. But now, he no longer cared. Shii. Zhao Qian placed the Tyrannosaurus bone on a rough stone and repeatedly polished its edge. With continuous friction, white and slightly red bone powder appeared on the stone. This was a strange bone. When choosing a suitable bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, he found all the bones were already decayed except this one. This strange bone seemed as fresh as if taken from the recently dead Tyrannosaurus. During polishing, he also found that the hardness of this bone was very high, it felt almost like iron. And to grind this bone, he had already used up 2 whetstones just to barely make the bone resemble a weapon. To fully shape it, he needed at least 2 more whetstones. Zhao Qian, come out quickly. While Zhao Qian was polishing the bone, Wang Qianqian, who was at the cave entrance breathing fresh air, suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao Qian didn't know what was happening. Instinctively holding his bone blade, he rushed over. When he reached the cave entrance, he saw Wang Qianqian pointing outside with an excited expression. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "The dark clouds have parted. The rain and hail have stopped." Wang Qianqian pointed at the sky excitedly when she saw Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian looked toward the sky. Just as Wang Qianqian said, the dark heavy clouds were indeed dispersing, and the long-missed sun appeared, shining on the island. Although the island's temperature was still low, the sunlight on the body felt warm and comfortable. And as the dark clouds parted, the rain and hail also stopped. This meant they could finally leave the cave. However, before Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian could stay happy for long, the smiles on their faces froze as they stared blankly toward the distant sea surface. They saw a gigantic hurricane suddenly appear on the sea surface dozens of nautical miles from the island. The hurricane was filled with black clouds from the sea up into the sky, and there were many lightning bolts like electric snakes constantly flashing within the hurricane. What was most frightening was that the hurricane seemed like a barrier, completely isolating their island from the outside world. Soon, Lu Yun, whose cold had not fully healed, was forcibly pulled out by Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian pointed at the distant hurricane and asked, "Xiao Yun, quickly look, what is the situation?" Lu Yun had just been resting in the cave and had not witnessed the formation of the hurricane, so after being pulled out, she was also shocked by what she saw. She was stunned for a moment, then pretended not to care and smiled. "Isn't this just a very ordinary hurricane? What's so strange about it?" "Ordinary hurricane?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yun, thinking that even if she was going to lie, she should at least come up with something sensible. Could such a strange hurricane be an ordinary hurricane? How could Wang Qianqian possibly believe such a lie? However, Zhao Qian still overestimated Wang Qianqian. She said, "You really scared me just now. I thought it was the end of the world. I didn't expect it was just an ordinary hurricane. Is the range of a hurricane really this big?" Lu Yun probably didn't expect her temporary lie to fool Wang Qianqian. Her expression became a bit unnatural, and she explained, Although the smallest hurricanes only have a diameter of a little over 100 kilometers, those large hurricanes can have diameters of more than 2,000 kilometers. Wang Qianqian showed a surprised look, so the range of hurricanes is this terrifying. I thought hurricanes were those long tubes that kept spinning and moving. Long tubes that keep spinning and moving? Another strange name was added. Zhao Qian internally wanted to complain. He knew what Wang Qianqian meant and explained, "What you are talking about is not called a hurricane. That is called a tornado. It is a different thing from a hurricane." Tornado. Wang Qianqian silently noted the name, then asked, "Are hurricanes dangerous? Should we leave the cave?" Maybe because she was scared by the earlier rain and hail, when seeing abnormal weather, Wang Qianqian first thought about safety. Not exaggerating, as long as either Zhao Qian or Lu Yun told her there was danger, she would definitely not leave the cave. Compared with when she first arrived on the deserted island, she was much more cautious and had grown a lot. We should be in the center of the hurricane. Compared with other areas of the hurricane, we are still relatively safe, Lu Yun said, then continued, however, with this kind of weather, the rescue team will probably be delayed for a long time again. Unexpected weather happens, there's nothing that can be done about it. This time Wang Qianqian took it in stride. This answer was beyond Zhao Qian and Lu Yun's expectations. Originally, they thought Wang Qianqian would throw a tantrum, but they didn't expect her to agree so easily. Now that the sky is clear, we cannot sit idle. Zhao Qian began to assign tasks and said, "Sister Yun will still be responsible for making salt. If possible, make more salt. I want to use it to cure the pork. That way the pork can be preserved for a longer time." Lu Yun nodded and said, "After the sky clears, the temperature on the island will rise a lot. If the pork isn't stored properly, it can spoil easily. So, I'll take care of making salt and storing the pork, smoking and curing it using several methods." Okay. Zhao Qian had always trusted Lu Yun, so he agreed right away. Then he looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Wang Qianqian scratched her head and awkwardly said, "My original task was to find fresh water and materials to build a shelter, but now these two problems are both solved, so there's nothing else I need to do." Actually, when she heard Zhao Qian's question, Wang Qianqian's face blushed. Since she came to the deserted island, she had hardly done any proper work. The tasks had been completed with the help of Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Even with a thick skin, she still felt embarrassed. How about this? Find the remaining suitcases and move them into the cave, and also collect some firewood for the next time extreme weather appears, Zhao Qian said. No problem. Wang Qianqian had no objections to the task and nodded willingly. But Lu Yun spoke up, "Zhao Qian, this deserted island is not safe. Qianqian being alone is dangerous. Give her another task." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian also thought of the scene where he encountered the wild boar. At that time his physical strength in all aspects was above that of an ordinary person, yet he was still barely holding on. If Wang Qianqian encountered danger, it would basically be a dead end. He thought for a moment and said, "Sister Yun is right. The deserted island is not safe. Let's change her task." Wang Qianqian asked, "Change to what task?" Zhao Qian pointed outside the cave at the hail everywhere and said, "You collect hail and move it into the cave for storage." What is the purpose of doing this? Wang Qianqian frowned slightly, thinking Zhao Qian was taking care of her, and her expression was a bit displeased. Zhao Qian explained, "Of course it's to make an ice cellar. Think about it, on hot days, having a cup of iced coconut juice would be such a pleasure. We can also store food. What if it melts? It will definitely melt, but only part of it. A lot can still remain. Besides, the temperature deep inside the cave is very low. The hail won't melt that easily." With nothing else to do, Zhao Qian explored the cave again. This time he explored for a long time, but still did not find the end of the cave. However, he found that the deeper he went, the lower the temperature. Some places were even close to freezing. Putting hail at such a temperature, even if it melts, it would be slow, and could completely be used as an ice cellar. It turns out that's how it is. Alright then. Wang Qianqian had nothing more to say and could only nod. After Zhao Qian arranged the tasks, he left the cave and walked toward the direction of the sea. Today he had two tasks. One was to go to the original camp and find the remaining suitcases, and the other was to catch some fish to bring back. If possible, he also wanted to dig up some wild vegetables. Although they had been eating wild boar meat in the cave for several days, they could not eat pork continuously. Otherwise, they would have a nutritional imbalance, which was not good for the body. Besides, after eating pork for several days, he was somewhat tired of it. However, he did not go directly to the seaside where the fishing tools were placed. Instead, he went to the original camp. At this moment, the campsite was completely changed. All the suitcases that remained had been smashed by the hail, and the clothes inside were scattered around. The only thing he was lucky about was that not too many items were missing, and he even found coconuts that he hadn't taken. Creak. Just as Zhao Qian was about to pick up a coconut to drink, he suddenly heard a sound like scissors and immediately stopped. Then he saw a coconut crab come out from behind the coconut, waving its large claws at him, as if telling him that this coconut belonged to it. "You're just like your stupid former owner. Can't you tell how big the gap in strength between us is?" Zhao Qian squatted down and looked at the mighty waving coconut crab with an evil smile. The coconut crab in front of him was exactly the one Zhao Qian had caught earlier. It was originally intended to be kept as a food reserve, but Wang Qianqian firmly refused. Since they weren't lacking food, it ended up becoming her pet. Of course, thanks to Lu Yun's explanation, they knew the coconut crab had been enslaved by Wang Qianqian's ability and obeyed her commands. Maybe because its owner was kind of dumb, the coconut crab seemed to have some dumb traits too. Pop pop. The coconut crab blew bubbles and waved its giant claws, as if protesting to Zhao Qian, "How could you compare me to my master? She's not worthy." Zhao Qian looked down at the showy coconut crab, stroked his chin and said, "I heard coconut crab claws taste good. Should I give them a try?" Click. Just a moment ago, it had been waving its giant claws. But the instant Zhao Qian finished speaking, the crab froze. Then it slowly retracted its claws, lowered its body, and timidly backed away, pushing a coconut in front of Zhao Qian. "It understood what I meant?" Zhao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking for a moment, he tested it again. "Don't be afraid. Your claws will grow back anyway, that's a racial trait of yours. We shouldn't let that go to waste." As he spoke, he slowly moved toward the crab and reached out his hand. This move terrified the coconut crab. Its little legs moved frantically, trying to escape Zhao Qian's grasp. But there was no way it could get away. Zhao Qian reached out quickly and grabbed the crab in one go. The coconut crab instinctively waved its claw and tried to pinch Zhao Qian's fingers. "If you dare pinch me, I'll eat you whole." Zhao Qian spoke quickly while getting ready to let go. Although his body was very strong now, a coconut crab's claw could crack open a coconut. He didn't think his skin was tougher than that. If it pinched him, his fingers could easily be broken. Click. The crab stopped again, slowly withdrew its claw, and obediently let Zhao Qian hold it. "That's really amazing." Looking at the now docile crab, Zhao Qian was sure it could understand him. He couldn't help but guess, could it be because of Wang Qianqian? The coconut crab had lived on a deserted island. Before they ended up here, it probably hadn't even seen a human, let alone understood human speech. The only thing different about the crab now was that it had been tamed by Wang Qianqian. So if it could understand human language, it had to be related to her. He had thought Wang Qianqian's ability was just to enslave beasts, but apparently it could also make enslaved creatures understand human speech. Looks like Wang Qianqian's superpower is stronger than it seems. There are still many abilities that haven't been developed yet. Zhao Qian said, clenching his fist and murmuring, "What about my superpower? Is it really just physical enhancement?" At first glance, physical enhancement sounds impressive, but in reality, it's quite limited, especially against modern weapons, where it's even less useful. Because as long as you're a carbon-based life form, no matter how strong your body is, it can't resist modern weapons. Actually, even without modern weapons, sharp ancient weapons could still hurt him. His power had a low upper limit. In contrast, Wang Qianqian's ability had a very high ceiling. At a small scale, she could enslave mosquitoes, cockroaches, and flies to gather intel or spread viruses. At a large scale, she could control tigers, elephants, whales, and sharks, and build an animal army. Thinking about this, Zhao Qian turned his gaze to the coconut crab and, watching it blow bubbles, mumbled, "What a shame. It's a great power, too bad Wang Qianqian is a bit of an idiot. If someone else had her ability, they'd at least be enslaving lions or tigers. But Wang Qianqian? Besides the coconut crab, all she did was scare off a wild boar. If Lu Yun hadn't pointed it out, Wang Qianqian probably wouldn't even know she had superpowers." Zhao Qian only dwelled on the power issue for a moment before getting busy. He opened all the suitcases, poured out the rainwater, and took out the soaked clothes to dry them, to prevent mold or rot. After finishing all that, he left with the coconut crab. But instead of heading to the beach, he went into the forest to look for fallen trees to dig out pulp worms. Pulp worms were his bait for fishing. When he retrieved the fishing gear later, he'd need to refill it, otherwise, no fish would enter. In the forest, Zhao Qian found that the situation was better. Aside from some broken branches from hail, hardly any trees had fallen. It looked more like a slightly heavier rainstorm had passed. Soon, Zhao Qian found a dead tree and started chopping it with a bone knife. Breaking open the hard shell of the tree revealed the inner parts damaged by the pulp worms. With a bit of digging, several thumb-sized worms appeared. "Don't just stand there, help me dig for pulp worms. Or I'll eat you," Zhao Qian threatened the crab fiercely. Pop pop. The coconut crab blew bubbles, as if saying, "Fine, I'll help, just stop threatening to eat me all the time." Reluctantly, the crab extended its giant claw. What Zhao Qian had thought was hard tree bark was effortlessly cracked open. And so, with one man and one crab working together, they quickly gathered all the worms from the dead tree, dozens of them, all pretty large. In fact, he didn't need that many worms for bait. Zhao Qian planned to eat the extras. Although they weren't short on food, fried pulp worms with a bit of salt were definitely a delicacy. After digging up the worms, Zhao Qian finally headed to where he had placed the fishing tools. Since the tools were in seawater, the rain and hail hadn't damaged them, they were still intact. And the traps had caught quite a few fish. A quick count showed there were 12. If it were a bit bigger, it could have caught even more, Zhao Qian said regretfully as he looked at the trap. It wasn't greed, it was just that food was extremely important for survival on a deserted island. If they hadn't been lucky enough to find a wild boar hiding from the hail, they would have gone hungry for days. Going hungry for one day was fine, but 3 days in a row would seriously weaken him. So he planned to stock up on food while the weather was good. "I promised to teach Wang Qianqian how to make fishing tools. I'll do that when I get back, she can make a few more," Zhao Qian muttered. Then, he refilled the fishing traps with bait, put them back into the sea, and left. By the time Zhao Qian returned to the cave, it was already evening, and the sky was completely dark. As soon as he walked into the cave, he saw Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun roasting meat in front of a fire. But maybe because the two of them weren't very good at it, one side of the meat was completely burnt, while the other side was still bloody. "This is not how you roast meat." Zhao Qian walked up, and after confirming that the meat was truly inedible, he casually threw it out of the cave. "I can understand that Wang Qianqian can't cook, but Sister Yun, you can't cook either?" Wang Qianqian's family was well off, so she didn't need to do things like laundry or cooking. But Lu Yun's family wasn't well off, so she should have known how to cook. Lu Yun blushed and explained, "When I was at home, my parents wanted me to focus all my attention on studying, so I didn't learn much about cooking." Zhao Qian understood the reason after hearing this. With a family background like Lu Yun's, getting into Peking University wasn't easy. Besides talent, she had to study very hard. Her family supported her as well and never let her do housework, telling her to focus only on studying. As a result, she was kind of a high scorer with low practical skills. But there was no helping it. How many students does Peking or Tsinghua University accept each year? Without the determination to cross a bridge guarded by thousands of troops, it's almost impossible to get in. "I'll do it," Zhao Qian said and was about to clean the fish he had brought back. But after just a few steps, he stopped and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "When I went back to the previous campsite today, I found your coconut crab and brought it back for you." As he spoke, he opened the suitcase he had brought and took out the coconut crab. The crab, just out of the suitcase, was unfamiliar with its surroundings and shrank back cautiously, afraid of angering Zhao Qian. But soon, it heard its master's voice, turned around excitedly, and ran over with its little short legs. Right after that, with its master around, the coconut crab became arrogant again, waving its big claws at Zhao Qian and blowing bubbles non-stop. If he wasn't mistaken, it was provoking him. "Zhao Qian, how could you put it in a suitcase? What if it suffocated?" Wang Qianqian complained to Zhao Qian. "I was carrying so much stuff, do you think I had a free hand to carry it?" Zhao Qian asked in return. "You could have just let it walk on the ground and follow you," Wang Qianqian said. "You think it could keep up with me at that speed?" Zhao Qian asked again. "If I had to wait for it, I probably wouldn't have made it back today." Actually, he hadn't wanted to put the crab in the suitcase either, but he was in a hurry and had no other option. Being locked in the suitcase all the way back naturally made the coconut crab unhappy. Wang Qianqian felt that what Zhao Qian said made sense, and couldn't find an excuse to argue back. So she chose to be unreasonable and said, "Anyway, it's your fault. Boss Crab said you either apologize or fight it one-on-one." "Boss Crab? You're really talented at naming things." Zhao Qian silently mocked Wang Qianqian in his mind, then looked at the crab and said, "Apologizing is impossible, so let's fight. I've always heard coconut crab tastes good, and now I finally get to try it." Crack. Pop pop. However, this time the coconut crab wasn't afraid. It waved its giant claws and blew bubbles non-stop. "All right, I'll grant your wish." Zhao Qian felt provoked by the crab and, feeling embarrassed, said to Wang Qianqian, "Let it go, I'll fight it one-on-one." Seeing Boss Crab so full of energy, Wang Qianqian thought she couldn't back down as the master, so she immediately let go. The coconut crab, which had been waving its claws, froze the moment Wang Qianqian released it. It looked up at Zhao Qian, then turned around and placed Wang Qianqian's hand on its body. Crack. Pop pop. The coconut crab's arrogance returned, waving its claws at Zhao Qian and blowing bubbles. Zhao Qian was amused and frustrated. He had seen dogs act tough only when on a leash, barking wildly at people. But once the owner let go of the leash and told it to fight another dog, it would chicken out instantly. He never imagined he'd see the same behavior in a coconut crab. At this moment, Wang Qianqian also realized what was going on. She hugged the crab and said, "Boss Crab, we're civilized people and crabs. Let's not stoop to the level of a brute like him." Zhao Qian looked at the two idiots, smiled bitterly, and went off to clean the fish. In his heart, he reminded himself to avoid getting into fights with Wang Qianqian and the coconut crab. These two fools would first lower his intelligence to their level, turning him into a fool too, then defeat him by outnumbering him. Too dangerous. Zhao Qian cleaned the fish and returned to the cave. He brought out all the prepared ingredients. This meal wasn't just grilled fish. There were also pulp worms, mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and wild vegetables. Zhao Qian found some branches, cleaned them briefly, and skewered all the food on them, kind of like barbecue. "Why did you catch pulp worms again?" Wang Qianqian couldn't mentally accept eating bugs, so as long as there were other foods, she would never choose pulp worms. "We've always grilled pulp worms before, but this time I want to try frying them," Zhao Qian said. "Even though they look ugly, they taste really good when fried." In Zhao Qian's hometown, during summer, people would catch a kind of insect at night called zhilao, the larva of a cicada. Zhilao didn't look good either, but when fried, it tasted better than many delicacies, really delicious. Pulp worms and zhilao were both bugs, and they tasted similar, so he didn't want to miss the chance. "Frying?" Wang Qianqian was stunned and said, "If you want to fry pulp worms, you at least need oil, right? Where do we have oil?" "Of course we have oil." Zhao Qian chuckled, then ran into the depths of the cave. When he came back, he was holding a piece of snow-white fat. This piece of fat came from the wild boar. Compared to domesticated pigs, wild boars didn't have much fat, so he had been reluctant to use it. "You're going to render lard?" Wang Qianqian saw the fat and immediately understood what Zhao Qian meant. "That's right." Zhao Qian grinned and said, "Eating lard makes you gain weight easily. I'm a big star, there's no way I'm eating that stuff." Wang Qianqian looked proud and was very firm. "I'm not forcing you to eat it," Zhao Qian said, and didn't bother with Wang Qianqian anymore. He went outside and found a stone slab. The slab was slightly concave in the middle. Though not by much, it could barely be used as a pan. Zhao Qian cleaned the stone slab, placed it over the fire to heat, and after the water on the surface had completely evaporated, he cut a piece of fat with his bone knife and placed it on the stone. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As soon as the fat touched the hot stone, it made the sound of frying. Looking closely, you could see yellow lard starting to collect at the bottom of the slab. On the scorching hot stone slab, more and more golden yellow lard appeared, giving off a tempting aroma. Although animal oil is not as healthy as vegetable oil, it has a special fragrance that vegetable oil lacks. So even Wang Qianqian, who had firmly said she wouldn't eat it, couldn't help sniffing and swallowing her saliva. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As the lard in the fat was fully rendered out, the fat shrank and became smaller, eventually turning into black, tiny cracklings. Zhao Qian took out chopsticks he made from tree branches, picked up the cracklings, sprinkled a bit of salt on them, blew on them twice, and popped them into his mouth. Crunch crunch. The cracklings were crispy and made a crisp sound when chewed. After eating, Zhao Qian showed a satisfied expression. "Sister Yun, try it too." Zhao Qian handed the chopsticks to Lu Yun. "Okay." Lu Yun hesitated slightly, then took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of crackling, blew it cool, and put it into her mouth. Her situation was different from Wang Qianqian's. She didn't need to control her weight, and she had eaten cracklings as a child, so she didn't reject them. Seeing Lu Yun eat the crackling, Zhao Qian asked eagerly, "Sister Yun, how does it taste?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "Not bad." Zhao Qian recalled, "I used to eat it often when I was a kid. After growing up, it's hard to find. If we hadn't slaughtered that wild boar this time, we probably wouldn't even get the chance." Lu Yun nodded and said, "I haven't eaten it in years either. I didn't expect it to still taste so good." Gurgle. Listening to their conversation, Wang Qianqian stared straight at the cracklings. She had never eaten cracklings and didn't know if they were really tasty, but the smell was genuinely tempting. She couldn't stop herself from drooling. However, she felt embarrassed to speak, since she had just strongly said she wouldn't eat it. If she asked now, it would be slapping her own face. In the end, it was the attentive Lu Yun who noticed and picked up a piece of crackling, handing it to Wang Qianqian. You can't eat too many cracklings at once. There's only a little left, so help us finish it, okay, Zhao Qian? Can't eat too many cracklings? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, clearly understanding Lu Yun's real intention, and reluctantly nodded. Yes, Sister Yun is right. Please help us finish it. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian said pretentiously, actually, I don't want to eat it, but since you're begging me, I'll kindly help you. After saying that, she grabbed the crackling and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch crunch. Wang Qianqian chewed the crackling. Whether it was because she was hungry or happy to finally eat it, a smile appeared on her face. Zhao Qian didn't want to bother with Wang Qianqian, who got a free snack and still acted spoiled. He took out the cleaned pulp worms and carefully placed them into the hot oil on the stone slab. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As soon as the pulp worms touched the oil, it sizzled violently. Oil droplets splashed everywhere, scaring Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, who didn't know how to cook, into quickly backing away. In contrast, Zhao Qian stayed calm. He stirred the worms with his chopsticks to make sure they cooked evenly. In just over 10 seconds, the worms gave off a tempting aroma, and their surfaces turned golden yellow after being fried. When a skewer of pulp worms was done, Zhao Qian sprinkled some salt on it and started eating. Fried pulp worms were a bit different from cracklings. Cracklings were crispy all the way through, while fried pulp worms were crispy on the outside and tender inside, making them taste even better. Do you want some? Zhao Qian held one skewer of worms while frying another and asked Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. No, thank you. Lu Yun politely declined. She truly didn't like eating pulp worms. I don't want it either. Just looking at it makes it seem gross. Wang Qianqian turned her head proudly, but her eyes kept glancing at the pulp worms in Zhao Qian's hand. Lu Yun saw this and knew Wang Qianqian was craving it again. To ordinary people, celebrities seem very wealthy and can eat whatever they want, but in reality, celebrities control their diets very strictly, especially someone like Wang Qianqian, who relied on her figure and looks. Her agent always told her what she could and couldn't eat. Over time, many celebrities become very greedy for food. They want to try everything they see. That's why viewers often see some celebrities gain a lot of weight after not appearing for a few months. After being stranded on the island, with no one watching her, Wang Qianqian had begun to let go. Give me a skewer, Lu Yun said. Sure. Zhao Qian knew Lu Yun was asking for Wang Qianqian and didn't mind. After frying a skewer, he handed it over. Lu Yun took it, thanked him, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. You can only eat one skewer. I didn't say I'd eat it, Wang Qianqian swallowed her saliva and tried to deny it. But before she could finish, Lu Yun put the fried pulp worms into her hand. I know you too well. There's no one else here, don't be shy. Hee hee. Wang Qianqian gave an awkward laugh, stopped pretending, and started eating the worms. Zhao Qian was sure, from Wang Qianqian's satisfied expression, that she didn't dislike pulp worms at all now. Should I find a chance to make her eat one raw? The image of Bear Grylls eating pulp worms popped into Zhao Qian's mind, and he couldn't help wanting Wang Qianqian to try it too. It was a pity they didn't have a phone. Otherwise, filming it would definitely make the headlines. This meal went on until late at night. Of all the food Zhao Qian brought back, only a few fish were left, everything else was eaten. Zhao Qian put the remaining fish into the ice cellar. Yawning, he said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, I blocked the cave entrance with branches and stones. Even if there are wild animals, it's unlikely they'll come in. You can rest easy tonight. After speaking, Zhao Qian took the clothes he used for sleeping and went to the cave entrance. Even though the entrance was blocked, he still decided to guard it just in case. That way, he could be the first to notice if anything happened outside. Unknowingly, all three people in the cave fell asleep. Not long after they fell asleep, a shadowy figure silently appeared outside the cave in the dark. From its posture, it looked like a monkey. It arrived at the cave entrance, sniffing non-stop as if looking for something. Finally, it seemed to find something. Using both hands and feet, it ran over and picked something up from the ground. At that moment, if Zhao Qian had been there, he would have recognized that what the figure picked up was the burnt wild boar meat Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had roasted earlier. Zhao Qian had thrown it out, thinking it was inedible. The figure looked very happy, squatted down, and without caring whether it was clean, grabbed the half-cooked wild boar meat and began eating. But after just 2 bites, the figure paused, hesitated, and then disappeared into the darkness with the wild boar meat. The next day, Zhao Qian got up early. He moved away the branches and stones blocking the cave entrance, walked outside, looked around, and kept muttering that something was wrong. Zhao Qian, what's wrong? Lu Yun saw Zhao Qian acting strangely and walked over to ask. Last night, I heard movement outside the cave, so I wanted to check what animal made the noise, but I didn't find any animal footprints, Zhao Qian said truthfully, looking down at the ground. Maybe you've been too tense these days and imagined it? Qian and I didn't hear anything last night, Lu Yun said. Impossible. Zhao Qian shook his head firmly and asked, last night, I threw out the burnt pork you made, do you remember? Lu Yun nodded, I remember. Zhao Qian continued, after I woke up, I checked the area around the cave several times and found that piece of roasted meat was gone. So, there must have been an unknown creature here. If it had been before, he wouldn't have cared about such a small detail, but now they were on a deserted island. This island might look safe on the surface, but it was full of mystery. If they wanted to survive, they had to pay attention to every small detail. After hearing that, Lu Yun instinctively looked at the ground around them. Sure enough, the piece of roasted meat was gone, and her brows furrowed slightly. What do you think it was? Lu Yun asked. Zhao Qian shook his head and said with a serious face, I don't think it was an animal. Judging by the footprints, it looked more like a human. A human? Lu Yun was startled and asked, how could there be other humans on this island? Could it be that you were mistaken? Maybe it was some kind of primate? Zhao Qian shook his head again, primate footprints are very different from human ones. I'm sure these were human footprints. As he spoke, Zhao Qian took Lu Yun to a footprint. Although it was faint, from the general shape, it really looked like a human footprint. In fact, Zhao Qian was also shocked when he first came to this conclusion. If he was right, then there weren't just 3 of them on this island, there was a 4th person. Actually, Zhao Qian didn't mind having one more person. On a deserted island, the more people, the better the chances of survival. But the problem was, the other person didn't seem to want to meet them, hiding in the dark and watching them. That made Zhao Qian feel uneasy. Can you identify who this person is? Afraid Zhao Qian might misunderstand, Lu Yun added, I mean, is the person from this world, or a passenger who was on the plane with us? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and shared his opinion, most likely, the person is a native of this world. If they were like us, they probably wouldn't hide, and they weren't wearing shoes either. People from cities can barely stand stepping on acupressure mats, let alone walking barefoot through forests and mountain paths. Only someone who grew up barefoot, with thick calluses on their soles, could move freely like that. So, since they weren't wearing shoes, they probably weren't a plane passenger. But Zhao Qian thought for a bit and asked, according to your theory, we should be in the Gandaya civilization period. Did humans exist at this time? The intelligent species of the Gandaya civilization looked very different from humans. On average, they were 2 meters tall, and the males had a 3rd jade-green eye. Lu Yun recalled and said, the oldest southern apes go back millions of years, even older than the Gandaya civilization. So humans should have appeared during the Gandaya period. Would one intelligent species allow another to exist? Zhao Qian asked. The history of biological evolution is a process where new species wipe out old ones. If the new species isn't intelligent, it might unintentionally cause the extinction of the old ones. But if it is intelligent, it will eliminate any potential threat for survival, like how some country almost wiped out the natives of a newly discovered continent. So Zhao Qian didn't believe the Gandaya civilization would allow another intelligent species to exist. Maybe humans at that time weren't very smart. That's the only explanation. So, what are you planning to do? The other party is hiding in the dark, so we can only defend ourselves. I want to build a door for the cave. Using branches and stones can only block unintelligent creatures. If it's an intelligent one, such barriers are useless. So he wanted to chop wood and build a heavy door, one even a wild boar couldn't break. That way, even if the other person had bad intentions, the door would keep them safe. That's a good idea, Lu Yun immediately agreed. Zhao Qian had to go out every day to find food. Only she and Wang Qianqian stayed in the cave, and if danger came, they wouldn't be able to handle it. But with a door, it would be a different story. If a wild boar appeared, they could just close the door and stay safe. Then I'll start building it today. Zhao Qian looked toward the cave and said, I'll go into the forest to find some materials. You talk to Wang Qianqian. Don't tell her there are others on the island. Don't worry, I know what to say. Lu Yun understood what Zhao Qian meant and nodded. After deciding to build the door, Zhao Qian entered the forest to look for trees of suitable size. Too thick wouldn't work, he was alone, and cutting thick trees would be too much. But too thin wouldn't work either, thin wood wouldn't make a strong door. After a long search, he picked trees slightly thicker than his arm. With this size, the workload wouldn't be too big, and the door would still be sturdy. After selecting the trees, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, hesitated a moment, then struck the tree hard. Then he checked the knife. No chips. No damage. This strange bone, found on the T-Rex skeleton, was much harder than Zhao Qian expected. This bone knife is way better than that kitchen knife that can't even smash garlic. If I used that to cut trees, the trees would think the knife was scamming them. After cutting down a tree, Zhao Qian checked the knife again, still no chips, barely even dull. Without realizing it, it was already noon, and Zhao Qian had cut over 10 arm-thick trees. He tied them up and carried them back. But as soon as he returned to the cave, he sensed something was wrong. Wang Qianqian was crying, and Lu Yun was comforting her. What happened? Zhao Qian quickly dropped the trees and rushed over. Wang Qianqian didn't answer, she just kept crying like she'd been terribly wronged. In the end, Lu Yun explained, around noon, Qianqian and I were cooking when a wild man suddenly broke into the cave. A wild man? Zhao Qian tensed. He hadn't expected his fear to become reality so soon and quickly asked, where is he? Are you crying like this because he hurt you? That's not it. The wild man just stole our fish, Lu Yun said, then paused with some embarrassment, but, the wild man wasn't wearing clothes. Not wearing clothes? Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Wang Qianqian and said, that wild man wasn't wearing clothes, so you must have seen everything. If anyone suffered a loss, it was the wild man, not you. You didn't lose anything, why are you crying? Just think of it as watching a streaking show. You don't get to see that kind of thing often. If we had a phone, you could have filmed it and posted it on social media, it would have gotten lots of likes. Wang Qianqian, who had been crying, seemed to snap out of it after hearing what Zhao Qian said. Her sobs got quieter, and finally she wiped her tears and stopped crying. Right. I was the one who saw him naked. He's the one who lost out, not me. Why was I crying? Also, such a pity, the phone was lost in the plane crash. If not, filming it and posting it online would have gone viral. Thinking this, Wang Qianqian suddenly smiled through her tears. Seeing that Wang Qianqian's mood improved, Zhao Qian realized that his words had comforted her, but that wasn't his intention. So he added another jab. Don't be so happy just yet. Haven't you thought about what it means that the wild man only stole the food and didn't do anything to you? What do you mean? It means, in the eyes of the wild man, you're not even worth 2 fish. Zhao Qian didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was fully clear. And after hearing this, the smile on Wang Qianqian's face instantly froze, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. It was a strange kind of feeling, just like when Wang Qianqian had first met Zhao Qian and worried that he had bad intentions toward her, but Zhao Qian told her she was overthinking it. Even though it meant she was safe, for someone who always thought of herself as a beauty, it was a huge blow that made her doubt her own attractiveness. Sister Yun, can you describe the wild man to me? Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and asked. The wild man looked about 7 or 8 years old. He wasn't wearing anything, was dirty all over, very skinny, moved fast, and was East Asian. Lu Yun tried to recall more details. He seemed very hungry. That's probably why he rushed in while Qianqian and I were cooking and stole our food. He also made a few sounds, but we couldn't understand them at all. Zhao Qian stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said his thoughts, judging by the wild man's age, it's impossible that he's the only one on this island. He should have parents, so that makes at least 3 wild people. But I'm more inclined to believe there's an entire tribe of wild people on the island. Wang Qianqian, hearing there might be so many, asked right away, couldn't the wild man be like us, someone who ended up here after the plane crash? Very unlikely. Zhao Qian shook his head slightly and explained, first of all, our situation is rarer than winning the lottery. Having us appear here once was already unbelievable. The odds of it happening a second time are basically 0. Second, this wild man is only 7 or 8 years old. To be able to survive on a deserted island, you'd need at least 1 or 2 years of experience. That means 1 or 2 years ago he was only 5 or 6. Without an adult wild man to raise him, there's no way he could have survived here. Lastly, for a tribe to reproduce stably, they can't have too few members. Otherwise, there would be inbreeding, and the tribe would go extinct. There was once a question, if only 1 man and 1 woman were left on Earth, would humanity go extinct? The answer is definitely yes. No debate. But then another question came up, what's the minimum number of men and women needed for humanity not to go extinct? The answer is debated, but the most widely accepted number is 98. In other words, to maintain genetic diversity and ensure the survival of the species, you'd need at least 98 people. Could a single island really support an entire tribe? Wang Qianqian asked again. That depends on how big the island is. Zhao Qian paused and looked at her, saying, don't forget, we've only been on the island a short time. We've only explored a small part. We have no idea how big it really is. At first, the 3 of them thought they were on a small island. But that was just their assumption. Since they hadn't explored the whole island, they had no way of knowing its actual size. If it's just a small island, its resources definitely couldn't support a tribe. But if it's a large island, then the situation changes completely. Just think, the largest island on Earth is Greenland, with an area of 2.2 million square kilometers, about 1/4 the size of China. So what should we do now? Wang Qianqian was getting nervous and said, "There are only 3 of us, and there's a whole group of wild people. We don't stand a chance. What if they catch us and eat us? If they're starving, they definitely will." Zhao Qian thought for a bit and answered seriously. Wild people don't have a moral code. Everything they do is for survival. So when they're hungry, they won't hesitate to eat people, and they won't feel guilty about it. Wang Qianqian was so scared she couldn't speak. Lu Yun quickly comforted her, "Qianqian, Zhao Qian is just teasing you. Wild people wouldn't eat people that easily. Besides, this island has plenty of resources, they have food and won't choose to eat humans." "Really?" Wang Qianqian asked with a terrified look. "Really?" Lu Yun nodded hard, then gave Zhao Qian a look and asked, "Zhao Qian, tell the truth. Am I lying?" "You're not lying." Zhao Qian didn't treat Wang Qianqian like a person in that moment and continued, "Actually, you don't need to be so scared. What I said just now was just my guess. I don't really know how many wild people are on the island." After speaking, he thought for a moment and added, "This little wild man has already appeared twice. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll show up again. I want to use a long-term plan to catch a big fish." Lu Yun was stunned when she heard that, then realized what Zhao Qian was thinking and asked, "You want to use the little wild man to figure out the situation of the wild tribe on the island?" Normally, in this kind of situation, people would avoid trouble. After all, there were only 3 of them, and the number of wild people could easily be more. Going to provoke them wouldn't be wise. But based on what she knew about Zhao Qian, he wouldn't choose to hide without first figuring out the situation. "That's right. I plan to catch the little wild man." Just as Lu Yun guessed, Zhao Qian nodded. In his mind, several plans were already forming. Late at night, a tempting smell of roasted meat wafted out from the cave. Carried by the wind, the aroma spread in all directions and drifted far away before gradually dissipating in the air. At this moment, on a big tree not far from the cave, a dirty, skinny child with messy hair was crouching on a branch, eyes fixed on the cave, occasionally sniffing. Gurgle. The smell was too tempting. The little wild man kept swallowing his saliva, and his stomach kept growling. But he didn't rush into the cave like he did at noon to snatch the food, because there was a tall male inside the cave. Compared to those 2 panicking females, this male gave him a strong sense of oppression. He knew very well that if he barged into the cave to steal food, he would very likely be caught by the male. He must not be caught. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. However, the little wild man didn't care. He was like an experienced predator, his eyes locked tightly on his prey, body completely still. Just then, he saw a piece of roast meat thrown out from the cave, and afterward, the cave gradually fell silent, and the entrance was covered up. He knew the male and females inside the cave were going to sleep. Still, he didn't act and kept waiting on the tree. His father had told him that the most important thing for a successful predator is patience. No one knew how long had passed. The little wild man felt the time was about right and climbed down the tree using both hands and feet. The way he descended looked just like a feline. His body stuck closely to the trunk, hands and feet tightly gripping the tree, agile and completely silent. After landing, he seemed unaccustomed to walking on the ground and still used all 4s, moving quietly like an ape or monkey, silently approaching the cave. Reaching the forest edge, and looking at the nearby cave, the little wild man stopped. Looking at the cave, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His instinct told him to turn around and leave without hesitation, but when his gaze landed on that piece of roast meat, he couldn't resist and walked out of the forest. The little wild man was extremely cautious. He looked around every few steps. It wasn't a long distance, but he took a long time to cover it, then quickly picked up the roasted meat. It was a piece of meat with both fat and lean parts, already cooked, giving off an irresistible aroma. He didn't bother to clean off the dirt, or maybe he didn't care, and bit directly into the fatty part. Instantly, his hands and mouth were covered in oil. This kind of fatty meat that kids usually dislike was, to the little wild man, the most delicious thing. He didn't even chew before swallowing it. But after taking one bite, he didn't eat a second. He froze in place, lost in thought. "Why aren't you eating?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The little wild man was startled and jumped back instantly, biting the meat in his mouth, crouching on the ground like a beast, ready to attack at any moment. It was that male. Wasn't he supposed to be asleep? Why was he here? The little wild man was full of confusion. He clearly didn't understand that this was a trap Zhao Qian had set for him. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Can we talk? Zhao Qian raised his hands, smiling, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. At the same time, he slowly moved forward step by step, inching toward the little wild man. He wanted to wait until the distance was close enough to strike suddenly and catch him in one go. Woo! The little wild man was very alert and didn't give Zhao Qian any chance to approach. He growled like a beast and took a fighting stance. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had to stop, watching the little wild man cautiously. However, just when Zhao Qian thought the little wild man was going to attack, he suddenly turned around and darted into the forest at high speed. Damn, I got tricked. Zhao Qian froze for a moment, realizing the little wild man had used the same trick he had used to scare off wild boars. A civilized person actually got fooled by a wild man. What a loss of face. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian pushed off the ground and shot forward like an arrow, chasing after the little wild man. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. In the dark night, one big and one small figure darted rapidly through the forest. No one knew what the little wild man was thinking, but Zhao Qian became more and more shocked as he chased because he found that even with his enhanced body, he had no real advantage. It wasn't that the little wild man was faster. Zhao Qian was definitely faster, but the wild man was too agile in the forest. Zhao Qian felt like he wasn't chasing a wild man, but a monkey. Every time he got close and tried to grab him, the little wild man would quickly change direction and escape from his hands. This wild man is too agile, too hard to catch. Zhao Qian was shocked and thought, since that's the case, let's compare stamina. I don't believe you can outlast me. Zhao Qian's strength, stamina, and speed had all been enhanced. Even if he couldn't catch the wild man with speed, he believed he could wear him down with endurance. Once the wild man couldn't run anymore, catching him would be easy. However, 10 minutes later, Zhao Qian spread his legs, gasping for breath, sitting under a big tree. Huff huff. Damn, this wild man's stamina is insane, huff. I just can't catch him. It wasn't that Zhao Qian's stamina was weak. Running at full speed for 10 minutes was already impressive. But what crushed him was that the little wild man seemed tireless. His speed never dropped, and he completely outclassed Zhao Qian in endurance. I should have known not to use this method. Zhao Qian's original idea was to set a trap and let the little wild man walk into it. But when it came time to do it, he realized that building traps took too much material and time. It wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. So he thought, his body was way stronger than a normal person's, and the little wild man was only 7 or 8 years old. As long as he showed up, Zhao Qian was sure he could catch him. No need for a trap. In the end, he had severely underestimated the wild man, and let him escape. Looks like my endurance is only better than an average person's, but no match for a wild man. After a bit of thinking, Zhao Qian understood why he couldn't catch him. Modern people take cars to go out, hardly exercise. Even though he was slightly better, his weekly workout was limited. But the little wild man was different. Surviving on a deserted island meant constantly searching for food and avoiding beasts. That demanded strong stamina, like he was training non-stop. No wonder Zhao Qian couldn't compare. Forget it, better head back. Zhao Qian looked in the direction the wild man had escaped, reluctantly turned around, and muttered, if Wang Qianqian asks, I'll just tell her the story of Zhuge Liang capturing and releasing Manhwa 7 times, and say the wild man wasn't escaping, he was let go. With her intelligence, she definitely won't catch on. Rustle rustle. The little wild man held the roasted meat in his mouth, running wildly through the forest. Only after Zhao Qian stopped chasing him did he finally stop, panting heavily. Although his stamina was stronger than Zhao Qian's, it wasn't by much, so running at full speed for over 10 minutes also pushed him to his limit. He stopped on a large tree, took the roast meat out of his mouth, and gasped for air. Looking at the fragrant roast meat, the little wild man swallowed his saliva repeatedly but held back from eating it and instead grinned. After resting a bit, the little wild man continued moving through the forest. Compared to when he was escaping, his pace was much slower now, so he didn't feel tired. An hour later, the little wild man had crossed nearly half the forest and arrived at the lake where Zhao Qian had previously been. He stopped in front of a giant tree. This tree was dozens of meters tall, with a trunk diameter of 3 to 4 meters, considered a very large tree in this forest. The little wild man first looked around cautiously. After confirming there was no danger, he wrapped his arms around the giant tree and started climbing up. When he reached a height equal to about 5 floors, he stopped. This area was the densest part of the tree canopy. Hiding here, even if Zhao Qian walked directly below, he wouldn't notice the little wild man. However, the little wild man wasn't here to hide. This spot had a tree hollow similar to a woodpecker's nest but much larger. The little wild man crawled into the hollow. Inside was a large space. Going all the way down to the bottom of the hollow, he found an adult wild man lying there. Unlike the little wild man, who was completely naked, the adult wild man was bare-chested but wore animal skin over his lower body. The adult wild man's breathing was weak. Looking closely, his body was covered in wounds, all the same shape, round holes about the size of a pinky finger. Strangely, none of these wounds were bleeding. "Father!" The little wild man called softly in the wild man's language. At the sound of his call, the adult wild man slowly opened his eyes and stroked the little wild man's head. "Father, I found more meat. If you eat it, you'll recover faster." The little wild man offered the roast meat he himself couldn't bear to eat, to the adult wild man. "You went to that cave again?" The adult wild man glanced at the meat and asked with a cold face. "Yes." The little wild man didn't dare hide anything and nodded. "I still don't know how to hunt. I can't find meat, so I had to steal theirs." "Father, eat. You'll get better faster." The adult wild man softened his tone. "I told you not to go because I'm afraid you'll get caught. Didn't you say there's a dangerous male there?" The little wild man didn't hide it and answered honestly, "Just now I was discovered by that male. He chased me for a long time. He's fast, but not agile enough, so I escaped." He added, "Of course, compared to father, his speed is far worse." As he spoke, the little wild man looked proud. In his heart, his father was the strongest. But the adult wild man frowned and said sternly, "From now on, even if you can't find meat, you're not allowed to go to that cave. Just bring back some fruits and bugs." The little wild man shook his head. "Father, if you eat meat, you'll recover faster. Eating fruit and bugs takes longer." The adult wild man scolded, "Are you not going to listen to father now?" "I?" The little wild man lowered his head and said, "Yes, father." Though he agreed on the surface, he had already made up his mind. For his father to recover quickly, he would continue going to the cave to steal food. "Father, eat the meat." The little wild man once again handed over the roast meat. "All right." The adult wild man nodded slightly, took the roast meat, and began eating it heartily. The piece of roast meat wasn't small, but it was quickly devoured by the adult wild man. "You, watch closely." After finishing the meat, the adult wild man spoke to the little wild man. "Yes, father." The little wild man named you widened his eyes in the dark, looking at the adult wild man. The adult wild man clenched his fists tightly, and all the muscles in his body instantly tensed up. His sharp muscle definition was comparable to a bodybuilder's. Next, one of the blood holes on his body suddenly started to bleed, and something inside began to be squeezed out bit by bit. A few minutes later, the object was fully pushed out and fell to the bottom of the tree hollow. With the object gone, blood gushed out of the wound, but the adult wild man was able to stop the bleeding by tightening the muscles around the wound. Huff, huff. After doing all this, the adult wild man was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and gasping heavily. After resting a bit and recovering, he picked up the object he had pushed out. His eyes were full of coldness. At that moment, if any one of Zhao Qian, Lu Yun, or Wang Qianqian were present, they would have been shocked to see that the object the adult wild man had forced out of his body was a bullet. In other words, all the blood holes on his body were caused by gunfire. At the same time, inside the cave, Zhao Qian had just finished telling the story of Zhuge Liang capturing and releasing Manhwa 7 times. After listening to the story, Wang Qianqian frowned tightly and didn't speak, as if she were thinking. After a while, she suddenly realized and asked, "Zhao Qian, are you trying to tell me you're imitating Zhuge Liang? Seriously, something that simple took you that long to understand? I almost thought I told the story for nothing." Zhao Qian mocked her in his mind but said with praise, "That's right, I deliberately let that little wild man go." "What's your reason for doing that?" Wang Qianqian first looked confused, then suddenly came to a realization before Zhao Qian could reply, "I get it. You're worried that the 3 of us aren't a match for the wild tribe. You're afraid that bullying the little wild man will provoke retaliation. So you plan to use the method of capturing and releasing him, to show goodwill to the wild tribe. That way, even if we're caught, they might not eat us." "Damn. That's way better than the reason I made up." Zhao Qian nodded hard and smiled. "Wang Qianqian, I didn't expect you to get so smart lately. You even figured out my complex reasoning. I underestimated you before." "Of course." Wang Qianqian smiled proudly. "Actually, I'm very smart. I just don't like using my brain. Otherwise, with my intelligence, getting into Peking or Tsinghua University would be easy." "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Zhao Qian nodded like crazy. As long as he didn't have to admit he failed to catch the wild man, whatever Wang Qianqian said was right. Zhao Qian gave Wang Qianqian some exaggerated praise. which made the often bullied Big Star very pleased, and she happily went to sleep. After Wang Qianqian went to bed, Luyun walked over and sat down beside Zhao Qian, without saying a word, just sitting there quietly. All right then. Zhao Qian knew his excuse wouldn't fool Luyun, so he took the initiative to admit, I lied. That little wild man wasn't let go on purpose, I didn't catch him at all. Luyun didn't dwell on that issue and instead asked, was that little wild man really hard to catch? Zhao Qian smiled bitterly and said, more than hard. He's like a monkey, with amazing stamina. Can you imagine a 7 or 8-year-old kid whose speed is just a bit slower than mine? I chased him at full speed for 10 minutes and still didn't catch him. Really hard to imagine. Luyun responded calmly after hearing that. Even though she hadn't seen Zhao Qian's full speed with her own eyes, she had a general idea. No exaggeration, if he were sent back to the real world to compete in the Olympics, he could sweep all the gold medals in running events. And even with such speed, he couldn't catch a 7 or 8-year-old wild child. That was truly unimaginable. To catch that little wild man, it looks like I'll have to set a trap, Zhao Qian said. I suggest you don't do that. Luyun unusually disagreed with Zhao Qian's approach. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised and asked, why? Luyun explained, we overlooked one issue earlier. If you and Qianqian can gain superpowers, then humans in this world can naturally have them too. You can already see that from the little wild man. Zhao Qian thought back to the wild boy's speed and nodded in agreement. Even if he had lived in the forest for years, his speed couldn't be only slightly slower than Zhao Qian's. That was far beyond a normal 7 or 8-year-old child. He hadn't figured it out before, but with Lu Yun's explanation, he now guessed the little wild man might also have a superpower, or a similar special ability. Lu Yun continued, think about it. If even a 7 or 8-year-old wild child is that strong, what would happen if we captured him? Wouldn't it anger the wild tribe? And we're clearly no match for them. They couldn't even deal with one little wild man. If it were the whole wild tribe, they wouldn't stand a chance. After all, on their side only Zhao Qian was strong. On the wild tribe side, maybe every single one of them was strong. Zhao Qian frowned. So what do we do now? Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, what Qianqian said just now reminded me, we can befriend the wild boy instead of offending the wild tribe. Zhao Qian said worriedly, I'm afraid the wild people won't be that easy to deal with. Compared to those who claim to be civilized, wild people might be easier to deal with. At least they don't scheme to harm you. Lu Yun paused, then asked, do you know the origin of Thanksgiving? Zhao Qian didn't understand why Lu Yun suddenly asked that but still replied, it's an American holiday. I think it has something to do with Native Americans. Lu Yun said, there was once a group of Puritans in England who were persecuted for their beliefs. Unhappy with religious reforms, they sailed across the Atlantic to America. It was winter, they were cold and hungry, and the Native Americans brought them food and supplies. To thank them, they started Thanksgiving. If the story ended there, it would be a touching tale of support across races. But do you know what happened later? Zhao Qian's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, later, to seize Native American land, those people slaughtered them on a large scale, even putting a price on their scalps. After saying that, Zhao Qian basically understood what Lu Yun meant. Lu Yun was trying to tell him, wild people aren't scary, they might even help you in times of need. So it's okay to make peace with them. On the other hand, those who wear the mask of civilization but have evil inside are the ones they really need to watch out for. Over the next 3 days, Zhao Qian followed Lu Yun's advice and didn't bother the little wild man. He stuck to a routine, going into the forest in the morning and afternoon to cut wood, coming back at noon to eat, and going to the beach in the evening to collect fish caught in the traps. Finally, on the 3rd evening, he installed a door on the cave. The door had 3 layers, used mortise and tenon joints, and was reinforced with vines. Its strength exceeded that of a security door. Zhao Qian tested it multiple times himself but couldn't break it down. That night, the 3 of them sat in the cave, roasting fish and chatting. Zhao Qian, weren't you too fierce when you let the wild child go last time? It's been 3 days, he hasn't shown up once, Wang Qianqian said, eyes on the roasted fish, starting a conversation. He showed up. You just didn't notice, Zhao Qian said calmly while roasting fish. Maybe because he was scared by Zhao Qian last time, the little wild man hadn't entered the cave these past few days. Each time, he just watched them from the forest. If Zhao Qian hadn't accidentally spotted him, he would have thought the wild boy didn't come again. But from the fact that he was still watching secretly, it was clear he hadn't given up on getting food from them. Then should we roast a few more fish? Wang Qianqian suggested. He hasn't gotten food from us in 3 days, he must be starving. They weren't short on food now, especially fish. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Qian had taught Wang Qianqian how to weave fishing tools. Now they had 5 fish traps, and they could catch over a dozen fish a day. They couldn't eat that many, so Zhao Qian stored the extras in the ice cellar. They could take some out whenever they wanted to eat. Up to you. Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently, then added, but if the wild boy doesn't come, you'll have to finish the fish yourself. Don't waste food. Stingy. Got it, Wang Qianqian replied impatiently. Then she went to the ice cellar and took out 2 more fish. Zhao Qian cleaned the 2 fish, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire. Rustle. At that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly heard a very faint sound from the forest. The sound was so light that neither Wang Qianqian nor Luyan heard it. Finally couldn't hold back. Zhao Qian's lips curved slightly. He took the 3 nearly done fish off the fire and placed them on a clean stone slab. Zhao Qian, what are you doing? Seeing her roasted fish being taken away, Wang Qianqian immediately asked. Sure. Zhao Qian gestured for silence and whispered, the wild boy is here. I'm going to give him the roasted fish. As he spoke, he carried the stone slab outside the cave, set it on the ground, then returned to the cave. On a big tree in the forest, the little wild man hid himself among the dense leaves. He was confident his camouflage would not be discovered. Although his father had warned him many times not to approach the cave, he really could not find enough food. Without enough food, his father's injuries could not heal, so he could only take the risk and come to the cave to have a look. That male is not often in the cave. There are only 2 females in the cave. I can easily snatch food from them, so I just need to wait until the male leaves. The little wild man you had been observing for 3 days and thought he had figured out every move of the others, so he was confident about what he would do next. This was the hunting method his father taught him, and his father was the strongest hunter in the tribe who never made mistakes. However, just when he was full of confidence, he saw that male walk out of the cave holding 3 fish. After placing the stone slab with the fish on the ground, the male smiled slightly in his direction and then returned to the cave. At that moment, you felt cold all over. He clearly understood that the camouflage he was proud of had been seen through by the male. He could not understand how the other had seen through his camouflage. Instinctively, he wanted to turn and escape. But he had just turned when he stopped in place and looked back at the 3 roasted fish on the stone slab. What does that male mean? Why did he put the fish outside? Does he want to give the fish to me to eat? Or, are these 3 fish deliberately used to lure me? Once I go out, he will immediately grab me. In this situation, according to father's teaching, I should escape. But father needs food to heal. After struggling with these thoughts, he finally made up his mind, he would take the 3 fish. Although he knew his idea was dangerous, he was confident he could escape from that male. That male was only faster than him, but not more agile or enduring. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. He lowered his upper body and slightly raised his lower body, looking like a feline about to pounce on prey. Then his legs suddenly pushed off strongly, and he rushed out of the forest at high speed, grabbed the 3 roasted fish, and quickly returned into the forest, running away as fast as he could. However, he soon discovered that the male did not chase him, and had not even stepped out of the cave. Why didn't he chase? Could it be that these 3 roasted fish were truly given to me to eat? You looked at the roasted fish in his hands and guessed at Zhao Qian's purpose. However, he did not think for long, because his attention was caught by the aroma of the roasted fish. Gurgle. His stomach growled. Ever since his father forbade him from going to the cave to snatch food, the only food he could find every day was sour wild fruit and some insects. These foods contained little energy. For his father to eat enough to prevent his injuries from worsening, he would have to eat a lot, and so most of the time the little wild man went hungry. But today, he had snatched 3 fish. Fish contained more energy, and he could eat one. Just this one. You picked the smallest of the 3 fish and happily began to eat. 1 fish was eaten quickly, and he looked at the other 2 with lingering appetite, but in the end he controlled himself. He just could not understand, why did the fish made by the 3 people living in the cave taste so much better than the fish made in the tribe? Inside the cave. Since Zhao Qian had put the 3 fish outside, the 3 of them outwardly talked and laughed, but in fact were all paying attention to outside the cave. When you came out of the forest, Wang Qianqian excitedly said, Zhao Qian, that little wild man has appeared again. I know. Zhao Qian's lips slightly curved, showing a slight smile. Then hurry and go catch him. Wang Qianqian did not know that Zhao Qian had already changed his strategy and immediately urged, aren't you going to learn Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Manhwa? Seeing that Wang Qianqian had not forgotten this matter, Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, I have already captured him a 2nd time. You didn't even move. How is that a 2nd capture? Let me ask you, with my speed, as long as I chase him, can he run away? Not able to run away? Wang Qianqian thought for a moment, then shook her head hard. Since witnessing Zhao Qian kill the wild boar, Wang Qianqian already saw Zhao Qian as a Superman. A Superman catching a 7 or 8-year-old little wild man would naturally have no suspense and could easily catch him. Then that's done. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Qian's mouth, and he said, "Since I can catch him if I go after him, then can't we say that as long as I see him, it is equivalent to catching him?" Ah? Wang Qianqian was silent for a moment, then scratched her head and said, "It seems like that logic, but you didn't catch him with your own hands." Zhao Qian explained, "I did this to save time. You've seen it, ever since the last time I caught him, he hasn't dared to come close for 3 days. If this time I catch him, he probably won't come near again. How would I catch him 7 times? So as long as I can lure him out, it's counted as catching him. This logic isn't wrong, right?" After hearing this, Wang Qianqian hesitated for a long time and said, "It seems not wrong. Qianqian, your roasted fish is ready." Seeing that Wang Qianqian was tangled up by Zhao Qian's words, Lu Yun immediately handed her a roasted fish to end the topic. She could not let Zhao Qian continue talking, otherwise Wang Qianqian would be completely confused, which would seriously affect her image as a smart and clever person. At the same time, she glanced at Zhao Qian, as if to say, "Qianqian is already slow to react, and you use your words to confuse her, so bad." The next few days, as long as Zhao Qian sensed the little wild man, he would take out part of the food he made and put it outside the cave on a stone slab. At first, the little wild man was still very cautious, but after a few days, seeing that there was no danger, his vigilance became less strong. However, the little wild man was still careful, and each time he would wait until Zhao Qian returned to the cave before coming out. He never allowed Zhao Qian to approach. Zhao Qian was not anxious about this. He believed that even a wild animal, after so many days, could feel his goodwill. On this day, Zhao Qian was making roasted pork. Perhaps because the little wild man still had not become fat, this time he cut a very large piece of roasted pork and brought it outside the cave. This piece of roasted pork was more than a full meal for the 3 of them. "Come out. The roasted pork is placed here for you. I'm going back." Zhao Qian placed the roasted pork and loudly called toward the little wild man's direction. After shouting, he turned around and was about to return to the cave. However, this time, just as he turned, he heard a rustle from the bushes, and then the little wild man actually walked out of the forest. Seeing this, Zhao Qian was a bit excited. This was the first time the little wild man came out before he left. This showed that the little wild man's vigilance toward him had decreased again, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before the little wild man was no longer afraid of him. Thinking this, he did not look back, not wanting to scare the little wild man, and directly returned to the cave. After several days of contact, you discovered that the 3 people living in the cave seemed to have no ill intentions toward him. Every day, as long as he came to the front of the cave, that powerful male would bring food out and let him take it away, and never chased him again. Relying on the food provided by that male, his father's injuries had healed a lot. At present, only 2 blood holes remained, and then he would fully recover. As long as his father recovered, they would be able to hunt on their own. When that time came, the first thing he would do would be to come and thank these 3 people. He was going to become a tribe warrior in the future. After eating someone else's food, he had to repay it. So much meat. While he was thinking, he saw Zhao Qian bring out a very large piece of meat. He was extremely excited. The energy from this piece of meat can heal father's injuries. That's great. Perhaps because he was too excited, or because his vigilance had lowered, he actually walked out of the forest. And that male he feared had not yet left. He had been careless. But he soon realized his worry was unnecessary. That powerful male did not chase him, did not even look back at him, and walked straight back into the cave. At this, he was completely relieved. He picked up the roasted meat, did not stop, turned around, and ran wildly toward the tree hollow. There was only one thought in his mind, to let father eat this meat and recover. Rustle, rustle. You moved quickly through the forest, the roasted meat held in his mouth, leaving behind a strong fragrance all the way. Very soon, he arrived in front of the giant tree, climbed up quickly, and entered the tree hollow. "Father, father." As soon as you entered the hollow, he shouted excitedly. At this time, only 2 blood holes remained on the adult wild man's body. The previous ones had mostly already scabbed over. The adult wild man's complexion was much better than before. After hearing Yu's voice, he opened his eyes. "Father, meat, a lot of meat." Yu handed the meat he had obtained to the adult wild man and said excitedly, "Eat it and you will recover." Seeing such a large piece of meat, the adult wild man was also a bit surprised and asked, "Was it still given to you by that male from the cave?" "Yes." You nodded hard, paused, and continued, "Today when I saw so much meat, I was too excited and came out of the forest before he left. I was very scared then and worried that the male would chase me, but he didn't." The adult wild man said, "That male is a good person. After I recover, I will hunt a mixed-blood primal beast. Then you can take it to thank him." "Yes, father." You heard this, his face full of excitement, and handed the roasted meat to the adult wild man. The adult wild man looked at the meat and patted Yu's head painfully. He knew that in order to heal him these past days, Yu had suffered a lot and had been hungry almost every day. But there was no way around it. This was the tribe's way of survival. All food in the tribe had to be given to the warriors first. This was not because warriors oppressed the others, but because only by ensuring the warriors' strength could the safety of the others be guaranteed, so that not everyone would go hungry. If a tribe lost its warriors, it would soon cease to exist. No need for so much meat. The adult wild man exerted a bit of force, broke the meat into one large and one small piece, and handed the smaller one to Yu. Yu took it without hesitation, took a big bite, and showed a satisfied expression. The adult wild man smiled and also began to eat his meat. Before long, both pieces of meat were eaten up. After obtaining energy from the food, the adult wild man began to heal himself. He first pushed the bullet heads out of his body bit by bit, then tightened his muscles to stop the wounds from bleeding. Perhaps because his physical condition was better than before, this healing was much faster. In just a few minutes, one bullet was expelled. Only one left on the thigh. You watched another blood hole be healed and grinned. But at this moment, the adult wild man suddenly stopped, his face stern and his brows furrowed. "Father, what's wrong?" You asked when he saw this. "We are surrounded by yellow demons," the adult wild man replied grimly. "Yellow demons." You sucked in a sharp breath, his face full of panic. Yellow demons were not primal beasts, but ordinary creatures in the forest. Individually they were not strong. He could crush one with a finger, but yellow demons hunted in groups. A group of yellow demons had the strength to make mixed-blood primal beasts fear them. Once, he had personally seen a powerful mixed-blood primal beast eaten alive into a skeleton by a group of yellow demons. "Hurry and get out of the tree hollow. Don't be trapped inside," the adult wild man quickly reminded the stunned Yu. Yu came back to his senses and did not dare hesitate. He quickly climbed out of the hollow. As soon as he climbed out, countless rustling sounds rang out below him. He instinctively looked down and saw that the trunk of the giant tree was already covered with yellow ants. These ants were 1 to 2 centimeters long, with strong and powerful mandibles. If Xiao Qian or Lu Yun were here, they would definitely recognize that these ants called yellow demons by the wild men were army ants. However, these army ants were much larger than ordinary ones, and much faster as well, completely unlike the same species. "Father, we are surrounded by yellow demons. What should we do?" You asked anxiously in panic. The adult wild man looked at the situation, immediately scanned the surroundings of the giant tree, and finally fixed his gaze on another tree more than 10 meters away. "I will throw you onto that tree." "Father, what about you?" You looked at the last remaining blood hole on his father's body. This blood hole was on the thigh and greatly affected his father's mobility. Otherwise, this distance of more than 10 meters would be something his father could easily jump. "Father is a warrior. I have a way to deal with yellow demons," the adult wild man said. You still wanted to say something, but the adult wild man had already grabbed him and forcefully threw him toward the nearby tree. Although Yu was very thin and not tall, he still weighed 50 or 60 jin. And the distance between the two trees was more than 10 meters. Even Zhao Qian, with enhanced strength, could not do this. Yet the adult wild man did it. Yu's body flew like a cannonball, crossing more than 10 meters and landing on another big tree. Crash! Yu flew toward the other tree, his body falling uncontrollably. Fortunately, his reaction was very fast, and he grabbed a tree trunk in time, preventing himself from falling. After stabilizing himself, Yu looked at his father. Just as he had guessed, his injured father could not jump over and could only keep climbing upward while facing the yellow demons. Yu knew that if he did not find a way to save his father would definitely die. But how could he save him? Just as Yu was at a loss, he saw the huge mountain peak, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, Zhao Qian and the other two had already eaten. They were sitting at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the breeze while eating shaved ice. Ever since the 3 consecutive days of rain and hail, the temperature on the deserted island had continued to rise. Especially in recent days, it had returned to the temperature it was when they first arrived on the island. Fortunately, Zhao Qian was smart. Earlier, he had Wang Qianqian build an ice cellar in the cave and stored a large amount of hail. Every day after meals, he would make 3 servings of shaved ice. Although the shaved ice he made wasn't anything special, being able to eat shaved ice on a hot deserted island was already a luxury. Zhao Qian, can you make a beach chair? Wang Qianqian had coconut oil all over her body, wore a sun hat from who knows where, had a women's tank top on the upper half and a short skirt on the lower half. She was sunbathing and eating shaved ice. Anyone who knew the situation would know she was stranded on a deserted island. Anyone who didn't would think she was on vacation. No. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, understood what she was thinking, and immediately shook his head. In fact, he could make a beach chair, he just didn't want to make one for Wang Qianqian. He didn't want to come back from a hard day of survival only to see Wang Qianqian lying comfortably on a beach chair. What a pity. Wang Qianqian sighed, then turned to Lu Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, with how advanced society is today, why are there still savages? So far, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun hadn't told Wang Qianqian about the time travel, so she still believed they had simply ended up on some unknown deserted island on Earth. Qianqian, you think society is advanced because you live in a developed country. Actually, there are many places in the world that still maintain very traditional ways of life, like the Maasai people in East Africa. Lu Yun explained to Wang Qianqian, the Maasai tribes still don't have electricity. Their houses are made of packed earth, they don't have any transportation, and their coming-of-age ceremony involves hunting a lion. Wang Qianqian asked, do the Maasai also have superpowers? Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, they have exceptionally good eyesight. Normal human vision is between 1.2 and 1.25, but Maasai people can reach 6 to 8. Simply put, they can spot prey within a 10-kilometer range, and they can also see at night. That's amazing. Wang Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, her expression serious as she reasoned, it seems like living in cities has made life too comfortable, and people are starting to degenerate. I've never seen superpowers in the city, my powers also awakened here on the island. You're overgeneralizing. Just because the little savage is agile and the Maasai have good eyesight doesn't mean that only by living in the wild can you awaken superpowers, and that city life causes human degeneration. Zhao Qian grumbled in his heart but didn't say anything. He knew Lu Yun didn't want Wang Qianqian to know they had traveled through time. Xiao Yun, when we get rescued, can we provide some supplies to the island savages? Wang Qianqian said, though it won't change their way of life, at least it could improve their quality of life. It's not right for such big kids to not even have a single piece of clothing. Hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly realized he had underestimated Wang Qianqian before. Although this celebrity lacked common sense and seemed a bit slow-witted, there was no denying she had a kind heart, and she could be relied on at critical moments. Unlike some celebrities who donate money either for fame or for tax breaks, very few genuinely do charity. No problem, once we're back, I'll take care of it. Lu Yun gave Wang Qianqian a gentle smile and played along. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, Zhao Qian heard a sound from the forest, like leaves rustling in the wind, and immediately became alert. He first had Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian go back into the cave, then stood guard at the entrance, staring seriously at the forest. But soon, he breathed a sigh of relief, because what came out of the forest was the little savage. Zhao Qian was worried about scaring him and intended to approach slowly, but the little savage quickly came over, speaking in a language Zhao Qian didn't understand. Abba. Zhao Qian looked at the anxious little savage, full of question marks, and asked, "You're hungry again?" Abba. Helplessly, Zhao Qian couldn't understand the little savage's language, and the little savage couldn't understand his. Like a chicken talking to a duck, they simply couldn't communicate. At that moment, Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian came out of the cave and saw the little savage's anxious expression. Wang Qianqian tugged at Zhao Qian's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Zhao Qian, what is this little savage trying to say?" Zhao Qian was already frustrated, and when he heard her question, he snapped, "I don't even know English, you think I can understand a savage's language?" Lu Yun frowned and said, "Even if we don't speak the same language, human gestures and expressions are universal. I feel like the little savage is very anxious and wants you to go with him." Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "I feel his urgency too." Previously, when the little savage moved through the forest, he barely made any sound. That's why Zhao Qian nearly missed him several times. But just now, the sound of his movement was loud enough for Zhao Qian to hear it from far away, a completely different way of moving, almost making him think it was a wild animal. "Why don't you follow him and see what's going on?" Lu Yun suggested after some thought. "Okay." Zhao Qian nodded without hesitation, then said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, "While I'm gone, lock the door and wait for me to come back." "Okay." Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun responded in unison. After giving his instructions, Zhao Qian crouched down and nodded to the little savage. Seeing Zhao Qian nod, the little savage immediately turned and ran into the forest. After running about 10 meters, he stopped and looked back to check if Zhao Qian was following. Seeing Zhao Qian close behind, he relaxed and ran quickly toward the giant tree. Zhao Qian closely followed him. A few days ago, he wouldn't have had the stamina to keep up with the little savage. But recently, his physical condition had improved significantly. His endurance now rivaled that of the little savage, so keeping up was no problem. Half an hour later, Zhao Qian was led to a lake. Just as Zhao Qian was wondering why the little savage had brought him here, the little savage grabbed his hand and kept pointing at a large tree, speaking in the savage language. Holy shit! Zhao Qian looked closely and couldn't help blurting out a curse. Because he saw that at the top of the giant tree, an adult savage was being attacked by tens of thousands of ants. The situation of the adult savage was extremely critical. The tens of thousands of ants had almost completely covered his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Faced with so many ants, the adult savage did not sit and wait to die. He suddenly let out an angry roar, and the flame tattoo on his chest suddenly emitted a fiery glow. The flame tattoo was activated, and a ball of fire burst out from his chest, covering his whole body. Although the flame only appeared for a moment, under such high temperatures, the ants crawling all over the adult savage's body were instantly killed and fell off him. Only then did Zhao Qian see that the adult savage's body was covered in bloody bite marks made by the ants. He looked like a person soaked in blood. Zhao Qian even saw that several of the adult savage's toes had already turned into bare white bones, obviously eaten by the ants. Zhao Qian was so shocked by the scene that he couldn't speak. 3 things shocked him. First, he hadn't expected the little savage to bring him here to save an adult savage. Although he knew he would encounter many savages in the future, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Second, he was shocked by these terrifying ants. It was his first time seeing ants dare to attack a human. If this happened on Earth, these ants would definitely be wiped out. Third, he witnessed the adult savage's ability, which was completely different from his own body enhancements. Flames erupting from the body, was that something a carbon-based life form could do? Abba. While Zhao Qian was still in shock, the little savage grabbed his hand anxiously and spoke in the savage language. Zhao Qian looked closely and saw that, after the first wave of ants was killed, more ants had climbed up from below and were about to engulf the adult savage again. According to his judgment, if they didn't come up with a way to save the adult savage, he would definitely die. Don't worry, I'll help you save him. Zhao Qian comforted the little savage and began to think of a way to rescue him. He first ruled out going up himself. Even the adult savage didn't dare let the ants get close. If he went up, he'd just be a snack for the ants. Faced with so many ants, the best method would be a wide area attack. The attack didn't need to be very strong, it only needed to kill a large number of ants instantly. But his awakened ability only enhanced his physical attributes. He had no wide area attack skills. Wait. While Zhao Qian was pacing back and forth, his eyes landed on the lake, and a memory surfaced in his mind, his first time seeing the lake. Of course, the lake wasn't the key. The key was that he had encountered a wild boar then and scared it off with fire. Since that worked, why not use fire again? As for whether the fire might burn down the forest? Once you've done it once, it gets easier the second time. Burn a few more times and you get used to it, no more psychological burden. Thinking this, Zhao Qian immediately gathered kindling, then some dry firewood, and finally took out a fire striker. Yes, a fire striker. Zhao Qian no longer needed to make fire by rubbing sticks. Whenever he needed to light a fire, he used the striker. Of course, he didn't know how to make one himself. After all, most survival shows were from abroad and didn't teach how to make fire strikers. His striker had been specially made for him by Lu Yun, who saw how hard it was for him to start fires with sticks. One striker could last several days. Whoosh whoosh. Zhao Qian kept blowing air. The half-lit, half-extinguished fire striker began to emit flames, like a lit cigarette. Without much effort, Zhao Qian lit the kindling, then used it to light the dry firewood, and a pile of fire soon appeared. Next, he pulled out the burning pieces of wood one by one and threw them toward the giant tree. The burning sticks ignited the fallen leaves and dry branches under the giant tree, and in just a few dozen seconds, a raging fire erupted, with flames leaping several meters high. Crackle crackle. The ants under the giant tree were instantly swallowed by the flames. As their bodies burned, they let out tiny crackling sounds. Moreover, as the temperature of the flames grew higher and higher, some ants, even if not directly burned, were roasted to death by the heat. In just a few minutes, most of the ants were burned to death, and the remaining ones no longer cared about attacking the adult savage. They were frantically trying to escape. Abba. The little savage spoke the savage language to Zhao Qian again. No need to thank me. Helping others is a fine tradition of the Chinese people. Zhao Qian thought the little savage was thanking him, so he generously waved his hand, indicating there was no need for thanks. Abba Abba. The little savage became anxious, speaking savage language while gesturing frantically. If Zhao Qian had understood the savage's language at that moment, he would have known that the little savage was saying, "My father is still up in the tree. Put the fire out quickly, or he'll be burned to death." But unfortunately, Zhao Qian didn't understand and kept making polite small talk with the little savage. In the end, it was the adult savage at the top of the tree who couldn't bear the high temperature anymore and began shouting loudly. Only then did Zhao Qian suddenly realize. Crap, I forgot the adult savage is still up in the tree. By that time, the giant tree was already too dangerous to approach. After all, fire doesn't just burn upward, it also spreads outward. Zhao Qian and the little savage had already been forced back more than 10 meters. This fire is so big, there's no way I can put it out. Zhao Qian looked at the raging flames and said bitterly. Because there were many trees in the forest, once a fire started, it was very hard to stop. Forget being alone, even if a whole team of firefighters came, they wouldn't be able to extinguish a full-on forest fire. Otherwise, the Australian wildfires wouldn't have burned for months. As for the adult savage jumping down from the giant tree, it seemed unlikely. The tree he had climbed during his last fire-setting incident was only a few meters tall, and a normal person could jump down unharmed. But the tree the adult savage had climbed was tens of meters tall, equivalent to over 10 stories high. Jumping down would most likely turn him into a bloody pulp. I meant to help, but ended up making things worse. If he hadn't helped, at least the adult savage would have left a skeleton behind. Now, thanks to his help, there wouldn't even be a skeleton left, just ashes. Abba. The little savage saw the fire growing stronger and cried out, about to rush forward. It's no use. A fire this big can't be put out. Zhao Qian reacted quickly and grabbed the little savage to stop him from charging in. However, just as the flames grew fiercer and Zhao Qian had to keep retreating with the little savage, the calm lake suddenly rose into a huge wave. The wave was more than 10 meters high, surging toward the raging fire. With just one strike, the flames were extinguished. Immediately after, before Zhao Qian could even understand what had happened, a gigantic figure emerged from the middle of the lake. At this moment, Zhao Qian finally understood how the forest fire he had caused the first time was extinguished. However, he felt no joy from solving the mystery. On the contrary, looking at the massive figure before him, he felt cold all over, not daring to move at all. The giant creature before his eyes had exceeded his understanding. He was certain that such a creature had never appeared on Earth. It was a green creature with a snake-like head, a fish-like body, 6 legs, and looked very much like a salamander, except it was countless times larger. An adult salamander is only 10 to 15 centimeters long, but the part of this monster visible above water already exceeded 30 meters. If the underwater portion was included, its total length might reach 50 meters. With such a terrifying size, it was no wonder it could stir up a wave more than 10 meters high. Abba! Just as Zhao Qian was stunned by the creature, the little savage suddenly knelt on the ground, speaking savage language and kowtowing repeatedly to the giant creature. Not only the little savage, even the adult savage on the giant tree ignored his injuries and also knelt and kowtowed to the creature. However, the giant creature completely ignored the adult and little savage. Its snake-like head extended toward Zhao Qian, and its eyes stared at him. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen. It was like he was in a land of extreme cold. He couldn't even think of running, he didn't dare move at all. Wah! The giant creature suddenly roared at Zhao Qian. It was like a thunderclap in Zhao Qian's ears. His brain buzzed, and his eardrums may have burst, it was extremely painful. But that wasn't all. Zhao Qian saw the creature's eyes gradually turn red, and the green color on its head slowly shifted to red, as if it were angry. That's right. The creature before him was angry. Zhao Qian was speechless. He thought, you suddenly appeared and scared me half to death. I haven't even gotten angry yet, why are you angry? Of course, he couldn't ask that question. Even if he did, the creature wouldn't answer. As the creature's head turned red, it got closer and closer to Zhao Qian. It looked like it wanted to eat him. Eat him? Zhao Qian froze and swallowed hard. He realized what the creature wanted to do. Abba! Abba! Just then, the little savage suddenly stepped in front of Zhao Qian and spoke to the creature in savage language. Seeing this, Zhao Qian was a little moved. He felt that all the food he had given the little savage these past days hadn't been in vain. The little savage was willing to risk his life to protect him. However, he also understood that the little savage couldn't save him. Leaving aside whether the creature could understand human language, even if it could, why would it listen to a savage? But what happened next proved him wrong. Wah! After hearing the little savage's words, the creature actually responded. The red color on its head gradually faded and returned to the green of a grassland. Abba! The little savage saw this and lay on the ground, kowtowing to the creature once again. Wah! The creature let out a sound toward Zhao Qian, as if it was threatening him, then slowly sank back into the lake and disappeared. Phew! As soon as the creature left, Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his mind blank, gasping for breath. Sweat had soaked through his clothes. After a long while, Zhao Qian's brain gradually began working again. But whenever he thought of that creature, he still trembled with fear. Abba! The adult savage had now come down from the giant tree and, supported by the little savage, walked up to Zhao Qian. What kind of creature was that just now? Even if it were prehistoric Earth, there couldn't be a creature like that, right? Is this still Earth? Did we travel through time, or did we cross into another world? The voice of the adult savage was like a switch, snapping Zhao Qian out of his daze. He immediately asked several questions in a row. According to previous guesses, they were still on Earth, just millions of years in the past. But after seeing that giant creature, Zhao Qian realized that guess was wrong. This wasn't Earth, or at least not the Earth he had known. Otherwise, he would have heard of such a creature before. Unfortunately, the adult savage couldn't understand Zhao Qian's language either. Seeing Zhao Qian so agitated, he only showed a puzzled expression. Forget it. We can't communicate anyway. After venting, Zhao Qian calmed down. Looking at the adult savage covered in blood, he said, "Your injuries need treatment. Otherwise, they might get infected. Come back to the cave with me." With that, he walked a few steps toward the cave. Worried that the two savages wouldn't understand, he turned back and waved at them. Seeing this, the little and adult savage didn't follow immediately. Instead, they spoke to each other in savage language for a while, then followed. Without a word, Zhao Qian led the little and adult savage back to the cave. "Zhao Qian, what happened? Why is there an adult savage now?" Wang Qianqian looked at the blood-covered adult savage in confusion. She walked up to Zhao Qian, who was looking for anti-inflammatory medicine, and quietly asked. "The little savage brought me over just now to save this adult savage. He should be the little savage's father. He's covered in blood. Was he attacked by a wild beast?" "No, it was a swarm of ants." "Ants?" Wang Qianqian froze when she heard that. In her mind, she pictured ants small enough to crush with a finger and immediately suspected Zhao Qian was lying. How could ants possibly injure a person so badly? But just as she was about to ask more, Zhao Qian found the anti-inflammatory medicine and brought it to the adult savage. Zhao Qian gestured for a long time, trying to explain that taking the medicine would be good for his body. But the adult savage refused to take it and made gestures of eating meat. In fact, the adult savage meant that he could recover from his injuries just by eating. But Zhao Qian didn't understand this. He thought the savage was just hungry and said, "Take the medicine first. After you take it, I'll make you something to eat." The two argued for a while. In the end, when Zhao Qian saw the adult savage absolutely refusing to take the medicine, he gave in and asked Wang Qianqian to go to the ice cellar and bring some fish. As soon as Wang Qianqian left, Luyun walked up and asked in a low voice, "Did something happen just now?" "Yeah." Facing Luyun, Zhao Qian didn't hide anything. He smiled bitterly and nodded. "Sister Yun, if I told you that while I was rescuing someone just now, I encountered a monster, would you believe me? My rational mind tells me there can't be monsters in this world, but if you say there's a monster, I'm willing to believe it." Lu Yun, upon hearing this, didn't immediately express an opinion. She stared at Zhao Qian for a while before slowly opening her mouth and speaking. "I really did encounter a monster." Zhao Qian swallowed and described the giant monster he had encountered. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Yun, are we still on Earth? I can guarantee that no such creature exists on Earth." "I'm not sure either." Lu Yun shook her head expressionlessly. After thinking for a moment, she said, "However, from your description, it's not hard to see that this creature should have a relatively high level of intelligence. Otherwise, the little savage wouldn't have been able to communicate with it and save you." Hearing this, Zhao Qian froze, because he hadn't noticed that point at all. But that was understandable. Given the situation at the time, it would have been strange if he had been able to think clearly. "It's a pity I don't understand the savage's language. Otherwise, I would have figured out what I did to offend that creature." Zhao Qian wanted to find the reason so he wouldn't offend it again in the future. "That's simple." Lu Yun looked toward the adult savage and said, "Just learn the savage's language." Learn the savage's language?" Zhao Qian was startled by her top student mindset and said bitterly, "We can't even communicate with the savages, how can we learn their language?" To be clear, he hadn't even learned English properly with a teacher, let alone a savage language. Even if Luyun wanted to learn it, he had no idea where to start, completely clueless. Luyun said, "Just now I listened to the conversation between the little and adult savage. I found that their speech contains different sound patterns. That means different tones likely represent different meanings, just like characters in Chinese or words in English. And as long as a language is structured, it must be logical. As long as..." Zhao Qian quickly raised his hand to interrupt her, pulling a bitter face. "Sister Yun, I'm just a high school student. Right now the only English I remember is, 'What is your name? How are you?' I am fine, and you're telling me to self-learn a new language. Don't you think too highly of me?" Although Zhao Qian understood that learning could change a person's fate, the intense studying in his childhood had made him dislike learning. So, he had no intention of learning the savage's language, no matter how simple it might be. "All right, I'll study it myself." Luyun didn't push him further after hearing that. Just then, Wang Qianqian returned from the ice cellar with fish. Probably afraid it wouldn't be enough, the wasteful woman had brought out 10 fish, and even picked the largest ones. Even though Zhao Qian wasn't a stingy person, he felt distressed. After all, this was their reserve food. "If we ever run out of food, I'll eat your pet crab." Zhao Qian didn't want to lash out in front of the two savages, so he turned his gaze to the coconut crab following Wang Qianqian and silently swore to himself. Half an hour later, Zhao Qian brought the grilled fish over to the adult and little savage and handed it over with a smile. Usually, the little savage would immediately snatch food, but this time he didn't move. Instead, he looked at the adult savage, as if waiting for an order. The adult savage shakily stood up, clenched his right fist, placed it over his flame tattoo, bowed slightly to Zhao Qian, and spoke in the savage language. Zhao Qian didn't understand it, but he figured it was probably a thank you. Then, the adult savage nodded at the little savage, who finally reached for the grilled fish. However, the little savage didn't eat it himself first. He picked out the biggest grilled fish and handed it to the adult savage. Only after the adult savage began eating did he start eating himself. Seeing this, Zhao Qian frowned slightly. He felt that the little savage didn't seem like the adult savage's child, more like a servant. After all, in his view, parents would usually let their kids eat first when there's good food, rarely would adults eat first. "Zhao Qian, look quickly." Just then, Wang Qianqian gently tugged at Zhao Qian and pointed at the adult savage. Zhao Qian looked over and saw that the adult savage's belly button area suddenly turned bright red, like there was a fire burning in his abdomen. At the same time, 2 more tattoos appeared on the adult savage's body. These extended from the abdomen up to the chest's flame tattoo, like a pathway connecting the 2 tattoos. As energy continued to transfer along the path, the flame tattoo on the chest grew brighter and brighter. Before, it had nearly faded away. However, Zhao Qian already knew the adult savage was extraordinary, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, was excited and said, "I knew I was right. People who live in cities have all degenerated, only those living in the wild can awaken superpowers." Zhao Qian gave her a glance and couldn't be bothered to respond. At that moment, the adult savage's body continued changing. Zhao Qian saw that once the flame tattoo on the chest brightened, it began flickering, like it was transmitting energy throughout the body. The wounds all over the adult savage's body, which had been caused by the ants, stopped bleeding as the tattoo flickered. Some of the smaller wounds even started to scab over. The only part that didn't change was the toes that had been eaten by the ants. Those clearly couldn't grow back. But even with this healing ability, Zhao Qian was deeply envious. Not only can he release fire, he can even heal himself. These days, he had been studying his own superpower and had a general understanding of it. He named his ability Super Enhancement. Simply put, anything related to his physical body could be enhanced. When he walked, his stamina and endurance improved. When he took hits, his resistance to attacks improved. When he looked into the distance, his vision improved. Of course, mild activities like walking only gave small improvements. Only extreme physical activity brought big boosts. For example, when he was chased by a wild boar, or when he carried Wang Qianqian and Luyun back to the cave. However, he also discovered that his superpower had limits. Some things wouldn't strengthen no matter what, for example, fire resistance. He once tried to improve his resistance to fire by holding his hand over a flame for a long time. But the result was nearly burning his hand. He gained no resistance at all. Back then, he had sighed, carbon-based lifeforms could never overcome high temperatures and fire. He never expected that soon after, he would witness the adult savage's abilities. Not only could he release flames, but he could also heal himself. Just like the masters in martial arts novels, it made Zhao Qian burn with envy. As long as the adult savage had enough food, his injuries healed very quickly. From the time he was rescued to fully recovering, it only took 3 days. This recovery speed shocked Zhao Qian and the others. When the adult savage was first rescued, his entire body was bleeding, and his injuries were definitely serious. Late at night, after the little savage fell asleep, the adult savage came to Zhao Qian, looking serious, and said something in the savage language. At the end, he placed his right fist on the flame tattoo on his chest, his eyes fixed on Zhao Qian. Seeing this, Zhao Qian really wanted to tell the adult savage that he didn't understand the savage language, but then thought the savage wouldn't understand his words either, so he could only smile bitterly. He's leaving and wants you to take care of you. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice came, translating the adult savage's words. Sister Yun, you've learned the savage language? Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun beside him, his face full of disbelief. Keep in mind, the adult savage had only been rescued for 3 days. Even with a teacher, it would be impossible to learn a language in such a short time, let alone for Lu Yun, who had no teacher at all. Of course, he didn't deny that Lu Yun had worked very hard these past 3 days, sticking close to the adult and little savages, listening to their pronunciation, and trying to communicate with them. Not really, but I barely started and understand the meanings of some sounds. Lu Yun shook her head. That's still amazing. Zhao Qian sincerely praised her. He remembered that when he was learning English, even after 3 days, he couldn't memorize more than 20 letters of the alphabet. Then he asked me to take care of you, what does that mean? Lu Yun said, you is the little savage. He needs to leave and hopes you can look after you. Why is he leaving? Why not take you with him? Can't he take care of you himself? Zhao Qian said this not because he disliked the little savage, but because he was very unhappy with the adult savage's decision. He could see that you deeply admired his father and saw him as a role model. But now the adult savage wanted to leave you behind. How could a father do such a thing? He felt the adult savage lacked any sense of responsibility as a father. I don't understand that level of savage language yet, so I can't translate it for you, Lu Yun continued. But based on the past 3 days, it seems he has something very important to do. Then she added, it's dangerous, and he doesn't feel safe bringing you. I see. Zhao Qian felt a little better and looked at the adult savage. I promise you, I'll take care of you. So hala gua. The adult savage didn't understand Zhao Qian's words, so Lu Yun had to help translate. Bang, bang, bang. The adult savage smiled and hit his flame tattoo 3 times with his right fist, then turned around to leave. But perhaps because he couldn't bear to part with you, he turned back to glance at the sleeping child before leaving the cave. What is this mess? Zhao Qian looked at the adult savage disappearing into the darkness and sighed. At first, he thought they had simply crashed on a deserted island. But not long after, he realized they might not have just landed on a deserted island, they might have traveled back millions of years to prehistoric Earth. And just as he was starting to accept that theory, he encountered a giant creature that couldn't possibly exist on Earth. At that moment, he realized, maybe they weren't on Earth anymore. And now, he had become a babysitter for a savage. The next day, while Zhao Qian was still sleeping, the little savage's panicked cries echoed in the cave. Even though he didn't understand the savage language, Zhao Qian knew he was calling out for the adult savage. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun tried to calm you down, but it didn't work at all. You even tried to open the door and run out. Helpless, Zhao Qian had no choice but to act. He grabbed you, tied him up, and then had his shoe sole make intimate contact with yours but a few times, using force to quiet him down. Don't glare at me. Blame your unreliable father. Since he left you with me, you're under my care until he comes back. Zhao Qian looked at the angry you and said this, then muttered to himself, he can't understand me anyway, so why am I saying so much? You two keep an eye on him. No matter what, don't untie him. I'm heading out. After all the commotion, there was no way he could sleep anymore, so he might as well explore the island. Let's still call it an island for now. In fact, he was no longer convinced it was just a deserted island, because whether it was the giant creature in the lake or the savage tribe, neither should exist on a deserted island. Of course, it wasn't impossible. If the island was as big as Greenland, maybe it was possible. But the odds were very low. So, to survive in this world, he needed to understand it as much as possible, to figure out what kind of world this really was. Holy shit. Zhao Qian opened the cave door with the intent to explore, but the next second, he was startled by what he saw. Because there was a giant snake corpse lying at the cave entrance, bigger than an anaconda. The snake was about 15 meters long. Its thickest part was wider than a water barrel, with gray markings on its body. Its mouth was open, showing 2 rows of sharp carnivorous teeth. Thankfully, it was already dead. If it had been alive, the 4 of them would have been in danger. A titanoboa? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and recognized the giant snake. It was the largest snake ever to appear on Earth. Why is there a titanoboa at the cave entrance? At this moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun also noticed the commotion outside. They walked out of the cave and screamed in fright when they saw the titanoboa. After a while, they finally calmed down. Wang Qianqian cursed, "Who's so uncivilized, leaving such a huge worm here?" Worm? When it comes to naming things, you never disappoint. Zhao Qian sighed, then shook his head and said, "I don't know either." "I know." Lu Yun suddenly spoke, then continued, "It was a thank you gift from that adult savage." Then she muttered quietly, "So, Waism means gift? I thought he was giving us his son." Zhao Qian really wanted to tell Lu Yun that he heard her muttering. Then he curled his lip and said, "Who gives a titanoboa as a gift? A wild boar would have been fine, at least we could eat it." Lu Yun said, "This titanoboa is way more valuable than a wild boar. It might be a hybrid. No, it should be called a mixed-blood primal beast." "What's a mixed-blood primal beast?" "No idea, just know it's very rare." Zhao Qian sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lu Yun had only been learning the savage language for 3 days. Even if she was a genius, it was impossible for her to fully understand it. She could only grasp a little. Then this hybrid, no, mixed-blood primal beast, can we eat it? Zhao Qian was thinking about how to deal with the titanoboa. He had originally planned to burn it, but after hearing it was rare, he wondered if they could eat it. "We can eat it, but apparently there are precautions." Lu Yun replied. "What precautions?" Wang Qianqian quickly asked. "Didn't understand." Lu Yun answered. "As long as we know it's edible, that's enough. As for any precautions, we'll figure them out slowly." Zhao Qian said, then looked at the massive titanoboa and started to worry again. This titanoboa was really too big. Roughly estimating, it definitely weighed over 2 tons, exact details unknown. And with that kind of weight, even with his enhanced strength, he couldn't move it at all. He was curious how the adult savage managed to hunt such a large creature, and how he brought it over. He had originally thought his strength was on par with the adult savage, but now it was clear, he had overestimated himself. The adult savage was much stronger than him. "No need to figure it out slowly, why not just ask you to tell us?" Wang Qianqian suggested. "I just beat him up and tied him up. You think he'll tell me anything?" Zhao Qian had thought of this too, but he felt you was still mad at him and wouldn't speak. "It should be fine." Lu Yun, who had been in contact with you for 3 days, knew him relatively well. You is very sensible. He acted like that earlier because he found out his father was gone. "Let's give it a try then." Zhao Qian said, then went back into the cave and walked over to the tied-up Yu. Yu was still angry. When he saw Zhao Qian approaching, he immediately turned his head to the side, clearly not wanting to acknowledge him. Zhao Qian didn't care about Yu's attitude. He directly picked him up and carried him to the titanoboa. Yu, who had been struggling the whole time, immediately stopped when he saw the titanoboa. His eyes locked onto it, and he started speaking in savage language. Maybe he was too excited, because he spoke too fast, even Lu Yun couldn't understand. "Slow down." Zhao Qian smacked the back of Yu's head. However, Yu had no idea what Zhao Qian meant. He only knew he got hit again, and immediately gave Zhao Qian a defiant look. "Zhao Qian, let me talk to him." Lu Yun saw the two acting like fighting cocks and had to step in. "Fine." Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Lu Yun stepped forward and started speaking in rough savage language with Yu. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian couldn't understand their conversation, so the two bored ones simply walked around the titanoboa, admiring it. Of course, they were thinking about different things. Zhao Qian was considering how to move the titanoboa into the cave for storage. With the current temperature, the meat would spoil in 2 days if left out. As for Wang Qianqian, she was just regretting not having a phone. If she could take a picture of this giant snake and post it on social media, it would definitely get tons of likes. Suddenly, Zhao Qian noticed something odd about the titanoboa's head. He stepped forward and touched it, soft and squishy. After studying it for a while, he realized the skull had been smashed. "I thought killing a wild boar was impressive, but the adult savage crushed the skull of a titanoboa with his bare hands. What terrifying strength." The titanoboa's defense was far stronger than the wild boar he'd killed before. Just its scales alone were like pieces of metal, its defense was clearly incredible. Yet even so, its skull had been crushed by hand. This showed just how terrifying the adult savage's strength was. With that kind of strength, he could rip enemies apart with his bare hands. After saying that, Zhao Qian continued inspecting the titanoboa, checking for any other injuries. But he found no other wounds. Instead, at the titanoboa's 7-inch spot, he saw a glowing part. This spot was normally hard to notice, but Wang Qianqian happened to be standing behind him, blocking the sunlight. Plus, it wasn't fully bright outside yet, so he spotted it by chance. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, squatted down, and cut open the titanoboa's skin. He found a glowing, fingernail-sized round stone. Looking closely, its texture didn't seem like stone, more like smooth jade. Of course, Zhao Qian knew it definitely wasn't jade. As for what it actually was, he had no idea. Kao Jiayin. At that moment, Yu saw the glowing stone in Zhao Qian's hand and cried out in shock, showing a look of envy. Sister Yun, ask him, what is Kao Jiayin? Seeing Yu's reaction, Zhao Qian realized he definitely knew what the glowing stone was and asked Lu Yun to help inquire. No need to ask. I remember when he and his father talked about primal beasts, they mentioned this word. Lu Yun frowned, thinking back. After a while, she said, Kao Jiayin translates roughly as core, I call it a primal beast core. Primal beast core? That's the translated meaning. Its actual meaning is, the core nurtured inside a primal beast's body, containing most of its energy. So it's like the inner core, Naiden, of a monster in Xianxia novels? After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, Zhao Qian suddenly felt the primal beast core was very similar to the inner cores in fantasy novels. Except, inner cores are symbols of monsters turning into spirits. Could this titanoboa have turned into a spirit too? Pretty much, Lu Yun nodded. What's the use of a primal beast core? Zhao Qian paused, then continued, ask him, can the core be eaten? At this moment, he felt he had found the reason for the adult savage's great strength, it must be related to this primal beast core. So, could he also use the core and become as strong as the adult savage? Lu Yun and Yu had a short exchange. Maybe because Lu Yun had become more fluent in the savage language, this time the conversation was short. Lu Yun said, you can't eat the primal beast core, eating it means death. He said whoever gets the core can become a Tan Luo with the help of Area. Area? Tan Luo? Apparently, Lu Yun didn't know what those words meant, so she just repeated their sounds. Zhao Qian said, looks like the adult savage is a Tan Luo, no wonder he's so strong. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. The adult savage is that strong? Wang Qianqian thought about the blood-covered state the adult savage had been in and didn't think he looked that powerful. She looked at Zhao Qian and asked, between you and the adult savage, who's stronger? He could beat me into mush. Zhao Qian replied in his heart. But for the sake of his image, he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he said, honestly, he's just a tiny bit stronger than me. A little bit. Wang Qianqian misheard billion bit, dian dian, as a bit, dian dian. And Zhao Qian didn't correct her, he had deliberately let her misunderstand. You're already very strong, don't get discouraged. Besides, we've only been on this island for a short time. Even if we've awakened superpowers, we're still at the beginner level. After staying longer, you'll definitely become stronger than him. Wang Qianqian's eyes turned a few times, and for once, she didn't mock Zhao Qian. Instead, she poured him a big bowl of motivational soup. She's comforting me? That's not normal. There must be a catch. So, he asked, do you want something from me? Wang Qianqian nodded wildly. That glowing stone looks really pretty. Can you give it to me? Knew it, you want something. But, keep dreaming. There's no way I'm giving you this primal beast core. Zhao Qian pretended not to hear and turned to Lu Yun, Sister Yun, since the titanoboa is edible, we can't let it go to waste. Let's find a way to store as much of the meat in the ice cellar as possible, otherwise, with the current temperature, it'll spoil in 2 days. Wang Qianqian, seeing that Zhao Qian was trying to change the subject, immediately got upset and shouted, Zhao Qian, don't leave, okay? Can you say something? Zhao Qian was speechless and asked in return, wasn't my meaning clear enough? Not clear enough. Wang Qianqian had actually figured it out already but pretended not to understand and deliberately said, in the past, I don't know how many men wanted to give me expensive jewelry and gems. I didn't accept a single one. Now I'm giving someone a chance, and that someone doesn't even want to take it. Oh wow, she's gotten smarter, she's even learned to use reverse psychology. But it's useless. Zhao Qian smiled to himself and asked Wang Qianqian, have you ever heard of the satin bowerbird? Wang Qianqian didn't understand what he meant and shook her head, no, never heard of it. Zhao Qian explained, this kind of bird really likes shiny objects, so when the male builds a nest, it collects many shiny things and places them around the nest. When a female bird passes by, the male makes calls and shows off the shiny items to court her. Wang Qianqian still didn't get it and asked, what does that bird have to do with you giving me a stone? Zhao Qian hadn't expected that even after all that, Wang Qianqian still didn't get it. So he said directly, what I mean is, those men gave you things because they wanted to sleep with you. I don't have that thought, so why would I give you a primal beast core? These words were a bit harsh. In the past, Wang Qianqian would have pointed at Zhao Qian's nose and cursed him for being shameless. But after spending so much time with him, Zhao Qian teased her almost every day, and she had built some resistance. She didn't get angry as easily. A gentle and graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman. It's in our nature as living beings. If you don't have that thought, then something's wrong with you. Wang Qianqian said that line and gave herself a thumbs up in her heart, satisfied with her counterattack. Zhao Qian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian to actually fight back. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "That line is correct, but the gentle and graceful lady refers to a woman who is both beautiful and virtuous. At most, you're just beautiful, not virtuous at all. Put simply, you only have a pretty shell and no inner qualities. Why should I, as a gentleman, pursue you? But I still have to praise you a bit. I didn't expect someone with such a low level of education to know that line. Judging by your expression, don't tell me that's the only line you know?" Sigh? That final sigh was the perfect touch. On the surface, it sounded like he was lamenting Wang Qianqian's lack of depth and education, but in truth, it was mocking her. This time, Wang Qianqian finally gave up. She shouted, "I hate you," and stormed off angrily to sulk in a quiet spot. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't rest. They started processing the titanoboa, trying to store as much meat as possible before it spoiled. For this, Zhao Qian even had Lu Yun talk to you. As long as you promised not to run, they would untie him. You looked at the titanoboa's corpse and understood that staying behind was his father's will. After hesitating a bit, he agreed not to run again. But Zhao Qian could tell, you was not happy about it. Dissecting the titanoboa was hard physical work. Even with enhanced strength, Zhao Qian had to put in a lot of effort just to skin the snake with a bone knife. But that was only the first step. Next came removing the internal organs, which was even harder than skinning. Actually, the other internal organs were easy to handle. The real problem was the stomach. The titanoboa had an enormous appetite and ate large amounts daily, so its stomach was stuffed with food. Some of it recognizable like wild boars and deer, others unknown. The worst part was, all of it was half digested. You can imagine how disgusting that looked. On top of that, the stomach stank horribly, and even Zhao Qian vomited several times. As for Lu Yun, she couldn't even stand to look, let alone get close. Luckily, you didn't seem to mind the awful smell, so most of the gut cleaning work was handed over to him. After cleaning out the organs, the titanoboa, which originally weighed around 2 tons, probably had just over 1 ton left. If the bones were removed, it might not even reach a ton. But even so, Zhao Qian was very satisfied. Remember, when he killed that wild boar, they only got about 400 pounds of pork after gutting. This titanoboa had contributed nearly 2,000 pounds of snake meat, enough to keep them fed for a long time. After finishing everything, it was already dark. They had spent the whole day processing the titanoboa. "We'll clean up the leftovers tomorrow. Everyone's hungry now, let's eat first." Zhao Qian looked at the titanoboa's skeleton and the removed organs and said to Lu Yun and Yu. Those leftovers still needed to be cleaned up. If they were left outside the cave, they might attract predators. Even if no big beasts came, flies and insects would show up, which would not be good. "Okay." Lu Yun nodded, then seemed to think of something. She looked around and asked, "Zhao Qian, have you seen Qianqian? Hasn't she come back yet? We've been busy all day, I didn't notice if she came back." Zhao Qian answered instinctively, then realized Lu Yun was worried about Wang Qianqian and said, "Sister Yun, don't worry about her. With her courage, there's no way she'd go far. I bet once I finish roasting the snake meat, she'll come back." But Lu Yun shook her head, "I'd better go look for her." "All right then." Zhao Qian glanced at Yu, who was standing near the titanoboa's skeleton, and said, "Take you with you. He's lived in the wild all his life, he's better at survival than I am." "Okay." Lu Yun replied and walked up to Yu to speak with him in the savage language. It took a while before Yu understood what Lu Yun meant. He hesitated, then nodded hard. Then he shouted something to Zhao Qian and pointed at the titanoboa's skeleton before following Lu Yun to look for Wang Qianqian. What did he mean? Does he want me to keep the titanoboa's skeleton for him? Zhao Qian thought for a bit but still didn't get Yu's meaning. So he simply put it out of mind and went back to the cave to roast the snake meat. At the same time, Lu Yun and Yu entered the forest to look for Wang Qianqian. They hadn't gone far when they saw Wang Qianqian lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Seeing this, Lu Yun rushed forward to check on her, but Yu quickly pulled her back. Yu looked panicked. He pointed at Wang Qianqian and kept saying something. "Yellow? Demon." Lu Yun roughly understood what Yu meant. She focused her eyes and finally saw, Wang Qianqian's entire body was covered in huge ants. Inside the cave. Drip. A drop of snake fat slowly gathered from the snake meat and finally fell onto the burning wood, causing a small burst of flame. Zhao Qian felt his grilling skills were getting better and better. Under his grilling, the titanoboa meat had a golden surface and gave off a tempting aroma. If he didn't have to wait for the others, he would have wanted to eat a piece right now. This snake meat is already grilled, why haven't they come yet? Zhao Qian put the grilled snake meat on a stone slab, swallowed, and complained, if I get a wife, I definitely can't pick someone like Wang Qianqian. She has too many issues and is holding up my meal. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the cave. First you entered the cave, followed by Lu Yun. Abba. You was very flustered. Seeing Zhao Qian, he kept speaking. However, Zhao Qian couldn't understand him at all, so he looked to the out-of-breath Lu Yun. Lu Yun's stamina wasn't very good. She had run all the way with you and was out of breath. She swallowed and said, and not good? Qianqian had an accident. What happened to her? Zhao Qian stood up with a start and quickly asked. Although he often argued with Wang Qianqian, that didn't mean he disliked her. Wang Qianqian was like a flavoring agent, making the dull deserted island survival much more interesting. Otherwise, just him and Lu Yun, he would be bored to death. When we just found her, she was lying on the ground, her whole body covered in ants. As Lu Yun spoke, she actually began to cry. At first, when she knew the plane had crashed and they had ended up on a deserted island, her emotions hadn't changed much. Ants. Zhao Qian was startled in his heart and quickly asked, was it the same kind of ants I encountered when rescuing the adult savage? Lu Yun nodded, exactly that kind of ants. Qianqian was covered all over, and you wouldn't let me get close. It's over. Zhao Qian said in a daze. He had witnessed how dangerous those ants were. Even the adult savage, who was very strong, almost got eaten by those ants. How much worse for Wang Qianqian? In an instant, deep guilt surged up in his heart. He blamed himself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't argued with Wang Qianqian, she wouldn't have lost the argument. If she hadn't lost the argument, she wouldn't be sulking. If she hadn't been sulking, she wouldn't have encountered those ants. If she hadn't encountered those ants, she wouldn't have been eaten. Although she's weak and always argues with me, I'm a man after all, why couldn't I just give in once? Chinese people say the dead are supreme. Even if it was unintentional, Zhao Qian took all the blame onto himself. Peh. However, just as Zhao Qian's words fell, a voice sounded at the cave entrance. Zhao Qian, you were the one eaten by ants. My little ants are so obedient, they would never eat me. The person speaking wasn't anyone else, it was Wang Qianqian, whom Zhao Qian and the others had thought was dead. Wang Qianqian stood at the cave entrance with no injuries on her body at all. As Zhao Qian got closer, he saw there was a huge ant more than 10 centimeters long crawling on her chest. It was easy to tell this should be an ant queen. Holy shit. Did Wang Qianqian really tame the ant queen of the ant colony? Zhao Qian first guessed so, and when he saw the ant queen obediently crawl from her chest onto her hand, he realized his guess was right. Wang Qianqian really had tamed the ant queen. Oh my goodness, this idiot is about to defy heaven. You have to know that this kind of yellow ant was something even the adult savage didn't dare provoke. And how strong the adult savage was, the titanoboa outside was strong proof. But, you named the ant queen little ant, won't your aunt be unhappy? Zhao Qian silently mocked Wang Qianqian's naming choice in his mind, but this time he didn't dare say it out loud. He asked, what exactly happened? Wang Qianqian stared at the snake meat, quickly snatched a piece, and took a big bite. While eating she said, after I finished arguing with you, I went into the forest to clear my mind. I happened to see a group of yellow ants moving house with a little ant, so I went up to play. While playing, I found that I could actually control those ants. Lu Yun asked with concern, then why did you faint? I didn't faint, I just fell asleep. Wang Qianqian smiled awkwardly and explained, after taming the little ant queen, I was very sleepy, so I fell asleep in the forest. Later I vaguely heard your voice, and that's when I woke up. Seeing it was late, I came back. Just as I came in, I heard Zhao Qian cursing me. Really unlucky. Zhao Qian instinctively wanted to fire back a few lines, but when he looked at that ant queen, he hurriedly nodded and said, right, whatever you say is right. A real man can endure and adapt, he swallowed it. Since you know you were wrong, I won't argue with you. Wang Qianqian waved generously and then asked, can I have another piece? This roast meat is really delicious. Of course you can. Beautiful lady liking my roasted snake meat is my honor. Zhao Qian smiled and handed her another piece of roasted snake meat. Abba. Seeing this, you shouted once, stopping Wang Qianqian from taking more roasted snake meat. Seeing Yu's behavior, Luyun suddenly thought of something and said, "We forgot in all the busyness, this kind of mixed-blood primal beast meat can only be eaten freely by Tan Luo. Ordinary people can't eat too much, otherwise their bodies can't handle it. This is the caution for eating primal beast meat." After hearing Lu Yun's words, Wang Qianqian indeed felt hot all over, as if her insides were about to burn. "But I'm still hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day." Zhao Qian said, "I'll go grill 2 fish for you, or a piece of wild boar meat." Wang Qianqian didn't refuse. "Fatty, just you wait." Zhao Qian cursed silently, then went to the ice cellar and took out several grilled fish and some wild boar meat. These weren't only for Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian prepared some for everyone, because none of them were Tan Luo, and couldn't eat too much primal beast meat. While grilling, Zhao Qian asked curiously, "Why do you only have the ant queen? Where are the other ants?" "They're outside eating the remaining scraps of the long worm." Wang Qianqian paused, then continued, "The little ant queen told me that a few days ago, when its colony was hunting, they encountered a great disaster. Many of its children died. Otherwise, its colony would be much larger than it is now." Zhao Qian's eyebrows twitched, and he had a bad premonition. They encountered a great disaster. What kind of disaster? Wang Qianqian said, "When they were hunting, a sudden big fire happened and burned many of its children to death." Hearing Wang Qianqian's words, Zhao Qian suddenly realized that this ant queen was from the ant colony he encountered when he rescued the adult savage a few days ago. He just didn't expect that such a big fire didn't burn the ant queen to death, and even left behind so many ants. "Don't reveal our identities, the ants have a grudge against me." Zhao Qian said calmly with a smile, "It's dry and prone to fire. Be careful with fire. Be more careful when you go hunting next time. There won't be another hunt." Wang Qianqian said, teasing the ant queen with her finger, and continued, "Little ant and its colony are too weak. Every time they hunt there are deaths and injuries. I really couldn't bear it, so I promised it that from now on I would raise its colony." "What?" Zhao Qian almost jumped when he heard this. He asked excitedly, "Do you know how much food a single ant colony needs to be fed?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I don't think it would be too much. After all, they're so small, they can't even finish a grain of rice." "Heh!" Zhao Qian snorted coldly. Not caring whether Wang Qianqian was happy or not, he said, "One ant might not eat much, but what about 1 or 2 million ants?" Although the ant queen that Wang Qianqian tamed looked very different from the army ants he knew, from the moving house behavior he could still tell that this was an army ant queen. Among many kinds of ants, army ants are one of the fiercest. Unlike other ants that need to build nests, army ants never build nests. When they eat all the prey in an area, they move to another area. Any creature they encounter while moving usually becomes their meal. People have once seen a group of army ants eating a healthy wild ox clean down to the bone. And the army ants in this world were much more vicious than those on Earth. They dared to attack even a strong adult savage called a Tan Luo. Also, their bodies were larger and their appetite must be enormous. Therefore, Zhao Qian did not think they could afford to feed these army ants. 2 million? Are there really that many? Wang Qianqian was startled by such a large number. Because even if one ant ate just 1 gram of food per day, 2 million ants would consume 4,000 lbs of food a day. "What do you think?" Zhao Qian replied irritably. "So what should we do?" Wang Qianqian looked troubled and said, "I already promised Little Ant. If I go back on my word, Little Ant won't be friends with me anymore." Zhao Qian's eyebrows lifted. He asked, "If you aren't friends, what does that mean?" Wang Qianqian hesitated, then explained, "If I want to be friends with another creature, I need to satisfy 2 steps. First, I must form a bond with the creature I've tamed. Second, I have to make a promise between friends. For example, the promise to Little Crab was to help it escape danger. Once completed, the creature can be tamed." Zhao Qian had a bad feeling. He quickly asked, "You're not telling me that your promise with this ant queen was to raise its colony, right?" Wang Qianqian shrank her head, afraid that Zhao Qian would scold her. "What if you don't fulfill the promise between friends?" "Well, I'm not sure. Little Ant might be very angry." Hearing this, Zhao Qian felt helpless. It was clear that Wang Qianqian only understood how to tame other creatures. She didn't know what would happen if she broke a promise between friends. If the consequences were not serious, he would suggest giving up the army ant queen, because Wang Qianqian simply couldn't afford it. But he was worried the consequences would be serious. If the army ant queen became enraged and ordered the army ants to attack them, the outcome would be unimaginable. Thinking this, Zhao Qian's eyes turned cold and he formed the intent to kill the army ant queen. Since he didn't know whether this would bring danger, he decided to treat it as dangerous and suppress the danger at its root. He could not take the risk. What are you going to do? Wang Qianqian felt Zhao Qian's cold gaze. She immediately protected the ant queen in her hand and looked at Zhao Qian warily. Kill it, to eliminate future trouble. Zhao Qian's tone was dark and decisive. Although he knew that this action would make him seem like a bad person, in order to survive in this unknown world he had to do it. It was the same as killing other animals for food in wilderness survival, done for survival. Wait. Wang Qianqian knew that Zhao Qian would do what he said, and said, "Can you let me talk with Little Ant first, to see if there is a solution?" Zhao Qian remained silent. Luyuan spoke up for Wang Qianqian, "Zhao Qian, let Qianqian try. Besides, when you go hunting, it's just me and Qianqian in the cave. If danger comes, we can't resist at all. But with this army ant colony, we won't be so passive. All right?" Zhao Qian thought about it and felt Luyuan's words made sense. He nodded and agreed to let Wang Qianqian talk with the ant queen first. In fact, if they didn't consider that they couldn't afford to raise the colony, he did want to keep the army ant colony. After all, he had witnessed the army ants' combat ability firsthand. If they had a large number of army ants, if they encountered a titanoboa again, the army ants alone could turn danger into safety. They would be their greatest security. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Qianqian finished talking with the army ant queen. However, after the conversation, Wang Qianqian looked troubled, as if the result was not very good. Zhao Qian asked, "What was the result?" Little Ant was very angry at first. I comforted it for a while before it stopped being angry. Wang Qianqian continued, "Little Ant said that the ant colony can go out and find food on their own, but it has one request." An ant can make a request? Zhao Qian found this unbelievable and asked, "What request does it have?" Wang Qianqian said, "Little Ant wants the primal beast core in your hand." Why does an ant want a primal beast core? Zhao Qian asked, then looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "Be honest, do you want the primal beast core, or does it want it?" He wasn't sure whether the army ant queen really wanted the core, but he knew that Wang Qianqian had been thinking about the primal beast core, so he suspected she was using the ant queen to ask him for it. Of course Little Ant wants it. Wang Qianqian explained, Little Ant said that if it can eat that primal beast core, it might evolve. Evolve? Zhao Qian was stunned. Wang Qianqian's answer was beyond his knowledge. With no other choice, he asked Luyuan to help ask Yu. Unexpectedly, confirmed by Yu, they found that Wang Qianqian wasn't lying this time. Using Yu's words, ordinary creatures could indeed evolve into primal beasts, and low-level primal beasts could also evolve into high-level primal beasts. All right? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian took out the Titanoboa's primal beast core and handed it to Wang Qianqian. "You really are willing to give the primal beast core to Little Ant?" Wang Qianqian showed an incredulous expression. Her tone was sour. "When I asked you for it before, you wouldn't give it to me no matter what. I thought it was hopeless. But when Little Ant asked, you gave the primal beast core to it. Could it be that I'm not as good as it?" "Yes, actually, you are not as good as it." Zhao Qian agreed silently in his heart, but said aloud, "You are one person and it is one ant. If you want a primal beast core, I'll get you a better one next time. I'm full now. I'm going to rest. You two can eat slowly." After saying this, he quickly left. "Next time for sure?" Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian leave and frowned, saying, "Why do I feel like he's brushing me off?" It was probably because he ate a lot of primal beast meat the night before that Zhao Qian didn't sleep well all night. He kept feeling like there was a fire burning inside his body, making him very uncomfortable. However, at the same time, he felt that the primal beast meat was very beneficial to his body. He felt as if he had reached a new limit, and his body was strengthened in every aspect. The next morning, as soon as Zhao Qian woke up, Yu came running over cheerfully, holding a bone in his hand. From the shape of the bone, it was easy to tell that it came from the Titan python, because snake bones are clearly different from other bones. "Abba." Yu solemnly handed the bone to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had just gotten up and was still groggy. When he saw Yu hand him a bone, he was a bit annoyed and intended to scold this mischievous kid. But when he held the bone in his hand, he paused and examined it carefully. After just a few seconds, he was sure that this was not an ordinary bone, but a special bone just like his bone knife. At that moment, he finally understood why he had found a piece of non-decayed bone in the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton, because that T-Rex was not an ordinary T-Rex, but a primal beast. This kind of special bone was unique to primal beasts. "You found this, so it's yours." Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then handed the bone back and said, "Use this bone to make a weapon." Although you didn't understand Zhao Qian's words, he got the meaning and shook his head repeatedly. That Titan python was a gift from his Afu, so every part of it belonged to Zhao Qian. He found this bone just to show Zhao Qian how valuable the gift from his Afu was, not because he wanted anything. Take it if I give it to you. Zhao Qian didn't allow refusal and stuffed the bone into Yu's hand. He already had a bone knife, so this bone wasn't of much use to him. Rather than wasting it, he might as well give it to you to increase his strength. Don't be fooled by you being just a 7 or 8-year-old child. He was fast and strong. With a suitable weapon, he could easily hunt small prey. Kaka. Yu looked at the bone in his hand and said something in the wildman language to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian didn't understand what it meant, but guessed it was something like, thank you, so he smiled and waved his hand. After you left, Zhao Qian slept a little longer. Remembering the unfinished Titan python at the cave entrance, he yawned and got up. But when he walked out of the cave, he suddenly froze. Because he found that the pile of Titan python's internal organs and the undigested food in its stomach had significantly decreased since yesterday, only half remained. Could it be that you cleaned them up in the morning? No. You had been busy looking for special bones in the Titan python and didn't have time to clean up. As for Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, both of them were still asleep, so it wasn't them either. At that moment, he noticed something crawling on the python's innards. When he went closer to look, he discovered it was army ants. There were so many army ants that they covered all the internal organs of the Titan python. If you didn't look closely, you'd think the organs were that color to begin with. What Zhao Qian found disgusting was actually a precious food source for the army ants. Army ants had a clear division of labor. Some used their massive mandibles to cut up prey, while others handled transportation. They were like well-trained soldiers, each doing their part tirelessly. No wonder they're called army ants, they really are like an army. Zhao Qian sighed and continued, if I hadn't burned so many army ants, just these things alone would have been eaten clean overnight. Army ants in this world were larger and stronger than in his previous life, so they worked even more efficiently. And that fire of his had burned at least 80% of the army ants. The remaining 20% had already dealt with so many organs in one night. If the full colony had been there, they could have cleaned a whole Titan python. It'll take a bit more time to completely clean everything up. Let's wait a while longer. Zhao Qian looked at the densely crawling army ants on the innards and gave up the idea of cleaning it himself. First, he was worried the army ants might attack him, since they belonged to Wang Qianqian. Second, since these army ants were raised by Wang Qianqian, throwing away the organs would be a waste. It was better to feed them to the ants, who weren't picky eaters. Also, when food was abundant, the army ant population would grow quickly. The more army ants there were, the safer they would all be. You, want to go catch some fish with me? Zhao Qian walked back into the cave and saw you grinding the bone. He smiled and approached him. You didn't understand and tilted his head in confusion. You, come, with me. Zhao Qian gestured with his hands to express his meaning. This time, you understood what Zhao Qian meant, stood up, and nodded. Maybe Zhao Qian just wanted someone to go fishing with, but to you, it was a rare opportunity to be taught how to hunt. Let's go. Seeing you agree, Zhao Qian took him to the seaside where he had placed his fishing tools. However, you seemed to be very afraid of the ocean. He never dared to get close to the shore and always stayed far away. Don't know how to swim? Zhao Qian thought you couldn't swim. While organizing the fishing tools, he said, all right, I'll teach you how to swim later. Maybe I don't know the proper techniques, but I can at least teach dog paddle. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it a little. Not because he didn't want to teach anymore, but because he didn't know where to teach. After all, the only lake nearby was inhabited by a powerful primal beast. He didn't dare go there. As for the ocean, even the lake had such strong beasts, there must be even stronger ones in the sea. Thinking about that, Zhao Qian turned to look at you, who didn't dare approach the shoreline, and suddenly realized something. He instinctively took 2 steps back. Could it be that you was avoiding the coast because there were powerful primal beasts in the sea? Don't scare yourself. Zhao Qian laughed awkwardly and looked at the sea. I always fish near the coast, and the area is full of reefs. Large primal beasts can't get close. Plus, the sea is so clear you can almost see the bottom. If any beast tries to approach, I'd see it immediately. Even though he said that, Zhao Qian didn't linger by the shore. He quickly took the fish from his fishing tools and left with you. But it was still early, so they didn't return to the cave. Instead, Zhao Qian took you into the forest to look for wild fruits or vegetables. After all, with the adult wild men around these past few days, he had been eating nothing but meat, and he was getting tired of it. Unfortunately, they searched the forest for a long time and didn't find any edible wild fruits or vegetables. Just when they were about to return empty-handed, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. He saw a plant that looked familiar but also unfamiliar. Familiar because he had eaten fruit from that plant before. Unfamiliar because the fruit on this one looked very different from what he had seen before. He quickly picked one, peeled it, and tasted it. Surprised, he said, it really is wild kiwi fruit. Zhao Qian only dared to confirm it was kiwi after tasting it because wild kiwi fruits were too small. The kiwis he used to eat were about the size of a child's fist, but the wild kiwis in front of him were, at most, the size of a ping-pong ball, and the smaller ones were only as big as quail eggs. If they didn't look similar and he hadn't boldly tasted one, it would have been hard to tell. Try it. Zhao Qian picked a decent-looking kiwi and handed it to you beside him. You looked at the reddish-brown kiwi and hesitated a bit before taking it. He knew this kind of fruit, but rarely ate it. Compared to other fruits, kiwis were too small, tasted sour when not fully ripe, and looked strange. If Zhao Qian hadn't offered it to him, he definitely wouldn't have eaten it. You imitated Zhao Qian's way of eating, peeled the kiwi, hesitated a moment, and then took a bite. Immediately, the delicate flesh burst in his mouth. The juice was fresh and fragrant, sweet and sour, much better than what he had tasted before. Unfortunately, it was too small, gone in one bite. Pretty good, right? Zhao Qian picked another one and handed it to you, saying, "Don't judge wild kiwi by its size. At least it's free of pesticides and growth chemicals, you can eat it safely." You didn't understand, he just kept his head down and ate the kiwi. Sigh. Zhao Qian sighed, a lonely tone in his voice. Though he wasn't stranded on the island alone, he had Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun with him. There was always a barrier between men and women. He couldn't open up and chat without restraint. As for physical intimacy between men and women, it either comes from mutual affection or force. Mutual affection could be ruled out immediately. They hadn't been stranded long enough to develop love. That idea was nonsense. After all, they'd seen the opposite sex before. No one falls in love that easily. And if it really were that easy, Zhao Qian wouldn't be the one chosen. Then there's force. As a normal man, Zhao Qian had thought about it. But people aren't beasts. Beasts do whatever they want, humans can't. The biggest difference is that humans have self-control and restraint. So having a dark thought isn't shameful, what's shameful is acting on it. And Zhao Qian was a person with self-control and restraint. He had his moral bottom line, so he wouldn't act on such thoughts. When we get back, let Lu Yun teach you Mandarin. Zhao Qian suddenly had the idea. He couldn't learn the wildman language, but you could learn Mandarin, then they could communicate. Yu was eating kiwi and looked at the startled Zhao Qian with a face full of confusion. Zhao Qian said no more, picked some more kiwis with you, and they continued walking deeper into the forest. As they went deeper, Zhao Qian realized the forest was much bigger than he had imagined, and the plants they encountered were all jumbled together. It was like plants from different latitudes on Earth had all been moved to one place. And, as they got deeper, more ancient trees appeared, some species that had long gone extinct on Earth. Looking at the ancient trees around him, Zhao Qian couldn't help but show a wry smile, full of questions about this world. But you didn't seem to feel anything special. He had lived in this environment since childhood and was likely used to it. Let's head back. As Zhao Qian walked, he suddenly stopped and spoke to you. Though he wanted to explore more, he also understood that going deeper into the forest could be dangerous. The deeper they went, the more ancient the forest became, and ancient creatures were bound to appear. The Titan python was proof enough. Most ancient creatures were fierce and powerful. If they encountered one, Zhao Qian could only guarantee his own safety, not Yu's. However, as the two of them turned back, a black figure suddenly leapt down from the treetops. Before they could react, it grabbed Yu's waist and jumped back into the trees. "You!" Zhao Qian reacted instantly and swung his bone knife toward the black figure. But the figure moved too fast. Before the knife landed, it was already back in the trees, standing on a branch, looking down at Zhao Qian. At that moment, Zhao Qian could clearly see the black figure and gasped sharply. It was a gibbon, but unlike the ones on Earth that were less than a meter tall, this one was 2 meters long and full of strength. Holding you in its arms, it looked like it was holding a baby gibbon. You tried to struggle, but the gibbon's strength was overwhelming. He couldn't break free. "Let him go!" Zhao Qian shouted sternly and charged up. As he was about to crash into a tree, he stepped hard on it and leapt upward like he was flying, landing on the tree with ease. Seeing this, the gibbon held you with one arm and grabbed a branch with the other, swiftly swinging toward another tree. Zhao Qian took a deep breath and pushed off the tree, chasing after it. The adult wild man had entrusted you to his care, he couldn't just watch him be taken. However, the gibbon was too fast in the forest. It could leap between trees with ease and without any obstruction. In contrast, Zhao Qian wasn't skilled at tree climbing. At first, he could barely keep up with his stamina, but he gradually fell behind. At first, he could still see the gibbon's back. When that disappeared, he tracked it by the swaying branches. But in the end, even the swaying branches were gone, and everything around him was silent. "Damn it!" Zhao Qian growled in frustration and punched a tree trunk, venting his anger. Apes are omnivores, they can eat plants and meat. The gibbon wouldn't grab you for no reason. Most likely, it saw you as food. In the wild, apes often hunt and eat monkeys. Go back and ask Wang Qianqian for help? Zhao Qian forced himself to calm down and analyzed. Wang Qianqian's army ants include many males with wings, they could track it. But as soon as that thought arose, he shook his head. The cave was too far, it would waste too much time. By the time the ants tracked the gibbon, you might already be eaten. If I don't go back, I can only rely on my own abilities. But what can help me track the gibbon? Zhao Qian's strongest trait was his hearing. Unlike vision, which could be blocked, hearing helped him detect danger. But even enhanced hearing had a range. Once the target moved out of range, he was helpless. Thinking of this, he slapped his thigh in frustration, right onto the kiwis they had picked. A burst of kiwi fragrance filled the air. Suddenly, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up and he said, "I'm such an idiot, how could I forget about smell?" Compared to vision and hearing, the sense of smell is often overlooked and used the least. However, it's undeniable that in terms of tracking, the sense of smell is far superior to sight and hearing. For example, police dogs rely on smell to track criminals and detect contraband. As long as you've been somewhere, you'll leave behind a scent, and that scent takes a long time to disappear. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian sniffed, trying to pick out the scent of the gibbon or you from the mix of smells. However, probably because he had never deliberately enhanced his sense of smell before, his smelling ability was only slightly better than an average person's, it hadn't reached the level of a police dog. Plus, the chaotic sounds around him and the visual distractions made it hard for him to focus. Calm down, you must calm down. Zhao Qian irritably punched the tree trunk again, then forced himself to calm down and slowly closed his eyes. He tried again, but still couldn't do it. So he raised his fingers and plugged his ears. In an instant, his vision went dark, and everything was silent. Only his sense of smell remained. Sniff sniff. Zhao Qian sniffed again, and a flood of scent information poured into his brain. This isn't it. This isn't either. Found it, this is the one. Zhao Qian filtered out the scents one by one and finally found Yu's scent. He didn't know what Yu's natural smell was, but he remembered Yu had gone to the beach with him to catch fish, so he would carry a fishy smell. Also, Yu had eaten a lot of kiwi fruit, and the kid wasn't used to wearing clothes. He always wiped his hands on his clothes after eating, so there was a strong kiwi scent as well. This way. Zhao Qian suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them, and looked in one direction. Without hesitation, he started chasing in that direction. He didn't know how long he had been running, but the surrounding environment was completely different from before. Here, the trees reached the clouds, each one larger than the giant trees the adult wild men had once hidden in. Each tree was covered in hanging vines. At a glance, it looked extremely dense, showing how many vines there were. Below the trees was an endless swamp. The water in the swamp was very murky. Not only was the bottom invisible, but even just a few centimeters below the surface, nothing could be seen. However, Zhao Qian could feel that many terrifying creatures lived in the swamp. If someone fell in, they would likely become food for those creatures. To be safe, Zhao Qian climbed up higher, worried that something might leap out of the swamp and attack. But he soon discovered that the trees weren't safe either. This seemed to be a zone specially inhabited by apes and monkeys, all of which were much larger than those on Earth. They moved in groups through the forest, clearly from different clans. Besides primates, Zhao Qian also saw many snakes, green bamboo pit vipers that looked like leaves, and tree vipers with skin almost identical to bark. These two types of snakes weren't big, but they had one thing in common: they were extremely venomous. Of course, the forest didn't only have small venomous snakes. There were also large ones, like anacondas. Although anacondas were smaller than the Titan python, they were the largest snake species known in Zhao Qian's time, reaching lengths of 7 to 8 meters, capable of hunting fairly large prey. There was no doubt, if an anaconda coiled around you, there was almost no chance of escape. What kind of world is this? Zhao Qian sighed once again. Every time he thought he was starting to understand this world, he encountered something even more shocking. Take this forest's ecosystem, it made no sense, yet it clearly existed. This isn't the time to think about that. I need to save you first. Zhao Qian spoke, then closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. Along the way, his sense of smell had been improving. He no longer needed to block his ears, he could track the gibbon just with his nose. I have to go even deeper? Is the gibbon heading for that biggest tree? Following the scent, Zhao Qian saw a massive tree ahead. Its trunk needed over 10 adults linking arms to surround it. It stood nearly 100 meters tall, with thick branches stretching out widely, like a giant umbrella covering a huge area. And this tree had the most primates. From bottom to top, they filled the tree, as if the tree were a palace and the primates its guards. Zhao Qian didn't dare approach the giant tree and could only climb a nearby one. This nearby tree was already very tall, but compared to the largest tree, it hadn't even reached the canopy, like a child next to an adult. Zhao Qian climbed to the top and hid among the dense leaves, squinting as he searched for the gibbon. He quickly found it. The gibbon was still holding you in its arms, climbing toward the top of the giant tree. But before it could reach the top, it was stopped by two other apes. They seemed to be communicating. Then, one ape climbed higher and disappeared into the dense leaves. Zhao Qian could no longer see it. That didn't last long. The thick leaves soon began shaking violently, and then an enormous ape came into view. That's an ancient giant ape. How is it so huge? Zhao Qian looked at the ape, too shocked to speak. In fact, giant apes had once existed on Earth. When standing upright, they could reach 3 meters tall, already giants compared to other apes. But this ancient giant ape before him looked over 5 meters tall. The 2-meter-long gibbon seemed tiny in front of it. If I'm not mistaken, these primates have developed a hierarchy. This ancient giant ape is the king, living at the top of the giant tree, while the others are its subordinates, living below. Zhao Qian watched the slowly descending giant ape and spoke with certainty. Then he added in confusion, could the gibbon have taken you as a tribute for the ancient giant ape? It's just unclear whether this giant ape is a primal beast. Though he said he wasn't sure, in his heart he was almost certain the giant ape was a primal beast. Because primal beasts were smarter than ordinary animals and more likely to form hierarchies. Otherwise, Zhao Qian couldn't believe that a group of wild primates alone could establish such a clear social order. At that moment, the primates stationed on the lower levels suddenly became agitated for some unknown reason and began letting out sharp cries. These sounds caught Zhao Qian's attention. When he looked over, his pupils shrank suddenly. He saw a massive titan python climbing toward the giant tree. This titan python was even bigger than the one the adult wild man had given before. It was about 18 meters long, with the thickest part of its body as wide as a car tire, and the dark red patterns on its skin made it look extremely fierce. In comparison, those primates were perhaps slightly larger than Earth's primates, but still far smaller than this titan python. They surrounded the titan python, jumping around and letting out sharp cries. Some bold ones tried to avoid its head and attack its lower body. But the titan python completely ignored these harassments and attacks. It didn't seem to be here to hunt. Its body coiled around the tree as it climbed higher. Seeing this, the primates had no solution. Their roars and attacks barely hurt the titan python. They could only watch helplessly as it climbed upward. Could it be that this titan python's target is the ancient giant ape? Zhao Qian looked at the titan python, which disregarded the other primates, and made a guess in his heart. The titan python was a primal beast, and so was the ancient giant ape. According to you, primal beasts could evolve by devouring each other, so he guessed the titan python's target was the ancient giant ape. At the same time, the cries from the lower-level primates caught the attention of the ancient giant ape. It looked down and saw the titan python, immediately letting out heavy grunts and roaring while beating its chest. With its roar, a rustling sound echoed across the treetops. Zhao Qian saw large gorillas, each 2 to 3 meters tall, quickly gathering toward the giant tree. In no time, over 100 gorillas had gathered around the ancient giant ape, its subordinates. As for the smaller primates, they sensibly retreated to other trees, clearing the battleground for the two sides. In terms of raw strength, the titan python is definitely stronger than the ancient giant ape. But apes have higher intelligence and know how to form alliances. So it's still uncertain who will win this fight. Zhao Qian continued hiding, eyes locked on the battlefield, thinking about how to rescue you. Before the titan python appeared, he had no chance at all. The ancient giant ape and all those gorillas on the giant tree were far beyond what he could handle. If he had climbed the tree then, he would have been discovered immediately. But now, although a more terrifying titan python had appeared, it also gave him a chance. He could wait for both sides to exhaust themselves, then take advantage. Of course, all he could hope to do was rescue you. He couldn't confront either the titan python or the ancient giant ape. At this moment, the titan python that had been moving quickly suddenly stopped. It raised its head high, its fist-sized eyes glowing with a terrifying red, completely unafraid of the ancient giant ape and the gorillas, and let out a sharp hiss. In the next second, the titan python struck. Despite its massive size, it attacked with lightning speed, lunging forward in an instant. Its huge mouth opened wide, aiming to bite the ancient giant ape. But the ancient giant ape wasn't weak either. It roared and rushed forward, grabbing the titan python's upper and lower jaws with both hands, its great strength keeping the snake from closing its mouth. Seeing this, the other gorillas roared and charged forward, surrounding the titan python and pounding it with their fists. Even though Zhao Qian was some distance from the tree, he could hear the heavy bang-bang sounds of impact, showing how strong those punches were. Hiss! The Titan python let out a sharp cry. Its huge body suddenly whipped around like a giant whip, hitting several gorillas that couldn't dodge. The immense force flung the gorillas over 10 meters away. They fell from the tree and landed in the swamp. Zhao Qian looked at the swamp. The gorillas weren't dead, but they were seriously injured and couldn't keep fighting. Splash! At that moment, something in the murky swamp dragged one of the wounded gorillas underwater. The water churned like boiling soup before going still, stained red with blood. In just moments, all the gorillas that had fallen into the swamp had vanished. Back on the battlefield? After knocking the gorillas away with its tail, the Titan python coiled its body toward the ancient giant ape. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped tightly around the ape, leaving only its head exposed. Then, the Titan python's body began to constrict, applying immense pressure to the ancient giant ape, which roared in pain. The other gorillas rushed in again, continuously attacking the Titan python. Although their attacks did cause some damage, it was minimal. The Titan python seemed to know that killing the ancient giant ape would secure its victory, so it ignored the gorillas' attacks. Crack crack. The Titan python tightened its coils further. The sound of bones breaking came from the ancient giant ape's body. The situation looked grim. But the ancient giant ape wasn't helpless. It released its grip on the Titan python's jaws, letting the sharp fangs bite into its shoulder. This freed its hands. The ape clasped both hands together, raised them above its head, and slammed them down onto the Titan python's head with full force. Gorillas are already strong, but compared to the ancient giant ape, the difference was huge. Its full force strike stunned the Titan python, making it let go of the bite and roar in pain. However, the Titan python didn't loosen its coils. It continued to constrict, while moving its head away to avoid further attacks. Seeing this, the ancient giant ape started attacking the snake's body instead, calling on the gorillas who had previously backed off to help attack. In an instant, the Titan python was under assault from nearly 100 gorillas. Even with its tough body, it began to sustain injuries. But this Titan python had some intelligence. It understood the tactic, capture the king to break the enemy, so even under attack, it didn't release the ancient giant ape. Instead, it used its head to counterattack. However, the snake's head wasn't nearly as flexible as its tail. It couldn't lash out like a whip and could only attack one target at a time. A good opportunity. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up when he saw this. From his perspective, all the gorillas on the giant tree, except for the one gibbon holding you, had joined the battle. And the weaker primates had all evacuated the tree. This was the best time to sneak in and rescue you. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian grabbed a vine connecting two trees and slowly climbed across. At this moment, Zhao Qian was gripping a vine tightly with both hands, slowly climbing from the tree he was hiding in toward the giant tree. This step seemed simple, but for those afraid of heights, it was a nightmare. After all, the tree Zhao Qian was hiding in was dozens of meters tall, equivalent to 20 or 30 stories. What he was doing now was like walking a tightrope between two skyscrapers. One wrong move and he would fall into the swamp below. He didn't know what lived in the swamp, but he was sure that if he fell, he would die for sure. Phew! Zhao Qian had climbed a few meters and glanced down, feeling dizzy. He quickly looked away and let out a deep breath. He no longer looked down. His eyes were fixed forward as he moved slowly and steadily, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. In the end, it took him 5 whole minutes to cross just a few dozen meters between the two trees. Once he reached the giant tree, Zhao Qian immediately found a branch to hide on and looked toward the battlefield to check the current situation. At this point, the Titan python's coils had tightened significantly. The once fierce ancient giant ape was clearly at its limit. Its arms hung limply, with no strength left to attack. But it wasn't dead yet. It still had a breath of life. As for the Titan python, although it seemed to have the upper hand, it wasn't in good condition either. It had taken real damage from the ancient giant ape and hundreds of gorillas. The parts struck by the ancient giant ape had scales cracked and peeled off, flesh beaten into mush, and even snake bones broken. Its internal organs were exposed. Other areas hit by the gorillas were slightly better, mostly just scales broken, with less serious injuries. But the number of gorillas was massive. Nearly 100 gorillas caused over 100 such wounds on the Titan python. No exaggeration, the Titan python's body was covered in injuries, bleeding everywhere. I need to speed up. Zhao Qian saw this and realized he didn't have much time left. Once the ancient giant ape died, the remaining gorillas would likely scatter and flee. So, he had to rescue you before the ape was killed. With that thought, Zhao Qian found a vine that reached the upper part of the giant tree. He gripped it tightly and began climbing. Actually, Zhao Qian was now fully exposed. Anyone looking his way could spot him. But luckily, all attention was on the fierce battle between the Titan python and the ancient giant ape. No one had time to look elsewhere. Like that, Zhao Qian easily reached the upper part of the tree and silently approached the gibbon from behind. At this time, the gibbon was entirely focused on the battle and hadn't noticed Zhao Qian at all. Zhao Qian pulled out his bone knife, aimed at the gibbon's heart from behind, and stabbed it hard. GG. The gibbon screamed in pain, letting go of you and turning around to attack Zhao Qian. But Zhao Qian gave it no chance. He twisted the bone knife, completely destroying the gibbon's heart, then pulled it out. Splat! Blood sprayed from the gibbon's wound, soaking Zhao Qian. As the blood flowed out, the gibbon lost strength and fell from the tree. It was lucky not to fall into the swamp but got caught on a branch and gradually stopped moving. The whole process took just over 20 seconds, extremely fast, and the gibbon's scream hadn't attracted attention from the other primates. Kaka. You was very excited, calling out to Zhao Qian non-stop. Let's go, or it'll be too late. Zhao Qian didn't have time to talk and signaled you to follow. The two of them retraced their path and returned to the other tree, hiding in the dense leaves of the canopy. Zhao Qian glanced back at the battlefield, hesitated, then stopped you. You go back first. I'll return later. You looked completely confused. You, go, cave. Zhao Qian had no choice but to use hand gestures to tell you to go back first. This time, you understood but shook his head. He didn't plan to leave. Fine then. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and agreed to let you stay. He said, but be careful. If anything goes wrong, run for your life. Even though he knew you wouldn't understand, he couldn't help but warn him. With that, Zhao Qian turned his eyes back to the battlefield. He was waiting for a chance. Originally, he only planned to rescue you. But after taking another look at the battlefield, he realized he might take a risk. Now, the ancient giant ape was on the brink of death, just a matter of time. At the same time, the Titan python was in terrible shape and couldn't last much longer. As long as both primal beasts died, the remaining gorillas wouldn't be much of a threat. He was confident he could drive them away. Crack. Finally, as the sound of bones breaking came from the ancient giant ape again, its body was crushed and lost all signs of life. Once it died, the Titan python opened its huge mouth and bit down on the ape's head, not to eat the whole body, but just swallowed the head. It might be that the primal core was inside the head. After swallowing it, the Titan python seemed to regain some strength and began attacking the other gorillas. Without the ancient giant ape to hold it back, the Titan python's tail swept out and knocked several gorillas flying. Its massive jaws clamped onto one gorilla and, in front of the others, swallowed it whole. This scared all the remaining gorillas. Once one ran, the others screamed sharply and fled to other trees. In just a few breaths, the giant tree was left with only the Titan python. No more chance. Zhao Qian quickly assessed the Titan python's remaining strength and gave a bitter smile. He knew he had no more chances. Let's go. Zhao Qian turned and looked at you. Abba. But you suddenly cried out, pointing behind Zhao Qian, toward the giant tree. What is it? Zhao Qian didn't understand and turned around to look. Hiss. What he saw made him gasp. The Titan python, which had just seemed to be resting, suddenly lifted its head again after lying still for a few dozen seconds, and it was crawling toward them. What does this mean? Is it chasing us? Why is it chasing us? Does it want to eat us? But there was no time for Zhao Qian to figure it out. He grabbed you and started running. Even though the Titan python was already seriously injured, Zhao Qian didn't dare relax at all, because he knew very clearly that even in its current state, the Titan python could still easily kill him and you. He had to admit, the pressure this Titan python gave off was overwhelming. Just watching the 18-meter-long giant snake swimming toward them was enough to make one's whole body tremble uncontrollably. However, he couldn't understand why the Titan python was chasing the two of them. It shouldn't have even noticed them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Qian and you ran desperately through the forest. Their speed now could even be compared to that of ordinary primates. But even so, they couldn't shake off the Titan python. They were moving quickly through the trees, and the Titan python was chasing on the ground, its speed not inferior at all, even while heavily wounded. And as the Titan python began absorbing the ancient giant ape's primal core, its wounds were slowly healing, its aura steadily growing stronger, and its speed was increasing. It was only a matter of time before it caught up to them. Although I don't know why this Titan python is chasing us, one thing is clear, unless we die, it won't stop. Zhao Qian could feel the killing intent from the Titan python. This was a death chase. He couldn't understand the reason and didn't want to waste time thinking about it. His only thought was, if the Titan python was determined to kill them, then fine. In the end, who dies isn't decided yet. Thinking this, he quickly took off his white t-shirt and used his fire striker like a charcoal pen to write 4 words on the shirt. Danger, ready ants. After writing, he handed the shirt to you and told him to return as fast as possible. Zhao Qian would stay to buy time. At first, you didn't want to go and insisted on staying with Zhao Qian. In the end, Zhao Qian roared at him, and only then did you reluctantly leave. However, when Zhao Qian deliberately exposed himself, intending to draw the Titan Python's attention, something strange happened. The Titan Python ignored him and went straight after you. What's going on? Zhao Qian was confused, his mind racing. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. He understood why the Titan Python wouldn't let them go. To be precise, it wasn't them, but only you. And the reason was the beast bone you had found on the corpse of the other Titan Python. These two Titan Pythons were likely related. You was carrying the bone of the dead one, which triggered this Titan Python's hostility. It would stop at nothing to kill. Realizing this, Zhao Qian quickly sped up, caught up to you, took the bone from him, and ran in a different direction. Sure enough, just as Zhao Qian had guessed, once the beast bone was removed, the Titan Python stopped chasing you and turned to pursue him instead. Zhao Qian didn't hesitate, pushing his speed to the limit and leading the Titan Python in another direction. Of course, his final goal was still the cave. But unlike you, who took a direct route, Zhao Qian intended to lead the Titan Python on a detour, buying time for Wang Qianqian to mobilize the army ants. That's right. Zhao Qian planned to use the army ants to deal with the Titan Python. It was the only option he had. The Titan Python was far too powerful, he was no match for it. His only hope lay with the army ants. Having the ants chase the Titan Python wasn't realistic, they were too slow to keep up. But if he could lure the Titan Python directly to them, then maybe there was hope. In the cave, Wang Qianqian was asleep when she suddenly felt an itch on her face and instinctively slapped at it. Right after, her eyes flew open, she realized she had slapped her own queen ant. Though the army ant colony was powerful, each individual ant wasn't. Even the queen was just a larger ant. She immediately sat up, cupped the queen in her hands, and asked anxiously, "Little ant, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to, I thought you were a mosquito." "Don't be mad. I wasn't insulting you, it was a figure of speech, you know?" Then she froze, blinking her big eyes, and suddenly beamed, "You're acting all proud? That means you're fine, that's great. Wait, how are you even okay? What? You completed your evolution?" Wang Qianqian rubbed her eyes and looked again at the queen ant in her hands. The queen's appearance hadn't changed much, but her once yellow skin was now brighter, with a metallic sheen, probably indicating better defense. Otherwise, she would have been squashed by that slap. Her size had also changed. Before, she was just over 10 centimeters long, now she was over 15 centimeters, almost the size of Wang Qianqian's palm. But the biggest change was that the queen ant had grown wings. In ant colonies, queens only have wings before mating. Afterward, their wings fall off, and only males retain wings. Wang Qianqian didn't know this biology stuff, so she didn't think much of it. "Does that mean, you're a hybrid primal beast now?" she asked with excitement. "How strong are you? Can you take on a wild boar alone?" She had been bullied by wild boars before and still held a grudge, revenge was always on her mind. Buzz buzz buzz. The queen ant flapped her wings. "No?" Wang Qianqian looked disappointed. Buzz buzz buzz. "Yeah, that makes sense. Army ants win with numbers. Individuals aren't that strong." And so the girl and the ant chatted. Some time later, in the afternoon, as Lu Yun was roasting meat, you came running into the cave, panting heavily. As soon as he entered, he started speaking wildly in wildman language. He was so anxious that even Lu Yun couldn't understand him. Seeing this, you panicked and suddenly remembered the shirt. He pulled it out and handed it to Lu Yun. "Danger, ready ants." When Lu Yun saw the words on the shirt, her expression changed instantly, she understood right away. But she didn't know the full situation. She quickly calmed you down and got the story from him. "Qianqian, something's wrong. Zhao Qian told us to prepare the army ants. Are all the ants here?" Lu Yun asked. Wang Qianqian didn't answer immediately. She communicated with the queen ant, then said, "They're all cleaning the Titan Python's guts." Lu Yun asked, "Ask her if the current number of ants can take down a hybrid primal beast?" "No." Wang Qianqian shook her head after communicating. "Too many were lost in the fire. Right now, they can only handle normal beasts. Unless we ambush it, we can't deal with a hybrid primal beast." "Ambush." Lu Yun fell into deep thought, then said, "I have a plan." Rustle rustle. In the dense forest, the Titan Python moved faster and faster, weaving through the trees like a gust of wind, making the leaves tremble and sway. Just over 10 meters ahead of it, Zhao Qian was running for his life. If it weren't for his agile movement, sometimes leaping into trees, sometimes diving beneath them, he would have already been caught. Even so, the distance between him and the Titan Python was shrinking. At first, he was over 50 meters ahead. Now, only a little more than 10 meters separated them. Huff, huff. Zhao Qian panted heavily. He aimed for a tree that wasn't too thick, used the momentum from his run, kicked off the ground hard, and leapt onto a branch. Then he suddenly pushed down, bending the branch. Using the rebound force, he flew more than 20 meters ahead. If someone on Earth saw this, they'd think Zhao Qian was a superhero. But for him, this was basic movement. All aspects of his physical body were already far beyond normal human limits. Bang! However, Zhao Qian originally wanted to use that tree to slow down the Titan python, but the furious beast crashed into it head-on and smashed the tree into pieces. At that moment, the Titan python's terrifying strength and defense were on full display. This thing's way too strong. How did Yu's father kill it barehanded? Zhao Qian was shocked by the Titan python's power. He muttered, as it continues to absorb the ancient giant ape's primal core, its injuries are healing, and its strength is increasing. Can the army ants still kill it? While fleeing, Zhao Qian glanced back several times and saw that the injuries all over the Titan python were healing fast. The wounds caused by the gorillas had mostly recovered. Only the damage from the ancient giant ape still remained, looking like a gaping hole in its body. But still, the Titan python's condition was much better than before. After the battle with the ape, it had been on the verge of death. Now, it was still seriously injured, but not in any danger of dying. Whoosh! Just then, the Titan python suddenly accelerated. The 10-meter gap closed to 5 meters in an instant. It swung its body forcefully, and its tail lashed out like a steel whip, sweeping toward Zhao Qian. /*T. Luckily, Zhao Qian reacted quickly. Just as the snake got close, he jumped onto a tree. The next moment, the Titan python's tail arrived, smashing all the trees within a fan-shaped area, including the one Zhao Qian had just stood on. Fortunately, Zhao Qian hadn't lingered on that tree, he jumped again right after landing. Boom boom boom. All the trees in the area were smashed to pieces by the Titan python's tail. It was a stunning sight. Has it evolved already? Zhao Qian gulped and muttered to himself. Primal beasts are ranked by levels. The lowest is hybrid blood primal beasts, and the next level is pure blood primal beasts, which are much stronger. This Titan python, even as a hybrid, was already at the peak of its class. Now, after swallowing the primal core of the giant ape, it could very likely break through to pureblood status. If that happened, their chances of killing it would become even smaller. No, not yet. Zhao Qian observed the Titan python closely and shook his head. According to you, pureblood primal beasts have beast markings. This one doesn't have any. The biggest difference between pureblood and hybrid blood primal beasts is that purebloods have beast markings representing their attributes. For example, Yu's father, the adult wildman, had a fire tattoo on his chest. It was a combination of tribal totem and beast marking, called a beast totem. His primal core came from a fire attribute beast, which gave him the power to control fire. As for his incredible regeneration, that came from the tribe's Area, the one responsible for awakening a Tanro. You had said Area had healing abilities. That's why only slaves or those without status used hybrid cores, because compared to purebloods, hybrids lacked one attribute. I can't hold out any longer. Zhao Qian looked at the rapidly approaching Titan python and knew he was at his limit. If he kept stalling, it would catch him. I have to go back. I hope they're ready. With that thought, he looked toward the cave, hesitated slightly, then sprinted off. Actually, he wasn't far from the cave. He had stayed close on purpose in case he needed to rush back before becoming snake food. A few minutes later, Zhao Qian reached the forest edge. Just one leap, and he would appear in front of the cave. His eyes swept across and spotted Wang Qianqian and the others hiding in the cave. Only Yu noticed him and began shouting in wildman language, pointing toward a direction. Zhao Qian followed his finger and saw the skeleton of the dead Titan python. But now, unlike before, the bones were covered with snake skin, making it look almost real. What does this mean? Zhao Qian didn't understand. Zhao Qian, throw the beast bone over there, to distract the Titan python. Luyun had figured out Zhao Qian was back based on Yu's reaction and immediately shouted. Zhao Qian paused, then understood her meaning. As he leapt out of the forest, he threw the beast bone onto the fake snake covered in skin. The next second, a massive Titan python burst out of the forest. Its sudden appearance nearly made Wang Qianqian scream. Luckily, she covered her mouth in time. Pop pop pop. Even the coconut crab at her feet stopped bubbling, raised its claws to its face, and curled up in fear. The Titan python had intended to attack Zhao Qian, but suddenly stopped. Its massive head turned toward the dead snake. It seemed to forget Zhao Qian. Slowly, it approached the dead Titan python, lightly touching the snake skin covering the bones, as if trying to wake it. After a long moment, it seemed to understand something. It raised its huge head and let out a sorrowful cry. Why do I feel so sad? Wang Qianqian suddenly had the urge to cry. This titan python must have been the mate of the one that died, Lu Yun guessed. So Yu's father killed its mate, and that's why it's hunting Zhao Qian and Yu? Wang Qianqian asked. Lu Yun nodded. Then, it's our fault. We should apologize. Perhaps due to her powers, Wang Qianqian felt strong empathy for primal beasts. There's no chance for that, Lu Yun shook her head. Why not? Wang Qianqian asked. Because it will avenge its mate and kill us all. That's why it must die today, Lu Yun said calmly. Just as Lu Yun finished, Wang Qianqian saw Zhao Qian charging at the titan python. Normally, the titan python would have noticed him right away. But now, lost in grief, it didn't notice anything. Zhao Qian reached its side, stomped hard, jumped high, and stabbed his bone knife toward the snake's weak point, its vital spot. Although the titan python's defense was very strong and the scales on its body were like iron plates, Zhao Qian used all his strength in this stab. Therefore, the bone knife still deeply penetrated into the titan python's body. Hiss! The titan python was stabbed in a vital spot and immediately let out a sharp, painful cry. Its body twisted in pain, and its thick tail lashed at the rocky ground, causing cracks in the hard stone and raising dust. However, this titan python truly lived up to its reputation as a nearly pureblood primal beast. Even though it was stabbed in a vital spot, it did not die on the spot. Instead, the intense pain triggered its ferocity, and coupled with its mate being killed, the titan python wanted to devour Zhao Qian. But Zhao Qian had already considered this point. After the bone knife stabbed into the titan python's 7-inch position, he used both hands and both feet to tightly hold onto the titan python, pressing his whole body firmly against its body. The snake's 7-inch position is near the head, so no matter what, the titan python could not bite Zhao Qian. Hiss! The titan python let out an angry roar, then violently shook its head, trying to throw Zhao Qian off its body. During this process, Zhao Qian felt that the shaking was 10,000 times more terrifying than riding a roller coaster. His head felt like it was experiencing a concussion, buzzing with sound. But even so, he still did not let go, because he knew very clearly that if he let go, he would definitely die. Inside the cave, the three of them, Wang Qianqian and the others, were watching the battlefield with anxious faces. They did not expect the primal beast's life force to be so tenacious. Even when struck in a vital spot, it was not killed, and instead became more ferocious. From their viewpoint, the titan python kept shaking its head violently, rolling on the ground as if it had gone crazy. Of course, the three of them understood that the titan python was not actually crazy. Its goal was only to throw Zhao Qian off its body. Xiao Yun, do you think Zhao Qian will be fine? Wang Qianqian asked with a worried expression. Although Zhao Qian's physical fitness is very good, the titan python's shaking is too intense. He can't hold on for too long. Lu Yun initially wanted to explain how dangerous the situation was with acceleration and all, but after thinking about it, she gave up. Then she asked, Qianqian, your ability has a deterrent effect on primal beasts. Can you briefly deter the titan python, make it stop, and buy more time? Wang Qianqian shook her head. I already tried just now. The titan python is too angry. My ability has no effect. When Lu Yun heard this, she immediately realized that this was because Wang Qianqian's ability had not been developed enough. After all, the wild boar they encountered before, even when very angry, could be deterred by Wang Qianqian's ability. Therefore, it could be concluded that whether a creature can be deterred depends not much on anger, but mainly on the creature's level. That wild boar was just an ordinary beast, but the titan python before them was a top-level hybrid primal beast. There was a big difference in biological level. Now we can only wait for the army ants to take effect, Lu Yun said, looking at Wang Qianqian. Have all the army ants entered the titan python's body? They have all crawled in through the wounds. Wang Qianqian nodded, then hesitated before speaking. At this time, Lu Yun said, don't feel guilty mentally. If we don't kill this titan python, it will kill us. She could see that Wang Qianqian felt some reluctance. But this was normal. Humans are empathetic creatures, and moreover, Wang Qianqian's ability amplified this empathy. To other people, they would only see that the titan python wanted to kill them. But in Wang Qianqian's mind, it was because they killed the titan python's mate first. So the titan python wanted to kill them to take revenge. Therefore, Wang Qianqian would feel that they were the bad ones. I understand. Wang Qianqian no longer tried to use her ability to tame the titan python. Her empathy weakened a lot, and her feelings of guilt lessened. Then she held the queen ant in her hands and hesitated before saying, let's kill it. Buzz buzz buzz. When the queen ant heard the command, it began to flap its wings. A signal that only army ants could sense passed through dozens of meters and entered the titan python's body. At this moment, the inside of the Titan python's body was already crawling with army ants. How did these army ants get inside the Titan python's body? It turned out that the army ants had been hiding under the skin and inside the organs of the dead Titan python. When the living Titan python circled around the dead one, the army ants took the opportunity to climb onto the living Titan python. Actually, given the Titan python's defense, these ordinary army ants were not afraid to crawl all over its body, because they could not break through its scales. However, this Titan python was injured. Although most of the injuries caused by the gorillas had healed, the wound caused by the ancient giant ape was still very serious. The army ants easily entered the Titan python's body through that wound. In order not to alert the Titan python, the ants that entered first did not attack. They all waited for the command. Now, the command had come. All the army ants immediately began tearing at the Titan python's internal organs. Outside, the Titan python found a way to deal with Xiao Qian. It rolled its body on the ground, and every time it finished a roll, it was like Xiao Qian was crushed under its body once. To be clear, this Titan python was very heavy. At first, Xiao Qian could still resist. But after many repetitions, he really could not hold on any longer. After all, he had already been running so long and had already been shaken by the Titan python for so long. He was at his physical limit. Finally, after the Titan python's body rolled over Xiao Qian once again, Xiao Qian could no longer hold on. He loosened his hands, which had been gripping the snake's body tightly, and lay on the ground exhausted. Actually, Xiao Qian was not only exhausted. He also felt as if all the bones in his body had come apart. His head was so dizzy that he was showing symptoms of a concussion. Hiss! Seeing that Xiao Qian had finally separated from its body, the Titan python slowly stretched out its head. Its eyes, larger than a fist, stared at Xiao Qian. It opened its huge mouth and let out a sharp cry. Huff huff. Xiao Qian panted, struggling to lift his hand, already bloodied and mangled from the scales scratching him. He curled all his fingers except the middle finger and aimed them at the Titan python. Damn it, didn't anyone tell you that your mouth stinks? The Titan python couldn't understand Xiao Qian's words. But seeing that the barely alive prey was still not completely dead, it bit down. It wanted to devour this prey. However, just as the huge mouth was only a few centimeters away from Xiao Qian, the Titan python stopped. Its body began to twist strangely. At first, the Titan python's twisting was still small. But after only a few seconds, the amount it twisted became larger, crazier than when it just tried to throw Xiao Qian off. It forcefully slammed its head against the ground, and its tail, like a whip, repeatedly struck the hard rock. Because it used so much force, the scales on its head and tail cracked and the flesh was blurred with blood. It was basically hurting itself. However, even so, the Titan python did not stop. It was as if only by hurting itself constantly could it feel a little better. It worked. Xiao Qian saw this and a grateful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His long persistence wasn't in vain. But he hadn't had time to be happy for long when the Titan python, twisting its body wildly, swung its tail toward him. Of course, this was not to attack him specifically, but because the Titan python was in so much pain and was attacking indiscriminately. Boom! The Titan python's tail smashed heavily into the ground only more than 10 centimeters from Xiao Qian. He felt his body lifted off the ground from the shock, and small stones from the rocky ground hit his face, immediately causing it to bleed. Fuck! Xiao Qian swallowed and realized that his current position was very dangerous. Because at any moment, the Titan python could strike with its tail and turn him into a puddle of meat. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian wanted to move his body and get out of the Titan python's attack range. But as soon as he tried to move, extreme pain shot through his entire body, making him unable to move even an inch. Am I going to be killed by a single tail strike? Xiao Qian was extremely nervous and did not want to die like this. Fortunately, you saw that something was wrong with him and ran out of the cave at full speed, risking danger to pull Xiao Qian back to a safe area. And just after they got out of danger, the Titan python's tail smashed down where Xiao Qian had just been standing, denting the hard rock ground. Half an hour later, the Titan python's twisting movements became smaller and smaller until it completely collapsed, motionless. However, to be safe, the four of them did not step forward. They waited for a few more hours. Only after confirming that the Titan python was completely dead did they dare to approach. Yun, tell you to let her dig out the primal beast core, Xiao Qian, after resting for a few hours and now able to move with difficulty, continued, I probably can't dismember the Titan python today. You take care of it first. This Titan python is bigger than the last one. We can get more meat. It will be enough for us to eat for a long time. Lu Yun nodded and said, leave it to me. Can we not eat it? At this moment, Wang Qianqian stepped forward and looked at Xiao Qian, this thing is our fault in the first place. Yu's father killed its mate first, and that's why it came to take revenge on us. Now we've already killed it. To eat it, I really feel a bit unwilling. Wang Qianqian was an emotional person, and because she had empathized with the Titan python, she sympathized deeply with its situation. Originally the couple was fine, but now both were dead. This made her feel like she was a big villain. If they ate the Titan python too, she would not be able to bear the deep guilt. Not willing? Zhao Qian sneered coldly when he heard this and asked, if we don't eat it, what do you plan to do? Dig a hole to bury it and erect a tombstone? Wang Qianqian was silent. Zhao Qian continued, I don't care for whatever reason. All I know is it just tried to eat me. Now I killed it, so I will eat it. This is the survival law of nature. Besides, you sympathize with it, but did you ever think about how many other creatures these two powerful primal beasts ate? Those creatures were just meant to be eaten? They didn't have mates. I don't care whether your love is overflowing, or you're a saintess, or you were influenced by Western liberal thinking. I just hope you understand our current situation. Even if the love between these two Titan pythons was as strong as Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, I still would eat them. After they die, they are just food that can fill our stomachs. Zhao Qian was truly a bit angry. First, Wang Qianqian still hadn't understood the situation. Wanting to waste such precious food was really unforgivable. Second, it wasn't that they actively hunted this Titan python. This Titan python attacked their doorstep. If they had not fought back, they would have died. Finally, Wang Qianqian sympathizing with an enemy was like sympathizing with invaders after their country was bombed with an atomic bomb. From a national level, for political reasons you might put aside hatred. But from a personal standpoint, you should cheer, even wishing more bombs had dropped then. Sympathizing with and forgiving your enemy, such a person is either foolish or a traitor. As Wang Qianqian listened to Zhao Qian's words, tears uncontrollably began to fall. She had never felt such grievance before. I hate you. Wang Qianqian shouted at Zhao Qian and ran away crying. Zhao Qian, don't be angry. Luyan wanted to go after her, but seeing that Zhao Qian was truly angry, she could only say, Qianqian didn't mean it like that. It's because of her ability, she empathizes too easily with primal beasts. Don't blame the ability. She's just brainless. Zhao Qian did not hold back at all and said to Lu Yun, Yun, we've been here a while. You should have already told her our situation. You can't continue spoiling her. This could endanger all of us. Lu Yun hesitated and said, I want to wait a little longer. I can't wait anymore. Zhao Qian didn't want to wait and gave a final ultimatum, if you don't tell her the truth today, I will tell her tomorrow. No, I'll do it. Lu Yun was worried that Zhao Qian might say things too harshly, so she chose to go tell her herself. Seeing the troubled expression on Lu Yun's face, Zhao Qian said, Yun, sometimes you have to cut the knot with a quick knife. To be honest with you, this world is much more dangerous than you think. Telling her now is for her own good, to prepare her mentally. Yes, I understand. Lu Yun nodded firmly and turned to leave. Zhao Qian watched Lu Yun walk away and sighed. Abba, Abba. At this moment, Yu ran over excitedly. Maybe because he had just crawled out of the Titan python's body, he was covered in blood all over, but he didn't care. He held out the primal beast core in his hand and gave it to Zhao Qian. Compared with the previous primal beast core, this one was slightly larger and darker in color. This is a pureblood primal beast core? Zhao Qian held the primal beast core in his hand, feeling the powerful strength inside it, with a face full of surprise. Although he did not understand how primal beast cores were classified, this one was much stronger than the previous one. It absolutely could not be a hybrid primal beast core. And if it was a pureblood primal beast core, that was incredible. With their strength, they absolutely could not kill a pureblood primal beast, even when it was severely wounded. The only way to obtain a pureblood primal beast core is to hunt a top-level hybrid primal beast that is in the process of evolving and kill it at the exact moment it just becomes a pureblood primal beast. Only then can one obtain a pureblood primal beast core. Clearly, such a low probability event had happened to them. Unfortunately, without area, I cannot use the primal beast core to become a Tanro. Zhao Qian admired the primal beast core for a long time, but finally put it away helplessly, because he still could not use this primal beast core for now. At this moment, you used a stone bowl to hold a full bowl of Titan python blood and carefully brought it to Zhao Qian, making a gesture indicating to drink it. Better not. Zhao Qian understood what you meant, but he really was not used to drinking blood. The strong bloody smell made him very uncomfortable and disgusted. Moreover, untreated blood easily contains parasites. Drinking it directly might make him sick. Boom boom boom. Seeing this, you made a gesture as if drinking the blood, then forcefully pounded his chest twice, making a very strong motion. This time, Zhao Qian understood and frowned, muttering, "Is use meaning that drinking primal beast blood will make one stronger?" He then looked at you and continued, "It's very possible. Otherwise, at such a young age, Yu's physical fitness would not be this strong. Although you appeared thin and weak, his physical fitness was frighteningly good. Compared to peers of the same age on Earth, even adults would not be as good in speed and endurance as you. Maybe only in strength could he surpass slightly." At first, Zhao Qian thought Yu's strong physical fitness was caused by living in the wild for many years. Now it seemed related to diet. "Abba." Yu once again handed the stone bowl to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian hesitated, took the bowl, and closed his eyes, planning to drink it in one gulp. But as soon as the stone bowl was brought to his mouth, he could not stand it. The pungent bloody smell kept entering his nose, making it impossible for him to drink. "No, my sense of smell is too sensitive. I really can't drink it." Even though Zhao Qian's sense of smell did not reach the level of a police dog, it wasn't far from it. Therefore, the bloody smell he smelled was many times stronger than for others. Along with his mental rejection, he simply couldn't drink it. Zhao Qian returned the stone bowl to you. You looked a bit disappointed and lifted the bowl to drink it himself. "Wait." Zhao Qian saw this and stopped you. After thinking a bit, he said, "Go call Sister Yun. She should have a way to turn the Titan Python blood into blood clots." Although he couldn't drink the blood in liquid form, if the blood could be turned into solid pieces like the food they usually eat, then it would be fine. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian was crying while cursing Zhao Qian with her mouth. "Damn Zhao Qian, can't you go easy on me? I even saved you before. You heartless guy, you deserve to be single forever. I'm such a beautiful big star. Letting me help you already gave you a lot of face. Why do you insult me? I just thought those two Titan pythons were pitiful. We're not without food. Why, after killing them, do we still have to eat them? At most I have too much love in my heart. How does that make me a saintess? If I were a saintess, I wouldn't have let the army ants kill that big snake. After the big snake died, I'd be kneeling on the ground in repentance." Tap tap. At this moment, footsteps came to Wang Qianqian's ears, and she immediately closed her mouth without saying a word. "Qianqian." Lu Yun's voice sounded, and then she sat down beside Wang Qianqian. "Xiao Yun, don't try to persuade me. No matter what, I will never forgive him." What he said this time was too hurtful. Before Lu Yun could speak, Wang Qianqian first stated her attitude. Lu Yun did not speak immediately. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke her purpose. "I am not persuading you to forgive Zhao Qian. I want you to apologize to Zhao Qian." "What?" Wang Qianqian thought she heard wrongly and loudly said, "Apologize to him? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to him?" "Because you were really wrong this time." Lu Yun paused, looked at Wang Qianqian, and continued, "Actually this is partly my fault. I wanted to protect you, so I didn't tell you the truth about some things." Wang Qianqian frowned and asked confusedly, "What truth?" Lu Yun answered, "In fact, we are probably no longer on Earth. We may have traveled to another world." These words had been brewing in Lu Yun's heart for a long time. She did not know how many times she had practiced them privately before she could say them once. When she said these words, her heart was heavy, but after saying them, she felt much lighter. "Wah, what does that mean?" In Wang Qianqian's confused expression there was a trace of panic. She clearly understood Lu Yun's meaning, but could not convince herself to believe it. After that, before Lu Yun could speak, Wang Qianqian seemed afraid of hearing something she did not want to hear. She forced a smile and asked, "Xiao Yun, you're joking with me, right?" Lu Yun gritted her teeth. "No, I am telling the truth. I don't believe it." Wang Qianqian became very emotional and loudly said, "You and Zhao Qian told me that cloning technology is not as powerful as in the movies. And now you tell me we have traveled to another world? If cloning technology that already exists can't be believed, much less something that doesn't exist, like traveling to another world. How could I possibly believe that?" Lu Yun said calmly, "In theory, time travel is possible. If you see space as a plane and fold the space plane, you can instantly go from one point to another." At first, she had assumed they had traveled through time and returned to ancient Earth. But through these days' experiences, she and Zhao Qian both thought that this place was not ancient Earth, but a planet whose ecology was highly similar to Earth's. This time, Wang Qianqian did not speak. Lu Yun continued, "Let me tell you some things you do not know. On the day Zhao Qian saved Yu's father, he encountered a huge creature in the lake. This creature does not exist on Earth. Also, there are Titan pythons and ancient giant apes that are extinct on Earth. There are no primal beasts on Earth either, otherwise you would have heard of them." To convince Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun said many things. And these things, Wang Qianqian either did not know or simply did not notice. After listening, Wang Qianqian still did not speak. But from her constantly shifting gaze, it was not hard to see that she had already accepted the fact of the travel. We are no longer on Earth, so there won't be any rescue team. 2 weak women surviving in this world is only possible because Zhao Qian is taking the burden for us. Otherwise, during that rain and hailstorm, we would have already died. To get food, Zhao Qian faced dangers beyond our imagination. Take today as an example. When he and you were searching for food in the forest, you was grabbed by a gibbon. Luyan told Wang Qianqian in detail how Zhao Qian rescued Yu's father. These things were not told to her by Zhao Qian but were things Luyan learned by asking when you returned for help. Wang Qianqian could not understand the wild man language, so she did not know. You also saw Zhao Qian's battle with the Titan Python. But you only saw the Titan Python being killed. You did not see how in that whole process, Zhao Qian could have been killed if he was a little careless. And you wanted him to give up the food he risked his life to get. How could he not get angry with you? Wang Qianqian recalled the battle before. At that time, she only thought about the Titan Python and did not pay much attention to Zhao Qian. Now looking back at the battle, her heart suddenly trembled with fear. Yun. Auntie, come. At this time, Yu's voice came. In these days, while Lu Yun was learning the wild man language, she was also teaching Yu Mandarin. Zhao Qian might want to find me about something. I will go out first. You think about it yourself. After saying this, Lu Yun did not disturb Wang Qianqian further and, together with Yu, walked out of the cave. When Zhao Qian sent you to find Lu Yun, he did not rest himself. Instead, he collected the Titan Python's blood. However, maybe because the Titan Python had been seriously injured before and lost a lot of blood, he did not collect much. He only got as much as 1 stone basin. For such a huge Titan Python, this amount of blood was really not much. Just after he finished collecting the blood, Lu Yun came over with you and asked, Zhao Qian, did you call me for something? Zhao Qian pointed at the Titan Python's blood and said, is there any way to turn this blood into the solid pieces we usually eat? Lu Yun was stunned and said in disbelief, do you plan to eat the Titan Python's blood? Zhao Qian nodded and said, you told me that drinking the Titan Python's blood can strengthen the body, but I really can't stand the bloody smell, so I thought about making it into solid pieces. Let me ask first. Lu Yun was worried that Zhao Qian misunderstood what you meant, so she communicated with you for a while. After the communication, she said, it's really like that. But it's not just the Titan Python's blood. The blood of any primal beast has the effect of strengthening the body, similar to primal beast meat, only the blood's effect is a bit better. Zhao Qian asked, then is there a way? Very simple. Just add some salt into the blood. Lu Yun explained, blood contains thrombin, which makes the blood clot. Adding salt can make the blood clot faster. So simple. After hearing Lu Yun's method, Zhao Qian couldn't help but remark, what the knowledgeable find easy, the unknowing find hard. He originally thought that turning blood into solid pieces required a chemical reaction, and without materials, replacement things might even be needed. He didn't expect it to only use the principle of blood clotting. Many people know that blood will clot, but few know that the pig's blood and duck's blood we eat usually use this principle. You haven't recovered yet, go rest. Leave this blood to me. Lu Yun said. Thanks, Sister Yun. Zhao Qian thanked her, then hesitated and asked, Sister Yun, have you already told her those things? Yes, I did. Lu Yun paused and nodded. What was her reaction? Not a big reaction. She probably hasn't recovered from the shock yet. At that time she was too angry and couldn't control herself. She said a lot of hurtful words. I'm sorry. After calming down, Zhao Qian thought of the things he said and his attitude, and felt a burning shame on his face. He felt that he, as a grown man, should not have said those words to a woman. It's okay. Lu Yun shook her head with a smile and said, I think what you said was right. It's time for Qianqian to know our current situation. Only by learning about this world earlier can we survive better. Hearing this, Zhao Qian stood still for a moment without saying anything, then went back to the cave to rest. Turning the Titan Python's blood into solid pieces was harder than imagined. Not that the process itself was complicated, but the Titan Python's blood was much stronger than pig's blood. To make pig's blood solid, after adding salt, waiting 20 minutes was enough. But the Titan Python's blood took a full 2 hours to gradually clot into solid form. However, reaching this step was not the end. They still had to cut the clotted blood into pieces, put it in hot water to heat, and simmer over low heat for 2 to 3 hours. In the final step, they took out the heated Titan Python blood pieces, rinsed them clean, and put them into cool water. Only then was the production complete. Compared with dark red pig's blood, the blood blocks made from Titan Python's blood were bright red and looked very nice. After finishing all this, it was already evening. Lu Yun brought the finished blood blocks to Zhao Qian and asked, how do you plan to eat them? I haven't thought about it. Do you have any plans? Zhao Qian thought of several ways to eat the blood blocks, but found all of them not feasible. One important reason was the lack of seasoning. Foods made from this kind of blood generally need spicy and numbing flavors to taste good. Don't ask me. I'm not very good at cooking. Lu Yun's face blushed, as she continued, but Qian likes to eat spicy boiled blood. Just because she likes it doesn't mean anything. We lack too many ingredients. Zhao Qian could see that Lu Yun wanted him to coax Wang Qian. But even a skilled cook can't do anything without ingredients. Without seasonings, they really couldn't make spicy boiled blood. I thought making spicy boiled blood didn't need much seasoning. Lu Yun said. Then you can just make it however you want. Okay, I'll figure it out. Zhao Qian nodded and rubbed his head with a headache. He also wanted to coax Wang Qian, but now all he had was salt and lard, nothing more. Too complicated food was simply impossible to make. Forget it, just fry it with lard, like frying tofu. At most Zhao Qian could be considered able to cook, but he was far from a professional chef. To think of frying blood blocks was already him racking his brain. 10 minutes later, the smell of lard began to spread in the cave. You smelled the aroma and rushed over, not caring about dismembering the Titan python, sitting next to Zhao Qian like a monkey waiting. He had only eaten some kiwi in the morning and hadn't eaten anything else all day, so he was very hungry. Don't worry, you get the first piece. Zhao Qian put a fried blood block that was crispy outside and tender inside onto Yu's stone plate, sprinkled some salt on it, and smiled. You try it quickly. How does it taste? Yu took out his own chopsticks, directly pierced the blood block, picked it up, blew on it to cool it, and slowly started eating. While eating, he showed a satisfied expression. Looks like it tastes good. At least it's not dark cuisine. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief, then shouted toward the deep part of the cave, Sister Yun, Wang Qian, you can come out to eat now. Not long after the voice fell, Lu Yun walked out holding Wang Qian's hand. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qian and saw her eyes were red and swollen, probably from crying for a long time today. What is this? Zhao Qian originally wanted to introduce the ingredients, but thinking of Wang Qian, he stopped. You says this is milder than meat and you can eat more of it. But still pay attention, if your body feels bad, stop. After he finished speaking, he served a piece to Lu Yun and Wang Qian. Lu Yun didn't hesitate. She lifted the piece, took a light bite, and praised, it tastes pretty good. When eating it, it tastes like pig's blood or duck's blood, but eating it makes you feel warm all over. Then she said to Wang Qian, who hadn't moved yet, Qian, this delicacy was made with difficulty by Zhao Qian. Give a little face and try it. Wang Qian, who had been silent, upon hearing this, lifted her stone plate. But she didn't eat it. She just held the plate. Plop! A tear suddenly fell on the stone plate. Wang Qian couldn't stop her tears and cried, Zhao Qian, I'm sorry. Before, I didn't think we had traveled, and I didn't think you almost died looking for food. You even made delicious food for me every day, and I actually argued with you over a big snake that wanted to kill us. I was wrong. Wang Qian apologized to me? Zhao Qian was stunned, unable to believe it. But after thinking carefully, Wang Qian's personality was really like that. She was not like other stars with arrogant attitudes. Even in dangerous times she could step up. She looked delicate but was actually very thick-skinned and not very calculating. She felt the Titan python's sorrow for its mate, and so she felt pity. She understood Zhao Qian's hardships, and felt that she had been unreasonable. She believed she was wrong, so she apologized naturally. I was wrong too. My words were too hurtful. Zhao Qian self-criticized a bit and continued, let's put the previous unhappiness behind us, okay? Wang Qian nodded firmly. Zhao Qian said, then don't cry. Let's eat. Wang Qian wiped her tears fiercely, and probably really hungry, bit into the fried blood block. The next second? She started crying loudly again. Zhao Qian asked confusedly, didn't you say we put it behind us? Why are you crying again? Wang Qian looked at Lu Yun and cried, Xiao Yun, you lied to me. This tastes terrible and it's too salty. It feels like eating salt grains. Ah? Lu Yun said awkwardly, probably when solidifying the blood, we put in too much salt, which made some blood blocks have a high salt content. After saying that, except for you, the three of them all burst out laughing. In the laughter, the previous unhappiness disappeared. The blood of the Titan python, once made into blood jelly, indeed lost its fishy smell. In terms of taste, it was similar to pig or duck blood, but the texture was better, more resilient and chewy. The magical property of the beast blood couldn't be felt while eating it. Only after swallowing did its effects become noticeable. Beast meat is too aggressive. Once it enters the stomach, it feels like a ball of fire. You can't eat too much or the body won't handle it. Zhao Qian felt the changes in his body and continued thinking, but beast blood is different. It feels like a warm current, the energy is much gentler. You can eat more without a problem. In addition, Zhao Qian noticed that his injured body was frantically absorbing the warm current from the beast blood. His previously painful body actually felt greatly relieved. At this moment, he finally recognized the value of beast blood. It's no exaggeration to say that it's second only to the beast core and beast bones in value. Unfortunately, this titan python had been injured earlier and lost a lot of blood. The remaining blood was only enough for 2 meals at most. After eating, Zhao Qian took out some kiwi fruit as a kind of dessert. What kind of fruit is this? Wang Qianqian picked up a kiwi fruit and asked in confusion. Wild kiwi fruit, rich in vitamin C. It's hard for us to get enough vitamin C, so kiwi fruit is perfect for us, Zhao Qian replied. Kiwi fruit? Looking at the fruit in her hand, which wasn't much bigger than a grape, Wang Qianqian said, this is way too small. The kiwi fruit I used to eat were as big as a fist, all imported from New Zealand. New Zealand kiwi fruit are world famous, definitely the most authentic. The most authentic? Zhao Qian sneered and said, it's true that New Zealand kiwi fruit are world famous, but if we're talking about authenticity, our country's kiwi fruit are the most authentic. Wang Qianqian disagreed, how could that be? Zhao Qian asked teasingly, don't you know that kiwi fruit originated in China? Ah? Wang Qianqian was stunned. She turned to Lu Yun. Although she didn't speak, it was clear what she wanted to ask. Lu Yun, who was eating kiwi fruit, felt Wang Qianqian's gaze and nodded lightly in confirmation. Wang Qianqian gave an awkward laugh and didn't say anything more. She picked up a kiwi fruit and began eating. After eating a few, Wang Qianqian suddenly remembered something and said, Zhao Qian, I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Qian was curious, this was the first time Wang Qianqian had come to him to discuss something. What is it? Wang Qianqian said, since Xiaoyi evolved, it hasn't reproduced yet. It wants to reproduce now. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and didn't object, you don't need to ask me about this. If it wants to reproduce, it can go ahead. In the past, he would have thought it over carefully, worried that too many soldier ants would mean not enough food, and they'd have to feed them. But after witnessing the power of the soldier ants, he now thought increasing their number wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, if not for the soldier ants, the 4 of them would have become the Titan Python's dinner. If it were just ordinary soldier ants, of course I wouldn't need to ask you. But Xiaoyi wants to reproduce evolved soldier ants, Wang Qianqian said. Evolved soldier ants? Could they reach the level of beast class? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. Xiaoyi is just a mixed-blood beast. There's no way its offspring could be full beasts, Wang Qianqian continued, they won't reach beast level, but they'll be much stronger than ordinary soldier ants. That's a good thing. Is there a problem? Yeah. Wang Qianqian nodded and said, to reproduce ordinary soldier ants, Xiaoyi can just eat regular food. But to produce evolved elite soldier ants, it needs to eat beast meat. Hearing this, Zhao Qian took a deep breath. Now he understood why Wang Qianqian had come to ask, it really wasn't a simple matter. Even though they had killed 2 Titan pythons, they had only gotten about 2,000 pounds of beast meat. It looked like a lot, but if used to feed soldier ants, it wouldn't be nearly enough. Still, he was glad Wang Qianqian didn't decide on her own and had asked him. Zhao Qian asked, do the elite soldier ants need to eat beast meat after they hatch? Wang Qianqian shook her head, no, regular food will be fine for them. Then let's take out 1,500 pounds of beast meat. After careful thought, Zhao Qian decided to take out most of the beast meat from the ice storage to help the queen ant reproduce. Although beast meat was precious, its energy was too intense, and they couldn't eat much of it at once. Even 500 pounds would last them a long time. And he was confident that before the 500 pounds ran out, they'd be able to hunt more beasts. 1,500 pounds? That's 3/4 of the meat. Wang Qianqian looked shocked. She didn't expect Zhao Qian to be willing to give up so much. She'd been hoping for just 500 pounds. Zhao Qian nodded and asked, I want to know, how many elite soldier ants can 1,500 pounds of beast meat produce? I don't know. Wang Qianqian had clearly asked the queen ant before, so she immediately explained, Xiaoyi doesn't understand the concept of LBS, so it has no idea how much beast meat that is and can't give a clear answer. Zhao Qian frowned slightly and asked again, then how long until I can see mature ants? Wang Qianqian shook her head again, no idea. It made sense. If the queen ant didn't understand LBS, it certainly didn't understand time either. At that moment, Lu Yun spoke up, soldier ants are large ants. A queen can lay 1,000 to 5,000 eggs a day. These eggs go through 4 stages, egg, larva, pupa, adult. The whole process takes 2 to 2.5 months. Over 2 months? Though 2 months from egg to adult is fast for a creature, Zhao Qian still felt it was a long wait. After all, they hadn't been in this world very long, and now they'd need 2 months to wait for the elite soldier ants to be combat ready. I was talking about ordinary ants, Lu Yun added. This queen has reached the level of a mixed-blood beast, so the development cycle of the elite soldier ants is bound to change. She paused, then looked at Zhao Qian and continued, don't get excited too soon. The change I'm talking about doesn't necessarily mean a shorter cycle. The stronger the creature, the longer its growth period. So we might need to wait even more than 2 months. Since Zhao Qian agreed to take out 1,500 pounds of beast meat for the queen ant to reproduce, the queen ant entered reproduction mode. In this mode, the queen ant only did 2 things, eat and reproduce. The queen ant's food was carried directly to her by worker ants, and the ant eggs produced were also carried by worker ants to a special place for storing eggs, where other worker ants carefully took care of them. Watching the constantly busy army ants, Zhao Qian had to admit that ants are among the creatures with the best cooperation between individuals. They were like machines, tireless, each doing its own job. The only thing that made Zhao Qian feel a bit uncomfortable was that the queen ant, which originally looked fairly normal, would have its abdomen swell to a terrifying extent during reproduction, giving the feeling that it might burst at any moment. Just like that, time passed day by day, and without realizing it, a month went by. During this month, the queen ant ate all 1,500 pounds of beast meat. When Wang Qianqian told Zhao Qian about this, Zhao Qian was completely stunned. One must know that the queen ant was only a little over 10 centimeters long, and even in reproduction mode, it did not exceed 30 centimeters. Such a small body being able to eat 1,500 pounds of beast meat in 1 month made Zhao Qian sigh at the wonder of life. Zhao Qian also witnessed the queen ant's extremely strong reproductive ability. It was reproducing almost all the time. In 1 month, it produced nearly 100,000 ant eggs, equivalent to more than 3,000 eggs per day. Although it did not reach the upper limit of 5,000 mentioned by Lu Yun, considering these were elite army ants, the queen ant's reproductive ability had indeed improved. On the last day of the queen ant's reproduction, the ant eggs produced in the first few days had already hatched into larvae. Although they were larvae, Zhao Qian saw that the newly born army ant larvae were much larger than ordinary worker ants, only slightly smaller than soldier ants. It was not hard to see that once these larvae reached adulthood, their size would likely be second only to the queen ant or male ants. And a larger size meant stronger aggression and greater strength. That morning, Zhao Qian, as usual, took you out to look for food. But just as they walked out of the cave, a cold wind blew past, making Zhao Qian feel a bit cold. He couldn't help hugging his arms. Winter, very cold. Seeing Zhao Qian's reaction, you struggled to say 3 words. During this month, Lu Yun not only learned the wild people's language but also taught you Mandarin. Although you still couldn't speak complete sentences, saying a few simple words was no problem, and Zhao Qian could roughly understand him. The change of seasons is a normal natural phenomenon. Just wear more clothes, Zhao Qian said casually, smiling at you. Then he looked toward the distant sea, his gaze stopping on the storm wall. He originally thought the storm wall would disappear soon, but more than a month had passed and it was still there, with no sign of weakening. This made him wonder whether the storm wall always existed and only disappeared during the few days when they first arrived in this world. If this were on Earth, it would definitely attract a lot of tourists, Zhao Qian said firmly in his heart, then looked at you. You, want to compete again today? If you lose, you work. Okay. Although Yu's Mandarin was still poor, he could understand simple sentences. After thinking for a moment, he nodded hard. Same rules. I'll let you run 100 meters first. If I catch you before you reach the beach, I win. If I can't, you win. Start. As soon as the word start fell, you shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Zhao Qian watched you run ahead with a smile and stayed silent. After you ran 100 meters, Zhao Qian chased after him like a leopard. Before, Zhao Qian only had an advantage in speed. Now, as he became more familiar with the forest, his agility also surpassed Yu's. As a result, you only lasted a few minutes before Zhao Qian grabbed him. You lost. As agreed, you worked today, Zhao Qian said with a grin. You, bully, child, you said unwillingly. I, beat you. That's for later. Anyway, I won now. Zhao Qian never felt that bullying children was shameful. Instead, he said in an instructive tone, besides, we're both men, creatures with that thing. Making excuses after losing is very embarrassing. No excuse, you said, clenching his teeth. That's more like it. Zhao Qian patted you on the head, then walked to a big tree and began adding nutrients to it, while muttering, strange. I always feel something is off today, but I can't figure out what. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, Yu frowned and thought for a moment. Bird, bird. You kid, don't peek at me peeing. This mature bird of mine is not something your featherless chick can compare to. Zhao Qian thought Yu was talking about that. He immediately turned his body and showed his back to Yu. Bird, bird sound. Seeing this, Yu tried hard to express his meaning. This time Zhao Qian understood and suddenly realized, right, the forest is too quiet today. There's no bird sound at all. Because no one destroyed the environment, the ecological environment on this deserted island was very good. As long as one entered the forest, bird calls could be heard non-stop. But today, the two of them ran all the way here. Not only were there no birds flying away as usual, they didn't even hear any bird calls. This was very abnormal. Zhao Qian looked at Yu with a questioning expression. Do you know what's going on? Yu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Seeing this, Zhao Qian frowned and fell into deep thought. If this situation happened on Earth, he wouldn't care at all. But this was not Earth, it was an unknown planet full of danger. There were terrifying lake monsters, already extinct titan pythons and ancient giant apes, and even the weather was extremely harsh. It was no exaggeration to say that any small mistake could bring them total disaster. Yu, we won't hunt today. Let's go take a look at the swamp, Zhao Qian said after careful consideration. Over the past month, he had gone to the swamp many times to explore. Compared to the area where they lived, the swamp's ecology was closer to the true ecology of this world and could help him better understand it. So, if he couldn't find the answer to the forest's abnormality here, he might find it in the swamp. Okay. You didn't object and nodded hard. After that, the two of them ran wildly toward the swamp area. The swamp was quite far from the area where Zhao Qian and the others lived, so it took Zhao Qian and Yu a lot of time to enter it. As soon as they entered the swamp, Zhao Qian noticed something was wrong. The primates and various snakes that were usually everywhere in the trees of the swamp seemed to have disappeared. The entire swamp had become unusually quiet. Seeing this, Zhao Qian felt more and more uneasy. He sensed that something big was about to happen. Otherwise, the two species living in the swamp couldn't have disappeared at the same time. We'll split up, never mind, stay close to me. If something feels wrong, run immediately. Since he didn't know what was going on, it was safer to stay together. That way, if they encountered danger, they could help each other. Zhao Qian led Yu swiftly through the trees in the swamp, trying to find signs of life. But after searching for a long time, they didn't find a single primate or snake. The entire swamp was just like the forest in their living area, as if all the creatures had vanished. Not normal. Too abnormal. Zhao Qian grew more and more alarmed, his limbs going cold, and his mind confused. There's no way any creature could kill all the primates and snakes in the swamp at once. And there's no sign of blood or corpses. Zhao Qian had explored the swamp several times over the past month, so he was very familiar with the two species that lived there. In terms of strength, the snakes in the swamp were stronger than the primates. After all, of the three most powerful creatures in the swamp, two were snakes. Among the primates, only the ancient giant ape was a mixed-blood beast. However, primates had higher intelligence and knew how to unite, so the snakes were often suppressed by them. That gibbon hadn't taken you for no reason, it had sensed the aura of the Titan Python on him and wanted to take you back to claim credit. And the stronger Titan Python had charged into the giant ape's territory because it had sensed its mate's aura and thought the giant ape was the killer, seeking revenge. But neither of them knew it was all a misunderstanding. If they weren't killed, then there's another possibility, they all fled this area. Zhao Qian frowned, rubbing his chin, and guessed, what kind of creature could make the primates and snakes in the swamp flee? Pureblood beast? Impossible. Unless it was a beast even stronger than a pure-blooded one. Unfortunately, there was too little information now for Zhao Qian to analyze properly. Splash. Splash, splash. Just as Zhao Qian was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of something splashing in the water. Zhao Qian quickly looked down at the swamp and soon saw a figure in the water, both familiar and unfamiliar. It was an emperor crocodile, a species that had gone extinct, once the largest crocodile on Earth. Even small dinosaurs were its food, which showed how ferocious it was. No wonder that gorilla disappeared instantly when it fell into the swamp, it turns out there were emperor crocodiles living in the water. Zhao Qian recalled the scene of the Titan Python's battle with the ancient giant ape. Back then, the gorilla that fell into the swamp was eaten. Now it seemed that was the work of the emperor crocodile. Although the emperor crocodile is powerful, it's still just a regular creature, not even a mixed-blood beast. It couldn't have scared away the primates and snakes. Zhao Qian quickly assessed the emperor crocodile's strength. Either the Titan python or the giant ape from before could easily kill it. Huh? What's it eating? While observing the emperor crocodile, Zhao Qian noticed it was eating something. These things were furry and floated over from a distance. At first, there were only one or two, but as time passed, more and more arrived. The emperor crocodile didn't let any of the easy food go, swallowing them one by one. Are those mice? At first, Zhao Qian was too high up to see clearly. So he moved to a lower position and discovered that the creatures floating over looked just like mice. No, these aren't mice, they're lemmings. Once Zhao Qian clearly saw them, his eyes widened. Lemmings belong to the rodent family, specifically the hamster subfamily. Compared to mice, they look cuter, furry, like little balls of fluff. Lemmings can reproduce year-round and breed very quickly. A single litter can produce 12 pups, and in 1 year they can have 7 or 8 litters. The scariest part is that it only takes 20 days for the pups to mature, and mature means they can reproduce. Someone once calculated that a single pair of lemmings starting in March, assuming each litter has 6 males and 6 females, could grow into a population of 1.65 million by the end of August or early September. Even after accounting for predation and disease, nearly 1 million would survive. Of course, lemmings don't reproduce endlessly. When their numbers in an area reach a certain level, they begin to commit suicide. Lemmings deliberately expose themselves to predators to get eaten, thereby reducing their population. But when predators aren't enough to control the population, lemmings will commit mass suicide. Masses of lemmings, in the millions, will charge in one direction and finally jump into the sea. Am I witnessing a mass suicide of lemmings? Zhao Qian frowned, puzzled. Even if it is, lemmings shouldn't be able to scare off primates and snakes, right? Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. As Zhao Qian was struggling to make sense of it, the lemmings floating on the swamp's surface suddenly made faint squeaking sounds. Then, Zhao Qian saw the lemmings suddenly charge toward the emperor crocodile as if they didn't care about their lives. At first, the emperor crocodile devoured them greedily, swallowing as many as came near, leaving none. But as time passed and more lemmings arrived, the crocodile got full and couldn't eat anymore. That's when things changed. The lemmings began to climb onto the emperor crocodile's body and started frantically biting it, even though it was much bigger than them. The emperor crocodile's tough skin was like paper in front of the lemmings' teeth, easily torn open. Blood poured out. The crocodile rolled in anger and even dove underwater, but that only attracted more lemmings. The lemmings completely covered the emperor crocodile, gnawing at its flesh. In no time, the massive crocodile was reduced to a skeleton. Zhao Qian watched the entire process, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. What he had just witnessed was too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Throughout the whole scene, the emperor crocodile didn't just sit there, it did resist. But the lemming's teeth were too sharp. The crocodile's resistance was useless and it ended up being eaten clean by the lemmings. Each lemming death march involves several million lemmings. With so many of them, it's like a swarm of locusts passing through, every living creature in their path gets devoured. Zhao Qian finally understood why there wasn't even a bird in the forest or swamp. They had all fled from the lemmings. After all, even if 2 titan pythons or the ancient giant ape were alive, they wouldn't dare stand in the way of millions of lemmings. They too would be eaten clean. A whole army ant colony has just 1 or 2 million ants. This lemming swarm is even bigger than that. Even at their peak, army ants wouldn't be a match for lemmings. Even though individual lemmings were weak, they were still stronger than individual army ants. And the lemmings outnumbered the ants too. So, it was easy to imagine what would happen if they met. No surprise, wherever the lemmings ran, the army ants would be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian quickly climbed up the tallest tree in the swamp forest. Standing on the treetop, he looked in the direction from which the lemmings were coming. And then he saw, far in the distance, within his line of sight, countless lemmings, packed tightly together, were charging in his direction. There were so many, he couldn't even estimate the number. Zhao Qian's entire body trembled. The shock these lemmings gave him was no less than the giant monster in the lake. Run! Run now! Zhao Qian finally understood why all the creatures had fled, because the same thought had appeared in his mind too. Without hesitation, he shouted to you and began sprinting toward the cave like mad. He had to get back as fast as possible and come up with a way to stop the wave of lemmings. If not, they were as good as dead. But how could they stop the lemming wave? Even the emperor crocodile was devoured in seconds. What could they possibly do? Inside the cave, Luyun sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning at the few items laid out before her, clearly deep in thought. Wang Qianqian, bored, was tossing some chunks of meat to the coconut crab nearby. The coconut crab walked over like a little dog, picked up the meat with its huge claws, and started eating. Maybe because Wang Qianqian often fed it beast meat, the coconut crab had grown noticeably larger, already different from an ordinary coconut crab. That's all you get for today. Go play on your own now. After throwing the last piece, Wang Qianqian shooed the crab away and walked over to Lu Yun. She glanced at the things in front of Lu Yun, then sat down beside her and asked curiously, Xiao Yun, it's been days, what are you planning to do? Lu Yun replied, I'm planning to make black powder. These are the ingredients. Over the past month, she hadn't been idle, making salt, smelting iron, and sometimes inventing little things to help them survive. But a few days ago, Zhao Qian had brought back saltpeter and sulfur, giving her a new idea, making black powder. Although black powder was far inferior to modern gunpowder, given their situation, being able to make it at all was already good enough. Wang Qianqian was stunned when she heard that and exclaimed, Xiao Yun, you can even make black powder? Lu Yun replied, actually, it's quite simple. Just mix these ingredients in the right proportions. Wang Qianqian said eagerly, then hurry up. With black powder, we'll be safer. Lu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Black powder isn't as powerful as you think. It can deal with normal creatures, but if we face a titan python, it's useless. Even if the black powder was mixed perfectly, its power was limited. Blowing up regular creatures was fine, but not the titan python. She had tested the hardness of the titan python scales. They were like pieces of iron, incredibly tough. Whether it's useful or not, let's at least make some first, Wang Qianqian said. Lu Yun looked at her and understood that Wang Qianqian mostly wanted to do it for fun. After thinking about it, she nodded. All right, let's make a little. A little won't be enough. Make more. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that Zhao Qian only brought back so much saltpeter and sulfur. We can't make much. That's okay. Next time he can bring more. He said he found a lot anyway. Lu Yun didn't argue and agreed right away. Then the two of them began mixing black powder. To find the strongest mix, Lu Yun prepared several versions using different ratios. Will these explode just by lighting them? Wang Qianqian asked, looking at the black powder. Not yet. It needs to be in a sealed space. As Lu Yun explained, she suddenly thought of something. She ran into the cave and came back holding a few Tyrannosaurus bones. These bones had already lost their marrow and were hollow inside. By stuffing black powder into them and sealing the ends, they'd become sealed chambers. One by one, they filled the bones with powder. Soon, they had made over 10 bone bombs. How do we test them? Wang Qianqian gripped one tightly, afraid Lu Yun might snatch it away, just like a kid playing with firecrackers. Just light it and throw it, but be careful. When the bone explodes, the fragments will be like the shrapnel in a grenade, very dangerous. After explaining how to test it, Lu Yun gave a warning. Don't worry. I used to throw firecrackers into toilets as a kid. I'm good at this, Wang Qianqian said, itching to try. Lu Yun was speechless for a moment, then reminded her, try not to say things like that again, it ruins your image. Wang Qianqian didn't care at all. We've traveled to another world, who cares about image? You step back. I'm starting. Lu Yun had no choice but to take a few steps back. Get in the cave. But just as Wang Qianqian was about to light the bone bomb, Zhao Qian and Yu came running back frantically, shouting loudly at them. Wang Qianqian, who was just about to light the bone bomb, looked at Zhao Qian running over. For a moment, she didn't react and stood frozen in place, asking, What's wrong with you two? Why are you in such a panic? But Zhao Qian was burning with anxiety, he had no time to answer Wang Qianqian. Even a slight delay might mean the lemmings would catch up. Not caring whether Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun agreed or not, Zhao Qian grabbed each of them with one arm and forcibly brought them into the cave, then had Yu close the wooden door. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun guessed that something dangerous had happened. Otherwise, Zhao Qian wouldn't be acting this nervous. Once the cave door was shut, Zhao Qian didn't relax. The wooden door didn't fit tightly against the cave wall, there were many gaps the lemmings could pass through. So, he quickly started searching for stones or anything else to block the gaps as best as he could. What happened? After sealing all the gaps, Lu Yun asked. A lemming tide, we ran into a lemming tide. Zhao Qian swallowed hard and explained what had happened. When we went out hunting today, we noticed something strange in the forest. It was like all the creatures had vanished. So we went to the swamp and discovered it was all caused by the lemming tide. A lemming tide as far as the eye could see, millions of lemmings. The scariest part is how vicious they are. I saw them devour an emperor crocodile completely. Wang Qianqian asked, not even my army ants can fight them? Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile. If your army ants encounter the lemmings, they'll be wiped out in an instant. Rustle, 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 rustle. As if to confirm Zhao Qian's words, dense sounds suddenly came from outside the cave, like wind blowing through leaves, or countless creatures moving through the forest. Next came the endless squeak sounds, chilling to the bone and making one's hair stand on end. So fast. Zhao Qian was shocked. He couldn't believe it. He had seen the lemmings in the swamp and immediately rushed back with you, without stopping once. But they had only just returned, and the lemmings were already here. This meant the lemmings were moving at about the same speed as him and you. Zhao Qian, can this door hold them back? Hearing the dense squeaking outside, Wang Qianqian grabbed Zhao Qian's arm in fear, pressing her body against his. Though they often didn't get along, one thing was certain, Zhao Qian made her feel safe. I don't know. Zhao Qian smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he built the wooden door, he only intended it to block wild boars. He never imagined it would need to withstand a lemming tide. Honestly, the wooden door couldn't possibly withstand it. After all, the lemmings could chew through emperor crocodile skin. A wooden door was nothing to them. Right now, the door's only use was hiding their presence. So far, it was doing that. Seeing no immediate danger, Zhao Qian looked at the large bone club in Wang Qianqian's hand and asked curiously, "What are you holding?" Wang Qianqian said, "It's a bone bomb Xiaoyun made. It's filled with gunpowder. I was about to test it, but you dragged us back before I could." A bone bomb? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yun. "Sister Yun, you made gunpowder?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "It's just black powder. Not very powerful." Zhao Qian said, "Still, that's impressive." He had learned how to make black powder in junior high, but actually doing it would take a lot of effort. And he probably wouldn't have even thought of making it. He'd never once considered black powder since arriving in this world. His only thought for getting stronger was to keep evolving. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just then, a very faint sound reached Zhao Qian's ears. Wang Qianqian and the others didn't notice it. Compared to the squeaking outside, this sound was barely audible. But Zhao Qian was different. Over the past month, he had been training his hearing and could now distinguish between very subtle differences in sound. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the sound of the lemmings gnawing on something. Realizing this, Zhao Qian felt a chill in his heart. He walked to the wooden door to investigate the source. Very soon, he confirmed that the strange sound was the lemmings chewing on the door. "Fall back, quickly." Realizing the source of the sound, Zhao Qian immediately backed away with the others. Wang Qianqian asked anxiously, "Zhao Qian, what's happening?" Zhao Qian's expression turned grim. "The lemmings are gnawing on the door. It won't last much longer." Wang Qianqian asked again, "Then what do we do? Are we going to die?" Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't answer, because the answer was obvious. Although the cave was big, once the door was breached, and the lemmings flooded in, there would be nowhere to hide. At that point, the cave wouldn't protect them, it would become a cage, trapping them inside with no chance of escape. "I don't want to die. Zhao Qian, think of something." Wang Qianqian's voice trembled with panic. Actually, Zhao Qian didn't need her reminder, he was already racking his brain for a solution. But facing a tide of lemmings that could easily wipe them out, his mind was a mess. "I have an idea." Just then, Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. Zhao Qian quickly asked, "What is it?" Lu Yun said, "Lemmings can chew through wood, but not rock. If we block the entrance with stones, we'll be safe. There's no time. This wooden door can only last a few more minutes, and we can't find enough stones in such a short time." Zhao Qian shook his head with a bitter smile after hearing her plan. The cave entrance wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. In such a short time, there was no way they could gather enough stones. "We don't have to find stones ourselves," Lu Yun said, grabbing the bone bomb from Wang Qianqian's hand. "We have explosives. If we detonate them inside the cave, it might cause a collapse and block the entrance." Hearing Lu Yun's plan to use the bone bombs, Zhao Qian turned to look at her. He never expected that this gentle-looking woman would be so bold at a critical moment. Using explosives, that was indeed a solution. But Zhao Qian didn't agree right away. Instead, he looked at Lu Yun and asked, "Sister Yun, have you thought about what might happen if we detonate the bone bombs?" "I have." Lu Yun nodded expressionlessly and continued, "The first outcome, the bone bombs aren't powerful enough to cause a cave-in, and the lemmings rush in and eat us alive. The second outcome, the bombs are slightly stronger, destroy part of the cave, but still can't stop the lemmings, we still get eaten. The third outcome, the bombs are too strong, causing a full collapse of the cave. While it blocks the lemmings, we get crushed or trapped and die anyway. The fourth outcome, the bomb power is just right, blocks the lemmings, and we survive." After hearing the 4 possible outcomes, Zhao Qian had to admit Lu Yun covered everything with no omissions. But out of these 4, the chance of surviving was only 1 in 4, not even close to half. Still, Zhao Qian raised his hand and said, "I agree with Sister Yun's plan. Let's use the bone bombs." Wang Qianqian didn't like the idea. Frowning, she asked, "Isn't there any other way?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "Although this plan is dangerous, it's the only one we've got. Unless you can control the lemmings and stop them from attacking, we're going to be eaten." "Forget millions of lemmings, I can't even control one." Wang Qianqian had tried to control the lemmings at the beginning, but found they acted like a single entity, immune to her powers. Besides, even if her ability worked, she didn't believe she could control millions of lemmings. After hesitating, Wang Qianqian also raised her hand. "I agree too. Better to be crushed by falling rocks than be gnawed to death." You didn't really understand their conversation, but when he saw Zhao Qian raise his hand, he followed suit. To him, Zhao Qian was the leader. Whatever the leader did, he did too. Unanimous. "We'll use the bone bombs." Zhao Qian gathered up all the bone bombs. There were about 13 in total. Worried that it might not be enough, he turned to Lu Yun and asked, "Is that all? Can you make more?" Lu Yun shook her head. "There's a bit of black powder left. I can make one more bomb, but it takes time. I don't think we have enough." As soon as she said this, a beam of sunlight suddenly pierced into the dark cave. Zhao Qian quickly turned his head. There was already a hole in the wooden door, and a lemming with bloodshot eyes squeezed through, charging straight at them. Squish! Zhao Qian stomped it instantly, crushing it into mush. Before he could celebrate, more lemmings crawled through the hole, which was now large enough for two to enter at once. "Get deeper into the cave!" Zhao Qian shouted loudly, then turned to you, "Protect them." You nodded and led Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun toward the depths of the cave. Seeing they were far enough, Zhao Qian took out his fire striker and tried to stomp as many lemmings as possible. But as more and more poured in, he couldn't keep up. One lemming climbed up his leg and bit down hard. Hiss! Zhao Qian gasped from the pain. After kicking it off, he saw a chunk of flesh missing from his leg. Bloodthirsty little beasts. Instead of retreating, Zhao Qian moved forward to a spot near the cave entrance. He'd noticed earlier that the rock above this point was unstable and sometimes fell on its own. His plan was to place all the bone bombs here to trigger a collapse that would block the entrance. Without that, black powder alone wouldn't be enough to cause a cave-in. Chirp, chirp. More lemmings crawled onto Zhao Qian, some getting flung off, others biting into him and tearing out flesh instantly. Still, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and pressed on, reaching the cave's weak point. He placed all the bone bombs into the crevice, lit them with the fire striker, and then ran back into the cave as the fuses burned. While running, he used both hands to grab and kill the lemmings still clinging to him, either squeezing them to death or smashing them. Why hasn't it exploded yet? He'd already run dozens of meters and still hadn't heard a blast. He began to worry. Did I fail to light the fuse? Or did Sister Yun's bombs not work? He stopped and looked back. The bombs were still smoking. The fuses hadn't burned down yet. Zhao Qian was speechless. He didn't know Lu Yun had made the fuses slow burning on purpose. She'd originally designed them for Wang Qianqian to play with safely. Boom! Just then, the wooden door finally collapsed completely, crushing dozens of lemmings. But the horde outside, blocking the entire entrance, surged in like a tide, like bloodthirsty demons rushing at Zhao Qian. Faced with this flood of lemmings, Zhao Qian almost gave up hope. There were simply too many. Boom! The first explosion went off. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. Then came a series of blasts. More than 10 bone bombs detonated in succession. Their power wasn't overwhelming, but the flying bone shards easily pierced and killed dozens of lemmings. The ones just entering the cave were blown apart, reducing their number by about a third. Still, that wasn't enough to stop them. Normally timid, the lemmings now charged like fearless beasts, showing no fear at all. Did it fail? Zhao Qian didn't care how many lemmings died. What mattered was, did the cave collapse? Killing a few lemmings was meaningless, they were just a drop in the ocean. Just when Zhao Qian was losing hope, a rock fell from the top of the cave. As the first rock fell, the cave ceiling seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and more rocks began to fall. Eventually, the entire ceiling collapsed with a loud crash, completely blocking the entrance to the cave. However, even after the entrance was sealed, the collapse didn't stop. Instead, it continued spreading toward Zhao Qian's location. Is the whole cave going to collapse? This thought flashed through Zhao Qian's mind. He didn't dare stop and ran deeper into the cave. The collapse kept spreading. The first to suffer were the lemmings that had entered the cave. They didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into pulp by the falling rocks. Then, the area where Zhao Qian and his group had once lived was buried, the cooking area, the resting area, everything was completely covered, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the cave was deep, and the collapse didn't continue all the way through, which spared them from the same fate as the lemmings. Deep inside the cave. In the total darkness, Wang Qianqian suddenly asked, "Did we survive?" We only survived for now. Zhao Qian tore his clothes into strips and, with Yu's help, started bandaging the injuries caused by the lemmings. Although the wounds weren't fatal, if left untreated, they would keep bleeding, and too much blood loss would make his body unable to hold on. What do you mean, safe for now? Wang Qianqian asked in confusion. Zhao Qian wanted to roll his eyes, but the environment was pitch black. No matter how good his vision was, he couldn't see anything. So he could only turn his head toward Wang Qianqian's voice and explained, right now, we're dozens of meters from the entrance. Although the cave-in stopped the swarm of rats, it also completely cut us off from the outside world. Wang Qianqian still didn't understand. And then? Zhao Qian was speechless and continued explaining, first is oxygen. If the collapse completely sealed the cave, we're now living in an enclosed space. Once the oxygen runs out, we'll suffocate and die. Then there's food. Although our ice cellar wasn't buried, the food inside won't last us forever. So even if air can still get in, once the food runs out, we'll starve to death. Lastly, the water source. It was buried in the collapse too. We need to find a new water source, or we'll face dehydration. Even though they had avoided the swarm, their situation was still deadly. They were essentially buried alive. On Earth, even with a rescue team, situations like this often ended in tragedy. And they didn't even have a rescue team. So what do we do? Wang Qianqian finally understood and asked in a panic, can we move the rocks blocking the entrance? Almost impossible. After treating his wounds, Zhao Qian asked you to bring some food from the ice cellar and answered her question. Let's not talk about how far we are from the entrance, just the amount of work it'd take. Many of the rocks weigh over 1,000 pounds. Who among us can move them? Plus, if we're not careful, we could trigger another collapse. Trying to clear the rocks would just kill us faster. Even though Zhao Qian didn't know much about rescue operations, he understood that their chances of survival were slim. Still, if they were lucky and the cave wasn't completely sealed, some air might be getting in. That, along with the food in the ice cellar, might keep them going for a while. If they weren't lucky, and the cave was completely sealed, then once the remaining oxygen was gone, they'd suffocate. There's still a chance. Just as Wang Qianqian was falling into despair, Lu Yun suddenly spoke. Xiao Yun, what's the plan? Wang Qianqian lit up and quickly asked. You have an army ant colony, right? Lu Yun continued, even though army ants aren't good at building nests, they should be able to dig a tunnel out. How long would that take? Wang Qianqian asked with a frown, thinking about what army ants looked like. The ants here are much stronger than the ones on Earth. They dig faster, so it won't take long. What if we run out of food before then? We can first have them dig a tunnel. Then they can bring us food. One ant can't carry much, but hundreds of thousands of them should bring enough for us to survive. That actually might work. Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up after hearing Lu Yun's idea. Workable? Don't you know those rocks blocking the entrance are solid stone? Ants can't dig through rock. Zhao Qian silently mocked in his heart, but he understood Lu Yun was just trying to give Wang Qianqian hope, to keep her from falling into despair. Because once people lose hope in this kind of situation, they might do something irrational. Zhao Qian didn't expose Lu Yun's lie. He sat silently in a corner, a bitter smile on his lips. He thought he had been careful every step since arriving in this world, so why did he keep encountering danger? How had it come to this? Was the world just too dangerous, or had he made a mistake in how he was trying to survive? Eat. As Zhao Qian was lost in thought, you came back from the ice cellar with a frozen fish. Thanks. Zhao Qian thanked him, held the fish in his hand for a moment, then took a big bite. In the darkness, the sound of Zhao Qian eating raw fish echoed. Zhao Qian, are you seriously eating raw fish? Wang Qianqian asked with a disgusted expression, hearing the chewing. Zhao Qian didn't care at all. He kept biting pieces off the frozen fish and replied, not just me, from now on, we're all going to be eating raw food. Wang Qianqian quickly asked, why? Zhao Qian replied, we don't have any firewood, so we can't make a fire. Actually, besides not having dry wood, there was another reason. Making a fire uses up a lot of oxygen. Since he still wasn't sure if the cave was fully sealed, he didn't dare start a fire. He had to save oxygen, so raw fish it was. It was a bit hard to get used to, but not unbearable. We have to eat raw food too? Wang Qianqian looked distressed and asked, what if I can't take it? Have you ever eaten sashimi? Zhao Qian asked. Of course I have. Sashimi is raw too. If you can eat that, why not raw fish now? Wang Qianqian scratched her head and realized Zhao Qian actually had a point. The desperate lemming tide came quickly, and it also left quickly. After only 2 days, Wang Qianqian learned from the queen ant that the lemming tide had already gone. Although the lemming tide attacked everything alive along its path without discrimination, the true goal of the lemmings was to rush to the sea to commit suicide. They only attacked when they encountered living creatures. When there was nothing, they were like a herd of running cattle, just passing through. However, the 4 of them were still trapped deep inside the cave. During this time, there was one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news was that the army ants in this world could actually chew through rock. That meant the method Lu Yun made up to comfort Wang Qianqian really worked. As for the bad news, Zhao Qian discovered that the cave was completely blocked and they were in a sealed space. Of course, only Zhao Qian knew this bad news for now. Wang Qianqian and the others did not know. He was able to discover it because his superpower had strengthened his 5 senses, making him very sensitive to changes in the environment. He could feel that the oxygen in the cave was decreasing. At this rate, they could last at most 7 more days before all the oxygen was used up. The only hope now was that the army ants could dig through a passage within 7 days so that their environment would no longer be sealed. But based on the progress Wang Qianqian reported every day, Zhao Qian felt the chances were not very high. Just like that, another 3 days passed. As the oxygen in the cave became thinner and thinner, Wang Qianqian and the others also noticed it. They began to feel short of breath, their heads became dizzy, like altitude sickness. At this point, Zhao Qian felt there was no need to hide it anymore, so he told them about their situation. After hearing it, Lu Yun and Yu remained relatively calm, probably because they had already realized it. But Wang Qianqian panicked. Is there still a way? I don't want to suffocate. Unless your army ants can dig a finger-wide passage within 4 days, there is no way, Zhao Qian said, his voice weak and hoarse. After 3 days of recovery, the wounds from the lemmings had mostly healed, thanks to his superpower. Every time he was injured, his recovery ability became stronger. After being injured several times in a row, his recovery speed had increased by several times. However, since yesterday, he had developed a fever, swollen lymph nodes, and difficulty breathing. He didn't know whether this was caused by lack of oxygen or if he had been infected with plague by the lemmings. He felt it was most likely plague. And if it was plague, the problem was serious. Without treatment, the death rate of plague was as high as 60%. Historically, plague had another name, the Black Death. This disease once swept across the world and killed more than 50 million people in Europe alone. The total number of humans who died from the Black Death exceeded 200 million. 4 days is impossible. Wang Qianqian could communicate with the queen ant, so she knew the army ants progress very well. Zhao Qian didn't speak. He felt worse and worse, as if every breath caused pain. So he slowly stood up and walked deeper into the cave. Zhao Qian, where are you going? Although Wang Qianqian couldn't see him, she could hear his footsteps and quickly asked. I'm going to see if there's another way out, Zhao Qian said. He didn't mention that he might have plague. He wanted to isolate himself. I'll go with you. Wang Qianqian said as she groped her way toward him and grabbed his arm with both hands. Don't touch me. Worried about infecting her, Zhao Qian shook her off and said harshly, I can go alone. None of you follow me. And don't call me when you eat. After that, he staggered toward the deepest part of the cave. Fine, don't touch you. Do you think you're made of gold or something? Wang Qianqian was scolded out of nowhere. She froze for a moment, then shouted toward the direction Zhao Qian left. After shouting, she felt extremely wronged. She had only wanted to accompany him, but not only was she rejected, she was yelled at. She had never suffered such grievance before, and tears kept falling. Qianqian, are you okay? Lu Yun couldn't see her, but sensed her distress and asked softly. Already feeling wronged, Wang Qianqian threw herself into Lu Yun's arms and cried quietly. At the same time, Zhao Qian reached the deepest part of the cave, even farther than the ice cellar. He collapsed onto the ground, his body curling up in pain. Since coming to this world, he had never felt pain like this. It felt as if someone were using blades to slice pieces of flesh off his body. My superpower should work against plague, right? From his tone, it was clear he wasn't very confident, but he still comforted himself. My superpower helps my body adapt to all kinds of harm. As long as I hold on, my body will definitely develop immunity to plague. Hiss, it just hurts too much. Even I can barely endure it. Since coming to this world, Zhao Qian had endured pain many times, and his tolerance had evolved. It wasn't that he no longer felt pain, but his ability to endure pain had greatly increased, allowing him to tolerate pain he couldn't before. Even so, he was still gasping from pain and felt like he was about to collapse. After getting plague, people usually die within 1 to 3 days because of widespread bleeding, bruising, and necrosis of the skin. After death, the body turns dark purple, which is why plague is called the Black Death. Zhao Qian didn't need to touch his body to check for bleeding. His extremely sharp sense of smell had already detected the scent of blood. He couldn't help but joke that if there were light right now, his body would surely be dark purple, bleeding all over, looking terrifying. I really want to close my eyes and sleep, but I absolutely can't. In movies and shows, once you fall asleep, you never wake up. But I'm really tired, really in pain. I don't want to hold on anymore. Maybe I should just let it end. There isn't much oxygen left anyway. Death is inevitable. No, hold on a bit longer. What if a miracle happens? There won't be a miracle. This is a dead end. If I die earlier, I can save oxygen for one person so the other 3 can last one more day. Hold on. Sleep. 2 voices appeared in Zhao Qian's mind. One urged him to hold on, the other urged him to give up. Perhaps because he truly saw no hope of survival, the voice telling him to give up gradually gained the upper hand. Slowly, Zhao Qian closed his eyes. In the pitch-black cave, the 3 of them did not know about Zhao Qian's situation. After crying for a while, Wang Qianqian, soothed by Lu Yun, pulled herself together and began cooperating with Lu Yun, thinking about how to save themselves. Right now the most important thing is to connect to the outside and let air in, Lu Yun said. As long as there is enough air, with the help of the army ants, we will eventually get out. I know that, Wang Qianqian said, but the army ants are too slow. It will take a long time to dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel? Lu Yun frowned at first, then seemed to understand something and asked, Qianqian, are you asking the army ants to dig directly through the rock? Wang Qianqian nodded, yes. Wrong. Lu Yun shook her head and continued, right now what's most important is letting air flow in. Digging a tunnel is to get us out. These 2 things are not the same. Wang Qianqian asked, what's the difference? Lu Yun replied, to dig a tunnel, you need to go through all the rock in a straight line. But to let air in, you only need to make sure there is a gap, and the rocks blocking the cave cannot fit perfectly, there will always be gaps. These places can be used directly. Therefore, the work needed to let air in is much less than digging a full tunnel. At first Wang Qianqian didn't understand, but after Lu Yun reminded her like that, she woke up to it. Immediately, she quickly conveyed her idea to the queen ant. After the queen ant understood, she began to vibrate her wings and send out orders. At this moment, outside the cave, hundreds of thousands of army ants were digging in the rock. In fact, even though the army ants of this world were stronger, they still couldn't dig rock directly with their mandibles. Instead, they first used formic acid to reduce the hardness of the rock, then dug it. Although this method worked, the digging speed was very slow. From the beginning until now, 3 days had already passed, and the hundreds of thousands of army ants had only dug less than 10 centimeters. At this rate, they could dig about 1 meter in a month. And to dig a full tunnel would take at least several years. Just then, the army ants, which had been busy, suddenly stopped. They all faced the direction of the queen ant, their antennae constantly swaying as if receiving a signal. After a moment, the army ants stopped digging and instead entered the cave through the gaps between the rocks. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian was communicating with the queen ant, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Xiao Yun, your idea really works. In such a short time, the army ants have advanced 5 meters. If nothing goes wrong, in half a day we should be able to let air in. Lu Yun looked at the happy Wang Qianqian and nodded in agreement, though in her heart she silently thought, hopefully. Obviously, unlike Wang Qianqian, she was not so optimistic. Because she knew the reason the army ants were able to advance so fast at first was simply because they hadn't hit any real obstacles yet. Once they hit true blockage, the speed would slow. And one thing was certain, there would definitely be obstacles, otherwise they would not be experiencing oxygen shortage. Should we tell Zhao Qian this good news? Wang Qianqian suddenly suggested, as if forgetting the earlier grievances. Are you not mad at him anymore? Lu Yun didn't answer directly, instead asking a different question. Of course I'm mad at him. The smile on Wang Qianqian's face disappeared. She pouted and said, I didn't do anything to him. He was the one nervous about facing death. Why did he shout at me like that? Lu Yun asked, if that's the case, then why tell him? Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and answered, at first I was really furious, but later I thought maybe he was just anxious about death. Who hasn't been in a bad mood? We shouldn't ignore all the care he's given us just because he shouted at me. Seeing the wronged Wang Qianqian defend Zhao Qian, Lu Yun shook her head and sighed, Qianqian, sometimes you really are too soft-hearted. Wang Qianqian objected, who said I'm soft-hearted? I'm fierce. Am I? Lu Yun countered, and before Wang Qianqian could retort, she continued, 2 years ago, an 18th tier male celebrity worked with you on a drama. After filming, he started slandering you online. The company even sent him a lawyer's letter. What did you do? Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and said, he called me to explain, saying it was a misunderstanding. If it's a misunderstanding, then having him issue an apology statement should be enough. Lu Yun was speechless. He was riding your popularity. Don't you know? After he slandered you, his traffic surged. During that time, he got several drama invitations. And Lu Yun, usually quiet, suddenly opened her mouth and couldn't stop talking. But this also proved that she genuinely cared about Wang Qianqian and didn't want her to suffer any loss. Stop, stop. Wang Qianqian quickly interrupted Lu Yun and said, I'm scared of you. If you tell me to go, I'll go. If you tell me not to, I won't. Is that okay? Lu Yun said, that's not what I mean. I just hope you'll think more carefully in the future. You mean I'm not thoughtful now? Do you even understand? Is that what I mean? Lu Yun was speechless. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Wang Qianqian blinked a few times and scratched her head, wondering in her heart, is Xiaoyun saying I'm not thoughtful? Should I go tell Zhao Qian the good news? Why did she suddenly stop talking? The army ants moved quickly, advancing 10 meters in less than half an hour. But at this position, the thing Lu Yun worried about happened. Rock and soil blocked the cave again. The gaps between the rocks were filled with soil, and air could not enter. Faced with this situation, Wang Qianqian could only order the army ants to dig soil. For a short distance of just dozens of centimeters, it took the army ants a full day to barely open a passage that could let air flow. However, the people deep inside the cave still felt oppressed with little air. Clearly, air still could not flow in. It could also be deduced that this fully blocked section was not the only one, there could be several. The army ants continued to clear the blockages. At 25 meters, 38 meters, and 43 meters, they encountered fully blocked parts again. Fortunately, these 3 blockages were not hard to clear. In total, it took 2 days to completely clear them. Now, there was less than 10 meters left to fully clear, and there was still 1 day left. Based on the previous clearing speed, even if they encountered another fully blocked section, the time would still be enough. On the 7th day of being trapped in the cave. Because the oxygen inside the cave had become thinner and thinner, the dizziness of Wang Qianqian and the other 2 had become very strong. The 3 of them no longer had the strength to stand and could only sit on the ground, gasping for air. However, even when breathing heavily, they still felt suffocated. This kind of suffocation was different from covering the mouth and nose and being unable to breathe. They were clearly able to inhale air, but it felt like something was missing in the air, making them extremely uncomfortable. Eat something. To save oxygen, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun barely moved. The task of going to the ice cellar to get food was given to you, who consumed the least oxygen. I can't eat. Wang Qianqian said weakly. This was a strange situation. She clearly felt very hungry, yet she did not want to eat at all and had no appetite. I can't eat either. Lu Yun shook her head and also refused you. Seeing this, you didn't say anything. He picked up 2 fish himself and ate them in big bites, as if he was not affected by the lack of oxygen. This little guy can still eat. His appetite is really good, Wang Qianqian said with a small smile. Tribe, being full, most important, you replied. Do you mean that in your tribe, being full is the most important thing? Wang Qianqian asked. You nodded and continued eating the fish. Wang Qianqian suddenly became interested and asked, can you tell me what your tribe is like? You tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, very big. Area most noble, Tan Luo a bit lower, very big monster, ours. Wang Qianqian half understood and asked curiously, from what you're saying, your tribe sounds very powerful. If that's the case, why did you and your father end up in this area? You seemed a little angry, and his voice became cold. Enemy, fly, grab me, father save me, here. This time Wang Qianqian understood. You mean your tribe has enemies who can fly? They captured you, and your father came here to save you. You nodded again. Your tribe's enemies can actually fly. Could they be some kind of flying beast? No, people. People can't fly. Rely on things. Then does your tribe have people who can fly? Yes, not many. Could it be that they had tamed flying beasts? At first, Wang Qianqian couldn't understand how tribal people could fly, but she suddenly thought of a scene from a movie, where blue-skinned aliens could capture flying creatures and use them to fly. If nothing unexpected happened, Yu's tribe had tamed flying beasts and could fly using them. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian felt extremely excited, because her superpower allowed her to tame other creatures. Although she had only tamed a coconut crab and an ant so far, maybe one day she would tame a flying beast. At that time, riding a beast into the sky would feel far better than taking an airplane. Xiao Yun, when we get the chance, let's go to Yu's tribe and ask them to help us tame a flying beast. I'll take you flying, Wang Qianqian said, then added, we won't bring that steel straight man. Let him envy us. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Yun gave no response. Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun. Wang Qianqian called out twice more. Her voice gradually became panicked, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. She groped in the dark and found Lu Yun. At this moment, because of lack of oxygen, Lu Yun had already fallen unconscious. No matter how Wang Qianqian called her, she did not wake up. Xiao Yun, hold on a bit longer. There's only a little distance left. Air will come in soon. Wang Qianqian cried and shouted loudly toward the deeper part of the cave. Zhao Qian, if you're not dead, come out now. Xiao Yun is about to die. But no matter how she cried and shouted, there was no response. Suddenly, another bad feeling surged in her heart. She realized that Zhao Qian had not appeared for several days. Zhao Qian, are you okay? Wang Qianqian's voice began to tremble. She felt like she had returned to the day they encountered the wild boar. At that time, her cries went unanswered, and that helpless feeling returned again. Thud. At this moment, Wang Qianqian heard the sound of someone falling to the ground. She quickly asked, what's wrong with you? Dizzy, want to sleep, Yu replied weakly. Although Yu's physical condition was better than Wang Qianqian's, he was not a superpowered person, so he collapsed before her. Yu, don't fall asleep. If you do, you won't wake up, Wang Qianqian encouraged him. Hold on a little longer. The army ants will clear the path soon. When air comes in, everything will be fine. Too tired. Yu curled up on the ground. His eyes were already closed, and he was still holding a half-eaten fish. In fact, Yu didn't understand why this was happening. He could clearly breathe, yet he felt suffocated. But that no longer mattered. He was really too tired. His eyelids were too heavy. He really wanted to sleep. Hold on a bit longer, just a bit. While Wang Qianqian was encouraging Yu and shouting repeatedly, a dizzy feeling she couldn't endure suddenly struck her head. Normally, shouting loudly could already cause dizziness from lack of oxygen, not to mention in a low-oxygen environment. This almost made her pass out. Even though she didn't faint, she collapsed weakly onto the ground, eyes open, struggling to breathe. But as the oxygen in the cave was almost exhausted, her dizziness not only did not improve, it became worse and worse. She also felt very tired and really wanted to close her eyes and sleep. Xiaoyi, hurry, hurry. Using her last bit of strength, Wang Qianqian gave an order to the queen ant. Buzz buzz. The queen ant vibrated her wings, urging the army ants to speed up. But after only a dozen seconds, the queen ant sent a signal to Wang Qianqian. A huge rock has been encountered, completely blocking the cave. It will take a very long time to clear. Wang Qianqian interpreted the queen ant's signal. Then, she gave up. Originally, she wanted to curse loudly, but she was far too tired. Forget cursing, she felt that even keeping her eyes open was consuming her strength. Let it end like this. As she said this, Wang Qianqian slowly closed her eyes. Buzz buzz. The queen ant flew onto Wang Qianqian's face and touched her cheek. The coconut crab also walked over and gently pinched Wang Qianqian with its huge claw. Compared to humans, the queen ant and the coconut crab needed much less oxygen, so even when the others were no longer able to hold on, they could still move normally. However, when there was absolutely no oxygen left, they would not be able to endure either. Rumble rumble. In fact, Wang Qianqian had not completely lost consciousness. She felt that the cave seemed to be shaking violently. In the pitch-black cave, even Wang Qianqian had reached her limit and fainted. At that moment, the sound of rocks being cut echoed in the cave, coming closer and closer to their location. Obviously, the shaking of the cave that Wang Qianqian felt before fainting was not an illusion, it was real. The ant queen and the coconut crab were attracted by the sound and turned their bodies toward it. The next second, they reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, showing strong hostility. However, the hostility only lasted for a few seconds before the ant queen and the coconut crab seemed to sense something terrifying and fled in panic. The ant queen crawled into Wang Qianqian's clothes, while the coconut crab hid behind her, curling its entire body into a ball. Crack! Just then, 3 giant, white, sharp claws suddenly extended from the rock. Those extremely hard rocks were peeled away like tofu in front of the claws, effortlessly. Immediately after, a long, thin red tongue stretched in from the hole, lightly touching Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun, and Yu, before extending deeper inside. This tongue seemed to have no limit, stretching dozens of meters long, even reaching Zhao Qian, who had fainted at the deepest part of the cave. After the tongue had searched through the entire cave, it began digging again. In just a few moves, it cleared away all the rocks blocking the cave. A huge head poked in. If Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun hadn't fainted, they would have surely exclaimed, "Pangolin," upon seeing this head. That's right. The creature that dug out the cave was a massive pangolin. Judging by its head alone, it was no less than 10 meters long. No wonder the ant queen and the coconut crab were frightened. After the pangolin's head entered the cave, its flexible tongue stretched out again like a rope, wrapping around you. It held him with its 2 claws and left the cave. However, the pangolin didn't actually leave. A few minutes later, it returned again and carried Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian, and Zhao Qian out of the cave one by one. Outside the cave, 3 tribal people dressed in animal skins were checking Yu's condition. One of them was the adult tribesman Zhao Qian had saved before, Yu's father. "Yu, wake up." Yu's father shook his son a few times. Seeing that he wasn't waking up, he took out a water pouch and carefully fed him some water. As the water entered Yu's mouth, he suddenly sat up, coughing violently and gasping for air. After a while, Yu's mind cleared. Like waking from a deep dream, he looked at his father and immediately threw himself into his arms. "Father, you finally came back for me. I promised you that I'd come for you once the enemy was defeated. Now, the enemy is gone." Yu's father paused here, then looked toward the still-blocked cave and asked, "The cave was fine when I left. Why has it collapsed now?" "We encountered a rat tide. We couldn't resist it and had no choice but to block the cave," Yu replied. "You didn't even have a single tan luo, and you actually survived the rat tide." The tribe also faced the rat tide. Arya led all the tan luo to barely fend it off, but many tribespeople were bitten. The 2 men who came with them were shocked after hearing Yu's words. Yu quickly stood up and respectfully greeted them. "Thank you, Uncle Shi. Thank you, Uncle Jiao. Greetings from you." The 2 tan luo smiled and returned the greeting. Then, they looked at Yu's father and said, "Yong, your son is impressive. With a suitable primal beast core, he can definitely become a tan luo. He's still far from it." Yong glanced at his son and continued, "Primal beast cores are very precious in the tribe. He's not worthy yet. Let him train for a few more years." Although their tribe had many tan luo who could hunt primal beasts for their cores, the consumption of these cores was also massive. For example, when warriors are exhausted after long battles, primal beast cores can restore their strength. The tribe also needed something that had to be bought from other tribes using these cores. Therefore, the number of primal beast cores available each year for awakening new tan luo was limited. Not every tribesperson had the right to awaken as a tan luo. "I have a primal beast core." Yu wasn't angry at his father. Instead, he pulled out a primal beast core. "A pureblood primal beast core? Where did you get it?" Yong was shocked to see the core. Yu was just about to say something when he suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed, "Father, they're still trapped in the cave. Hurry and rescue them." Yong patted Yu's head and smiled. "Don't worry. The tribe's primal beast already rescued them. They're right over there." Yong pointed behind Yu. Yu quickly turned around and saw Zhao Qian and the others lying on the ground. He ran over and tried to wake them up. But perhaps due to prolonged oxygen deprivation, no matter how Yu called out, the 3 of them couldn't wake up. "Father, the water pouch." Yu looked at the pouch on his father's waist. The water in the pouch wasn't ordinary water, it was holy water blessed by the tribe's area. It had healing properties and was extremely precious. "Here." Yong didn't hesitate and handed over the pouch. Yu carefully took the pouch, opened the stopper, and slowly fed the holy water to Zhao Qian and the others. In just a short moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun suddenly sat up like Yu had, coughing violently. Then, the 2 sat dazedly on the ground, their faces showing a confused look like, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" However, this state only lasted a moment before they returned to normal. "I'm not dead. Haha, I was rescued." Wang Qianqian shouted excitedly and laughed aloud. Unlike the foolishly happy Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun had a serious expression. The current situation was completely beyond his comprehension. 3 adult tribal men, one was Yu's father, and the other 2 were strangers. A giant pangolin the size of a small hill. If pangolins on Earth were this big, it probably wouldn't be humans eating pangolins. As Lu Yun was thinking this, the giant pangolin suddenly stretched out its long tongue, trying to wrap around Wang Qianqian. "What the hell?" Wang Qianqian instinctively turned around and was immediately terrified, freezing in place for a long time before saying, "Am I dead? Or am I hallucinating from lack of oxygen? How can there be such a huge pangolin?" While she was stunned, the pangolin's tongue was about to slip into her clothes. Don't misunderstand, this pangolin didn't have any strange fetishes. The reason it extended its tongue into Wang Qianqian's clothes was mainly because it sensed the smell of food, specifically, the army ant queen, one of the pangolin's favorite foods. "You pervert, take your tongue back or I'll chop it off." Wang Qianqian felt the ant queen's fear, slapped the tongue hard, and shouted a loud threat. Although she didn't know if this would work, she couldn't show weakness. She couldn't just stand by and watch the ant queen get eaten. Seeing this, Yong and the other two Tanluo gasped sharply and hurriedly moved forward to stand in front of Wang Qianqian. Although this giant pangolin wouldn't attack people from their tribe, the problem was that Wang Qianqian wasn't one of them, so the pangolin might attack her. After all, even when a primal beast joins the tribe, it still has a strong wild nature. Not to mention, this was a genuine pureblood primal beast, even stronger than the Titan python they had encountered before, and even more arrogant in temperament. However, the giant pangolin not only didn't attack Wang Qianqian, it even obediently retracted its tongue, with a wronged expression on its face. What's going on? The three Tanluo were shocked by what they saw, with disbelief all over their faces. Since when had this giant pangolin become so friendly? This guy looks scary, but turns out it listens well. Wang Qianqian was also surprised that the giant pangolin pulled its tongue back. She mustered some courage, stepped forward, patted its head, and said, "Since you're so obedient, we're friends from now on." As she spoke, she took out the ant queen and said, "This is Little Ant, also my friend. You can't bully her, and you definitely can't eat her." The giant pangolin looked at the ant queen, and its huge head actually nodded. The three Tanluo were completely speechless. Because not only did they see that the tribe's primal beast listened to this woman, but they also realized that this woman actually had a queen of the yellow demons. It said that the queen of the yellow demons can continuously reproduce more yellow demons. Having one means having countless yellow demons, something that even the tribe feared. If I'm not mistaken, this queen of the yellow demon seems to be a mixed-blood primal beast. Yong stared at the ant queen for a while, sensed its aura, then turned to look at Shi and Zhao. It really is. How did this woman manage it? After being reminded, Shi and Zhao also discovered the ant queen was a mixed-blood primal beast and were astonished. Although the tribe could sign contracts with primal beasts to let them fight for the tribe, only the tribe's area could do this, not even the Tanluo could. And clearly, the woman in front of them couldn't be area, so it was impossible for her to have signed a contract with the primal beast. As for taming the yellow demon queen before it became a primal beast, this was even more impossible. Primal beasts become tribe beasts not because they are enslaved by the tribe, but more like mutual cooperation, beneficial to their own survival. And to understand this concept, the beast must have intelligence, only intelligent primal beasts can understand. Therefore, ordinary creatures cannot be tamed, not even the tribe's area can do it. Zhao Qian. While the three Tanluo were still confused, Lu Yun saw that Zhao Qian hadn't woken up and immediately walked forward, calling out to him. Lu Yun's voice attracted everyone's attention, and they also walked up. They hadn't noticed it before, but now they saw that Zhao Qian was still unconscious. "Xiao Yun, Zhao Qian hasn't woken up yet?" Wang Qianqian asked while walking over. When she reached Zhao Qian and saw him, she was startled. "Why is Zhao Qian covered in blood? What happened to him?" Compared to the others, Zhao Qian's clothes were full of holes bitten by lemmings, and his whole body was stained with dried blood. He looked terrible. Some of the blood must be from lemming bites, but the rest, I'm not sure. Lu Yun examined Zhao Qian and said, "Will Zhao Qian be okay?" Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. "I don't know." Lu Yun shook his head and said, "His pulse is very weak, and his heart is beating very slowly, like a vegetable." "A vegetable?" Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Yun looked at you and asked, "How did you wake us up earlier?" "Area, holy water." You handed the water pouch to Lu Yun. Lu Yun took the pouch, sniffed it, no smell at all. It looked just like normal water. "What does this water do?" You replied, "Heals, treats illness." Upon hearing that, Lu Yun didn't hesitate to open the pouch and feed Zhao Qian the holy water. But even after Zhao Qian drank half the pouch of healing holy water, he still showed no sign of waking up. Lu Yun realized this so-called holy water didn't work on Zhao Qian, so he handed the pouch back. Yong shook the pouch and sighed reluctantly. "Back to the tribe, find area." Just as Lu Yun was thinking of other ways, you spoke again. "Can your tribe's area save Zhao Qian?" Lu Yun asked. You first nodded, then shook his head hard, explaining, "Area is stronger than holy water, whether he wakes up?" "I don't know." Lu Yun asked, "Can I go to your tribe?" This time, you didn't answer but looked to his father for permission and asked in the tribe's language. Yong was willing to save Zhao Qian, but the other two Tanluo kept shaking their heads, saying that strangers couldn't enter their tribe. But just then, you suddenly took out the pureblood primal beast core. "Father, I want to use this primal beast core to ask Area for help, can I?" "You're willing to give up this pureblood primal beast core?" Although it wasn't a top-level core, for their tribe, being able to use a pureblood core to awaken as a Tanluo was already very good. And with Yu's talent, even if he qualified for awakening later, he would at most be assigned a pureblood primal beast core. More importantly, waiting for the tribe to allocate a core, you would have to wait many years. As for mixed blood cores, even though Yong could hunt them himself, he didn't plan to give one to his son. Doing so would limit his son's future growth. I'm willing. You didn't hesitate and nodded firmly. Actually, this pureblood core was given to me by him. This whole time, I've learned a lot from him. For example, he told me, if someone gives you a drop of kindness, you must repay with a spring. He saved me, and he saved father too. Such kindness is far more than a drop. So saving him is the right thing to do. It's repaying his kindness, though, of course, it's not nearly enough. Yong listened to Yu's words and, for a moment, felt that his son had grown up, become a real man who stands tall. In consideration of the pureblood primal beast core, Shi and Jiao agreed to take Zhao Qian back to the tribe, but they couldn't guarantee that Arya would treat Zhao Qian. After all, every time Arya healed someone, he would become very weak. Their tribe had just gone through a war and suffered a rat tide, and was currently in a weakened state, so unless absolutely necessary, Arya rarely healed people. However, Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian were already very grateful that Shi and Jiao agreed to bring Zhao Qian back to the tribe. Yong, is your tribe far from here? On the way, Lu Yun took the initiative to approach Yong and chatted with him in the tribal language she wasn't very fluent in yet. Doing this not only helped her practice speaking, but also helped her understand this world more quickly. If there's no protection from a tribe primal beast, it takes 20 days because we have to avoid wild beasts and primal beasts along the way, Yong replied. But with protection from a tribe primal beast, it only takes 10 days. Wild beasts and primal beasts don't dare come near a tribe primal beast. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look ahead at the pangolin and Wang Qianqian sitting on its back, feeling it was unbelievable. It's important to know that most primal beasts that join the tribe only have a cooperative relationship, not a master-servant one, so primal beasts don't have to follow the tribe's orders. As for Tanluo? If we have a good relationship, I'll listen to you. If not, I won't even acknowledge you. And primal beasts are very proud beings. In a tribe, the number of people who can make a primal beast obey, aside from Arya, would not exceed a single hand. But someone like Wang Qianqian, who could ride on a primal beast and treat it as a mount, only Arya could do that. Does your tribe have many primal beasts? After hearing Yong talk about primal beasts, Lu Yun also looked at the giant pangolin. This primal beast completely exceeded her understanding. There used to be more than 10, but many died in battle. Now only 4 are left, and one is seriously injured. Were your enemies very strong? They could even kill such powerful primal beasts. Although Lu Yun hadn't seen the full power of the giant pangolin, its nearly 10-meter-long body clearly wasn't ordinary. She had seen with her own eyes how easily its claws sliced through rocks and helped dig out their suitcases. Such a terrifying creature, if it were on Earth, it'd be stronger than several tanks, and yet it could be killed? But Yong seemed unwilling to talk about this topic and didn't answer. Lu Yun thought for a moment and changed the subject, asking, I heard from you that your tribe is very big. Is that true? Our tribe can only be considered a medium-sized tribe. Yong didn't avoid this question and answered after thinking about it. Lu Yun asked, what's the standard for a medium-sized tribe? Yong replied, 1 area, more than 30 Tanluo, and over 5 primal beasts. Lu Yun asked in confusion, there's no requirement for population. No. Yong shook his head, a bit puzzled in tone, and said, area and Tanluo are the most important in a tribe. Ordinary tribespeople are also important, but population isn't that critical. Why? For example, our tribe only has a few hundred ordinary people. Most are slaves, but they're not important. This time, Lu Yun didn't ask why, because she already had an idea of the answer. Arya and Tanluo are the fighting power of the tribe, like powerful weapons in a country, capable of offense and defense, so they're the most important. Ordinary people ensure a continuous supply of loyal Arya and Tanluo. They may not be the core, but they're absolutely vital, they are the foundation of the tribe. As for slaves, they're the exploited ones. Slaves have little sense of belonging to the tribe, and may even be full of resentment. So they are treated as tools, doing the most dangerous work, eating the least food, and getting killed easily. If there are no slaves left, the tribe can attack weaker tribes and turn their people into slaves. Although it's cruel, this is the survival rule of the tribal era. Besides, even on Earth, this model still exists, just in another form. Like in Europe and America. They rose through colonialism, exploiting almost the entire world. Especially America, which still starts wars and exploits small countries now. The funniest thing is, they shout about human rights the loudest. Yong, do you know how to become Arya? Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and asked the question she cared about most. Why are you asking that? Yong, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Yun, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes, startling her. Lu Yun could feel it, this was killing intent. In that moment, Yong had the intention to kill her. Lu Yun explained, "From your and Yu's tone, I felt respect for Arya, so I want to try and see if I can become one too." Hearing this, Yong withdrew his killing intent and said, "Becoming Arya depends on talent. It's much harder than becoming Tan Luo. Don't even think about it. It needs. That's enough. We're about to enter a dangerous area. I have to watch out for any dangerous creatures." After speaking, Yong sped up and walked to the front of the group. Seeing this, Lu Yun understood, Yong was deliberately avoiding her. Is Arya really that important to a tribe, to the point where you can't even mention it? Looking at Yong ahead, Lu Yun understood that if even he didn't want to reveal anything about Arya, she had no chance of learning it from other Tan Luo. In fact, if she had said those words to Shi or Jiao, they might have killed her on the spot. 10 days later. They crossed a forest full of wild beasts, climbed over a massive snowy mountain, and finally arrived at Yu's tribe. Yu's tribe was located on a small mountain. They didn't have houses, but carved caves into the mountain wall, and everyone lived in these caves. The tribe had a stone wall over 3 meters high, guarded by tribe members, so Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian couldn't see what was inside. The area around the tribe was like a desert, very desolate, but not far away was a forest. Lu Yun guessed that the tribe was built in the desert to avoid wild beasts and primal beasts in the forest. After all, there's nothing in the desert. If beasts or primal beasts approach, they can be spotted easily. That's not the case in the forest. Since they weren't tribe members, Shi and Jiao didn't let them enter the tribe and had Yong arrange for them to stay in a cave not far from the tribe. However, to ensure their safety, the giant pangolin was left with them. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun didn't have to wait long. Yong and Yu soon came to find them. This father and son brought food, and also brought good news. Arya was willing to see them. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were brought into Yu's tribe. As soon as they entered the tribe, both of them had the urge to cover their eyes, because they saw many people either not wearing clothes or wearing very little. The scene was just like in some domestic live streams, where hosts explore the primitive forest and encounter primitive tribes. Under Yong's lead, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun walked through the entire tribe and arrived in front of a stone house. This was the only stone house in the whole tribe, and it should be where the tribe's Arya lived. "Arya, the people have been brought." Yong shouted loudly toward the stone house. Da-da. A few seconds after Yong's voice fell, the sound of a wooden stick hitting stone slabs came from inside the stone house. As the sound got closer, an old man with white hair, an aged face, a hunched body, and leaning on a wooden cane walked out from the stone house. Behind him followed a tall Tan Luo. "This is Arya?" Lu Yun was a bit doubtful, because the old man in front of her looked just like an ordinary elder. However, Yong and Yu's attitude convinced her otherwise. When they saw the old man, stars sparkled in their eyes. "Arya." Yong and Yu placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed their heads in greeting. Arya slightly nodded at them, then walked toward Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. As Arya approached, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun unexpectedly felt an urge to kneel, which made them realize that the old man was not simple. Arya came to Zhao Qian, slowly squatted down, checked him, and said, "His physical condition is quite good. If he becomes a Tan Luo, he'll be very strong." Lu Yun had already learned from you that becoming a Tan Luo mainly depended on physical fitness. Because when using a primal beast core to awaken, if the body's condition doesn't meet the requirement, the awakening might fail at best and waste the core, or cause death at worst. And the stronger the body, the stronger the primal beast core it can withstand. For example, Yu's physique could only handle a pureblood core. Anything stronger, and he wouldn't survive it. As for Zhao Qian, when he first arrived in this world, he probably couldn't even handle a mixed blood core. But after being strengthened by supernatural powers during this time, Zhao Qian's physical condition had undergone a complete transformation. Even higher level cores than pureblood could now be used. "Lord Arya, is there any way he can wake up?" Lu Yun didn't care if Zhao Qian could become a Tan Luo, she only cared if he could wake up. "Yes." Arya gave a one-word reply. But before Lu Yun could feel happy, Arya continued, "But treating him consumes too much. Right now, I can't treat him." "Why?" Lu Yun was shocked. Zhao Qian had already been in a coma for more than 10 days. Although the body doesn't consume much in that state, he hadn't eaten in over 10 days and was starting to look thinner. If this dragged on, she was worried Zhao Qian wouldn't survive and might never wake up. Arya has his reasons. "Why should he tell you?" The Tan Luo behind Arya glared with tiger-like eyes and scolded Lu Yun. "It's fine. This isn't a secret." Arya slightly raised his hand to stop the Tanluo and looked at Lu Yun. Recently, many tribespeople have fallen ill. I must prioritize healing them. He continued, with a tone of apology. I thought if your friend's condition wasn't too serious, I could treat him along the way. But his situation is worse than I expected. If I treat him, I won't be able to recover for a long time. After hearing this explanation, Lu Yun felt embarrassed to ask again. After all, they were outsiders. Arya couldn't risk the lives of his own people for an outsider. It wouldn't make sense. Arya. At that moment, a tribesman ran over holding a child and knelt down in front of Arya. Arya, please save my child. He's sick too. The child in his arms looked younger than you and was already unconscious. Don't worry. Arya spoke while approaching the child. He extended his withered hand and pressed it on the child's forehead. And then, a miracle happened. The child, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes not long after Arya's hand touched his head. His complexion improved a bit, though he was still weak. After the treatment, Arya looked pale, and his body swayed. He nearly fell, but the tall Tanluo quickly supported him. I'm fine. Arya waved his hand to indicate no need to support him, and sighed, this illness I can only suppress temporarily, I can't fully cure it. The tall Tanluo said, Arya, that's already the 72nd patient. The first 3 people who got sick didn't survive. If this continues, our tribe might. The Tanluo didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Their tribe didn't have that many people to begin with. If this continued, even if they made it through the crisis, few tribespeople would remain. By then, the tribe's strength would greatly decrease, and they'd be easily destroyed by other tribes. Lord Arya, may I take a look? Lu Yun suddenly spoke. You know how to heal? Arya looked at Lu Yun, surprised. Lu Yun shook her head, I don't, but I might have a way to save him. Fine, then take a look. Arya thought for a moment and agreed to let Lu Yun examine the child. Lu Yun didn't hold back and carefully checked the child, not missing any part of the body. In the end, she found a bite mark on the child's leg. Although it had mostly healed, it could still be seen. So she asked, during the rat tide, was your child bitten by a lemming? Yes. The tribesman nodded and added, not just my child, a lot of people in the tribe got bitten. But the wounds have mostly healed. Is something wrong? Lu Yun didn't answer directly. She stood up and looked at Arya. Lord Arya, I already know what this child's illness is, but I have a request. What request? I help you save your people, and you help me save my friend. What if I don't agree? Then I'll tell you directly, many of your people will die. At least 30%. Maybe even over half. And you won't be able to treat this illness. No one in this world can save them but me. Lu Yun's words carried a hint of threat. But to save Zhao Qian, she didn't care anymore. Hearing this, Arya didn't say a word. He stared at Lu Yun with deep eyes, as if trying to see through her. Although Lu Yun felt immense pressure, she wasn't afraid and stared back at Arya. A long moment passed. Arya slowly nodded, all right, I agree. But before that, I want to know, what illness is this? Great. Lu Yun's hands trembled with excitement, but she still tried to appear calm. This isn't just an illness, it's the plague. After being bitten by rats, one can get infected. Because the mortality rate of this disease is very high, it also has another name, the Black Death. When everyone heard the words Black Death, although they had never heard of this disease before, they could feel the aura of death those 3 words carried. Lu Yun continued, the most terrifying part of the Black Death is not just the death rate, it's also extremely contagious. If nothing unexpected has happened, the majority of people in your tribe have already been infected with the Black Death. Most of them are likely in the incubation period. Lu Yun wasn't exaggerating. She said this after careful consideration. There are only 3 ways for the Black Death to spread. The first is through flea bites. That is, fleas bite an infected rat and then bite a person, thus spreading the Black Death. The second is respiratory infection. This is easy to understand, it spreads through the air. Talking, sneezing, droplets can contain a lot of plague bacteria. The third is through skin contact. If a healthy person with broken skin accidentally touches an infected person's bodily fluids, there's a chance of infection, but this is not the main method. Tribespeople don't have knowledge about infectious diseases, so they don't pay special attention to hygiene. Add to that their messy hair and dirty bodies, not bathing for long periods, full of lice and fleas. Therefore, unless something unexpected happened, the Black Death has already spread widely. You're not even an Arya. How will you treat it? Arya asked. You can rest assured, I have my own methods, Lu Yun said without revealing anything. I need you to wake my friend up first. I won't wake your friend until I'm sure you truly can treat my people. Arya slowly shook his head. At that moment, the two of them were testing each other's limits while guarding their own bottom lines. Luyan worried that if she cured the plague, Arya wouldn't save Zhao Qian. Arya worried that if he saved Zhao Qian first, Luyan wouldn't be able to save his people. And they both clearly understood each other's thoughts. So after hesitating for a long time, Luyan spoke, "Lord Arya, this deadlock won't solve anything. I can make a concession first." Arya asked, "What concession?" Luyan said, "Bring your tribe member who is most seriously ill. I will treat him on the spot. If there's any effect, I hope you'll wake my friend." "All right." This time, Arya didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Soon, a plague patient in critical condition was brought before Lu Yun. When Wang Qianqian saw the patient, she screamed and ran far away. Even the usually calm Lu Yun frowned. This patient was in terrible condition. There were large boils all over his body. Some had already burst, oozing thick pus. Many parts of the body were rotting, with blood continuously seeping out from the skin. "How will you treat him?" Arya looked at Lu Yun, very curious how an ordinary person could heal a patient. "Wait a moment." Lu Yun turned to you and said, "The medical kit is still in the cave from before. Go and bring it to me. The medicine inside can save your people." When teaching you Mandarin before, she had used things around her as examples, so you knew what the medical kit was. In fact, the kit hadn't been buried, thanks to the giant pangolin, which had helped dig out their clothes and the kit. The only pity was that the suitcases had all been smashed. "Okay." You nodded and immediately left. When he returned, he carried a snakeskin bag in his hand. That was the so-called medical kit. Lu Yun took the kit and started rummaging through it. Finally, she took out 3 capsules. "These are all medicine. Give them to the patient to take." Lu Yun handed the medicine to Arya. "Medicine?" Arya looked at the 3 small things in his hand and frowned slightly. The tribespeople didn't have the word medicine, because whenever they got sick or injured, they just had Arya heal them directly. So when Lu Yun said medicine, she used the Mandarin pronunciation. These 3 pills were actually antibiotics. Lu Yun wasn't a doctor and didn't actually know how to treat the Black Death. But since the Black Death is caused by Yersinia pestis, and antibiotics can kill bacteria, she decided to try all the antibiotics she had, one of each. "Lord Arya, our tribe accidentally lost our area. To survive, the tribespeople had to find other ways to treat injuries and illnesses, so we created medicine." Lu Yun couldn't tell the truth, so she made up a lie. "Medicine is just a substitute for Arya. How could it possibly treat my people?" The tall Tan Luo was full of disdain for the medicine. "If your people don't get treated, they'll die tonight. Since that's the case, why not try my medicine?" Lu Yun disliked the tall Tan Luo and said coldly, "If it works, your people are saved. If it doesn't, you lose nothing, they were going to die anyway." At that moment, Arya said, "Yenshan, try it." "Yes." As soon as Arya spoke, Yenshan became respectful and took the 3 antibiotics from him. But Yenshan didn't know how to use them and was too embarrassed to ask Lu Yun, so he just stood there. "Feed them by mouth with water." Lu Yun had to remind him. Hearing that, Yenshan immediately asked someone to bring water, pried open the patient's mouth, stuffed all 3 pills in, and poured in a big mouthful of water. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian grimaced. She felt like Yenshan wasn't saving a life but trying to kill someone. Fortunately, the tribespeople had strong vitality, and he really did manage to get the pills down. "Why isn't it working?" Yenshan waited a few seconds after feeding the pills and then looked at Lu Yun. "Medicine doesn't work as fast as Arya's healing." "Just wait a bit," Lu Yun said. "So troublesome." Yenshan muttered. Lu Yun couldn't argue. Arya's powers could instantly heal, while medicine needs time to be absorbed by the body. It couldn't compare. But they didn't wait long. About an hour later, the unconscious patient woke up. Even though his body still looked horrible, his mental state was much better. At least, he wouldn't die. "I didn't expect antibiotics to work so well," Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh, then suddenly realized, on Earth, antibiotics are overused, and many bacteria have developed resistance. But in this world, things are still primitive. No one has used antibiotics, and bacteria haven't developed resistance. So even 1 pill works well, let alone 3. This medicine really works. Incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone get cured without Arya. At this moment, many tribespeople gathered around. After witnessing Lu Yun helping a seriously ill tribesperson recover, they all expressed their shock. It was like a group of primitive people who still relied on rubbing sticks to make fire suddenly saw a lighter for the first time. They couldn't understand what was happening. These boils on his body and the rotting skin will take some time to recover. During this period, he must not stop taking the medicine. Lu Yun looked at Arya. "Lord Arya, I've already proven my medicine works. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. All right. This time, Arya didn't make any excuses or say anything extra. He simply nodded. He walked over to Zhao Qian, asked everyone to step back, then slowly raised his wooden staff above his head and began chanting in a language even Lu Yun couldn't understand. Lu Yun was sure it wasn't the tribal language, but a more advanced and complex one. After a while, Lu Yun didn't know if it was an illusion, but she actually saw a white light slowly gathering at the top of Arya's staff. At first, the white light was just a small glow. Then it became brighter and more dazzling, hard to look at directly. Boom! Just as the light reached its peak, Arya struck the staff down hard, slamming it into the ground. The others didn't feel much, but Lu Yun felt the ground ripple like waves, one after another. Cough, cough. After everything was done, Arya's face turned pale. He looked like he had aged several years in an instant, becoming very weak. Yenchan quickly stepped forward to support him and also glared at Lu Yun. But Lu Yun didn't care about that at all. She only cared about Zhao Qian. Lord Arya, is it done? Arya nodded weakly and said, your friend will wake up in a moment. I fulfilled my promise. Now you must treat my people. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Yun to respond, he was helped back to the stone house by Yenchan. As if a ray of sunlight shone into his eyes, Zhao Qian suddenly became conscious. But when he tried to open his eyes, he realized he couldn't move his body. He was like a vegetable, though aware, he couldn't move at all, and all he could sense was endless darkness. What's going on with me? Zhao Qian's mind was racing, trying to figure out his situation. Am I dead, or still alive? While he was confused, a beam of light broke through the darkness and shone on him. So warm, this feels so good. Zhao Qian felt like a freezing person suddenly bathed in sunlight. His whole body was warm and comfortable. But the light came suddenly and disappeared just as fast. Before he could enjoy it more, it vanished. At the same time, he heard Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun's voices in his ears. Xiao Yun, why isn't Zhao Qian awake yet? Is that old man reliable? He's not just an old man, he's the area of Yu's tribe. Since he said it's fine, Zhao Qian should wake up soon. Yu's tribe's area? He was in Yu's tribe now? Zhao Qian was full of questions and wanted to open his eyes to look, but couldn't do anything. Then, the light that had just disappeared appeared again for a third time, and that warm, comforting feeling returned. This time, not only did his hearing come back, but also his sense of smell. He clearly smelled the scent of earth and a sour stench. That sour smell was like a group of people who hadn't bathed in years. It was awful. He didn't want to smell it, but his sense of smell was too strong, and he couldn't control his body, so the smell kept hitting him. After that, the light appeared off and on. And each time it appeared, Zhao Qian's body recovered a little more. After hearing and smell, he regained touch, taste, heartbeat, pulse, and even sight. But the problem was, he still hadn't woken up. It was a strange feeling. He could sense everything around him, yet couldn't control his body. What's going on? Why can't I wake up? Zhao Qian was confused. He felt he should have already been able to wake up. Just then, another ray of light shone down, but unlike before, this time it was weaker. Zhao Qian realized, these lights helping him weren't unlimited. If he didn't wake up before they disappeared, he might never wake up again. Buzz. Zhao Qian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and saw a scene. He was curled up in a cave corner, giving up on life. Is it because I had a death wish back then, that I still can't wake up now? Zhao Qian thought. Even though he wanted to live now, back then, his desire to die was stronger. Unless his will to live now surpassed that will to die, he couldn't wake up. But what should he do to strengthen that will to live? As Zhao Qian felt lost, the light came again, but much weaker than last time. That made Zhao Qian even more anxious. He feared the light would vanish and he'd never wake again. Zhao Qian shouted in his heart, I want to live and explore this world. I want to continue my life. I swear, if I wake up, I'll never think about dying again, no matter how hard it gets. As soon as he said that, the warm light appeared again. But compared to before, this time it was extremely faint, probably the last time. I want to live, wake me up. Just as the light was about to go out completely, Zhao Qian's will to live finally reached its peak. Then, under that strong will, the faint light not only didn't disappear, it grew brighter and brighter, like it was becoming the sun. Pop! All the darkness shattered like broken glass and turned to dust. The light continued to spread, forcing Zhao Qian to shut his eyes. But when he opened them again, his consciousness had finally returned to his body. Zhao Qian, you're finally awake. I was so worried. Before Zhao Qian could even react, Wang Qianqian jumped forward and hugged him tightly, crying loudly. Lu Yun had just planned to step up too, but seeing this, her smile disappeared and her face dimmed. Father, I figured out a secret, you suddenly whispered to Yong. What secret? Yong asked. She likes him. She likes him too. You pointed at Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun. What do you know about liking someone? Get lost. Yong kicked his son. Although Zhao Qian's consciousness had returned, possibly due to being in a vegetative state for many days, it took him a long time to fully regain control over his body. His first sensation was not the joy of being reborn, but hunger and weakness, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time, and his body was extremely stiff. Especially since Wang Qianqian was hugging him, it felt like her whole body was pressing on him. Instead of enjoying it, he actually felt it was a burden. Can you let go of me? You're pressing against me. Zhao Qian felt something soft pressing against his chest. After a moment of thought, he knew exactly what that soft pressure was. But he was too weak. Even if a popular celebrity were hugging him and he could experience the pressure of a celebrity, he would still want Wang Qianqian to let go. Right now, all he wanted was food. He had no inappropriate thoughts. Who's pressing against you? Wang Qianqian, who had just been crying with joy, was immediately displeased after hearing Zhao Qian's first words upon waking. She let go of him and got ready to argue. Zhao Qian didn't say anything in response. He just looked at her, and his eyes gave her the answer. Feeling Zhao Qian's gaze and realizing where he was looking, Wang Qianqian instantly understood. Her face turned red, and she spat softly, whispering, "Shameless." However, inside, she didn't feel disgusted. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile unconsciously. You, bring me something to eat. Not too much, I can't eat a lot yet. Zhao Qian didn't pay attention to Wang Qianqian and turned to look at you. He was too hungry. All he could think about was food. Wait. You was very happy to see Zhao Qian wake up and immediately went to get food. After you left, Zhao Qian looked around and realized he was no longer in the cave but had been brought to a new, unfamiliar tribe. This was a very primitive tribe, the kind that makes the word primitive instantly come to mind. It was roughly equivalent to Earth's transition from the late Paleolithic to the early Neolithic period. But Zhao Qian didn't dare underestimate this place just because it was primitive. He could sense many strong tribespeople here, some even stronger than Yu's father. On Earth, these people would definitely be considered superhuman. Of course, by superhuman, he meant beyond ordinary humans, not the underwear outside superhero. Zhao Qian also saw several incredibly powerful primal beasts. Each one was stronger than the Titan python he had encountered before. It's no exaggeration to say that if this tribe were placed on Earth, even the military of a small country might not be a match for them. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Yun, and he smiled. Sister Yun, can you tell me what's going on right now? Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian, then nodded slightly and explained in detail everything that had happened after they were trapped in the cave. When Zhao Qian heard that the cave incident had happened nearly 20 days ago, he understood why he was so weak. It was because he hadn't eaten for 20 days. If his body hadn't been in a vegetative state with extremely low energy consumption, he might have starved to death long ago. At that moment, you came running back with some food, some dried meat and a bright red fruit. When Yong saw the red fruit, a pained look appeared on his face, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Eat. You, like someone careless with valuable things, handed the dried meat to Zhao Qian and solemnly gave him the red fruit. Special fruit, makes strong. Zhao Qian had spoken with you for a long time, so he understood what you meant and realized how valuable the red fruit was. How embarrassing. Zhao Qian said this politely, but his hands moved quickly, picking up the red fruit and eating it. At first, the fruit felt cool in his mouth, but after swallowing it, it released a gentle heat inside his body, much like the blood of a primal beast. However, compared to primal beast blood, the heat from this fruit was stronger and longer lasting. His almost withered body was instantly nourished. Strength surged throughout him, and his stiffness greatly improved. Zhao Qian felt his physical condition improving rapidly. The improvement was so great that it surpassed all the gains he had made since arriving in this world. What a treasure! Zhao Qian couldn't help but sigh. He looked at you and asked, "Are there any more?" "No more." You shook his head and said, "Father, only had one, saved for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian realized how precious the fruit was. It was probably meant for Yu's awakening as a Tan Luo. After all, eating such a special fruit might allow you to awaken using a more advanced primal beast core and become a stronger Tan Luo. Thanks. Zhao Qian remembered this kindness in his heart. Then he picked up the dried meat and started eating. It wasn't primal beast meat, just from an ordinary animal. It tasted a bit like beef, but it wasn't exactly beef. Sister Yun, are you confident about curing the Black Death? While chewing, Zhao Qian asked Lu Yun. Lu Yun shook her head. To be honest, I'm not confident at all. Zhao Qian asked, because there aren't enough antibiotics? Lu Yun nodded. There are already 72 people showing symptoms. That doesn't include the slaves, nor those in the incubation period. So the actual number of infected is even higher. But we don't have nearly enough antibiotics. Although she had collected quite a bit of medicine before, curing an entire tribe's Black Death patients was nearly impossible. Even if she used the antibiotics sparingly, they wouldn't be able to treat more than 10 patients. The shortage was severe. What if we just run away? Wang Qianqian suggested in a low voice. There's no way to escape. Lu Yun gave a bitter smile and shook her head. This tribe has over 30 Tanluo. Any one of them is stronger than Zhao Qian. We wouldn't make it out. Zhao Qian added, also, this tribe saved us. Morally and logically, we can't just watch them die. If we run, a lot of people here will die. He had experienced how terrible the Black Death was himself. If not for his enhanced evolutionary ability and superior physique, he might have died too. Even so, the pain had made him give up hope and choose to end it all. I had the plague before, can you extract antibodies from me? Zhao Qian suddenly asked. No. Lu Yun shook her head firmly and explained, we were vaccinated with many shots from birth. Our bodies might carry a lot of bacteria. These bacteria don't affect us, but to people in this world, they're deadly, like superbugs. Hearing that, Zhao Qian nodded in sudden realization. Even ordinary bacteria from his time were more dangerous than those in ancient times. And in this primitive world, they were far worse. If any bacteria from his body entered the tribe, even the kind that just causes a cold could be fatal here. Actually, Lu Yun pinched her chin, frowning deeply while thinking. It's not that there's no way at all. Wang Qianqian quickly asked, Xiao Yun, did you think of a solution? What solution? Zhao Qian also turned his gaze to Lu Yun. Right now, the only person who could think of a solution was Lu Yun. Lu Yun said, what we lack is antibiotics. As long as we can extract antibiotics, we can save these people. Zhao Qian frowned and asked, you can extract antibiotics? Lu Yun shook her head and said, I don't know the detailed extraction process, but I know the method. I have read books about this before. You really read widely. Zhao Qian couldn't help admiring her, then asked, which antibiotic can you extract? Lu Yun said, penicillin, the first antibiotic discovered by humans. Zhao Qian said, although penicillin is about to be phased out on Earth, this world has never had antibiotics before, so it might really work. There have been no antibiotics here, which means bacteria have no resistance. Penicillin should be enough. However, this high-level thing is not something he knows how to do. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. It had to rely on Lu Yun herself. Lu Yun said, since you also agree, then let's extract penicillin. Zhao Qian asked, how do we do it? Lu Yun said, first go find Arya. Inside the stone house? Arya was kneeling on the ground meditating, and Yenshan stood by like a guard. Cough, cough. Arya suddenly coughed a few times and came out of meditation. Arya, are you feeling a bit better? Although Yenshan was very fierce toward Lu Yun, in front of Arya he was like a child. A little better. Arya's complexion had indeed improved a bit. With Yenshan's support he stood up and asked, has that person awakened? Already awake. Yenshan knew the person Arya was referring to was Zhao Qian. Then good. Arya picked up his wooden staff. From his expression it was clear he was still very tired. Yenshan hesitated and said, Arya, your body is already in bad condition. You can't help heal people again like you did today, and you still don't have a disciple. Arya's disciple couldn't just be anyone. They had to have the potential to become an Arya. Unfortunately, in these years there had been no qualified tribesperson in their tribe, not even among the slaves. This was the reason their tribe was not as strong as it looked. Because once an Arya dies and no new Arya appears, they won't be able to awaken new Tanluo. Over time, their tribe would perish. In this land, many tribes were destroyed after they lost their Arya. Sigh. Arya deeply sighed. He understood his body's condition, but said helplessly, I can't not save him. As the tribe's Arya, I can't just watch my people be killed by disease. Yenshan said, but that woman might not be able to cure this disease either. Do we have any other methods? Arya asked back, leaving Yenshan with no reply. You are the tribe chief. Your temper should not be too violent. Think more before acting. Yes, Arya. Just then, the stonehouse door was knocked on, and Lu Yun's voice came. Lord Arya, can you come out? I need your help. You. Yenshan instinctively wanted to scold, but seeing Arya's eyes, he could only suppress his anger and stay silent. Wait a moment. Arya stood up and walked out with his staff. Just outside the stone house, they saw Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun already waiting at the entrance. It seems you are fine now. Arya smiled at Zhao Qian, his smile was like that of a kind elder. Thank you, Lord Arya. My friend is already fine. Zhao Qian didn't understand, so Lu Yun answered for him. Arya asked, what do you need my help with? Lu Yun said, to completely cure your tribespeople, relying only on medicine won't work. We also have to separate those infected with the plague from the healthy people, otherwise the healthy could still get infected. To treat the Black Death, you can't just rely on antibiotics, especially when antibiotics are far from enough. So the first thing to do is isolate the sick from the healthy to prevent more infections. Otherwise, even if penicillin is produced, it won't be enough for so many patients at once. Okay, I will arrange people to help you. Arya thought for a moment and said. Just assign you to me. He'll understand what I mean. Lu Yun said. That kid? Sure. Arya's face again showed a warm smile, as if you were his own child. In fact, to Arya, all the tribespeople were like his children. Lu Yun continued, the amount of medicine I brought this time is also not enough, so I also need corn and rice. Arya suddenly interrupted her and asked, what are corn and rice? Lu Yun frowned slightly, feeling uneasy, and said, they are two kinds of plants that can be eaten. She then described corn and rice as clearly as possible. She really feared that the tribe might not have these two things. Otherwise, there would be no materials to produce penicillin. What you call rice, we call grain grass here. Arya said, though it can be eaten, its husk tastes too bad. If we remove the husk one by one, it wastes too much time, so our tribe almost doesn't eat it. Remove the husk one by one? Lu Yun paused for a moment, then smiled, thinking rice was not peeled one by one. As for corn, Arya looked at Yenshan, and Yenshan continued, corn here is called great stick. It is indeed good food, but our tribe doesn't have it. It is a specialty of the Fuyu tribe. Lu Yun frowned and asked, is there no way to get it? Yenshan said, it's not that there's no way, we can buy it from them. But the problem is, the Fuyu tribe is quite far from us. Arya said, we can go to the Beast tribe's trading fair. Trading fair? Lu Yun was stunned and somewhat confused. Arya explained, it's a place where you can freely trade goods or buy things. At that time, all the tribes in this area will go there. We will go too. Lu Yun asked, how long until the trading fair? Arya said, the nearest one should be in 3 days. Then we'll go to the trading fair in 3 days. Lu Yun said, then curiously asked, corn is a specialty of the Fuyu tribe. What is your tribe's specialty? We are called the Salt Marsh tribe, so our tribe produces salt. Arya said, then frowned, however, recently a new tribe appeared in this area. They also produce salt, so tribes that trade with us have decreased. Is their salt cheaper than yours? Lu Yun asked. That's not it, Arya said. Mainly, their quality is somewhat better. Can I see your salt? Lu Yun thought and asked. Yenshan, upon hearing Lu Yun's request, immediately spoke out in displeasure, you just cure the disease. Why do you need to see our salt? Lu Yun said, if your salt has a quality problem, I have a way to make your salt quality surpass theirs. The reason Yenshan did not want Lu Yun to see their tribe's salt was mainly because it was a means of survival for their tribe. If others found out, they might lose a way to make a living. However, when Yenshan heard that Lu Yun had a way to improve the quality of their tribe's salt, he immediately sent someone to fetch the salt. Since another tribe that could make salt appeared in this area, their tribe's salt had been outcompete. If they didn't find a way to improve the salt's quality, no tribe would buy their salt in the future. Before long, the salt was delivered. This is salt? Seeing the salt, Lu Yun frowned. The salt she had imagined was coarse salt, salt that had only had impurities slightly cleaned and had not been processed. But the salt she was holding now was not even as good as coarse salt. It was clearly a solid piece of rock salt. At most, the surface dirt had been cleaned. Some stones embedded inside the rock salt had not been removed. She felt that the Salt Marsh tribe's salt was directly mined from a salt deposit. Yenshan was slightly unhappy. If this isn't salt, what else could it be? You'll soon know what salt really is. Lu Yun did not argue with Yenshan, because she knew the gap in understanding between them was too great. Arguing would have no result. The best way to prove it was to let facts speak. What are you going to do? Yenshan asked. I'm going to make salt. After Lu Yun replied, she no longer paid attention to Yenshan and walked over to Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian didn't understand the tribe's language at all, so they couldn't understand any of the conversation between them, just like doing English listening exercises at school. Xiao Yun, what were you just talking about? Wang Qianqian asked. Lu Yun did not hide anything from the two of them. She told them in great detail the conversation she had with Arya and Yenshan. After listening, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian looked at the rock salt in Lu Yun's hand and asked, you mean we are going to make salt now? That's right. Lu Yun nodded. That's simple. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian didn't take it seriously at all. We can extract salt from seawater. This salt chunk should be even easier. Salt chunk? That's rock salt. Zhao Qian thought, and then looked at Lu Yun. You didn't ask the salt marsh tribe people to help. You came to us. That means you don't want salt making to be public, right? Lu Yun was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Zhao Qian to see through her thoughts. She nodded, that's right. I don't plan to make salt publicly. Why? Wang Qianqian didn't understand and asked, isn't this a great chance to show off? Let that Yanshan see what real edible salt is. Zhao Qian seemed to understand Lu Yun's idea and said, making salt is not difficult. After making it once, the salt marsh tribe can basically learn it. If we let them learn and take it, it means we lose a bargaining chip. Wang Qianqian said, you don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyun doesn't have so many little schemes. But, after she finished speaking and looked at Lu Yun for confirmation, she saw Lu Yun awkwardly smile. Xiaoyun, you don't really think like that, do you? Yes. Lu Yun nodded lightly. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief and asked, since when did you become so smart that you can guess what Xiaoyun is thinking? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and asked back, have you ever considered that maybe you are too dumb? In fact, he didn't think Lu Yun's idea was difficult to guess. If you separate them from the salt marsh tribe, it's easy to understand. It's like on Earth when two major countries exist. A country with advanced technology will definitely block that technology from another country. Sometimes they even join other countries in the blockade, because advanced technology represents monopoly and wealth. They and the salt marsh tribe were not one whole. At most, they had a good relationship with you, so it was natural not to teach them salt making. I'm not dumb, just not as scheming as you. Wang Qianqian said angrily. Dumb people think like that. I'll fight you over it. Wang Qianqian was about to go at Zhao Qian. Qianqian, stop it. We still have important things to do. Lu Yun stopped Wang Qianqian and continued, while we make salt, we also need to set up a quarantine area. We must quickly isolate those infected with the Black Death to prevent infection of others. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, here's the deal. You and Wang Qianqian go make salt. I will be responsible for isolating the sick. After all, I've been infected with the Black Death. For now, I don't need to worry. Even after the Black Death was cured, the antibodies in the body were temporary, not lifelong immunity like smallpox. And among the three of them, only Zhao Qian had been infected with the Black Death. So only he had antibodies, and it was safest for him to isolate the sick. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun nodded at the same time. In fact, even if they were the ones to isolate the sick, they would still be resistant inside. They really could not stand the sight of patients with rotting bodies. After that, they each began to act. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun found a secluded cave, gathered the materials needed for salt making, and began to make salt. At the same time, Zhao Qian had you fetch Yanshan. Yanshan was the tribe chief, second only to Area. If he wanted to isolate the salt marsh tribe, he needed Yanshan's help. In fact, Yanshan was not as difficult to get along with as Lu Yun had said. Once he heard that it concerned the safety of the tribe, he did not hesitate. Following Zhao Qian's idea, he called all the tribe's people out of the cave. Of course, this included the slaves. When everyone was called out, Zhao Qian discovered that the situation of Black Death infection in the Salt Marsh tribe was much more serious than imagined. The previously mentioned 72 people were actually just severe cases. In addition, more than 100 people had already shown Black Death symptoms. If those in the incubation period were counted, at least half of the Salt Marsh tribe population had been infected with the Black Death. This did not include the slaves. The number of slaves in the Salt Marsh tribe was greater than the number of tribespeople. They did not have independent residences. They were all kept together in a large cave, somewhat similar to livestock. It was imaginable how quickly the Black Death spread under these conditions. Just the severe cases numbered more than 200, and there were even more showing symptoms. The chief says, no matter the sick slaves, let them die. Just as Zhao Qian was worrying about so many sick slaves, you conveyed Yanshan's meaning to him. Zhao Qian was not surprised. Now that so many people in the Salt Marsh tribe were sick, even the regular tribespeople could not be taken care of. So what about the slaves? In any era, slaves have no rights. They were not even treated as human. Their survival doesn't matter to me. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, but you must tell him that to prevent the slaves from spreading the Black Death, all slaves must be killed. He couldn't bear the idea of abandoning the sick slaves and felt pity. He made this proposal to Yanshan as a compromise. He was sure that Yanshan would not really kill all the slaves. For a tribe, slaves were also wealth. Sure enough. When Yanshan heard that all the slaves were to be killed, he immediately agreed to Zhao Qian's suggestion and had the 6 slaves isolated as well. As for others who had no symptoms, Zhao Qian had them keep a certain distance, and insisted that once any of them showed symptoms, they must be reported immediately and then moved into the quarantine area. When the isolation was complete, it was evening. Just as Zhao Qian was about to eat something, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun brought the refined salt to find Arya. In front of the stone house, Arya and Yanchuan looked at the white granular objects in their hands with expressions of disbelief and asked Lu Yun, "This salt is too white." In fact, the salt produced by their tribe also has grades. The worst salt doesn't even have the surface dirt removed and contains many impurities. It is usually sold to very poor small tribes. As for the best salt, it looks like small crystals with a layer of dust on the white surface. Of course, judging the quality of salt is never based on color, nor on whether there are impurities. It is mainly based on taste. Poor quality salt tastes bitter while salty. The better the quality of the salt, the weaker the bitter taste and the purer the salty taste. But even the best salt in the tribe cannot compare in appearance with the salt in front of them. Then Yanchuan extended 2 fingers, pinched a small amount of the salt, put it in his mouth, and tasted it carefully. Salty. Yanchuan's tiger-like eyes suddenly opened wide, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Arya, it's salty, and it has almost no bitter taste. This kind of salt is even better than our best salt." When Arya heard this, he couldn't wait to dip his finger in and put some salt in his mouth. Then 2 bright lights flashed in his cloudy eyes. "That's right, this is salt." Arya excitedly hammered the ground with his wooden staff. Wang Qianqian, standing to the side, saw how excited Arya and Yanchuan were. Even though she couldn't understand the tribal language, from their expressions she could tell they were shocked. People act strange because they haven't seen much. A little salt makes them so excited, Wang Qianqian said with a tone full of superiority. "To you, this salt is nothing. But to them, this salt is beyond their understanding," Zhao Qian said with feeling. "The difference in civilization is so great. Things that are ordinary on Earth can be treasures in this world." "Treasure." Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up as she said, "So that means if I use my knowledge to recreate things from Earth in this world, we can easily become rich and powerful?" "Ah?" Zhao Qian hesitated and said, "In theory yes, but not you." Wang Qianqian was unhappy. "Why can't I?" Zhao Qian grinned and said, "What knowledge does a middle school student have? You can't recreate Earth's things. At least a high school student like me can." "Ugh?" Wang Qianqian spat at Zhao Qian. On the other side, Arya and Yanchuan had calmed down from their excitement and looked at Lu Yun with more respect. Lu Yun asked, "If the salt is this quality, can it surpass the salt of that new tribe?" Yanchuan nodded heavily, "Not just surpass, it completely crushes it. Once this salt is taken to the trading fair, all the tribes will rush to buy it." "That's good. In 3 days, we'll take the salt to the trading fair of the beast tribe." After speaking, Lu Yun looked at Yanchuan and asked, "Have you found the grain grass I asked for?" "It's been found, but not in large quantity." Yanchuan said, "Then had a Tanluo bring over the grain grass found." The amount was indeed not much, about a few hundred stalks, but it was enough to produce penicillium. In fact, if oranges could be found, penicillium could also be produced. The problem was that finding oranges was much more difficult than finding grain grass. "These are enough. Tomorrow put this grain grass under the sun to dry for 3 days, Lu Yun said. "Drying under the sun for 3 days? Then you won't treat my tribe's people?" Yanchuan frowned and asked. "Medicine is needed for treatment, but the medicine I brought is not enough, so we have to make medicine," Lu Yun explained. "Does making medicine take a long time?" Lu Yun didn't deny it and nodded. "Drying the grain grass requires 3 days of sun drying. Next, the penicillium must grow green fuzz, if lucky, 2 to 3 days, if unlucky, about a week. The green fuzz that grows is actually penicillium, which can be used to extract penicillin. But the problem is that the amount of penicillium is very small and needs to be cultured with corn juice to produce more. These processes all take time, so even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take at least 10 days to extract the first batch of penicillin. That won't do. Some tribespeople are already seriously ill. We can't wait that long." Yanchuan shook his head. "We can't help it. This is already the fastest way." Lu Yun also wanted to save people, but the key was she had no other option. "You promised Arya. Arya saves your friend, and you save my tribe's people," Yanchuan said loudly. "Am I not saving your tribe's people right now?" Lu Yun asked back. "I want them all alive." "No way. Say that again." Yanchuan stepped forward. The beast totem on his chest flickered, and a frightening aura spread from him as he threatened in a low voice. Zhao Qian saw this. Although he didn't know what was happening, he still immediately stood in front of Lu Yun, unafraid, and looked at Yanchuan. At this moment, Yinshan's aura was more terrifying than a pureblood primal beast. Zhao Qian knew very well he was far from a match. But as a man, he could not retreat now. If you kill us, your Salt Marsh tribe will be destroyed by the Black Death. Think carefully. Seeing Zhao Qian stand in front of Lu Yun, a light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. She then shouted to Yinshan. Yinshan, that's enough. At this time, Arya finally spoke, stopping Yinshan, and said with an apologetic face, sorry, Yinshan was too impulsive. Was Yinshan too impulsive, or did Lord Arya want to see if I am hiding something? Lu Yun did not accept Arya's apology, because she knew that without Arya's permission, Yinshan would not act that way. Lord Arya, since I promised to save your tribespeople, I will do my best. So please don't test me. I understand. It won't happen again. Arya was honest and did not try to argue. Lu Yun looked at Yinshan and asked, the ability you just used that gave off high heat, how long can it be used? Why are you asking this? Yinshan said unhappily. I suddenly thought of a way to greatly shorten the time needed to make medicine. I want to try it, Lu Yun said. Half a day at most. Yinshan answered immediately. As long as it concerned the safety of the tribe, he would not hesitate. That's enough. After Lu Yun spoke, she pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then made a new request of Yinshan. Upon hearing it, although Yinshan did not understand, he still ordered the tribespeople to prepare as requested. More than 10 minutes later, 2 big trees as thick as buckets were carried back by the tribe's Tanluo and placed in front of Lu Yun. Sister Yun, what are you going to do with these? Zhao Qian asked, looking at the 2 big trees in confusion. To make drying glue, we must dry the grain grass. Normal sun drying takes 3 days, but if we bake it dry, a few hours will be enough, Lu Yun answered. You want to make a drying machine? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Of course, Zhao Qian understood that the dryer Lu Yun wanted to make wasn't the kind that existed on Earth. She was just using the working principle of a dryer. The principle is simple, heating air and blowing it over the rice to speed up the evaporation of moisture. And the fact that Yinshan could emit high temperatures happened to solve the problem of heating the air. So, this newly made dryer was temporarily called a human-powered dryer. Not long after, the human-powered dryer was completed. Its structure was extremely simple, just a rectangular barrel-like duct made from 4 wooden boards. The rice was placed inside, and Yinshan stood at one end, releasing high heat into the duct. However, temperature control was very important. If the temperature was too low, the drying effect wouldn't be ideal. If it was too high, the rice would lose vitality and wouldn't be usable as seed. Exactly. Lu Yun wasn't just planning to cultivate penicillin mold, she also wanted to select some rice seeds to grow a whole field of rice. A few hours later. It's done. Lu Yun felt it was about right and told Yinshan to stop. Phew. Releasing heat for several hours was quite taxing on the body, so when Lu Yun called it off, Yinshan let out a deep breath. Then, some tribespeople brought over beast meat, and Yinshan ate dozens of pounds of it in front of Zhao Qian and the other 2. What they couldn't understand was that after eating all that meat, Yinshan's stomach didn't seem to swell at all. It was as if the meat was instantly converted into energy as soon as it entered his body. Amazing! Wang Qianqian saw this and looked on with envy. She wished she could eat without gaining weight. That's the law of conservation of energy. Otherwise, I'd start doubting if he's really human. Lu Yun said casually while checking the drying condition of the rice. Conservation of energy. Wang Qianqian was speechless. In her head, she thought, I'm talking about not getting fat, and you're talking about physics? We're not even on the same page. In fact, Lu Yun had been thinking about the law of conservation of energy ever since she saw Yinshan emit so much heat continuously. If Yinshan ate the same amount of food as an ordinary person, there's no way he could release so much heat. It would be like eating 1 grain of rice and producing the energy of a whole bowl, impossible. On the other hand, now that he ate more, it finally matched the law of conservation of energy. Plus, beast meat contained powerful energy, so eating dozens of pounds in one go could totally replenish what he had just burned. Is it done? After refueling, Yinshan came over and asked Lu Yun. All done. Lu Yun brought over the selected rice grains to Yinshan and said, now we just need to cook them into rice porridge. Then what are we waiting for? Yinshan said and grabbed the rice, calling over a tribesman in excitement. Don't rush. Lu Yun stopped Yinshan and asked, do you know how much water to use? Do you know what texture it should be? No idea. Yinshan shook his head. Then what's the hurry? Lu Yun took the rice back and said, if anything goes wrong, we'll waste more time. Hearing that, Yinshan's expression became serious, and he obediently stood aside. Then, Yinshan saw Lu Yun hand the rice to Zhao Qian. I want thick porridge. You're the best at this. It's your job now. Luyan wasn't great at cooking, so she gave the task to Zhao Qian. No problem. Zhao Qian was surprised, but smiled and took the rice. It didn't take long before a large bowl of rice porridge was ready, giving off a unique aroma of rice, which made Zhao Qian and the other two, who hadn't had rice in a long time, salivate uncontrollably. Actually, not just the three of them, even Yanshan couldn't help swallowing, feeling that this strange food must taste great. Unfortunately, there was only one bowl of porridge. Whether it was enough was already uncertain, and there was no way to share it. Later, Luyan brought several stone bowls, poured some porridge into each one, and placed them in several hot and humid caves. To avoid accidents, each stone bowl was placed in a different cave, and Yanshan arranged special tanluo to guard them, forbidding anyone from getting close. By the time all this was done, it was already deep into the night. As an ordinary human, Luyan looked clearly exhausted. Chief Yanshan, we'll have results in 3 days, so don't worry too much, Luyan said, yawning to Yanshan beside her. What's most important now is the giant beast tribe trade meeting in 3 days, we must get enough clubs. Although letting porridge mold could produce penicillin mold, to keep it growing steadily, a corn-based culture medium was needed as nutrition. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough penicillin to extract. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll have people mine salt rocks heavily to trade for enough clubs, Yanshan hesitated and added, but high-quality salt rocks are rare. We may not gather much in 3 days. No need to bother. I can turn any salt rock into white salt, no matter the quality. Just collect whatever and bring it to me, Luyan said. Even poor quality salt can be turned into white salt? Yanshan asked in surprise. Luyan nodded. Hearing this, Yanshan looked on with envy. He wanted to ask Luyan how to make white salt, but was too embarrassed. After all, he knew this method must be very important. And Luyan wouldn't volunteer the information either. She went back with Xiao Qian and Wang Qianqian to the cave the Salt Marsh tribe arranged, ate a little, and went to rest. However, Zhao Qian, possibly because he had been in a coma for over 10 days, couldn't fall asleep. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt something outside the cave calling to him. It was a strange feeling, like a starving person smelling food. He couldn't resist getting up and walking out of the cave. Following the sensation, he soon saw under the moonlight, Arya was kneeling with her hands clasped together, as if in prayer. The sensation drawing him came from Arya. This light, it's the light that woke me when I was unconscious. Zhao Qian felt the warm, comforting feeling all over his body, and he immediately recalled where it came from. But thinking about Arya's status in the tribe, he decided not to disturb her and turned to go back. Just then, a voice sounded in his mind. Guest, since you can't sleep, why not come chat for a bit? Who's there? Zhao Qian looked around cautiously, his eyes finally locking onto Arya. Was it you? That's right. Arya slowly stood up, looked at Zhao Qian, and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to have the qualifications to become one of Arya's people. Zhao Qian was shocked when he heard what Arya said and asked, I have the qualifications to become an Arya? After he woke up, Luyan had told him everything she found out about this world, especially about the area of the tribe. Although the tribe was managed by the chief, the area was the most important person in the entire tribe. A tribe could survive without a chief, but it absolutely could not exist without an area. In fact, the area had the power to appoint the chief. The reason the area was so important was mainly due to their abilities. From what Luyan had found out so far, the area could help ordinary people awaken into Tanluo. In other words, as long as there was an area, the tribe's Tanluo could continue to grow in numbers. Besides that, it seemed the area also possessed other unique powers. The area of the Salt Marsh tribe had healing abilities. Whether someone was sick or injured, the area could heal them quickly. In addition, Aryas also had powers like cursing, beast taming, prophecy, and summoning. Take the giant beast tribe for example. They were called that because their area had the ability to tame beasts and had captured a giant beast. However, becoming an Arya was extremely difficult. In medium-sized tribes like the Salt Marsh tribe, there hadn't been a second person with the qualifications to become Arya in decades. So when Zhao Qian heard that he had the qualifications, he was deeply shocked. That's right. Arya's voice rang out in his mind again. Zhao Qian said doubtfully, how could I possibly have the qualifications to become an Arya? Arya hesitated and said, actually, I'm also a bit puzzled. When I woke you up, I checked your body, and you didn't have the qualifications. But after you woke up, you did. Could it be because of my superpower? Zhao Qian thought of a possibility and muttered, maybe my superpower isn't just super enhancement? Enhancement means something you already have become stronger. But since he didn't have the qualification to become Arya at first, then clearly, his superpower was more than just simple enhancement. Sit down. Arya gestured for Zhao Qian to sit. After hesitating a bit, Zhao Qian sat beside Arya and curiously asked, Arya, you don't speak my language, and I don't speak yours. How are we communicating? Arya smiled silently, then gently tapped the ground with the wooden staff in her hand. Zhao Qian noticed the surroundings started to change. First, he saw the moonlight changing, from its original silver white into fine, light yellow threads as thin as hair, hanging down from the sky. Then came the change in Arya herself. Zhao Qian saw that Arya seemed to become a giant container filled with massive amounts of yellow energy, similar in color to the moonlight, but deeper. You're seeing things differently now, aren't you? Arya's voice came again. Yes, everything's different. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, then suddenly saw a thread connecting himself to Arya. Could this thread be the reason I can understand your language? Arya nodded and said, this is how Aryas communicate. No need for words, we pass meaning directly to each other. Amazing. Zhao Qian couldn't help but marvel. This kind of scene often appeared in sci-fi movies, where advanced alien civilizations communicated via brainwaves, even if they didn't speak the same language. Arya's ability seemed to work similarly to that. I heard that little girl say your tribe was destroyed, is that true? Arya suddenly asked. Yeah. Zhao Qian didn't want to lie to Arya, but for the safety of the three of them, he nodded in the end. After all, he couldn't tell Arya they weren't from this world, that they came from another world entirely. Since your tribe is gone, have you considered joining the Salt Marsh tribe? Arya looked at Zhao Qian and asked. You want us to join your tribe, Arya? Zhao Qian was surprised. He had heard from Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun that tribes were very wary of strangers. If it weren't for Yong and Yu's guarantee, and that pureblood beast core, the three of them probably wouldn't have been allowed into the Salt Marsh tribe. Yes. Arya nodded seriously and continued, if you're willing to join the Salt Marsh tribe, I'll take you as my disciple. After I die, you'll be the next Arya of the tribe. That's quite the leap. Zhao Qian was stunned but smiled. He wasn't exaggerating. Becoming a tribe's Arya really was a leap to the top, even if you started as a slave. However, Zhao Qian thought it through and quickly understood why Arya would invite him. Because the Salt Marsh tribe hadn't found anyone else with the qualification to become Arya, and the current Arya was already very old. If she died, the tribe would be left without one. Without an Arya, a tribe wouldn't be able to produce new Tan Luo. Before long, it would decline. I can join the Salt Marsh tribe. Zhao Qian had already been thinking of finding a tribe to rely on. This world was far too dangerous. Without a tribe's protection, survival would be difficult. He didn't want to go through life-threatening situations again. And the Salt Marsh tribe gave him a good impression. Both the Arya and the chief cared about the lives of ordinary people, and there were also Yong and Yu, father and son. If he were to join a tribe, this would be his first choice. But I have one condition, Zhao Qian said. You want me to accept the two girls as well? Arya seemed to read his mind and smiled like a kind elder. Yes. The three of us are a team. I'm fine joining the Salt Marsh tribe, but they have to stay too. Zhao Qian spoke firmly. He couldn't just abandon Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. When they first arrived in this world, they might not have been completely united. But after everything they had been through, they were a team now. I agree, Arya said. That easily? Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. He had been worried Arya wouldn't accept them. After all, both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were technically burdens, especially Wang Qianqian, who, aside from eating, wasn't good at anything. Letting her into the tribe was like feeding one more person. However, Arya said, your two friends aren't ordinary, especially that girl who only seems to eat. Zhao Qian paused and asked, what about her? She became friends with the tribe's beasts after just one day, Arya said with surprise. If I hadn't checked and confirmed she doesn't have the qualifications to become an Arya, I would have suspected she was a beast-taming Arya. She really could tame beasts, but not in the same way as an Arya. Zhao Qian smiled and didn't reveal Wang Qianqian's secret. Instead, he asked, Arya, may I ask, after becoming your disciple, can I still become a Tan Luo? From now on, call me teacher. Arya told Zhao Qian to change how he addressed her, then continued, an Arya can become a Tan Luo. But Aryas need long periods of meditation. If you also become a Tan Luo, it'll affect your cultivation. That's fine. I'm a genius. Zhao Qian grinned. Clearly, he had no intention of giving up on becoming a Tan Luo. Arya smiled without commenting when he saw how confident Zhao Qian was, because he himself was torn. The first time he examined Zhao Qian's body, he had already said that Zhao Qian was very suited to become a Tan Luo, and might even become the strongest Tan Luo in the tribe's history. To be honest, if the tribe had found a disciple with talent for Arya earlier, he would have wanted Zhao Qian to become a Tan Luo instead. So, when Zhao Qian chose to become a Tan Luo, he didn't object. Teacher, Can I become a Tanluo right now? Zhao Qian asked with an awkward smile, seeing that Arya didn't oppose the idea. You can, but I don't recommend it, Arya replied. Why? Zhao Qian frowned, confused. Having one more Tanluo in the tribe seemed like a good thing. Why would his teacher say no? Arya didn't answer directly, but instead asked, do you know what it takes to become a powerful Tanluo? Zhao Qian nodded, I think it's related to the beast core used during awakening. Arya didn't deny it but didn't agree either. He said, there are 3 factors that determine the strength of a Tanluo. 3? That many? Zhao Qian was surprised. He always thought it was just about the beast core. Arya explained, first, the beast core, the stronger the beast core used during awakening, the faster your growth and the higher your potential. Second, the body of the one awakening, the better your physical condition before awakening, the stronger you'll be after. 2 Tanluo at the same level can differ a lot in strength. Third, the area who performs the awakening, the stronger the area, the stronger the Tanluo they awaken. After hearing this, Zhao Qian was glad he had a good teacher. Otherwise, awakening now might have ruined him. His superpower was still strengthening his body. He wasn't at his peak yet. Also, the Salt Marsh tribe didn't have a good enough beast core for his awakening. If he used a poor quality core, it would limit his future. As for the third point, it was obvious that Arya was old. If he performed the awakening, it could affect the outcome too. So Zhao Qian asked, Teacher, what should I do? Arya smiled and said, as for the beast core, at least get a savage type core, and choose a beast pattern that suits you. If you really can't find a suitable one, then consider a pureblood core, but the pattern must fit you. Savage type beasts were stronger than pureblood ones. The core of a savage beast was obtained by hunting one. However, savage beasts were very powerful. Even a medium tribe like the Salt Marsh tribe could only hunt the weaker ones. Arya continued, if you get the right core and your body reaches its peak, the Salt Marsh tribe will do everything it can to invite a strong Arya to awaken you. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Qian thanked him and hesitated before asking, Teacher, could you explain more clearly what an Arya is? Arya was a transliteration, not a translated title from Earth. It wasn't that Lu Yun didn't want to explain, she just hadn't gathered enough info. Tribe members rarely talked about Arya, so there wasn't enough to find an Earth equivalent. It was like trying to explain a hamburger to someone from ancient times. If they've never seen one, they can't understand what it is. But if you compare it to something like a Rujiamo, even if it's not exact, they can somewhat understand. Although Zhao Qian and Arya were now communicating by directly transmitting thoughts, Zhao Qian had already accepted the term Arya and didn't try to find an Earth equivalent. Arya can use the power of nature, conduct ancestor worship, and communicate with gods, Arya explained. Zhao Qian felt that sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, isn't that just a Wu? Wu were ancient figures recorded heavily in Zhou dynasty texts. They did blessings, divination, worship, healing, and were believed to connect heaven and earth. In terms of ancestor worship and communicating with gods, Arya and Wu were the same. But there were also differences. Wu borrowed power from spirits and ghosts, while Arya used nature's power. The difference was like hamburgers and Rujiamo, similar in some ways, different in others. Wu! Arya was stunned. Zhao Qian drew the character Wu on the ground and said, in this character, the top stroke stands for heaven, the bottom for earth, the vertical line in the middle links them, and the 2 people on the sides represent the masses. So, a Wu is someone who stands between heaven and earth for the people. A person who stands for the people between heaven and earth. Arya looked at the character and calmly said, a Wu is greater than an Arya. Arya only cares about their own tribe. Zhao Qian could feel that Arya admired Wu to some extent, but didn't long to be one. He even seemed to not understand why a Wu would protect everyone. It was as if he was wondering, why care about people outside the tribe? Teacher, don't you think Arya and Wu are very similar? Zhao Qian asked. Are they? Arya countered, thought for a bit, then said, maybe, a little. All right? Zhao Qian shrugged, realizing his mistake. It was like comparing a hamburger and a Rujiamo. Similar in some ways, but few would say they're the same thing. At that moment, Arya asked, do you want me to announce to the tribe tomorrow that you've become my disciple? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and shook his head, I suggest not to. Arya asked, why? Zhao Qian answered, first, the tribe is dealing with the Black Death. It's not safe to gather everyone. Second, many people may die soon. It's not the right time for an announcement. Then we'll do as you say and not announce it for now, Arya said, then paused and asked, but isn't the medicine going to be made soon? Why would many people still die? Zhao Qian replied heavily, we came too late. Many tribe members are already beyond saving. And the medicine we brought isn't enough for 3 days. Although he and Lu Yun had discussed diluting the antibiotics to save as many people as possible, there were just too many infected. Even if they didn't treat the slaves, the antibiotics wouldn't be enough. Many would still die. Do your best, Arya said, supporting himself with his staff, trembling as he stood up. This old body of mine will try too. Saving one more person is worth it. Zhao Qian looked at the hunched, aged Arya and said with concern, Teacher, I heard from Yenshan that after you treated me, you couldn't heal anyone for a while. It's not as serious as Yenshan said. If I absorb a few more beast cores, I can still manage. Arya smiled calmly. I may not be able to hold up the sky for all beings like a Wu, but for my tribe, this old body can still carry the weight. Zhao Qian looked at the aged Arya and suddenly felt that his new teacher was very real. Not like certain people or countries, full of talk about virtue and righteousness, but hollow inside, polished on the outside, rotten within. The following 3 days were long and drawn out. During these 3 days, the symptoms of the Black Death patients in the Salt Marsh tribe's quarantine zone worsened. Many people who were fine the day before began showing black necrotic areas on their bodies the next day, lying on the ground on the verge of death. As for the severely ill patients, if it hadn't been for the antibiotics Zhao Qian provided to barely sustain them, large-scale deaths would have occurred already. Of course, only the tribe members had access to antibiotics, the slaves did not. As a result, many slaves infected with the Black Death died. Watching the bodies of slaves being carried away and cremated, Zhao Qian and the other two felt very uncomfortable. In the country they came from, although strict equality wasn't fully achieved, such a situation would never happen. However, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't feel guilty, because they both knew they had done everything they could. Only Wang Qianqian was very sad. She once again realized how cheap life was in this world. Fortunately, the quarantine had worked. Apart from a few people in the incubation period who had been infected, there were basically no new cases. The Black Death had been brought under control. 3 days later, just after dawn, many tribe members of the Salt Marsh tribe gathered. Under Yenshan's command, they loaded bags of salt onto a yuan beast that looked like a yak. They were the ones going to the giant beast tribe to attend the trade fair. Shan, be careful on the road and take care of the goods. These are what we're using to trade for clubs. Also, take special care of Arya's disciple. As the chief, Yenshan wasn't going to the trade fair himself. He had assigned the task of leading the group to a powerful Tanluo named Shan. Rest assured, Chief. Shan looked at Zhao Qian beside him and nodded firmly. Yenshan patted Shan on the shoulder, then walked over to Zhao Qian, took out a bone token, and handed it to him. Arya gave this to you, for protection. Since that conversation with Arya, Zhao Qian had been able to roughly understand the tribe's language, so he understood what Yenshan said. Zhao Qian accepted the bone token and felt the energy inside. He looked toward the stone house and asked, Where's teacher? Yenshan replied, making this, tired, resting. Zhao Qian was deeply moved and said, Please thank teacher for me. Certainly. Yenshan patted Zhao Qian on the shoulder and went to give further instructions to others. At that moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun walked over, carefully taking out a palm-sized bundle of beast hide and handing it to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian curiously asked, What's in this? Wang Qianqian said mysteriously, It's white sugar. White sugar. Zhao Qian's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Although getting something sweet was easy in this world, sweet food was extremely rare. The only source of sweetness was honey. But the bees here were much larger, and their stingers were highly poisonous. Collecting honey was practically suicidal. As for white sugar, you had to understand, this world didn't even know how to refine salt, let alone white sugar. Keep your voice down. Seeing that others had looked over due to Zhao Qian's shout, Wang Qianqian quickly pinched him and whispered, We secretly refined this sugar, Xiao Yun and I, don't let anyone find out. Zhao Qian asked, Where did you find sugarcane? Lu Yun said, We didn't use sugarcane. We used a type of sweet plant. We gave it a try and somehow actually refined white sugar. Wang Qianqian said, I found that plant, or rather, Winnie the Pooh did. He really loves eating it. Winnie the Pooh was the name Wang Qianqian gave a brown bear. In reality, it was 4 meters long and weighed several tons, with a strong sweet tooth. Probably during communication with the bear, Wang Qianqian learned about the plant and told Lu Yun. As a top student, Lu Yun easily refined the white sugar. Qianqian, I'm touched. I can't believe you thought of me first when you made something this good. Zhao Qian looked at the sugar, feeling moved and guilty for how often he used to argue with her. What are you thinking? Wang Qianqian gave him a side eye and said, This sugar isn't for you. Don't even think about sneaking any. I'll have marching ants watch you. Zhao Qian asked, It's not for me? Then why give it to me? Wang Qianqian said, "We can't go to the trade fair, so we want you to trade this sugar for something good." Arya didn't allow Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to attend the trade fair, not to keep Xiao Qian from escaping, but because the road was dangerous. The area they were in now was different from the cave area they lived in before. Around the caves were mostly ordinary beasts, with the strongest being the ancient giant ape and the titan python from the swamp. But in the Salt Marsh Tribes area, mixed-blood yuan beasts were common, pure-blood yuan beasts could also be seen often, and there were dangerous plants too. So Arya advised against Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun going. If Xiao Qian hadn't insisted, Arya wouldn't have let him go either. "I see." Xiao Qian sounded a bit disappointed. He asked, "What do you want?" Wang Qianqian quickly said, "I heard the strange flowers and fruits in this world can make your skin white and prevent aging. Try to get us some." The two ladies didn't even care about getting stronger, they were thinking about appearance. It was like choosing armor in a game just because it looks good, ignoring how strong it is. But after thinking it over, Xiao Qian said, "Okay. Leave the sugar to me. Don't try to trick me. I'll assign marching ants to watch you." But the more he said this, the less Wang Qianqian trusted him. "This is all the sugar Xiao Yun and I managed to refine. If you dare sneak any, I'll fight you." "Got it." Xiao Qian sounded a bit annoyed. He felt Wang Qianqian didn't trust him. Sure, sugar was valuable in this world, but it didn't tempt him. Even if they gave him some, he wouldn't eat it. Of course, he could only promise not to sneak some. Whether he might skim a bit during trading, that he couldn't guarantee. After all, he still thought using such precious sugar to trade for beauty products was wasteful. "Let's go." By then, Yan Shan had finished arranging everything. The team leader Shan shouted. As the yak-like yuan beast began walking, Xiao Qian left the Salt Marsh tribe with the team and stepped into this new world for the first time. On the vast Gobi Desert, more than 10 people from the Salt Marsh tribe followed behind the yak-like yuan beast, heading toward the giant beast tribe. Because the road was unsafe, aside from Xiao Qian, the rest of the group were all powerful Tan Luo. Xiao Qian had thought his physical strength was already quite good, but after traveling with these Tan Luo, he realized he couldn't compare to them at all. In terms of both speed and endurance, these Tan Luo completely outclassed him. On top of that, the desert environment was scorching hot. After forcing himself to march for 3 hours, Xiao Qian just couldn't keep up anymore. At the end of the group, he gasped for breath, feeling like he was about to burst into flames. "Stop, rest." Shan, the one leading the team, had been keeping an eye on Xiao Qian. As soon as Xiao Qian reached his limit, he ordered the group to stop and rest. Of course, this was entirely to accommodate Xiao Qian. 3 hours of marching was nothing to Tan Luo. Even the weakest ones just felt slightly tired and didn't need to rest at all. "Drink some." Shan took a water pouch from his waist, walked over to Xiao Qian, and handed it to him. Xiao Qian was already parched and didn't bother with politeness, he gulped down the water. As the cool water passed through his burning throat and entered his body, Xiao Qian felt like he'd been reborn. "Thanks." Xiao Qian wiped his mouth, handed the pouch back, and asked a bit awkwardly, "Was I embarrassing?" "No." Shan shook his head with a serious expression and said, "You, ordinary person, already very strong, first-rank Tan Luo." Xiao Qian was surprised and asked, "You mean I already have the strength of a first-rank Tan Luo?" Tan Luo were ranked, from weakest first rank to strongest ninth rank. Yu's father Yong was a second-rank Tan Luo, Shan in front of him was a third-rank Tan Luo, and Yan Shan was the strongest in the Salt Marsh tribe, the only fourth-rank Tan Luo. In this region where the Salt Marsh tribe lived, the strongest Tan Luo was believed to be 5th rank. 9th rank Tan Luo were the stuff of legend. Though 1st rank was the weakest, for an ordinary person to reach that level without awakening was already quite impressive. Shan nodded. The weakest 1st rank Tan Luo. Couldn't he say that a little more nicely? Xiao Qian muttered inwardly and changed the topic. He pointed to the distant grassland and asked, "Why aren't we taking the grassland route? It seems faster and cooler." The Salt Marsh tribe was located on the edge of the Gobi Desert, right next to a vast grassland. But their group didn't travel through the grassland. Instead, they walked along the edge between desert and grass, which Xiao Qian found confusing. Compared to the desert, the grassland clearly looked better. Grassland dangerous. Shan's face turned serious. Just as he was about to explain more, he suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance. "Look over there." Xiao Qian followed his finger and saw a camel a few hundred meters away. Perhaps from hunger, the camel had wandered from the desert into the grassland, lowering its head to eat the plants. "What's the problem?" Xiao Qian carefully observed the area around the camel, trying to spot the danger. But after watching for a while, he didn't see anything. Then he suddenly frowned. At some point, the grass around the camel began flattening, as if something was moving through it. Then, a long black creature suddenly shot out of the grass and pounced on the camel. Zhao Qian stared closely and gasped. It was a giant centipede. The centipede was over a meter long and 5 to 6 centimeters wide. Its black shell glistened in the sun like metal. Its many legs looked like nails, piercing the camel's flesh and anchoring it in place. At the same time, the centipede's pincer-like mouth bit deep into the camel. And that wasn't even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing was that the camel showed no reaction, as if it hadn't noticed it was being attacked, and kept eating grass. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One after another, more black centipedes leaped from the grass, latching onto the camel. Within moments, the camel's flesh was being devoured, exposing white bones. Many centipedes even burrowed inside the camel to eat it from within. Eventually, the camel collapsed to the ground, seemingly unaware of how it had died. What happened? Why didn't the camel run? Zhao Qian swallowed hard and looked at Shan. Poison, lost feeling, Shan explained. You mean these centipedes have venom that numbs the camel? Such a strong anesthetic effect, and so fast, it's unbelievable. Zhao Qian quickly understood. The venom these centipedes produced was likely a powerful anesthetic. Only something like that could make the camel feel nothing while being eaten alive by so many centipedes. Don't worry. They stay in the grass. As long as we don't go in, we're safe. Seeing Zhao Qian so tense, Shan smiled and reassured him. There are other insects too, don't walk in the grass. Got it. Zhao Qian nodded seriously. In fact, he didn't even need Shan's warning. After witnessing that horror, he would never step into the grassland. And from Shan's tone, it was clear that centipedes weren't the only deadly insects there. There were probably other threats too. Let's go, keep moving. Seeing that Zhao Qian had rested enough, Shan stood up and said, it's dangerous in the wild. We need to reach the giant beast tribe before nightfall. The group resumed their journey. Along the way, Zhao Qian finally witnessed how dangerous this world truly was. It was no exaggeration. Without Shan, an experienced Tan Luo as their guide, Zhao Qian didn't think he could survive 10 hours in this world. He saw with his own eyes a mixed-blood yuan beast stronger than the Titan python being dragged into the desert by some unknown creature. No struggle, no sound, it simply vanished, as if evaporated into thin air. Fortunately, Shan had plenty of experience leading teams, and since he had likely taken this route before, the Salt Marsh Tribe's group didn't run into any danger. After walking and resting along the way, they finally reached their destination by nightfall, the Giant Beast Tribe. The Giant Beast Tribe was also located in the Gobi Desert, but unlike the Salt Marsh Tribe, it was situated in an oasis within the desert. And this was quite a large oasis, much bigger than the Salt Marsh Tribe's territory. At the center of the oasis was a large lake, surrounded by trees that formed small forested areas. If one stood within it, it would be hard to tell they were in a desert at all. The living conditions here in the Giant Beast Tribe are much better than those in the Salt Marsh Tribe. Zhao Qian couldn't help but sigh. The Salt Marsh Tribe chose their location mainly for safety, without considering comfort. But the Giant Beast Tribe's location was both safe and comfortable. Most importantly, the Giant Beast Tribe had a central lake, so they didn't need to worry about water. Meanwhile, the Salt Marsh Tribe's water came from a well dug by a giant pangolin. It might be enough during normal times, but during the dry season, the well often ran dry. Didn't teacher say the Giant Beast Tribe had a huge beast? Why haven't I seen it? Zhao Qian asked Shan. In the lake. Shan pointed to the lake in the center of the oasis and said, the lake was made by the beast. From their conversation, Zhao Qian learned that the Giant Beast Tribe used to be weaker than the Salt Marsh Tribe. But one day, their area successfully tamed a powerful yuan beast. That beast dug out the lake for them, helped them fight off threats, and hunted other yuan beasts. Over more than 10 years, it helped make the Giant Beast Tribe the strongest tribe in the area. So yuan beasts can change the environment? Zhao Qian was amazed. He had thought the lake formed naturally, but it was created by a yuan beast. To think, the Salt Marsh Tribe's giant pangolin only managed to dig a well. It showed just how powerful the Giant Beast Tribe's yuan beast was. As the group got closer, Zhao Qian saw what they called a trade fair. It was just a small area marked out on the edge of the oasis by the Giant Beast Tribe. Apparently, the tribe didn't allow other tribes to go beyond this trade area. Zhao Qian saw that many people from other tribes were even sleeping inside the trading zone. Which tribe are you from? While Zhao Qian was observing, their group arrived at the entrance to the trade area and was stopped by 3 Tan Luo. From the beast-marked totems on their chests, it was clear that only the leader was a second-rank Tan Luo. The other 2 were first rank. Their overall strength was far lower than the Salt Marsh teams. But their attitude was arrogant, and Zhao Qian felt like they were just bullies relying on their tribe's power. We're from the Salt Marsh Tribe, Shan stepped forward and answered. To trade here, you must pay 1 mixed blood yuan beast core. The leading Tanluo didn't show any respect just because they were from the Salt Marsh tribe. He coldly stated the rule. 1 mixed blood core, how expensive? Zhao Qian counted the tribes in the trading area. There were at least dozens, meaning dozens of cores, which would require killing dozens of Titan pythons. Shan had already prepared the yuan beast core and handed it over. You may enter. Once the Tanluo took the core, he let the Salt Marsh team in. Inside the trading area were many booths, but since they arrived late, most good spots were already taken. It took effort for the Salt Marsh tribe to find a spot. After unloading the goods from the yak-like yuan beast, Shan handed out some dried meat to everyone. Rest early. The trade fair starts tomorrow. We need to exchange for clubs, no matter what. Many people are still sick. If it weren't for trading with the Fuyu tribe for clubs, the Salt Marsh tribe wouldn't have come at all. So many people were sick, they weren't in the mood. And even though they came, they had no plans to stay long. As soon as they got enough clubs, they'd return immediately. Everyone quickly ate the dried meat, picked a place, and lay down to sleep. Soon, loud snores filled the air. Normally, Zhao Qian couldn't sleep with snoring nearby, but he was so tired today that he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next day, Zhao Qian was woken by the noise of the trade fair. When he opened his eyes, he saw that many tribes had already started selling their goods. The Salt Marsh team was also busy, spreading out their refined salt on animal skins to sell. Zhao Qian watched for a while and saw that trading here happened in 2 ways. One was bartering, both sides agreed and exchanged goods directly. The other was outright purchase. Of course, there was no currency in this world. All purchases were made with yuan beast cores. Even mixed blood cores had high value. One could buy a lot with just one. Shan, you guys go ahead. I'm going to look around. Zhao Qian remembered the white sugar Wang Qianqian gave him and wanted to trade it for something useful. Danger, shout. Shan thought for a moment but didn't stop him, just gave him a reminder. With permission, Zhao Qian started browsing the booths, often gasping in surprise at what he saw. Although the people in this world had low civilization levels, they had many strange and curious items. For example, one tribe's booth sold black beetles. They were ordinary creatures, but had a special ability. If you squeezed their abdomen, their large jaws would open wide, then suddenly snap shut, releasing a spark, like flint striking, and could be used to start a fire. Another booth had bizarre-looking plants. These plants reminded Zhao Qian of the ones from Plants vs. Zombies. There were huge-headed carnivorous plants, sunflowers that could shoot seeds, and willows that waved around and attacked anyone who came close. Of course, Zhao Qian just looked, he didn't buy any. First, he didn't really need them. Second, he only had one small pack of white sugar, and he doubted it could be traded for much. Then something caught his eye, and he quickly walked over. He pointed at a water pouch-sized container. Whose yuan beast blood is this? The tribe member manning the booth saw a customer and eagerly explained, "This is savage-type yuan beast blood. Our tribe just hunted it." Zhao Qian asked, "Are you selling the beast core?" The man shook his head. "Sorry, we're not selling the core, only the blood." Zhao Qian was a bit disappointed, but he understood. A savage-tier yuan beast core could awaken a powerful Tanluo. Most tribes wouldn't sell such a valuable item. How much for the blood? Zhao Qian hesitated but decided to buy it. A water pouch full of blood from a savage yuan beast could boost his physical strength significantly. The tribe member thought for a moment and replied, 3 mixed blood yuan beast cores. 3 mixed blood yuan beast cores? That's way too expensive. Zhao Qian was shocked when he heard the price and felt like the seller was trying to rob him. It was undeniable that savage-type yuan beast blood was rare and valuable, but this was only 1 water pouch's worth, likely just a fraction of the beast's total blood. It definitely wasn't worth 3 mixed blood yuan beast cores. After all, with 3 cores, one could buy the full blood supply of 3 pureblood yuan beasts. It's expensive, yes, but this is savage-type yuan beast blood. I'm the only one selling it in the entire trade area. Even the seller knew it was a high price, but since savage beast blood was extremely rare, he gritted his teeth and stuck to the price. You're not lying, yours is the only stall selling savage yuan beast blood. Zhao Qian had walked around the market for a while and had seen other tribes selling yuan beast blood, but all of it was mixed or pure blood, not a single one was savage type. The reason was simple, savage yuan beasts were both rare and extremely powerful. Small tribes couldn't even dream of killing one. Only medium-sized tribes like the Salt Marsh tribe might be able to hunt one. Even then, medium tribes had many members, and the blood was needed to cultivate new generations. Few tribes would sell it. So this 1 pouch of savage-type yuan beast blood might not appear again for months. Still, it was too expensive. Forget it. In the end, Zhao Qian gave up. He could still boost his strength by drinking pureblood yuan beast blood. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous egg beside the water pouch. This egg was much bigger than an ostrich egg. The shell wasn't pure white, it had faint red markings like beast patterns. The only pity was that the egg's life force was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Let me ask, this egg, is it a yuan beast egg? Zhao Qian crouched down again and picked it up. Yes. The seller nodded and said, it's the egg of the savage yuan beast we killed. Our tribe attacked it after it gave birth and was weak. At first, we thought there was only one egg, but when we cut open its belly, we found another. This is the one from inside. However, maybe because it wasn't laid naturally, its life force is very weak. Our area thinks it won't survive, so we're selling it. Zhao Qian hesitated and asked, how much for the egg? The seller thought and said, 2 wild boars, or something of equal value. Although yuan beast cores were commonly used between tribes, even the lowest, mixed blood, cores were quite valuable. So if something was worth less than a core, it would go back to a barter system. Zhao Qian bargained, this is basically a dead egg, almost useless. 2 wild boars is too much. The seller pointed at the patterns on the egg. Not quite. The beast pattern is almost formed. That means the yuan beast it would hatch into would be at least pureblood level. It might not hatch, but the egg is still valuable. You can feed it to another yuan beast, it'll increase its strength. Zhao Qian had the same idea, he wanted to buy it and feed it to Wang Qianqian's ant queen. While he was unconscious, the queen had already bred elite soldier ants that had reached full maturity. They were larger and far stronger than ordinary soldier ants. Most impressively, these elite ants had wings, meaning their biggest weakness, mobility, was solved. Their speed had greatly improved. He thought, if the queen, currently a mixed-blood yuan beast, continued to evolve, her offspring would be even more powerful. Eventually, he might be able to hunt yuan beasts using just the ants. Evolving a yuan beast isn't that easy. If the egg was really useful, your tribe would have kept it, Zhao Qian said and added, how about this, I'll give you 1 jar of salt for the egg. You from the new salt tribe? The seller raised an eyebrow. The new salt tribe was the new tribe known for salt making. Their salt was better than the salt marsh tribes, and many tribes bought from them. Zhao Qian smiled, no, I'm from the salt marsh tribe. The seller's face showed disdain. If it's salt marsh tribe salt, 1 jar's not enough. At least 1.5. Zhao Qian frowned, why? Because your salt is too poor in quality. Zhao Qian was speechless. Then he asked, if our salt was good, would you lower the price? The seller scoffed, your salt better than the new salt tribes? Impossible. Wait here. Zhao Qian was annoyed now. He ran back to the salt marsh stall, grabbed a jar of salt, and returned. Here, this is our salt marsh salt. Judge the quality for yourself. The seller took it dismissively, but when he saw the color of the salt, he gasped softly, this is salt? Taste it and see. Without hesitation, the seller took a pinch and tasted it. His eyes widened in disbelief. It's salty. It really is salt. And there's almost no bitterness. He paused, then asked, when did your tribe salt get this good? That's none of your business. Zhao Qian cut him off. So, our salt is better than new salt tribes, right? Much better, the seller admitted honestly. Then I don't need to give you a full jar to trade for your egg, do I? All right. The seller could tell Zhao Qian was upset and responded with an awkward smile. This egg is mine now. Zhao Qian picked it up and said, I'm giving you 1 jar of salt, so there's leftover value. I'll pick 1 more item from your stall. Okay? The seller quickly added, nothing too expensive. Relax. Zhao Qian looked over the items on display, but he didn't recognize many of them. So he asked, do you have anything that whitens or makes skin softer? Yes. The seller pointed at a jar of bright-colored fruit. This is called sweet fragrance fruit. Eating it improves your skin. Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, excited. Is it expensive? Not at all. The seller shook his head. It's considered a rare fruit, but it doesn't enhance strength, only beauty. In our tribe, we just use it to fill our stomachs. If you want it, the leftover salt is enough. Zhao Qian grinned widely. These fragrant sweet fruits in front of him would absolutely be something women scramble to buy if they were on Earth. But this isn't Earth, it's a different world full of dangers. In this world, strength is what matters most. So exotic fruits like these that only whiten the skin but don't enhance strength aren't considered very valuable. Even the extra bit of salt he had could easily be exchanged for a whole jar of these fragrant sweet fruits. No need for so many, just give me 2. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and took out 2 fruits from the jar, thinking to himself that if he took too many, Wang Qianqian might think they weren't worth much. The key to something being considered a treasure is its rarity. However, the tribesman was a straightforward person. When he saw Zhao Qian only take 2 fruits, he immediately handed over the whole jar of fragrant sweet fruits. Our Yen tribe doesn't take advantage of others, a jar is a jar. Well, alright then. Seeing the serious look on the tribesman's face, Zhao Qian felt that if he didn't accept the whole jar, the man might beat him up. So he nodded in agreement. After leaving the Yen tribe stall, Zhao Qian continued to wander around the trading area. However, the trading area wasn't very big. By noon, he had pretty much walked through the whole place. Feeling a bit tired after exploring, he sat down at a stall selling honey and asked for a bowl to taste. He had to admit, the honey in this world tasted really good. Nothing was added to it, it was pure and natural, with the aroma of flowers and herbs. Also, such a large bowl of honey was very cheap. Just a bit of dried meat could get you a bowl. 1 bowl of honey, please. Just as Zhao Qian was enjoying the honey, another customer came over and sat at Zhao Qian's table. This customer wore a white linen robe, with white hair and beard, yet didn't appear old. He had a constant smile on his face, making him seem approachable. But judging from the bone staff in the old man's hand, it was obvious he was not ordinary, he should be an Arya. Soon, the old man got his honey. After tasting a bite, he exclaimed, truly delicious. Honey with this kind of sweetness is hard to find elsewhere. Hearing this, Zhao Qian smiled and said, Lord Arya, I admit the honey here tastes good. But in terms of sweetness, it's actually just average. He didn't mean to put down the honey, it really was just average in terms of sweetness. Besides, the quality of honey is never judged by its sweetness, but by its color, aroma, and thickness. If sweetness were the standard, with Earth's technology, they could make it sweet to the point of bitterness. Oh? The old man looked curious and asked, You've eaten something sweeter than honey? Of course. Zhao Qian was about to brag when he suddenly realized something and looked at the old man. You really like sweet things? The old man chuckled and nodded. My biggest hobby is eating sweet things, so I come here every year. Hearing this, Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows and said, I have something even sweeter. Want to try it? The old man stopped drinking honey, eagerly saying, Quick, give me a taste. Zhao Qian didn't say anything else and took out some white sugar he had with him, pinching a bit into the old man's hand. Looking at the white sugar in his hand, the old man froze and asked, What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Zhao Qian smiled and said, This is called white sugar. White sugar. The old man repeated the name, curiously asking, Why have I never seen this stuff before? Naturally, Zhao Qian didn't tell him white sugar was refined. He just smiled and said, The world is vast and full of wonders. There's a lot you haven't seen. That's true. The old man thought for a moment and felt Zhao Qian made sense, so he didn't hesitate and popped all the sugar into his mouth. Immediately, his eyes widened, as if he was immersed in the sweetness. After a while, he finally spoke. So sweet, much sweeter than honey. I've never eaten anything this sweet before. The old man looked at the remaining sugar and said regretfully, Too bad there's so little. It disappears as soon as it enters the mouth. What a shameless old man. Zhao Qian had already let him taste it, yet he was still thinking of getting more. Zhao Qian pretended not to understand, packed up the remaining sugar, and put it back into his coat. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had worked hard to refine even that little bit of sugar, he couldn't just give it all away. When the old man saw Zhao Qian putting away the sugar, he got anxious and quickly said, Young man, let's make a deal. How about selling that bag of white sugar to me? Zhao Qian asked, It's not impossible to sell it, but what price can you offer? I won't sell it if it's too cheap. The old man thought for a bit and said, I'll give you a beast core. No need for beast cores. Zhao Qian interrupted him before he could finish. Even though he could tell the old man was an Arya, the beast core he could offer would at most be hybrid-blooded or pure-blooded. As for higher-grade beast cores, they would be kept for his own tribe and wouldn't be brought out. And judging from the old man's tone, he didn't plan on using low-grade cores. So even a pure-blood core wasn't very useful to Zhao Qian. You don't want a beast core? The old man was surprised and asked, Then what do you want? Do you have high-level beast blood? If not, beast meat will do. Zhao Qian needed these things to quickly improve his strength. No, it wasn't convenient to carry too much on the way here, so I only brought beast cores, the old man replied. Then sorry. Zhao Qian shrugged, indicating there was nothing he could do. I gave you a chance. It's your fault for being useless, you don't even have beast blood or meat. The old man became even more anxious upon hearing this. His lifelong love was sweet food, and that white sugar was the sweetest thing he had ever tasted. He had to get it no matter what. At that moment, the old man glanced at the nearly lifeless beast egg and asked, "Young man, how about this?" He continued, "I'll give you a beast core and help you restore the life force of this beast egg. In return, you sell me the sugar." Zhao Qian was shocked and looked at the old man. "This beast egg is basically a dead egg. You can still restore its life force?" The old man smiled. "Of course. I'm a beast taming area. I have special methods." "Deal." Zhao Qian nodded without hesitation. The mother of this beast egg was a savage-type beast, far stronger than any beast in the salt marsh tribe. And this egg had beast patterns, which meant that once it matured, it would at least be a pure-blooded beast. That means he was essentially getting a potential savage-level beast and a beast core in return. That was a great deal. Could it be that he just scored big? When the old man saw that Zhao Qian agreed to his proposal, he slightly raised the bone staff in his hand. Green energy began to gather at the top of the staff. Of course, only Zhao Qian, who had the qualifications of an area, could see the green energy, others couldn't see it at all. The green energy formed into a fist-sized ball, which the old man grabbed and slowly infused bit by bit into the beast egg. As the green energy merged with the egg, which had nearly lost all its vitality, gradually began to recover. Even the beast patterns on the eggshell, which had become so blurred they were barely visible, now became clearly defined. Just from this scene alone, Zhao Qian concluded that the old man in front of him was a powerful area. All done. Once the beast egg's vitality was fully restored, the old man withdrew his bone staff. There wasn't the slightest sign of fatigue on his face. Next, the old man took out a fist-sized lump of meat and placed it in front of Zhao Qian. "What is this?" Zhao Qian looked at the old man's action, his face showing confusion. "This is a beast core." The old man explained with a smile, "The beast core is the core of a beast. Once separated from the beast, the energy inside the core starts to dissipate very slowly. Only by wrapping it in the beast's meat can the loss of energy be reduced." Although Zhao Qian understood, just to be sure, he grabbed the meat lump and squeezed it firmly. He could indeed feel that there was a beast core inside. So he put the meat lump away. Under the old man's eager gaze, he took out the white sugar and handed it over. The old man took the bag, immediately opened it, pinched some white sugar, and stuffed it into his mouth, showing a satisfied expression. If Zhao Qian hadn't known what white sugar tasted like, he might have thought the old man was taking drugs. "Lord Arya, our transaction is complete. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Zhao Qian, seeing the time was about right, got up and prepared to leave. "Go ahead." The old man's attention was all on the white sugar, and he waved his hand casually. However, just as Zhao Qian was about to walk away, the old man suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." "What is it?" Zhao Qian stopped in his tracks. "If you have more of this kind of good stuff in the future, keep it for me. I can exchange it with things you need," said the old man. "As long as it's something sweet?" Zhao Qian asked. "Exactly. What a coincidence, I actually do have something sweet. It's just..." Zhao Qian intentionally stopped halfway through, his face showing a troubled expression. The old man immediately became anxious and asked, "Just what? Say it." Zhao Qian then said, "It's nothing much, just that I'm short on some ingredients. If I had those, I could make a sweet dessert that's soft, smooth, and even sweeter." The old man asked, "The dessert you're talking about, does it taste better than white sugar?" "Of course." Zhao Qian nodded confidently. "This white sugar is nothing special in my hands. The desserts I make taste 10,000 times better than white sugar." Although it sounded like he was bragging, Zhao Qian was telling the truth. After all, white sugar was considered a treasure only in this world. On Earth, it didn't even count as dessert. Even though he wasn't a professional chef, with his cooking experience, he could still make delicious desserts. The old man swallowed and said, "Tell me what ingredients you need, I'll help you find them. Then you'll make the dessert for me." Zhao Qian thought for a bit and said, "I need beast blood, the higher the grade, the better. I also need beast meat, preferably from pig-type beasts, the part with a mix of fat and lean, and I'll need milk too." After that, Zhao Qian didn't hold back, he listed over a dozen items in one go. Of course, only a few of those were actually used for cooking. Most of the ingredients were things Zhao Qian personally wanted. Since he had finally met someone he could squeeze for resources, he wasn't going to be polite. When the old man heard that so many things were needed, he looked doubtful and asked, "The dessert you mentioned really needs all those ingredients?" Zhao Qian answered with a calm face and steady voice, smiling, "These ingredients aren't just for desserts, some are for gourmet dishes, but they're all sweet. I'll trust you for now. But you better not trick me, or I'll be very angry." The old man tentatively believed Zhao Qian. Then he asked, "When do you need these ingredients?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "In 60 days, come find me at the Salt Marsh Tribe." This world currently only had concepts of days and years, no weeks or months, so he could only say 60 days, not 2 months. And Zhao Qian had his own reason for answering this way. He wanted to use these 2 months to further enhance his physical strength, and when the time came, ask the old man to help him awaken as a Tan Luo. Although he wasn't sure what level the old man was as an area, the fact that he could restore a beast egg's vitality alone proved he was a powerful Tan Luo. Such a rare opportunity had to be seized. Even if he couldn't awaken as a Tan Luo at the highest standard, he had to strive for the best possible result. The old man silently remembered Zhao Qian's words. "All right, I'll find you in 60 days. By the way, what's your name?" Zhao Qian replied, "My name is Zhao Qian." The old man was stunned when he heard the name and muttered, "Why do you have such a strange name?" "Forget it, doesn't matter, I'm leaving." Muttering about Zhao Qian's name, the old man waved his hand and walked away gracefully. Zhao Qian looked at the old man walking away, speechless. He thought to himself, "My name is totally normal. It's your world's names that are weird, you people name things after whatever you see. How can names be that casual?" After complaining to himself, Zhao Qian saw that the trade fair was almost over, so he walked back to the Salt Marsh tribe stall. However, just as he returned, he saw that the tribe members were squatting in front of the stall, all wearing worried expressions. Zhao Qian, concerned something had happened, quickly walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Shan didn't speak. A Tan Luo answered, "It's been half a day and not a single tribe has come to buy our salt." Zhao Qian frowned in disbelief. "Our salt is better quality than the new salt tribes. Why would no tribe buy our salt?" The Tan Luo said helplessly, "At first, some tribes did want to buy our salt. But the new salt tribe spread rumors, saying there's something wrong with our salt, that salt can't be white. After that, no one came." Zhao Qian was speechless when he heard this. It was like someone who had always smoked fake cigarettes suddenly got a real one, and thought the real one was fake. That's how these tribes were. They had always eaten chunk-style rock salt, so when they saw clean, flawless, granulated salt, their instinct was to think something was wrong. Unfair competition, huh? Fine, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, a plan already forming in his mind. "Zhao Qian, do you have a solution?" Shan, who was feeling troubled, quickly looked over when he heard Zhao Qian's words. He was one of the few people in the entire Salt Marsh tribe who knew that Zhao Qian was an Arya disciple, so he trusted Zhao Qian deep down. Zhao Qian nodded and said, "Yes, I already have a way." Usually very steady, Shan now became excited and asked, "What's the solution?" Zhao Qian gave a mysterious smile and didn't answer Shan's question, but instead asked, "You guys haven't eaten yet, right?" A Tan Luo responded irritably, "So much salt and not a single sale, who has an appetite to eat?" Zhao Qian said, "People are iron, food is steel. Skip a meal, and you'll get weak. Let's eat first." Iron? Steel? Shan didn't understand what Zhao Qian meant, guessing that Zhao Qian might just be hungry, and opened his backpack, planning to take out some dried meat. "We're not eating dried meat." Zhao Qian stopped Shan from taking it out, then looked at one of the Tan Luo and instructed, "Go buy some fresh meat. No need for beast meat, regular meat is fine." Then he looked at another Tan Luo, "You go get some charcoal, and also gather some tree branches, I need them." But after Zhao Qian gave his instructions, the two Tan Luo looked at each other and didn't move. Seeing this, Zhao Qian frowned and, after thinking for a moment, understood what was going on. Even though he was already an Arya disciple, this was still a secret in the Salt Marsh tribe, not many people knew. So, in the eyes of these Tan Luo, he was still an outsider. They had no reason to follow an outsider's orders. In the end, it was Shan who spoke, "From now on, Zhao Qian's orders are my orders. You must follow them unconditionally." "Yes." Once Shan said that, the two Tan Luo immediately got to work. And Zhao Qian didn't stay idle either. He went back into the trade area, visited various tribe stalls, and bought a few things. Soon after, when he returned to the Salt Marsh tribe stall, fresh meat, charcoal, tree branches, honey, and various seasonings were all ready. "Zhao Qian, what are you doing with all this?" Shan asked, confused by the things Zhao Qian had bought. "I'm going to teach you guys how to make skewers." Zhao Qian grinned and began directing the Tan Luo, "Everyone get moving. You, go light the charcoal, don't make the fire too big. You, and you, come help skewer the meat. But can you wash your hands first? I just saw you scratching your toes. Skewering meat is simple, just use a branch to stick the meat on. Don't make the pieces too big, and don't put too much meat on one skewer. Do it like I'm doing." Even though the Tan Luo still didn't really understand what Zhao Qian was up to, they were incredibly efficient. In no time, dozens of meat skewers were ready. Sizzle, sizzle. Zhao Qian placed the skewers over the charcoal to heat, continuously brushing honey on the meat. In just a short time, the rich aroma of grilled meat began to spread. He wasn't bragging. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had been refining his grilling skills, and by now, he had reached the level of a master chef. Once the meat was cooked, Zhao Qian sprinkled on the seasonings he had gathered, instantly elevating the aroma to another level. Gulp. Shan swallowed his saliva and asked, "Zhao Qian, can we eat now?" The other Tanluo didn't say anything, but their eyes were glued to the skewers. "Nope." Zhao Qian smiled and shook his head, then asked, "Who among you has wind powers?" One Tanluo responded, "Me. My beast pattern ability is wind." Zhao Qian smirked mischievously, "Blow the smell of the skewers outward for me. I want every tribe in the trade fair to smell it." The Tanluo didn't understand Zhao Qian's intent, but still followed the order, activating his beast pattern and stirring up a gentle breeze. The wind carried the aroma of grilled meat outward, and soon, people from all over the trade fair were catching a whiff. "Smells amazing. What is that?" "Must be grilled meat. Which tribe is it coming from?" "Seems like it's from the Salt Marsh tribe stall. Why does their grilled meat smell so good?" When tribe people grilled meat, they usually just sprinkled on some salt, nowhere near what Zhao Qian did. He had used several kinds of seasonings and even brushed on honey. In grilling technique, Zhao Qian completely outclassed them, so they instinctively gathered around the Salt Marsh tribe stall. Once enough people had gathered, Zhao Qian grabbed a handful of the tribe salt, sprinkling it on the skewers as he said, "The biggest secret behind the amazing smell of my grilled meat is our tribe salt. Our salt has no bitterness and actually enhances the aroma of the meat." "Got it." Shan and the other Tanluo looked at each other, thinking, "We don't even cook, why do we need to remember this?" But since Zhao Qian asked, they still nodded and said they remembered. "Eat up." Only after hearing that did Zhao Qian begin handing out the skewers. And the tribe members, having smelled the aroma for so long, were already impatient. They grabbed the skewers like wolves who hadn't eaten in days, not caring whether they were still hot, and began devouring them. Gulp. Now it was the surrounding tribe people who were swallowing their saliva. Finally, a Tanluo asked, "Are those meat skewers for sale?" "Nope." Zhao Qian rejected the idea outright, but handed over a grilled skewer. "If you want to eat, I'll give you one." "Thank you." The Tanluo smiled and reached for the skewer. "Forgot to add salt," Zhao Qian said, and in front of everyone, pinched some salt and sprinkled it on the skewer. That Tanluo had already forgotten the rumor that Salt Marsh tribe salt has a problem. He took the skewer and bit into it, his face showing satisfaction. "Hey, you greedy guy, did you forget Salt Marsh tribe salt is supposed to have issues?" As the Tanluo was enjoying the skewer, his companion smacked him to remind him. "There's no damn issue." The Tanluo replied while chewing, pointing at the Salt Marsh tribe people eating skewers. If there was a problem, would they eat it themselves? The surrounding tribe people paused at those words. Yeah. If Salt Marsh tribe salt had a problem, the Tanluo of their own tribe wouldn't be eating it. That Tanluo continued, "Honestly, this white salt isn't just fine, it has no bitterness. Using it in cooking makes the food taste even better." Hearing those words, Zhao Qian's lips curled into a smile. It looked like he was teaching his tribe how to grill, but in reality, he was making an advertisement. First, attract people with the smell of grilled meat. Then, publicly have the Salt Marsh tribe people eat the white salt, immediately breaking the rumor that Salt Marsh tribe salt has a problem. He even planted the idea that using Salt Marsh tribe salt in grilling made it taste better. Ad done. Now for the live selling part. Zhao Qian grinned. Although Zhao Qian had no experience in live stream selling, he had seen many such streams online, so he knew some basic selling lines. Immediately, he raised both hands and said loudly, "Everyone quiet down and listen to me." As soon as he said that, the tribespeople on the scene really quieted down and all turned their eyes to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian cleared his throat and continued, "As everyone knows, our Yanzi tribe has always been selling salt to all the major tribes. Our principle is to provide the best salt to everyone, so all the tribes can eat safe, reliable salt. Therefore, after constant improvement by our Yanzi tribe, we have finally produced white salt. The advantage of this salt is that it has almost no bitter taste, and the food made with it is tastier. Today is the first time our Yanzi tribe is selling this kind of salt. To thank all the major tribes for their continued support of the Yanzi tribe, anyone who buys from me today will get a discount." As he spoke, Zhao Qian looked at Shan and asked, "What was the price of our salt before?" Shan hadn't completely understood Zhao Qian's words yet, and answered in confusion, "1 jar of salt cost 2 wild boars, or 1 mixed blood beast core could buy 5 jars of salt." "Damn, that's expensive." Zhao Qian was shocked when he heard the price of the salt. But considering that in this large region, only the Yenza tribe used to have access to salt, basically monopolizing the whole industry, it made sense for the price to be a bit high. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said loudly, "Everyone listen carefully, I'll only say the price once. Anyone who buys today, with 1 mixed blood beast core, on top of the 5 jars of salt, will get 1 more jar, and another one, and yet another one. You heard me right, 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt. Buy it and you're making a profit, only for today." As soon as he said this, the surrounding tribespeople all opened their eyes wide and began to speak. Is it true? That cheap? 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt. He just said it, right? This is to thank us regular customers, and it's only for today. I want to buy one. No, I want to buy salt with 3 mixed blood beast cores. Wait a second, bro, let me borrow your fingers. That's 24 jars, isn't that too much? Not at all. This white salt is such high quality, and it's even cheaper than the salt from the new salt tribe. If you miss today, there won't be another chance. That's right, I want 3 cores too. No, I want to buy 5 mixed blood beast cores worth. Earlier, these tribespeople were still worried about the salt being problematic. Now that issue was resolved, and Zhao Qian had proved to them that the Yenza tribe's white salt was higher quality and cheaper. Naturally no tribe wanted to miss out. They were trying to buy more than each other, afraid of missing this discount. In just a short time, more than half the salt they brought was sold, and they had earned dozens of mixed blood beast cores. If nothing unexpected happened, the rest of the salt would be sold out soon. The originally gloomy Yenza tribesmen now had smiles on their faces and felt great admiration for Zhao Qian in their hearts. Just a few simple words had made their salt sell better than before the new salt tribe even existed. It was unbelievable. The only pity was, the price was too low. Everyone, don't be fooled. How could there be white salt in this world? The salt from the Yenza tribe must have a problem. At this moment, a discordant voice came from the crowd. It was like a bucket of cold water, making all the tribespeople who were rushing to buy stop. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw 3 tribesmen pushing through the crowd and slowly walking to the Yenza tribe stall. Zhao Qian had seen these 3 before at the trading fair. They were from the new salt tribe. "Xian, what right do you have to say our Yenza tribe salt has a problem?" Shan's voice turned cold when he saw the new salt tribe members slandering their salt. Just because salt can't be white. The tribesman named Xian took out a piece of rock salt and held it above his head, saying, "This piece of salt is the purest and best quality salt our new salt tribe has gathered. But look closely, is it white?" The other tribespeople looked and saw a green piece of rock salt, and all shook their heads. Xian continued, "Even such high-quality salt isn't white. This proves that salt can't be white. Your Yenza tribe's white salt definitely has a problem." Shan wasn't good with words, and also didn't understand much about white salt. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had to step forward and said loudly, "Everyone, whether our Yenza tribe salt has a problem, I've already proven it to you. Many people have tasted it too. I believe you all know the answer in your hearts." At this point, he paused and observed the expressions of the onlookers. Many of them were nodding slightly. Clearly, even though the new salt tribe had stepped forward to question the white salt, many people still believed Zhao Qian. So, he continued, "I have a question for the new salt tribe. Since when is the quality of salt determined by its color? Hasn't the quality of salt always been judged by its taste?" This one sentence woke everyone up. The tribespeople who had been worried about the white salt suddenly came to their senses. Yeah, the quality of salt is judged by how bitter it tastes. The less bitter it is, the better the quality. At first, the salt we ate wasn't green, it was pink. Later, the new salt tribe brought green salt. If we go by that logic, then green salt is also fake. So that means the white salt is fine. We almost got fooled by the new salt tribe. Xian's face turned ugly when he heard what others were saying. But he had to admit, his argument had no persuasive power. Not a single tribe believed him. However, Xian didn't leave in embarrassment, because he knew this matter couldn't end like this. Otherwise, in the future, no tribe would buy salt from their tribe anymore. "You little punk, how dare you disrespect a Tan Luo? Even if you're not from the new salt tribe, I still have the right to kill you." An angry Xian realized Zhao Qian wasn't a Tan Luo and immediately planned to use the rules set by the giant beast tribe to deal with Zhao Qian first. As long as he killed Zhao Qian, Shan wouldn't be able to argue with him, and he would have ways to convince others that the white salt was problematic. "Xian, are you looking to die?" Shan stepped in front of Zhao Qian, face full of anger as he glared at Xian. "Did I do anything wrong?" Xian said calmly. "These are the rules set by the giant beast tribe. A common tribesman disrespecting a Tan Luo has the right to execute him, regardless of whether the person is from their own tribe or not. If you won't let me kill him, I'll bring the giant beast tribe people here to back me up. When Shan heard Xian's words, his expression slightly changed, because the giant beast tribe had indeed established this bizarre rule. Speaking of which, it was something from many years ago. At that time, the giant beast tribe was not yet the strongest tribe in the region. Above it, there were still two even more powerful tribes. These two powerful tribes both wanted to become the strongest in the region, so there were often small frictions between them. Until one day, a common tribesman from one of the powerful tribes offended a Tanluo from the other powerful tribe. What seemed like a trivial matter ended up becoming the fuse that triggered a great war between the two top tribes, with heavy casualties on both sides. It was normal for wars to occur between tribes, but unfortunately, not long after the war ended, before either side had recovered, a terrifying beast tide appeared. Previously, when a beast tide occurred, the way to deal with it was for all the Tanluo from different tribes to unite. However, the two strongest tribes had suffered too many casualties in the war. Without them playing a leading role, the other tribes couldn't resist the beast tide at all, which directly led to over 60% of the region's human population being killed by the beasts. The two powerful tribes were almost completely wiped out. After the beast tide, the giant beast tribe became the strongest tribe and issued this rule. Although normally no one took this rule seriously, if someone brought it up in public, the giant beast tribe would still enforce it, otherwise, they would be slapping themselves in the face. What's going on here? At that moment, two Tanluo from the giant beast tribe responsible for maintaining order at the trade fair walked over and shouted loudly at the crowd. In the trading area, the giant beast tribe prohibited any fighting. The purpose was to prevent the strong from bullying the weak. This wasn't because the giant beast tribe was particularly righteous, but because they were worried that if weaker tribes were bullied, they wouldn't come to the trade fair, and if the trade fair couldn't continue, they'd lose a source of beast core income. Reporting to Lord Kanjing, this commoner offended me. Xian gave the Yanzi tribe no chance to speak, pointing at Zhao Qian and saying, according to the rules set by the giant beast tribe, when a commoner offends a Tanluo, the Tanluo has the right to execute him. The giant beast tribe's Tanluo, called Lord Kanjing, looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Did you offend him?" Zhao Qian shook his head and said, "We were just discussing how to determine salt quality. How did it become offending him? If you don't believe me, my lord can ask the others." Kanjing looked at the onlookers. These people were already displeased with Xian's behavior, so when they spoke, they sided with Zhao Qian. "Yes, we were just discussing salt quality the whole time. It was just a normal discussion." At most, the words were a bit strong, but there was definitely no offense to the Tanluo. Zhao Qian immediately said, "My lord, you've heard it. I didn't offend him." Kanjing looked coldly at Xian and asked harshly, "Do you have anything else to say?" This. Xian gritted his teeth, realizing he had no way to deal with Zhao Qian today. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Kanjing, perhaps I was too sensitive just now and caused a misunderstanding. I'll leave immediately." As he spoke, Xian was about to leave with his people. "My lord, you're just going to let him walk away like that?" Zhao Qian frowned. They came to the Yanzi tribe stall to stir up trouble and even falsely accused him. Now they were just leaving without even an apology. Wasn't that way too arrogant? What more do you want? Kanjing was only there to maintain order, not to take sides, so when he saw Zhao Qian pushing further, he became unhappy. At this moment, Xian turned around too, sneering at Zhao Qian, "You're just a commoner. So what if I falsely accused you? Do you actually expect me to apologize to you?" Zhao Qian calmly nodded and said, "That's right. I want you to apologize." Haha. Xian was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and said contemptuously, "Are all you Yanzi tribe people this childish? A commoner wants a Tanluo to apologize? Let me tell you the truth, unless you are nobler than me, you'll never get an apology from me in your life. And someone like you, a piece of trash, will never be nobler than me." Zhao Qian asked, "What if I am nobler than you?" Xian said casually, "Then I'll kneel to you in public." "Good. Then kneel." Zhao Qian remained calm and looked at Xian. He wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, but neither was he someone who was afraid of it. If someone came to his doorstep to bully him, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He didn't fear death, and if he was offended, he'd fight back. All along, whether it was giant wild boars, titan pythons, or even rat tides, he had dared to charge through. So what were 3 Tanluo to him? Watch your mouth. You're insulting a Tanluo. I can kill you at any moment. Xian stopped smiling, narrowed his eyes, and threatened him. "If you keep saying I offended and insulted you, then I'll show you what it really means to offend and insult you." As Zhao Qian said this, under everyone's shocked gaze, he stepped up to Xian, raised his hand, and slapped him hard. Normally, Xian would have been able to dodge, but he didn't. He wanted to use this as an excuse to kill Zhao Qian. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Zhao Qian had landed a heavy slap on Xian's face. Xian didn't get angry, instead, he smiled, looked at Kanjing, and asked, "My lord, you saw him insult me with your own eyes. Do I now have the right to kill him?" Kanjing nodded and said, "According to the rules, you have the right to kill him." When Xian heard that, he immediately pulled out his weapon and walked toward Zhao Qian with killing intent. But Zhao Qian was calm and asked Kanjing, "My lord, let me ask, who holds a higher status, a Tanluo or an area disciple?" Of course, an area disciple holds higher status. Kanjing was startled and asked, "You're an area disciple?" The status of an area is extremely high in any tribe. And an area disciple is destined to become an area in the future, and at that point, can awaken as a Tanluo. So an area disciple is nobler than a Tanluo. That's right. I am an area disciple. Zhao Qian nodded. He hadn't wanted to reveal his identity, but Xian had gone too far, he couldn't bear it anymore. "What proof do you have that you're an area disciple?" Xian questioned. "Will this prove my identity?" As Zhao Qian spoke, he took out a bone token. This token had been given to him by Chief Yenshan when he left the tribe, who said it could save his life in times of danger. Although Zhao Qian didn't know the token's true value, since it could be used to save his life, it had to be extraordinary, surely it could prove his identity. This is a healing token. A commoner could never possess such a precious token. For any Tanluo below 3rd rank, this token is as valuable as a life. Crafting a healing token requires immense effort. Only chiefs and area disciples have the honor of possessing one. He really is an area disciple. The surrounding tribespeople gasped in shock when they saw the token. Once everyone had confirmed the token, Zhao Qian looked at Xian and said coldly, "Just now you said that if my status was higher than yours, you'd kneel to me. What do you have to say now?" Xian snorted coldly and tried to walk away. He had no intention of kneeling. But just then, the Tanluo of the Yenza tribe surrounded the three of them, with Shan directly drawing his weapon and pointing it at Xian's nose. "You insulted our tribe's area disciple, calling him trash. Either you kneel and apologize, or you die here." Xian knew Shan's temperament. He was a stubborn man. If he said he'd attack, he really would. As for fighting the Yenza tribe, they had only 3 people. The Yenza tribe had 10, and Shan was a 3rd-ranked Tanluo. They stood no chance. And in this situation, the giant beast tribe couldn't really intervene, since Xian had indeed insulted an area disciple. After a long silence, Xian chose to kneel. Thud. Xian knelt in front of Zhao Qian and said, "I'm sorry. Get lost." Zhao Qian cursed with contempt. With murderous eyes, Xian said nothing and left with his men. Once Xian left, Zhao Qian said loudly, "Thanks to everyone today for standing up and speaking out. So I'll announce one more thing. Any tribe that buys salt from the Yenza tribe today will become a privileged customer and receive a certificate. In the future, as long as you bring that certificate to buy salt from the Yenza tribe, 1 mixed blood beast core will get you 8 jars of white salt." At first, he just wanted to sell the salt he brought. But now that he had formed a grudge with the new salt tribe, he might as well take over the entire salt market in the region, making it impossible for the new salt tribe to sell their salt. And once they lost such an important source of income, the new salt tribe would grow weaker and weaker, until eventually they were either annexed or destroyed. Under Zhao Qian's various promotional tactics, the white salt they brought was quickly sold out, earning them a large number of mixed blood beast cores. After that, they went to the Fuyu tribe stall and used up most of the mixed blood beast cores to buy many big sticks. At first, Zhao Qian didn't quite understand why buying big sticks required so many mixed blood beast cores. Only after asking did he find out that big sticks were actually classified as a type of rare flower and exotic fruit. Unlike sweet fragrant fruit, which only improves skin, big sticks can genuinely enhance a person's physical fitness, with effects comparable to the flesh and blood of mixed blood beasts. However, ordinary people cannot consume too much mixed blood beast flesh, otherwise their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. But big sticks have no such limitation. As long as your stomach can take it, you can eat as many as you want. Therefore, the price of big sticks was very high. Shan used most of the beast cores they earned to buy 300 big sticks. Of course, in this world, big sticks were much larger than corn, about the size of an adult's arm. The grains were full and the taste was extremely fragrant. After buying the big sticks, the people from the Yenza tribe didn't stay, they returned that afternoon. First, the situation in the tribe was urgent, they had to bring the big sticks back as soon as possible to make medicine. Second, Shan was worried that the new Salt tribe would try to harm Zhao Qian. The two tribes were competitors, and the new Salt tribe had always wanted to destroy the Yanzi tribe so they could monopolize the salt trade. And since the area of the Yanzi tribe was already quite old, as long as the area disciple was eliminated, in a few years, with no new area, the Yanzi tribe would naturally fall apart. On the way back, to speed up the journey, Shan let Zhao Qian ride on the tribe's original beast. Normally, the tribe's original beast wouldn't agree, but after learning of Zhao Qian's identity as an area disciple, the beast agreed. This showed that the pureblood beast already had fairly high intelligence. However, even so, the trip back still took more time than the journey there. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already the next morning. This was unavoidable. At night, the insects on the grasslands became more active and would even break their usual rule of staying out of the desert during the day to search for food in the desert. And they didn't dare venture too deep into the desert either, as it was also dangerous. That's why it took more time to get back from the giant beast tribe to the Yanzi tribe. As soon as they returned to the tribe, Shan was informed and personally came to greet them. "Shan, you actually brought back so many big sticks?" While directing people to unload the goods, Shan saw that Shan had brought back so many big sticks and couldn't help asking, "This must have cost quite a few mixed blood beast cores, right?" Shan held up 3 fingers and said, 30 mixed blood beast cores. "Where did you get so many beast cores?" Shan exclaimed, then noticed there was no white salt among the goods and asked excitedly, "Don't tell me you sold all the white salt?" "Yeah, all sold." Shan replied. "White salt sold that well?" Shan found it unbelievable. Salt had always been expensive, so tribes usually only bought just enough to get by and never stocked up. Even before the new Salt tribe appeared, when they monopolized the salt trade, the most they'd ever sold at a trade fair was 13 mixed blood beast cores, and most of the time it was just 6 or 7. But this time, all the white salt they brought was sold. Apart from the possibility that white salt was extremely popular, Shan couldn't think of any other reason. "Nope." Shan shook his head and looked toward Zhao Qian, who was chatting with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun in the distance, and said, "This time, it's all thanks to Zhao Qian." Then, he told Shan in detail what had happened at the trade fair. Shan was stunned for a while after hearing it all, then said fiercely, "He did a good job. If our Yanzi tribe doesn't show its strength, the new Salt tribe really thinks we're easy to bully. If I were there, I would have dragged Xian outside the trade fair and killed him. But didn't he sell the white salt too cheap? That way, we'd lose money. In the past, even the cheapest salt cost 1 mixed blood beast core for 5 jars. In expensive times, it could be 3 or 4 jars per core. But now, Zhao Qian had dropped the price so much that 1 core could buy 8 jars, that was too cheap." Shan said, "At first, I thought the same. But then he explained it to me, and I felt what he said made sense." Shan asked, "What did he say?" Shan shook his head, didn't understand. Shan was speechless. "You didn't understand, and you think it makes sense?" Shan replied, "If even I couldn't understand, doesn't that show how clever he is?" Shan didn't want to talk to Shan anymore. On the other side? Zhao Qian had just returned to the tribe when Wang Qianqian dragged him aside and impatiently asked, "Did you get rid of the white sugar? Did you buy what I wanted?" "Got it." Zhao Qian took out 4 sweet fragrant fruits and handed them to Wang Qianqian, saying, "The fair-skinned beauty water spirit fruit. After eating it, your skin will get better. I talked a lot to convince the seller to exchange 4 for me. That guy's really a jerk." To fool Wang Qianqian, he gave the sweet fragrant fruit a new name. And to make Wang Qianqian think the item was rare and valuable, he hid most of the sweet fragrant fruits on purpose. He really went all out just to make Wang Qianqian happy. Wang Qianqian grabbed them right away and gave 2 to Lu Yun. "What do you know? If this fair-skinned beauty water spirit fruit actually works, I've struck gold." As she spoke, she picked up 1 fruit and ate it right away. Zhao Qian was a bit impressed. Normally she was cautious, but when it came to her looks, she was really bold. But then again, lots of celebrities undergo plastic surgery to look good. Compared to those who dare cut their own faces, Wang Qianqian was already being pretty normal. Zhao Qian asked, "Do you feel anything?" Wang Qianqian carefully felt for a moment and said, "My face is a bit itchy." "No, my whole body's a bit itchy. I can't take it. I'm going to take a bath. Not talking to you right now." Before Zhao Qian could respond, she ran off quickly. How did someone with a personality like that become a national idol? Zhao Qian complained to Lu Yun, then took out a beast egg and said, "Sister Yun, later please give this egg to her and have her help me hatch it." Although the beast egg had shown signs of life, Zhao Qian didn't know how to hatch it and had to count on Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian's abilities gave her a better understanding of beasts, so maybe she could figure out how to hatch the egg. "What kind of egg is this?" Yun asked curiously, seeing how big the beast egg was. A beast egg. The tribesman who sold it to me said it might evolve into a savage class beast. After Zhao Qian said that, he worried Wang Qianqian might tame the beast after hatching it, so he added, "Tell her to be careful not to tame the beast after it hatches, it's my beast." Yun was speechless. She thought Zhao Qian was giving the egg to Wang Qianqian, but it turned out he just wanted her help. But Yun couldn't understand how attractive a powerful battle pet was to a man. After Zhao Qian handed the beast egg to Yun, he went to the stone house to find Arya. As soon as he reached the door, Arya's aged voice sounded from inside the stone house, "Come in directly." "Yes, teacher." Zhao Qian entered the stone house. Because there was no lighting, it was quite dark inside. However, relying on his enhanced eyesight, Zhao Qian could still roughly make out the layout of the room. A plain stone bed was covered with the fur of an unknown beast. Below the bed was something like a mat. Arya was kneeling on the ground, making a prayer gesture. Of course, Zhao Qian understood that this wasn't actually a prayer, but the meditation method of this world. Aside from that, on a stone table in the corner, there were several bones. These were beast bones, capable of withstanding Arya's power, and used as the base material for making bone tokens. "Teacher." Zhao Qian respectfully called out to Arya. He wasn't putting on a show, he genuinely respected Arya from the heart and truly regarded him as his teacher. "You're back. Was the trip smooth?" Arya opened his eyes, wearing the kind, gentle smile of an elder toward a junior. "Not very smooth, we had a bit of a conflict with the new Salt tribe." Then, Zhao Qian told Arya everything that had happened. "You handled it well." After hearing the story, Arya was very satisfied with Zhao Qian's actions. He had worried that the disciple he chose might be too soft, unable to speak up even when bullied. That kind of attitude would weaken the entire tribe. And in this world of the strong preying on the weak, weak people and weak tribes cannot survive long. "Teacher, I met a powerful Arya at the trade fair. He gave me a beast core. Can you take a look at it?" The main reason Zhao Qian came to see Arya was to have him identify the level of the beast core he obtained. If the level was high enough, he could use it to awaken. "There's a beast core even you can't identify?" Arya spoke with some curiosity. A few days ago, he had taught Zhao Qian a lot of knowledge, including how to identify beast cores. Under normal circumstances, of course I could identify it. But this core is a bit different. As Zhao Qian spoke, he took out the beast core wrapped in beast flesh and placed it in front of Arya. He continued, "That powerful Arya told me that in order to prevent energy leakage from the beast core, it has to be wrapped in beast flesh, so I can't tell its level." Arya took the core, his expression showing realization. "There is such a claim. But I think it must be used together with special runes. As far as I know, no area in the Black Sand Desert knows such runes." Zhao Qian was stunned and asked, "Then that powerful Arya isn't from the Black Sand Desert?" Upon hearing that, Arya neither confirmed nor denied it. He only said, "In front of the Black Sand Desert is a boundless grassland with tens of thousands of man-eating insects. Behind us is a vast desert, deep in which are many powerful beasts." Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, I understand. You mean to say it's unlikely an outside area could reach here?" "You're only half right." Arya glanced at Zhao Qian and continued, "Any area capable of reaching the Black Sand Desert must be extremely powerful. Anything he casually gives out would not be ordinary." As Arya spoke, he handed the beast core back to Zhao Qian. Before Zhao Qian could ask, Arya smiled and said, "This beast core has a rune on it. I can't determine its level either, but it's surely not low." Zhao Qian grinned, "Teacher, does this mean I can use this core to awaken as a Tanluo?" Arya smiled and nodded. Such a fortunate encounter for his disciple was a good thing both for him and the Yenza tribe. What a pity. Arya suddenly sighed and said, "If only that powerful Arya could help you awaken. With this core, you might skip the first stage and directly reach second stage upon awakening." Zhao Qian hadn't yet told him the Arya planned to visit the tribe in 2 months. Curious, he asked, "Teacher, isn't the Tanluo realm something that progresses gradually?" Arya shook his head. Although most Tanluo rise step by step, some with good talent can rely on beast cores and the Arya's power to skip a stage. So that's how it is. Zhao Qian nodded in understanding and then grinned, "Teacher, I have good news. That Arya is coming to our tribe in 2 months." "What?" Even the always calm Arya couldn't help exclaiming and asked, "Why is he coming to our tribe?" Zhao Qian explained how he met the old man and how the old man liked sweets. A sweet-loving Arya was stunned and asked, "Are you confident you can make sweets that will satisfy him?" "Yes, it'll be easy." Zhao Qian nodded confidently. "Good." Arya paused, then walked to the stone table where beast bones were stored, picked out a bone knife, and said, "This weapon was forged from the bone of a savage-class beast. I'm giving it to you now." "Teacher, you're too generous. I feel bad." Zhao Qian said he felt bad, but he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately accepted the bone knife. This bone knife was much stronger than the bone weapon he used before, which had only been made from mixed blood beast bone. "Don't get too happy yet." Arya's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhao Qian and said, "I want you to join the hunting team for the next 60 days. "You want me to join the hunting team?" Zhao Qian was shocked and said, "Teacher, I'm not even a Tan Luo. How can I join?" The hunting team is made up of Tan Luo, tasked with hunting fierce beasts and beast creatures. But whether it's fierce beasts or beast creatures, hunting them is dangerous. One wrong move could mean death. With your current physical strength, you should be equivalent to a first-stage Tan Luo, right? Arya didn't answer directly but asked in return. "Yes, Shan said I'm equal to the weakest first-stage Tan Luo." Zhao Qian nodded. "Then tell me, if I don't push you, what level will you reach in 60 days? Arya asked suddenly. "Ah?" Zhao Qian suddenly understood what Arya meant. Simply put, Arya wanted to train him, to further improve his physical condition so that his awakening would reach a higher stage. Otherwise, staying safely in the tribe, even if his body improved, the degree would be very limited. "Teacher, I understand. I'll join the hunting team." Once Zhao Qian understood, he no longer objected and nodded. In the following days, Luyun devoted herself completely to cultivating penicillin, and in the end, she actually succeeded. Although at first the yield of penicillin was low and the purity not high, it was barely enough to use. Many mildly infected patients improved at a visibly fast rate. Even the severely infected ones had their condition stabilized. As long as follow-up treatment was kept up, full recovery was just a matter of time. "Zhao Qian, the chief asked me to get you." That day, Zhao Qian was in the stone house, studying runes with Arya, when you came over. Zhao Qian stopped drawing the rune in his hand and looked at his teacher. "Go ahead." Arya, who was meditating, opened his eyes and reminded, "Don't forget to bring your bone token with you." "Yes, teacher." Zhao Qian stood up respectfully and walked out of the stone house. As soon as he stepped out, Zhao Qian saw Yu's face full of admiration. After penicillin was created, Arya publicly announced Zhao Qian's status as his disciple. At first, Zhao Qian was worried that the Yanzi tribe members wouldn't accept him, but the reality turned out to be the opposite. The tribe members fully accepted him. Out of curiosity, he asked Yu and learned that the things he did at the trade fair had been spread by someone, which gave him a big boost in popularity in the tribe. After all, ever since the new Salt tribe appeared, the Yanzi tribe had been having a hard time. Zhao Qian publicly humiliating the Tan Luo from the new Salt tribe was seen as standing up for them. Yu had even become a little fanboy, his eyes sparkling every time he looked at Zhao Qian. He often boasted to the other kids that he had learned hunting from Zhao Qian. "Is the chief calling me because the hunting team is setting out?" Zhao Qian ruffled Yu's fluffy hair and smiled as he asked. "Yeah." Yu nodded hard and said with envy, "The tribe's rule is that only Tan Luo can join the hunting team. You're the only one who got in without being a Tan Luo." Although joining the hunting team was dangerous for Zhao Qian, for the kids in the tribe, going out with the hunting team was a great honor. That's why Yu got so excited every time he went hunting with Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian smiled and explained, "You and I are different. Don't compare yourself to me. The tribe doesn't let you follow the hunting team for your safety." Yu nodded, "I understand." Zhao Qian asked, "Did you eat that big stick I gave you last time? Did it help your body?" Yu said, "I ate it. It worked well. But my dad wouldn't let me ask for more. He said big sticks are too precious." To ordinary tribe members, big sticks were indeed very precious. One mixed blood beast core could buy 5 wild boars, but it could only buy 10 big sticks. So even though they brought back 300 big sticks last time, only a few people in the Yanzi tribe got to eat them. Zhao Qian said, "Don't listen to your dad. He's too old-fashioned. I'll give you more next time. Just take it." Yu shook his head, "No, my dad is a Tan Luo. I have to listen to him." Zhao Qian said, "But I'm an Arya disciple. Even your dad has to listen to me." Yu's little brain took a while to process that and asked, "So you mean, I should listen to you from now on?" Zhao Qian nodded, "That's right." Yu asked worriedly, "What if my dad beats me?" Zhao Qian originally wanted to say he'd help him fight back, but considering he might not win, no, considering that domestic issues are hard to judge fairly, he smiled and said, "Kids always get spanked. What's the big deal? Just think of it as your dad helping you toughen up." Yu thought seriously for a moment and said, "That makes sense. Then I won't listen to my dad anymore." Unknowingly, obedient little Yu had already been led astray by Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian followed Yu to the tribe's main gate, where a 30-person team was already assembled. 15 of them were Tanluo, and the other 15 were tribe slaves. Although the team was called a hunting team, it also had the task of gathering resources. However, entering the wild was too dangerous for ordinary people, so the gathering work was assigned to the tribe's slaves. Almost every time the hunting team went out, there were casualties among the slaves. It was said that in some cases, not a single slave came back alive. The Yenza tribe had 2 hunting teams in total, each led by one of the tribe's 2 third-ranked Tanluo. The 2 teams never went out at the same time, one had to stay behind to protect the tribe. Sorry I'm late. Zhao Qian saw everyone was already waiting and apologized sincerely. It's fine. Come stand by my side. The hunting team Zhao Qian joined was led by Shan. This was also the Yenza tribe's strongest hunting team. No need. I'll stand with the other Tanluo. Zhao Qian understood that Shan wanted to protect him at all times, but his goal in joining the hunt was to temper his body. If he was always protected, that would defeat the purpose. All right. Shan hesitated for a moment, then agreed and shouted loudly, "Let's go." With that order, the hunting team set off. They headed toward the grasslands, but didn't enter directly. Under Shan's lead, they took a long detour and arrived at a part of the grassland that bordered a forest. As soon as Zhao Qian saw the grassland, he could tell it was safe. There were quite a few herbivorous animals present. If it were the other grasslands, these herbivores wouldn't have survived. They'd have been killed by the insects already. Shan, why aren't there any insects here? Zhao Qian was curious. The grasslands were connected, there was no reason why some parts would have insects and others wouldn't. Shan explained, there are birds in the forest. They eat the insects. Just as Zhao Qian was about to ask what kind of birds, a bird call suddenly came from the forest. The next second, dozens of incredibly fast figures flew out from the forest and dived into the grass. When these figures rose again, each one was carrying an insect, some even had only half of one, probably because 2 birds had fought over it. These birds flew back into the forest and perched on the trees, starting to eat the insects. Only then did Zhao Qian get a clear look at them. Compared to other creatures in this world, these birds weren't very large, about the size of a chicken. Their wings were short and round, their upper beaks were like hawks, their claws were very sharp, and their feathers were brightly colored. But when Zhao Qian saw them, he couldn't help but gasp and exclaim, "Shrikes!" Zhao Qian was absolutely sure he hadn't seen wrong. What was perched on the tree were shrikes, only much larger in size. On Earth, shrikes weren't large birds. They were a type of small passerine bird, only a bit over 10 centimeters in length, and looked harmless to both humans and animals. However, in reality, shrikes were notoriously ferocious. They liked to hang the corpses of their prey on tree thorns and tear them apart using the thorns, extremely cruel methods. Because of this, shrikes had another name, butcher birds. Just imagine, a small bird being called a butcher. That speaks volumes about how brutal it must be. This also explained why there were no insects on this grassland. With shrikes around, no matter how many insects there were, they would all end up eaten. This was a case of natural suppression by species. However, Zhao Qian was no longer worried about insects now, he was worried whether the shrikes would attack them. After all, these birds didn't look easy to deal with. Shan noticed Zhao Qian's concern and said, "These birds only attack creatures about the same size as themselves. They aren't very interested in creatures larger than they are." Only then did Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. The hunting team smoothly crossed the grassland and entered the forest. The forest environment here was completely different from the seaside areas Zhao Qian had lived in before, and also unlike swamp forests. The trees in this forest were more primitive and much taller. Zhao Qian asked, "What are we hunting?" Shan replied, "Any creature that can provide meat is our target. But we rarely hunt carnivores." Zhao Qian nodded with understanding, "Got it." It was just like how carnivores rarely hunted other carnivores, the aim was to reduce the risk of injury. In the wild, once you're injured, your combat ability is reduced. That gives other animals opportunities and makes future hunting harder, and survival more difficult. This was the same reason the hunting team avoided hunting carnivores. Carnivores were usually more aggressive. Hunting them often led to casualties, so if there were other options, it wasn't wise to hunt carnivores. Boom! Boom boom! At that moment, the ground started shaking rhythmically, as if some giant creature was passing by. Shan immediately ordered everyone to stop and climbed a tall tree himself. Zhao Qian quickly followed, he wanted to see what kind of creature it was. At the top of the tree, without the leaves blocking his view, Zhao Qian instantly spotted the creature and gasped. "Dinosaur." That's right. What Zhao Qian saw was a dinosaur, a huge dinosaur. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian didn't know much about dinosaurs, so he couldn't tell what kind it was. There are actually dinosaurs in this world. Zhao Qian looked visibly shocked. Even though he had previously found an illogical Tyrannosaurus skeleton in a cave, he instinctively believed there were no dinosaurs in the world. He hadn't seen a single dinosaur in all this time. The most ancient creature he'd encountered was the Titan python. However, the enormous dinosaur before his eyes completely overturned his previous understanding. He couldn't accept it for a moment. The meat of this kind of dinosaur doesn't taste good. We don't hunt them. Shan thought Zhao Qian wanted to hunt the dinosaur and evaluated it from a culinary perspective. You guys actually hunted creatures this big before? But Zhao Qian heard something different in Shan's words. Shan nodded. One time, when the tribe was short on food, we hunted one. The meat was too tough, couldn't chew it. Well, of course, supporting such a massive body would require strong bones and muscles. Of course, it'd be tough to chew. Zhao Qian started to believe the Yanzi tribe really had hunted dinosaurs before. He curiously asked, how do you kill something this big? The dinosaur in front of him was more than 20 meters long and as tall as a 5-story building when standing. He couldn't imagine how Tan Luo managed to kill such a giant. This is just an ordinary creature. Not even a beast creature. Aside from being large, it has no combat power. It's easy to kill. Shan spoke of the massive dinosaur as if it were worthless. Then he continued, want me to show you how to hunt something this big? Zhao Qian quickly stopped him, no need, no need. Let's just focus on hunting. Although he was curious how Shan could kill such a massive dinosaur, he felt it was a waste to kill one just for a demonstration. If it were for food, he wouldn't say a word, but just for a demonstration? Better not. I'll show you later if you want to see it. Shan thought Zhao Qian was just focused on the hunt, so he didn't insist and resumed searching for prey. They searched for half an hour. After half an hour, they arrived at a water source and saw 2 enormous deer. It seemed to be a mother and child. The bigger one was nearly 8 meters long, a true giant. The fawn was over 3 meters long and looked a bit silly, bouncing around its mother. This kind of deer has delicious meat. Shan's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and sighed, what a pity. Hearing that, Zhao Qian thought Shan didn't want to harm the mother and child. But the next second, he realized he was overthinking it. The reason Shan didn't want to hunt these 2 deer was because, from the nearby forest, a Tyrannosaurus suddenly lunged out. The T-Rex quickly closed the distance and opened its mouth, biting down on the fawn in an instant. Its massive bite force crushed the fawn's body immediately. Bleeding sounds. The mother deer cried out in sorrow but was helpless. She could only run away, occasionally looking back. Just then, another Tyrannosaurus suddenly burst out and bit the mother deer's neck. Just like that, the once warm mother-child pair became a T-Rex's meal. You knew there were T-Rexes here? While the 2 T-Rexes were eating, Zhao Qian asked. Yeah. Shan nodded. How come I didn't notice? How did you? Zhao Qian believed his vision, sense of smell, and hearing were all decent. How could Shan notice something he didn't? Experience. Shan pointed into the distance, where there were many footprints and strange reddish soil on the ground. Shan explained, around this water source, there are many messy footprints, and beside many of them is red soil. Plus, there's a strong smell of blood in the air. From that, it's not hard to tell there are carnivorous dinosaurs ambushing near the water. Following Shan's explanation, Zhao Qian also saw the messy animal tracks and the strange reddish soil. With these clues, it wasn't hard to figure out the situation. Zhao Qian had to admit, when it came to hunting experience, Shan was way ahead of him. Hold on. At that moment, Shan suddenly raised his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Then he went forward alone to check. When he returned, there was a rare smile on his face as he said, our prey has arrived. When Zhao Qian saw the smile on Shan's face, he knew that this time's hunting target was something Shan was very satisfied with. So he asked curiously, what are we going to hunt? Shan replied, Tayo Tayo. Zhao Qian was stunned, Tayo Tayo? Seeing that Zhao Qian didn't understand, Shan began to seriously describe it. Tayo Tayo has gray fur, long ears, short tails, and usually moves by hopping. After hearing this, Zhao Qian thought about what kind of animal this could be. After a while, his eyes lit up, it must be a rabbit. The rabbit completely matched Shan's description. Also, rabbits were the safest prey and posed almost no danger while hunting them, perfectly in line with the hunting habits of tribe members. Soon, Zhao Qian saw Tayo Tayo, and just as he suspected, Tayo Tayo was indeed a rabbit. However, just like the deer he saw earlier, the rabbits he saw were also gigantic. Each one was the size of a Tibetan mastiff, with huge teeth and sharp claws. When these rabbits dug into the ground, it was just like in cartoons, dirt kept flying out, and in no time, a large hole was dug. Shan asked, do you know how I discovered the Tayo Tayo? Zhao Qian understood that Shan was testing him, but also teaching him. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he observed the surroundings, looking for clues. After a while, he smiled and asked, was it because of the dirt they dug up? Sean smiled and said, that's only half correct, but already impressive. Zhao Qian asked, what's the other half? Sean said, I found tayo droppings near the water source earlier. Zhao Qian was surprised, droppings. Sean explained, tayo are very smart prey. They rarely defecate near their own burrows. They deliberately go to less noticeable places to do it. After this reminder, Zhao Qian suddenly understood. However, he wasn't proud for guessing correctly, because he knew clearly how much hunting experience he lacked. Take the tayo droppings for example, he may have guessed the answer, but he couldn't distinguish them at all. So, if it were him, unless he saw the dug-up dirt, he'd miss this kind of food. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian sincerely asked, how are we going to hunt tayo next? Just charge out? Sean shook his head, tayo are very alert. If we rush out directly, they'll dive into their burrows immediately, and each burrow has multiple exits. Once they go inside, it's nearly impossible to catch them. Zhao Qian asked, then what should we do? 2 methods. Sean stared at the distant tayo and said, first, overwhelming strength, catch them with lightning speed before they can get back to their burrows. Second, find all the entrances to their burrows, block all but 2, then use smoke to drive them out. At this point, Sean paused and looked around at the forest, continuing. If your strength is enough, it's best to use the first method. The second might cause a fire, and that would attract a guardian. A forest fire. Attracting a guardian. Zhao Qian was shocked, what's a guardian? Sean explained, guardians are also beast creatures, but they are very gentle and won't actively attack any creatures. They exist mainly to protect the environment. There are forest guardians, mountain guardians, lake guardians, many types. Hearing this, Zhao Qian finally understood why that giant beast in the lake once tried to eat him. If nothing unexpected happened, that lake beast was a guardian. He had started 2 fires in the forest and angered it, so it wanted to eat him. Luckily, you had explained the situation to the guardian at the time and calmed it down. Seeing Zhao Qian's odd expression, Sean asked, you've met a guardian? Yeah. Zhao Qian didn't hide it and said with a bitter smile, back then I didn't know about guardians. I had no choice but to start 2 fires in the forest. It attracted a guardian who almost ate me. Shan's face showed realization, you were very lucky. That guardian didn't really want to eat you. Otherwise, you would have been dead for sure. Zhao Qian asked in confusion, why? Shan answered, above savage class beasts is king class, and above that is emperor class. Every guardian is at least an emperor class beast. With those words, Zhao Qian was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had already known that beast was extraordinary, but he had never thought it could be emperor class or higher. At this point, not to mention emperor class, even a savage class beast was a terrifying existence to him. He couldn't even imagine an emperor class one. Let's not talk about that anymore. Zhao Qian changed the topic on his own and asked Shan, which method are we going to use to hunt these tayo? Shan said, with my speed, catching 1 or 2 tayo is no problem. But catching all of them is impossible. Zhao Qian understood what Shan meant, you want to use the second method. Shan nodded, there are so many people in the tribe, just catching 1 or 2 won't be enough to feed everyone. Don't be fooled by the Yenza tribe being a mid-level tribe. In reality, except for the area and Tan Luo in the tribe, ordinary members barely had enough to eat. Hunger was a common problem. If even regular members were going hungry, you could imagine how bad it was for the slaves, many died of hunger every year. So, whenever the hunting team went out, they tried to bring back as much food as possible. Okay, then we'll use the second method. Zhao Qian naturally didn't object and agreed to Shan's plan. After that, Shan assigned a Tan Luo with stealth-type beast marks to search for all the tayo burrow entrances. They say a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, but the tayo of this world were even craftier, 7 entrances were found in total. After blocking 5 of the burrow entrances, the real hunt began. Shan, hiding in the dark, suddenly jumped out and rushed toward 2 tayo with incredible speed. Before they could react, he knocked them out. As for the other tayo, they didn't hesitate for even a second, their instincts made them scatter in all directions. But the area had already been surrounded by Tan Luo. As the tayo approached, the Tan Luo would suddenly appear and scare them into changing direction. Very soon, the tayo found that all escape routes were blocked, they had no choice but to retreat into the burrow. Quick, 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 if we're too slow, they'll dig new exits. Shan directed the slaves to block the remaining entrance with wet branches, and then had a fire element Tan Luo ignite them. Wet branches wouldn't catch fire immediately but would release thick smoke, which was then blown into the burrow by a wind element Tan Luo. More than 10 minutes later, The Tayo in the burrow couldn't bear the smoke anymore and fled out through the only open entrance. This hunting trip lasted only half an hour in total before it ended. Not a single Tayo escaped from this group, all were captured by the hunting team, 15 in total. One Tayo could provide about 100 jin of meat. 15 Tayo equaled about 1,500 jin of meat, which was quite a harvest. Also, Zhao Qian found that compared to the meat, the hunting team cared more about the Tayo's fur. After asking, he found out that winter was coming soon, and it would be very cold then. The Tayo's fur was very good for keeping warm. Hearing this, Zhao Qian, who originally hadn't planned to take Tayo fur, shamelessly asked for 2 pieces of fur. Of course, he wasn't asking for himself but for Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Both of them were ordinary people. Without warm clothes, it would be hard for them to survive a winter that even Tan Luo said was cold. Is the hunt already over? Seeing the processed Tayo, Zhao Qian felt something was missing and looked at Shan with some lingering interest. His purpose in joining the hunting team was to temper his body, preparing for awakening as a Tan Luo later. But so far, the hunting had not achieved the results he wanted. Shan shook his head and said, "Of course not. This is only the beginning. Normally, one hunt lasts at least 3 days." Zhao Qian frowned and asked, "Isn't 3 days a bit too long?" "Not long at all." Shan looked at Zhao Qian and explained, "On the first day we hunt ordinary prey, mainly food for ordinary tribe members. On the second and third days, we hunt beast creatures. Those are food for Tan Luo." Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "Do Tan Luo eat different things from ordinary tribe members?" He remembered that when Yong was injured, he ate ordinary food. Shan answered, "It's possible, but to fill your stomach you need a lot of food. So in most cases, Tan Luo eat beast creature meat because it saves a lot of food." When Zhao Qian heard this, he nodded in understanding. The difference between ordinary creatures and beast creatures wasn't just whether there was a beast core or intelligence, it was different in many ways, including the energy in their flesh and blood. The flesh and blood energy of ordinary creatures could never compare to that of beast creatures. Likewise, a Tan Luo's flesh and blood energy was stronger than an ordinary person's. In a natural state, their energy consumption was far greater than that of an ordinary person. This also meant that if a Tan Luo ate ordinary food, they would need to eat a lot to feel full. Unknowingly, the first day of hunting came to an end. That day, they hunted over 3,000 jin of meat and also got a large amount of fur. They also collected some fruit, nearly 4,000 jin in total weight. 4,000 jin, spread across 15 slaves, each slave carried over 200 jin. Such weight, on Earth, even a world weightlifting champion might not be able to lift. But humans in this world had physical strength far beyond humans on Earth. Carrying over 200 jin only made them slower. Later, thinking about how little Yu was physically stronger than adults on Earth, Zhao Qian felt relieved. At the same time, he tried it himself and found that he could now lift more than 200 jin with one hand. That night, everyone ate a bit of food on the ground, and then, led by Shan, climbed up a tall tree. According to Shan, the night in the wild was very dangerous for humans. The safest way was to stay up in a tree. At first, Zhao Qian didn't take it seriously. But when the night grew deep and quiet, eerie sounds kept ringing in his ears, like dangerous creatures roaming around. Because of these sounds, even though Zhao Qian had hunted all day and was very tired, he still couldn't fall asleep. He stayed awake until deep in the night, and only when he really couldn't stay awake any longer did he fall asleep. The next day, Zhao Qian was woken up by the sounds of others packing up. When he opened his eyes and saw everyone orderly climbing down from the tree, he also got down. Just as he stepped onto the ground, he saw 2 enormous insect corpses. From their appearance, these 2 insects looked like centipedes. But Zhao Qian knew that they were not centipedes but creatures called millipede centipedes. Unlike centipedes, millipede centipedes had very long legs that made them look light and floating. But like centipedes, millipede centipedes were also frightening in appearance, and Zhao Qian really did not like this kind of insect. Zhao Qian checked the fatal wounds on the millipede centipedes and saw that they were made by Shan's weapon, so he asked, "Did you kill these 2 insects?" "Yeah." Shan nodded and said, "Late last night, after you all fell asleep, these 2 insects tried to ambush us, and I killed them." When Shan said this, it sounded like he was talking about something very ordinary, with no emotion in his words. Zhao Qian looked at the 2 millipede centipedes, each was 5 to 6 meters long, and asked, "These 2 insects should be beast creatures, right?" Shan nodded, "They belong to beast creatures, but they are different from normal beast creatures." Zhao Qian asked, "How are they different?" Shan answered, "Ordinary beast creatures all have beast cores, but insect-type beast creatures rarely have beast cores. Also, their meat can't be eaten and has no value. If only Beiyi were here. That man at the top of the food chain would definitely be able to make them taste like chicken. Zhao Qian looked at the huge millipede centipede corpses and suddenly felt a bit regretful. It felt like a waste, and he couldn't help but tease himself in his heart. After that, everyone ate some jerky and began today's hunting. Zhao Qian could feel that today's hunting was completely different from yesterday. The hunting team ignored ordinary prey and focused solely on hunting beast creatures. However, the number of beast creatures was not as many as Zhao Qian had imagined. The hunting team spent several hours in the forest without seeing a single beast creature. This situation continued until noon, when the hunting team found the first beast creature. It was a bovine. Judging by its type, it should be a water buffalo. It was over 5 meters long, and its 2 horns gleamed with a metallic sheen, full of aggression. Zhao Qian looked at Shan and asked, "Are we killing it?" Shan nodded, "Yes, but you are not allowed to participate. This is a pureblood beast creature. You won't be able to help." Zhao Qian still had self-awareness. He nodded, "Don't worry, I won't participate, but I need to watch. You can't let me leave." Shan thought for a moment and agreed, "No problem, but you have to hide up in a tree. Pureblood beast creatures are very strong. With the slightest mistake, it could affect you." Zhao Qian was an area disciple and would later be the tribe's area. His importance went without saying. There could be no accidents. Zhao Qian did not act arrogantly. Following Shan's instructions, he climbed up a tall tree. Standing in the high place, he looked at the hunting ground with excitement shining in his eyes. Although he had known about the existence of Tanluo for a long time, today was the first time he had the opportunity to see a Tanluo take action. Zhao Qian thought to himself, "According to what my teacher taught me, the strength of a pureblood beast creature is about the same as a third-rank Tanluo. That means, aside from Shan, other Tanluo would be in danger when facing a pureblood beast creature. And Shan always talks about safety, because if a hunting team's Tanluo gets injured, it would be very troublesome. Sending them back to the tribe to heal would delay the hunt and the tribe would starve. Not sending them back means the injured Tanluo might die, which is like the tribe losing a fighter. I wonder how Shan will hunt this pureblood beast creature with zero loss?" While Zhao Qian was thinking this, under Shan's command, the Tanluo in the hunting team formed a surround circle. All the Tanluo were very careful, trying not to make any sound, slowly approaching the pureblood beast creature buffalo. At this moment, the pureblood beast creature buffalo still did not know it was surrounded. It was leisurely soaking in its small pond, with only its back and head above the water. However, Zhao Qian knew clearly that this seemingly relaxed pureblood beast creature was alert to its surroundings at all times. Any slight sound or movement might be detected. Once it sensed danger, this pureblood beast creature buffalo could completely submerge itself in the small pond. After that, hunting it would be almost impossible. The surrounding circle did not just shrink without reason. Zhao Qian saw that once the circle had tightened to a certain point, Shan raised his arm. Seeing this, all the Tanluo stopped where they were and quietly waited. And they waited for several hours, from noon to the afternoon. Zhao Qian did not know how the Tanluo felt, but hiding up in the tree, he had already begun to feel impatient, feeling like he couldn't wait any longer. Only then did he understand how terrifying it must be for those professional snipers who lie in one position for days. This was really a test of endurance and willpower. Someone without training could not endure it at all. Rustle. Fortunately, persistence was rewarded. The pureblood beast creature buffalo slowly walked up out of the water. It was still very leisurely and moved slowly, walking like an old person taking a stroll. When it reached some grass, it lowered its head and began to eat. While eating, it was also urinating, and a strong stream of urine splashed onto the ground. At this moment, Shan moved. In a flash, he was behind the pureblood beast creature, and his weapon stabbed down toward its hindquarters. Moo! The pureblood beast creature buffalo, not expecting to be attacked, let out a painful bellow. Then it forgot about eating and urinating. Furious, it turned around, its hooves digging at the ground, and charged toward Shan. Normally, when a buffalo charges, the correct action would be to dodge. But Shan did the opposite. While the pureblood beast creature buffalo was still moving slowly, he rushed forward and grabbed its horns with both hands, beginning to wrestle with it. Seeing this, Zhao Qian exclaimed, "Damn, what terrifying strength that must be." Although his own strength was not small and he had stopped a wild boar in the same way before, that wild boar could not compare to this pureblood beast creature. The wild boar was just an ordinary animal, even if it was somewhat large. But the pureblood beast creature buffalo in front of him was several times larger than that wild boar, and being a pureblood beast creature, its strength was completely incomparable. If he used the same method to try to stop this pureblood beast creature, he would undoubtedly be seeking his own death. Could this be related to Shan's beast mark? Zhao Qian suddenly remembered that Shan had told him the beast core beast mark he used when he awakened had the trait of great strength, so his strength was much greater than that of an ordinary third-rank Tanluo. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian felt a bit excited. I wonder what trait the beast mark of the beast core I will use when I awaken has. Whoosh whoosh. While Shan struggled with the pureblood beast creature, the Tanluo hiding in the shadows all jumped out and attacked the pureblood beast creature with their weapons. These weapons were all made from the bones of beast creatures, and their hardness could compare to steel. They easily pierced the skin of the pureblood beast creature buffalo, causing significant damage. Moo. The pureblood beast creature became angry and tried to turn and attack the others. But Shan would not give it the opportunity, holding onto the horns tightly and restraining its movement. Seeing no danger, the other Tanluo swung their weapons continuously. One Tanluo even used a bone dagger and stabbed it into the pureblood beast creature's neck. Then he twisted the dagger and quickly pulled it out, blood gushing out from the wound in the pureblood beast creature's neck. In just a few seconds, the pureblood beast creature's struggling grew weaker and weaker. Finally, with a plop, it fell to the ground. However, even in this state, Shan still did not let go of the pair of horns. Instead, he shouted loudly to the others, "Don't waste this beast creature blood. Find something to collect it." The Tanluo all took out their water skins and collected the flowing blood. After more than 10 water skins were filled with beast creature blood, the pureblood beast creature was completely done. Its body grew cold, and its breath weakened to the point it could not be felt, only its belly was still rising and falling. At this moment, Shan let go of the pureblood beast creature, slowly closed its eyes with his hands, then pulled out his weapon and gave the pureblood beast creature a decisive strike. Success! Zhao Qian said with a face full of joy, "This is really a good hunting method." It fully used the hunting team's strengths and the pureblood beast creature's weaknesses. The hunting team's advantage was having many people. So the strongest, Shan, acted as support, controlling the pureblood beast creature, while the other Tanluo provided the main output, avoiding casualties. As for the pureblood beast creature's weaknesses, there were many. For example, it was not superior in numbers and it did not realize it was being ambushed, coming out of the water. However, there was one disadvantage that many people did not notice: the pureblood beast creature was urinating. This seemingly insignificant moment was actually very important. First, when a creature urinates, it relaxes its vigilance and is easy to ambush. Second, the pureblood beast creature had held its urine for so long that its bladder was almost about to burst. Before finishing urinating, it could not exert its full strength. Of course, this method was not unique to Shan. On Earth, Zhao Qian had heard that wolves would use the moment when prey was urinating to hunt. "Zhao Qian, come down and drink some beast creature blood." After the pureblood beast creature was completely killed, Shan shouted loudly to Zhao Qian. "Oh!" Zhao Qian responded and was about to climb down the tree. But at that moment, he saw something from his high vantage point. His pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could think more, he warned loudly. "Not good, there's a pack of wolves." If it were just a single wolf, it wouldn't be scary, any ordinary Tanluo could easily kill it. But what Zhao Qian saw was not a lone wolf. It was a wolf pack, no less than 300 to 400 forest wolves. In fact, on Earth, wolf packs usually number around 10, and at most a few dozen. They rarely exceed 100. However, this world was different from Earth. Creatures here were much stronger. A wolf pack of 10 or a few dozen would have a hard time surviving, so the number of wolves increased significantly, reaching several hundred. A pack of several hundred wolves still had the power to fight even if the opponent was a beast creature. Of course, wolves were very smart. They would not risk attacking a dangerous beast creature unless it was easy prey. There was no doubt that the wolf pack had fixed its eyes on the pureblood beast creature buffalo that had just been killed. As for the people of the Yenza tribe, if they left obediently, the wolf pack might not pursue them. But if they were clueless, the wolf pack wouldn't mind a little more food. Several hundred forest wolves were not afraid of a dozen or so Tanluo. "Be alert." When Shan heard Zhao Qian's warning, he immediately gripped his weapon and shouted loudly. The other Tanluo did not hesitate. They drew their weapons and formed a circle, guarding all around. Rustle. Rustle rustle. The wolf pack seemed to realize they had been exposed, so one by one they walked out of the shadows, surrounding the people of the Yenza tribe. "Wolves, wolves! Help, help! I don't want to die." At the same time, the screams and cries for help of the slaves sounded from a distance, and without exception, those slaves trying to avoid danger ended up in the bellies of the wolves. Not only that, the prey hunted the day before was unlikely to have escaped harm either. But the Yenza tribe people had no way to respond, because in the current situation they could hardly guarantee their own safety. Just then, the wolf pack opened a path. A forest wolf, its fur pitch black and its body larger than the others by a size, slowly walked forward. It was easy to see that this forest wolf was the wolf king of the pack. The wolf king's eyes were fixed on the people, and then it suddenly lifted its head and howled. In an instant, the forest wolves that had been standing still seemed to have received a charge order. Like soldiers, they launched their attack one after another. The scene was very shocking. From Zhao Qian's perspective, the wolf pack surged toward the Tanluo of the Yanzi tribe from all directions like a tide. Break out, climb the trees. Shan charged forward, first stabbing through a wolf's head with his dagger, then punching another wolf to death. The other Tanluo followed suit, running toward the nearest trees while killing wolves that tried to attack them. Although 10 or so Tanluo could not fight an entire wolf pack, with plenty of strength they were still able to suppress the wolves temporarily. However, this suppression could not last long. Once there was a breach or their strength began to drop, death would be inevitable. Fortunately, Shan's order was not to wipe out the wolf pack, and since they were in a forest where trees were plentiful, none of the Tanluo were lost. They all climbed up the trees. Looking down at the forest wolves surrounding them, the Tanluo swallowed hard, thinking that fortunately Zhao Qian had warned them early, otherwise, at least a few of them would have died here. Seeing the people climb the trees, the Wolf King walked forward unhurriedly, looked up at the Tanluo above, and then slowly walked to the pureblood beast creature's corpse and began eating it. One Tanluo angrily said, "This damned beast actually stole our food. I really want to kill it." Shan said in a low voice, "Safety first. Don't mind the prey. At worst, we'll hunt other beast creatures." Another Tanluo worried, "Wolves are very patient predators. I'm afraid they won't leave until they've killed us." Another Tanluo said, "I'm just afraid the wolf pack will attack the trees we climbed. Once we lose the tree's protection, we'll have to fight them head-on." At these words, everyone fell silent. That was right. Wolves couldn't climb trees, but this didn't mean the wolf pack had no other way to attack them. The most common method was for wolves to bite the tree trunks until they broke, causing those on the tree to fall. "Actually, I have a method." At this moment, when everyone was panicking, Zhao Qian, who had not spoken, finally opened his mouth. The worried Tanluo quickly asked, "Zhao Qian, what method do you have? Tell us quickly." "My method is to set fire to burn the forest." After Zhao Qian said his method, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, this was the third time he had suggested setting fire to the forest. When Shan heard Zhao Qian's idea, he immediately shook his head and said, "We cannot burn the forest. Not all guardians have the same temper as the one you encountered." Zhao Qian however said, "I know this will anger the guardians, but we have no other way now. We can't just let the wolf pack eat us." Shan was silent for a moment and said, "Even if we get eaten, we still can't burn the forest." Seeing Shan so determined, Zhao Qian asked, "Why not?" Shan answered, "We might be able to live if we burn the forest, but the guardians would forbid the Yanzi tribe from entering the forest. After that, our tribe would lack food." Hearing this, Zhao Qian understood Shan's concern. At present, the tribe had not developed farming techniques. All food was obtained through hunting and gathering. Therefore, stable hunting grounds and gathering areas were very important to the tribe. If the Yanzi tribe could no longer enter the forest, it would be like losing the most important food source, a disaster for the Yanzi tribe. Zhao Qian was silent for a long time, then asked, "What if we move the tribe to a new hunting area? We can't knowingly walk into a dead end without trying, right?" Shan did not answer Zhao Qian's question, and the other Tanluo also did not speak. Their answer was obvious. They would rather die than let the tribe be in danger. This was something Zhao Qian could never understand. At this moment, the Wolf King, having eaten its fill, howled toward the sky. With the howl, several wolves smaller than ordinary forest wolves walked out of the pack and began gnawing on the pureblood beast creature's flesh behind the Wolf King. Heh! Zhao Qian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he said, "These beasts really have strict hierarchy. When the Wolf King is eating, the other wolves are not allowed to eat." Just then, Zhao Qian suddenly paused, and an idea flashed through his mind. Looking down at the Wolf King from above, he said excitedly, "I have an idea, a way that doesn't require burning the forest." "What idea?" The other Tanluo quickly looked over. If they had a choice, they didn't want to die either. Zhao Qian said, "Catch the king first." Although Zhao Qian had already made his meaning very clear, Shan and the other Tanluo still didn't understand, looking at Zhao Qian with confused faces. To put it simply, when fighting, catch the main opponent on the other side first. Zhao Qian tried to explain, but it didn't seem to work, so he thought for a moment and gave an example. For instance, if we go to war with a tribe and we directly capture their area, what would happen? One of the Tanluo instinctively answered upon hearing the question, if Arya is caught, of course, the tribe will do whatever we tell them to do. Actually, that wasn't just what this Tanluo thought, others thought the same way, they just hadn't said it yet. And as soon as this sentence was said, all the Tanluo fell silent, as if they understood the meaning of capture the leader to capture the gang. Shan, who had always disagreed with Zhao Qian about setting fire, finally opened his mouth at this moment. You mean, we catch the Wolf King first? Zhao Qian nodded. Exactly. As long as we control the Wolf King, the wolf pack won't dare to act rashly. Shan asked in a deep voice, will that really work? Zhao Qian replied with a question, do you have a better plan? Hearing that, Shan fell silent. He had to admit, he didn't have a better idea. Shan thought for a bit, then looked at Zhao Qian and said, fine, I agree with this plan. But you can't come. When we go catch the Wolf King, the wolves' attention should all be on us. You take the chance to escape. Zhao Qian didn't want to agree, because he could feel that Shan was trying to protect him in every way. That's not what he and his teacher wanted. But at the same time, he understood, if he didn't agree, Shan might not agree to this plan. So, he said, okay, I agree. Seeing that Zhao Qian agreed not to fight, Shan didn't waste words and told the other Tanluo, this time, you help me hold off the wolves. I'll go catch the Wolf King. Understood. None of the Tanluo objected. Action. Shan gave the order. Almost instantly, all the Tanluo charged into the wolf pack. It should be known that those Tanluo who could join the hunting team were all second-tier Tanluo, with strength similar to Yong, able to kill a titan python with their fists. But the forest wolves in the wolf pack were just ordinary wolves, no match for the Tanluo. In just a short clash, more than 20 wolves were killed. However, as long as the Wolf King remained, the wolves weren't afraid to die. They attacked from all directions like a tidal wave. When you smashed one wolf with your fist, 2 would appear in front of you, 3 behind, all throwing themselves at you fearlessly. Even if you killed the 2 in front, the 3 behind would bite onto you. These forest wolves had strong jaws, and once they bit down, they wouldn't let go easily. Because of that, after killing only a few dozen wolves, each Tanluo had already sustained injuries, and their strength was significantly weakened. Zhao Qian became anxious watching this and loudly reminded, stand back to back. That way, the wolves can't sneak up on you from behind. The fighting Tanluo immediately stood back to back in pairs or threes. With the back covered, there was no more pressure of surprise attacks, and the wolves could only attack from the front. For a time, they couldn't do anything to the Tanluo. Whoa! The Wolf King, who had been lying on the ground lazily, suddenly howled at the sky upon seeing this. The forest wolves that had been guarding it immediately joined the fight. These forest wolves were a bit smaller than the Wolf King but larger than normal wolves. They were fast and agile. After they joined, the pressure on the Tanluo increased greatly. Soon, 2 Tanluo weren't careful and got separated by the elite wolves, then were knocked to the ground by ordinary forest wolves, very dangerous situation. At this moment, Shan, who had been waiting for a chance, moved. Like a cannonball, he charged at the Wolf King. Some wolves tried to stop him along the way, but these ordinary wolves were no match for a third-tier Tanluo and were instantly killed, at most slowing him down a little. In the blink of an eye, Shan was just over 10 meters from the Wolf King. That distance might seem far, but for Shan, it didn't even take a second to reach the Wolf King. However, the Wolf King seemed to have known someone would try to ambush it. Just as Shan was about to catch it, it suddenly jumped back, and at the same time, 7 wolves jumped out and blocked Shan. Shan frowned. Because the 7 wolves blocking him were all mixed-blood primal beasts. Seeing this, Zhao Qian was shocked. There were mixed-blood primal beasts among the wolf pack. This was unbelievable. Keep in mind, that Wolf King was just an ordinary beast. Could it be, an ordinary creature like the Wolf King could command mixed-blood primal beasts? How was that possible? Even though Zhao Qian didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. This Wolf King is not ordinary. It's very intelligent. Although the Wolf King was usually the smartest in the pack, this one was too smart. In fact, Zhao Qian felt this Wolf King had laid a trap, first sending the elite wolves to attack the Tanluo, making Shan think he had a chance. When Shan acted, the mixed-blood primal beasts in the wolf pack surrounded the strongest fighter, Shan. Even if Shan was a third-tier Tanluo, there was no way he could kill 7 mixed-blood primal beasts in a short time. Once he got delayed, other forest wolves would swarm him and wear him down slowly. Terrifying. This Wolf King was like a demon. At that moment, Shan suddenly turned his head and gave Zhao Qian a meaningful look. Zhao Qian instantly understood what Shan meant, he was telling him to escape. Take care. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth, turned, and left without hesitation. Seeing this, not only was Shan not angry, but a smile appeared on his face. The tribe could survive without them Tan Luo, but it absolutely couldn't survive without Arya's disciples, especially considering how old Arya was. If Zhao Qian died here, Arya wouldn't have time to find a new disciple, and then the Yanzi tribe might lose Arya. Luckily, Zhao Qian put the big picture first and didn't stay behind. Kill! Without any worries, Shan roared and charged at the 7 wolves. He raised his fist high, and the beast totem on his chest flashed with light. The great strength trait of the beast mark enhanced his punch, and he smashed it hard onto the head of one of the wolves. That mixed-blood primal beast-level forest wolf skull caved in immediately from the punch, dead before it could even scream. The remaining 6 mixed-blood forest wolves saw this and realized they couldn't match Shan in strength, so they started circling, trying to stall for time while the ordinary forest wolves closed in on him. Shan looked at the increasing number of forest wolves surrounding him and immediately realized he was probably going to die here today. However, just then, snap! A burning tree branch fell in front of Shan. At the same time, a voice came, "Shan, I think it's still better to set the forest on fire." Forest. At first, Zhao Qian did intend to run away, but he stopped after running just 100 meters. All this time, Shan had not only taught him hunting experience, but also looked after him like an elder. If he ran away, he'd be no better than scum. So, he turned back. After hesitating for less than a second, he decided to set the forest on fire again. Damn it! There are no environmental protection organizations in this world, nor any eco-girls. What am I afraid of? Besides, there are guardians in the forest. Even if he set a fire, he couldn't really burn down the forest, the guardians would put it out. The only outcome would be angering the guardian. At worst, I won't hunt in your forest anymore. As long as Lu Yun recreates things from Earth, the Yanzi tribe won't go hungry. Crackling sounds. The burning branch had just fallen to the ground and immediately ignited the fallen leaves. The fire instantly grew larger, like a bonfire. Seeing the flames, the wolves instinctively backed away. After all, they were wild beasts, and they had a fear of fire from deep within their souls. However, if you looked closely, you'd notice the Wolf King didn't seem afraid of the fire. Instead, it took a few steps forward. Zhao Qian took this opportunity to quickly run to Shan and shouted, "Shan, run." Shan didn't hesitate at all and shook his head. "I can't run." Zhao Qian knew what Shan was thinking and tried to persuade him, staying alive is most important. Don't worry about other things. I promise you, even if we can't hunt or gather in the forest anymore, I won't let the Yanzi tribe starve. No. Shan still shook his head. Then he walked to a small tree about the thickness of an arm, spread his legs, grabbed the base of the tree with both hands, and yanked it upward. He actually pulled the tree out of the ground. He took the tree to the small pond where the pureblood primal beast water buffalo bathed, soaked the treetop in the pond, and then slapped it hard onto the flames. The treetop carried a lot of water and did slow the spread of the fire, but putting the fire out completely was almost impossible. Shan also realized this and shouted to the other Tan Luo, "Everyone help me put out the fire." When the fire broke out, the wolf pack had stopped attacking, so after hearing Shan's order, the Tan Luo also joined in firefighting. They soaked forest wolf corpses with water and used that to fight the fire. Unfortunately, whether it was treetops or soaked corpses, the amount of water was too little. They couldn't extinguish the fire, instead, it kept getting fiercer. Zhao Qian originally wanted to persuade them again, but seeing that neither Shan nor the Tan Luo intended to leave, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Damn it, were you all reincarnated from environmentalists or something?" Though he cursed, Zhao Qian didn't hesitate. He pulled out his weapon and began constructing a firebreak in the area the fire hadn't reached yet. The purpose of a firebreak was to stop the fire from spreading and to control the fire within a certain range. At first, Shan didn't understand what Zhao Qian was doing, but when he saw the fire stop spreading once it reached the firebreak, he immediately understood. He ordered all the Tan Luo to help build firebreaks, and eventually they confined the fire to a specific area. The burned area wasn't large, just a few dozen square meters. At this moment, the wolf pack surrounded them again. "We're finished." Zhao Qian looked at the wolves and smiled bitterly in his heart. "Why did I get carried away and help them put out the fire? Now we're screwed, there's no way we can escape." But to Zhao Qian's surprise, the wolves only surrounded them. They didn't seem to want to attack. Then, the wolves spread out to both sides. The Wolf King calmly walked over, followed by those mixed-blood primal beast-level forest wolves. Zhao Qian, seeing this, whispered, "When the Wolf King gets close, help me catch it. As long as we control the Wolf King, the wolves won't attack us." Shan smiled bitterly and asked, "Haven't you realized it yet?" Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "Realized what?" Sean said, "This Wolf King is the guardian of the forest." "It's the forest's guardian?" Zhao Qian looked at the Wolf King in disbelief and said, "Didn't you tell me guardians are at least imperial-grade primal beasts? This is just an ordinary Wolf King." Sean shook his head. "It's hiding its strength. But if you focus, you can still sense the terrifying energy inside it." Upon hearing that, Zhao Qian immediately used Arya's power and looked at the Wolf King. As he looked, his eyes widened. He could indeed see a terrifying aura hidden inside the Wolf King. That aura was as powerful as the giant beast he encountered in the lake back then. However, he was much stronger now. So even if this Wolf King was as strong as that lake beast, he wasn't as terrified as before. Zhao Qian asked, "Aren't stronger primal beasts usually bigger? Why is an imperial-grade beast this small?" Sean explained, "Most of the time, yes. But that's not always the case." Zhao Qian asked again, "Didn't you also tell me guardians have gentle tempers and don't kill other creatures? What's going on this time?" This time, Sean didn't answer. He fell silent. He probably didn't know how to respond either. Finally, a Tan Luo nearby said, "It doesn't seem to have attacked us directly, just ordered the wolves to attack us." Zhao Qian said speechlessly, "So not attacking us directly counts as having a good temper?" That Tan Luo said, "If it had attacked us itself, we'd already be dead." That makes so much sense. I'm speechless. What do we do now? Zhao Qian asked nervously. "I just set the forest on fire. Will it eat me? If it's going to eat me, can it wait until I'm dead first? I don't want to feel the pain." If the Wolf King were just a regular creature, he might be able to threaten it for leverage. But this was a guardian, an imperial-grade primal beast. Even if the entire giant beast tribe attacked, they wouldn't be its match. Let alone him, who wasn't even a regular person, much less a Tan Luo. At that moment, Sean suddenly said, "I feel like it won't eat you." Zhao Qian bitterly smiled. "True, it just ate. It'll probably let the wolf pack eat me instead." Sean saw Zhao Qian misunderstood and explained, "That's not what I meant. I think it might let us go." Zhao Qian froze and asked, "Why would it let us go?" Sean said, "Because we put out the fire." Zhao Qian replied, "But I'm the one who started the fire. That doesn't make sense." After saying that, he felt a bit ridiculous. He was trying to use human logic to understand a primal beast. At that moment, the Wolf King stretched its head toward Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian looked at the Wolf King's head right in front of him, too scared to even breathe. His heart was in his throat, afraid the Wolf King might suddenly attack him. However, the Wolf King only sniffed the scent on his body. Then, a voice entered his mind. "Follow me." "Wolf King?" Zhao Qian looked at the Wolf King in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the Wolf King could actually communicate with him. Although Lu Yun had said before that primal beasts had a certain level of intelligence, in his mind, the so-called intelligence of primal beasts was at most comparable to gorillas or border collies, far from being comparable to humans. In his heart, humans were always the only intelligent beings. But now, he realized he had underestimated the intelligence of primal beasts. The Wolf King didn't continue speaking with Zhao Qian. It simply gave him a meaningful look, then turned around and walked in one direction. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed. This move startled Sean, who quickly asked, "Zhao Qian, where are you going?" Zhao Qian said, "The Wolf King told me to go with it. I don't know why either." Sean exclaimed, "The guardian spoke to you?" Zhao Qian nodded. Upon hearing this, Sean hesitated and said, "There's a legend that when a guardian takes the initiative to speak to you, it has a request for you." "A request for me?" Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile. "The Wolf King is a guardian, with strength comparable to an imperial-grade primal beast. A sneeze from it could kill me. How could it possibly need something from me?" Sean shook his head. "That I don't know. Just go quickly." Zhao Qian nodded. "You guys head back to the tribe first. If I'm fine, I'll return as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned and caught up with the Wolf King. Once the Wolf King left, the surrounding wolf pack retreated quickly, like a receding tide. In a short time, aside from the people of the Yenza tribe, there was nothing left on the battlefield. At this moment, a Tan Luo asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" Sean said in a deep voice, "Return to the tribe immediately and report this to Arya. By the way, any casualties?" The Tan Luo replied, "Other than the slaves who came with us, we had no casualties. But Shu is badly hurt." Sean quickly said, "Then give him something to eat to help him recover." Although the battle was intense, and several Tan Luo were knocked down and bitten by wolves, as long as they weren't killed on the spot, they could recover quickly using the power granted by Arya, just like Yong did before. Arya of the Yenza tribe mainly had healing powers, which allowed Tan Luo to recover quickly. If it were another type of Arya, it would be a different kind of ability. For example, Tan Luo awakened by a beast-taming area would have a certain degree of beast-controlling ability. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian followed the Wolf King deep into the forest. The wolf pack didn't follow. Watching the Wolf King running ahead, Zhao Qian briefly considered escaping, but thinking about the Wolf King's strength, he gave up that suicidal idea. He didn't know why the Wolf King wanted him to follow, but based on the current situation, he seemed to be safe for now. Zhao Qian hesitated, then sped up to catch up to the Wolf King and asked, "Lord Guardian, where are you taking me?" The Wolf King didn't stop walking but replied, "The forest is sick." Zhao Qian asked, "You want me to cure the forest?" The Wolf King nodded, "Yes." Zhao Qian asked again, "Why me?" The Wolf King, unusually, said a long sentence, "Just now, when you were putting out the fire, the method you used was clever. Only a clever person might be able to heal the forest. So I was right, the Wolf King didn't spare me because I put out the fire." Thinking of this, he asked, "Lord Guardian, if I can't cure the forest, will you kill me?" The Wolf King replied, "No." Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. The Wolf King continued, "I'll let the wolf pack eat you. I don't like wasting food." Zhao Qian. The relief he had just felt disappeared in an instant. Half an hour later, the man and the wolf had almost crossed the entire forest and reached its far side. And the moment he stepped into that area, Zhao Qian frowned at the scene before him. A large area of forest ahead looked like it had entered autumn and winter ahead of time. The trees were withered, the leaves fallen, no signs of life. What was worse was that this condition was still spreading. The trees near this area were also starting to show signs of withering. Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "Lord Guardian, what's going on here?" The Wolf King didn't answer. It walked to a withered tree, raised its paw, and struck it hard. A large piece of the bark flew off, and the tree collapsed with a crash. Zhao Qian quickly went over to inspect it. The entire tree had rotted, completely lifeless. "What is this?" Upon closer observation, Zhao Qian saw white little bugs under the bark, somewhat like ants. He picked one up and brought it close to look. Zhao Qian suddenly understood why the trees in this area were like this. The bugs in his hand were termites. The trees in this area were all being destroyed by termites. Holy shit! These termites are vicious. There are termites on Earth, and they can damage trees too, but the destruction they cause is nothing compared to these termites in this world. The difference in destructive power is like night and day. Zhao Qian quickly reported his findings to the Wolf King. "Lord Guardian, I found the cause, it's these termites that are making the forest sick." The Wolf King replied calmly, "I know the cause. I want to ask you, can you solve this problem?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "Almost no way, unless all the trees in this area are burned down to completely wipe out the termites. If Lord Guardian is worried about the fire spreading, you can create a firebreak." At that point, he froze for a second and gave a bitter smile. No surprise, the Wolf King had probably already thought of burning the area, but in the past, it couldn't control the spread of the fire. Only after seeing him build firebreaks to contain the flames did it decide to seek his help. "Bullshit about only clever people being able to heal the forest, you're just using me to dig firebreaks. Others are sly dogs. You're a real dog. Wait. You're the ancestor of all dogs." Then, the Wolf King said, "Burning won't completely solve the problem." Zhao Qian sensed the Wolf King had more to say, so he asked, "Lord Guardian, is there another reason?" The Wolf King's voice turned icy cold. "These insects were released by a tribe." Zhao Qian was shocked when he heard that and frowned as he asked, "Lord Guardian, do you mean these termites weren't naturally born, but were raised by a tribe?" The Wolf King nodded and looked in a direction. "That tribe is called the insect tribe. They've lived with insects for generations and can control many kinds of bugs. These termites are one of them. A tribe that specializes in raising insects, what a strange one. But then again, there are also tribes that specialize in raising plants, so it wasn't that surprising after all." He asked, "Did the insect tribe release the termites on purpose, or was it accidental?" The Wolf King replied angrily, "They did it on purpose." Zhao Qian frowned, very disgusted by this kind of intentional destruction of the forest. Why did the insect tribe deliberately release termites into the forest? The Wolf King said, "When the insect tribe was still weak, I made an agreement with them. They were only allowed to raise insects within a certain area. But after they became stronger, they repeatedly violated the agreement and went to other parts of the forest to raise insects. As the guardian of the forest, I drove them out. So it was revenge." Zhao Qian asked, "Lord Guardian, since you're so powerful, why don't you just destroy the insect tribe?" The Wolf King replied, "Unless absolutely necessary, I can't leave the forest I protect." Zhao Qian curiously asked, "Why not?" The Wolf King glanced at Zhao Qian but didn't answer. Instead, it asked, if we don't eliminate the insect tribe, then even if we get rid of the termites, it's useless, because they can breed more. Zhao Qian seemed to understand the Wolf King's meaning and asked with a bitter smile, you don't mean to have my tribe go wipe out the insect tribe, do you? Honestly speaking, Zhao Qian wasn't up for that. Leaving aside whether the Yanzi tribe was strong enough to take on the insect tribe, even if they could win, why would they help the Wolf King? To protect the forest? Don't joke. War means people die. He wouldn't sacrifice his tribesmen for such a grand ideal like protecting the forest. The Wolf King said, I can have the wolf pack assist your tribe. Zhao Qian was about to shake his head but, worried the Wolf King might kill him, he said tactfully, Lord Guardian, I'm just an ordinary person in the tribe. I don't have any say. The Wolf King ignored him. As long as you can solve the forest problem, I'll have the wolves protect your tribe during future hunts in the forest. I thought you'd at least have the wolves hunt and deliver food to us. What kind of offer is that? Zhao Qian said awkwardly, a war between two tribes means people will die. Our tribe has just suffered a big disaster with many casualties. We really can't help. The Wolf King continued, 1 barbarian-grade primal beast core, 3 pureblood primal beast cores. Zhao Qian almost agreed, but shook his head. This has nothing to do with beast cores. The Wolf King raised the offer, 3 barbarian-grade primal beast cores, 5 pureblood beast cores, and 2 barbarian-grade primal beast corpses. Zhao Qian said righteously, Lord Guardian, beast cores don't matter. I just want to protect the forest and build a green home, bring more green to the world. It's not that he has no shame, it's just that the Wolf King offered way too much. You have to understand, 1 barbarian-grade beast core is already precious for a mid-sized tribe, and the Wolf King offered 3 in one go. Plus, the barbarian-grade beast corpses he had long dreamed of. Last time at a trade fair, just a little bit of barbarian-grade beast blood had cost him several mixed blood cores, and now the Wolf King offered 2 full corpses. The Wolf King looked at the shameless Zhao Qian and asked, when will your tribe head out to destroy the insect tribe? Zhao Qian shook his head, our tribe won't destroy the insect tribe. Before he could finish, Zhao Qian felt himself locked in place by a terrifying aura, his whole body trembling. He quickly said, Lord Guardian, I mean, even if our tribe doesn't destroy the insect tribe, I still have a way to solve the termite problem. Only then did the Wolf King withdraw its terrifying aura. Not by burning? Zhao Qian shook his head. No. The Wolf King asked, what method? Zhao Qian said, the method is confidential for now, but I need to return to the tribe first. I'll tell you after I get back. The Wolf King said, I don't trust humans. In fact, Zhao Qian understood why the Wolf King didn't trust humans, it all came back to the insect tribe. Back when they were weak, the Wolf King had given them forest territory to raise insects. They should have been grateful, but instead, they broke the agreement and severely damaged the forest. If he were the Wolf King, he wouldn't trust humans either, and would even lead the wolf pack to hunt them. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, Lord Guardian, you can trust me and my tribe. You saw it yourself, when the fire broke out, my tribesmen didn't run, they stayed to put out the fire. My tribe and I truly love the forest. The Wolf King hesitated for a moment and said, forget you. Your people are good. Zhao Qian was speechless. He thought, I know I started the fire, but I helped put it out too. The Wolf King said, I'll let you go back. But if you dare deceive me, your tribe will never enter the forest again. Zhao Qian smiled, don't worry. I'll definitely come back. Are you kidding? I haven't gotten the beast cores yet, how could I not come back? After parting ways with the Wolf King, Zhao Qian ran straight back to where they had killed the pureblood water buffalo. Unfortunately, Shan had already taken the Tan Luo and left. After cursing them for being disloyal, Zhao Qian, under the escort of the wolf pack, left the forest, crossed the grasslands, and returned to the Yanzi tribe. When he got back, the hunting team had just returned as well. After all, Tan Luo needed time to recover, and they had to be cautious of forest dangers, unlike him, who sprinted all the way back. When he got tired, he could even ride a forest wolf, it was super comfortable. When Yan Shan saw Zhao Qian return, he immediately grabbed him and asked, Zhao Qian, are you okay? What did the guardian want? Zhao Qian wasn't in the mood to chat with Yan Shan, so he casually said, it wanted me to go fight for it. Fight? That's not important, I refused. Then you just came back? What, you want me to wait for it to invite me to dinner? That's not what I meant. I meant, did the guardian give you any other instructions? Yes. Zhao Qian nodded and said, also not important. I've got stuff to do, we'll talk later. But I can give you a heads up, our tribe is about to strike it rich. As he said that, he quickly walked away toward Wang Qianqian, leaving Yan Shan confused. His plan required Wang Qianqian. No, more precisely, it required the army ants that Wang Qianqian had tamed. Ever since he was young, he had always wanted to know, between army ants and termites, which was more powerful? When Zhao Qian found Wang Qianqian, she was with Lu Yun, fiddling with something. Both of them were a little surprised to see Zhao Qian. Wang Qianqian asked, Zhao Qian, didn't you go out hunting? Why are you back so soon? Zhao Qian said, I ran into some trouble, so I came back early. I want to ask you something. Wang Qianqian asked, what is it? Zhao Qian said, how many army ants do you have now? Wang Qianqian answered truthfully, there are 200,000 ordinary army ants, and 100,000 elite army ants. But the tribe has provided plenty of food, so the little ants are reproducing. Their numbers will increase a lot soon. When Arya and the chief found out that Wang Qianqian had a mixed-blood primal beast-level army ant queen, they offered to provide food. Army ants were known as yellow demons by the tribe members, a terrifying existence. Since Wang Qianqian could control the ant queen, the tribe naturally wouldn't pass up the chance to have an army ant force. Zhao Qian frowned when he heard this. Only 300,000? That's a bit too few. 300,000 and you still think that's too few? Wang Qianqian was a little annoyed. She thought to herself, what do you think they are, tadpoles? Billions in one go? Lu Yun asked, Zhao Qian, did something happen? Zhao Qian nodded. Termites appeared in the forest. They've eaten up a huge area. I want to get rid of these termites. Lu Yun understood. So you're thinking of using army ants to deal with the termites? Zhao Qian nodded again. But the number of termites is too huge. I think it's not just a few million, maybe hundreds of millions, even billions. When he saved Yong before, he saw the army ants at full strength, and even then, there were only 2 million. But the termites he saw had eaten up a massive forest area. Almost every tree was infested with termites. Putting all those termites together, the number was unimaginable. He felt there must be at least billions of them. Wang Qianqian was startled by the number of termites and quickly said, with that many termites, my army ants won't be able to handle them. Let's forget it. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and tried to tempt her, there's a benefit in it. Just give it a try. Wang Qianqian still shook her head. No matter how much benefit, it's not worth it. 300,000 against billions, the advantage is clearly with the termites. Zhao Qian gave an awkward smile. Actually, he felt the same as Wang Qianqian and also thought it was unlikely to work. But at that moment, Lu Yun, who had been silent, spoke up. Actually, it's not impossible. We can give it a try. Wang Qianqian reminded her, Xiao Yun, that's billions of termites. My army ants only number 300,000, how can they be a match? Lu Yun smiled. Qianqian, even though the termites outnumber your army ants by a lot, each time the ants only need to deal with one termite colony, and a single colony won't exceed 1,000,000 termites. Wang Qianqian asked, why? Lu Yun explained, one termite colony at most has about 1,000,000. Most have only a few 100,000. So you just need to deal with one colony at a time. Whether Wang Qianqian fully understood or not wasn't clear, but Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. He had only focused on the huge number of termites, forgetting that such a number didn't belong to one colony, but came from hundreds of termite colonies. Although his ultimate goal was to eliminate all the termites, he didn't need to fight all the colonies at once, eliminating them one by one was also feasible. It's just like how Qin defeated the 6 states, Qin couldn't beat the alliance of all 6, but one-on-one, none of the 6 states could beat Qin. In that case, it might be worth a try. Wang Qianqian felt Lu Yun's explanation made sense. Then she looked at Zhao Qian and smiled. Just now, you mentioned there'd be benefits. Let's talk about the benefits. Zhao Qian said speechlessly, you're too realistic. Wang Qianqian replied, you said it yourself. Besides, if you don't give me anything, are you trying to get it for free? If possible, I really would like it for free. Zhao Qian asked, what do you want, then? How about I give you a mixed-blood primal beast core? But Wang Qianqian looked disgusted. I'm not trying to become a Tan Luo. What would I do with that thing? Zhao Qian asked, then what do you want? Wang Qianqian smiled. That fair-skinned, beautiful, juicy fruit you brought back last time was nice. Next time you go to a trade fair, get me 4 more, no, 8. Fair-skinned, beautiful, juicy fruit? Zhao Qian froze when he heard that. It took him a while to realize she meant the sweet fragrant fruit that could be traded for with just a bit of salt. What the hell? You don't want a mixed blood beast core, but you want something so cheap? In fact, if it was the sweet fragrant fruit, he could give her some right now, he still had plenty left from the jar he brought back last time. But to make her feel like she got a great deal, he put on a troubled face and said, no way. 8 is way too many. Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be enough to buy 8. Forget it then. As he said that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian thought she had asked for too much and quickly grabbed Zhao Qian. Don't be like that. 8 was just my asking price. In business, prices can be negotiated. Now you're talking. Zhao Qian was secretly happy. He pretended to think for a while and said, 4. I'll give you 4, no more. But Wang Qianqian didn't agree. No, that's too few. You slashed it in half. Raise it a bit. You're ruthless. Zhao Qian put on a pained face and gritted his teeth. 6. That's my limit. Deal. Wang Qianqian had a big "I scored" look on her face. At that moment, she felt that if she wasn't an actress, she should go into business. She'd definitely be a business genius. Lao Wang, Lao Ma, Jack Ma, they'd all have to step aside. Zhao Qian said bitterly, the benefit's been given to you. Can we go now? Wang Qianqian shook her head. Not yet. That benefit was for me. Xiaoyi hasn't gotten anything. Zhao Qian frowned. Wang Qianqian, now you're just being unreasonable. Wang Qianqian gave an embarrassed smile. At least give something, those are all Xiaoyi's children. Fine. Zhao Qian looked very reluctant and said painfully, I'll give one more mixed-blood beast core. Ask if it's willing. Wait a sec. Wang Qianqian quickly communicated with the Ant Queen. After the communication, Wang Qianqian said with a blank face, Xiaoyi only said 4 words. Zhao Qian quickly asked, what are the 4 words? Wang Qianqian replied, fuck your mother. When Zhao Qian heard those 4 words, he immediately became suspicious. Were they said by the Ant Queen, or by Wang Qianqian herself, or had the Ant Queen been influenced by Wang Qianqian and learned those words? He really could not imagine an Ant Queen being able to say something like that. However, none of that mattered. As long as the Ant Queen was willing to fight the termites, that was enough. So he said, can we set off now? Wang Qianqian nodded. Yes. Lu Yun suddenly said, I'm going too. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and agreed. It would be best if Sister Yun comes along. Without you, I wouldn't feel at ease. The knowledge Lu Yun possessed far exceeded that of both him and Wang Qianqian. If they encountered difficult problems, Lu Yun could always think of a solution. As for safety, there was no need to worry too much. The Wolf King was the forest guardian and the strongest primal beast in the forest. With the Wolf King around, they would not be in any danger. Next, Zhao Qian found Arya and the chief, briefly explained the situation, and was approved to do this. First, the primal beast cores the Wolf King offered were very important to the tribe. Second, both Arya and the chief did not want the forest to be destroyed, otherwise the Yenza tribe would lose a very important source of food. When leaving the tribe, Wang Qianqian coaxed the giant pangolin to come along. Zhao Qian admired her for this. Even though she was not a beast-taming Arya, she had beast-taming ability even stronger than one. It should be known that beast-taming Arya could only tame primal beasts, but Wang Qianqian seemed able to get along well with any creature, and the range of creatures she could control was much broader. The 3 of them rode on the giant pangolin and followed the previous route into the forest. Not long after entering the forest, the Wolf King appeared in front of the giant pangolin. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were fine, as they could not sense the Wolf King's power, but the giant pangolin could. It lay flat on the ground, not daring to move at all. The Wolf King's voice sounded again in Zhao Qian's mind. You've returned from the tribe. Can you tell me your method now? Zhao Qian said nothing. He walked up to the Wolf King and opened his palm. Inside was an army ant. This is my method. The Wolf King hesitated and asked, you want to use this kind of ant to deal with termites? Zhao Qian nodded. This ant is called an army ant. It's very powerful. Termites are no match for army ants. The Wolf King paced back and forth, thinking about the feasibility of this method. After a long while, it said, will army ants damage the forest? Zhao Qian shook his head. Army ants mainly eat meat and won't damage the forest. Hearing this, the Wolf King finally nodded. Then let's try it. With the Wolf King's approval, the 3 people and 2 beasts rushed toward the forest area ravaged by termites. When they arrived, both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were shocked. Although Zhao Qian had told them before that the forest had been badly damaged by termites, hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were completely different. Seeing such a large area of forest destroyed by termites, the 2 of them were speechless for a long time. Wang Qianqian did not say much and gave an order to the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen flew up and continuously vibrated its wings. Then army ants began crawling out from beneath the scales of the giant pangolin. Before long, all the army ants had crawled out and covered a small area. Wang Qianqian did not immediately give the order to attack. Instead, she turned to Lu Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, what do we do next? How do I tell which termites belong to the same colony? Lu Yun did not answer immediately. She looked around for a while, then pointed at a mound not far away and said, "Something like that is a termite nest. The termites in the surrounding area should belong to the same colony." Wang Qianqian asked again, "Should I have the army ants directly attack the nest and kill the termite queen?" Lu Yun shook her head. Termite nests are very complex and very narrow inside. Elite army ants are too large and probably can't get in. Ordinary army ants are small but weak and likely aren't opponents either. Like bees, termites are top architects in nature and can build maze-like nests. Army ants, on the other hand, are the ants least skilled at building nests. If army ants directly attacked termite nests, the outcome would be obvious: they would have no chance of winning. Of course, on open ground, termites are far from being opponents of army ants. Among ants, army ants are extremely fierce. Wang Qianqian frowned. "If we don't attack the nests, then we can only attack the termites, destroying the trees first. But clearing all the termites this way will take too much time." Lu Yun smiled. "Every termite is a good food source. With so many termites, your army ant colony can grow very strong." Although the Yanzi tribe provided food to Wang Qianqian, the tribe's food supply was limited. Once the army ant colony grew to a certain size, the Yanzi tribe would no longer be able to support so many ants. So even with the tribe providing food, the army ant population could not keep growing forever. However, if these termites were used as food, the situation would be different. The number of termites in such a large area was impossible to describe with numbers and was perfectly suitable as food. "Oh, right." Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up. "How did I not think of that? These termites are the best food for army ants." Zhao Qian urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let your army ants start." Lu Yun said, "Start from the outer edge. Those trees were only recently invaded by termites, and the number of termites isn't very large yet. They're no match for your army ants." "All right." As Wang Qianqian spoke, she had the ant queen give the attack order. Rustle. Rustle. Under the ant queen's command, the army ants moved like a well-trained army and climbed onto the trees that had just been invaded by termites. From the outside, the trees looked normal, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the insides under the bark were hollow. The army ants drilled through gaps in the bark, entered the trees, and began fighting the termites. In front of the army ants, these termites were like plump white girls running into a group of filthy hooligans. The outcome was obvious. Before long, termites could be seen crawling out of the trees and fleeing in all directions. However, the army ants would not let this food escape. Under the ant queen's command, they chased after them, allowing Zhao Qian to witness the battle between army ants and termites. Ordinary army ants fighting termites was fine. They bit each other, and it took quite a while to kill a single termite. Elite army ants, however, were different. Their huge mandibles easily clamped onto a termite, and with a little force, they snapped it in half. In half a day, the army ants had almost completely wiped out the termites on the outer edge. The number of dead termites was countless. Marching ants are extremely aggressive, so after the termites fled from the border, the marching ants actually intended to invade deep into the termites' territory. Lu Yun saw this and quickly said to Wang Qianqian, "Qianqian, hurry and call back your marching ants. You must not keep attacking, or they'll easily get surrounded by termites." There weren't many termites at the border, so the marching ants could crush them with their strength. But if they continued chasing, the situation would change completely. In the forest that had been completely destroyed, there were termites almost everywhere, thousands or tens of thousands of times more than the marching ants. If the marching ants went in, they'd easily get surrounded. Wang Qianqian nodded and had the ant queen call the marching ants back. Then she asked, "Next step is breeding, right?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "There's no other way. Compared to the termites, there are too few marching ants. Attacking recklessly is too dangerous." Wang Qianqian said helplessly, "All right, guess that's all we can do." Lu Yun looked toward Zhao Qian and said, "Ask the guardian if he can provide primal beast meat for the ant queen. Otherwise, if they only eat termites, the offspring will just be ordinary marching ants." From the battle just now, it was clear that elite marching ants were much stronger than ordinary ones. They were several levels apart. An ordinary marching ant could at most handle 1 or 2 termites, but an elite one could take on more than 10 termites without being at a disadvantage. So Lu Yun wanted to use the Wolf King's power and this opportunity to have the Ant Queen breed more elite marching ants. "I'll talk to the Wolf King," Zhao Qian said and went to the Wolf King. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Guardian, did you see it just now? Wasn't my method useful?" The Wolf King had seen the whole thing and naturally saw the termites retreat. "I saw it. Your method was indeed useful." Zhao Qian seized the chance and said, "It's a good method, just that there are too few marching ants. If there were more of them, it wouldn't take long to wipe out all the termites and restore the forest." Restore the forest. The Wolf King became a bit restless and asked, is there any way to increase the number of marching ants? Zhao Qian smiled and said, of course. Just keep breeding. But the ant eggs need time to hatch, unless there's a way to speed it up. The Wolf King shook his head and said, there are rare herbs with that kind of effect, but not in this forest I guard. Any other way? Zhao Qian's lips curled up slightly. If we can't win by numbers, then we'll rely on the strength of each marching ant. For that, we need primal beast meat. The Wolf King asked, what kind of primal beast meat? Zhao Qian replied, mixed blood primal beast meat will do. Oh whoa. Hearing this, the Wolf King suddenly howled toward the sky. His call spread far and wide. As soon as his howl faded, distant howls echoed in response. Clearly, the wolf pack was on the move. Seeing this, Zhao Qian gave Lu Yun an okay gesture. The Wolf King asked, is there anything else you need me to do? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and asked, Guardian, do you know much about humans? Have you heard the saying, repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude? The Wolf King shook his head. Zhao Qian smiled and said, it means even the smallest kindness during hard times should be repaid many times over. Do you think that makes sense? The Wolf King thought for a moment, then nodded. It makes some sense, but many of your kind don't act like that. Back then, the insect tribe was barely surviving. I helped them, but they wanted to destroy the forest. Zhao Qian could tell the Wolf King held a grudge against the insect tribe. After thinking for a bit, he said, that relates to another human saying, a favor of rice becomes a grudge over a sack. It means that when you help someone a little, they'll be grateful. But if you help them too much and they become dependent, then stop helping, they'll see you as an enemy. The Wolf King went silent. He realized this described his relationship with the insect tribe perfectly. When they were weak, he helped them, and they were grateful. But when they grew stronger and wanted more help, which he didn't give, they started to resent him. The Wolf King muttered, you humans sure have a lot of sayings. Zhao Qian shrugged. Can't help it. With all kinds of people and years of experiences, we've come up with lots of ideas. The Wolf King asked, why are you telling me all this? Zhao Qian smiled and said, I just want to say, I helped you get rid of the termites and protect the tribe. Shouldn't you be grateful and help me in return? The Wolf King replied, I already gave you benefits. So your help doesn't count as a favor. Zhao Qian thought and said, leaving aside the facts, wasn't there at least a little bit of kindness? The Wolf King tilted his head and asked, if we leave aside the facts, what kindness could there be? Zhao Qian was speechless and thought to himself, this damn wolf is not easy to fool. His intelligence is definitely higher than Wang Qianqian's. Just then, the Wolf King realized Zhao Qian had more to say and asked, you've been talking in circles. Are you asking me for something? Seeing that his intentions were exposed, Zhao Qian awkwardly said, yes, I have a small request. I hope the Guardian can help. The Wolf King was silent for a moment, then looked at Zhao Qian and asked, have you heard of the saying? Zhao Qian asked, which one? The Wolf King said, repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Damn. This wolf had been waiting for this moment. His intelligence wasn't just higher than Wang Qianqian's, if someone sold her off, she'd probably help count the money. So, he said, I will definitely repay the Guardian's kindness in the future. The Wolf King heard this and even curled his lips slightly, asking, tell me, what do you want my help with? Zhao Qian said, I want the Guardian to help me improve my strength. The Wolf King was taken aback. How should I help you with that? Zhao Qian quickly replied, my body is different from others. As long as I get injured or reach my physical limits, I grow stronger. So I hope the Guardian can give me a hand. The Wolf King hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised his claw and swung it at Zhao Qian. In an instant, a powerful pressure formed under the wolf claw. Even though he was several meters away, the force struck Zhao Qian directly. Zhao Qian's body flew back like he'd been hit by a train, crashing heavily into a tree over 10 meters away. If his body hadn't been strengthened many times over, he would have died on the spot. But even so, he felt like all his bones were shattered and his organs were out of place, he was on the brink of death. Buzz. At that moment, the bone medallion Zhao Qian always carried lit up with a white glow, wrapping him in light. Zhao Qian could feel that, within the white light released by the bone token, his body was healing at an extremely fast rate. Plus, with his strong recovery ability, it only took a little more than 10 seconds for him to fully recover. However, the healing bone token given to him by his teacher turned to bone dust after healing him, as if it had weathered away. Zhao Qian felt terrible, this was a life-saving treasure, and he hadn't expected to use it up like this. Immediately, he shouted angrily, are you crazy? Why did you attack me for no reason? The Wolf King replied, didn't you say that as long as you're injured or reach your limit, your body strengthens? So I attacked you. Zhao Qian yelled, even if that's true, you can't hit me that hard. Do you know you almost killed me? The Wolf King said helplessly, I only used a little force. I didn't expect you to be that weak. I'll go easier next time. Zhao Qian was speechless. He felt like if he said anything more, he'd really look weak. So, he gritted his teeth, looked at the Wolf King, and said, again. The next second, Zhao Qian was sent flying by the Wolf King. The Wolf King hadn't lied, this time he used less force than before. However, even so, it took Zhao Qian several minutes to climb up from the ground, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart. But Zhao Qian could feel his superpower was continuously strengthening his body, improving his physical attributes every second. Adding to the previous time, he felt that his physical strength had increased by at least 10%. Gurgle gurgle. Zhao Qian grabbed his water pouch and took 2 big gulps of the healing water blessed by Arya. After resting for another half hour, he walked back to the Wolf King. Again. Boom. The Wolf King lazily lay on the ground. Hearing Zhao Qian speak, he casually lifted his paw and swiped, sending Zhao Qian flying again. However, Zhao Qian's physical condition and recovery speed had already improved. So with the same strength as the second hit, he recovered in half the time. Again. Boom. Again. Boom. After repeating this several times, Zhao Qian was able to fully handle that level of damage. Guardian, add more power, Zhao Qian said with a smile as he stood in front of the Wolf King again. The Wolf King, who had been dozing, raised his body and asked in surprise, you've already adapted to that level of strength? Zhao Qian smiled. Yeah, I've fully adapted. The Wolf King examined Zhao Qian. You're not a Tanluo yet, right? Zhao Qian shook his head. Not yet. The Wolf King said, interesting. You have no beast markings or totems, yet you have strange powers. Just like, as he spoke, something seemed to come to mind. His gaze turned deep as he stared at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian felt creeped out and asked, Guardian, just like what? The Wolf King asked, are you an Anglo? No, I'm not. Zhao Qian shook his head. What's an Anglo? The Wolf King seemed unwilling to say more. It's nothing. After a pause, the Wolf King continued, remember, try not to show your ability in front of others. Zhao Qian understood he meant his superpower, and asked in confusion, why? The Wolf King didn't want to explain. Just remember what I said. It's for your own good. All right. Zhao Qian didn't push further. He said, Guardian, let's continue. Boom. The next second, Zhao Qian was sent flying again. This time, the force was stronger than before. And so, Zhao Qian entered a new training cycle. Meanwhile, Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian being sent flying over and over again by the Wolf King, and felt uneasy. Is Zhao Qian crazy? Why would he use this method to improve his body? It's like risking his life. Lu Yun calmly replied while thinking, Arya said the stronger your body is before becoming a Tanluo, the stronger you'll be after becoming one. He's using his superpower to temper his body. Wang Qianqian said, but he's already Arya's disciple. He's going to be with Arya in the future. There's no need to become a Tanluo, right? Lu Yun replied, it never hurts to be stronger. Besides, if he doesn't become a Tanluo, his superpower will be wasted. All right. Wang Qianqian thought about it and felt Lu Yun had a point, so she nodded. Then, her attention was drawn to the pattern Lu Yun was drawing on the ground. It wasn't a map, and didn't look like a drawing either, it seemed very complicated. Xiao Yun, what is this? Wang Qianqian leaned closer, unable to understand it, and had to ask. This is a map of termite nest distribution in this area. Each dot represents a termite nest. These connected lines show the territory of each nest. Lu Yun explained in detail. There must be hundreds of dots? Wang Qianqian looked at the dense markings and swallowed hard. 232. That's just the nests I've seen. The actual number is probably more. Lu Yun said with a blank expression. With so many termite nests, even if we destroy one per day, it'll take over half a year. It'll be slow at first, but faster later. Overall, it'll take about that long. Isn't there a faster way? I really don't want to wait half a year. Maybe I should befriend the termite queen and make the termites fight each other? By befriend, she actually meant taming the termite queen to use it. That way, termites would fight termites, and no matter who won, they wouldn't lose anything. However, Lu Yun shook her head. Good idea, but very difficult in practice. Wang Qianqian protested, what's so hard about it? I can even easily tame little ants. Why not a termite queen? Lu Yun asked, termite queens live inside their nests, the ones that look like mounds 1 or 2 meters high. Can you find the queen inside? Wang Qianqian shook her head. No. Lu Yun continued, also, these termites might already have an owner, the insect tribe. Can you control creatures that already belong to someone? Wang Qianqian shook her head again. Although her superpower let her form strong bonds with creatures, she couldn't tame those that already had a master. Take the primal beasts of the Salt Marsh tribe, for example. Even though she had a good relationship with them, she couldn't tame them. If Arya and she gave orders at the same time, the beasts would definitely obey Arya. After confirming there was no quick way to deal with the termites, Wang Qianqian obediently focused on developing her marching ant colony while also preventing the termites from spreading to other parts of the forest. During this time, Wang Qianqian finally realized her disadvantage in the number of marching ants. As long as the termites sent out a slightly larger group, her marching ants could only defend. Even in defense, the casualties among the marching ants were very high. Every day, around 1 to 2,000 ordinary marching ants would die or be injured, and even the elite marching ants would lose 1 to 200 daily. There was no choice, the termites simply had too many in number. Moreover, even though these different termite groups wouldn't unite, they would attack in turns. Just after one group finished, another would attack. Because of this, they had to ask the Wolf King for help several times before the marching ants could hold off the termites. However, after a month, this disadvantage gradually improved. Because the ant eggs bred by the ant queen in the Salt Marsh tribe began to hatch one after another, the number of marching ants was replenished. Lu Yun had calculated that the ant queen could produce 8,000 ordinary ant eggs, or 5,000 elite ones. That was already quite terrifying. After a month and a half, instead of decreasing, the number of marching ants increased, reaching nearly 400,000. It might seem like only an increase of under 100,000, but the combat power of the marching ants had improved significantly. Because the ants bred during this time were all elite marching ants. Originally, there were less than 100,000 elite ants, now there were about 200,000. And when the strength of the marching ants became enough to defeat a termite nest, they shifted from defense to offense, actively attacking some of the weaker termite nests. The marching ants entered a termite nest and fought fiercely for nearly an entire afternoon, killing all the termites in the nest and even capturing the termite queen. Wang Qianqian tried to tame the termite queen, but unfortunately, she failed. Not because the termite queen had already been tamed. After all, this was a creature without intelligence and not a primal beast. Even Arya couldn't tame it. Most likely, this was a unique ability of the insect tribe. After all, controlling insects was how the insect tribe survived. Since it couldn't be tamed, the termite queen was eaten by the marching ants, and Wang Qianqian didn't stop them. She was no longer the naive, sweet girl who had just come to this world. She now understood that when it came to enemies, she couldn't show mercy. With the first time, there came a second, a third. The marching ants began to destroy one termite nest after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, the marching ants were no longer defending, they were gradually reclaiming the forest that had been destroyed by the termites. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian wasn't idle either. As if he held a grudge against himself, he used an almost self-harming method to strengthen his body. Whoosh! The Wolf King casually gathered strength and swung his claw, sending a wave of wind pressure toward Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian squinted his eyes at the approaching wind pressure. Just as it was about to hit him, he suddenly swung his arm. Whoosh! Zhao Qian's fist struck the wind pressure, scattering it into chaotic gusts blowing in all directions. Zhao Qian cheered, "Haha! Now it's hard for you to knock me away." However, in the next moment, the Wolf King's body suddenly appeared behind Zhao Qian. His claw lightly tapped Zhao Qian's back. In an instant, Zhao Qian felt like he was hit by a speeding car. A huge force sent him flying several meters, crashing into a tree before stopping. "Hard," the Wolf King sneered. "As long as I have hands, it's easy." But Zhao Qian now wasn't the same as a month and a half ago. Even after being thrown so far, he got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Zhao Qian said in frustration, "You cheated. You usually only hit once. This time you hit twice and even moved." The Wolf King replied with a question, "Did we ever agree that I could only attack once?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "Did we agree I couldn't move?" Zhao Qian shook his head again. "Since there was no such agreement, it's not cheating," the Wolf King continued. "And from my point of view, it took you 45 days to make me use a second move. That's something to be proud of." Zhao Qian had no response. He suddenly realized, he couldn't outtalk the Wolf King. Unbelievable. The Wolf King asked, "Want to continue?" Zhao Qian nodded. "Of course. I don't think I've reached my limit yet." The Wolf King stared at Zhao Qian for a while and said, "If we're talking purely about physical strength, you've already reached the level of a pure-blooded primal beast, equivalent to a third-rank Tanluo." Zhao Qian asked excitedly, "You mean I already have the strength of a third-rank Tanluo?" The Wolf King shook his head. I was only talking about your physical strength. Your actual combat ability is still weak, not even as good as a mixed-blood primal beast. Zhao Qian was stunned at first, then understood. Physical strength is not the same as actual combat ability, in fact, they're not even closely related. For example, a lion's physical strength is far above an average person's, but if a person has a gun, they can easily kill the lion. Compared to primal beasts and Tan Luo, he was missing a gun. A primal beast's gun is the beast core inside its body. A Tan Luo's gun is its beast-marked totem. The Wolf King's point was to tell him that he could awaken as a Tan Luo now. But Zhao Qian shook his head and said, I don't think this is my limit. I can still become stronger. The Wolf King said, your body is already strong enough to handle any level of primal beast core. There's not much point in getting stronger. Zhao Qian insisted, still not enough. My goal is to become powerful. In this primitive world, strength meant everything. Since he had the chance to become stronger, he wouldn't waste it. Besides, the mysterious area would only arrive at the Salt Marsh tribe in about 10 days, he couldn't waste that time. At that moment, Wang Qianqian suddenly shouted from the distance, Zhao Qian. Hurry over here. There's a problem. Zhao Qian and the Wolf King immediately rushed over and asked, what's the problem? Wang Qianqian pointed toward the forest's edge. Look over there. Zhao Qian followed her gaze and immediately saw more than 10 tribe members. These people stood just outside the area of the forest destroyed by termites, pointing and talking in their direction. It was unclear what they were saying. They're Tan Luo from the insect tribe, the Wolf King said in an angry voice just as Zhao Qian was about to ask. As the saying goes, enemies meet with blazing eyes. The Wolf King's rage could no longer be held back. Without a single word of nonsense, the Wolf King suddenly raised his claw and swung it toward the more than 10 Tan Luo from the insect tribe. In an instant, 3 massive crescent-shaped wind blades appeared in the air. Each wind blade was several meters long. Wherever they passed, trees that had been destroyed by termites were effortlessly sliced in half, leaving long marks on the ground. Zhao Qian stared at the 3 crescent wind blades in a daze for several seconds before he realized how much the Wolf King had been holding back while training him. He had no doubt that any one of these 3 wind blades could slice him in two. Unfortunately, they were too far from the Tan Luo of the insect tribe, more than 1,000 meters, which gave them time to react. They quickly dodged to both sides and avoided the wind blades. Whoosh! The Wolf King didn't let it go. Like a cannonball, he shot directly toward the Tan Luo of the insect tribe. In just 3 seconds, he covered over 1,000 meters. The wind pressure from his high-speed movement carved a long trench into the ground. But the Wolf King seemed unable to leave the forest, and he stopped at its edge, glaring angrily at the Tan Luo of the insect tribe. Seeing this, Zhao Qian finally understood why the Wolf King had ambushed their hunting team before. Most likely, he had transferred his hatred for the insect tribe onto humans. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qian said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, you two stay here. I'll go see what's going on. With that, he quickly ran toward the Wolf King. When he reached the Wolf King's side, he heard the conversation between the Wolf King and the Tan Luo of the insect tribe. Guardian, it's been so long and you're still so hot-tempered, said the leading Tan Luo from the insect tribe, his tone mocking. Chongming, I want nothing more than to kill you, the Wolf King said angrily. As long as I don't enter the forest, you can't kill me, Chongming replied smugly. Just wait, our tribe's termites will destroy this entire forest. Hearing this, the Wolf King glared at Chongming with nothing but killing intent in his eyes, not bothering to say another word. At that moment, Zhao Qian stepped in. Destroy the forest? Who gave you the confidence to think your insect tribe can destroy it? Chongming squinted at Zhao Qian. He had seen Zhao Qian's group earlier. In a cold voice, he asked, who are you? Zhao Qian instinctively replied, I'm your dad. Chongming didn't understand at all. He frowned and asked, what does I'm your dad mean? Realizing this world didn't have that phrase, Zhao Qian kindly explained, it means, I'm your father, no wait, I'm your Afu. Chongming's eyes flashed with anger, but he managed to hold it in. He sneered coldly, you should be glad you're in the forest. If you were outside, you'd already be a corpse. You're just a weakling who talks big. Zhao Qian didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered back, you're only stronger than me. In the Wolf King's eyes, you're also just a loudmouth weakling. If you're so bold, step into the forest and see if the Wolf King will kill you. Chongming asked, which tribe are you from? Of course Zhao Qian wouldn't say Salt Marsh tribe. He said playfully, not telling you, let it piss you off. Now Chongming finally understood the helplessness the Wolf King felt dealing with the insect tribe. It was like punching water, all you got was a splash to your own face, and the water itself stayed untouched. Chongming snorted, I won't argue with someone who's not even a Tan Luo. Anyway, our insect tribe's goal is to destroy this forest. Zhao Qian said, you won't get the chance, we've already found a way to deal with the termites. Chong Ming frowned. That's impossible. You can't find a way to deal with termites. Zhao Qian asked, haven't you noticed? The area the termites have destroyed hasn't expanded this month. In fact, the Tanluo from the insect tribe had already noticed this, the area destroyed by termites looked the same as last time. But the distance made them uncertain. Now, they were starting to believe it. Chong Ming shouted angrily, I don't care which tribe you're from, but I warn you, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Zhao Qian coldly said, this forest is our tribe's hunting ground. If you destroy it, where will we hunt in the future? You think this has nothing to do with me? Chong Ming said, then find another hunting ground. That's better than your tribe being wiped out. Zhao Qian sneered, don't act like your tribe is so powerful. Guess what, I'm not scared of you. Just then, the Wolf King's voice echoed in Zhao Qian's mind, the insect tribe is ranked 3rd in strength in the Black Sand Desert. The tribe has 1/5 rank Tanluo, 3/4 rank Tanluo, and over 100 Tanluo below 3rd rank. Holy shit. That's strong? This wasn't just kicking a steel plate, this was a titanium alloy plate. Zhao Qian mentally said, Guardian, I don't want to help you anymore, is that okay? The Wolf King replied, what do you think? Zhao Qian smiled bitterly, my tribe isn't as strong as the insect tribe. If I keep helping you, it might get the Salt Marsh tribe wiped out. The Wolf King went silent. Then he looked at Chong Ming and pointed at Zhao Qian. He just used mind speech to call you an idiot, and also said Arya from the insect tribe is an idiot. Then the Wolf King spoke privately to Zhao Qian, now you can be sure, even if you don't help me, the insect tribe will still destroy your tribe. Zhao Qian was speechless at first, then cursed, damn it. I was helping you out of kindness and now you've screwed me over. The Wolf King said, in addition to the reward I promised earlier, I'll give you a king-grade primal beast core to help you awaken as a Tanluo. Zhao Qian immediately shut up. That was a huge temptation. If he remembered correctly, no Tanluo in the entire Black Sand Desert had ever awakened using a king-grade primal beast core. If he could awaken with one, it wouldn't take long before he became the most powerful Tanluo in the Black Sand Desert. The Wolf King added, if that's still not enough, I'll let you choose the core's trait, and I'll help your tribe as well. The insect tribe only became strong with my help. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. Deal. He didn't really want to agree, but the Wolf King offered way too much. Anyway, the insect tribe didn't yet know which tribe he belonged to, so he still had time to grow stronger. With that, Zhao Qian looked at Chong Ming and said, yeah, I just called you an idiot. I said Arya from the insect tribe is an idiot too. What can you do about it? As soon as Zhao Qian finished speaking, Chong Ming and the other Tanluo from the insect tribe all became furious. For a tribe, insulting their Arya was the same as slapping the face of the entire tribe. There was no way such a matter would end peacefully. Chong Ming narrowed his eyes and threatened angrily, you'd better pray I never find out which tribe you're from. Otherwise, I'll kill every one of your people and wipe your tribe out. Zhao Qian didn't care at all and replied with 2 words, idiot. Faced with Zhao Qian's shameless behavior, Chong Ming said nothing more and instead took out a gourd-shaped instrument. The other Tanluo who came with him also took out similar gourd-shaped flutes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The insect tribe's Tanluo put the flutes to their mouths and began to blow forcefully, producing a sound like bees vibrating their wings. What are they doing? Zhao Qian frowned slightly. These sounds made him very uncomfortable. The Wolf King said seriously, this is the insect tribe's method of controlling termites. Controlling termites? Zhao Qian was stunned and quickly looked at the surrounding termite nests. Sure enough. Just like the Wolf King said, termites were crawling out of all the nests. Each individual nest might not contain many termites, but when every nest in the area began pouring them out, the effect was indescribably shocking. If viewed from above, one would see that the ruined forest had turned completely white. That white color was entirely made up of termites. Gulp. Just moments ago, Zhao Qian had been acting cocky. Now, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Even though termite versus marching ant in equal numbers meant termites would lose, when all the termites in this region swarmed out together, marching ants wouldn't stand a chance. And if he himself got surrounded, it'd be hard to escape alive. Just then, the Wolf King said, stay close to me. If the termites surround you, even I won't be able to save you. Zhao Qian nodded. He understood the Wolf King was trying to protect him, otherwise, with the Wolf King's strength, he wouldn't be harmed even if the termites attacked. In fact, if the Wolf King wanted to leave, he could burst out of the swarm in an instant with his speed. At that moment, the Wolf King swung his claw forward with force. Several wind blades appeared out of thin air, slashing toward the termite swarm. The wind blades were like giant knives, cutting open several gaps in the dense mass of termites. Seizing the opportunity, the Wolf King led Zhao Qian in a retreat. But after retreating just over 100 meters, the termites surged in like water from all directions, quickly filling the gaps. The Wolf King had to unleash more wind blades to open up new paths to help Zhao Qian escape. However, as more and more termites appeared, even the wind blades became less effective. Not because they weren't deadly, but because the number of termites was simply too great. Any opening created would be filled almost instantly. Smack! Suddenly, Zhao Qian, following behind the Wolf King, felt a sharp pain in his leg and instinctively slapped it. Looking at his hand, he saw a termite. He quickly looked down and found that the ground was covered with termites. It had seemed like there were none simply because the density here was lower than in other areas. Not far now. I'm going to make a dash. Keep up. The Wolf King also noticed this and sent a message directly into Zhao Qian's mind. Then, without giving Zhao Qian time to think, the Wolf King suddenly accelerated and charged forward. As for the termites, they couldn't even get close. The powerful wind pressure around the Wolf King blew them all aside. A path opened on the ground. But the path wouldn't last long. Like a tide, the termites immediately started swarming back in. Zhao Qian didn't have time to think and didn't care about the termites crawling on him. He pushed his speed to the limit and sprinted toward the safe zone. Luckily, the remaining distance wasn't far. In just a few seconds, he made it through. Unluckily, the termites were so numerous that even in just those few seconds, many had crawled onto Zhao Qian's body. They bit at him constantly. It didn't hurt much, but it was extremely uncomfortable. As soon as Zhao Qian got out, he began frantically slapping the termites on his body. The ones on the surface were easy to get rid of, but those that had crawled into his clothes were much harder to deal with. Thankfully, Lu Yun reacted quickly and shouted, "Qianqian, have the marching ants help Zhao Qian clean off the termites." "Oh." Wang Qianqian froze for a moment, then understood and commanded the marching ants to climb onto Zhao Qian. With the help of the marching ants, the termites were quickly cleared off. But during that time, the termites had already caught up. Unlike before, when they steadily expanded outward, now the termites were charging after them like mad. Wang Qianqian saw this and asked while running, "What's going on?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because I cursed them earlier?" Wang Qianqian said, "Even if you curse them, they shouldn't be this crazy." "What did you say?" Zhao Qian chuckled awkwardly, "I said the insect tribe's area is an idiot." Wang Qianqian was speechless and scolded, "Of all people to insult, you chose their area? No wonder they're going crazy on you. That was reckless." Zhao Qian. He'd always been the one scolding Wang Qianqian. He didn't expect to be scolded by her today. But he had no argument. The current mess really was his own fault. At this point, Lu Yun said, "All the termites have come out now. Qianqian's marching ants can't hold them back. But if we let these termites spread, soon there'll be nests all over the forest. Then it'll be nearly impossible to get rid of them. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked the insect tribe," Zhao Qian said sincerely, then added, "How about, we set a fire?" Before Wang Qianqian or Lu Yun could respond, the Wolf King's voice sounded in Zhao Qian's mind, "Why do I feel like you really love setting fires to forests?" Zhao Qian replied awkwardly, "Maybe because it's really effective?" The Wolf King said, "Even if it's effective, we can't use it. The forest is important. We can't destroy it." Zhao Qian said, "I don't want to burn the forest either. But is there any other way right now?" The Wolf King fell silent. Although he was powerful and didn't fear the termites, he couldn't get rid of them either. Still, he wouldn't agree to burning the forest. If the fire got out of control, it'd be a disaster. Just then, Lu Yun spoke up, "I have a very risky plan. But if it works, we can completely eliminate the termites once and for all." "What plan?" Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian looked at Lu Yun excitedly. No matter the situation, Lu Yun had never let them down. Lu Yun asked seriously, "Have you ever heard the phrase, removing the firewood from under the pot?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, "I've never heard of that. What does it mean? What would an elementary schooler have heard of anyway?" Zhao Qian muttered in his heart, then confidently explained, "It literally means pulling out the firewood from under the pot. It's a metaphor for solving a problem at the root." Lu Yun nodded. "Exactly. We're going to solve the problem at its root." Wang Qianqian asked, "That sounds good, but how do we solve it at the root?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "The ones controlling the termites are the Tanluo of the insect tribe. If we kill them, that would solve the problem at its root." Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Can you kill the Tanluo from the insect tribe?" Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "The leader is called Chongming, a 4th-rank Tanluo. The others are all 2nd rank. I can't kill them." In truth, he couldn't beat any of the insect tribe's Tan Luo. His current physical condition might be close to a third rank, but in actual combat, he couldn't even beat a second-rank Tan Luo or a mixed-blood primal beast. Wang Qianqian turned to Lu Yun and asked, "Then how do we remove the firewood from under the pot?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "You two are thinking too far ahead. Isn't killing the termite queens also solving the root problem?" Termite queens. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up, understanding Lu Yun's idea. If there were a way to destroy the insect tribe, that would be ideal. But if they couldn't, then targeting the termite queens would still achieve the same goal. After all, once a nest loses its queen, no more termites can be born. That terrifying swarm would become like water without a source. One dead termite is one less to worry about. Zhao Qian quickly asked, "What do we do?" Lu Yun said, "You lure the termites controlled by the insect tribe to chase you. Qianqian, the Wolf King, and I will go destroy their nests. Unlike marching ants, termite queens always stay inside the nest." Zhao Qian thought for a bit, then nodded. "All right, that's the plan. I'll lure the termites away, and you all go take out the nests." Without the protection of termites, those queens were like defenseless maidens in front of wolves. Whether they wanted it or not, they had no choice. Next, Zhao Qian explained the plan to the Wolf King. The Wolf King fell silent. Zhao Qian said, "Guardian, I know your status is high and you wouldn't let someone ride you, but you've seen it yourself, they're just ordinary humans. If you don't carry them, we'll miss our best chance to destroy the termites." The Wolf King hesitated, then said, "Fine. We'll do as you say." With the plan settled, the three humans and the wolf sprang into action. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun rode on the Wolf King's back and disappeared into the forest at high speed. From above, one could see the Wolf King running in a large arc, circling back to a hidden spot near the border, unnoticed by the insect tribe's Tan Luo. On the other side? Zhao Qian's speed was much slower. Several times, he was almost caught by the termite swarm. Seeing this, Chong Ming didn't want to give up. He instinctively believed Zhao Qian had reached his limit and just a little more effort would catch him. So, Chong Ming and the other Tan Luo continued ordering the termites to pursue Zhao Qian. However, they didn't realize that, without noticing, the termites had already moved far away from their nests. At that moment, the Wolf King suddenly burst out of the forest, carrying Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, arriving at the densest area of termite nests. "All right, everyone, move out." Wang Qianqian jumped off the Wolf King, spread her arms wide, and a massive number of marching ants crawled out from her body, launching an attack on the termite nests. Although each termite queen was guarded by soldier termites, they couldn't hold up against the elite marching ants without the advantage in numbers. The soldier termites were killed, and the queens were torn apart. Weren't those two women running away? How are they back? What's on that woman's body? It looks like the Yellow Devil. She can control the Yellow Devil. This is bad, we've been tricked. I can't sense the queens anymore. Damn it. Those marching ants are killing the queens. Quick, order the termite swarm to return. Without their protection, the queens are being slaughtered. The Tan Luo from the insect tribe didn't understand why Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, who were supposed to be fleeing, had come back, until they saw the termite queens being killed. But by then, the termites were too far out to return in time. To speed things up, Wang Qianqian split the 400,000 marching ants into 8 groups to destroy 8 nests at once. Damn it. Damn it all. You two women, listen up. We are from the insect tribe. If you don't want to die, stop immediately. I've raised those queens for 3 years, now they're gone. I can't even sense them. The insect tribe's Tan Luo kept threatening Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. But Wang Qianqian couldn't understand their tribal language at all, so when she saw them waving their arms at her, she assumed they were fans saying hello. She even waved back politely. As for Lu Yun, she understood their threats, but with her personality, she didn't care at all. In fact, she was considering whether to use them for some language practice. "I'm going in to kill them." One Tan Luo, sensing the queens he controlled were all dead, angrily prepared to charge at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. But at the crucial moment, Chong Ming stopped him. "Are you crazy? Didn't you see the Wolf King is protecting them?" Another Tan Luo said, "The Wolf King is too strong. If you step into the forest, you'll be killed instantly. Don't risk it." That Tan Luo fell silent, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. At that moment, another Tan Luo suddenly shouted, "I remember. I remember now." Chong Ming asked impatiently, "What are you yelling about? Remember what?" "I remember which tribe that man and those 2 women are from." "Tell us now, which tribe?" "The Salt Marsh tribe." That Tan Luo declared confidently. 50 days ago, at the trading fair of the giant beast tribe, that man showed up. He helped the salt marsh tribe sell salt and even got into a fight with the new salt tribe. That's why I remember clearly. Chong Ming narrowed his eyes. Return to the tribe. Gather the people. Attack the salt marsh tribe. At this moment, Chong Ming didn't want to waste a single second. He turned and was ready to leave. The other Tan Luo, though reluctant to abandon the termite queens they had worked so hard to raise, still followed Chong Ming back to the tribe. After all, the termite situation was already hopeless. Even if they stayed, it wouldn't change the outcome. More than half the termite nests had been destroyed. Even the remaining ones would be slowly wiped out by the marching ants. The insect tribe couldn't take revenge on the Wolf King, but they could take action against the salt marsh tribe. Afterward, Wang Qianqian controlled the marching ants to destroy over 100 termite queens, which meant over 100 nests were wiped out. She originally wanted to keep going, but the termite swarm had already returned to defend the nests, so the Wolf King had to retreat with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Still, Zhao Qian, the two women, and the Wolf King were very satisfied with this outcome. Because in one day, they had destroyed nearly half of the termite nests. However, Zhao Qian had barely started to celebrate when the Wolf King sent him a mental message. Chong Ming already knows which tribe you're from. He's going back now to gather the tribe and launch an attack on yours. What? Zhao Qian's smile instantly froze. He shouted in shock, how did Chong Ming find out which tribe I'm from? They weren't supposed to know. The Wolf King replied, one of the Tan Luo who came with them recognized you. He said he saw you at the trading fair. Trading fair. Zhao Qian was stunned for a moment, then realized what had happened. At the trading fair held by the giant beast tribe, nearly all the tribes in the Black Sand Desert participated, including the insect tribe. So being recognized wasn't surprising at all. It was just that, he hadn't thought about that at the time. It had already been over a month since that event. Guardian, this whole thing started because of you. You can't just watch and do nothing. Zhao Qian knew the Salt Marsh tribe was no match for the insect tribe, so he had no choice but to ask the Wolf King for help. I can't leave the forest. The Wolf King's response made his position clear. He wanted to help, but couldn't. The Guardian doesn't have to leave the forest. Just send some primal beasts to help my tribe. Zhao Qian already knew the Wolf King couldn't leave the forest, so his request was always aimed at the primal beasts. Primal beasts? The Wolf King was surprised. Zhao Qian said, you're the guardian of the forest, the strongest primal beast here. You should be able to command other primal beasts, right? If you send a few strong ones to help the Salt Marsh tribe, they can definitely beat the insect tribe. The Wolf King shook his head. Yes, I'm the forest's guardian, but you've misunderstood one thing. I can't command the other primal beasts. Zhao Qian asked in disbelief, you can't command the other primal beasts? The Wolf King nodded. My duty is only to protect the forest. Why would the other primal beasts listen to my orders? Hearing this, Zhao Qian understood. The Wolf King didn't have authority over the other primal beasts. They weren't his subordinates. In fact, sometimes they were enemies. For example, when certain primal beasts destroyed parts of the forest, the Wolf King would intervene and even kill them. Otherwise, how else could he have collected so many beast cores? Of course, none of that mattered to Zhao Qian right now. What mattered was, what would happen to the Salt Marsh tribe? In the Black Sand Desert, the Salt Marsh tribe was only a mid-tier tribe, while the insect tribe was one of the top three. The difference in strength between them was massive. Just then, the Wolf King added, however, if your tribe really needs help, I will still do what I can. Zhao Qian quickly asked, how will you help? The Wolf King said, even though I can't command other primal beasts, I can order the wolf pack in the forest to help your tribe. Zhao Qian frowned. You mean the same wolf pack I encountered before? The Wolf King replied, yes, that one. Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile. If the two tribes were evenly matched, the wolf pack could be the key to victory. But the gap between them is too big. The wolves won't make much difference. Even though the pack had hundreds of wolves and a few mixed-blood primal beasts, to the insect tribe, that was nothing. Their 10-person squad alone had killed dozens of wolves when surrounded. And the insect tribe had over 100 Tan Luo, some were even 3rd and 4th rank. Against the wolves, it would be no contest. I can only send the wolves, the Wolf King said. Then he paused and added, actually, there is one more way. What way? Zhao Qian quickly asked. Have your entire tribe move into the forest. As long as they have my protection, no tribe in the Black Sand Desert could harm them, the Wolf King said. That won't work. Zhao Qian shook his head. To you, the forest is a backyard. But to the tribe, it's extremely dangerous. One wrong move and they could be wiped out. And you can't protect them at every moment. In fact, He had thought of this option earlier, but quickly ruled it out. He knew how dangerous the forest was. Giant centipedes, giant beasts and primal beasts everywhere. That kind of environment was dangerous even for Tan Luo, let alone ordinary people. To be blunt, even with the Wolf King's protection, if the Salt Marsh tribe moved into the forest, they'd suffer heavy losses on the very first day. In that case, they'd be half destroyed before the insect tribe even arrived. If that won't work, then there's nothing else I can do. The Wolf King hesitated and said, "Sorry. This is my fault." "It's not your fault. I was careless." Zhao Qian didn't blame the Wolf King. After all, it was like doing business. You have to accept the risk of losing. You can't just be friendly when you're making money and start blaming others when you lose. Zhao Qian frowned and said, "Guardian, can I ask you a favor?" "What is it?" the Wolf King asked. "I'll leave the 2 girls in the forest. Please protect them. Also, I hope you don't tell them about the insect tribe attacking the Salt Marsh tribe," Zhao Qian said. The Wolf King seemed to understand something and asked, "I can agree to protect them. But what about you?" Zhao Qian said, "I'm the disciple of my tribe's area. Of course I must fight alongside my people." The Wolf King said, "You'll die if you go back." Zhao Qian replied, "A man must take responsibility for his mistakes. This happened because of me. I can't just run away." "Understood," the Wolf King said and said no more. Zhao Qian went to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and said with a smile, "Now that we've removed the source, it's only a matter of time before the termites are wiped out. The Wolf King has given me the primal beast core he promised, so I plan to return to the tribe." "All right." Wang Qianqian thought she could also return to the tribe and said excitedly, "I've almost been in the forest for 2 months. Now I just want to return to my cave and have a good sleep." Zhao Qian looked at the still confused Wang Qianqian and smiled, "What I mean is that only I will go back. The 2 of you stay." Wang Qianqian immediately became unhappy and asked, "Why?" Zhao Qian said, "Of course it's because the termites haven't been completely eliminated. If you leave, who will deal with these termites?" Wang Qianqian hesitated for a long time and said, But I really want to go back." Since coming to this world, there were 2 places that made Wang Qianqian feel like home. One was the original cave. The other was the Salt Marsh tribe. And now, Wang Qianqian had been away from home for almost 2 months, so she naturally began to miss it. "You used to not come home for a long time while filming outside. Just bear with it a bit more," Zhao Qian continued. "How about this? I'll give you 2 skin-white beautiful water spiritual fruits. That should be enough, right? 2 is too few, at least give me 4. Wang Qianqian held up 4 fingers. "You're too much. Then will you give them or not?" "I'll give them. That should be fine." Hee. Wang Qianqian showed a happy smile as if she'd gained something. Although it was very uncomfortable in the forest, she endured it for 4 skin-white beautiful water spiritual fruits. After all, it wouldn't take long to destroy the remaining termite nests. Zhao Qian said again, "This time I might be gone for a long time. Don't worry, just keep clearing the termites." Wang Qianqian said angrily, "You won't let us go back, but you're going back for such a long time. It's so unfair." Zhao Qian pretended to be speechless and said, "I'm not going back to play. I'm going back to become a Tan Luo." Wang Qianqian exclaimed, "You're going to become a Tan Luo?" Zhao Qian nodded, "I told you before, at the trading fair I met a very powerful area. He will come to the Salt Marsh tribe to find me in 2 months. I want him to help me become a Tan Luo." Wang Qianqian curiously asked, "After you become a Tan Luo, will you be very powerful?" Zhao Qian smiled, "Of course. My physical strength is already equivalent to a 3rd-rank Tan Luo. If both the Primal Beast Core and the area are top class, I might skip several ranks. Although Tan Luo have 9 ranks, when first awakening there is no need to increase rank 1 by 1. With sufficient preparation, many can directly reach 2nd rank. And some with excellent talent and a top-class Primal Beast Core provided by the tribe have a small chance to go straight to 3rd rank. As for jumping directly to 4th rank, this has happened before, but very few have truly seen it. It is extremely rare. After all, in the Black Sand Desert, a chieftain of a mid-level tribe is only 4th rank. If one awakened directly to 4th rank, the starting point would be others' end point, and future achievements would be unimaginable. All right then. Wang Qianqian heard this and conceded. She solemnly said to Zhao Qian, "Good luck, don't embarrass Earth." "Don't worry." After saying this, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun. "Yunjia, while I'm away, take care of her, she's a confused bug. Without you by her side, she'll have a hard time surviving." Lu Yun stared at Zhao Qian for a while and said coldly, "Understood." After hesitating a bit, she added, "Be careful." Zhao Qian was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Lu Yun and nodded. If he guessed correctly, Lu Yun had probably realized he was hiding something, which was why she told him to be careful. Of course, he also understood that Lu Yun wouldn't tell this to Wang Qianqian. Because in her heart, Wang Qianqian's safety was the most important. After all matters were explained, Zhao Qian hurried back to the Salt Marsh tribe as fast as possible. He had to tell his teacher and the chieftain at the first opportunity and see what countermeasures they had. When Zhao Qian was rushing back to the Salt Marsh tribe, Chong Ming and his group returned to the insect tribe. The insect tribe was located in a long narrow valley between two mountains. Because sunlight could not enter here, it was dark and damp, with cold winds blowing. Maybe such a living environment would seem garbage to other tribes, but to the insect tribe, it was perfect. One very important reason was that the dark and damp environment was very suitable for insects to breed and grow. Kill me, I don't want to live. You insect tribe are all devils, I curse you. Chong Ming had just returned to the tribe when voices of curses rang in his ears. If you followed the sounds, you would see deep pits on both sides of the path. Looking closely, you would find the pits full of insects and living people. That's right. The insect tribe was feeding live people to the insects. These living people were mostly the tribespeople of tribes the insect tribe had destroyed. They were captured by the insect tribe and thrown into these deep pits to feed the insects. The insects burrowed into these people's bodies and gradually devoured them from the inside. But strangely, these living people seemed to feel no pain. Not one cried out in pain, more were begging for death and cursing. After all, even if they didn't feel pain, they could see their bodies being eaten by insects. That terrifying feeling was chilling. However, Chong Ming paid no attention to these voices, as if he had heard them too many times and was completely accustomed to them. Chong Ming, why have you returned so soon? Chong Ming had just arrived at Arya's residence when the tribe chieftain came out. Seeing Chong Ming, he asked curiously. Chong Ming's voice was full of anger as he loudly said, Chieftain, I have very important matters to report to Arya. The tribe chieftain said, whatever it is, just tell me. Chong Ming said, while we were directing the termites to destroy the forest, we encountered someone helping the Wolf King protect the forest. I threatened him then, telling him not to interfere. But he insulted Arya as. The tribe chieftain impatiently said, what was it? Just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Chong Ming gritted his teeth and said, he insulted Arya as an idiot. What? The chieftain's voice rose several tones, angrily saying, which tribe is this person from, to dare humiliate our insect tribe's Arya? Chong Ming said, he's from the Salt Marsh tribe. The chieftain asked, are you sure? Chong Ming nodded, very sure. One of our tribe's Tan Luo saw that person at the trading fair. He was helping the Salt Marsh tribe sell salt then. I understand. Wait here. The tribe chieftain did not immediately answer Chong Ming. Instead, he turned and returned to Arya's residence to report what had just happened to Arya. And the area of the insect tribe was a prophecy area, able to use divination to determine fortune and misfortune. Although the prophetic area's ability did not manifest as directly as other areas, no one dared to doubt the strength of the prophetic area. Before the insect tribe carried out any major action, they always found the area to perform a divination to see whether the matter could be done. The reason the insect tribe could become one of the top 3 powerful tribes in the Black Sand Desert, besides getting the Wolf King's help, was also inseparable from the tribe's area. After all, the reason the insect tribe dared to seek the Wolf King's help in the first place was because the tribal area divined that result. Otherwise, at that time, such a weak insect tribe would never dare to seek the Wolf King. Leader of the insects, why have you come back so soon? The insect tribe's area was a middle-aged man with triangular eyes and a hooked nose, giving a chilling feeling. Arya, Chong Ming has just returned. Then the tribe leader told Arya everything that had happened, and at the end said, the Salt Marsh tribe openly humiliated Arya. I intend to lead the tribe's Tan Luo to destroy the Salt Marsh tribe, so I want to ask Arya to divinate. The insect tribe's Arya, upon hearing this, did not speak. He took a jar from the side. The jar was sealed, but the sound of rustling could still be heard from inside it, a sound like countless insects crawling. The jar was opened, and the rustling sound inside suddenly became much clearer. If one looked inside, one would see it was filled with black insects about the size of fingernail pieces. However, even with the jar opened, these black insects did not show any intention of crawling out. The insect tribe's Arya said coldly, bring some meat. Yes. The tribe leader went out, and when he came back, he was holding 2 pieces of meat. Though called meat, they were actually 2 severed arms, still bleeding at the wounds, showing they had been cut off just moments ago. Arya took the arms, muttering obscure incantations, and threw one of the arms into the jar. Crackle. As soon as the arm was thrown into the jar, the black insects, as if starving for a long time, began to ravenously gnaw the arm, not even sparing the bones. That one full arm was eaten completely clean by the black insects in just a minute or two. Then, Arya put his own arm into the jar. Strangely, the ferocious black insects did not gnaw at Arya's arm. Instead, they clung to the inner walls of the jar, leaving the center empty. The insect tribe's Arya stretched his hand open inside the jar while continuing the incantations. Black energy spread over his arm, enveloping all the black insects. At this moment, among the many black insects in the jar, a few began to actively crawl onto Arya's palm, while the others still hid. After waiting a moment, the insect tribe's Arya withdrew his hand. 8 black insects were in his palm. But for some unknown reason, the insects that had been lively just moments ago were now dead on their backs. Among these 8 dead black insects, 4 had red bellies, while the other 4 were their original color. The tribe leader hurriedly asked, Arya, what is the result of the divination? The insect tribe's Arya looked at the omens, first making a slight then furrowing his brow and saying, good and bad mixed. Good and bad mixed? The tribe leader was stunned and questioned, Arya, did you make a mistake in the divination? The Salt Marsh tribe is only a mid-level tribe, far weaker than us. How could the result be good and bad mixed? The insect tribe's Arya asked sternly, are you questioning me? No, I dare not. The tribe leader quickly bowed his head and explained, it's just that with such a divination result, I don't know what to do. Should we divinate again? For an omen, a purely good omen and a purely bad omen were both easy to handle. A good omen, the insect tribe would immediately gather all Tanluo and go destroy the Salt Marsh tribe. A bad omen, consider long-term strategy, let big matters become small, small matters be resolved, and let it go. But good and bad mixed, going or not going was a dilemma. The first divination of the day is the most accurate. Divining again for the same matter is not effective. The insect tribe's Arya shook his head slightly, refusing a second divination. Then what should we do now? The tribe leader asked anxiously. Didn't Chongming just say that the Salt Marsh tribe and the New Salt tribe have a grudge? The insect tribe's Arya thought for a moment, then suddenly asked. Yes, the tribe leader nodded and said truthfully, the Salt Marsh tribe and the New Salt tribe both sell salt, but the New Salt tribe's salt isn't as good as the Salt Marsh tribe's. Many tribes buy salt from the Salt Marsh tribe. The New Salt tribe hates the Salt Marsh tribe to death. The insect tribe's Arya said, in that case, let's join with the New Salt tribe to destroy the Salt Marsh tribe. With another tribe added, the good will outweigh the bad. The tribe leader asked, can the New Salt tribe agree to help us? Even if they do, they will surely want many benefits in return. The insect tribe's Arya said, indeed we should get many benefits. But it shouldn't be the New Salt tribe asking us, we should ask them. The tribe leader's face was full of question marks. The insect tribe's Arya could only explain, we helped the New Salt tribe destroy the Salt Marsh tribe. Then the New Salt tribe monopolizes the salt trade in the Black Sand Desert, understand? When the tribe leader heard this, 2 rays of sharp light gradually appeared in his confused eyes as he nodded vigorously, Arya, I understand. The insect tribe's Arya nodded satisfactorily. Although the tribe leader, as the chief, reacted a bit slowly, with a little prompting he could still quickly understand. The tribe leader hesitated and asked, Arya, what benefits should we ask from the New Salt tribe? Ask for benefits? The insect tribe's Arya's gaze turned cold as he said, so-called asking for benefits is only to deceive the New Salt tribe. Once we destroy the Salt Marsh tribe, we will then destroy the New Salt tribe as well. By then, all tribes in the Black Sand Desert will need to buy salt from us. The tribe leader suddenly understood and said, Arya is wise. The insect tribe's Arya waved his hand, go make arrangements immediately. Yes. The tribe leader left Arya's residence. After he left, the insect tribe's Arya performed another divination. But when he saw the result, his brow first furrowed, then relaxed. Previously it was mixed good and bad. Now inviting the New Salt tribe together has become a bad omen. Sure enough, except for the first divination of the day, the rest are not accurate. After finishing, he stood up and left his room. However, what he did not know was that just after he left, the 8 divination insects' bellies began to change color. 1, 2. In just a few breaths' time, all 8 insects' bellies turned red, a sign of great misfortune. When Zhao Qian returned to the Salt Marsh tribe, it was already several hours later. After more than a month, all the plague patients in the Salt Marsh tribe had been cured. Although many people had died, the tribe had returned to its former peaceful days. At this moment, the tribe's Arya was discussing with Yan Shan how to increase the tribe's population. Yan Shan said, Arya, we should still use the old method. Let all the men in the tribe work harder to find female slaves so that more women get pregnant. Also, as long as a female slave can have 3 children for the tribe, she can be freed from being a slave and become a tribesperson. As for male slaves, forget it. We destroyed their tribe, they resent us enough already. We can't make them our tribesmen. For a tribe, death was nothing unusual. After all, this world was full of danger everywhere. Sometimes a little carelessness could wipe out the whole tribe. Therefore, once the tribe's population decreased, the tribe would think of all kinds of ways to increase its population. What Yen Shan said were the most common ways to increase population. Let's do as you said and aim for 3 years, Arya was speaking when he suddenly stopped and smiled bitterly. I don't know if I will live that long, but with Xiao Qian here, I can die peacefully. Hearing Arya's words, Yen Shan lowered his head and didn't speak, his eyes a little moist. In the eyes of others in the tribe, Arya was someone they worshipped, but in Yen Shan's heart, Arya was a respected elder, like a grandfather. Arya patted Yen Shan's head and smiled. Silly child, you're already the tribe's chieftain. Don't cry so easily. Yen Shan wiped his tears and nodded, yes. At this moment, Zhao Qian's anxious voice came from outside the stone house. Teacher, I have something important to tell you. Come in. After Arya's voice fell, Zhao Qian entered the stone house. Arya asked, weren't you helping the forest guardian? Why are you back now? Are the termites already dealt with? Zhao Qian hurriedly said, Teacher, that's not important. I might have caused trouble. Arya comforted the anxious Zhao Qian, don't worry, speak slowly. What happened? Zhao Qian tried to calm himself and then explained everything in detail. After finishing, he blamed himself, Teacher, it's all my fault. I was too arrogant. I didn't expect someone from the insect tribe to recognize me. I insulted their area. The insect tribe definitely won't let me go, and they might even involve the whole tribe. On the way back, he thought about it a lot and became more afraid the more he thought. Because he knew very well that even if he wanted to take responsibility for what he said, he probably didn't have the ability to do so. Teacher, how about handing me over? After all, I wasn't originally from the Salt Marsh tribe. We shouldn't anger the insect tribe because of me. Zhao Qian paused, then continued, if it's just me alone, I'm confident I can make the insect tribe not kill me. To make the insect tribe not kill him, the most important part was to show his value. As long as his value was high enough, the insect tribe wouldn't want to kill him. And in this regard, he had some confidence, because his knowledge reserve was many times greater than that of the tribal era. You won't be handed over. Arya looked at the self-blaming Zhao Qian and, without getting angry, said in a calm tone, although you weren't originally a tribesman of the Salt Marsh tribe, I have seen with my own eyes what you've done for this tribe. Actually, not only I, but everyone in the tribe has already considered you one of us? They respect you not because you are my disciple, but because what you have done is worthy of respect. Zhao Qian was anxious, but I did something wrong. I provoked the insect tribe. Arya smiled, in my eyes, you are like my child. Since you are a child, you will make mistakes sometimes. Besides, I don't think you did anything wrong. Hearing this, Zhao Qian was very touched. Originally he thought that after telling Arya and Yen Shan about provoking the insect tribe, they would blame him, and in the end might hand him over to protect the tribe. But he never expected that Arya would not be angry. Instead, he supported him and gave him the care of an elder. Only an elder would be so tolerant of their child. Zhao Qian thought and asked, Teacher, if the insect tribe really attacks, can we be their match? Arya shook his head, in our prime, we might have been able to resist the insect tribe, but now, we are not a match at all. Zhao Qian asked again, then if the insect tribe attacks, what should we do? Arya smiled and asked back, what do you think we should do? Zhao Qian said, we could migrate elsewhere. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we don't worry about firewood. Arya smiled, when facing disasters you can't deal with, that is indeed a way. But against the insect tribe, we don't need to leave. Zhao Qian raised his brow and asked, Teacher, does our Salt Marsh tribe hide some strength? If the Salt Marsh tribe really had hidden strength, he couldn't understand why the teacher was so calm. After all, the insect tribe was one of the top 3 powerful tribes in the Black Sand Desert, much stronger than the Salt Marsh tribe. You're overthinking. Arya shook his head slightly and smiled, the area of the insect tribe is called Eagle. He thinks he is as powerful as an eagle in the sky. But in my view, he is nothing but a greedy coward who doesn't dare to really fight. Greedy? Coward? Hearing Arya's evaluation of the insect tribe's area, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that calling him an idiot was already giving him face. If he kept insulting him, the insect tribe would probably go crazy. Arya continued, to deal with a person like that, do 2 things. First, make him think we are not easily provoked. Second, fill his greedy belly. Zhao Qian frowned, filling the greed of the insect tribe shouldn't be easy, right? Arya said calmly, I plan to give up the Salt Marsh tribe salt mine, and from now on, the Salt Marsh tribe will no longer sell salt. What? Yen Shan, who had not spoken, suddenly stood up and said loudly, Arya, salt is the foundation of our salt marsh tribe. If we don't sell salt, how are we supposed to survive? Arya smiled, don't ask me how to survive. You can ask Zhao Qian. Yen Shan looked at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian said, if it's just about ensuring the salt marsh tribe's survival, that is not difficult for me at all. Although the salt marsh tribe's salt had a monopoly position in the Black Sand Desert, it was not the only salt. The new salt tribe also produced salt. And if it weren't for Lu Yun being able to purify salt, the new salt tribe's salt quality would even be better than the salt marsh tribe's. This directly led to the salt marsh tribe's salt not having very high profit. Because once the salt marsh tribe sold salt too expensively, other tribes would buy salt from the new salt tribe instead. After all, for tribal people, low price was the top priority. They did not have very high taste requirements. Therefore, as long as he could come up with a few things with monopoly status, he could fully support the salt marsh tribe. Not difficult. Yen Shan widened his eyes, thinking Zhao Qian was bragging, and reminded him, Zhao Qian, including slaves, our tribe has more than 1,000 people. The food consumption of these 1,000 people every day is not a small number. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian instead smiled, Chieftain, if it's only about filling stomachs, that's even easier. Yen Shan frowned, easier? Zhao Qian explained, our tribe helped the forest guardian. In the future when we hunt in the forest, not only is it very safe, the wolf pack will also help us hunt. We can get more food. Yen Shan was somewhat unconvinced, for a tribe to survive, food is only the foundation. We have many things to trade with other tribes. Without salt, what do we use to trade? A lot. Zhao Qian introduced, some days ago in the forest I found a kind of plant. After crushing this plant and applying it to wounds, it has hemostatic effects. Combined with penicillin, it can have a good therapeutic effect. The plant Zhao Qian mentioned was sanchi. He had discovered it in the forest by accident. For a tribe that had an area able to heal, sanchi was somewhat redundant, because the healing power of the area was far better than sanchi combined with penicillin. However, not every tribe has a healing area, so sanchi combined with penicillin would definitely be very popular. Zhao Qian continued, also white sugar, it is something sweeter than honey. I plan to do hunger marketing, going the high-end route, so that only people of noble status are qualified to eat it. Although this world was primitive, there were still social classes. In the eyes of the upper class, the lower class was inferior. They were eager to distinguish themselves from the lower class. Thus luxury goods existed. Luxury goods were never sold to the poor, nor were they meant just to be used, but were tools to distinguish oneself from ordinary people. Since that was the case, Zhao Qian planned to make white sugar the luxury good of this era. And Zhao Qian still had more examples to illustrate. Yen Shan quickly waved his hand, stop, stop, stop. I believe you. Haha. Arya laughed happily and said to Yen Shan, now you don't oppose giving the salt mine to the insect tribe, right? Yen Shan shook his head, I don't oppose it anymore, but… Ahem. Arya suddenly coughed twice, interrupting Yen Shan's words, and then smiled at Zhao Qian, you must be tired from rushing back from the forest. Go rest. Yes, teacher. Zhao Qian naturally realized the teacher was hiding something from him, but after hesitating for a moment, he still left. Because he roughly guessed what the teacher wanted to hide from him. After Zhao Qian left, Yen Shan asked curiously, Arya, why did you stop me just now? Arya said, Zhao Qian's pressure is already very great. Don't give him more pressure. Yen Shan was stunned and asked, Arya, you knew what I was about to say? Arya nodded, you just wanted to tell Zhao Qian that making the insect tribe think we are not easily provoked will be difficult, and we will have to pay a great price. Yen Shan nodded after hearing this, that was indeed what he wanted to say. Although giving up the salt mine could fill the greedy belly of the insect tribe, there was a premise, making the insect tribe think they were not easily provoked. If the fight continued, even if they could win, the insect tribe would suffer heavy losses. But achieving this was too difficult for the salt marsh tribe. It was like a sheep facing a wolf, even if the sheep gave its all, it would be difficult to make the wolf afraid. Arya looked at Yen Shan and said calmly, also, something you can think of, Zhao Qian who is so smart, wouldn't he think of it? Also true. Yen Shan nodded in agreement, then suddenly realized something, wait, Arya, I don't mind you praising Zhao Qian's intelligence, but did you have to insult me in the process? This is not important. Arya casually ended the topic and said, right now, the most important thing is how to make the insect tribe know we are not easily provoked. I think this is important. Yen Shan internally resisted, then said, Arya, do you have any good ideas? Arya didn't immediately answer Yen Shan. Instead, he walked to a corner of the stone house, opened a hidden compartment, and inside were 3 healing bone tokens. Arya took the healing tokens and placed them in Yen Shan's hands. These 3 bone tokens still have strong effects even on 4th rank Tan Luo. You keep them. Yen Shan took the 3 healing tokens unsuredly, not understanding why Arya did this. Arya seemed to notice Yen Shan didn't understand and explained, you are the only 4th rank in the tribe. Giving these 3 healing tokens to you can bring out their greatest effect. Then you don't need to worry about injuries, just go and kill. Yen Shan understood and accepted the 3 healing bone tokens, saying, rest assured. If the insect tribe wants to enter the tribe, they will have to step over my corpse. Arya tapped Yen Shan's head with his wooden cane and scolded, running when you can't win, I didn't ask you to fight to the death. The insect tribe is not worth that. Oh. Yen Shan scratched his head and said. Arya continued, the insect tribe is still quite far from us. It should take them some time to arrive. Go prepare. I will also use this time to carve some bone tokens. Yen Shan urgently said, Arya, your body. Arya waved his hand, it's fine. These old bones of mine can still hold up. Zhao Qian returned to his residence, but his heart still would not calm down. Just as Arya guessed, Zhao Qian indeed thought that making the insect tribe think the salt marsh tribe was not easily provoked was not an easy thing. If nothing unexpected happened, the salt marsh tribe would lose many people when the time came. What should I do? Zhao Qian walked around anxiously. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hard object on his body. He had been too anxious when he came back to notice it. He took out the hard object and found it was a small stone with a fairly smooth surface. There are words on it. Zhao Qian saw that someone had carved several characters on the stone with something sharp. It was too dark inside the cave to see clearly, so he went outside into the sunlight and read the words clearly. Explosives, in the laboratory. When Zhao Qian saw the words on the small stone clearly, he immediately knew who gave him the stone. It was Lu Yun. She must have noticed something wrong while he was talking with Wang Qianqian, so she quickly found a stone and carved a few characters on it. Could it be that Yunjie has been secretly making explosives this whole time? Without thinking more, Zhao Qian immediately ran toward Lu Yun's laboratory. Although Lu Yun was just an ordinary person, because she made penicillin and saved the salt marsh tribe, she was allowed to have her own cave. This cave not only belonged entirely to Lu Yun, even Arya and the chieftain were not allowed to enter it, only Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were permitted. Also, this cave was guarded 24 hours a day by one Tan Luo to prevent anyone from sneaking in. I'm going in for a moment. Zhao Qian said to the Tan Luo guard, then entered the cave directly. Soon, he found the gunpowder that Lu Yun had made in a corner, more than 1,000 jin. Seeing so much gunpowder, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. Yunjie usually looks gentle, but who would have thought she's so violent at heart, quietly making this much gunpowder without anyone noticing. Although black powder did not have very great power, more than 1,000 jin was an enormous amount. If buried as landmines, it could cause significant killing force. Perhaps this was the key to making the insect tribe know they were not to be trifled with. This is. At this moment, Zhao Qian's eyes were drawn to something unfinished next to the black powder. He picked it up and his brow lifted as he said, this is a crossbow. Yes. What Zhao Qian saw was an unfinished crossbow. Strictly speaking, this crossbow was already completed, it just lacked a bowstring. Once the bowstring was installed, this would be a weapon of great power. The light in Zhao Qian's eyes grew stronger as he murmured to himself, in tribal times, wars were basically Tan Luo versus Tan Luo. Ordinary people couldn't help at all. But if there are crossbows, the result would be different. A crossbow isn't as hard to operate as a bow. With a little practice, it can have good accuracy. If ordinary people are equipped with crossbows, dealing with first-rank Tan Luo won't be a problem. Hitting second-rank Tan Luo will still be difficult. Although the insect tribe claimed to have 1 5th-rank Tan Luo, 3 4th-rank Tan Luo, and over 100 below 3rd rank, there should still be many first-rank Tan Luo. Take the Salt Marsh tribe for example. As an established mid-level tribe on the elite path, half of its 30 Tan Luo were first-rank Tan Luo. The insect tribe developed strength quickly, so the proportion of first-rank Tan Luo was even greater. Among the more than 100 Tan Luo of the insect tribe, first rank might make up 70%, about 70 people. With black powder plus crossbows, this is enough to give the insect tribe a good shock. Thinking this, Zhao Qian immediately took the crossbow and black powder and found Arya. At this moment, Arya was in the stone house engraving bone tokens. Zhao Qian's sudden entry made Arya's hand tremble. A tiny scratch appeared on the engraving pattern. To others, this scratch was almost negligible, but Arya sighed, shook his head, and threw the bone token away. Engraving bone tokens could not have any mistakes, otherwise all previous effort would be wasted. Zhao Qian looked at the discarded bone token and asked, "Teacher, did I interrupt you?" Arya sighed. That bone token took 3 days to carve. It was about to succeed, and then you. Forget it. What's your matter? Zhao Qian hurriedly took out the crossbow and black powder. Teacher, I just found 2 very powerful weapons. With these 2 weapons, we might be completely able to resist the insect tribe. Oh? Arya showed a curious expression. Zhao Qian first placed the crossbow in front of Arya and said, this weapon is called a crossbow. Using it you can shoot arrows with great force. It can cause strong damage to first-rank Tanluo, but it doesn't do much against second rank and above. However, the most important point is that ordinary people can use this weapon. If we have time to make enough crossbows, the insect tribe's first-rank Tanluo will be nothing to fear. At first Arya didn't think the crossbow was that powerful, since a weapon that could only damage first-rank Tanluo wasn't that useful. But when he heard ordinary people could use it, he immediately realized the value of this weapon. Arya took the crossbow and asked, how do you use it? Zhao Qian awkwardly smiled, it still can't be used yet. It needs a bowstring. You can use animal sinew, or if that doesn't work, ox hide will do. I have some primal beast sinew. Arya said, pulling out a piece of primal beast sinew and handing it to Zhao Qian, make it and show it to me. Zhao Qian didn't hesitate. He took the primal beast sinew and, after some time spent, completed the crossbow. Then he told Arya how to operate the crossbow, and found a wooden stick to serve as a simple arrow. Whoosh! Arya easily fired the arrow. Even though it was just a simple pointed wooden stick, it penetrated into the soil, requiring effort to pull it out. Zhao Qian said, this is just an ordinary wooden stick. If we make arrows from beast bones, the power will be much greater. If we even coat them with some toxins, they could harm second-rank Tanluo. Arya nodded in agreement. Making crossbows isn't difficult either. If people start making them now, we should be able to produce some in time. After finishing, Arya looked at the black powder and asked, what is this second weapon? This is called black powder. It is a weapon with great killing power. If we bury it on the paths the insect tribe must pass, even second-rank Tanluo can be blown up. Zhao Qian immediately introduced the black powder, but when he saw Arya's gaze, he hurriedly said, Teacher, we cannot test this thing. It's very scary. To test the explosive power of black powder, it must be placed in a sealed space so it can act as a bomb. But the problem is this thing is hard to control. If it accidentally injured Arya, Zhao Qian would be guilty. Then forget it. Arya waved his hand after hearing this, then suddenly asked, these 2 things, were they made by that girl called Lu Yun? Zhao Qian nodded, yes, Yunjie made them. Arya said, among the 3 of you, she is the smartest. But she doesn't have the talents that you and Wang Qianqian have. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. He also felt it was a pity that Lu Yun did not have superpowers. Otherwise, Lu Yun would definitely be the most powerful among the 3 of them. At this moment, Arya gave Zhao Qian a send-off. If you have nothing else, leave first. I still need to engrave healing bone tokens. Zhao Qian picked up the bone token that Arya had thrown away and suddenly said, Teacher, teach me how to engrave healing bone tokens. In fact, when Zhao Qian had previously studied incantations with Arya, he had already thought about engraving healing bone tokens. After all, even the lowest level healing bone token was worth 3 pureblood primal beast cores. However, after witnessing Arya engraving healing bone tokens, he gave up on the idea. Because engraving 1 qualified healing bone token was extremely difficult. Even his teacher, such an experienced healing Arya, could not guarantee engraving a qualified healing bone token in a month. Such a complicated thing, originally he did not want to learn it. But just now, he discovered that there might be a shortcut for engraving healing bone tokens. What you now? Arya originally wanted to tell Zhao Qian that he still could not learn to engrave bone tokens yet, but as the words reached his lips he stopped, and then said, all right, I will teach you how to engrave healing bone tokens. Zhao Qian said excitedly, thank you, teacher. Arya nodded slightly, took out a beast bone, placed it in front of Zhao Qian, and asked, what do you see? A beast bone? This obviously was not the answer Arya wanted. So he shook his head and said, Teacher, apart from this bone, I didn't see anything. Arya carefully taught him, before I told you, Arya uses energy called source force, meaning fundamental power. Source force exists anywhere in the world, in the sky, in the ocean, in forests, in animals, in primal beasts, everything's body has source force, just in varying amounts. However, the source force in nature is very hard to use. The source force that Arya can easily use comes from within primal beasts. Do you know in what form the source force exists inside primal beasts? Zhao Qian answered, primal beast cores and beast bones. That's right. Arya nodded and continued, primal beast cores and beast bones contain 70% of a primal beast source force, primal beast cores contain 50%, and beast bones contain 20%. Engraving a healing bone token actually means using incantations to guide the source force contained in the beast bone, thus achieving a healing effect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian raised his brow. What his teacher just said somewhat overturned his understanding. He had always thought engraving bone tokens meant Arya injected source force into the bone, but now he discovered that Arya merely guided out the source force already inside the beast bone. If source force inside a beast bone is likened to a lake of water, then Arya was like an excavator responsible for drawing the water out of the lake. Arya saw Zhao Qian fall into thought and did not continue speaking, instead giving Zhao Qian time to think. When Zhao Qian had almost figured it out, Arya continued, there are no two identical beast bones in the world, so the incantation patterns used to guide the source force out of each beast bone are all different. But there is a basic mnemonic method. As long as you remember it and practice, you can basically guide the source force out of beast bones. With that, Arya intended to tell Zhao Qian the mnemonic method. Wait! Zhao Qian hurriedly stopped his teacher, saying, Teacher, right now time is tight. Let's leave how to recognize incantation patterns for later. What's most important right now is engraving healing bone tokens. Arya frowned slightly. You haven't even learned how to engrave healing bone tokens yet? Zhao Qian smiled. Teacher, I haven't mastered it, but I already understand the basic principle. Next, you use the charcoal pen to draw the incantation pattern on the beast bone, and I will do the engraving. Arya said, engraving is even more difficult than identifying incantation patterns. Are you sure you can do it? No guarantee, but we have to try. Zhao Qian continued, Teacher, quickly draw the incantation pattern. I'll prepare some things. After saying this, he left before Arya could respond. Arya did not know what Zhao Qian was up to, but he still used the charcoal pen to draw incantation patterns on the beast bones. Just as he finished the third beast bone, Zhao Qian returned, holding several strange tools. Arya asked, What are these? Zhao Qian introduced them one by one. This is a straight ruler, this is a triangle ruler, and there's a protractor and a compass. Arya frowned. Are you planning to use these to engrave healing bone tokens? Yes. Zhao Qian nodded and went to the place where Arya usually engraved healing bone tokens. Actually, after observing the healing bone token his teacher had thrown away earlier, he realized the pattern on it seemed chaotic but was actually made up of straight lines and circles. Without tools, engraving straight lines and circles by hand was very difficult. But with these tools, the situation was completely different. Zhao Qian held a beast bone with the drawn pattern and studied it for a long time, then said to Arya, Teacher, may I borrow your engraving knife? Arya did not speak. He handed his engraving knife to Zhao Qian. The so-called engraving knife was actually the claw of a bird-type primal beast, with sharpness far exceeding an earth-carving knife. Scratch! 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 The knife cut across the beast bone, making a harsh sound. Zhao Qian was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time. After engraving the last stroke, Zhao Qian rubbed his sore eyes and handed the engraved beast bone to Arya. Teacher, take a look. Is this qualified? Zhao Qian asked anxiously. I'll see. Arya took the bone token and began to examine it carefully. At first, he thought Zhao Qian would engrave it poorly, but when he saw the incantation pattern on the bone token, his eyes widened. Because the bone token before him was extremely perfect. There were no straighter lines, not even a tiny bend, and the circles were as round as the sun. And they were complete in one go. This was truly incredible. Seeing that Arya did not speak, Zhao Qian's heart tightened, and he asked, Teacher, is my bone token qualified? If it's not, I can make it again. After all, it's my first time and I'm not very skilled yet. Arya listened to his disciple's words and suddenly did not know how to speak. Because, without exaggeration, the incantation pattern Zhao Qian engraved was even more perfect than what Arya had engraved. That is to say, this healing bone token was qualified. However, he was worried Zhao Qian would become arrogant. Of course, part of it was to preserve his own face as a teacher. So, he said, it's all right. Zhao Qian felt a little ashamed and said, I really am a bit dumb. If Yunjie were here, she would definitely engrave it better than me. Too dumb. Arya felt uncomfortable in his heart. He remembered his first time engraving a bone token took 5 full years. If someone like Zhao Qian was considered dumb, then what was he? Teacher, tell me, where is my engraving lacking? I will fix it. Zhao Qian said sincerely, I understand. Teacher, you must have secretly given me extra credit because I'm your disciple. Otherwise, at most this bone token would barely qualify. Teacher, please rest assured, I won't become arrogant. Just tell me frankly what's wrong with my bone token so I can correct it. Arya looked at eager to learn Zhao Qian and suddenly did not know what to say. Arya looked at the bone plaques that were carved better than his own, stayed silent for a long time, and said, "If you hadn't learned how to engrave bone plaques, I could still teach you. But now that you've already learned it, if I keep teaching you, it might influence you. You need to learn to improve on your own." Without giving Zhao Qian a chance to ask questions, Arya walked out of the stone house and said at the same time, "Take these remaining 2 pieces of beast bone and practice with them. I'm going to tell Yan Shan about the crossbows and prepare some more beast bones for you." With that, Arya left the stone house. Once outside, Arya let out a breath of relief. Having such a student was too much pressure. Zhao Qian looked at his departing teacher, stood stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up as if he suddenly understood something. "I get it. Teacher is telling me that a master can lead you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. He's telling me I need to study hard. And the reason he isn't teaching me is to prevent me from blindly imitating others, and in the end not mastering anything. No wonder he's my teacher. He's really wise. I have to work even harder and not let him down." Zhao Qian clenched his fists and made a cheering gesture to himself, then continued carving healing bone plaques. Although with the help of tools it was nearly impossible to make mistakes while engraving healing bone plaques, the process was still very tedious. By the time he finished engraving the remaining 2 pieces of beast bone, it was already dark. After calculating the time, Zhao Qian found that he could only engrave up to 5 healing bone plaques in one day. And he still couldn't guarantee their success rate. Just as Zhao Qian was about to go find Arya to help check whether the 2 healing bone plaques were qualified, Arya returned with Yan Shan. Yan Shan was holding a lot of beast bones in his arms. Arya had Yan Shan place the beast bones in front of Zhao Qian and said, "These beast bones already have spell patterns drawn with charcoal. All you have to do now is engrave them." Zhao Qian saw the dozens of beast bones and exclaimed, "Teacher, isn't this a bit too much?" Arya asked, "You don't want to engrave them?" "That's not it." Zhao Qian shook his head and explained, "To improve the success rate of engraving bone plaques, practice is very important. Of course I'm willing to engrave these beast bones. It's just that these beast bones are worth quite a few primal beast cores. I'm afraid I'll waste them. Not all bones from a primal beast are beast bones. Most of the time, a primal beast only has 1 beast bone. So the dozens of beast bones Yan Shan brought were worth quite a few primal beast cores. Even if they were all obtained from primal beasts hunted by the tribe, it must have taken a long time to collect them. Therefore, he was worried that his low success rate would waste the bones. Arya said, "Just engrave them. Even if they all fail, it's okay. Consider it as practice." "Yes, teacher." Zhao Qian was very moved upon hearing this. It was just like on Earth, when a teacher spent their own money to buy practice exams for the students, to help them improve. Maybe students didn't understand at the time, or even cursed the teacher as crazy, but once in society, they'd realize that almost no one is willing to spend their own money to nurture you. Most people only want to profit from you. At this moment, Yan Shan said, "The crossbow issue has already been arranged. Right now, the craftsmen in the tribe are working full speed. When the insect tribe attacks, we should have a few dozen crossbows ready." But Zhao Qian wasn't thinking about crossbows. He asked, "Chief, the insect tribe is only about 2 days away from our tribe. Could they attack tomorrow?" Yan Shan was just about to nod, but seeing Arya slightly shake his head, he changed what he was going to say. "Well, I'm not sure either. You shouldn't worry about other things for now, just focus completely on engraving healing bone plaques." Arya also said, "Every healing bone plaque you finish increases our chances of winning. Just concentrate on engraving them, and don't let your mind wander." "Yes, teacher." Zhao Qian thought that he wasn't even a Tan Luo yet. Even if he knew when the insect tribe was coming, he wouldn't be able to help. Rather than worrying about the insect tribe, it was better to focus on engraving healing bone plaques. That was the only thing he could do for the Salt Marsh tribe right now. "For the next few days, you'll temporarily live in the stone house." After saying this, Arya left the stone house with Yan Shan. When the two came out, Yan Shan looked at the 2 healing bone plaques in Arya's hand and trembled with excitement. "Arya, Zhao Qian is amazing. Out of 3 beast bones, he actually succeeded in engraving all of them." Actually, it wasn't surprising that Yan Shan was so excited. Healing bone plaques were extremely useful in tribal battles. Take him for example. Even though he was only a tier 4 Tan Luo, with the 3 high-grade healing bone plaques Arya had given him, he was confident he could fight a tier 5 Tan Luo. In fact, in a battle of attrition, he might even have a chance to kill a tier 5 Tan Luo. For a Tan Luo, 1 healing bone plaque was like an extra life. With 3 high-grade healing plaques, it was like having 3 extra lives. That's right. Arya looked at the bone plaques, his tone slightly bitter. He just tinkered with a few little things, and it made engraving bone plaques so much easier. My decades of experience now only qualify me to draw spell patterns. Yen Shan added, and his engraving speed and success rate are terrifying, it's unbelievable. Arya nodded and said, my fastest time was 5 days, and he completed 3 in less than a day. Yen Shan said excitedly, now I just hope the insect tribe comes a few days later. By then, our tribe's 10 luos might each have at least 1 healing bone plaque. But Arya shook his head, I think differently. I'd rather the insect tribe arrive on time. Yen Shan asked in confusion, why? Arya said, don't forget, the insect tribe's area has the power of prophecy. The later they arrive, the more prepared they'll be. The prophet area's strength was that before every major move of the tribe, they could always provide the best strategy. So, either the insect tribe doesn't come, but if they do, they'll already be fully prepared. And if they're prepared, he naturally hoped they had only prepared for 2 days. Because the longer they had to prepare, the more danger his tribe would be in. Yen Shan asked seriously, Arya, should I go contact some small tribes nearby and form an alliance to help us resist the insect tribe? Arya thought for a moment, then shook his head, no need. Those small tribes wouldn't dare offend the insect tribe. They might even betray us at a crucial moment. That would be even more dangerous for us. Okay. Yen Shan nodded heavily. Day by day passed, and before they knew it, 5 days had gone by. On the morning of the 6th day, the Salt Marsh tribe still hadn't seen any sign of the insect tribe, but Zhao Qian received a visitor. It was that mysterious Arya who loved sweets, whom he had met at the trading fair. The sudden arrival of the mysterious Arya naturally drew great attention from the Salt Marsh tribe. The Salt Marsh tribe's Arya and the chieftain came out personally to welcome him. However, the mysterious Arya seemed to deliberately distance himself from the Salt Marsh tribe. No matter how the Salt Marsh tribe's Arya and the chieftain invited him, he simply refused to enter the tribe and only requested to see Zhao Qian. Seeing this, Arya could only ask Yen Shan to go and fetch Zhao Qian. These past few days, aside from resting, Zhao Qian had been continuously engraving healing bone plaques. In 5 days, he had engraved a total of 27. The beast bones Yen Shan brought had basically all been used. Zhao Qian was brought to the tribe's gate, where he saw the mysterious Arya. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, the cold face of the mysterious Arya finally showed a smile. Young man, we meet again. Yes, we meet again. Zhao Qian also smiled, then asked, Lord Arya, did you come earlier than the agreed time? The mysterious Arya smiled and said, I've already prepared the ingredients you asked for, so I came. Is that a problem? No problem. Zhao Qian shook his head, then made a gesture of invitation. Lord Arya, please come in. I'll make you something delicious. The mysterious Arya looked at the open gate of the Salt Marsh tribe and calmly waved his hand. My status is special, I can't casually enter other tribes. Please understand. You come with me. Special status? Zhao Qian was puzzled and looked toward his teacher, wanting to see if he knew the identity of the mysterious Arya. However, his teacher only slightly shook his head, clearly not knowing either. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, Lord Arya, my tribe is in a special situation right now and could be attacked by other tribes at any time, so I can't go with you unless. He wanted to use cooking as a bargaining chip to get the mysterious Arya to help the Salt Marsh tribe. Although he wasn't sure how powerful the mysterious Arya was, he felt that dealing with the insect tribe should be no problem. However, the mysterious Arya didn't give Zhao Qian a chance to finish. He placed a hand on Zhao Qian's shoulder, preventing him from speaking. It's just a meal, it won't delay you too long. After saying this, the mysterious Arya looked at the Salt Marsh tribe's Arya and said, I'll bring him back before dark. With that, the mysterious Arya took Zhao Qian and left. Yen Shan wanted to stop them, but was held back by Arya, because Arya could tell this mysterious Arya was very powerful, far beyond what the Salt Marsh tribe could handle. The mysterious Arya didn't take Zhao Qian very far. Zhao Qian could still vaguely see the Salt Marsh tribe in the distance. The mysterious Arya let go of Zhao Qian, and Zhao Qian regained his ability to speak. Zhao Qian complained, Lord Arya, it's not like I refused to cook for you. Was it necessary to kidnap me? Sorry. The mysterious Arya apologized, though not very sincerely. Then he lightly tapped the ground with the bone staff in his hand. The previously calm ground began to shake violently, and as the shaking intensified, a massive worm emerged. This worm had gray skin. Its actual size was unclear, but it was definitely no smaller than the giant beasts in the lake. Its appearance was very ugly, somewhat like the death worms from sci-fi desert scenes. However, the worm was very obedient. After emerging, it lay motionless on the ground, showing no intent to attack Zhao Qian. At this moment, the mysterious Arya said, Young man, help me take down the bundle on the death worm's head. Bundle? Zhao Qian looked at the worm's head and indeed saw a huge bundle, which he hurriedly took down. Once the bundle was removed, the death worm burrowed back into the soil and disappeared. The mysterious area opened the bundle, which was filled with all kinds of ingredients. He began introducing them to Zhao Qian. This is meat from the blood-toothed pig, a king-class primal beast. I cut it exactly as you requested, see if it counts as pork belly. This is an egg from the bird dragon, a king-class primal beast. Bird dragons have poor reproductive ability and only breed once every few years, so I only found 2 eggs. This is milk from the 7-colored cow, a king-class primal beast. It was very hard to find a lactating 7-colored cow. And this, all of them are as you requested, ingredients from powerful primal beasts. Gulp. Looking at the ingredients inside the bundle, Zhao Qian couldn't help but swallow. Although he already suspected the mysterious area was extraordinary, he hadn't expected him to be far more powerful than imagined. He had casually brought back ingredients from king-class primal beasts. One must know that any king-class primal beast could roam freely across the Black Sand Desert, and even the giant beast tribe wouldn't dare provoke one. Is this enough? The mysterious area asked when Zhao Qian didn't respond. Enough, it's enough. Zhao Qian nodded repeatedly, then crouched down and took out the egg and milk from the king-class primal beasts. The egg was quite large, even slightly bigger than an ostrich egg. If he hadn't promised to cook for the mysterious area, he really would have wanted to hatch it. This was a king-class primal beast's egg, anything hatched would at least be king-class. Ha! Zhao Qian touched the egg and the water pouch with milk and couldn't help but exclaim, it's actually cold. Lord Area, how did you manage that? The mysterious area smiled and said, I like eating, but food spoils easily in the heat, so I created a cooling spell. Hearing this, Zhao Qian looked at the bundle and finally found a spell pattern on the beast hide wrapping the food. He said, my teacher told me that only beast bones can be used to engrave spell patterns. How did you do it, Lord Area? The mysterious area smiled and said, I'm just more skilled, I can use the source power of nature. Hiss. Zhao Qian took in a sharp breath, because he had heard from his teacher that using nature's source power was extremely difficult. At least his teacher was still far from achieving that. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian asked, Lord Area, does the title area also have ranks? The mysterious area nodded, yes. Zhao Qian asked, then, can you tell me what the ranks are? The mysterious area said, no problem telling you, but before that, you need to make me a dish that satisfies me. That's not too much to ask, right? Not at all. Zhao Qian responded, then gathered the necessary ingredients and tools to make cream. Lord Area, the first dish I'll make is called cream. After saying this, he broke the bird dragon egg, separated the egg white and yolk, and started whisking. As he whisked, the egg white gradually turned foamy. Next, Zhao Qian added white sugar and milk. He added a lot of sugar, knowing the mysterious area liked sweets. The final step was more whisking, until the cream could hold its shape without dripping. Then it was done. Zhao Qian said, Lord Area, the cream is ready. Please have a taste. This is fine. The mysterious area looked at the strange-looking cream and couldn't help but question it. But he still took the container and leaned in to smell it. It had a strong pure milky fragrance, slightly fishy, but enough to whet one's appetite. Zhao Qian first nodded, then said, but, if the temperature were a bit lower, it would taste better. That's easy. The mysterious area said, then casually engraved a spell on the container. The spell pattern was quite complex, many times more complicated than the healing spell, but in the hands of the mysterious area, it was like doing simple addition and subtraction within 10, effortlessly completed. Once the spell was finished, the temperature of the cream inside the container dropped, turning it into a low-grade version of cream ice cream. The mysterious area dipped a finger in, then put it in his mouth. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. Cool, smooth, it melts in your mouth right away, and it's sweet. This is so much better than just sugar. If speaking purely in terms of sweetness, sugar of course surpasses cream. But in terms of texture, cream completely beats sugar. So overall, cream tastes far better than sugar, not to mention this was a low-grade version of cream ice cream. Even in the previous world, cream ice cream was very popular, let alone in this world. It was no exaggeration to say that cream was absolutely the most delicious thing the old man had ever eaten. As long as Lord Area is satisfied. Zhao Qian showed a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. The mysterious area nodded vigorously, then said with emotion, before meeting you, I thought I had tasted many kinds of gourmet food. But now I realize, what I used to eat was worse than shit. Hearing this, Zhao Qian paused for a few seconds, then curiously asked, Lord Area, have you eaten shit before? The mysterious area angrily replied, you're the one who's eaten shit. How could I possibly eat shit? Zhao Qian said, if you haven't eaten shit, how do you know it's worse than shit? The mysterious area froze for a moment, suddenly realizing he couldn't out-argue Zhao Qian, and could only snap, can't you see I'm eating? Can you stop saying shit all the time? You're ruining my appetite. You were the one who brought up shit first. Truly the guilty party striking first. Zhao Qian could only complain silently in his heart, and said aloud, yes, Lord Area. The mysterious area pointed at the remaining ingredients and said, I'll eat over here, but you shouldn't be idle either. There's still so much food, hurry and make something delicious. Zhao Qian said, just now you hadn't answered my question. The mysterious area replied, you cook while I talk, no time is wasted. All right. Zhao Qian nodded, took the pork belly from the red-toothed pig, a king-class primal beast, and took out a bone knife to cut it. But how could the meat of a king-class primal beast be cut with an ordinary bone knife? He used a great deal of strength, but the pork belly remained unscathed. Use this. The mysterious area saw this and threw Zhao Qian a bone dagger. Zhao Qian took the dagger and tried it. The previously rock-hard pork belly was now easily sliced. At this point, the mysterious area also spoke, saying, just like Tan Luo, area is also divided into levels. But area doesn't have 9 levels, only 5. The first level is called area. There are many of this level. For example, in the Black Sand Desert, except for the area of the giant beast tribe, all others are of this level, including your teacher. The second level is called Yearman. Area of this level are already very strong among area. The area of the giant beast tribe is of this level. The third level is called Hamancy. Compared to the first 2 levels, the main difference is that they can use the source power of nature. So third level area are basically no longer afraid of being ganged up on. Zhao Qian suddenly asked, Lord Area, are you a Hamancy? The mysterious area didn't answer directly, he just showed a meaningful smile, leaving Zhao Qian completely puzzled. This gluttonous old man is playing mysterious again. If you keep this up, I'll bring up the shit topic again. The mysterious area continued, the fourth level is called Tengsite. Once a tribe has an area of this level, that tribe can be called a super tribe. Super tribe? Zhao Qian asked in confusion, is a super tribe much stronger than the giant beast tribe? In his eyes, the giant beast tribe was already a colossal force. If they wanted to destroy the salt marsh tribe, just sending a single hunting party could crush them. The mysterious area smiled and said, the giant beast tribe is only powerful within the Black Sand Desert. Outside the desert, there's a much wider land with even stronger primal beasts and more powerful tribes. Compared to them, the giant beast tribe is nothing. Let me put it this way. Destroying the giant beast tribe for them is no harder than you squashing an ant, and that's not a metaphor, it's a real comparison in strength. Hiss. Zhao Qian gasped upon hearing this, too shocked to speak. Because the strength of the so-called super tribe, as described by the mysterious area, was far beyond his comprehension. He thought that if such super tribes came to Earth, they could conquer it easily. Of course, that's assuming Earth didn't use nuclear weapons. Zhao Qian stayed silent for a long time, then asked, Lord Area, then what's the 5th level of area? The mysterious area was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Zhao Qian frowned and asked, what do you mean by don't know? The mysterious area explained, in fact, area used to only go up to the 4th level. Until one day, humanity encountered an unprecedented disaster. In that moment of life and death, an area awakened a stronger power and saved all of humanity. Zhao Qian asked, and then? There was no then. The mysterious area shrugged and continued, that area disappeared after saving humanity. No one knows where he went, and no one knows what the 5th level he reached was. Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile and said, why does that sound like a legend? The mysterious area said, it's not a legend, because even now, powerful primal beasts are still honoring the agreement made back then. Hearing this, Zhao Qian was stunned. In this world, humans were far weaker than primal beasts. For primal beasts to still follow the old agreement, it showed just how terrifyingly powerful that area was. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and asked, Lord Area, all these years, has no other area reached the 5th level? No. The mysterious area paused and then said, however, a powerful prophecy area once performed a divination. It said that only when humanity faces total destruction will another 5th level area appear. When Zhao Qian heard this, he thought about his own origins and couldn't help asking, Lord Area, do you think I have a chance to become a 5th level area? The mysterious area glanced at him and said disdainfully, it's broad daylight, stop dreaming, will you? It wasn't that the mysterious area looked down on Zhao Qian, it was just that Zhao Qian's thinking was far from realistic. After all, Zhao Qian currently wasn't even considered a 1st level area. However, Zhao Qian didn't feel embarrassed. On the contrary, he thought the mysterious area was nothing special, since he hadn't realized that Zhao Qian was a transmigrator. And in other novels, which transmigrator isn't a heaven-chosen child? All the impossible things exist just to be broken by transmigrators. Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. Zhao Qian didn't argue with the mysterious area and continued preparing the food. A few dozen minutes later, the second dish was placed in front of the mysterious area. The mysterious area smelled the aroma of the food, swallowed, and asked, "What is this?" Zhao Qian smiled and introduced, "This is called braised pork. Please have a taste, Lord Area. Then I won't be polite." The mysterious area grinned, picked up a piece of braised pork, and without worrying about burning his mouth, popped it in. Immediately after, his eyes widened again, clearly shocked by how good it tasted. "Delicious." The mysterious area commented, "The fatty part is incredibly soft, yet rich without being greasy, and the lean part is chewy. The two different textures combine with the sweetness. This braised pork is amazing. Overall, it tastes even better than the cream." Zhao Qian smiled and asked, "Since Lord Area is so pleased with the braised pork, could you agree to a small request of mine?" The mysterious area was eating happily. "What's your request? Go ahead and say it." Zhao Qian took out the dagger the mysterious area had lent him and said, "I don't have a suitable blade. This dagger seems very sharp. I'd like to ask Lord Area to gift it to me." When he was slicing the pork belly earlier, he had already set his eyes on this bone dagger. The fact that it could easily cut through meat from a king-class primal beast meant it could likely injure such beasts just as easily. Perhaps the dagger meant nothing to the mysterious area, but in Zhao Qian's hands, it was definitely a legendary divine weapon. The mysterious area was stunned, then laughed and asked, "Young man, do you know what level of primal beast this dagger's bone came from?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "No idea. This is..." The mysterious area was just about to reveal the dagger's origin, then suddenly stopped and smiled. "Forget it. Since you want it, I'll give it to you." Zhao Qian said with excitement and joy, "Thank you, Lord Area." The mysterious area waved casually. "If you're truly grateful, then make me more tasty food. So far, I'm very satisfied with everything you've made." Zhao Qian responded sincerely, "Don't worry, Lord Area. I definitely won't disappoint you." The mysterious area smiled with satisfaction. "That's more like it, carry on." "Yes." Zhao Qian nodded and continued cooking. Next, he made sweet and sour fish, candied sweet potatoes, candied hawthorn. Anyway, as long as it was sweet, he made everything he could think of. And this meal left the mysterious area very satisfied. He almost didn't stop eating the whole time. This made Zhao Qian suspect. Was the mysterious area a reincarnated starving ghost, or did he have a bottomless stomach? He ate way too much. These ingredients all came from king-class primal beasts. I don't even dare taste a bite, and he ate so much. Although the higher the primal beast's level, the more source power its meat contains, and eating it can improve physical strength, this didn't mean one could eat such meat without limit. For example, Zhao Qian wasn't even a Tan Luo yet. At most, he could taste meat from a brute-class primal beast. Anything higher, and his body wouldn't be able to digest it. So he didn't dare easily try these ingredients. Burp, full. Just as Zhao Qian was still shocked, the mysterious area suddenly let out a satisfied burp. "You're finally full. You've been eating since morning. I'm about to collapse here." Zhao Qian grumbled inwardly but said aloud, "Lord Area, I still have many dishes I haven't made yet, and you're already full?" The mysterious area paused. "More dishes?" Zhao Qian nodded. "Of course. The dishes I can make would be enough for Lord Area to eat for a year without repetition." The mysterious area's eyes lit up. Zhao Qian took the opportunity and said, "How about this? Lord Area stays in the Salt Marsh tribe, and I'll cook for you every day." The insect tribe still hadn't shown up, so the crisis for the Salt Marsh tribe wasn't over. Right now, the only thing Zhao Qian could do was to think of a way to make the mysterious area stay in the tribe. As the saying goes, if someone takes your things, they feel indebted. If they eat your food, they owe you. When the insect tribe attacks, Zhao Qian didn't believe the mysterious area would just sit by. And with his strength, let alone the insect tribe, even if the giant beast tribe came, they couldn't destroy the Salt Marsh tribe. Of course, he didn't come up with this method himself, he learned it from Huang Rong. To get Hong Qigong to teach Guojing the 18 dragon-subduing palms, Huang Rong used delicious food to keep Hong Qigong around. "Young man, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." The mysterious area looked at Zhao Qian with a smile and continued, "But my identity is special, I won't get involved in conflicts between tribes. So stop trying." Zhao Qian saw that his thoughts had been seen through, but wasn't embarrassed. "Lord Area, for you, saving the Salt Marsh tribe would just be lifting a finger. You're really not willing to help?" The mysterious area shook his head. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Zhao Qian asked, why can't you? The mysterious area said, some things I can't tell you. Just remember, I can't help you. Zhao Qian still didn't give up. I remember Lord Area said, as long as my food satisfies you, you'd agree to one request of mine. Originally, he had wanted the mysterious area to help him awaken as a Tan Luo. But now, for the sake of the Salt Marsh tribe, he was willing to use that chance. After all, he could become a Tan Luo anytime in the future, but if the Salt Marsh tribe was destroyed, it would be truly gone. Using this to threaten me won't work. The mysterious area interrupted Zhao Qian, then added, while I was waiting for you, your teacher told me he wanted me to help you awaken as a Tan Luo. As he spoke, the mysterious area didn't give Zhao Qian a chance to resist and directly sealed his movement. The primal beast core I gave you, you still have it on you, right? The mysterious area asked. Zhao Qian didn't want to respond and kept his mouth shut. But the primal beast core was indeed still on him. After all, he had been waiting these 2 months for the mysterious area to come and help him awaken as a Tan Luo. The mysterious area wasn't angry and said, don't think that if you stay silent, I won't be able to find it. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious area opened his hand, and the beast core flew out from Zhao Qian and landed in his palm. The mysterious area asked, do you know what level this primal beast core is? Zhao Qian glanced at the primal beast core but still didn't want to speak to the mysterious area. However, he was also a little curious in his heart, what level was this primal beast core? After all, the higher the level of the beast core used during Tan Luo awakening, the stronger one's power would be after awakening. Hehe. The mysterious area suddenly grinned mischievously and said, even if you don't talk, I know you're dying to know what level this beast core is, but I'm not telling you. Let's see how anxious you get. Zhao Qian. The mysterious area peeled off the layer of flesh covering the beast core, revealing a white core that emitted terrifying source power. Unfortunately, the knowledge Zhao Qian had learned from his teacher about beast cores didn't include information about one that looked like this. So, he couldn't tell what level the core was. The mysterious area muttered to himself, though it also sounded like he was explaining to Zhao Qian, although beast cores have many properties, they can generally be divided into 3 types, spiritual, enhancement, and strange. The most common are spiritual and enhancement types. The strange type is rarer. As for this core, I'm still not telling you. Don't glare at me. Even if I release you, you're not my match. As he spoke, the mysterious area placed the beast core on Zhao Qian's chest. Then he began chanting a spell. Bright light began to gather at the tip of his bone staff. The light traveled from the bone staff, gradually moved onto the mysterious area's body, and then into the beast core. Suddenly, complex beast patterns appeared on the white beast core. At the same time, the core started to melt bit by bit, like ice under the sun, turning into liquid. It might hurt a bit, hang in there. The mysterious area paused his chanting and kindly reminded Zhao Qian before continuing. As the spell went on, Zhao Qian felt the liquid from the beast core flowing into his body. At first, it hurt just a little, but as more and more liquid entered, Zhao Qian's veins bulged, and all his muscles tightened from the pain. It wasn't just simple pain, it also burned, like someone pouring freshly boiled water into his body. If it weren't for the constant tempering of his body by the Wolf King over the past month, which improved his pain tolerance, Zhao Qian thought he might have already died from the pain. But he gritted his teeth and held on, not even letting out a single scream. He couldn't let the mysterious area look down on him. As more and more of the beast core liquid entered Zhao Qian's body, a unique beast pattern totem began to form. Once the totem was fully formed, it would mean the awakening was complete, and Zhao Qian had successfully become a Tan Luo. During the process, Zhao Qian noticed his perception of source power growing stronger. Previously, he could only see source power when he was fully focused. But now, even with the intense pain occupying most of his attention, he could still see it. The source power surged wildly into his body, spreading throughout every part of him. Even without testing it, he could tell that his strength, speed, and every aspect of himself had been enhanced. At that moment, he finally understood the secret of how Tan Luo could break the limits of carbon-based life. Before, he thought that no matter how much he strengthened himself, it was still impossible to take bullets head-on, because carbon-based life had limits. Until he met Yong. Yong was clearly also a carbon-based life form, but in many aspects, he clearly exceeded those limits. At first, Zhao Qian couldn't figure it out. Now, he finally understood, it was all because of source power. Source power is somewhat like the internal energy of martial arts masters. So, Tan Luo who possess source power don't rely only on physical strength but also on the strength of source power. Physical strength plus source power, that's the real reason carbon-based limits can be broken. Just then, all the beast core liquid had entered Zhao Qian's body, and the beast totem was finally complete. At that moment, Zhao Qian's skin turned fiery red, as if it were about to catch fire. However, the mysterious area ignored this and said calmly, "I'm a beast-taming area. That means you now also have the ability to control primal beasts. When you get the chance, go capture some powerful ones for yourself. Lastly, even though I won't tell you the core's property, I can give you a hint: eat more good food. The more you eat, the stronger you'll become. That's all. I'm leaving. I won't be coming back to the Black Sand Desert anytime soon. If you want to find me, it'll probably be around this time next year. Seems like I never told you my name. Remember it, my name is Kong." After saying this, the mysterious area raised his bone staff to the sky, and a massive eagle slowly descended from above. This eagle was much larger than a fighter jet, about the size of a commercial airliner. The terrifying aura it emitted was no weaker than that of the death worm. It was definitely above the king-class level of primal beasts. The mysterious area mounted the eagle and disappeared from Zhao Qian's sight. Only after the mysterious area had left did Zhao Qian finally cry out in pain. He felt like his body was about to tear apart. Damn it, what level is this beast core exactly? Zhao Qian knelt on the ground, pounding the earth. The Wolf King told me my body was already equivalent to a third-rank Tan Luo. Even if it were a king-class beast core, I should have been able to handle it easily. Why can't I endure this one? Could this beast core be stronger than a king-class one? But the intense pain didn't allow Zhao Qian time to think. He had only one thought now: to relieve the pain. Eat, he told me to eat. Just as blood started oozing from his body, Zhao Qian suddenly remembered what the mysterious area had said before leaving: eat more. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the food the mysterious area had brought. Although Arya had eaten all morning, the amount of food he brought was too much. There was still plenty left. Maybe to the mysterious area, these were just kitchen scraps. But to Zhao Qian, or rather, to the entire Black Sand Desert, all of it was priceless treasure. Blood of a king-class primal beast, he drank it straight. Meat of a king-class primal beast, he ate it raw. Rare flowers and fruits, he stuffed them in his mouth like they were free. Everything he ate was broken down into source power in his body and distributed throughout. And just like the mysterious area said, after eating a lot, the pain really started to lessen. He didn't know how long he had been eating, until the pain completely disappeared. Huff. Zhao Qian lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. However, while Zhao Qian slept, 5 stripes appeared on the beast totem on his chest. Zhao Qian didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up, it was already evening. Maybe because he had just woken up, after sitting up, Zhao Qian looked a bit confused, his face full of bewilderment. After a while, the confusion on his face turned into wild joy, and he exclaimed excitedly, "I'm alive. I didn't die." Feeling happy, he lowered his head to look at his chest, wanting to see what level of Tan Luo he had become. Normally, an ordinary person awakening for the first time would just be a first-rank Tan Luo. If someone had better talent, the tribe would provide a higher-level primal beast core, which could allow them to reach second rank upon awakening. As for top-tier talents, if they used the highest-level beast core their body could handle, and had a powerful area perform the awakening, then there was a slim chance of reaching the third rank. As for reaching fourth rank immediately upon awakening, such people were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Practically impossible to find in the Black Sand Desert. However, when Zhao Qian clearly saw the beast totem on his chest, he muttered in disbelief, "Holy crap. I actually awakened as..." Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the direction of the Salt Marsh tribe. Zhao Qian immediately stood up and looked toward the explosion, his face turning grim. It must be the insect tribe attacking. I have to get back immediately. Just as this thought arose, the beast totem on his chest lit up and began to supply him with source power. The next second, Zhao Qian shot out like a bullet and instantly disappeared from the spot. On the other side? Although the insect tribe hadn't shown up for a while, the Salt Marsh tribe didn't dare let their guard down. To be safe, they had placed hidden sentries along every key route. Each of these sentries carried gunpowder. Once the insect tribe was spotted, the sentries would ignite it. First, it could deal damage to the insect tribe. Second, the explosion would alert the tribe that the insect tribe had arrived. And just now, the explosion was effective. It injured 3 Tan Luo, 2 first rank and 1 second rank. Unfortunately, the power of the black powder was limited. It killed only the 2 first rank Tan Luo. The second rank one dodged in time and only got slightly injured. The explosion immediately mobilized the alert Salt Marsh tribe. They climbed up the stone walls and looked in the direction of the blast. Then, most of the people in the Salt Marsh tribe felt a chill in their hearts. Because under the night sky, they saw more than 100 Tan Luo, along with over 10 primal beasts. It should be noted, the Salt Marsh tribe only had about 30 Tan Luo. The number of enemies was 4 or 5 times more. How were they supposed to fight this? What could they even do? Yen Shan said grimly, the insect tribe can't possibly have this many Tan Luo. Even if they all came, it wouldn't be this many. Shan suddenly said, these aren't just Tan Luo from the insect tribe. Some are from the New Salt tribe. That one in front is a Tan Luo from the New Salt tribe. At this moment, Arya also arrived. After hearing Shan's words, he said coldly, looks like the insect tribe used the past few days to invite the New Salt tribe. I didn't expect the New Salt tribe would actually agree. Yen Shan nodded. Exactly. The insect tribe has such a terrible reputation. Cooperating with them means risking being swallowed up. Arya said, seems like the New Salt tribe is desperate to become the sole salt-selling tribe in the Black Sand Desert. The insect tribe's reputation in the desert was notorious. Almost no other tribe wanted to associate with them. The main reason was that the insect tribe often betrayed its allies. During their rise to power, they had destroyed at least 4 of their own allied tribes. Because of this, most tribes kept their distance. No tribe dared to partner with them. Making a deal with a tiger never ends well, Yen Shan said, then asked, Arya, what do we do now? There's no way we can fight both the insect tribe and the New Salt tribe at the same time. Arya was silent for a moment and said, if it were just the insect tribe, we might have survived by giving up the salt mine. But now, we can only fight to the death. Fight to the death. Yen Shan's heart tightened. He knew what that meant. They wouldn't be able to hold them off. All the Salt Marsh tribe's Tan Luo would be killed. The ordinary people would be enslaved. The entire tribe would cease to exist and become history. Even if by some miracle they resisted both tribes, their Tan Luo would suffer heavy losses, and survival afterward would be incredibly difficult. Upon hearing this, the Salt Marsh tribe's Tan Luo and clanspeople fell silent. Seeing this, Arya smiled and said, everyone, don't be too nervous. We have crossbows and gunpowder, we might not necessarily lose. Plus, we have Zhao Qian. If he can bring that mysterious Arya to help, neither the insect tribe nor the New Salt tribe will be a problem. Hearing this, the people of the Salt Marsh tribe felt a bit more at ease. However, no one noticed the powerlessness in Arya's eyes as he tried to reassure them. In truth, Arya didn't think the Salt Marsh tribe could hold out. He only said those words so the clan's people wouldn't panic. Otherwise, they'd have no chance at all. At that moment, the Tan Luo from the insect tribe and New Salt tribe arrived near the walls and lined up, ready to attack at any moment. But the Black Sand Desert had its own rules. For one tribe to destroy another, they had to present a justification. So, Chongming stepped forward and shouted loudly, people of the Salt Marsh tribe, listen up. Your Zhao Qian insulted our area. Today, either give us an explanation, or we'll destroy you. Yen Shan, hot-tempered as ever, shouted back angrily, if you want to fight, then fight already. What's with all the nonsense? Everyone in the desert knows what scum your insect tribe is. Chongming continued, you Salt Marsh people really have dirty mouths. Zhao Qian is like that, and even your chieftain is the same. In that case, there's nothing to discuss. All forces, get ready. Chongming turned around, raising his weapon high, ready to attack. Wait. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the distance, this matter started because of me. I'm willing to apologize to the insect tribe and ask for forgiveness. The one speaking was none other than Zhao Qian. However, he had hidden the beast totem on his chest, looking like an ordinary person. His face showed fear as he cautiously walked over from afar. When Chongming saw Zhao Qian, he wanted to kill him on the spot. But seeing the once arrogant Zhao Qian now looking like he was scared to death, he sneered, weren't you all high and mighty before? Now you're scared? It's too late, no one can save you or the Salt Marsh tribe today. Zhao Qian trembled and said, I know I'm going to die. But being killed by you directly is too humiliating. I challenge you. Even if I die, I want to die with dignity. You want to challenge me? After hearing Zhao Qian's words, Chongming was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Although you're an Arya's disciple, you're just an ordinary person now. What are you going to use to duel me? Zhao Qian's hands trembled as he took out the dagger. He swallowed and said, this. Chongming looked at the dagger and laughed again, asking in a mocking tone, are you sure? In front of me, you're just an ant. I could kill you with one finger. But if you go back to your tribe, with your people protecting you, you might still have a chance to live. The Black Sand Desert isn't that big. Even if I run, what then? I'll still die sooner or later. Zhao Qian said despairingly. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well fight you like a man. Chongming looked at Zhao Qian, whose legs could barely stand straight, and laughed loudly. You look like you're about to piss yourself. You don't look like a man at all. As soon as he said this, the Tan Luo of the insect tribe and the New Salt tribe all burst into loud mockery. I thought someone who dared insult Lord Arya must be impressive. Turns out he's a weakling who can't even stand straight. With the way he looks, forget Lord Chongming, even any random first-rank Tan Luo could kill him easily. In my opinion, you wouldn't even need a Tan Luo. A slightly stronger kid from our tribe could kill him. Ha 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 ha. While the Tan Luo of the two tribes were mocking Zhao Qian, Yan Shan on the city wall clenched his fists, his eyes seeming to spit fire. At this moment, Arya patted Yan Shan's shoulder and said softly, suppress your anger. Don't act rashly. Yan Shan said angrily, Arya, these bastards are humiliating Zhao Qian. Even though Zhao Qian is afraid, the fact that he dared to step out and challenge Chongming proves he has courage. Arya frowned and asked, is that all you see? Yan Shan was stunned. He didn't understand why Arya asked that, but still nodded. Yes. You. Arya sighed softly and said, do you really think Zhao Qian is a courageous person? Yan Shan thought about it and shook his head. Not really. He seems more like someone who uses his brain. Arya said, a person who uses his brain suddenly stepping out to duel someone, don't you think that's strange? It does seem strange. Yan Shan calmed down and also felt that Zhao Qian wasn't that kind of person. He asked, Arya, did you notice something? Arya shook his head. I didn't notice anything. But I think Zhao Qian's purpose in dueling Chongming isn't simple. Yan Shan was even more confused. What do you mean? Arya said, just keep watching. On the field? Zhao Qian gripped the dagger with both hands. His legs were bent, and his whole body was trembling. This appearance instinctively made people think he was a weakling scared out of his mind. Zhao Qian looked at Chongming and stammered, Do you accept my challenge? Chongming smiled disdainfully. Since you're asking to die, I'll grant your wish. After killing you, I'll wipe out the Salt Marsh tribe. As he spoke, Chongming slowly walked toward Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was so frightened that he backed away several steps. He stumbled and almost fell on his butt, which again drew a round of mockery from the two tribes. The more afraid Zhao Qian looked, the more comfortable Chongming felt. Back in his tribe, he especially liked torturing slaves who were scared out of their wits. Every time he saw them kneel and beg, only to be killed anyway, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Thinking of this, Chongming said excitedly, I'll chop off your arms and legs, leaving only your head and body. Don't worry, you won't die right away. Then I'll drive insects into your body. You'll feel them tearing and biting inside you. Your body will be slowly eaten away, and only then will you die. Hearing this, Zhao Qian retreated several more steps until his back pressed against the city wall. Scared now? Chongming drew his weapon, his face ferocious. But it's too late. No one can save you today. You'll pay for what you said before. Looking at Chongming getting closer, Zhao Qian shouted again, can you wait a bit longer? Chongming frowned, somewhat impatient. What are you doing now? Zhao Qian said, I want to find a referee. Let him give the order, then we start. That way it feels more formal. Chongming seemed to see through Zhao Qian's intention and laughed. I think finding a referee is just an excuse. You just want to live a little longer. But fine, I'll agree. With that, Chongming casually pointed at a Tan Luo and said, you, come out. Be the referee. Yes, Lord Chongming. That Tan Luo happily walked forward. Zhao Qian asked despairingly, isn't this too fast? Can't we choose more carefully? This already lets you live a bit longer. Don't be ungrateful. Chongming said mockingly. Or how about this, you kneel and kowtow to me, and I'll take more time choosing. Then, forget it. Zhao Qian shook his head. I gave you a chance to live longer, and you didn't want it. Don't blame anyone else. Chongming said impatiently. Stop wasting time. Start already. Soon, Zhao Qian and Chongming stood more than 10 meters apart, with the Tan Luo acting as referee standing in between. Chongming looked at Zhao Qian, who was still trembling, and the contempt in his eyes grew stronger. At that moment, the referee shouted loudly, start. D. Chongming stepped forward. But just as he took one step, Zhao Qian immediately turned around and ran. Trying to run? Too late. Chongming was startled, then suddenly sped up and easily caught up to Zhao Qian. However, he didn't attack. He didn't even draw his weapon. His eyes were full of a predator's playful look. He wanted to toy with Zhao Qian. Once he got bored, he would torture and kill him. Run faster. You're too slow. If you don't speed up, I'm going to make a move. Ha ha ha. Chongming was right beside Zhao Qian, almost running shoulder to shoulder. However, at that moment, a cold light flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes. The dagger in his hand slashed across Chongming's neck with lightning speed. Then Zhao Qian stopped, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly into a faint smile. Gurgle, gurg. Chongming tried to speak, but when he opened his mouth, only blood came out. Looking closely, half of his neck had already been cut through. Thud. Chongming felt he could no longer control his body, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. At this moment, the Zhao Qian who had looked scared out of his mind squatted beside him, spat, and said, I don't know if the Salt Marsh tribe will be destroyed. I don't know if I'll die. But you definitely won't live. Remember this, if you're a villain in your next life, don't talk so much. This sudden scene left everyone present stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Lord Chongming was dead. A fourth-rank Chongming was killed with a single strike by an ordinary person. How was this possible? Even a fifth-rank Tan Luo couldn't possibly kill Lord Chongming with one strike, let alone an ordinary person. Wait. This coward wasn't an ordinary person. He was a Tan Luo, and not a low-level one. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to sneak attack and kill Lord Chongming in one blow. All at once, the people of the insect tribe and the new salt tribe understood. Zhao Qian's frightened appearance earlier was all an act, meant to make Lord Chongming lower his guard so Zhao Qian could achieve a one-hit kill. Another fourth-rank Tan Luo from the insect tribe stepped forward, looked at Chongming's corpse on the ground, narrowed his eyes, and said, Kid, who gave you the courage to kill someone from my insect tribe? Zhao Qian wiped the blood off the dagger and sneered. I even dared to curse the insect tribe's area. Killing one of you is nothing. That fourth-rank Tan Luo gritted his teeth and said, You've got guts. But can you bear the consequences? Zhao Qian sneered again and said bluntly, Are you stupid? You've already attacked our doorstep and threatened to wipe out the Salt Marsh tribe. What consequences are there that I can't bear? The fourth-rank Tan Luo was left speechless. He also felt that his threat sounded stupid. At this moment, Zhao Qian smiled and asked, I just killed your clansman. Do you want to avenge him? How about I give you a chance, we duel one-on-one? The fourth-rank Tan Luo scoffed. Who gave you the courage to think you can kill a fourth-rank Tan Luo? Zhao Qian pointed at Chongming's corpse. Isn't this enough? The fourth-rank Tan Luo shouted angrily, You still have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't sneak-attacked him, how could you have killed Chongming? The insect tribe had only 3 fourth-rank Tan Luo in total. This time, only he and Chongming had come. The original plan was for the two of them to hold back the Salt Marsh tribe's chieftain while the others killed the rest, greatly reducing casualties. But no one expected that a dignified fourth-rank Tan Luo would be killed by a sneak attack. Zhao Qian asked playfully, What if I could kill Chongming head-on? What would you say then? The fourth-rank Tan Luo was already furious, so he snapped, If you can kill Chongming head-on, I'll kneel to you. Without another word, Zhao Qian pulled open his clothes, revealing the beast totem on his chest. Then kneel. Fifth rank. After clearly seeing Zhao Qian's beast totem, the fourth-rank Tan Luo said in disbelief, Aren't you an Arya's disciple? How can you be a Tan Luo, and a fifth-rank Tan Luo? That's right. Zhao Qian was a fifth-rank Tan Luo. In fact, not just this fourth-rank Tan Luo, even Zhao Qian himself had been shocked at the time. Under normal awakening, reaching third rank was already impressive. Fourth rank was extremely rare, let alone fifth rank. When he saw that he was fifth rank, he finally understood how terrifying the mysterious area and that white beast core truly were. Of course, this also depended on his effort over the past month and a half. Without being constantly beaten by the Wolf King and continuously strengthening his body, he would never have endured this awakening. Fifth rank, Zhao Qian is fifth rank. Awakening straight to fifth rank, how is that possible? The chieftain is only fourth rank, and he's already fifth rank. This is unbelievable. Our Salt Marsh tribe also has a fifth rank now. On the city wall, the people of the Salt Marsh tribe were instantly fired up when they heard the words of the fourth rank Tan Luo from the insect tribe. Fifth rank Tan Luo were the highest known rank in the Black Sand Desert and a symbol of major tribes. In the Salt Marsh tribe, the person most likely to reach fifth rank was Yen Shan, and by his own estimate, it would take about 10 more years. Although 10 years sounded long, it was already enviable to many fourth rank Tan Luo, since most of them would never advance beyond fourth rank in their entire lives. Yet Zhao Qian had reached fifth rank the moment he awakened. Starting at fifth rank, it was easy to imagine how terrifying Zhao Qian would be in the future. This is impossible. Your beast totem must be fake, the fourth rank Tan Luo shouted. Why don't you come forward and try it yourself? Zhao Qian asked playfully. If you really are fifth rank, why did you pretend to be scared earlier? The fourth rank Tan Luo asked, voicing his doubt. Because that made it easier to kill him. Zhao Qian didn't try to hide it and answered honestly. Although he awakened at fifth rank, it had just happened, and he couldn't fully control his power yet, making it hard to completely unleash 5th rank strength. And Chong Ming wasn't weak either. Even as a 5th rank, killing him directly would be difficult, so Zhao Qian chose to feign weakness and numb Chong Ming's vigilance. Even Zhao Qian himself hadn't expected the effect to be so good. Chong Ming didn't suspect him at all, treating him as an ordinary person and planning to toy with him, which gave Zhao Qian the perfect chance to land a one-hit kill. The 4th rank Tan Luo fell silent for a moment and cursed quietly. He really was an idiot, to die like that. You also call him an idiot. Looks like I really didn't curse him wrongly before. Zhao Qian smiled and continued, stop talking nonsense. You said if I could kill Chong Ming head-on, you'd kneel. Now you can kneel. The 4th rank Tan Luo narrowed his eyes, murderous intent flashing. Don't think that just because you're 5th rank you can change the fate of the Salt Marsh tribe or your own. With so many Tan Luo here, even if you're 5th rank, we can still kill you. Hearing this, Zhao Qian fell silent. He didn't deny it. If the mysterious area were a healing area, relying on powerful recovery, he might still be able to hold out. But the mysterious area's ability was beast control, not healing. He couldn't provide strong recovery, and Zhao Qian couldn't fight a prolonged battle. Is that so? At this moment, Area spoke up. What if you add me, a healing area? The 4th rank Tan Luo suddenly fell silent. And this? Yen Shan suddenly took out 3 healing bone plaques and threw them to Zhao Qian, saying, these 3 are high-grade healing bone plaques engraved by Area. Even for a 5th rank, they have very strong healing effects. Ordinary healing bone plaques were only useful for Tan Luo below 3rd rank. Once strength exceeded 3rd rank, ordinary plaques had little to no effect. But high-grade healing bone plaques were different. They could heal 4th to 6th rank Tan Luo and were top-tier treasures in the entire Black Sand Desert. If it weren't a matter of the Salt Marsh tribe's survival, Area would never have been willing to take them out. Zhao Qian picked up the 3 healing bone plaques and looked at the 4th rank Tan Luo. Thanks for the reminder. I was actually a bit worried. But now. Zhao Qian raised the dagger, pointed it at the Tan Luo of the Insect tribe and the New Salt tribe, and said coldly, whoever comes will die. The Tan Luo of the Insect tribe and the New Salt tribe saw this and all showed uneasy expressions. They all looked toward the 4th rank Tan Luo. The Insect tribe's 4th rank Tan Luo was named Chong Jia. His status in the Insect tribe was very high, so this time the attack on the Salt Marsh tribe was led by him and Chong Ming. Now that Chong Ming was dead, all the Tan Luo listened to his orders. However, at this moment, he would rather not have anyone listen to him, because he didn't know what to do. Fight? The Salt Marsh tribe had 1 5th rank, and also a healing area. The combination of these two was equivalent to the Salt Marsh tribe having a 5th rank Tan Luo who could fight for a long time. And on their side, although it seemed like there were many people, in reality he was the only 4th rank. There were not many 3rd rank, and most were 1st and 2nd rank. A 5th rank, without considering injuries, killing 1st and 2nd rank was like cutting melons and slicing vegetables, it would be a one-sided slaughter. But if they didn't fight and he returned to the tribe, he would surely be punished. After all, the tribe had mobilized for this attack but not only gained no benefit, they even lost a 4th rank Tan Luo. Even if Chong Ming had died by his own stupidity, he could hardly avoid blame. For a moment, Chong Jia stood frozen. Fighting was not an option, and leaving was not an option either. Zhao Qian naturally saw Chong Jia's dilemma. He clearly understood that the other side was afraid, and this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Immediately, he raised his hand and shouted, crossbow teams, prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, ordinary Salt Marsh tribe people holding crossbows appeared on the city wall, all aiming crossbows at the Tan Luo of the Insect tribe and New Salt tribe. Fire! Zhao Qian suddenly waved his raised hand down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, dozens of arrows were shot toward the Tan Luo of the 2 tribes. Although the power of the crossbow arrows was hard to cause damage to 2nd rank and above Tan Luo, they still had strong lethality against 1st rank Tan Luo. And the largest number in the 2 tribes were 1st rank Tan Luo. Thud thud thud. The 2 tribes were too close to the walls. The crossbow shooters didn't even need to aim carefully and easily hit the 1st rank Tan Luo of the 2 tribes. Some unlucky Tan Luo were hit directly in the head and died on the spot. Even if some 1st rank Tan Luo were luckier and were only hit in the body, in a short time they would lose combat ability. After all, the area who awakened them wasn't a healing area. When injured, they couldn't recover quickly like the Tan Luo of the Salt Marsh tribe, they could only slowly heal using their own recovery. After 1 round of shooting, the crossbow shooters began to reload their arrows. At this time, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted loudly, Salt Marsh tribe's Tan Luo, charge with me and kill them all. Then he rushed forward holding the dagger. The first unlucky one was the Tan Luo who served as the referee. He was only a second-rank Tan Luo and didn't even have a chance to resist. He was stabbed in the heart with a single blow and died instantly. Charge! Yan Shan saw Zhao Qian rushing forward and without hesitation jumped from the city wall with the Salt Marsh Tribe's Tan Luo, rushing forward behind Zhao Qian. Although they were far fewer in number, in terms of momentum they far surpassed the two tribes. Because at this moment, they believed that under Zhao Qian's leadership, the Insect Tribe and New Salt Tribe were no match for them. Originally stuck in indecision, Chong Jia saw the Salt Marsh Tribe charge directly forward and immediately panicked, saying, "Run, quickly run. Don't fight them." After speaking, he turned around to escape. But when he turned, he realized that the Tan Luo of the Insect Tribe and New Salt Tribe had already started running even before he spoke. Only more than 10 injured first-rank Tan Luo were left behind. However, at this moment, no one cared about their survival. Everyone was running for their lives. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? Chong Jia had only taken a few steps when Zhao Qian's voice sounded behind him, almost scaring him to death. Obviously, Zhao Qian had set his sights on him. Zhao Qian's idea was simple, he wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chong Jia. That way, even if the Insect Tribe wanted to take revenge on the Salt Marsh Tribe, they wouldn't have the strength to do so. After all, once Chong Jia was killed, the Insect Tribe would only have 1 5th rank and 1 4th rank left, making them equal to the Salt Marsh Tribe. However, Chong Jia was not easy to kill. As soon as he gave the order, the primal beasts of the Insect Tribe that followed blocked Zhao Qian's path. The Insect Tribe's primal beasts were all bizarre giant insects. Among them, a huge centipede blocked Zhao Qian's way. This centipede had a hard black shell. Each pair of legs was as sharp as a dagger. While blocking Zhao Qian's path, its body was about to coil around him. "Get lost." Seeing this, Zhao Qian said in a low voice. He suddenly stabbed out with the dagger in his hand, easily piercing the centipede's hard shell and cutting its body along the wound. Although this centipede primal beast was strong, it was only equivalent to a pure-blood primal beast. Zhao Qian was now a 5th-rank Tan Luo, with strength comparable to top-level brute-class primal beasts. Against a pure-blood primal beast, he didn't even need a second strike. However, the insect-type primal beasts had very low intelligence. Even though Zhao Qian's strength far exceeded theirs and he could easily kill them, they still kept rushing forward one after another. Zhao Qian had no choice but to kill all of these insect primal beasts, and this also gave Chong Jia a chance to escape. "That's enough, stop chasing." Seeing Yan Shan about to lead the Salt Marsh Tribe's Tan Luo in pursuit, Zhao Qian immediately stopped everyone. "Why not chase them?" Yan Shan was a bit confused but still stopped and said, "They're all scared out of their minds now. We could easily kill them. Letting them go is a shame. Do not pursue a beaten enemy. When pressed, they will fight desperately." Zhao Qian paused and continued, "Besides, we still have something more important to do next." Yan Shan asked, "What important thing needs to be done?" Zhao Qian said, "The New Salt Tribe should have mobilized all their Tan Luo this time. If nothing unexpected happened, there shouldn't be many Tan Luo left in the New Salt Tribe now." Upon hearing this, Yan Shan immediately understood Zhao Qian's meaning and said, "So you mean I should take people and wipe out the New Salt Tribe while we have the chance?" Zhao Qian jokingly said, "If you have confidence, I want you to go wipe out the Insect Tribe. Forget the Insect Tribe, but the New Salt Tribe can be considered." Yan Shan said loudly, "Everyone listen to me, follow me and immediately march to the New Salt Tribe." "Yes." The Salt Marsh Tribe's Tan Luo responded loudly. Zhao Qian reminded, "Be careful. If you can't take them, come back." Yan Shan said, "Don't worry about that. I know what to do." After speaking, Yan Shan led the Salt Marsh Tribe's Tan Luo and charged toward the New Salt Tribe. Zhao Qian watched Yan Shan's retreating figure. He knew that this night was destined to see many people die. After Zhao Qian watched the Tan Luo of the Salt Marsh Tribe leave, he hurried back to the tribe. When he returned, the clan's people were already cleaning the battlefield. Zhao Qian found Arya and asked with worry, "Teacher, are you all right?" Arya was already very old. Even though Zhao Qian had rushed back in time to stop the great battle, he still worried that Arya might have been affected. After all, in the situation just now, someone with a weak heart would not have been able to endure it. "What could happen to me?" Arya smiled broadly and was very happy. "You really have become a 5th-rank Tan Luo?" "Yes." Zhao Qian nodded hard, then pulled open his clothing at the chest to show his beast totem. "Truly a 5th rank, but I just awakened and still cannot use 5th-rank strength skillfully." Arya smiled even more happily. "That's very normal. After all, you were an ordinary person before. Breaking through to 5th rank is a big increase. Disciple understands." Zhao Qian naturally understood this logic. His situation now was like an ordinary person suddenly having decades of strength but not knowing how to use it. Therefore, he needed time to figure out how to fully use 5th rank strength. Even so, he already had strength far above 4th rank. Arya said, "You awakened directly to 5th rank. It seems that mysterious area and the beast core he gave you are extremely terrifying in level." Zhao Qian agreed. "I saw him casually carve out spell patterns more complex than the healing spell. The 2 primal beasts he tamed were at least king class, and the ingredients he brought were all actual ingredients." While he was speaking, Zhao Qian suddenly paused, then hurriedly said, "Teacher, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." After saying this, he left without slowing down, leaving Arya puzzled. He had almost forgotten about the king-class ingredients that mysterious Arya brought. Although those ingredients had been eaten twice by him and the mysterious Arya, leaving almost nothing, even the leftover scraps were treasures. After all, even a single bone came from a king-class primal beast. Zhao Qian returned quickly, but unlike before, this time he had a bundle on his back. Arya saw this and asked, confused, "What's inside this?" "It's all the ingredients that mysterious Arya brought." Zhao Qian reached into the bag, took out the water pouch containing primal beast blood and handed it over. "Teacher, look at this." Arya still didn't understand what had happened and instinctively opened the water pouch. The moment the stopper was pulled out, rich source power spread out from the pouch, causing the usually calm Arya to widen his eyes. This is the blood of a king-class primal beast." "Yes." Zhao Qian could not hide the excitement in his voice and said, "Teacher, not only this, the ingredients that mysterious Arya brought are all from king-class primal beasts, and the fruits he brought are all rare strange fruits." After speaking, he fully opened the bundle and showed the leftover food inside. These remnants might have counted for nothing in the eyes of that mysterious Arya, but in Arya's eyes, any single item was a rare treasure. Arya carefully examined every item in the bag. His eyes were moist with excitement. After a long time, he asked, "Zhao Qian, how do you plan to handle these things?" Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this, but he soon understood Arya's meaning. Although a tribe seemed like a whole and it looked as if everything belonged to the tribe, the fact was not exactly that. For example, when a hunting team went out, they only needed to turn in 50% of the food to the tribe. The remaining 50% was free for the hunting team members to distribute. And for things gained personally, they did not need to be turned over to the tribe. Everything belonged to the individual. Therefore, this bundle of things belonged to Zhao Qian. Even if he didn't share any of it, no one would blame him. Of course, Zhao Qian originally wanted to say that he would donate it all to the tribe, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped and said, "Teacher, I have an idea." Arya asked, "What idea?" Zhao Qian said, "I want to use these things to cultivate the children of the tribe." Arya frowned, a bit confused. Zhao Qian explained, "Teacher, I know that for a tribe, Arya and Tan Luo are most important. Children and other clans people are lower in rank. But to me, this way of doing things feels improper. When he first met you, you was so thin with skin and bones showing. But even then, you wanted to bring food back for his father." Although Zhao Qian knew that Yu's behavior was correct, it still made him uncomfortable. He thought that even in tribal times, it shouldn't be like that. Arya asked, "What's improper about it?" Zhao Qian said, "The tribe does not pay enough attention to the education of the new generation. It completely leaves it up to chance. But if possible, I hope the tribe can use some primal beast cores to buy primal beast meat or primal beast blood to cultivate the children of the tribe." Arya said, "Your idea is good, but the tribe only gets a limited number of primal beast cores each year. Barely enough to cover the consumption of the Tan Luo. It would be hard to set some aside for the children, unless you have a way to solve this problem." Zhao Qian shook his head. "I haven't thought of a complete plan yet, but I believe there will definitely be a way." Upon hearing this, Arya smiled and said, "Good, then this matter will be entrusted to you." "Ah?" Zhao Qian was stunned. Seeing the smile on Arya's face, he suddenly understood, "Teacher, you're setting a trap for me to get stuck in, aren't you?" Arya sighed and said, "I have considered what you said, but I really have no ability to change it. After all, if the tribe doesn't let people starve to death each year, that's already very good." Zhao Qian didn't understand and said, "Teacher, although the Black Sand Desert isn't very rich, it shouldn't be to the point of people starving to death, right?" Arya shook his head. "It's not winter yet, so you think there is enough food. If winter arrives, and for months we can't hunt, you will understand what it feels like to starve." Winter again. This was not the first time Zhao Qian had heard those two words. You had mentioned it before, and when he followed the hunting team into the forest, he also heard the members talk about it. At that time, he even specially asked for 2 sets of animal skins to prepare for Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Now this was the third time he had heard it. Zhao Qian asked, "Teacher, is winter very terrible?" Arya said, "Our tribe is a bit better off. Only some slaves starve to death. But in some small tribes, during winter, people eat other people." Eat people. Zhao Qian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. For someone who comes from a civilized society, eating people is something that cannot be accepted. However, he also understood that eating people was very common in history, otherwise there would not be terms like exchange children to eat or rice meat. When people are starving to the extreme, there is no moral bottom line left. Arya looked at Zhao Qian, who was not speaking, and said, "When the cold winter arrives, the weather becomes extremely cold. Even Tan Luo must stay in caves to resist the cold, so there is no way to go out hunting. Of course, even if you want to hunt, there will be no living creatures in the forest. They all hide to avoid the winter. Before every winter, all tribes store a large amount of food, but there are always some exceptions. Do you know what tribes do when they don't store enough food?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "Large tribes will attack small tribes and seize their food. As for small tribes, they can only eat people, otherwise everyone will starve to death." "You're right." Arya nodded and sighed. "Back then, I moved the tribe here to stay far away from other tribes. On one hand, I didn't want to be plundered by large tribes. On the other hand, I also didn't want to plunder other tribes." Zhao Qian said, "This disciple understands." Not wanting to be plundered by large tribes was easy to understand. And not wanting to plunder other tribes was probably because Arya was afraid that when food was insufficient, the tribe would plunder others for survival. The solution was to move the Salt Marsh tribe away and keep distance from other tribes. Arya said, "I am old. Sometimes I want to do something for the tribe, but I don't have the strength. Since you have such thoughts, I will hand this task to you." Zhao Qian understood Arya's good intentions and nodded. "Please rest assured, teacher." Arya glanced again at the ingredients and said, "I don't object to however you want to handle these things, but I have a small suggestion. Can you give some to Yan Shan?" Without waiting for Zhao Qian to ask why, Arya continued, "Yan Shan is a very talented Tan Luo. He has been stuck at 4th rank for many years. Because he only used a pureblood beast core when awakening, he has been unable to break through to 5th rank. If he can get king-class beast meat or blood, it might speed up his breakthrough." Zhao Qian had a good impression of Yan Shan. This guy usually looked serious and unsmiling, but inside he was very warm-hearted. He cared deeply about the clan's people and always thought about the tribe. He had very high prestige in the tribe. So Zhao Qian didn't mind sharing these things with Yan Shan. He said, "Of course there's no problem. If needed, I can even give him the king-class beast core that the Wolf King gave me." Originally, he planned that if the beast core given by the mysterious Arya was not high level, he would use the king-class beast core from the Wolf King to awaken. But obviously he had worried too much. That white beast core was at least king-class, so the one from the Wolf King was left unused. There was no use keeping it, so it was better to give it to Yan Shan. Once Yan Shan broke through, the Salt Marsh tribe would become stronger, and the insect tribe would have to think carefully before seeking revenge. Arya showed a relieved smile. He could see that Zhao Qian truly regarded himself as a member of the Salt Marsh tribe. If my strength improves further, a king-class beast core could be used for his second awakening. For now, giving it to him is useless. A second awakening meant that after breaking through, Arya would replace the original beast core with a better one. During this process, the realm would not change, but the upper limit would increase. Alright then. Zhao Qian pointed at the items in the bundle and said, "When Yan Shan comes back, he can choose from these freely." Arya said, "I'll thank you on his behalf." Zhao Qian quickly said, "Teacher, please don't say that. If the tribe hadn't taken the 3 of us in, we might have died long ago. A life-saving favor is worth far more than a single beast core." At that time, the 3 of them had just arrived in the Black Sand Desert and knew nothing about the surroundings. If they had accidentally entered the grasslands, the outcome would have been obvious. At this moment, a clansman walked over. "Lord Arya, we have finished cleaning the battlefield. We captured 13 Tan Luo in total, 5 from the New Salt tribe and 8 from the Insect tribe. How should we deal with them?" Arya's voice turned cold. "Kill them all." "Yes." The clansman nodded without hesitation and turned to carry out the order. "Wait." Zhao Qian suddenly spoke and stopped the clansman. He looked at Arya and asked, "Teacher, why kill them? They are all Tan Luo." Arya explained, "Precisely because they are Tan Luo, they must be killed. If they were ordinary people, they could be kept as slaves. But Tan Luo are too dangerous." Zhao Qian said, "Teacher, you misunderstood me. I'm not pleading for them." Arya showed a puzzled expression. Zhao Qian continued, "Tan Luo are important to any tribe. Since that's the case, why don't we let their tribes pay ransom to redeem them? Ransom? Arya clearly didn't understand. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and gave an example. Teacher, think of it this way. If I were captured by the insect tribe, and they asked you for a high-grade healing bone plaque, would you give it? Arya replied immediately, of course I would. Zhao Qian said, that high-grade healing bone plaque would be the ransom. Arya seemed to understand and asked, then how much should we demand? Zhao Qian thought for a moment. For 1 tan luo, asking for 2 mixed blood beast cores isn't too much, right? Arya asked again, what if they refuse? Then kill them. We don't lose anything. Zhao Qian paused and continued, besides, these tan luo should have some savings. Let them ransom themselves. Arya's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Then I'll leave it to you to arrange. Zhao Qian looked at the clansmen and instructed, keep the tan luo from the insect tribe. Kill the tan luo from the new salt tribe. Yes. The clansmen responded and went to carry out Zhao Qian's order. Watching the clansmen leave, Zhao Qian felt a heavy weight in his heart. With a single sentence, he had ended the lives of 5 people. However, he did not regret it, because he knew these tan luo could not be kept alive. And if nothing unexpected happened, Yan Shan would wipe out the new salt tribe, so there would be no tribe left to ransom them. Since that was the case, the best choice was to kill them. This was not because he was cruel, but because this was how survival worked in the tribal era. If you don't kill them today, they will kill you tomorrow. When Yenshan returned with the tan luo of the tribe, it was already the afternoon of the next day. The reason they returned so late wasn't because they encountered danger along the way, but mainly because the 2 tribes were a bit far apart, and it took a lot of time on the road. But Zhao Qian didn't know this, and it was his first time experiencing such a situation, so he had been waiting at the tribe's gate the whole time. Only when Yenshan and the others returned did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Qian hurried forward, just about to say something, when he noticed a large crowd of people following at the end of the group. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized who these people were. Yenshan, did you really wipe out the new salt tribe? Zhao Qian asked with a delighted expression, though he already knew the answer. Yenshan nodded heavily, smiling as he said, when we got there, the new salt tribe only had the chief and a few tan luo. They weren't our match at all. We easily killed them. As soon as he finished speaking, Yenshan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhao Qian was just about to ask what had happened, but Yenshan acted as if nothing was wrong, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and explained, don't worry, I'm fine. I spat blood because I was cursed by the new tribe's area. Zhao Qian grimaced and said, you're coughing up a lot of blood, are you sure you're okay? Really, I'm fine. Yenshan spoke casually, my recovery ability is strong. The blood I spat will recover quickly. As long as Arya removes the curse for me later, there'll be no problem. Impressive. Hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Only a tan luo with awakened healing Arya wouldn't fear Arya's curse. If it were a tan luo from another tribe, they'd probably be dead from blood loss by now. Yenshan chuckled and continued, not only did I wipe out the new salt tribe, I also blew up their salt mine. From now on, in the entire black sand wasteland, only we can sell salt. However, Zhao Qian didn't care much about that. Because as long as the salt marsh tribe salt was good enough, the existence of the new salt tribe didn't matter. By comparison, he was more concerned about the results of the battle. What about the spoils this time? Not that great. The smile disappeared from Yenshan's face as he said, the new salt tribe had just risen. They only had a little over 100 people. Those who didn't die are all here now. Zhao Qian glanced at the members of the new salt tribe and asked, what about other things? There are a dozen or so primal beast cores, but only 2 are pureblood. The rest are mixed. There's not much food either. Yenshan continued, I think the reason the new salt tribe cooperated with the insect tribe was to seize our food. They had too little food to survive the winter. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, is it possible that because we took back the salt trade, the new salt tribe couldn't buy enough food? Although the new salt tribe and the salt marsh tribe were competitors, the new salt tribe had just emerged and was far weaker in strength. If the salt marsh tribe lost the salt trade, they could still go hunting in the forest, but the new salt tribe couldn't. It wasn't that they didn't want to hunt, they just didn't have the strength. I think that's the reason too. Yenshan thought for a bit, then nodded in agreement. Oh no! Zhao Qian suddenly cried out. Yenshan quickly asked, what's wrong? Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile and said, our tribe's food was already not enough. Now that you've brought the new salt tribe people here, we have even less food. In previous years, the salt marsh tribe had enough food, even surplus. But this year was different. First, the appearance of the new salt tribe took away a lot of their business, causing them to rely on stored food for a long time. Then the Black Death broke out, making the entire tribe panic, and hunting was impossible. By the time all the trouble passed and the Salt Marsh tribe could hunt again, they ran into the Wolf King, and all the prey they caught that time was lost. Although after that, the Wolf King had the wolf pack help with hunting, don't forget that the wolf pack also had hundreds of wolves to feed, so the help they could offer was limited. The stored food was barely enough. But now, Yenshan brought the new Salt tribe people back, meaning many more mouths to feed. The already barely sufficient food suddenly became not enough. Yenshan froze for a few seconds after hearing that, then slapped his forehead hard. Ah, how could I forget this? There's no time to go hunting now either. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and asked, can we let them go? Not make them slaves? Yenshan shook his head with a wry smile. You think I forced them to come? They insisted on following me. Zhao Qian asked in confusion, coming back to the Salt Marsh tribe means becoming slaves. Who would willingly become a slave? Yenshan explained, under normal circumstances, of course no one wants to be a slave. But the new Salt tribe was destroyed, and with winter coming soon, becoming a slave at least means they'll have food. If they don't, they'll only die. Zhao Qian fell silent. He had just thought about how bad it was to be a slave, but forgot that these people had no choice. Either become a slave, or freeze or starve to death. Compared to life and death, they clearly didn't care about freedom. Ugh! At that moment, Yenshan suddenly vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhao Qian's scalp tingled at the sight and quickly said, go see the teacher quickly. If you keep vomiting like this, I'll collapse before you do. Yenshan casually wiped his mouth and said, all right, I'll go find area first. I'll leave these people to you. Zhao Qian quickly said, why me? I don't have food for them. You handle it. Yenshan said, you're smart, you'll find a way. If you really can't, then kill them all. After saying that, Yenshan quickly left to find area to treat him. Zhao Qian watched Yenshan leave and cursed fiercely, that bastard. He brought these people back, and now he's dumping them on me. What am I supposed to do? What can I do? I can't really kill them all, right? As he spoke, he looked toward the people of the new Salt tribe. Most were women and children, with a few elderly. If these were Tan Luo, he wouldn't hesitate to do what Yenshan said and kill them all. But these were unarmed people, and they posed no threat to him or the Salt Marsh tribe. He could kill Tan Luo, but not the elderly, women, or children. That was the line he had always held. Zhao Qian stood still, hesitating for a long time. Then he let out a deep sigh and walked to the front of the new Salt tribe people. When the people of the new Salt tribe saw Zhao Qian, panic appeared in each of their eyes. They quickly lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at Zhao Qian. They had just witnessed Zhao Qian talking with Yenshan and knew clearly that he was an important figure, someone whose words could decide their life or death. Zhao Qian looked at the anxious and frightened crowd and wanted to say something, but he just couldn't open his mouth. At this moment, he noticed a little girl in front of him, about 4 or 5 years old. Children of that age on Earth are at the happiest time of their lives, protected and cherished by their entire family, held dearly, and never allowed to be harmed. But the little girl in front of him was full of fear, her body trembling violently because of how scared she was. Seeing this, Zhao Qian felt a pang in his heart. He squatted down with a smile and asked, what's your name? And Mr. I'm Hua. Because the child was too scared, she couldn't speak clearly. Your name sounds very nice, Zhao Qian said with a smile. Are you very afraid of me? Hua first nodded, then seemed to realize something and quickly shook her head, saying, and no, not afraid. Zhao Qian asked, my tribe wiped out your tribe, why aren't you afraid of me? Hua replied, Mama told me that if I say I'm scared, it would make you look like bad people, and then you might really kill all of us. Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this, and the smile on his face became a little unnatural. He had to admit, for some tribes, Hua's way of thinking was correct. For example, the insect tribe. The more scared you are, the more excited they get, and they want to see you even more afraid. Seeing Zhao Qian silent, Hua suddenly dropped to her knees with a thump and cried out, Mister, please don't kill me. I don't eat much, and I can do a lot of work every day. Looking at Hua crying from fear, Zhao Qian felt another sharp pain in his heart. He then helped her up and joked, am I really that scary? Hua stammered, you're very scary, no, you're not scary. I don't know. Zhao Qian quickly comforted her, don't worry, I won't kill you. Stop crying. Okay, Hua responded. But she was very frightened inside, and since she was just a child, there was no way she could just stop crying like that. However, she didn't dare to cry out loud, so she could only let tears stream down her face, biting her lips tightly to keep herself from making a sound. Sigh, if only Wang Qianqian were here, she'd definitely be good at coaxing children. Seeing this, Zhao Qian suddenly missed Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian might not be good at other things, but she could easily make a child laugh. Got it. Zhao Qian suddenly remembered that there was some sugar left from when he cooked for the mysterious area. He immediately took it out and said, "Here, this is for you to eat. It's really tasty." Hua's attention was diverted, and sure enough, she stopped crying. She asked curiously, "Mister, what's this?" Zhao Qian smiled and said, "This is called white sugar. It's sweeter than honey. Do you want to try it?" Hua swallowed and stared at the sugar but said, "No. I don't want to. Amu said honey is something only Tan Luo can eat. I'm not worthy of eating it." Zhao Qian said, "My status in the tribe is higher than Tan Luo. If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy. Do you want to eat it now?" Hua nodded. "Here you go." Zhao Qian pinched a bit and placed it in Hua's palm. Hua hesitated, then stuck out her little tongue to lick it. Immediately, she showed a happy expression. "Is this what sweet tastes like? It's so good. It's even better than meat." Zhao Qian smiled and patted Hua's head. Looking up, he saw the other children in the crowd looking on with envy. So he waved to the children of the new Salt tribe and said, "Those who want to eat, come over." But not a single child dared to come forward. Because in their hearts, Zhao Qian and the Salt Marsh tribe were very scary. In the end, the children still came out. They were worried Zhao Qian would get angry. Zhao Qian handed the remaining sugar to Hua and said, "I'm giving this to you. You share it with your companions. Make sure it's fair, understand?" Hua nodded hard, "Yes, mister." Zhao Qian smiled, "No need to call me mister." Hua thought for a moment and said, "Yes, uncle." "Uncle." The smile on Zhao Qian's face froze instantly, and he thought to himself, "Am I really that old? Why call me uncle?" But he didn't argue, worried he'd ruin the good impression he'd just built. While the children of the new Salt tribe were all distracted by the sugar, Zhao Qian stood up and looked coldly at the adults of the new Salt tribe. These people, feeling Zhao Qian's gaze, felt a chill in their hearts and quickly lowered their heads in fear. Zhao Qian said loudly, "I know you must hate the Salt Marsh tribe inside, but I want to tell you, you have no right to hate us. First, it was you who first tried to seize the Salt Marsh tribe's salt business. Then we took it back. When our salt business was taken, we didn't hate you, so you have no reason to hate us. Second, this time your new Salt tribe actively cooperated with the Insect tribe to invade the Salt Marsh tribe. If you hadn't invaded us, we wouldn't have attacked you. Lastly, you are now slaves. Even if I kill you, you have no right to complain. Just like how you used to beat and scold your own tribe slaves." Although Zhao Qian didn't plan to kill the people of the new Salt tribe, he didn't want them to remember that the Salt Marsh tribe had destroyed them. So he laid out the reasoning first. He wanted to tell the people of the new Salt tribe, "Your destruction is your own fault, it has nothing to do with the Salt Marsh tribe." After hearing this, those who had hatred in their hearts for the Salt Marsh tribe did feel less resentment. After all, they knew clearly what had happened, the Salt Marsh tribe didn't attack them without reason. In fact, when they took over the Salt Marsh tribe's salt business, the Salt Marsh tribe didn't bully them or try to destroy them. Zhao Qian continued, "Let me tell you the truth, the Salt Marsh tribe doesn't have enough food, and the new Salt tribe has even less. According to the methods of other tribes, killing all of you would be the easiest solution. But I can kill my enemies, not unarmed people like you. That's why I want to save you, let you live. Do you want to live?" Zhao Qian originally thought that after he finished speaking, he would immediately receive cheers from the people of the new Salt tribe. However, the reality was that the people of the new Salt tribe still kept their heads down, with no joy on their faces at all, as if what he just said had nothing to do with them. This was a bit awkward. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then pointed at a woman in the front row and asked, "I'm not going to kill you. Aren't you happy about that?" The woman didn't dare look at Zhao Qian and replied timidly, "Sir, if you really won't kill us, of course we're happy, but. The woman stammered and hesitated, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. Zhao Qian frowned and asked, "But what?" The woman gathered her courage and said, "But we can't be sure if you're lying to us." Zhao Qian was a bit displeased and said sternly, "Why would I lie to you?" When the woman saw that Zhao Qian was unhappy, she immediately knelt on the ground and didn't dare say another word. At this moment, Hua walked over and said, "Uncle, don't blame her. There's another reason." Zhao Qian squatted down and asked, "You know what the reason is?" Hua nodded and pointed at the woman, saying, "She wasn't originally from the new Salt tribe. She came from another small tribe. Later, the new Salt tribe attacked her tribe, and one of the adults said that if her tribe didn't resist, they wouldn't be killed." Zhao Qian said, "And then that small tribe surrendered, but they were still all killed?" Hua nodded again, Area, the Tan Luo, and the men were all killed. The women and children were taken back to the tribe as slaves. The women were used to give birth, and the children had to work. After hearing this, Zhao Qian finally understood why the people of the new salt tribe didn't cheer. The root cause was that in this world, people didn't keep their word, which led to no one being willing to trust others. Because someone like him, who said confidently that he wouldn't kill them, might just as well kill them in the next second. How could he make them believe him? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Zhao Qian, and the story of placing a wooden post to show sincerity came to his mind. So, he said loudly, I don't care what you've experienced before, but I will never lie to you. Now I declare, whoever among you is the first to run to the Salt Marsh tribe will no longer be a slave and will become an official member of the Salt Marsh tribe. After saying that, he stepped aside and opened the path. But no one moved. Even though some people raised their heads and looked like they wanted to run, when they saw others staying still, they lowered their heads again to avoid being the first target. Fortunately, because of their earlier interaction, Hua had a good impression of Zhao Qian. So she started running toward the Salt Marsh tribe. Once Hua had run far ahead, the other children began to move and started chasing after her. At this moment, if the adults had chased too, they could have caught up. Unfortunately, they didn't trust Zhao Qian at all, so they didn't move and just stayed where they were. As expected, Hua was the first to reach the Salt Marsh tribe. After that, Zhao Qian brought the people of the new Salt tribe back to the Salt Marsh tribe. Then he gathered the people of the Salt Marsh tribe and publicly announced, from this moment on, Hua is no longer a slave. She is an official member of the Salt Marsh tribe. Any objections? The people of the Salt Marsh tribe had always trusted Zhao Qian, and now that they knew he was Arya's disciple and a 5th-level Tan Luo, they trusted him even more. Therefore, when Zhao Qian said Hua was a member of the tribe, she became one. No one objected. I object. Just then, a voice came from the crowd of the new Salt tribe. Zhao Qian looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a grown man. He let the man come over. He asked, "What's your issue?" The man said, "I request to run again." "That last time doesn't count." Zhao Qian asked again, "Why doesn't it count?" The man replied, "Because we didn't believe you before and were afraid you were lying to us, so none of us ran. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for a little kid to get first place." Zhao Qian frowned and said, "That's your reason?" The man nodded. At first, he didn't want to speak up, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was unfair. Because without any Tan Luo, he was the fastest runner in the tribe. He could definitely have taken first place. And as long as he took first place, he wouldn't be a slave anymore. In that case, even if the new Salt tribe was destroyed, he would come out ahead. After all, the people of the new Salt tribe weren't as good as those of the Salt Marsh tribe. Tempted by this, he overcame his fear and spoke up loudly. Looking at the man in front of him, Zhao Qian felt deep disgust and said bluntly, "You can even say something like that? You really have no shame." The man retorted, "What I said is true. That's just the truth you see." Zhao Qian glanced at the man coldly and continued, "Earlier, I told you again and again to trust me, but none of you did. Now that there's a benefit, you jump out to grab it. Where were you earlier? You may think this is unfair, but let me ask you, if I let you all run again, would that be fair to Hua?" The man didn't feel embarrassed and said disdainfully, "She's just a child. What does she know?" Smack. Zhao Qian slapped him hard across the face. The man was stunned by the sudden slap and asked in confusion, Why did you hit me?" Zhao Qian replied, "Hua is now an official member of the Salt Marsh tribe, and you are just a slave. A slave criticizing their master, spare you from death, and that's already me being merciful." Hearing this, the man was speechless. He felt that Zhao Qian was targeting him, but couldn't find any evidence. Zhao Qian swept his gaze over the crowd and continued, "I said just now, whoever was the first to run to the Salt Marsh tribe would no longer be a slave. Hua was the first, so she deserves the reward. You may not be convinced, but that's your own fault. Who told you not to believe me?" Then, he looked at the man and said, "People like you, I really dislike." "So?" The man thought Zhao Qian was going to kill him and quickly said, "You just said you wouldn't kill us. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry. I won't kill you." Zhao Qian smiled at the man and then said, "However, our tribe is small. We can't accommodate a slave with so much personality. So please go find somewhere else." The man was shocked and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Zhao Qian, you're good at everything, except sometimes you make simple things sound complicated," Yan Shan said to Zhao Qian, then looked at the man and shouted, "He means, get the hell out. You're not even qualified to be our slave." No matter how unwilling the man was, he was still forcibly thrown out by the Tan Luo of the Salt Marsh tribe, and warned not to come near the Salt Marsh tribe again, or he would be killed. The man knew the Salt Marsh tribe meant what they said and might really kill him, so he could only leave unwillingly. Zhao Qian watched the man leave. He knew clearly this would be the last time he saw the man, because without the protection of a tribe, an ordinary person couldn't survive the winter. Next, Zhao Qian had the tribe members take the people of the New Salt tribe to the slaves' residence area, while he went to find Arya and Yenchan. Zhao Qian asked, "Teacher, I accepted the people of the New Salt tribe as slaves without asking. You're not mad at me, are you?" Arya asked, "Why would I be mad?" Zhao Qian replied, "Our tribe already doesn't have enough food. Now that we've taken in these people, food will be even more scarce. A lot of people might starve to death." Arya asked, "Since you knew all this, why didn't you kill them?" Zhao Qian said, "If they were enemies, I would kill them without hesitation, because they're a threat. But they're all ordinary people, and there are women and children. I really couldn't do it." Arya laughed upon hearing this explanation. "If you were given the choice again, would you regret it?" Zhao Qian didn't even think before shaking his head. "No matter how many times I choose, I won't regret it." "That's enough then." Arya looked at Zhao Qian and said, "You did something you won't regret. I found a disciple who doesn't kill recklessly. The Salt Marsh tribe has gained a lovely little girl. Why would I be mad?" Zhao Qian said, "But how do we solve the food shortage?" Arya asked, "You don't have a way?" "I haven't thought of one." Zhao Qian shook his head and continued, "Winter is almost here. Other tribes must be in a rush to store food. So even if we trade items, we might not be able to get food. Normally, a mixed-blood primal beast core could be exchanged for a lot of food. But when winter comes, even pure-blood beast cores might not be enough to trade for food. After all, as long as you're alive, there's always a chance to get beast cores. But if you starve to death, then it's over." Arya reminded, "Since you can't think of a way, why not ask your 2 little girlfriends? Maybe they'll come up with something." 2 little girlfriends? Zhao Qian was stunned at first, then quickly understood who Arya was talking about and hurriedly explained, "Teacher, they're not my girlfriends." "Don't say that. It's embarrassing." Yenchan came over and asked, "Shouldn't they be the ones embarrassed?" Zhao Qian glared at the talkative Yenchan and said, "Why can't I be the one who's shy?" Yenchan thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Back when you tricked Chongming, I didn't see any sign of you being shy. I almost believed you were really scared. Get lost." Zhao Qian didn't want to bother with Yenchan. He stood up and said to Arya, "Teacher, I'll go into the forest to bring them back and ask if they have any ideas." Although the teacher was joking, he wasn't wrong about one thing: Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun might really have a solution. Mainly Lu Yun. Lu Yun was very smart and might truly find a way to solve the food shortage. Thinking of this, he didn't stay any longer and left the Salt Marsh tribe. After Zhao Qian left, the smile on Arya's face disappeared. He sighed deeply. Yenchan noticed and asked, "Arya, do you think Zhao Qian is too soft-hearted?" Arya shook his head. "The fact that Zhao Qian is like this makes me feel more at ease. If he could kill even women and children, I'd worry that one day he might treat his own tribe the same way." Yenchan fell silent. Of course, he had hoped Zhao Qian would be more ruthless and kill off the New Salt tribe people. But after hearing Arya's words, he suddenly felt maybe this was better. If Zhao Qian were truly cold-blooded, he'd have to worry about their own tribe's safety. Arya continued, "What I'm really worried about is the food issue." Yenchan said, "Didn't you just send Zhao Qian to find his 2 girlfriends? Weren't you saying they might have a way?" Arya gave a bitter smile. "Even we can't think of a way. How could the 2 of them? I just needed an excuse to send Zhao Qian away." Yenchan didn't understand. Why send him away? Arya didn't answer. He turned around and took out the 3 high-grade healing plaques, placing them in front of Yenchan. Yenchan looked at the familiar plaques and asked in confusion, "Arya, what do you mean?" Arya said, "Take these 3 healing plaques to the other tribes and see if you can trade them for food." Yenchan immediately refused. "These are high-grade healing plaques. There aren't many of them in the entire Black Sand Wasteland. How can we trade them for food?" Arya asked, "I knew you wouldn't agree. But do you have another solution?" Yenchan hesitated. "We still have a lot of ordinary healing plaques. Maybe we can trade those instead." Previously, Zhao Qian had engraved many ordinary healing plaques. Some were used in battle, but there were still many left. He felt they could get quite a bit of food by trading the ordinary ones. As for the high-grade ones, they were just too precious, and he couldn't bear to part with them. If it were normal times, the ordinary plaques would be enough. But winter is coming. Those tribes won't be willing. Arya continued, "Even if they are, we won't get much food." Yenchan was silent for a while. He knew Arya was right, but the cost is too high. Arya smiled, "I'm his teacher. He caused the problem, so as his teacher, I should help him bear it." "Fine." Yenchan picked up the 3 high-grade healing plaques, then put one back after thinking for a moment. "Let's keep one. Zhao Qian might need it in the future." Arya nodded and waved for Yenchan to go. After breaking through to level 5, Zhao Qian's speed increased greatly. He found Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun in just 1/5 of the usual time. At that moment, the white ants were being completely suppressed by the army ants' fierce assault. A large portion of the forest had already been reclaimed. During this time, the number of army ants had also grown significantly. Although their numbers still couldn't match the past, the overall strength of the army ants now was far greater than before. After all, the army ants bred by the current queen were all elite ants, and their individual strength had increased a lot. "You're back." As soon as Zhao Qian returned, the Wolf King appeared. Sensing Zhao Qian's aura, it said in surprise, "5th level Tanluo? You awakened as a 5th level Tanluo? Heh. Zhao Qian laughed and said, "Lord Guardian, how about we spar again?" As he spoke, he didn't wait for the Wolf King's reply and rushed forward. The Wolf King, seeing Zhao Qian charge, did what it always did, slightly raised its wolf paw and waved. A powerful wind pressure appeared. Then, Zhao Qian's body was sent flying. The Wolf King sneered, "Still trash." Zhao Qian, who had been sent flying, felt like he had been hit by a huge truck. He couldn't control his body at all. After breaking 2 trees in a row, he slid a long distance on the ground before finally stopping. Just from that one hit, Zhao Qian realized the power gap between himself and the Wolf King. He finally understood that when the Wolf King had sparred with him before, let alone using full strength, it probably hadn't even used 10% of its power. Otherwise, his grave would probably already be covered in grass. Zhao Qian pushed his pain-filled body up and complained, "Lord Guardian, wasn't that hit a bit too much?" The Wolf King was lying leisurely on the ground and casually said, "Who told you to charge at me directly? In that situation, I didn't have time to control my strength." Hearing that, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. Didn't have time to control it? So does that mean that strike was full power? The Wolf King looked at Zhao Qian with disgust. "If I had used full power, there wouldn't even be scraps of you left. I only used 30% just now." Zhao Qian didn't quite believe it. "Only 30%? I got sent flying dozens of meters." The Wolf King didn't bother explaining. "Believe it or not, up to you." "Fine, I believe you." Zhao Qian laughed awkwardly, then asked, "Lord Guardian, you're so strong, among the Imperial-grade primal beasts, are you also one of the top ones?" Although Shan had told him that all guardians were at least Imperial grade, there were differences among Imperial grades too. Anyway, Zhao Qian felt the Wolf King's strength was absurd, definitely not just an ordinary Imperial grade. The Wolf King replied, "I suppose." Zhao Qian could tell the Wolf King was brushing him off and asked in annoyance, "Either you are or you aren't. What does 'suppose' mean?" The Wolf King said, "You can think of me as an Imperial grade, or not. Doesn't matter." Zhao Qian asked, confused, "What does that mean?" The Wolf King was getting impatient. "You didn't come here just to ask me questions, right? Go do your business. I'll tell you later when there's a chance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian slapped his forehead regretfully. Right, I almost forgot what I came for." Then, he hurried over to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. In fact, the two had already seen Zhao Qian when he first arrived. It's just that they hadn't expected Zhao Qian to not come to them first, but instead go fight the Wolf King. Lu Yun was fine, she knew Zhao Qian too well and just gave a faint smile. But Wang Qianqian was upset. She thought, "I'm a big star. Am I worse than a dog?" So, when Zhao Qian approached them, Wang Qianqian turned her head away angrily and ignored him. Actually, she wasn't really mad. She just wanted Zhao Qian to coax her. But Zhao Qian? He was a man harder than steel. He didn't even realize Wang Qianqian was angry. He looked at Lu Yun and said, "Sister Yun, I have something very important to ask you. It concerns the lives of over 100 people." Lu Yun heard that it was about lives and asked seriously, "What is it?" Zhao Qian quickly explained the situation from beginning to end and finally said, "The problem now is that our Salt Marsh tribe already doesn't have enough food. With the people of the new Salt tribe joining, how are we going to survive this winter?" Lu Yun didn't answer right away. She furrowed her brows and thought for a while before saying, "Arya and the chief didn't have any solutions?" Zhao Qian shook his head. "No solution." Lu Yun asked, "How long until winter?" Zhao Qian paused awkwardly. "I came too quickly and forgot to ask." 13 days. Just then, the Wolf King spoke. Its voice reached the ears of Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Of course, it also reached Wang Qianqian, but since she didn't understand the tribal language, she couldn't understand it at all. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun looked at the Wolf King. The Wolf King said, "Don't doubt my timing. It's absolutely accurate. In 13 days, winter will arrive in this area. At that time, the black sand wasteland will instantly be frozen." Lu Yun noticed the Wolf King's wording and asked, "Lord Guardian, you used the word instantly. Doesn't winter come gradually, with temperatures slowly dropping? The Wolf King shook his head. No, it's instant freezing. Lu Yun frowned. How's that possible? According to meteorology, temperatures can't drop that fast. The Wolf King said, I don't know what meteorology is, but I know winter very well. He has that kind of temper. Wait. Lu Yun suddenly stopped the Wolf King and asked, you said he, nodded, does that mean winter is a living being? Tribal language is different from Mandarin. In Mandarin, he, she, and it all sound the same. But in the tribal language, like in English, the three words are pronounced differently. Zhao Qian couldn't tell the difference, because he hadn't learned the tribal language in a normal way, he learned it through sorcery. But Lu Yun was different. She had learned it gradually, so she could distinguish the pronunciation that indicated he was used. Of course winter is a living being. Don't you know that? The Wolf King looked at the two with surprise and continued, not just winter, spring, summer, and autumn are also living beings. They're more advanced primal beasts. Lu Yun and Zhao Qian were shocked and exclaimed, how is that possible? Why wouldn't it be? The Wolf King asked in confusion. It's always been like that. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter operate like this. You didn't know? Zhao Qian. Lu Yun. The two didn't know how to respond to the Wolf King's words. But thinking carefully, it made sense. After all, this wasn't Earth, the rules and structure of the world might be different. They found it hard to believe because Earth wasn't like this. By the same logic, if they explained Earth's seasonal system to the Wolf King would probably be shocked too. Zhao Qian laughed awkwardly and said, we're just ordinary people. How could we know that spring, summer, autumn, and winter are four primal beasts? The Wolf King nodded at this explanation. Makes sense. Ordinary little tribes don't usually know this kind of thing, only super tribes do. Zhao Qian asked, Lord Guardian, since you and Winter are both primal beasts, could you talk to him and ask him to come a few days later? The Wolf King shook his head. Of course not. Just like I can't easily leave the forest, Winter also has his own rules to follow. He can't come late. Zhao Qian said, you can't talk to Winter, can you? The Wolf King acted like he'd been caught and stood up, nonsense. I, the Wolf King, have plenty of status among primal beasts. How could I not be able to talk to Winter? Although the Wolf King said that, Zhao Qian could tell that his guess was correct. After all, the Wolf King was just the guardian of this forest. He seemed powerful, but in reality, there were countless forests like this across the continent, and the number of guardians was even more frightening. But compared to forest guardians, spring, summer, autumn, and winter were different, there were only 4 of them in total. If guardians were like low-level government clerks, then spring, summer, autumn, and winter were at least provincial level, maybe even higher. Forget it. Seeing that he couldn't count on the Wolf King, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and said, Sister Yun, let's think about how we can get enough food in such a short time. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Even though we now know what winter is, it's useless. Food is what matters right now. The Wolf King listened to their conversation. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but eventually kept quiet. He felt that staying silent was the best choice at the moment. Zhao Qian said, there's no farming here, so most food comes from hunting. But recently, the prey in the forest has become very wary. In a few days, there might not be any prey left at all. Lu Yun nodded again and continued, what we need to do now is to increase sources and reduce consumption. Increasing sources means finding more food, and reducing consumption means lowering how much we eat. Zhao Qian shook his head bitterly. I think increasing the source isn't a problem, but reducing consumption might be hard. After all, Teacher and Yanshan already calculated based on the lowest standards. There's no way to cut back further. Lu Yun gently shook her head. When I say reduce consumption, I don't mean eating less, I mean reducing people's energy expenditure. Hearing this, Zhao Qian was confused. Lu Yun explained, humans are warm-blooded animals. When it's hot, they use less energy. When it's cold, they use more energy to produce body heat. So, as long as we can make the tribe members feel less cold, they'll use less energy and won't feel as hungry. Zhao Qian understood what she meant and frowned. That's easy to say, but making people feel less cold might be too hard, right? This world isn't Earth. On Earth, there are many ways to keep warm: air conditioning, heaters, heat blowers. But this world is different. The only way to keep warm might be burning firewood. However, a cave that big would be very hard to heat with just firewood. If they wanted to keep it warm all the time, it would use up a lot of firewood, and the Salt Marsh tribe couldn't possibly gather that much. There is a way. Lu Yun lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, ever heard of a heated brick bed? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up and he said regretfully, ah, how could I forget that? A fire pit doesn't use much wood. If we build a big heated bed in each cave, people won't feel cold. Sister Yun, you're amazing. Zhao Qian sincerely praised. Lu Yun blushed and said, don't get happy too soon. The amount of food we can save with this won't be much. If this is all we do, we still won't survive the whole winter. Zhao Qian nodded. I understand. The real problem now is how to find food. Lu Yun asked, if other tribes faced this situation, what would they do? Zhao Qian gave a bitter smile. American behavior. Lu Yun immediately understood. Robbery, huh? Zhao Qian nodded. Big tribes rob small tribes. Small tribes have no choice, either be wiped out or resort to cannibalism. That's what teacher told me. Hearing that, Lu Yun went silent. Clearly, she was just like Zhao Qian once was, shocked by the idea of people eating people. People from civilized societies can hardly imagine what cannibalism looks like. Some netizens might even joke about catching prion disease. We can't do that. Lu Yun shook her head immediately and looked at Zhao Qian. We must have our own bottom line, or else we're no better than beasts. Zhao Qian smiled. That's exactly what I told teacher and the chief. They agreed. That's good. Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and lowered her head in thought. Seeing this, Zhao Qian didn't interrupt her and stood by quietly, waiting. Actually, he felt there really were no other ways. Right now, the prey in the forest was decreasing. Even if they wanted to hunt, there were no animals. While they could gather some fruits at most could fill a stomach for a short time. They couldn't be considered real food. In this situation, the only things he could think of were robbery or cannibalism. I've got it. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly spoke. After glancing at Zhao Qian, she looked at the Wolf King. Lord Guardian, you must be very familiar with this forest, right? The Wolf King didn't understand her meaning but nodded. No primal beast knows this forest better than I do. Lu Yun continued, then, Lord Guardian, can you help me find 2 types of plants? Hearing this, the Wolf King became alert. What are you trying to do? Even though you helped me, I won't allow you to destroy the forest. Lu Yun said, Lord Guardian, don't get nervous. Let me explain slowly. The Wolf King asked, explain what? Lu Yun said, first, even though we helped you get rid of the white ants in this forest, you still need us, right? The Wolf King thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Without your army ants, the insect tribe will release more white ants into the forest later. Lu Yun continued, second, as long as it's not large-scale destruction of trees, Lord Guardian can restore it, right? You actually know I have that ability? The Wolf King was a little surprised. He had never told anyone about that ability and could only nod. That's part of a forest guardian's authority. As long as the forest isn't massively damaged, I can restore it. Lu Yun continued, then right now, Lord Guardian, you have 2 choices. First, you stand by and do nothing. We'll resent you. And if the insect tribe releases white ants again, we won't help you. Second, you help us. The cost is just a few trees, which you can quickly recover. We'll be grateful. In the future, if the forest faces any trouble, we'll help you. Lord Guardian, you have 2 options. Which do you choose? After hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhao Qian almost wanted to applaud. She was amazing. Before, he just thought Lu Yun was smart but quiet. Only now did he realize, she wasn't quiet. She just hadn't had a chance to shine. Otherwise, she could talk the dead back to life. Sister Yun, what are we looking for? And what are we going to do? Zhao Qian asked softly while the Wolf King was thinking. Plants that can produce sugar and starch. Lu Yun paused, then said, I plan to try making compressed biscuits. When Zhao Qian heard that Lu Yun wanted to make compressed biscuits, his first reaction was that Sister Yun was amazing. Although compressed biscuits didn't taste very good, there was no denying that they were the best food for extreme environments. They had a long shelf life, and eating just a little when hungry could make one feel full and endure hunger better. If they could make compressed biscuits, maybe they really could survive this winter. Zhao Qian asked, Sister Yun, is the method for making compressed biscuits difficult? Can our tribe make them? Lu Yun smiled and shook her head. You think compressed biscuits are a modern industrial product? Zhao Qian was stunned. Aren't they? Of course not. Lu Yun explained to Zhao Qian, in fact, compressed biscuits appeared a long time ago. In the military book Wujing Zongyao from the Northern Song dynasty, there are detailed records of foods similar to compressed biscuits, so the method isn't difficult. Wang Qianqian said in surprise, our ancestors were so amazing. Even more amazing than you think. Lu Yun smiled at Wang Qianqian and continued, compressed biscuits are nothing more than compressing high-calorie, high-fat, high-energy ingredients together. That's not difficult for us. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. You already found ingredients for making white sugar before. As long as there's enough of them, we can make large amounts of sugar. Lu Yun said, as for fat, we can use primal beast blood and meat instead. For ordinary people, primal beast blood and meat contain a lot of energy. Zhao Qian frowned. So now what we're missing is starch. That must be the hardest part, right? Although there are many plants that contain starch, like rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, yams, he had never seen them in this world. He didn't deny that such plants might exist here, but without large-scale farming, they were scattered throughout the forest. And now there were only 13 days left, not enough time to find enough plants. Lu Yun nodded. That's right. It's indeed the hardest part. Wang Qianqian asked worriedly, then what should we do? Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian and asked, have you heard of the sago palm? Sago palm? Zhao Qian quickly searched his memory, then his eyes lit up. Sago palm is a tree rich in starch. One tree can produce 90 kilograms of starch. In some countries, sago is even used as a substitute for rice. Sago palm is a very niche plant. Only outdoor survival enthusiasts like him would know about it, ordinary people wouldn't remember it. Even he wouldn't have remembered it if Lu Yun hadn't mentioned it. After speaking, Zhao Qian suddenly understood. Sister Yun, you mean we should look for sago palm? Lu Yun nodded. Now the only question is, does this forest have sago palms? At this, the three of them looked toward the Wolf King. Because they were speaking Mandarin, the Wolf King didn't understand what they were saying. Sensing their gazes, the Wolf King thought they were waiting for his answer and said impatiently, don't rush me. Let me think a bit more. Take your time, Lord Guardian. We're not in a hurry. Lu Yun smiled and continued, I just want to ask, is there a strange kind of plant in this forest? What strange plant? The Wolf King asked. This plant only lives for about 10 years. When flowers bloom at the top and it starts bearing fruit, the plant dies. Lu Yun thought for a bit and added, when this plant dies, the trunk becomes hollow, as if it's been emptied out. The Wolf King thought for a moment and asked, are you talking about the death tree? Death tree? Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were stunned. They frowned and asked, is that tree dangerous? The Wolf King shook his head. No, it just dies randomly and for no reason, that's why it's called the death tree. Zhao Qian sighed in relief and asked, are there many of them in the forest? The Wolf King replied, not that many, but if you need them, you can still find some. Zhao Qian quickly said, that's exactly what we need. The more the better. The Wolf King hesitated. If you want this plant, I can agree to your request. Zhao Qian was stunned and asked, why? Weren't you against us cutting trees before? The Wolf King explained, this kind of tree dies in about 10 years. Even if you don't cut it, it'll die on its own. So you might as well take it. Hearing this, Zhao Qian smiled without speaking. To the Wolf King, the sago palm was just a strange plant. But in fact, this was the way the sago palm reproduced. The trunk becomes hollow because the fruit absorbs all the starch inside. When the fruit falls to the ground, it grows into a new sago palm. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Zhao Qian thanked the Wolf King and then said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, I'll head back to the tribe and send people to collect the sago palms. Wang Qianqian asked, what about us? We're not staying here, are we? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, the white ants aren't fully dealt with yet, so you'll stay to handle them. Sister Yun will go with the Wolf King to find where the sago palms are. When our people arrive, they can just cut the trees. Wang Qianqian said unhappily, all right then. Zhao Qian smiled. Don't worry. You and Sister Yun won't stay in the forest long. I'll bring you back before winter comes. Wang Qianqian nodded, then said, don't forget the fair, white, beautiful, juicy fruit you promised me, not a single one less. Zhao Qian said confidently, don't worry, not one will be missing. After speaking, he quickly returned to the tribe. Back at the tribe, he went straight to Arya and told him that the food problem had been solved. Solved? Arya looked at the happy Zhao Qian with disbelief in his voice. He had never thought Zhao Qian could solve the food problem. After all, if food were that easy to solve, the tribes wouldn't lose people to starvation every year. Zhao Qian nodded excitedly. It was Sister Yun's idea. She found an edible tree in the forest. After some simple processing, it can totally get us through the whole winter. Arya didn't speak for a long while after hearing that. Zhao Qian didn't know that Yenshan had gone out with 2 high-grade healing plaques to trade for food. He just thought Arya was too happy and joked, teacher, look, you're so happy you can't even speak. Arya stayed silent and waved his hand. Time is short. Go take the tribe members to cut down those trees. Yes. Zhao Qian stood up, gathered the Tanluo and slaves, took the tribe's primal beasts, and set off toward the forest. Although this world did not have transport trucks, there were giant primal beasts with enormous bodies and astonishing strength. In the absence of roads, the transportation ability of these giant beasts even exceeded that of trucks. Therefore, by noon of the second day after Zhao Qian set out from the tribe with people, thick sago palm tree trunks were being brought back. The first batch was as many as 10. According to one trunk being able to yield 90 kilograms of starch, these 10 sago palm trunks could yield 900 kilograms of starch, almost 1 ton. Immediately, Zhao Qian began teaching the tribe members how to extract starch from the sago palm trunks. Although the tribe members did not really believe that they could make edible food from trees, out of trust in Zhao Qian, everyone still began operating according to the method Zhao Qian taught. The first step was to strip the bark off the sago palm, exposing the inner trunk. The second step was to pound the trunk into fragments as much as possible. The third step was to rinse these fragments continuously with water. During this process, the starch hidden in the trunk would be washed out and slowly settle at the bottom. As for the remaining wood chips, they could still be used as fuel, not wasted at all. And in order to let the tribe members believe that the starch extracted from sago palm could be eaten, that night Zhao Qian made some food. The result could be imagined. With Zhao Qian's cooking skills, the tribe members of the Salt Marsh tribe immediately liked this food. They also realized that this tree was not only edible but also very tasty. The next day, more sago palms were brought back. When the Salt Marsh tribe members extracted starch, they worked even harder. However, Zhao Qian discovered that the only people working seriously were the tribe members. The slaves, as long as no one was watching, basically goofed off. And the tribe could not assign a lot of people to watch them, since the number of slaves was far greater than the number of tribe members. So, in order to improve the slaves' work efficiency, Zhao Qian promised that the best-performing slaves would be freed from slavery and become tribe members of the Salt Marsh tribe. If this had happened before, the slaves would not have believed Zhao Qian's words. But since Hua became a tribe member of the Salt Marsh tribe after being a slave, the slaves trusted Zhao Qian completely. So when they heard this promise, they worked like crazy, even more efficiently than being whipped before. No wonder those company bosses like to paint big cakes. It turns out painting big cakes really works. Zhao Qian looked at the slaves working hard with smiles and suddenly understood the essence of painting big cakes. In this way, before they knew it, 8 days had passed. Only 5 days remained before the cold winter would arrive. While there was still time, Zhao Qian first went to the insect tribe and traded with the insect tribe's Tanluo for several thousand jin of primal beast meat. After that, he went to the forest and brought Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun back. Although they now had starch, white sugar had not yet started to be refined, and white sugar was the main ingredient for making compressed biscuits. However, Lu Yun specifically instructed that only she and Wang Qianqian could refine the white sugar. Zhao Qian understood that Lu Yun was trying to keep a skill for herself. That way, even if something went wrong in the future, she could still do well thanks to her sugar-making ability. Because the plants for refining white sugar were collected together with the sago palms, once Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun returned, they could start refining white sugar immediately without needing more time to gather plants. And while Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were busy, Zhao Qian did not rest. He began building heated brick beds. However, he soon discovered that building heated brick beds was much harder than he thought. The first problem was that there were no bricks or cement. The second was that the Salt Marsh tribe was in the desert, and even soil had to be transported from other places. Although these things could be replaced with alternatives, that would take too much time, and now the thing in shortest supply was time. With no other choice, he had the Tanluo chisel whole slabs of stone from the rock wall to serve as bases, and he borrowed some wood from the Wolf King to make wooden boards on top as bed boards. As for the gaps, Zhao Qian sealed them where he could, and where he couldn't, he just pretended not to see them. In this way, in the final 5 days, each cave had a barely usable heated brick bed. On the 13th day? On the last day before winter arrived, Lu Yun finally finished refining the white sugar and began making compressed biscuits. Actually, the method was very simple, just mix various ingredients, such as white sugar, salt, primal beast meat crumbs, primal beast blood, and animal fat, and keep stirring. Once evenly mixed, it could be baked. And this work, which required very strict temperature control, was naturally entrusted to Yenchan. With his beast tattoo totem ability, he was most suitable for this task. Late at night, the first batch of compressed biscuits was completed and placed in front of the 3 of them. Wang Qianqian looked at the oddly shaped compressed biscuits and said with disgust, "Why do our compressed biscuits look different from the ones we used to eat? Did we fail? Is this stuff edible?" Lu Yun nodded in agreement. "They are kind of ugly." Zhao Qian didn't mind and said, "Our own production obviously can't compare to modern industrial production. You can just think of it as the difference between seller show and buyer show. And anyway, it's for eating. Ugly doesn't matter much as long as it's edible. As he spoke, he broke off a piece and was about to put it in his mouth to taste it. But at that moment, Wang Qianqian stopped him. Are you sure you want to taste it first? Zhao Qian asked. If I don't taste it first, who will? Wang Qianqian motioned toward Yanshan and said, Chief has been working hard all this time. When there's good food, we should naturally give it to him first. Zhao Qian felt a little embarrassed. Making the chief the guinea pig, that's not very good, right? You're too high-minded. You think you're so great. Wang Qianqian said, grabbed the compressed biscuit from Zhao Qian's hand, and said, let me be the bad guy, okay? Zhao Qian took a step back and bowed to Wang Qianqian at 90 degrees, sincerely saying, thank you. Wang Qianqian originally just wanted to tease Zhao Qian. She didn't expect him to respond like this and was stunned. You're such a dog. After saying that, she took the compressed biscuit and went to Yanshan. Wang Qianqian handed the compressed biscuit over and said, you, eat it, or else die. Yanshan? Zhao Qian. Lu Yun? Then, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun suddenly remembered that Wang Qianqian didn't know the tribe language. With no choice, Zhao Qian had to walk over and say, Chief, this is the food we just made. I originally wanted to taste it first myself, but Wang Qianqian said you've worked the hardest, so the first piece should naturally be given to you. Yanshan was happy to hear this, but still politely said, you've worked the hardest. You go ahead and eat it first. I'm fine either way. Zhao Qian said, we're all equals. Don't be polite with me. After saying this, he didn't wait for Yanshan's reply and directly put the compressed biscuit into Yanshan's hand. All right then. Seeing Zhao Qian so enthusiastic, Yanshan didn't refuse anymore and continued, actually, I'm curious what this tastes like. After speaking, he put the compressed biscuit into his mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Yanshan said while eating, the taste isn't bad. It has sweetness and saltiness, and the source force within it is just right for ordinary people. The only drawback is that the texture is a bit hard. Zhao Qian asked, does it make you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yanshan shook his head, no. What's up? Nothing, just asking. Zhao Qian smiled, you continue. I'll go taste it too. But at that moment, a figure ran into the cave with a somewhat nervous expression, Chief, winter has come. Oh. When Yanshan heard the report from the tribesman, he replied calmly, as if he did not really care. But Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun were all very curious about this world's winter, especially after hearing that the cold winter was caused by a primal beast. At once, the three of them took the animal hide coats they had made in advance and were about to go outside to take a look. Whoosh! However, just as the three reached the cave entrance, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. At first, the raindrops were normal, but after a while, a terrifying scene appeared. They saw that as soon as the raindrops hit the ground, they instantly froze into ice. In just a short moment, the entire salt marsh tribe had been covered with a layer of ice, making it look as if it had been sealed in ice. Seeing this scene, Wang Qianqian looked at Lu Yun in shock and asked, what is happening? Compared with Wang Qianqian's shock, Lu Yun was much calmer and explained, this is freezing rain, a weather phenomenon that belongs to hazardous weather. Wang Qianqian asked, does this kind of weather also exist on Earth? Lu Yun nodded, when cold air meets warm and moist air, the cold air is heavier and stays under the warm air, causing the near-ground temperature to drop suddenly, thus forming freezing rain. This kind of weather usually occurs in early winter and late winter, when cold and warm air meet. Wang Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief, so that's what it is. It really scared me just now. So that's what it is? Suddenly, Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows and jokingly asked, you actually understood what you were saying? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's expression froze instantly, then her face flushed deeply. She could tell that Zhao Qian was teasing her about using little country language to communicate with Yanshan. In fact, when she walked over, she still hadn't realized she couldn't speak the tribal language. It wasn't until she opened her mouth that she suddenly remembered. But by then it was too late to walk back, so she could only try communicating with Yanshan using her little country method. And as it turned out, except for making romance action films well, that little country language was useless in every other way. Lu Yun let out a light laugh and said, Qianqian, how about I teach you the tribal language? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, too hard. I'm not learning it. Lu Yun said, actually, the tribal language isn't difficult. They have a small vocabulary, and the grammar is similar to Chinese. If you study seriously, you can learn it in one winter. Really? Wang Qianqian was tempted. She had actually realized that not being able to speak the tribal language was very inconvenient. Especially when seeing Zhao Qian and Lu Yun communicate in it, she felt uncomfortable inside. But the fearful memories of learning English in school made her resist learning another language, and she wasn't confident she could learn another. Lu Yun nodded. Really? Okay, I'll learn the tribal language with you. After struggling in her mind for a moment, Wang Qianqian made up her mind and nodded firmly. Although she knew the learning process would be painful, she didn't want to be in this world and only be able to communicate with Xiao Qian and Lu Yun by relying on them. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold wind blew. Unlike the warm winds before, this cold wind hitting the face felt like a knife cutting the skin, with a strong stinging sensation. Xiao Qian was fine, he was a 5th-rank Tan Luo, and this slight sting was nothing to him. But Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were ordinary people. After being hit by the cold wind, they couldn't stand it. So the three of them had to go back into the cave. At this time, Yanshan was still baking compressed biscuits. Seeing the three return, he smiled and asked, "You're back?" "We're back." Zhao Qian nodded and said with feeling, "It's really cold out there. It feels like everything will be frozen. Don't even talk about going hunting. Even walking out of the cave is very dangerous." Yanshan smiled and said, "It's not the coldest time yet. When it starts to snow, that's when it really gets cold." Zhao Qian clicked his tongue and asked, "It can get even colder?" At the current temperature, even Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun in animal hide coats could barely withstand it. If it got colder, he couldn't imagine how cold it would be. Yanshan said, "When it's really cold, even I don't dare step out of the cave. Ordinary people who walk a few hundred steps out will be frozen into ice sculptures." Hiss! At these words, Zhao Qian drew in a sharp breath. It should be understood that Yanshan was a 4th-rank Tan Luo, with beast tattoo nature being flame, constantly releasing high heat. Not exaggerated, it was possible Zhao Qian's rank was higher than Yanshan's, but his cold resistance definitely could not compare to Yanshan. But even so, Yanshan didn't dare step out of the cave, which showed how terrifying the real cold was. Zhao Qian couldn't help asking, "Then when will it reach the coldest time?" Yanshan thought for a moment and replied, "Normally it's one day after winter arrives, but there are exceptions. The most accurate way to judge it is when the heavy rain outside stops, then the real cold will come. At that time, you must use stones to seal the cave entrance, otherwise the cold air will enter the cave and no one in the cave will survive." Zhao Qian was shocked and asked, "We have to seal the entrance? Doesn't that mean everyone in a cave will have to stay together for a long time?" The Salt Marsh tribe living places were divided into 3 types. The first type was caves where Tan Luo lived, generally by family units, with one family in one cave. The second type was caves where ordinary tribe members lived, which were larger than the Tan Luo caves, but instead of one family, 2 or 3 families lived together. The third type was the huge caves where slaves lived. The hundreds of slaves of the Salt Marsh tribe were separated into 2 caves. Zhao Qian had entered these caves when building heated brick beds. Inside, there were feces everywhere, and the smell of urine made him unable to eat anything for 3 days afterward. And because of his identity, plus the request of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, the 3 of them were assigned to one cave. Of course, the reason Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun wanted to stay in the same cave as Xiao Qian was mainly for safety. If the 2 girls stayed in one cave by themselves, in case someone had bad intentions, they would have no ability to resist. In this world, the only person they could completely trust was Xiao Qian. After all, when they first came to this world, they had lived with Xiao Qian in the same cave. If Xiao Qian really wanted to do something bad, something would have happened to them long ago. It was just that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun hadn't realized that this was torture for Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian was not a saint. He couldn't guarantee that staying in the same cave with 2 beautiful girls would not lead him to do something inappropriate. Yanshan looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and mysteriously smiled. "Zhao Qian, you have such a good opportunity, make good use of it. If you don't understand, I can find someone to teach you." "You want to teach me?" Zhao Qian sneered with a confident expression. And this confidence came from watching little country films. The freezing rain kept falling nonstop, as if a hole had opened in the sky. As the freezing rain continued to freeze, the ground was already covered with a thick layer of ice. Although it looked very beautiful, like a work of art, only those who were there could understand how dangerous it was. Moreover, the temperature kept dropping. Now, even inside the cave, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun felt extremely cold wearing only one animal hide coat. Zhao Qian looked at the 2 of them shivering from the cold and said, "If you really can't take it, I can light the heated bed for you. That way it will be warmer." Wang Qianqian trembled and said, "And no need, we can still hold on." Zhao Qian felt a bit speechless. "You're already this cold. Why are you still holding on? What if you get sick?" Wang Qianqian shook her head again. "And no, if we use the heated bed now, we'll get used to its temperature. When it gets colder later, we'll feel that the heated bed isn't warm enough." Zhao Qian asked, "Who told you that?" Wang Qianqian was shaking all over. I figured it out myself. It's like staying in an air-conditioned room all the time and then feeling the air conditioning isn't cool anymore. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, I also figured out a rule. Do you want to hear it? Wang Qianqian asked, what rule? Zhao Qian smiled. The rule I figured out is that anything summarized by Wang Qianqian is unreliable. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt a wave of cold hit her and immediately shut up. It was too cold. Not a good time to argue. But at that moment, Zhao Qian took off his animal hide coat and put it over Wang Qianqian. All right, I'll go light the heated bed for you. It'll be ready soon. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian asked worriedly, you gave me your coat. What about you? Zhao Qian smiled. I'm a 5th-rank Tanluo now. Even without a coat, I can handle this bit of cold. After saying that, he immediately ran out of the cave. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian leaving and suddenly felt like it wasn't that cold anymore. As soon as Zhao Qian stepped outside the cave, icy freezing rain fell onto his body. Even as a 5th-rank Tanluo, he couldn't help shivering. However, at the same time, the beast-marked totem on his chest began to glow. Energy flowed continuously throughout his body, preventing the freezing rain from turning into ice on him. In Zhao Qian's perception, the freezing rain seemed to turn into ordinary rain, not cold at all, which made him feel amazed. But he soon realized that resisting the freezing rain came at a cost. He could feel the energy in his body being rapidly consumed, and after a short while, he began to feel hungry. No wonder Yanshan had to eat primal beast meat from time to time while baking compressed biscuits. Releasing heat really consumes a lot of energy. Although Zhao Qian had been a Tanluo for half a month, he had only used his body's basic strength and had never released large amounts of energy like Yanshan. So this first time scared him a little. I still don't even know what my trait is. Zhao Qian complained about the mysterious area. Not helping is one thing, but not even telling me what primal beast core trait I have. For a Tanluo, the primal beast core trait is very important. Because a Tanluo can deliberately eat primal beast meat with the same trait to help improve strength. But since he didn't know his trait, he couldn't rely on eating primal beast meat to grow stronger. These days, I've mastered the wind trait and the fire trait. These are both spiritual type traits. Logically, my core should be spiritual type. But why does it feel like I also awakened an enhancement type trait? The first trait he awakened was wind, then fire. Just when he planned to go down the spiritual path, he gained an enhancement type trait. At present, he had 3 traits: wind, fire, and skin enhancement. Skin enhancement meant his skin became as hard as a primal beast's. Ordinary beast bone weapons could hardly hurt him. It was just very ugly and looked scary. Other than trying it once when he awakened, he almost never used it again. Forget it. I won't think about it. I'll light the heated bed first. At this moment, Zhao Qian had arrived at a cave entrance. This cave had originally been unoccupied. Later, Zhao Qian thought the location was suitable and used it as one of the centralized heating caves, responsible for more than 10 nearby caves. These caves had all been connected to this one. The pipes used were made from the intestines of a certain primal beast. The intestines of this primal beast were very thick, and because the beast had a fire trait, the intestines were highly heat-resistant. With a bit of processing, they could be used for several months without issue. So as long as a fire was lit here, heat would flow through the intestinal pipes to the heated beds under the other caves. There were 3 such caves in total. And each cave was jointly managed by 1 Tanluo and 2 slaves. Zhao Qian, why are you here? The Tanluo in charge was Shi, one of the 2 Tanluo who had followed Yong to bring Zhao Qian and the others to the Salt Marsh tribe earlier. This cave was under his responsibility. Zhao Qian rubbed his hands and smiled. It's really cold. I want to light the heated beds now. Shi didn't hesitate and immediately said, all right, we'll light them now. But does this really work? Zhao Qian smiled. Don't worry. Once the fire is lit, it won't feel cold anymore. Okay, I trust you. As Shi spoke, he ordered the 2 slaves to bring firewood and put it into a furnace that looked like a stove, then lit the fire. As the flames began to burn, large amounts of heat flowed through the pipes to the heated beds in the various caves. At Yong's home. At this moment, Yu and Hua were wrapped in thick animal hide coats, sitting on the heated bed while shivering. Both of them were frozen. Hua sucked in cold air and said, Brother Yu, I'm so cold. When will this heated bed start working? Because Hua was still young and couldn't live on her own, Zhao Qian had arranged for her to stay with Yong's family, and the tribe would provide her food each year. At first, Yu didn't like this younger sister from the new Salt tribe, but after some time together, the 2 were like real siblings. Yu shook his head. I don't know either. I heard father say that Uncle Zhao is in charge of this. Hua lowered her head and looked at the icy-cold heated bed below. Will this really work? You said with firm belief, it definitely will. Hua asked, Brother Yu, do you trust Uncle Zhao that much? Yu nodded. Of course. To tell you the truth, I was the first in our tribe to know Uncle Zhao. Back then. Hua quickly interrupted, You've already told me that story 10 times. Yu froze and asked awkwardly, 10 times already? On Hua's frozen red cheeks appeared a very certain expression. Probably more than that. All right then. Yu looked a bit disappointed. Now the whole tribe had heard this story. Who could he show off to next? But at that moment, Hua suddenly said, Brother Yu, hurry and feel it. Is the heated bed warm now? It's not even the coldest time yet. How could it be? As Yu spoke, he placed his hand on the surface of the heated bed. Then his face showed wild joy. It's warm. It's really warm. Father, mother, come quickly and feel it. The heated bed is really warm. It's so warm.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.